Everyone knows, whether they have been Superman or not, that whether it's Kryptonian blood, chaotic magic, or even Saiyan physiology, they are the strongest among heroes. One can be invincible just by basking in the sun, another can rewrite reality with a thought, and the last one can become invincible after training for years in a high-gravity environment. But when Lin Chen obtained all three, his classmates crazily mocked him as a waste. On the eve of awakening, Lin Chen learned that his father was the Kryptonian Zod and his mother was the Scarlet Witch Wanda. So when Lin Chen faced the summoned powerful heroes, he chose the F-class hero, a low-tier warrior, simply because he knew that this child with a long tail was named Sun Wukong, Kakarot. Seeing that the teacher had high hopes for Lin Chen, who chose the F-class hero low-tier warrior, his classmates mocked him even more. In the face of ridicule, Lin Xiao silently persisted in weight training. Years later, when the illusion invaded, humanity discovered that the illusion was not the illusory space they thought, but a series of real existing worlds. Faced with the powerful villains invading Blue Star, Darkseid, Dormammu, Aizen, despair spread across the globe. Was the end of humanity upon them? Lin Chen transformed into a red-haired Super Saiyan form, flying into the air to stand between Blue Star and the villains. Everyone fell silent. Wasn't he contracted with the F-class hero low-tier warrior? This doesn't seem right. Anping City, First High School, classroom of Class 2, Senior Year 3. At the podium, the homeroom teacher, Master Miyaju, with a face full of resentment and wearing black-framed glasses, clapped her hands. Students, in 10 minutes, it will be the sacred moment when you form a contract with a hero. I believe everyone has already thoroughly read the Book of Contracts. Next, whether it's a dragon or a worm, it all depends on your performance. Don't worry, teacher. I've been off for a month. Yeah, I haven't had my period for 3 months, just for today's ceremony. Unlike the excitement of the entire class, the black-haired boy in the third-to-last seat of the fifth row frowned, lost in thought. Lin Chen, what hero do you want to contract? Master Miyaju noticed that her most satisfactory student, the class representative and the school heartthrob Lin Chen, was unexpectedly distracted today. She wasn't angry. It was natural to feel a bit nervous during such a significant moment in life. She gently reminded Lin Chen with a question. Boy, the awakening ceremony is about to begin, you should wake up. A classmate next to him poked Lin Chen, and he finally realized that the teacher had called on him to answer, standing up in confusion. Lin Chen, tell everyone what talent you want to awaken. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, his gaze gradually becoming firm. Since he had chosen, he would say it out loud. I want to choose the F-class low-level warrior, Sun Wukong. The whole class was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, what? I must have misheard. Class Representative Lin actually wants to choose that F-class low-level warrior? No way. Class Representative Lin, did a donkey kick your brain? Why choose an F-class low-level warrior? That useless piece of junk. What ability does he have besides having an extra tail? Lin Chen raised his head and said solemnly, no, Sun Wukong is the greatest warrior in the universe, and his strength is unmatched by those S-class elemental heroes. Lin Chen's words once again provoked laughter from the class. Class Representative Lin, I've noticed you've changed. You've become funny. Lin Chen, if you lack confidence in gaining the recognition of an elemental hero, you can just say so. There's no need to contract that stinky and hard F-class low-level warrior. Yeah, someone once chose a low-level warrior, but he actually refused, saying that weaklings don't deserve my recognition. Now that you mention it, I remember that in the official list of contractors, the number of F-class low-level warrior contractors is actually 0. What kind of trash hero is it that has not a single contractor? Lin Chen shook his head, completely unfazed by his classmates' ridicule. The contract ceremony, for him, was just a means to obtain a key to unlock the extraordinary power within him. The heroes summoned by the contract ceremony in this world are all characters from the anime of his previous life. The hero levels are artificially categorized from the highest S-class to the lowest F-class. However, some heroes that are abnormally strong in the S-class have never appeared in the contract ceremony, like Broly and Saitama. Lin Chen speculated that perhaps the power of the contract ceremony was insufficient to successfully summon these heroes. Yet there was one exception, the Saiyan Sun Wukong, who for some reason was classified as F-class. When Lin Chen saw the description of the F-class low-level warrior in the Book of Contracts, he immediately confirmed that he was Kakarot, the Super Saiyan who could destroy a star with one punch. This hero, besides having an extra tail compared to ordinary people, has no special abilities, comes from the Dragon Ball world, named Sun Wukong, classified as F, not recommended for contract. What a joke, Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan, placed in the lowest F-class, who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Kakarot was classified as a low-level warrior because his battle power was judged to be 2 by Saiyan standards at the moment of his birth. You ordinary people, What qualifications do you have to judge others as inferior warriors? But even if the contract with Sun Wukong fails, Lin Chen wouldn't be troubled at all, for he is extraordinary by birth. Lin Chen couldn't help but recall the family conversation on the eve of the contract. Lin Chen, tomorrow is your contract ceremony, and there's something we think it's time for you to know. Looking at his father, Lin Riwon, who had a handsome face and thick eyebrows, Lin Chen had never seen him so serious, and he was taken aback. What is it? Could it be that our family is wealthy, and you've been hiding it from me for 18 years? Or am I adopted, and my younger siblings are your biological children? Old Lin shook his head with a smile. Neither, you're overthinking it. Dad and Mom discussed it and thought it was best to tell you in advance that you are not actually human. Lin Chen was stunned, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Old Lin, I never knew you had such a sense of humor. Haha, if I'm not human, then what am I? A void insect? His mother, Wan Ling, came over, gently waved her hand to close the balcony door, and Lin Chen was immediately stunned. He saw clearly that his mother hadn't touched the doorknob at all. The aluminum alloy door between the balcony and the bedroom closed with a red glow. Superpower? Magic? No way, are you too serious? Lin Chen murmured to himself, raising his head to look at his parents. Come on, even if you say our family is all interstellar insects in human skin, I can accept it. Lin Chen forced himself to appear calm, facing his parents with composure, but inside, a storm was brewing. Goodness, I thought I was the only abnormal one in this family. Turns out you two aren't ordinary people either? As a transmigrator, Lin Chen had memories from the moment his embryo developed. He was born through the normal process by this woman named Wan Ling, of that he was 100% sure. These two have hidden it too well. For 18 years, they hadn't shown any unusual traits in front of me. Old Lin looked up at the starry night sky and explained. Your mother and I are not humans from this world, we can be called beings from a mirage. 20 years ago, we were brought to this planet by an unknown force and have been trapped here ever since. Lin Chen's heart sank. A mirage? That's the #1 enemy of all humanity. Did the Mirage Realm bring you to Blue Star? On Blue Star, there are several deadly Mirage Realms, sealed by boundary masters, otherwise, humanity would have long been extinct. Lin Chen knew of several major Mirage Realms. Sakura Country, Ninja Mirage Realm, Ghost Level. Asen Country, Cannibal Giant Mirage Realm, Ghost Level. America, Hell Demon Mirage Realm, Dragon Level. Old Lin shook his head. No, if we had descended with the Mirage Realm, your mother and I wouldn't have lost our powers, we would have unified Blue Star long ago, and you should also be the son of Blue Star. Wan Ling agreed. Indeed, our powers were completely sealed. We tried to return to our own world but ultimately failed. Forget it, what happened back then is in the past, I don't want to bring it up again. Fortunately, I met your dad on Blue Star, and we've been very happy. Wan Ling leaned happily against Old Lin's sturdy arm. We met, fell in love, and then you were born. After that, with your dad's efforts, we had your younger brother Lin Zhang and your sister Lin Yu. Stop, Mom, you used the word efforts in the wrong context, and please don't talk about these things in front of your son, so you and Old Lin are both beings from a mirage? Remember, son, half of the blood flowing in your body is from the Kryptonian race, also known as Kryptonians. Kryptonian. Lin Chen's eyes widened instantly. If they were Kryptonians, then everything made sense. The sun of Blue Star had already passed the main sequence stage, constantly expanding every day, its color a dark red, with the destructive solar flares erupting continuously. The scientific community referred to this phenomenon of stars as a red giant. The cells of Kryptonians were very special, capable of receiving radiation from stars of different colors, allowing them to transform from human to god. The star of Krypton was indeed a red giant, so they were no different from humans. But when Kal-El, also known as Superman, came to Earth and absorbed the radiation from the young yellow sun, Superman was born. So, Old Lin, you a second-rate lawyer, often working for free to help the poor, causing your family's livelihood to constantly hover around the poverty line, the good-hearted man. It turns out you are Clark Kent, or rather Kal-El, the strongest man on the surface who likes to wear his underwear outside and flies around showing off his muscles? Lin Chen swallowed hard and looked at his mother. So, Mom, are you Wonder Woman or Lois Lane? Wan Ling frowned and said unhappily, what a bunch of nonsense names. Remember, my real name is Wanda Maximoff. After coming to Huagua, I changed it to Wan Ling to fit in. Your father's name is Lin Ku. Zod. Wanda Maximoff? Lin Ku. Zod? Lin Chen was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue, his eyes wide open. Mom, you are actually the Scarlet Witch who can use the Chaos Source to alter reality? And Dad, you are not Superman, but your name is actually related to the big villain General Zod? I remembered General Zod's full name was something like Druzod. Lin Chen's head buzzed, and for a moment, he couldn't speak.
As a transmigrator, he had memories even in his embryonic state.
He clearly remembered that when he first opened his eyes, he was surrounded by a pale yellow liquid. A few months later, he was squeezed into this world through a narrow pink passage. So, there was no doubt that Wanda was his biological mother. Wan Ling continued to explain, after your father and I came to this planet, our powers were greatly diminished. My strength is reduced to 1/10,000th, while your father has become an ordinary person.
Old Lin nodded and said solemnly, we decided to tell you this news in advance to avoid any mishaps during the contract ceremony tomorrow.
He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Lin Chan's ear mysteriously. According to your mother and me, the consciousness of the Blue Star universe harbors great malice towards us illusionary beings, which is why we cannot exert our powers after arriving here. Dad, I have become no different from an ordinary person, while your mother can still maintain 1/10,000th of her strength. Lin Chan said helplessly, so according to you, old Lin, I definitely have no chance tomorrow, right? My blood flows with yours and Mom's, and has nothing to do with the Blue Star humans. Wan Ling smiled, reaching out to stroke Lin Chen's cheek, her eyes shimmering with a red glow.
Son, don't worry. You were born on Blue Star, inherently recognized by the consciousness of the universe. As long as you form a contract with any hero through the ceremony, you will obtain that key to unlock the shackles binding you, and from then on, you can unleash all the abilities of your father and me on Blue Star. She added, fearing Lin Chen wouldn't believe her, trust Mom, it's guaranteed. As the Scarlet Witch, Wanda possessed incredible abilities, such as foresight and reality alteration, even though her strength was reduced to 1/10,000th after coming to Blue Star. But what she said had mostly come true for Lin Chen. A chill ran through him, and he abandoned the rest of his speech, raising his arm high. Now, I declare the contract ceremony officially begins. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, mixed with cheers from many people. Old Bai, hurry up and get down. Old man, retire already.
Principal Wu glared a few times at the person speaking below, unwilling to part with this authority as he approaches retirement next year. He just wanted to say a few more words, but was scolded as an old fool.
The world is going downhill.
Old Wu shook his head, the few remaining strands of hair fluttering, and held up a small flower.
For example, son, wear more clothes, or you'll definitely catch a cold.
Son, don't drink so much water before bed, or you'll wet the bed. Son, if you don't study hard, you definitely won't pass this exam. Lin Chen gradually realized that all the hardships of his life before turning 18 were all curses from his mother. Old Lin patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Yes, son, once you successfully make the contract and obtain that key, you will possess the powerful abilities of two races. Soon, you will be invincible, but before you are completely invincible, we need to keep a low profile.
Ding dong, ding dong. The 18th contract ceremony is about to begin. All senior students please proceed to the playground.
The announcer's sweet voice from the classroom speaker interrupted Lin Chen's memories.
The students, invigorated, quickly went downstairs to line up for the awakening ceremony without needing the strict teacher's orders.
Lin Chen walked out of the classroom amidst the repeated reminders from the strict teacher. To be honest, he was filled with anticipation for the contract ceremony. According to his parents' descriptions, his hometown should be in some illusion that had not been conquered by the Blue Star humans. If he could successfully make the contract, it would mean he had a chance to return to his parents' hometown. However, returning home didn't seem to be a good situation either. Uncle Zod from the Kryptonian illusion was determined to kill Superman, reclaim the Kryptonian scriptures, and turn Earth into Krypton.
Superman Clark Kent, as the absolute flashpoint of the DC universe, is such an easy target to kill?
If pushed too hard, Clark would directly explode into a silver super, and their whole family would be wiped out.
And in the X-Men illusion, the Omega-level mutant, Grandpa Magneto, wants to create a world only for mutants.
It seems that he never succeeded in his old age. Should he uphold justice and eliminate his relatives, or help the poor old man fulfill his wish? Thinking about it this way, it seems that his relatives are all big villains.
But I am someone who wants to be a hero. The awakening ceremony for the senior students is organized by the Talent Bureau of Huagua.
Since the appearance of illusions, transparent crystals called boundary stones have appeared in population centers around the world. After turning 18, Blue Star humans who touch these crystals will see a heroic phantom and form a contract with it. This process is known as the Hero Contract Ceremony. The contract ceremony is a grand event for all Blue Star humans. Watching the senior students either succeed or fail, instant heaven or instant hell, is one of the happiest moments for many throughout the year. That feeling is like someone who has been caught in the rain always wanting to tear others' umbrellas apart. Single people hope that all lovers in the world will eventually become siblings. On the school playground, the boundary stones have been set up, and a high platform has been built on the flat ground. Reporters from various TV stations have already occupied advantageous positions, focusing their cameras on the boundary stones. Mainstream online media are not to be outdone, with platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou sending major streamers for live broadcasts. There are even beautiful female hosts dancing on site, and Lin Chen shot a critical glance at them. The world is indeed going downhill. That long-haired beauty in black stockings was almost showing her underwear. Principal Wu of Anping No. 1 Middle School stepped onto the podium, cleared his throat, and began his speech. Today, with excitement in our hearts, we welcome the awakening ceremony of the 2038 graduating class. This class is one we have invested a great deal of effort into. Principal Wu, with his Mediterranean hairstyle, spoke endlessly, and the manuscript in his hands was at least a dozen pages long. The students below were drowsy, while the parents watching the ceremony were restless. It felt like holding in a desperate need to urinate while facing a long line in front of the restroom, making one feel like their bladder might burst. Despite their reluctance, as they had not yet graduated, they could only flush red in the face and force themselves to endure. On the live streaming platform, netizens didn't care about anything else and started flooding the screen with insults. Old bastard Wu, when I graduated, he wouldn't stop blabbering, almost made me wet my pants, and it just goes on and on. Lin Chen's parents, Lin Ri Wang and Wan Ling, arrived at the scene early in the morning, standing near the boundary stone. The success or failure of Lin Chen's contract ceremony was related to the future educational direction of the second and third children, as well as whether the fourth and fifth could be born smoothly. It even affected the family's future economic situation. How could they not pay attention? Wan Ling shot a sideways glance at the bald principal on stage, her expression increasingly unfriendly, several strands of chaotic energy like red silk swirling angrily around her fingers. It was clear that Wan Ling was extremely displeased at that moment. She even considered whether to directly take out this bald head. I wasted my precious morning yoga class time just to come here and listen to you, you dead bald head, blabbering? If it weren't for her chaotic magic becoming scarcer and needing to be saved for emergencies, she would have already changed reality and tied Principal Wu's blood vessels into a bow. Old Lin knew her best and gently advised her from the side. No need, dear, if you kill him, we still have to call 120 for emergency services, which would delay our son's time. Perhaps sensing the cold murderous intent from the Scarlet Witch, Principal Wu felt a chill down his spine and twisted his alluring steps to leave the stage. The staff from the Talent Bureau wiped their cold sweat and unveiled the red cloth covering a cylindrical object. Under the sunlight, a regular diamond-shaped translucent crystal emitted dazzling rainbow light. The scene instantly became incredibly silent. This was the boundary stone that could summon the heroes recorded in the Book of Contracts. It was said that these diamond-like transparent crystals had the ability to break through dimensions, helping boys who had turned 18 to form contracts with heroes. Upon closer inspection, countless figures flickered in and out of the boundary stone. The students all held their breath, palms sweating, unsure of what kind of heroic phantom they would summon. Whether they could form a contract with a hero was greatly related to their temperament, character, and even appearance. For example, if a male insisted on forming a contract with Granny Tsunade from the Hidden Leaf Village, the only outcome would be a merciless rejection. Some heroes were very picky about appearances. They would only form contracts with those they found appealing enough to lend their power. Only Lin Chen remained completely unfazed. According to his mother Wan Ling, the significance of him participating in the contract ceremony was merely to obtain that key. A key that could unlock the treasures already piled high with mysteries. As for which hero to form a contract with, it was of no importance. If the first contract target, Saiyan Son Goku, didn't succeed, he had several backups, with no possibility of failure. For instance, Uncle Zod, or Grandpa Magneto, or Uncle Quicksilver. With the bloodline of Krypton and the source of chaos, the powerful S-class elemental heroes that others flocked to were, in his eyes, all weaklings. What he needed to do was touch that stone and reclaim the treasures that rightfully belonged to him. Everything I lost over the years, I will take back with my own hands today. The students took turns going on stage, according to the names called, to start the contract ceremony. The staff held the roster and called out loudly, Class 1 of Senior Year 3, Li Xian. Li Xian's heart trembled. He didn't expect to be the first one called. He walked to the boundary stone, his expression serious as he reached out to press on it. Instantly, the sky darkened, as if it were the polar night. Several figures projected between heaven and earth, and Lin Chen carefully examined them for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat strange. Hey, that orange-haired beauty with a large expanse of white chest muscles, wearing black clothes, could it be Matsumoto Ranjiku from Bleach? If the contract with her succeeds, Li Xian, will you gain her large chest muscles or her Zanpakuto? Hiss, that elementary school student in shorts and a suit should be the strongest elementary school student known as the Shinigami, right?
If I make a contract with him, does that mean someone randomly dies beside me every day? Damn, this is a conceptual ability.
Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, but he quickly shook his head.
No, there are 5 people in my family, including me. We can't last a week like that. That giant wearing a shroud and holding a giant axe, if I'm not mistaken, should be the tyrant from Resident Evil, right? No? Can this thing also summon a contract?
Lin Chen suddenly felt that the contract book of Blue Star had some issues. The hero projections summoned by the Boundary Stone, some of them can't even be considered heroes, and they don't possess strong combat power. For example, the butcher from Resident Evil, if Lin Chen could gain even 1,000th of his father's or mother's abilities, he could easily kill him 10,000 times. One can imagine how strong the abilities gained from summoning these things would be after the contract. The slightly chubby boy Li Xian looked serious. He raised his head and shouted loudly,
I request the symbol of power and handsomeness, fireman. Form a contract with me and share your power.
Lin Chen followed his gaze and saw a man engulfed in flames, floating in midair, with a number 4 faintly visible on his tight-fitting shirt. After a moment's thought, Lin Chen immediately recognized who it was.
The sweet-talking captain, the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. A golden beam of light appeared between the slightly chubby boy and the Human Torch.
If the Human Torch accepted the boy's summons next, he would pass his power to the summoner, thus completing the contract. But unfortunately, the Human Torch stood there coldly, making no move. The beam of light lasted a few seconds before slowly dimming.
People around began to snicker.
The fireman cares a lot about appearance and loves handsome men and beautiful women. This kid really doesn't know his own weight. With his looks and figure, he dares to dream of contracting an S-class fireman. The boy didn't give up. He turned his gaze to another young man with brown long hair, wearing a green combat suit and a round figure. I request you, the hero who loves food and has a robust figure, the muscular fat man, please form a contract with me. Lin Chen shook his head. Ding Xi hated being called fat and looking like a pig. If you summon him like that, it's already a miracle if he doesn't turn into a meatball and jump over to crush you.
Sure enough, Ding Xi snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression, and turned his back.
The golden beam of light between the slightly chubby boy Li Xian and Ding Xi disappeared, and he failed the contract again.
Li Xian looked a bit panicked, scanning around. Before he could choose a third hero, the light of the Boundary Stone dimmed, and all the hero projections in the sky vanished like bubbles. This was because Li Xian's mental strength could no longer sustain the ritual. His face turned pale, and he swayed unsteadily. The staff nearby, who had been prepared, quickly stepped forward to support him. At the same time, they announced, Li Xian, the contract has failed.
The students waiting for the contract ceremony on site all wore serious expressions, and the atmosphere was filled with commotion.
The first one failed the contract. That's not a good omen.
Who told him to overestimate
himself and choose the S-class fireman right off the bat? If he doesn't fail, who will?
The fireman cares most about looks. If you're handsome and fit, you might have a chance. With his physique, he really
overestimated himself. The second one, the A-class fat man, why didn't he get chosen either?
I don't know, the fat man is quite picky. Not many can succeed in contracting with him. Lin Chen silently muttered to
himself. Call in Ding Xijuan. What's with the fat man nonsense?
It's a miracle he can contract with you guys. Moreover, if the captain, who sweet talks, can be considered S-class, then what about his father, a
Kryptonian, and his mother's chaotic magic? What level would that be, SSS?
In Lin Chen's memory, the hero-level classifications recorded in the Book of Contracts had S as the highest, followed by A, B, C, D, and E. Looking at it now, it was clear that there were discrepancies in the hero-level classifications, like the F-class low-tier warrior Sun Wukong, which was simply off the charts. The students were sizing each other up. Their eyes filled with a hint of fear. The failure of the first student cast a shadow over everyone present. However, online it was a completely different story. The live stream was filled with joy. Watching the students fail their contracts was the happiest moment for these netizens all year. This kid clearly can't do it. His belly is bigger than that of a 40-year-old man. How blind must the fireman be to choose
him? Calling him the fat man, what were they thinking? Did their brains short-circuit?
The true names of heroes are secrets that must be bought. Aside from elemental heroes like the fireman and waterman, which are easier to identify, the others can only be improvised on the spot, so it's inevitable that it won't be very accurate. His first target must have been an elemental hero, but since he failed to contract, he immediately lost his composure. His mental strength was also a bit low, otherwise, he would have had a chance to try a third time. What a pity, from now on, he can only pursue a civilian career.
Civilian work isn't
bad, at least there's no life danger.
What good is that?
Rather than living a cowardly life, scraping by, it's better to become a contractor and bring glory to your family.
You know, the salary difference between contractors and ordinary people is tenfold.
1 million is the lifetime salary of an ordinary person, but that's just the price of a nutrient solution for a contractor. If it were you, how would you choose? I choose to make my son a contractor. I'll work for my son.
Ha, what a coincidence. Upstairs, I think the same way.
The second to take the stage was a long-haired girl with an alluring figure. Her towering peaks and flowing hair attracted countless young boys' attention. Lin Chen recognized the girl as the school beauty Mei Yajing, his childhood friend.
Mei Yajing usually looked stunning even without makeup, but today, in such
an important occasion as the contract ceremony, she wore light makeup, making her appear even more graceful, like a lotus emerging from the water, exuding an astonishing charm. Mei Yajing tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her smooth and beautiful face, and spoke a few words to the staff on site. The staff nodded and turned to operate the equipment, a light blue screen enveloping the entire platform. This operation was to protect the hard work of those who had painstakingly conquered the illusion to contract. After conquering the illusion, they would compile the powerful hero's preferences, abilities, names, etc. into a contract
manual and sell it at a high price.
If students used the manuals they wrote, they could apply for a silent domain to prevent information leakage.
Families that could apply for a silent domain were either rich or noble, and Lin Chen knew that Mei Yajing's family was indeed quite wealthy.
The students below widened their eyes, all eager to see which hero the school beauty would summon. Mei Yajing was poised and graceful as she placed her delicate jade-like hand on the boundary stone. Her red lips moved slightly, and as the sky darkened, a dark-skinned female hero with a head full of silver hair appeared before everyone.
This female
hero floated in the air, and what caught the most attention were her hands. In her left hand, a small tornado spun in her palm, while her right hand held a constantly changing shape of lightning.
The students in the audience gasped in uncontrollable amazement. Wow, did I see that right? The hero summoned by Mei, the school beauty, should be a dual-element hero? Incredible! The anomaly in her left hand represents her control over the power of storms, and her right hand shows she can also wield the power of lightning. If she can successfully contract, she'll at least be S-class. Why did the school beauty only summon one hero? If she fails, there won't be a second chance for her to try.
Lin Chen also felt puzzled. Usually, when people contract to be safe, the hero's phantom appears in at least 10 forms. Why was it only the Storm Woman, Aurora
Monroe, that Mei Yajing summoned?
Before he could figure out the reason, the Storm Woman's eyes turned completely silver, and lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Mei Yajing. Her long black hair stood on end. Her feet lifted off the ground, and her pupils turned silver.
The school uniform Mei Yajing wore clung tightly to her body due to static electricity, accentuating her exquisite curves. Wow, it's happening, the hero inheritance. So cool.
Among all hero inheritances, the elemental ones are the most impressive. So beautiful. I need to record this to admire it later at home. Many male students took out their phones to capture this rare spectacle. Lin Chen, not wanting to fall behind, took out his black Rice Note 15 that he bought 2 years ago, switched to camera mode, and started recording. Old Lin had told him that frequently appreciating beautiful women helps maintain physical and mental health.
Looking at beautiful women doesn't mean I don't love your mother, it's to keep hormone secretion normal. It's a matter of feelings and propriety. A gentleman appreciates beauty but does not indulge. And you, my son, must become a real man. On the stands, Wan Ling and Old Lin noticed Lin Chen's actions, and they looked at Mei Yajing with great interest. Honey, how do you think this girl Mei matches with our son? As Lin Chen's childhood playmate, they were quite familiar with Mei. Mei's figure, looks, and personality are all fine, but the hero she contracted is too weak. Old Lin agreed deeply. Indeed, playing with wind and electricity, and she's acting so cool. If I went up, wouldn't I just end up running naked? Wan Ling scoffed. No one's stopping you can try it now if you want.
As a pure-blood Kryptonian, Old Lin was not afraid of threats at all and directly knelt in front of Wan Ling. Honey, I was wrong, spare me. After more than a minute, the phantom in the air slowly dissipated, and the power of the Storm Woman completely entered Mei Yajing's body. She softened and stumbled to the ground. She was helped off the stage by a female staff member waiting
nearby to rest. The staff member announced loudly, Mei Yajing, dual-element hero, contract successful. Boom! The entire playground erupted in excitement. Just the second student had contracted a powerful elemental hero, and from the looks of it, that hero's talent allowed her to use 2 elemental abilities simultaneously. Originally, Mei Yajing already had considerable popularity at school, and this successful contract elevated her from school beauty to goddess level. Goddess Mei, I love you. Give me a chance to be your boyfriend. I advise you not to be ungrateful. What window did God close for her? I'm so envious that am getting hard. Are you sure it's because you're envious and not because you saw Mei's figure? Among the crowd watching below, several men dressed in uniforms from prestigious universities struggled to push through the throng, rushing towards the backstage lounge. They were scouts from various elite schools. Whenever a high school awakened, they would be present to identify potential students and sign special recruitment contracts. Mei Yajing's awakened ability was considered a
top-tier elemental talent, making her a target they must compete for. One can imagine that Mei Yajing's future would be smooth sailing. With the example of the beautiful Mei, the awakenings of the remaining students seemed rather ordinary. Lin Chen observed. Dozens of classmates in succession, the success rate of contracts was about 30%, most of whom were enhancement types. And there were even some recovery types. Among them, a hero known as Spider-Man had a high probability of forming a contract. He resembled a neighborly older brother, smiling indulgently at the requests of his younger siblings. In fact, these students were making the right choice if they didn't have a family background and talent like Mei Yajing. Opting for heroes with less demanding requirements and a more approachable demeanor was the best choice for ordinary folks like them. In the perception of the Blue Star people, even if an enhancement type trained their muscles to be incredibly strong, they could not compete with a contractor who could fully elementalize their body. The scene was calm, and some people began to yawn. Hey, this year's students aren't very impressive. There's only one elemental type, and not even a mental type. Exactly, I'm almost falling asleep. I remember last year there was a girl who awakened a fire talent and burned her clothes clean on the spot. That scene was something else. Ha, upstairs, do you remember? I was there too, and I recorded it. That clip is now a collector's item online. Upstairs, do you have the footage? Share it. Upstairs, DM me, I'll give you 50. Desperately seeking footage. Godfather, no, Dad. Lin Chen was among over 100 people and waited for about 2 hours before being called by the staff. He walked up to the stage calmly. Lin Chen had already decided on the hero he wanted to contract, and yes, it was Sun Wukong, recorded as an F-class low-tier warrior in the contract book, or he could also be called Kakarot. The Kryptonian bloodline was already incredibly powerful, capable of superspeed flight, surviving in space without a protective suit, possessing an indestructible steel body and powerful heat vision and X-ray vision. Aside from having slightly low magic resistance and being afraid of green kryptonite, it had almost no weaknesses. Moreover, the chaotic magic inherited from his mother compensated for all the shortcomings of the Kryptonian bloodline. Lin Chen could already imagine the scene in the future when enemies learned of the Kryptonian bloodline's weakness and shot him with evil kryptonite bullets. As the green kryptonite bullets flew through the air, he would use his chaotic power to transform them into blooming flowers. With these two powerful genetic traits, what more could he need? Contracting Sun Wukong would be ideal. If that didn't work, he could find a relative, as there was a wonderful sense of connection between bloodlines. And no matter how bad it got, he could still obtain that key. Looking at the crystal-clear boundary stone before him, no matter how steady Lin Chen's character was, his palms couldn't help but sweat slightly. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting from the stands nearby. Go for it, son. You're going to win, son. Just go for it, no matter if you succeed or fail. Mom and Dad love you. Lin Chen didn't even need to look to know that it was his conspicuous parents cheering for him on sight. He felt a bit exasperated, his expression darkening. You two should tone it down, we're a black household. However, old Lin and Wan Ling showed no awareness of being a black household. They were full of excitement, introducing him to the surrounding audience. Did you see? The handsome guy going up on stage now is my eldest. Excellent in both character and academics, IQ 138, height 1.83 meters. I'm telling you, his contract ceremony will definitely shock the world. What, you ask me why? Because he has a good mom. Like me. Lin Chen walked to the boundary stone and nodded to a nearby staff member. Request to activate the silent field. Not for any other reason but to avoid hearing the loud calls of old Lin and his mother for a while. The staff member nodded, feeling quite expectant. The last person who needed silence was Mei Yajing, who had contracted an S-class hero of dual elements, and now another one had come. Could it be that they were about to witness a new S-class elemental contractor again? As the blue field unfolded, Lin Chen's ears were suddenly filled with tranquility, no longer hearing any worldly noise. He turned his face and saw his mother, Wan Ling, excitedly waving at him, shouting something. Lin Chen smiled and nodded at his mother, signaling her not to worry, and placed his left hand on the boundary stone. Immediately, a brilliant golden light radiated from Lin Chen, and the sky over Anping City turned completely dark, with a low murmuring sound echoing in the air. A dark red hue appeared in the pitch-black sky, and in the next moment countless heroic phantoms appeared in the sky. All the heroes and villains Lin Chen had seen in his past life through films and animations appeared before him in phantom form. Marvel, DC, Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, Dragon Ball, Jujutsu Kaisen, Detective Conan, Saint Seiya, Yu Yu Hakusho, King of Peacocks, Demon Ninja. Endless, countless. Even some characters, Lin Chen's memories of them were not very clear, but at this moment, they vividly appeared in their strongest forms before the world. Ah, this. Lin Chen was instantly dumbfounded. The reason so many heroes appeared, he could guess with his toes, was definitely the good work of his mother, Wanda. The Scarlet Witch's abilities include but are not limited to altering reality, creating illusions, manipulating time, space, and matter, and modifying probabilities.
Wan Ling's incredible abilities were merely used to manipulate Lin Chen's subconscious, allowing him to summon any hero he had ever seen, even if just for a moment, as if it were child's play. Lin Chen secretly lamented his mother was well-meaning but had done a bad thing. However, he couldn't blame his mother entirely. After all, he had never told the Scarlet Witch that his mind contained almost all the characters from Illusions. Not only was Lin Chen in despair, but old Lin and Wan Ling in the audience also widened their eyes, mouths slightly agape, unable to close them for a long time. Among the countless heroic phantoms, old Lin and Wan Ling saw many familiar faces, but the problem was they had never mentioned the existence of these people to Lin Chen. Honey, I know you must have given our son a boost, but is this boost a bit too much? Wan Ling couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, leaning close to old Lin's ear and whispering, Honey, something feels off. I only enhanced the eldest's subconscious so he could recall all the heroes in his memory, but I didn't expect he could summon so many phantoms. Hiss, how did he do it? A hint of confusion flashed in Wan Ling's eyes, and soon her eyes lit up as if she had found the answer to the problem. The eldest is indeed a top student. Out of so many heroes, I don't recognize 90% of them. No wonder he is my child. Oh no, honey, I suddenly thought of a problem. Old Lin turned his head to look at Wan Ling, noticing her two delicate brows tightly knitted together. Do you think the eldest might expose that our whole family consists of people from Illusions? Old Lin smiled and shook his head, sighing. Don't worry, my son, Lin Ku Zuodi, is definitely not an ordinary person. What's wrong with having a few more heroic phantoms? If anyone asks, just say I taught him. If the sky falls, I, as his father, will hold it up. Honey, you're so manly. Unlike the complicated feelings of Zod and Wanda, the others were left with only two words in their minds. What the hell? First tone. What the hell? Second tone. What the hell? Fourth tone. The parents, reporters, and Lin Chen's classmates on the scene began to question their lives. This is too outrageous. How could there be this many hero phantoms? How did he do it? I see hundreds of hero phantoms in the sky, and all the heroes currently conquered in the illusion combined don't even add up to this many. Yeah, how strong must his mental power be to support so many visible hero phantoms? Lin, the study committee member, is terrifying. Ha! I see several big sisters, and it seems like they aren't wearing clothes. Where? Show me. Over there, dressed in purple. In the live chat room, it fell silent, and many began to doubt whether the scene appearing on their phones was a promotional video shot by the Talent Bureau of Huagua. Can someone tell me if my phone has a virus? Why am I seeing hallucinations? What happened? I was just watching the student contract ceremony. Why did it suddenly start showing an advertisement? TSK, hundreds of heroes, that's a big investment. This advertisement must have cost a fortune. That kid from the contract just now looks pretty good. What's his name? Is he a star about to debut? His parents must be rich. It shouldn't be Guangzi, right? With several female heroes dressed so revealingly, isn't shooting such an advertisement asking for trouble? There were those who were amazed and those who were suspicious, and the live broadcast room was in chaos. Lin Chen helplessly glared at his mother. His mental power was so immense that it could support such a vast number of hero phantoms, which should have been inherited from the powerful genes of the Scarlet Witch. From the moment he was born, he was much stronger than the average person. He could remember everything at a glance, recite things backward, and do mental calculations for 4-digit multiplication, earning the title of genius since childhood, the kind of child everyone else envied. But for some reason, his parents' second and third children were adorably clueless. Since elementary school, he had always been the class study committee member. Supporting these hero phantoms for a short time wasn't even that difficult. Forget it, let's complete the contract ceremony first, then think about how to smooth things over later. Lin Chen set his worries aside and began searching for his desired hero phantoms. As he expected, some of the ridiculously powerful hero phantoms did not appear. It seemed the energy from the boundary stone couldn't summon these heroes. Sun Wukong, Kakarot, where are you? Having too many hero phantoms was also a problem. Lin Chen couldn't find Sun Wukong in such a short time. But the alternative options had already actively connected with Lin Chen. Child, I sense a familiar bloodline in you. Who is your father? A deep, cold voice echoed in Lin Chen's ears. It was the 28th figure counting back from the 32nd row on the left, a powerful man in a black battlesuit with a small mustache, General Zod from Krypton. As long as he called him Grandpa, Lin Chen would definitely succeed in the contract. If that didn't work, he could choose Magneto, the powerful Omega-level mutant wearing a metal helmet that only revealed part of his face. Or perhaps he could choose the twin brother of Wan Ling, his uncle, Quicksilver? These powerful heroes, who had a natural bond with him deep in their bloodlines, quickly sensed Lin Chen's presence and turned their gazes toward him. Weak golden lights, like chains, connected Lin Chen to them. Lin Chen had a faint premonition that as long as he called out the true names of these heroes, he would be able to successfully form a contract and obtain the key his mother spoke of.
but he already possessed the powers of Kryptonians and chaotic magic. Forming a contract with these relatives would offer him limited assistance. Deep down, he still wanted to form a contract with Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong started with a low beginning, as long as he put in the effort, his future growth had no limits. After all, he had 3 chances, and with his own relatives as a foundation, failure to awaken was not an option. Lin Chen conducted a thorough search and finally found his target. However, he was soon stunned. He saw 3 figures of Sun Wukong Kakarot. The first was a young man with a silly expression, his golden short hair shooting up like flames, wearing an orange-red martial arts uniform with a turtle symbol on his back, Super Saiyan form of Sun Wukong. The second was a child form, a young Sun Wukong with a tail, likely just having arrived on Earth and not yet having become Master Roshi's disciple. The third was a giant ape, its massive body floating in midair. It should be Sun Wukong transformed into a giant ape, but Lin Chen couldn't confirm this form. It had to be Sun Wukong, but there was a chance it could be Vegeta or another Saiyan. Which one to choose? First, he ruled out the third one. It could be Vegeta, but what if it was Nappa or Sun Wukong's brother Raditz? That would be disastrous. The remaining options were to choose between the Super Saiyan form of Sun Wukong and the young Sun Wukong. Choosing the Super Saiyan form would make it much easier to awaken that form in the future. On the other hand, choosing the young form of Sun Wukong would significantly lower the difficulty of forming a contract, making it easier to achieve a perfect fit. Before Lin Chen could make his final choice, the space trembled violently and the dark sky shattered like tempered glass struck by a massive force. A scarlet eye filled with immense malice rolled out from the cracks in space, quickly locking onto Lin Chen, who stood on the platform. A deep, multi-layered voice only Lin Chen could hear echoed in his heart. Earth's remnants, I have finally found you. This time, you cannot escape. A gigantic hand, covered in menacing bone spikes, broke through the shattered space and reached for Lin Chen. Everyone was completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their brains had given up thinking, and their bodies could not react, leaving them staring blankly. Strangely, in the live broadcast room, everyone who saw the Scarlet Eye also stopped thinking at the same time. Everything, except for Lin Chen and that Scarlet Eye, seemed to freeze. In the audience, Wan Ling's eyes flashed with a red light as she suddenly regained her senses. What is that? Could it also be a type of hero's phantom? No, this malice is definitely not part of a normal contract ceremony. Seeing the giant hand about to touch her son, she had no time to think further. She crossed her arms over her chest, squeezing all the chaotic power within her. In an instant, Wan Ling condensed a dark red energy ball the size of a basketball and shot it towards Lin Chen. She knew that this situation must have arisen because the contract ceremony connected to the myriad worlds, causing an unknown entity to cross infinite realms to find them. She shouted in her heart, completely sever the link between Lin Chen and the boundary stone. The energy ball hit Lin Chen's body, and a dark red shockwave spread out, instantly dissipating the countless hero phantoms. The shattered space walls quickly healed, and the giant hand could no longer advance an inch, while the voice in Lin Chen's heart let out a furious roar. No, I crossed several worlds just to find you. You cannot escape, roar. As the Scarlet Eye was expelled, the memories of everyone on Blue Star regarding Lin Chen's awakening were simultaneously sealed. Finally, everything returned to calm, leaving only Lin Chen and the empty sky, where the heroic phantoms that once filled the heavens had completely vanished. The audience and classmates slowly awakened from their stupor, as if the crimson giant eyes and enormous hands that had just appeared left no trace in their minds. In the end, what they saw was Lin Chen standing alone on the stage, his left hand resting on the boundary stone, with only one hero before him, the F-class hero with a long tail, the low-tier warrior Sun Wukong. Hey, didn't Lin Chen just summon a multitude of heroic phantoms? Yeah, you're not mistaken, I remember it too, so why is there not a single heroic phantom left now? Could it be that the young man was too greedy, exhausting his mental energy and causing the contract ritual to fail? That's possible, but there's another possibility. The boundary stone might have had a bug, and the heroic phantoms weren't actually summoned by Lin Chen. There were various speculations, some guessing that Lin Chen had exhausted his mental energy and failed the contract, while others speculated that the boundary stone had a bug and that the phantoms were all fake. Lin Chen shook his head pounding, instinctively not wanting to think about what had just happened. This was a form of self-protective mechanism, a selective forgetting. Lin Chen was about to let go and terminate the contract ritual when he suddenly noticed that right in front of the boundary stone, a young Sun Wukong was curiously examining him while carrying the golden staff. His figure was very solid, seeming not like a heroic phantom at all. Lin Chen smiled. Perhaps this was fate's choice? It's you, the young version of Sun Wukong. He did not underestimate the young Wukong because of his age and squatted down seriously. Sun Wukong, are you willing to form a contract with me? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Form a contract with you? What's the benefit? Is there good food? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he affirmed, yes, in the future, I will definitely come to your world and bring you lots of delicious food. Hearing about the food,
Young Wukong's eyes lit up. He extended a hand, his mouth also curving up, quietly watching Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a few steps forward, tightly grasping both hands together, and young Wukong's phantom slowly merged into Lin Chen's body. Boom! The boundary stone emitted a golden beam of light shooting straight into the sky. The scene erupted in an uproar. The unique inheritor had appeared. The unique inheritor, as the name suggests, is when the contractor and the hero achieve a perfect contract, gaining the complete power inheritance of the hero. As long as the contractor does not die, the heroic phantom will no longer appear in the ritual. Seeing Lin Chen achieve the unique contract with the F-class low-tier warrior, everyone present was stunned. What were they thinking, actually forming a unique contract with an F-class low-tier warrior? It's over, Lin Shuawei is finished. How could he form a contract with an F-class low-tier warrior? What was he thinking? Didn't he just say in class that he wanted to form a contract with an F-class low-tier warrior? I thought he was joking, but I didn't expect him to be serious. Lin Chen's homeroom teacher, Master Mia, felt darkness before her eyes and collapsed directly onto her chair. This year, the class's most promising candidate for an S-class elemental talent, Lin Chen, had just formed a unique contract with an F-class low-tier warrior, rendering her 3 years of effort completely wasted. In the live broadcast room, the audience who saw Lin Chen and Sun Wukong form a contract did not have any special feelings. They did not know Lin Chen, so they felt no regret. Everyone was captivated by the soaring beam of light emitted by the boundary stone. What happened? Why did the boundary stone shoot up like that, the light soaring so high? I just checked the information. It seems that the boundary stone emitting a soaring beam of light represents that the contractor and the heroic phantom have achieved a unique contract, meaning that the young man just now has become the unique inheritor. The unique inheritor, huh? I've heard of such a thing, but this is the first time I've seen it. The boundary stone actually emits such a powerful beam of light, it's simply earth-shattering. So cool. I want my son to try to become the sole inheritor in the future. It seems that to become the sole inheritor, the hero must not have made a contract with anyone else. Only those obscure heroes will do. Yes, most of the strongest 5 gods, 7 saints, and 12 stars globally are sole inheritors. A few years ago, the chances of becoming a sole inheritor were very high, but in recent years, it has basically become extinct. I'm very curious about what kind of hero this boy named Lin Chen has contracted to be so obscure that no one has chosen him for so many years. I recorded it. The hero he just made a contract with seems to be an F-class low-level warrior. Besides having an extra tail, he has no special abilities. What can an extra tail do? Climb trees faster? After Lin Chen made a contract with Sun Wukong, he closed his eyes and quietly experienced the changes in his body. If what his mother said is true, he has already obtained the key, so now is the moment he breaks free from the shackles of his mortal body. A light blue attribute panel slowly unfolded before his eyes, and Lin Chen immediately clenched his fists in excitement. Here it comes, my mother was right. Student, please go to the rest area after a successful contract and do not occupy the contract area for too long. The staff's reminder interrupted Lin Chen. He could only open his eyes and scratch his head in embarrassment. Oh, sorry, I'll leave right now. Arriving at the rest area, it was a temporary sunshade where dozens of students were already waiting, some sitting and some lying down. Special recruitment. Personnel from various universities surrounded the promising students, making all sorts of promises. Student, your tuition for 4 years of university will be fully waived and will provide you with a single dormitory. This student, we are from Seoul University, in the land of the morning calm. Come to our school and we'll reward you with 1 million won plus 3 personal tutors to help you with your daily life. The campus beauty Mei Yajing was surrounded by 3 circles of special recruitment personnel, and the competition had reached a fever pitch. We, the Imperial Capital University, will give you 3 million Huagua coins as a reward, and during your time at school, various supplements and healing potions will be supplied without limit. In the illusion, our Qingbai University will fully guarantee your safety, and we will form a special operations team led by you to ensure you rank at the top in every illusion. The military academy will grant you the rank of major, and you will directly enter special operations after graduation. Compared to the lively atmosphere around other students, Lin Chen's arrival did not cause a ripple. Many special recruitment personnel frowned upon seeing Lin Chen. What use is it to recruit a youth who has made a contract with an F-class low-level warrior? Are they going to cultivate a useless low-level warrior? This kid seems to have excellent academic results, but with this hero contracted, sigh. What a waste. Lin Chen smiled, not caring at all. He sat in a corner on a chair, closed his eyes, and a light blue screen appeared before him. After each contractor successfully makes a contract, they activate their own unique data panel to grasp attribute changes. A contract lasts a lifetime, truly a conscientious product.
At this moment, Lin Chen's attributes displayed as name Lin Chen, race Kryptonian, mutant hybrid physique 12, normal people are 10. This value represents strength, speed, and constitution, a comprehensive value. Spirit 50, normal people are 10 from the powerful genetics of the Scarlet Witch, granting you exceptional talent in photographic. Memory talent 1, bloodline inheritance Kryptonian bloodline can grow stronger by absorbing stellar radiation, except for red stars. Talent 2, bloodline inheritance source of chaos, the ancestor of all magic, the primordial light from the birth of the universe, all powerful. Talent 3, unique inheritance Saiyan, incredible appetite, near-death attribute doubled, talent points 0. Seeing his attribute panel, Lin Chen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Previously, he had some concerns. What if there was a genetic conflict from his parents and he only inherited one type of legacy? Genetics can be very uncertain, and there is an old saying in Huagui, a dragon has 9 sons, each different. Now, it seemed that not only had he perfectly inherited the powerful racial talents from his parents, but even the Saiyan bloodline he obtained during the contract ceremony had fused within him. His initial mental strength reached 50 points, likely due to his mother's excellent lineage. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of dark red light flashing in them, and the world before him changed completely. His body transformed into a mass of dark red light, with countless fine threads connecting from an unknown void into the light mass. Lin Chen estimated that these fine threads should be the chaotic source from the Scarlet Witch causing this phenomenon. He reached out to try to touch these threads, but his hand passed right through. The threads seemed to exist in a different dimension, unable to be touched by him. A realization rose in Lin Chen's heart. He understood that with his current strength he could only see, but could not make any changes. After testing the chaotic source ability, Lin Chen quickly walked to the side of the playground and began to try to activate his Saiyan talent. In fact, many people did not know that the Saiyan bloodline also had a hidden talent, which was weight training or training under heavy gravity. When Sun Wukong first arrived on Earth, his strength was indeed not high. After receiving training from Master Roshi and carrying a turtle shell on his back, his strength began to increase rapidly. Later, after entering the 100-fold gravity chamber, he made even more significant progress. The Saiyan physique combined with the gravity chamber could produce an effect where 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. Lin Chen did not have the conditions for a gravity chamber right now, so he could only use other methods. As a substitute, he strapped on a dozen weight plates on his back and started running around the playground, appearing somewhat cumbersome, yet also a bit comical. The classmates still waiting for the contract ceremony noticed Lin Chen's unusual behavior. They gaped, their eyes filled with shock. Was Lin Chen going crazy, running with weight plates while contracting a trash hero? What was the use? After training, would he go work as a construction worker? What's wrong with Lin? What is he trying to do? After obtaining the hero contract, why is he still doing such low-level training? What's the point? After becoming a contractor, the corresponding training methods would also upgrade. Elemental types needed to enter the meditation room, soaking their entire bodies in the meditation pod to enhance mental growth. Strength types needed to enter the damping resistance room, constantly honing their physical strength. The training methods that originally belonged to ordinary humans would lose their effectiveness for hero contractors. So when they saw Lin Chen still doing low-level physical training with such a basic method, they couldn't help but mock him. It's really funny, he must have gone crazy after contracting a low-tier warrior, right? What's the point of running with weight plates? Has he lost his mind? It's possible, maybe low-tier warriors have to train like this. Since the contract book defines him as a low-tier warrior, what else can he do besides this basic training method? Ha ha ha, you make a good point. Lin Chen paid no attention to the pointing and whispering around him. He persisted and completed a 10-kilometer weighted run, then began doing push-ups. Large beads of sweat, like pearls on a broken string, continuously dripped from his chiseled cheeks. Completing a 10-kilometer weighted run and then continuing with weighted push-ups was a significant challenge for an ordinary person who had just formed a contract. His efforts were not in vain. The moment he completed the weighted training method, his physique instantly increased by 1 point, and at that moment his physique attribute changed from 12 points to 13 points. If he continued at this pace, he would only need 10 days of consistent weighted training. Even under the radiation of a red giant star, he could double his strength. A month later, his strength, speed, and physique could be enhanced to 3 times what they were now. Not to mention, once conditions improved, with 5 or 10 times the gravity chamber, how terrifying his upgrade speed would become. Lin Chen felt a sense of certainty in his heart. As long as he persevered and his physique reached a certain level, he could transform into a Super Saiyan. At that time, no Blue Star contractor would be able to withstand a single blow from him. A month later, Anping City, Changjiang West Road, the sharp cries for help in the morning alley shattered the silence that had persisted throughout the night. Help! Catch the thief! The thief, wearing a black Balenciaga stocking mask, shot out white spider silk in front of an elderly woman, swinging high with one hand and quickly escaping the scene. He even turned back to give her the middle finger. "Fat old hag, what are you shouting for? Who can catch me if I want to leave?" In the next moment, a handsome face appeared before him, and a calm voice, almost devoid of emotion, rang out. "Such righteous power, yet you use it to steal? Go to the station and reflect on your actions." A fist that kept growing larger instantly filled the thief's entire world. The thief sneered, thinking, "Ha, you think you can hit me? Don't you know my contracted hero, named Spider-Man, can completely dodge close-range attacks with a quick move?" But this time, the usually effective quick move had no effect. A tremendous force struck his chest. The thief felt a sweetness in his mouth, like a kite with its string. Cut, he flew backward. With a thud, he slammed against the wall and slowly slid down. The thief's eyes widened, and before losing consciousness, one thought filled his mind: how is this possible? The elderly woman carefully counted the $32.78 in her wallet, shouting at the retreating figure of the boy. "Little Lin, thank you. You're welcome. This is what a good neighbor should do." The boy waved his hand, completely unconcerned. The elderly woman looked at the boy's bronze, muscular arms glistening in the sunlight from sweat and sighed. "Ah, what a good kid, but just because he contracted a useless hero, he has become so erratic, running around every day. Exercising, what a pity. Hello, 110? I was robbed, but it's already resolved. Yes, it was that kid Linchin who helped me. I've said it many times, I'm not mentally ill, Mom. I train with weights every day, my strength is improving rapidly. Mom doesn't doubt you, but you go out every day to fight crime. Is this really a requirement of being a contracted hero?" Wan Ling's face was filled with worry. Behind her hung rows of red banners, and the table was piled high, completely out of space. The certificates read things like "Good Citizen," "For Acting Righteously," "Outstanding Youth of Anping City," "Savior of Fallen Women," "Pioneer in Anti-Vice Campaigns," and so on. Lin Chen's experiences over the past month could be described as extremely rich. During his spare time from weight training, he didn't forget to hone his skills through practical combat. The Saiyan's formidable combat power was indeed important, but continuous real combat, commonly known as going out to have fun, was the key to a Saiyan's ability to constantly break through their limits. Thus, over the past month, Lin Chen had almost toppled all underground industries in Anping City. He battled with KTV thugs, fought against underground brothel enforcers, and clashed with bathhouse bouncers. During this time, he inadvertently halted a descent of the Death God's illusion realm in Medhao Star and Lingdong Star. What surprised Lin Chen the most was that Mei Yajing did not cut off all contact with him as everyone said. Instead, she showed more concern for him, suggesting several times that he go to the Imperial Capital University, where she could help Lin Chen level up and conquer the illusion together. Considering his family's special circumstances, Lin Chen politely declined. He was admitted to Anping City United University with an exceptionally high score in the liberal arts. Xiaomei was not angry because of this. Instead, she kept informing Lin Chen about some internal news she had received. Last night, Xiaomei notified him that the Illusion Management Bureau detected intense spatial fluctuations, which meant that Illusion Number 1 was about to open. And today was the day for their cohort of new contractees to enter Illusion Number 1. Lin Chen's mouth was stuffed with food as he hurriedly changed his clothes while wolfing it down. His weighted suit was filled with lead blocks, which would be deemed illegal attire by the illusion and confiscated immediately. He certainly didn't want to enter the illusion. Bear. No matter how much you say, you won't believe it. Today is the time the illusion opens. Just watch how I get good results in the illusion with Old Lin. Old Lin walked over and patted his son's shoulder. Don't worry, son. As long as the sun in the illusion isn't red, like it is on Blue Star, the powerful abilities from your Kryptonian bloodline will give you an indestructible steel body. Of course, after being irradiated by the red giant star for 18 years, it might take a little time to complete the transformation, but I can guarantee you, the Kryptonian bloodline will be stronger than you can imagine. Lin Chen rolled his eyes and replied dismissively, "Alright, I got it." "Old Lin, you've said it 100 times already." Wan Ling, with her long, smooth brown hair and facial features leaning towards those of a Western woman, walked up to Lin Chen. She looked up into her tall and handsome son's eyes, a glimmer of red light flashing in her. "Oh, Lin Chen, my eldest son, this time in the illusion." Lin Chen smiled, focusing his gaze back at her, his eyes flashing with the same red light. "Okay, Mom, save some of the source of chaos. Trust your son this once, it's a sure win." Old Lin wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder, comforting her. "Dear, the kids have grown up, let him venture out on his own. Good luck. Whether your younger siblings can attend private elementary school, whether your mom and I can have another daughter, and even whether we can return to our hometown to visit relatives in the future, all rests on your shoulders." Old Lin made a gesture of encouragement, giving Lin Chen a thumbs up. Summarizing, "You are the hope of our whole family.
Lin Chen covered his forehead, speechless. Forget about the rest, I really can't control whether you and mom want more kids. Until the household registration is sorted out, you two better not have any more. It would be a hassle if our family needs to run away in the future. Wan Ling pressed her hand over old Lin's mouth, stopping him from continuing. Son, be a little low-key. Don't forget, our whole family is made up of people from the illusion. The identity information was modified by me using magic back in the day, and it can't withstand investigation. Lin Chen sighed and nodded helplessly. While chatting, golden light points appeared before him, coalescing into a prompt visible only to the contractors. The first illusion is about to open. Contractors, attempt to repair the deviated timeline. This illusion lasts for 3 days. Please find the nearest portal to enter. This illusion is mandatory. Summon contractors cannot refuse. If you exceed the time limit, you will be forcibly transported. The countdown begins. 99, 98, 97. Here it comes, the mandatory sign of the illusion. The first 10 illusions were all mandatory summons, and contractors could not refuse. If they didn't enter on time, they would be directly transported into the illusion, and the landing would be random, making it easy to die. So contractors generally entered through the portal obediently. Lin Chen's spirits lifted as he waved goodbye to his parents. No more talking, the illusion is calling me. Wait for me to come back. He opened the balcony window, gazing into the distance. About 2 kilometers ahead, the space was violently fluctuating, slowly unfolding a massive portal with a blue background and red edges, reaching several dozen meters in height. This was the entrance to the illusion, accessible only to contractors. Ordinary people passing through would not be affected at all. Not bad, the distance isn't too far. Lin Chen nodded, stood on the balcony railing, spread his arms, and dove headfirst, jumping down from the 3rd floor. The Lin couple hurried to the window, watching their son leap gracefully like a cheetah, flipping in the air, lightly tapping a tree with one foot and landing steadily. Wan Ling patted her chest. This child startled me. His performance just now has far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Could that weight training method really be effective? Old Lin pondered. Perhaps, you know the boss's character, he has always been steady, and sometimes it even makes me feel that his experiences are richer than mine. From childhood to now, he has always been the top of his grade, never changing. Old Lin sighed, his eyes filled with pride. How could I have such an outstanding son? Same parents, why are the second and third? Old Lin glanced at the second and third children, curled up on the sofa, munching on snacks, watching the animated series of Peppa Pig, and grinning foolishly. It's like a card drawing game. The first card is SSR, while the second and third might be D or F grade useless cards, which is quite normal. When we had the boss, maybe our abilities hadn't completely diminished yet. Wan Ling said calmly, even imagining the reasons for Lin Chan's excellence. She had already accepted the ordinariness of the second and third children. Let them be. If they don't work out, she could restore their abilities later and directly change the fate of these two who just eat and wait to die. My Wanda's child, as long as he lives a safe and sound life. Lin Chen maintained the speed of a 100-meter sprint, dashed into the portal, his figure flickering and disappearing in blue star. Wan Ling's eyes widened, tightly gripping old Lin's collar, ecstatic. He went in, Lin Chen went in. Honey, we have hope now, we can go home. Wan Ling cried tears of joy, tightly embracing old Lin. 20 years had passed since they arrived at Blue Star, and they had lived in fear for 20 years. Now they finally saw the hope of returning home. How could they not be incredibly excited? Not far from Lin Chen's home, a black-clad figure wearing a skull mask reported to a skull head. Lord of the Undead, the boy who disrupted the arrival of the illusion realm has entered the illusion. White flames ignited in the eye sockets of the skull head. Understood. He dares to disrupt the grand plans of our 6 paths. I will take his soul. At this moment, Lin Chen was in a marvelous space composed of golden lines. He was on a video call with Mei Yajing, who had already gone to the Imperial Capital University, knowing that this was the time-space hall every contractor would arrive at before entering the illusion. Contractors could freely form teams in the hall, with each team consisting of at least 2 and at most 5 people. Major universities would allow students to form teams based on their awakening types in advance, and teams generally included a tank, healer, and damage dealer in a triangular combination. Lin Chen, having contracted the F-grade hero Kakarot, did not receive any special admission notice from the extraordinary university when filling out the unified admission application, considering that his whole family were visitors from the illusion realm. Being admitted to an extraordinary university would require checking the ancestry for 3 generations. Lin Chen's ancestry for 3 generations was probably all in the illusion. To avoid exposure, he simply gave up on applying to the extraordinary university. He is now a student in the vocational class of Anping City United University, majoring in computer science. After jointly combating an illusion realm arrival, Xiaomei often video calls him.
to help him learn some knowledge about the illusion. With Xiaomei's help, Lin Chen felt that attending an extraordinary university was not a necessary path in his life. He could live well without the illusion. Bored, Lin Chen summoned his attribute panel and blue light flickered in the air, displaying his data panel. Name: Lin Chen, race: Kryptonian, mutant hybrid, physique: 72, currently no stellar radiation. Amplification 0%, spirit 112, talent 1, bloodline inheritance. Kryptonian bloodline can become stronger with stellar radiation, except for red stars. Talent 2, bloodline inheritance. Source of chaos, the progenitor of all magic, the primordial light at the dawn of the universe. Talent skill, illusion, creates illusions. Creatures with mental attributes lower than yours will be unable to resist this effect. Talent 3, unique inheritance. Saiyan, incredible appetite, near-death attributes doubled. Talent points 0. Indeed, having escaped the illumination of the red star, the negative buffs that had accompanied Lin Chen for 18 years finally vanished. After 2 months of hard training, he was 6 times stronger than before the contract ceremony. Lin Chen had privately conducted tests, and with his current physical strength, ordinary blades couldn't break through his defenses at all, leaving it most a shallow white mark on his skin. His improvement was due to the Saiyan talent combined with weighted training methods, which provided significant boosts. The growth of his mental attributes was because of the source of chaos, which was enhancing his spirit every moment, reaching a level of improvement of 1 point per day. The speed of Lin Chen's mental growth seemed slow, but it was actually quite remarkable. He learned this while chatting with Mei Yajing. Xiaomei had awakened a rare dual-element talent using a meditation pod day and night, pushing herself to the point of sleeplessness. After 2 months, she had only increased her spirit by 20 points. As for the Kryptonian bloodline that old Lin had boasted about, it's better not to mention it. One could only see if entering the illusion after escaping the radiation of the red star and receiving the radiation from a young star could activate the powerful bloodline inheritance of the Kryptonians. Lin Chen entered the time-space hall relatively quickly, and after a while, people began to be transmitted in one after another. Most of them were in groups of 3 or 5, wearing high-intensity protective suits issued by their schools, with the emblems of various extraordinary schools hanging on their chests. Clearly, students from various extraordinary schools. Lin Chen stood alone, his appearance and demeanor exceptional, attracting the attention of many. Soon, someone recognized him and whispered to their companions, "Hey, did you see that tall, handsome guy?" "Yeah, what about him?" "He's a legend from our Anping city, summoned a sky full of heroic phantoms during the contract ceremony, and guess what? He chose an F-class hero, a low-level warrior." "Ha, isn't that funny? An F-class hero, low-level warrior? I know that hero. Apart from having a tail, he's useless." What was he thinking? A hero like that dares to enter the illusion. Does he really think it's a vacation? What can he do if he doesn't want to come? He can't resist. The top 10 illusions are all mandatory summons. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his mental power exceeding 100 points, allowing him to hear the whispers of those around him clearly. But so what? He had never regretted contracting Sun Wukong. He persisted in weighted training every day, which not only strengthened his body but also forged a will of steel. Even under the light of the red star on blue star, he couldn't use Kryptonian powers, but relying solely on his Saiyan talent and weighted training methods, he could become invincible in a few years. By then, those who mocked him today would surely regret their words. Sun Wukong, wait for me to give you a proper name. Soon, I will make the world realize how ridiculous their mistakes are. Lin Chen clenched his fists and bowed silently. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. "Hey, are you alone? Do you want to team up with us?" Lin Chen was quite surprised and turned to look. He noticed a 4-person team had appeared beside him, 2 men and 2 women, their eyes showing tension and helplessness. The one who approached him was a well-endowed girl. Although she wore loose school uniform, it was clear she had a generous figure. "Don't you know who I am?" Lin Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. Although he wasn't a household name in Anping City, he was still a public figure. There were even some video bloggers using his daily training videos to gain views, paired with sensational headlines. Low-level warrior hero contractor, Lin Chen's XX day of becoming stronger. The comments below were all mocking him. "Ha, too funny. Ha, has he gone crazy? Does he really think he can get stronger just by running and doing push-ups?" Many people think he is crazy, mentally unstable, treating his daily weight training as a form of amusement. I'm sorry, I don't know you, and I realize it's a bit presumptuous to ask if you want to team up, but we have 4 people, and with you, that makes 5, so..." Under the pressure, the girl's face flushed with a rosy hue, her small hands tightly twisting the middle of her clothes, making her figure appear even more curvaceous. "Which university are you from?" "We are from Anping City United University, North District Branch. My name is Lu Yu. Don't worry, we are not bad people and won't let you down at a critical moment." Anping City United University? Lin Chen was taken aback. "The same school as me.
Wait, Anping City United University, isn't it a liberal arts vocational college? When did they start a contractor class? How come I didn't know? I remember the United University is a liberal arts college, right? That's right, classmate. Starting from this cohort, the United University has launched a program in illusion studies. We are the first batch of students, and currently, we have only recruited the 4 of us. A round-faced boy in a United University uniform chimed in to explain. Lin Chen shook his head. If it were any other time, he wouldn't mind helping these 4 fellow students. But this was his first time entering an illusion, and he didn't know what mutations his Kryptonian bloodline might undergo. If he were exposed to yellow star radiation, he might just fly up, inevitably, revealing his abnormalities. With those parents who specialized in setting him up, he needed to keep a low profile until he was invincible. Once exposed, his younger siblings in kindergarten would be in grave danger. The illusion creatures that had lived on Blue Star for over 20 years and their descendants would certainly attract the interest of many large corporations and research institutions. They would be interested in dissecting them thoroughly to see how their physiology differs from that of humans. Lin Chen said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness, but it's not convenient this time. Maybe next time." Lu Yu pouted and walked back to the group, quietly complaining to a girl whose figure was the complete opposite of hers. "I told you I can't do it. Chin Xin, you should handle this kind of thing next time. It's okay if you can't. Compared to your life, talking to a stranger, man is nothing. Actually, for those lecherous men, your figure is the most alluring. If he's not interested in big-chested girls, he must like my type. It's all the teacher's fault for making us dress so conservatively. Otherwise, if I wore a lowly outfit, I'd definitely charm him," the round-faced youth advised. "Hey, he dares to enter the illusion alone, which means he must have contracted a very powerful hero. How about you, Chin Xin? Try again. With just the 4 of us, we'd be eaten by monsters as soon as we enter the illusion." "No way, I'm not wearing a lowly outfit. My charm value is only 5, okay? A flat-chested girl like me should wear a lowly outfit, and the other party has to be that kind of perverted uncle type to charm him. Why don't you, Yan Xiaopeng, give it a try? What if he likes men? Get lost. I'd rather die than turn gay." Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, secretly complaining. "You guys, are you just now getting 2G internet in the village? Why do you have to look for me?" Soon he understood the reason. If it doesn't work, then forget it. In my intuition, he really is strong. Among the 4-member team from Anping City United University, the last member, a youth as burly as a brown bear with eyes that seemed perpetually half-closed, slowly spoke. Lin Chen couldn't help but regard him with a higher opinion. A perception-type contractor? That ability is indeed rare. Which hero did he contract? "I don't know which illusion we will randomly enter this time, but I hope it's not a zombie illusion. I'm most afraid of that thing." Lu Yu clasped her hands together, burying them in her quivering large water balloons, praying devoutly. Dear readers, please add this book to your shelf, and I wish for any part of you to grow 10 centimeters. Oh. The realms of the contractors, the randomly assigned first illusion is not fixed. But generally speaking, there are only a few worlds suitable for first-time contractors to enter, and the difficulty won't be too high. Lin Chen's heart was calm, even if his luck was bad this time. And the Kryptonian bloodline didn't take effect, he still possessed the power of 6. In the first illusion, he had no reason to fear any existence. As the countdown reached 0, everyone's bodies gradually became ethereal, a precursor to the impending time-space traversal. The new generation of contractors wore serious expressions. What kind of illusion would it be? One by one, everyone transformed into white streams of light and shot into the sky, Lin Chen included, feeling his body lighten as he traversed time and space at an extremely high speed. During the rapid transmission, the contractors could see blurred scenes resembling movie clips. This phenomenon is known as time ripples. By observing these scenes, one could foresee what kind of world they were about to enter and what monsters the contractors would face. With his exceptionally high mental strength, Lin Chen could clearly see an endless tide of zombies forming, madly rushing towards the last remaining human stronghold. The already fragile defenses, under the assault of a zombie horde as vast as mountains and seas, would not hold for long and would completely collapse. Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. A zombie world? The most frequently appearing illusion. Known as a paradise for newcomers, where killing a single zombie grants 1 talent point and 10 talent points can be exchanged for 1 attribute value. This batch of newcomers had only formed contracts for 2 months, and their attributes had not increased much. Even the most powerful elemental contractors could only manage a few long-range attacks with limited combat power, making the zombie world a fair match. For Lin Chen, it posed even less difficulty, as zombies were essentially still human. Their teeth and nails could not breach his defenses, though he still had to be cautious of the zombie virus. Lin Chen remembered a zombie superhero named Bizarro who was tainted by The anti-life equation lost his sanity and became a monster that only knew how to kill.
Moreover, the Scarlet Witch had also been infected
by a zombie virus from the quantum realm in the Marvel multiverse. Aside from the Saiyan talent, the bloodline inheritance from his
parents had also once turned into zombies. Lin Chen resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would avoid close combat with zombies. The scenery before him gradually solidified. He had arrived in the first illusion, and many contractors also revealed their forms. The first illusion, the zombie universe, was now open. According to the strategy Lin Chen found online, contractors would be dropped into a gathering place of surviving humans. What everyone had to do was survive for 3 days under the endless assault of the zombie tide to successfully return to reality, and based on the number of zombies killed, they would receive a considerable talent point reward. If they wanted to obtain higher rewards, they would have to risk their lives to leave the gathering place and attempt to repair the timeline.
The zombies in
the first illusion were extremely dangerous for contractors who had just recently formed contracts. Being scratched or bitten by a zombie would result in turning into a zombie within 12 hours, being deemed a monster by the illusion and unable to return to reality. Generally, no one would be foolish enough to seek death by leaving the human gathering place to repair some elusive timeline.
Moreover, who could know what the correct timeline should look like? Before entering the illusion, the students were repeatedly reminded by their university mentors
they must maximize their survival instincts, prioritizing their lives above all else. They should never be greedy or reckless.
After experiencing some illusions, increasing their attributes, and obtaining powerful talent skills, they could then attempt some daring maneuvers.
High-difficulty actions like repairing the timeline had not been heard of in all the years the illusion had existed. No one had ever managed to repair the timeline of the zombie world. After the transmission, everyone would experience a period of dizziness, a natural phenomenon resulting from the previous time-space transmissions. Lin Chen only felt a slight dizziness, but his strong physique and high mental attributes allowed him to recover quickly. The other contractors also slowly woke up within a minute or two, all of them pale, with some bending over to vomit due to their low physical attributes. Everyone observed the illusion, the dilapidated houses, the ragged and emaciated humans, and the pitch-black sky filled with dark clouds, with not a trace of sunlight visible. Everything was exactly as the teacher had described about the zombie world. Many boys showed excited expressions, clenching their fists in exhilaration.
It's the zombie world. Great! It's the perfect time to earn talent points. Zombies said to be the easiest illusion monsters to kill. We are so lucky.
Of course, there were also some timid girls who cried out, "Woo-woo, why does it have to be the zombie world? I'm most afraid of those things.
Being eaten by them would be one thing, but what if I get infected with the virus, turn into an ugly form, wandering around naked? I'd rather be dead."
Lin Chen felt quite speechless. At a time like this, was there still a concern about clothing and looks?
The refugees in the gathering
place noticed the contractors' arrival and slowly gathered around. It was evident that they had been starving for a long time, each one emaciated and pale, with most needing canes to barely stand. A tall one-eyed man pushed through the crowd and shouted loudly, "You finally
made it!
The zombie tide is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Hurry up to the city wall, we can't let the zombies get close.
If the city wall collapses, we all will die." The illusion would rationalize the contractors' identities while also granting them the ability to communicate
freely with the illusion creatures.
In the zombie world, the contractors were explained by the illusion as government reinforcements,
and the illusion humans accepted the sudden appearance of the contractors without resistance. Lin Chen did not follow the main group. He immediately looked up at the sky and his gaze darkened.
The entire sky of the planet was covered with black sediment clouds.
Although it was daytime, it was as dark as the polar night, and he could barely see anything except for the burning oil barrels in the gathering place.
Was there no star in this world?
Lin Chen felt a sense of absurdity. How much sin had the Kryptonians committed to have no stars wherever
they went?
Unbeknownst to him, an old man with white hair had appeared beside Lin Chen. He followed Lin Chen's gaze and sighed softly. "Since humanity extensively used nuclear weapons and failed to eliminate the zombies, I haven't seen the sun in a long time."
Hearing the
old man's words, a term flashed in Lin Chen's mind: nuclear winter. He suddenly realized that the gray-black clouds in the sky were actually
radiation clouds formed by nuclear radiation.
After a nuclear explosion, atomic nuclei transition from a stable energy state to another
form of microscopic particle flow.
This cloud-like substance formed by the accumulation of such particle flow is called radiation cloud, which can float in mid-air and move with the air for hundreds of years without dissipating.
Radiation clouds are different from ordinary
clouds. They can almost completely block the radiation from stars to planets, which also caused Lin Chen's Kryptonian bloodline to not activate
immediately. How long have the radiation clouds been up there? Lin Chen asked the old man.
He had thought the zombie world would be Similar to the familiar world of Resident Evil, but now it seemed completely different. The scene before him was unlike any zombie world he had known. Thus, if Lin Chen wanted to repair the timeline within 3 days, the difficulty would greatly increase. The old man sighed, his graying eyebrows tightly knitted together. Let me think, the last time I saw the sun, I was still a young man in my 30s. In the blink of an eye, over 20 years have passed, and I can hardly remember what the sun looked like. Young man, take my advice. If you can't hold your ground, run away, far away. It is said that there are untouched lands in the North and South Poles that have not been invaded by zombies. As soon as the old man's words fell, a large foot clad in leather boots kicked fiercely, sending the old man flying far away. The old man fell to the ground, clutching his chest, emitting a low, raspy cough. The one who kicked him was the one-eyed man who had called everyone to the city wall to resist the tide of corpses. He had a cigar clenched in his mouth, a look of disdain on his face, and spat a mouthful of saliva onto the old man's face. Old fool, if you dare to spread your nonsense again, I'll be the first to kill you. If it weren't for your granddaughter serving me diligently every day, I would have thrown you out to feed the zombies long ago. He turned to Lin Chen, seemingly wanting to kick him as well, but ultimately held back. What the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up to the city wall. I know you're all superhumans. As long as you can withstand this round of attacks, we can survive. Women, food, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Lin Chen ignored him and walked over to help the old man up. In this apocalypse, those who could bully and dominate in human settlements were certainly not good people. Burning, killing, looting, and violating women, all the evils of humanity were vividly embodied in such people. Executing them 100 times on the spot would not be too much. If he were just directing others, it would be one thing, but since he had provoked Lin Chen didn't mind eliminating this harm for the people. The one-eyed dragon saw that Lin Chen was ignoring him and felt a bit embarrassed. He pulled out a homemade shotgun from his waist, aimed it at Lin Chen, and sneered. You little brat, I tried to talk to you nicely, and you didn't listen. You're making me lose face. Now, if you kneel and lick the bottom of my boots clean, I might spare your life, otherwise, I won't mind putting a hole in your forehead and throwing your corpse out to feed the zombies. Lin Chen remained indifferent, slowly turning around, his expressionless face looking at the one-eyed man as if he were staring at a corpse. The old man crawled to the one-eyed dragon's feet, hugging his thigh and pleading desperately. Please, Lord Giza, this young brother doesn't recognize greatness. You have a big heart, don't stoop to his level. Young brother, quickly apologize, my granddaughter is his concubine, just apologize and it will be fine. The one-eyed dragon Giza became even more pleased with himself, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of yellow-black teeth. Kid, consider yourself lucky, with the tide of corpses coming, I won't hold it against you. Kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I'll let you go. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen moved like the wind, instantly snatching the shotgun from the one-eyed dragon's hand, so fast that no one saw when he made his move. With Lin Chen's physique, his reaction speed was 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary person. The one-eyed dragon widened his remaining eye. He knew all too well the power of the shotgun. Once Lin Chen fired, he would become a bag full of holes, bleeding all over. Stumbling, he turned to flee into a small building, not forgetting to threaten. Kid, you wait for me. He shouted angrily at his lackeys. What are you all standing there for? Kill him. Lin Chen rested the shotgun on his shoulder and slowly pursued into the small building. Seeing Lin Chen with the shotgun, the one-eyed dragon's lackeys, armed only with guns and clubs, dared not rush forward. These thugs were like a pack of wild dogs, watching hungrily from the side. Lin Chen sneered. He had only intended to kill the one-eyed dragon, but unexpectedly found a group of accomplices. That was truly too good. He understood the principle of eliminating evil completely, so in that case, they all deserved to die. Before entering the small building, Lin Chen ejected the shotgun shells and threw the gun on the ground. With his strength, he didn't need a weapon to kill these small fry. With the Saiyan heritage he possessed, using a gun was actually weakening himself. Seeing this scene, the few small fry were overjoyed. Is this guy stupid? He actually gave up the shotgun? The small fry quickly chased after him, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, hiding in the boss's place, what were you thinking? Come on, he's all alone. Kill him. At that moment, a girl rushed out from the crowd of onlookers, bravely spreading her arms to block the path of the little thugs, her ample chest bouncing vigorously. It was Lu Yu, the girl from the United Nations who had invited him to team up in the time-space hall. Her face was flushed red, calling out to the surrounding contractors. He's our companion, don't just stand here watching the fun, he came with us. Help him. Lin Chen heard Lu Yu's shout from the corridor, feeling quite surprised. He didn't expect that, after just a brief encounter, this girl would bravely stand up for him. Just for that courage, she deserved praise. However, there was no need for it at the moment. He had already understood from the expressions of other locals what kind of scum the one-eyed dragon and the little thugs were. In just a few minutes, it would be the death of these trash. The little thugs greedily glanced at Lu Yu's chest, and upon seeing her companions and her uniform, they could only temporarily give up. One of the thugs said, "There are quite a few beauties among this batch of reinforcements, especially that big-chested girl from earlier. I want to slip some love potion into her food tonight and enjoy myself. The flat-chested one next to her isn't bad either. I love hearing their screams and pleas." Lin Chen's killing intent grew stronger. He clenched his fists and leaped up like a cheetah, jumping onto the roof. Lin Chen's fingers dug into the concrete wall, suspending himself in midair, and he immediately sensed something unusual. This floor was so fragile. Was it made of concrete? Perhaps it had corroded due to years of neglect? Lin Chen didn't have time to think further as several thugs walked in, looking around with puzzled expressions. "Where is he? I just saw him come in." "That's right, he definitely came in. He must be hiding. Everyone, search carefully. Don't let this delicate little guy escape. After the boss is done, I want to have a taste too, hee hee." The thugs scattered, starting to search for Lin Chen's whereabouts. Lin Chen quietly flipped down, choking one of the thugs from behind, giving a gentle twist. With a crisp crack, the thug made no sound, his face turning 180 degrees, eyes wide open in disbelief, dead beyond recovery. Lin Chen repeated the process. With 72 points of physique, he killed these trash in less than a minute. Soon, only one little thug was left. He suddenly sensed something was off. In the empty corridor, the only sound left was his own breathing. He turned around abruptly, only to feel darkness before his eyes as a large hand pressed against his face, slamming him hard against the wall. With a thud, the thug's head burst like a smashed watermelon, red and white splattering against the wall, the headless corpse slumping to the ground, blood gushing out with a rusty smell. Lin Chen was also quite surprised. It was his first time going all out, and in his rage, he hadn't controlled his strength well. He didn't expect the human skull to be so fragile. Was it that the humans in this world were different from those on Blue Star? Lin Chen summoned his attribute panel and discovered that the long-dormant Kryptonian bloodline had finally shown a hint of change. In the attribute panel, the change that occurred was in his physique attribute. Physique 144, currently receiving extremely weak yellow star radiation, with a 100% increase. Talent points 4. It turned out that the Kryptonian bloodline he bore was activated by the yellow star environment. Although this planet was covered in thick radiation clouds, some stellar radiation still penetrated through. For now, the increase was not high, but it provided a double boost. Lin Chen now possessed the strength of 14 men, with significant improvements in strength, speed, and physique compared to when he first entered the illusion. No wonder the concrete floor was as fragile as cardboard, easily pierced by a finger. A human head resembled a ripe watermelon. With just a gentle push, it burst apart upon slight contact with the wall. Originally already strong, Lin Chen, after receiving the double enhancement, could consider walking sideways in illusion number 1. If it weren't for the fear of the zombie virus invading his body, Lin Chen could even jump into a horde of zombies, activate his invincible mode, and crazily harvest talent points. Speaking of talent points, Lin Chen noticed the inexplicably obtained 4 talent points, which should be the reward for killing 4 minions. Could it be that killing humans in the illusion also grants talent points? Or were these people already infected by the zombie virus, thus classified as monsters, granting a kill reward? Lin Chen's heart leaned more towards the former. But why would the illusion reward killing humans? This made Lin Chen feel a hint of strangeness. Lin Chen did not notice that behind the talent points, a decimal was slowly increasing. 0.001 0.001. While he was pondering, a loud noise suddenly came from behind Lin Chen, a great force pushing him forward a few steps. He turned around to find it was the Cyclops, holding a shotgun wrapped in tattered bandages, which he had somehow found, with wisps of blue smoke rising from the barrel. The Cyclops' remaining good eye was wide open, as if something was stuck in his throat, making a wheezing sound. His lips trembled as he exclaimed in shock, What kind of monster are you? A shotgun can't kill you?" Lin Chen used the reflection from the corridor window to observe his back. The casual clothes he wore from Blue Star were riddled with countless small holes, exposing his muscular body. His skin was completely intact, not even a scratch on the oily surface. Once the Kryptonian bloodline encountered a yellow star, how could it be harmed by a makeshift shotgun? "Just in time, I don't have to go looking for you." Lin Chen slowly walked towards the Cyclops. In extreme terror, the Cyclops repeatedly pulled the trigger of the shotgun, shooting at Lin Chen while screaming in rage, Die, die, you monster!" Lin Chen did not dodge or evade, simply using his palm to shield his vulnerable eyes. He felt as if being pelted by small stones by a mischievous child. There was a slight pain, but that was all. A large amount of iron sand fell from his body. The Cyclops fired 12 shots in one breath, and the boy in front of him, aside from his clothes being torn into rags, was completely unharmed, with not a drop of blood visible, coldly staring at him. What kind of monster was this boy? Even a tyrant among zombies would not remain unscathed after taking a dozen shots head-on. Could this boy be a new model of zombie? Or had zombies undergone a super evolution? Recently, the traveling merchant he had killed in a black market deal said he encountered enhanced zombies in the southern region that could jump nearly 10 meters high. The Cyclops made a quick decision, dropping the shotgun and kneeling on the ground, banging his head repeatedly, desperately pleading. This big brother, you have a lot of mercy, just let me go like a fart. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, 7 wives, and 3 children. If you kill me, they won't survive. Killing me is like killing more than 10 people, and your companions are outside fighting off zombies. Without my help, if the city walls can't hold, everyone will die. Lin Chen sneered, 7 wives? I hate you people who don't consider family planning. Not to mention you're threatening me with those people outside. What are you thinking? He grabbed the one-eyed dragon by the neck and effortlessly lifted his nearly 200-pound robust body off the ground. The one-eyed dragon, who usually acted tyrannically and was well-fed, looked no heavier than a rabbit in Lin Chen's hands at that moment. He kicked his legs in panic, his eyes rolling back, as Lin Chen's iron-like grip tightened around his throat, making his neck crack. The one-eyed dragon knew he couldn't survive. He stared at Lin Chen with dead fish-like eyes. If you kill me, you won't survive either. The zombies will. Lin Chen, too lazy to wait for him to slowly die, threw the one-eyed dragon towards the floor. With a thud, the one-eyed dragon's head broke through the floor, his whole body hanging in midair, his feet swinging. Under the tremendous impact, the one-eyed dragon's cervical vertebrae snapped into several pieces, his face a bloody mess, exhaling more than inhaling. Even if he didn't die immediately, he could only wait in despair for death to arrive. Lin Chen no longer paid attention to the one-eyed dragon. He tore off his already tattered clothes and put on the lackey's clothes instead. After dealing with these blind fools, it was time to get down to business. Lin Chen's palm flickered with a red glow, slowly gliding across his handsome face. His appearance transformed from a handsome young man with black hair from Huagui into another visage. Although his features remained the same, the lines appeared sharper, and his brows exuded a heroic spirit. Anyone who saw him would not recognize him as Lin Chen. In fact, this was his true appearance after the contract ritual. As his mental power continued to grow, one morning he saw a completely different face. After asking Wan Ling and Old Lin, he learned that his appearance had been altered by chaotic magic, and as his mental power increased, he could now break through Wan Ling's disguise. Magic. The face of the handsome young man from Huagua, which he had used for 18 years, had become a habit. Thus, he was a man born with 2 faces and 2 identities. This was also good. His family's background was very complicated, and it was more appropriate to do some public things under a different identity. After completing his transformation, Lin Chen walked out of the dilapidated building and bumped into the busty girl Lu Yu, who was rushing over. Lu Yu felt as if her pair of big meat pads had crashed into a city wall, unyielding. She staggered back several steps, and fortunately, she was caught by Qin Xian, who was also rushing over, preventing her from falling to the ground. Lu Yu widened her clear, almost transparent eyes and cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts. Do you have steel plates hidden on you? Qin Xian looked at Lin Chen's sharply defined, sun-like face and suddenly felt her heart race. So handsome, it's a pity he's an NPC in a mirage. Because his clothes had been shot to pieces by a shotgun, Lin Chen could only wear the lackey's clothes to avoid exposing himself, but they mistook him for a human in the mirage. Even so, Qin Xian was still willing to talk to Lin Chen a bit more. Hey, handsome, have you seen a few thugs pushing a black-haired boy inside? She asked casually, not expecting Lin Chen to answer her. Lin Chen smiled and said, I saw them. You don't need to worry, those little thugs have all been dealt with. What? How is that possible? Those people had knives and guns. Are you in cahoots with those thugs? Yan Xiaoping faced the incredibly handsome Lin Chen and, driven by his primal instincts, raised a question. Lin Chen stepped aside, indicating that Yan Xiaoping could go in and check. Yan Xiaoping walked into the dilapidated building and, after a while, emerged with a pale face. He clung to an empty gasoline barrel, vomiting intermittently as he spoke. They're dead, the one-eyed dragon and his little brothers, all dead. Everywhere is blood and brain matter. Ugh. Did you do this? Su Yang, what kind of power does he have? Among the 4 from the university, the burly young man who had kept his eyes closed was sweating coldly on his forehead, not daring to speak. Su Yang felt a deep sense of dread. Just peering into Lin Chen had already consumed a large amount of his mental energy. This newly appeared man is very strong, much stronger than the black-haired youth from before. How could someone in the first illusion have such a strong life wave? He could easily kill all the contractors in the entire gathering place. The burly young man, named Su Yang, was a perception-type contractor with little combat power from low to high levels. Because of the existence of individual illusions, few universities were willing to recruit contractors like him. After painstakingly training for half a day, if he couldn't survive a few illusions, the probability of falling would be high, affecting the important survival rate indicator over 4 years. Only the Anping City University Illusion Experimental class, unable to recruit contractors, admitted him with a try-it-out mentality. Lu Yu finally recovered a bit, she grimaced, rubbing her swollen face. Woo-woo, it hurts so much. For a big bear like me, if it swells up, it's easy to get breast cancer. Where did our friend go later? Did you see him? It was clear that Lu Yu genuinely cared about him, and Lin Chen smiled. After I saved him, he left.
On his own, he should be fighting against the zombie tide. Shin Xian, hearing Liu mention breast cancer, blushed and covered Liu's mouth, apologizing.
I'm sorry, she just speaks without thinking.
Lin Chen shook his head, indicating it was fine, and called to the 4 university classmates. The zombie tide is coming, let's go up to the city wall and take a look. As a young man from Huagua, Lin Chen needed to hide his strength. But after transforming into his second form, he no longer needed to be low-key. Lin Chen had already set an identity for his second form, the future god of Blue Star, the strongest man on the surface, Superman. With 3 incredible inheritances, he was destined to become the brightest star in the illusion. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Su Yang quickly waved for the others to follow, whispering, I can sense that this big shot is very strong. He should be the strongest human in this illusion, the so-called child of destiny, the mover of the wheel of time. If we stick with him, we'll just need to rely on our talents. We mustn't offend him, understand? Oh. The other 3 nodded repeatedly, their faces filled with admiration, like chicks pecking at rice. Humans in the illusion, children of destiny? Lin Chen walked ahead, a slight smile on his lips. It was indeed a good identity. The group followed Lin Chen to a makeshift city wall made of stones and wooden sticks, where a large number of cold weapons had already been prepared. At this moment, the benefits of being admitted to a university became apparent. The contractors had already formed groups of 5, ready and waiting. The reinforcement-type contractors held cold weapons at the front, while the elemental, mental, and recovery types were behind, maximizing the team's sustained combat capability. There were about 400 to 500 contractors assigned to this gathering point. Although the gathering point wasn't very large, the city wall wasn't completely occupied. Lin Chen led the 4 university classmates to an unguarded spot. A few kilometers away, a tide of zombies, dark as a wave, was rapidly approaching the gathering place.
The number of zombies was endless, counting in the thousands like ants, causing
the ground to tremble.
On the city wall, many contractors turned pale. The number of zombies seemed inconsistent with what the teacher had said. Behind Lin Chen, Liu's trembling voice could be heard.
How can there be so many? Didn't the teacher say that on the first day the zombie tide would be at most a few thousand? Why do I feel like there are at least 100,000?
Su Yang frowned and said softly, it shouldn't be that many, but this number is a bit off, and I sense a powerful presence among the zombie horde. There should be second or even third tier zombies.
What do second tier and third tier zombies mean? Lin Chen asked curiously.
They are what you call lickers or tyrants.
Su Yang explained simply, treating Lin Chen as someone from a dream. Lin Chen nodded. Second tier and third tier zombies are just mutated zombies, right?
Lickers, tyrants, approaching human gathering places. The zombie horde let out deep roars, as if something was issuing commands. The zombies suddenly increased their speed several times, using both hands and feet, rushing forward at an incredible pace. Lin Chen felt something was off. The speed of the ordinary zombies in front of him was clearly not something the zombies from
Resident Evil could achieve, but more like the zombies from World War Z.
In that movie, zombies could unleash their full potential, possessing super speed and strength, but there shouldn't be high-tier zombies in World War Z. Lin Chen felt that the
zombies in the first dream were more like a hybrid of Resident Evil and World War Z? Could this be the reason why the time hall needed the contractors to fix the timeline? In this situation, how should he fix the timeline? Should he kill all the mutated zombies or kill all humans? The plot had deviated from Lin Chen's original understanding, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Regardless, the current outcome was that the contractors had to face super zombies that fused the abilities of several worlds. Forget it, overthinking is useless, let's fight first. Whether it's zombies or wasteland humans, as long as they can provide talent points, it's fine.
Lin Chen clenched his fists, ready to start fighting, while the 4 weaklings from
the alliance shrank timidly behind him. Su Yang quietly instructed the 3 teammates.
Stick close to this big shot. Even a few monsters he lets slip will be enough for us to feast on. The few of them looked at Lin Chen's tall figure,
inexplicably feeling a sense of security. Shin Xian's pupils almost turned pink. A capable man is really handsome.
It's just a pity he's a dream human. It shouldn't hinder me from having a night with him.
The zombies were less than 100 meters
from the city wall when someone shouted loudly, "Prepare for ranged attacks, fire." In an instant, various elements converged. Flames, lightning, frost, and earth balls fell like raindrops, the powerful energy completely shredding the zombies
charging at the front.
Then, the mental-type contractors took action. The zombies' minds were very weak and easily controlled, causing a large number of zombies to turn and bite their companions. But there were simply too many zombies. As far as the eye could see, there were endless zombies. From above, the small gathering place was surrounded by hordes of zombies, stretching for several kilometers like ants. Although the contractors killed quickly, it was just a drop in the bucket for them. A few minutes later, relying on their numerical advantage, the zombies broke through to the base of the city wall, starting to pile up a wall of zombies, with many being trampled underfoot by their companions, serving as a cushion. The city wall of The gathering place was not high, only 5 or 6 meters. Soon, zombies began to claw at the edge of the wall, poking their heads out, their mouths filled with blood.
The contractor's heart sank. The most brutal melee battle was about to begin.
According to the illusion strategy provided by the university teachers, the zombie illusion generally develops into close combat only in the later stages of the battle.
For enhancement-type contractors, the number of zombies they face is limited,
so there won't be significant casualties. However, in this illusion, something went wrong. The main force of the zombies was not harmed, and as soon as the battle began, they were already in close quarters.
When contractors are teleported, they cannot bring any items into the illusion except for the clothes on their bodies. Once scratched or bitten by a zombie, ordinary healing skills are completely ineffective against the zombie virus. The only fate awaiting these injured individuals is to be infected by the zombie virus, turning into mindless, terrifying zombies forever trapped in the illusion. The situation became brutal in an instant, with some enhancement-type contractors being grabbed by zombies and bitten. Knowing
they could not survive, they jumped off the city wall with several zombies, choosing to die together. Compared to the difficult battles of other teams, the 4 from the United University felt as if they were living in a dream.
The son of fate before them was simply inhuman, wielding immense power with every move.
With a light punch, a zombie's head exploded like a raw egg, brain matter and blood splattering out. With a casual kick, a zombie's body was severed in two, falling from the city wall. Qin Xian, Lu Yu, and Yan Xiaoping widened their eyes, utterly astonished.
Is this something a human can do? How can such a perverse powerhouse appear in the first illusion?
Thank goodness he's on our side. If he turned into a zombie, everyone might as well lie down and wait to die. No wonder there are so many zombies this time. With this guy's strength, even if they doubled in number, we wouldn't have to be afraid.
Su Yang didn't widen his eyes simply because his eyes were small and couldn't open wider.
In his perception, Lin Chen's life fluctuations were continuously rising.
Damn, this big shot is getting stronger the more he fights.
In an instant, his knees went weak and he even felt an impulse to kneel
and worship.
The few of them only needed to finish off the injured zombies to earn a considerable amount of talent points, completely in a state of being carried along. A nearby group of contractors watched Lin Chen display his might, feeling
immense envy and jealousy. During a lull in the battle, they gathered around Yan Xiaoping and whispered, "Which university are you guys from? What's the name of this foreign handsome guy? He's too fierce."
It's rare to see foreigners at the
extraordinary University of China, so it's no wonder he was curious.
Yan Xiaoping, looking proud, raised a hand to cover his mouth and said quietly, "We just met him not long ago. He's an illusionist, helping us fight monsters."
The other party was completely shocked, even stuttering as they spoke. What? A monster this strong? Ah, I get it. Is he the son of fate in this illusion? Where did you find him? We want one too. We'll give you anything. What price did you pay to get him? To help you? Yan Xiaoping chuckled and said nothing. The classmates' gaze swept over Lu Yu's ample bosom and Qin Xian's flat chest, and he suddenly realized,
"Oh, it's rare for your team to gather two types of top-tier talent. How infuriating." He glanced at his own team, all rough men, knowing he had no way to attract such a big shot. Even if he threw caution to the wind, he feared the big shot wouldn't be interested. In the end, he could only sulk and turn back to fight the zombies. In just a short while, Lin Chen had already killed dozens of zombies, plus the 5 humans he had killed at the beginning, totaling 62 talent points. Moreover, the longer he stayed in the yellow star radiation environment, the greater the
enhancement provided by his Kryptonian bloodline.
At this moment, his attributes had already changed. Name: Lin Chen. Race: Kryptonian, mutant hybrid. Physique: 165, enhanced by 130% due to weak yellow star radiation. Spirit: 112. It should be noted that this is the enhancement received while the atmosphere is covered by a radiation cloud several dozen kilometers thick, blocking most sunlight radiation. How strong would he be if he could go to the unobstructed yellow star illusion? Lin Chen was rampaging, slaughtering zombies, and had halted the advance of an entire wall of zombie army, allowing the contractors to free their hands and assist in defending other sections of the wall. The contractors gradually stabilized the situation, and everyone noticed this powerful figure, all of them gasping in astonishment. Which school is he from? He's so strong. Why does his clothing look like that of a native creature? Could he be a powerful being from the zombie illusion? Looking at his strength, he must be at least at the level of a dozen tiers. How could such a powerful being suddenly appear in the first illusion? Has there been a mutation? Hiss, I get it now. He is the destined child of this illusion. Lin Chen, in high spirits, grabbed a zombie's body, spun around a few times, and threw it like a bowling ball towards the zombie wall, instantly knocking down a large number of zombies and clearing a whole passage. Although it didn't cause much damage, it still drew exclamations from the surrounding contractors. Awesome! The big shot is so brave. Damn, that power is incredible. The zombie horde's assault slowed down, and a few low growls echoed from the rear. Dozens of skinless, blood-red muscle, long-tongued crawling zombies emerged. They leaped from the zombie crowd like grasshoppers, stepping on the heads of ordinary zombies, their expressionless deadfish eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. The few remaining strands of fine hair on his head danced in the wind. Suddenly, someone among the contractors cried out, "Second-tier zombies! Lickers! God, how can there be so many? Wait, why are there so many lickers in the first illusion?" In the strategy of the Academy, second-tier zombie lickers are powerful beings that require a team effort to defeat. If they can defeat such aberrant zombies, each member of the team will gain 5 talent points, making them elite monsters with high risk and high reward. Even so, not many people are willing to face such monsters. Being licked by their sharp, barbed tongues not only risks having large chunks of flesh torn away but also carries the risk of infection with the zombie virus. In the past, during every zombie tide, there were at most 2 or 3 lickers in the zombie ranks. This time, however, dozens of lickers suddenly appeared, leaving the contractors who had just gained extraordinary powers and had not developed for a few months feeling a chill in their hearts. Are we all going to die here today? Mom, you don't have to wait for me to come home for dinner tonight. I'm going to end up in a zombie's belly. What on earth is happening? Why is the difficulty of the first illusion so high? How did previous contractors survive and return? The lickers, using the corpse wall piled up by zombies, jumped onto the city wall. Their limbs seemed to have barbs, allowing them to move freely on the upright wall. The lickers did not attack anyone else but gathered from all directions towards Lin Chen, emitting a series of peculiar vibrating sounds from their throats. Gawk! 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 Through the perspective of the source of chaos, Lin Chen discovered that all the lickers extended a dark red thin line connecting to him. He understood that these lickers were coming for him. Such purposeful behavior from the zombies indicated that those hidden within the zombie crowd, emitting low growls, were likely the key. Wait until later to settle the score with you. Lin Chen retracted his gaze, prioritizing the urgent matter of dealing with these lickers. To avoid involving the 4 rookies, Lin Chen crouched down, exerted force in his legs, and jumped directly into the gathering point. He leaped from several meters high atop the city wall into the center of the gathering, landing with a thud that sent dust rising and created a deep, web-like indentation in the ground. To be safe, Lin Chen converted all the talent points he had gained from killing zombies into physical strength. Under the enhancement of his Kryptonian bloodline, each point of physical strength corresponded to an actual combat power increase of 2.3 points. With 60 talent points, he gained 6 points of physical strength, and after the solar enhancement, his actual physical strength was now 180 points. 180 points of physical strength was not merely the simple addition of 18 people's strength under the command of the same brain. It could unleash the terrifying combat power of dozens of people in an instant. After fighting for so long, Lin Chen showed no signs of fatigue as he could continuously draw energy from the stellar radiation, functioning like a perpetual motion machine, tireless. It could only be said that under the radiation of a yellow star, the Kryptonian bloodline was truly unbeatable. The lickers swarmed like locusts, surrounding Lin Chen in a circle. All he could see were the disgusting, exposed skins of the lickers. They extended their long, barbed, dark red, foul-smelling tongues, hissing like venomous snakes. One licker behind Lin Chen suddenly shot out its tongue, aiming for his ankle. If it wrapped around him and pulled him down, he would surely be completely overwhelmed by the lickers. There were contractors around who wanted to help Lin Chen, but they were held back by their companions. Are you crazy? That's a second-tier zombie. Don't rush in. Let them wear out this illusionary human first, then we can pick up the scraps. Right, if he dies, he dies. We shouldn't throw ourselves in too. Only the 4 students from the university team looked tense, ready to jump in and rescue at any moment. If they lost Lin Chen, their big shot, they wouldn't last 5 minutes. Lin Chen single-handedly withstood the zombie assault on one side of the city wall, making almost all the contractors in the gathering recognize him. Before entering the illusion, the teacher had told them that some local humans in the illusion could often defy fate, turning decay into miracles, and that they should cling tightly to such strong individuals, as they were likely the chosen ones of the illusionary world. Clearly, the weak university team had struck it lucky. Shortly after entering the illusion, they had found a chosen one to help them fight. When Saiyan saw the licker sneakily attacking Lin Chen from behind, her pupils constricted, and she shouted loudly, "Watch out behind you!" Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, with a mental strength of 112 points. His senses were extremely sharp, allowing him to clearly perceive the air fluctuations within 50 centimeters around him. The licker's supposed stealthy attack was as clear as day to him. Lin Chen directly reached out and grabbed the licker's tongue, then used his left foot as a pivot, swinging it like a meteor hammer. The unfortunate licker flailed its limbs wildly, and wherever it fell, other lickers were knocked down, their bones breaking with loud thuds as more and more lickers flew into the air. Once Lin Chen had enough fun, he smashed it down to the ground. The licker that had dared to strike first was now on the verge of death, lying on the ground with multiple shattered bones, letting out a pitiful wail, clearly unable to survive. The contractors watched in astonishment. What? Is this something a human can do?
Playing with a liquor like a yo-yo? A deep roar echoed from the highest building in the gathering area. At some point, a zombie that Lin Chen had never seen before appeared there. The most exaggerated feature was its mouth, composed of sharp bone teeth several centimeters long, and its pupils seemed to burn, with two ghostly flames emitting a greenish glow. The posture of this special zombie was very peculiar. Unlike other humanoid zombies, it could only sway and move forward, its joints stiff and unable to bend. The zombie was able to perform movements similar to a human, half squatting on the rooftop, one hand supporting itself on an iron rod. What kind of zombie is this? Lin Chen felt puzzled. Among the types of zombies he was familiar with, there was none that looked like this. Could this be the abnormal timeline mentioned in the illusion? Vaguely, Lin Chen knew he had encountered a key clue to the abnormal timeline of the illusion. Before Lin Chen could react, the mutant zombie on the rooftop suddenly straightened its body and let out an angry roar, sending a wave of green ripples radiating from it. As if receiving a starting gun signal, the tongue-eaters from all directions simultaneously stuck out their tongues. In an instant, Lin Chen was completely immobilized, with his hands, legs, and waist entangled in long, crimson tongues. The force attached to the tongues suddenly increased several times. Lin Chen struggled with all his might but could not completely break free. A heavy feeling settled in Lin Chen's heart. The light circle emitted by that special zombie had a strengthening effect on the tongue-eaters. A large number of tongue-eaters pounced on him, completely burying Lin Chen beneath them. All of this took less than a couple of seconds. By the time the contractors wanted to act, it was too late. They could only watch as a massive, writhing mound of blood-red flesh formed from the tongue-eaters. Everyone's hearts turned cold. The strongest NPC in the gathering, the once mighty young man, was killed in an instant by the tongue-eaters. It didn't matter that he was dead, the key was that we wouldn't survive either. The contractors' situation was dire, with tongue-eaters inside and an endless army of zombies outside. It was clearly a dead end. Lin Chen was being pulled by the rope-like formation made of tongue-eaters' tongues. He remained as immovable as a rock by the sea, his heart calm and undisturbed. He had already tested that the barbs on the tongue-eaters' tongues could not pierce his skin. He only needed to protect his vulnerable areas. For the time being, the tongue-eaters couldn't do anything to him. His attributes were actually quite high. The Blue Star Enhancement Contractors were divided into 99 tiers. A 10th tier enhancement contractor could deliver a punch with about 2,000 kilograms, or roughly 2 tons of attack power. Given Lin Chen's current physique, enhanced by the Kryptonian bloodline effect, he could achieve at least around 5 tons of attack power. He was firmly standing at the level of a 12th tier enhancement contractor. Achieving 12th tier status within 2 months of forming a contract was certainly unprecedented. His only shortcoming now was that he had not awakened any attack skills. He had not gained Superman's heat vision, icy breath, or Saiyan's key manipulation techniques. This left him with high attributes but no matching talent skills to unleash his full potential. As for the source of chaos, it currently did not possess strong destructive power. The strength of the source of chaos lay in its ability to modify reality and increase probabilities. Wanda also made rapid progress in strength after practicing the Dark Grimoire combined with the characteristics of the source of chaos. Before that, Wanda could at most be considered a star-level powerhouse. After obtaining the Dark Grimoire, she directly leaped to a multiverse-level powerhouse. Lin Chen had also asked his mother if there was a Dark Grimoire for him to study. Wan Ling blinked her bright eyes and asked in confusion, "Dark Grimoire? What is that?" Thinking of this, Lin Chen heard the voice of Sun Wukong in his mind. "Lin Chen, my contractor, come." Lin Chen suddenly felt the shift of time and space, and he found himself in a park surrounded by trees, sunlight filtering through the dense leaves, creating patches of light. A small figure slowly emerged from the woods, dressed in an orange martial arts uniform, with a character 4 turtle written in a circle on his chest and hairstyle like a crab. It was the young, black-haired Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong quietly watched Lin Chen as a gentle breeze stirred some fallen leaves in the clearing of the woods. He rubbed his nose and smiled. "We meet again, Lin Chen. Is this little monster enough to trap you? Your strength is already considerable, but you just lack the right way to apply it." Lin Chen performed a fist salute. "Sun Wukong, please teach me how to use my strength." Sun Wukong chuckled. "Alright, today I'll demonstrate how to gather the energy within you into chi and unleash it in an instant." Young Sun Wukong walked up to a towering tree that required several people to embrace. He took a deep breath and struck out with a powerful punch. Bang! The center of the tree exploded with a loud noise, creating a hole large enough for a person to pass through. Wood chips scattering and flying in the air like falling snow. "For this attack, I used the same amount of chi as you." Sun Wukong brushed off the wood chips from his body and said lightly. Lin Chen's eyes widened, his pupils shaking violently. He was completely stunned by the astonishing scene before him. Sun Wukong turned around, clearly pleased with Lin Chen's expression, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now, give me your all in an attack." Lin Chen took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and unleashed his strongest punch. Although Sun Wukong still appeared in his youthful form, the aura he exuded felt unfathomable. Sun Wukong did not dodge or evade, simply raising his hand to catch Lin Chen's full-force punch, his body remaining completely still. Your strength is too scattered, and your mind is filled with distractions, Sun Wukong commented. When attacking, you must clear your mind and concentrate all your strength into one point. Try again, close your eyes, and feel the chi that exists everywhere within you. A warm breath emanated from Sun Wukong's palm, flowing into Lin Chen's body. This breath continuously circulated within Lin Chen, gradually growing stronger. Lin Chen felt all his energy coalesce into a single force. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in such a short time, he felt at least 10 times stronger. Sun Wukong nodded. That's enough, Lin Chen. Remember, strength is not everything. True power comes from the persistence within your heart and the courage to challenge strong enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen abruptly fell back from the dream into reality. Although Lin Chen felt like he had been learning about the application of qi for a long time, in reality, less than a second had passed in the illusion. He could still hear Qin Xian's anxious cries in his ears. Help him, everyone, let's work together to save him. If he dies, we won't survive. Someone exclaimed. The tyrant is coming. Everyone form battle formations. Don't worry about that illusion creature, it's doomed. Everyone, focus all your strength to stop the tyrant, their power is too strong. If we get too close, the city walls won't withstand a few blows from their axes. No, their defenses are too high, we can't break through. Facing this number of undead, even a second-tier contractor is doomed. Lin Chen slowly clenched his fists. The long, barbed, foul-smelling tongue that had wrapped tightly around his arms was instantly severed. The application of qi he learned from Sun Wukong, although not an attack technique, had integrated his spirit and energy into one. Lin Chen's attributes did not change much, but he had transformed from an unrefined embryo into a drawn sword. With a slight exertion, the long tongue that had once immobilized him was flicked away one by one, and Lin Chen suddenly unleashed a punch. Boom! His fist seemed to transform into a star, bursting forth with boundless light and heat within the cage formed by the devourers. Everyone was exhausted from dealing with the endless tide of corpses and had no time to pay attention to the battle between dozens of lickers and that illusion creature at the gathering point. Only Qin Xian and a few others had not given up on rescuing Lin Chen. Unfortunately, the four of them, as contracted heroes, had little offensive power, and Su Yang was doing his best, constantly encouraging his teammates with words. He's not dead, I can feel it, his life fluctuations are continuously rising. Come on, as long as we don't give up, he will definitely survive. Even Yen Xiaoping was somewhat skeptical this time, attacking a licker named Ace with a shield-like object in his hand while loudly saying, Yang, I know you want to encourage us and don't want us to lose our fighting spirit, but your lies are getting out of hand. Being surrounded by lickers for so long, he's probably been chewed to bits. As soon as he finished speaking, a part of the flesh mountain formed by the lickers suddenly bulged, followed by a dull thud. The remnants of the lickers rained down from the sky, mixed with a large amount of blood. Then there were 2 more thuds, and fewer than 10 lickers remained. Among them, a handsome young man with facial features as sharp as a chiseled sculpture emerged, slowly raising his head, his eyes a deep crimson. Qin Xian stared at Lin Chen, a glistening liquid flowing down her cheek as she murmured, so handsome. Lu Yu jumped up in surprise, exclaiming, it's the boss isn't dead. Lu Yu's voice attracted the attention of the contractors, and they saw Lin Chen, who was almost unscathed except for his torn outer clothing, their mouths agape, their hearts completely numb with shock, unable to utter a word. What the hell? He's not dead? Could this boss really be the destined child of the zombie world? With so many lickers, how did he instantly kill them? Mom, I can go home for dinner again, I see God. Damn it, I should have gone to save him just now. To increase my favorability with the boss, the chances of survival would be much higher next. Ignoring the complex feelings of these contractors, Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the bizarre zombie on the rooftop, beckoning with his hand, saying lightly, come down. As he spoke, the red light in Lin Chen's eyes surged, activating the illusion ability of the chaos source. To his surprise, the bizarre zombie's eyes flashed red, and then green flames rose again, actually immune to Lin Chen's mental control. Lin Chen's current mental attribute was 112 points, which meant that the mental value of this bizarre zombie was likely not lower than his. Although it was immune to Lin Chen's mental control, the bizarre zombie clearly seemed a bit frightened. It looked deeply at Lin Chen and let out a low growl. In the distant sky, several small black dots appeared, and Lin Chen, with his excellent eyesight, could see that they were several large bird-like zombies with flesh membranes diving towards the bizarre zombie at high speed. Lin Chen sneered, trying to run? It was hard to come across a bizarre zombie that could command other zombies, possibly even unraveling the cause of the timeline anomaly, so how could he let it escape easily? Lin Chen accelerated and
jumped, directly leaping up. His fingers, like steel spikes, pierced into the concrete wall, and he quickly climbed up the vertical building like Spider-Man, reaching the rooftop in a few breaths. At this moment, those bird-like zombies were still at least several dozen meters away from the bizarre zombie. The bizarre zombie appeared somewhat at a loss, staggering back in the face of Lin Chen, and Lin Chen even saw a human-like expression of fear on its face. Just then, a city wall collapsed under the giant axe of the tyrant with a loud crash, and a large number of zombies rushed in with excited roars. All the contractors felt a chill in their hearts, and some directly gave up resisting, closing their eyes. The wall, regarded as the final barrier, collapsed under the massive assault of zombies, and no one could escape. The contractors sent to this gathering point are about to be completely annihilated. Lin Chen initially didn't want to get involved, but seeing the panicked expressions of the 4 weak classmates from the United University, he sighed, his figure flickering as he appeared in front of the aberrant zombie. With his current physique stats combined with the enhancement from his Kryptonian bloodline, he closed the distance of several meters in an instant, leaving the aberrant zombie no time to react. Lin Chen grabbed it by the neck, lifting it up and coldly said, "I know you possess intelligence. Make all the zombies stop attacking immediately, or I will snap your neck and crush your skull. Even as a zombie, you won't survive." Lin Chen applied a bit of pressure, and the aberrant zombie's neck made cracking sounds, on the verge of breaking. The aberrant zombie nodded slightly, indicating it understood Lin Chen's meaning, and it raised its head, struggling to let out a few low growls. The tide of zombies rushing into the gathering point seemed to have been instantly paused. Lin Chen caught a glimpse of a regular zombie with its foul mouth wide open, about to bite into Lu Yu's towering thunder, suddenly halting as if it were a statue, its dead fish-like eyes rolling around. Lu Yu narrowly escaped, suppressing his humiliation, covering his thunder, and retreated behind Yin Xiaopeng, instructing him, "Help me kill it." "How dare it bite my thunder, that lecherous zombie?" Lin Chen nodded, slightly loosening his grip on the aberrant zombie's neck. "Have all the zombies retreat 1 kilometer. Don't think about running away, I can kill you in an instant." The aberrant zombie roared again, and the zombie army streamed out from the collapsed wall. Soon, there were no more zombies in the gathering point, except for the one in Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen released the aberrant zombie's neck and sat cross-legged in front of it. "Very good, you've earned yourself a slim chance at life. Now tell me, what exactly are you? What is wrong with this world? How do you command the other zombies?" With Lin Chen's mental power, using the source of chaos, he could control several zombies. But to command a massive army of zombies like this aberrant one and enhance them was something he couldn't achieve with his current strength. The aberrant zombie in front of him clearly had mental power comparable to his, so it made no sense for it to control so many zombies at once. There was only one explanation. The aberrant zombie possessed a racial talent similar to his Kryptonian bloodline. The aberrant zombie let out a series of growls, gesturing wildly, and Lin Chen revealed a cold smile, showing his white teeth. "Now, are you pretending not to understand me? If you can understand what I'm saying, then you must know human language. Will you speak on your own, or should I kill you and read the memories in your brain?" Lin Chen's fingertips glowed with the red light of the source of chaos. In truth, he had no ability to read memories, he was just trying to intimidate the zombie. The aberrant zombie emitted a low, hoarse sound from its throat. After a moment of trying, it began to speak slowly in a voice like a saw, starting off clumsily but gradually becoming more fluent. "I am Yugo Kevin, the 5th prince of the undead clan. This world should rightfully belong to our undead race. Humans, as an ancient species, cannot adapt to the changes in the world. My lord, please forgive my unintentional offense. I can sense that you are not from the weak human race. If you spare my life, you will earn the respect of our undead clan, and wherever you go, all undead will retreat." Listening to Kevin's account, Lin Chen's heart surged with waves of shock. In the first illusion, has the zombie world already developed a civilization? Moreover, is there even a royal lineage among them? Could this 5th prince be a naturally born descendant? Indeed, given the current situation in the first illusion, the sky is thick with heavy radiation clouds, the planet sees no sunlight all day, plants and animals struggle to grow, and humanity is barely surviving. It is no longer suitable for existence in this world. Moreover, from the fact that he can gain talent points by killing the villains at the gathering point, it can be inferred that the task issued by the Time and Space Hall refers to killing humans to help the zombie civilization thrive. Or is it about helping humans, killing all the zombies, and rebuilding human civilization? Now that there are aberrant species among the zombies, or rather the existence of royalty, it indicates that the zombie species has the potential for further evolution. Could it be that zombies are the successors of civilization after humanity? Taking Lin Chen's previous life as an example, with the continuous discoveries in the field of archaeology on Earth, humanity has found that dinosaurs also once had a splendid civilization.
They had groups, status, and hierarchy. Before the dinosaur civilization, there were even more ancient, prehistoric civilizations such as the large-chain nuclear reactors built 2 billion years ago discovered on the African continent. In the 40 billion years of life on Earth, it is impossible that only humans have blossomed into civilization. So how should Lin Chen choose now? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen smiled. What is there to be entangled about? The talent points available over. There are more, so just take them down. How many humans are there in the apocalyptic world that can compare to the overwhelming number of zombies? Lin Chen did not immediately show hostility towards the zombies since he had enough strength. He wanted to try to gain more rewards, so it would be better to use this fifth prince to fish for bigger prey. Any creature that intersects with him would create a mysterious light between the two. For example, he could vaguely sense Xiaomei's current condition through the light between him and Mei Yajing. Xiaomei's life signs are stable, located far to the northeast of him. He had originally thought he could meet Xiaomei in the first illusion, but it seems he won't have time for that. Now, he has also established a link with this aberrant zombie. No matter where this aberrant zombie escapes to, Lin Chen can follow the light to find it. All of this is a peculiar ability brought by the source of chaos. The source of chaos, indeed, lives up to its reputation as the primordial light from the birth of the universe, possessing all sorts of incredible magical abilities. When cultivated to a profound level, Lin Chen felt that the source of chaos would be as powerful as the Kryptonian bloodline and the Saiyan bloodline. Perhaps at that time, with just a thought, he could turn the red sun of Blue Star into yellow? Lin Chen reined in his wandering thoughts. At this stage, the most important thing is to conquer the illusion and understand its reward mechanism. He did not continue to waste words with Kevin, merely nodding slightly. I have nothing more to ask. You let all the zombies retreat 10 kilometers and leave on their own. Don't play tricks, or I guarantee you will die a very ugly death. Hugo. Kevin opened his mouth full of sharp fangs. He had thought that this abnormally strong man would punch him to death after asking a few questions. He even included in the orders given to the zombies that if he died, they were to kill all of them. But he really did not expect that this man would just ask a few questions and then let him go. Kevin's legs trembled slightly, and he hoarsely asked, Really? Really? You're just letting me go like this? Lin Chen did not raise his head, coldly replying, What do you want? Should I twist your head off and throw it back? Oh, I absolutely have no such intention. If it weren't for the fact that zombies do not have the ability to cry, Kevin would have been on the verge of tears. He raised his head and let out a low growl, and the zombie horde began to slowly retreat. Kevin left 2 giant flying zombies waiting not far away, and as Lin Chen watched the zombie horde completely disappear from view, he waved his hand impatiently and said, That's enough, you can go. Kevin took a deep look at Lin Chen, as if he wanted to imprint his appearance in his heart. He summoned the flying zombies and jumped onto the back of a bat-like giant beast, fleeing out of Lin Chen's sight. As the distance from the human gathering place grew further, a feeling named unwillingness gradually fermented within Hugo. Kevin, what if I go back and kill them all? As long as I'm careful this time, hiding among the corpses, he definitely won't catch me. However, just thinking of Lin Chen's blood-red eyes and his expressionless gaze made Hugo Kevin shiver from the depths of his heart, and he immediately dismissed the thought. Forget it, I am still a young royal, and as I grow older, my zombie army will become even stronger. Once I cultivate more powerful undead guardians, I will return to find trouble with him. Wasting my precious royal life in such a place is truly unwise. I remember your appearance, human. Lin Chen sensed the light representing the anomalous zombies gradually fading away. He stood up, stretched lazily, and prepared to chase after it to investigate the truth behind the timeline anomaly, but the contractors misunderstood his intentions. They thought Lin Chen was striking a victorious pose, staring at him in a daze, tears of excitement streaming from the corners of their eyes, many embracing each other. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. We won! We survived! Long live! Boss, I love you! Boss, I sleep alone at night, I'm waiting for you in my room. You're a man, what are you thinking? What? Man, I'm a womanizer. Lin Chen felt quite helpless. How can you celebrate? Does victory have anything to do with you? If it weren't for the dire situation of the 4 students from the United University, I wouldn't have intervened even if you all died. He nodded to the 4 students from the United University, exerted force under his feet, and disappeared from the rooftop like an arrow released from a bow. The cheers abruptly stopped, and the ecstatic contractors froze in place as if a rest symbol had been drawn over them. Ha! The boss is leaving just like that? What will happen when the zombie tide returns? Someone shouted in panic. Repair the walls, quickly fix the city walls. Otherwise, if the zombies come back, we will all die. Boss, please come back. If you encounter danger again, we will do our best to save you. Boss, don't go, I can braid your hair into pigtails. Saiyan was full of reluctance, her heart filled with regret. Ha! Is he leaving just like this? Damn, I was still thinking of using a little trick tonight to take you down. This farewell, there will be no chance to meet again. You were born when I wasn't born. Ugh, no, I'm about the same age as him. It should be this line. Every day I think of you but cannot see you. We drink the water of the Yangtze River together. Lin Chen rushed forward and quickly caught up with the zombie horde. After humans turn into zombies, their eyes whiten and their vision sharply declines. Especially at night, zombies are not much different from the blind. They mainly rely on smell to identify whether something is a zombie. Lin Chen had just been licked all over by a group of lickers, and in the end he gained the breath application, unleashing a powerful attack to kill the lickers, but inevitably got covered in a lot of zombie blood. The smell on him was almost identical to that of the lickers, even more so, and ordinary zombies trembled and dared not move when he approached. Lin Chen brushed his cheek with one hand, activating his illusion ability, and his face instantly became bloodied, with skin torn and his pupils turning dead white. Coupled with his wasteland outfit, which had been shredded by the lickers' barbed tongues, he looked even more like a zombie than a zombie. He followed the zombie horde. Slowly, of course not idle, casually picking off zombie heads and throwing them like bowling balls to knock down large groups of zombies. Just now, after killing the lickers, he had killed 25 lickers and gained 125 talent points, while casually picking off zombie heads along the way. He gathered another 25 points, directly reaching the milestone of 150 points. With nothing much to do, Lin Chen directly exchanged these talent points, immediately gaining 15 points in physique, adding the 2.3 times increase from the Kryptonian bloodline that made it 34 points in physique, and his strength was once again enhanced. Unfortunately, after gaining over 200 talent points, Lin Chen did not receive any talent points from killing zombies again. In fact, there is a limit to the talent points that can be obtained in each illusion, and the limit for the first illusion is around 200 points. Without any talent points coming in, Lin Chen did not stop his bowling behavior. He just felt unexpectedly relaxed, and with a crisp sound, a zombie fell to the ground, unable to get up. With another crisp sound, another zombie fell down, the clattering of bones echoed, and large groups of zombies fell to the ground. After walking for a while, the sky gradually darkened, and he could not see his hand in front of him. Relying on over 100 points of mental strength, Lin Chen became increasingly reckless. A few surviving heavily injured lick-eaters were also found by him from the zombie horde and easily killed. Lin Chen pulled out their tongues, tied them around their necks, and strangled them to death. Lin Chen killed all the lick-eaters he could find, feeling quite pleased, thinking, "Let you guys lick me with your tongues. Damn, I didn't even let Xiao Mei use her tongue, how dare you." The reason he insisted on following the zombie horde was to wait for Yugo Kevin to appear. Lin Chen firmly believed that with such a large number of zombies, even the zombie royal family would never easily abandon them. He had a vague premonition that he was getting closer to finding the reason for the deviation in the timeline. In the gathering place Lin Chen left, the one-eyed dragon, lying in the morgue, suddenly sat up, his eyes glowing with a strange red light, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Humph. I've finally found your trace, kid. No matter where you escape to, your soul belongs to me." He shook his broken body and followed Lin Chen's footsteps out of the gathering place. Along the way, he encountered idle zombies, and with a casual gesture, a blue light from the zombies' bodies flowed into his mouth, gradually healing his injuries and increasing his speed. On Blue Star, in the hall of the Illusion Management Bureau of the imperial capital of Huagua, the director of the bureau, Qin Jianhua, was chatting over tea with several bigwigs from major institutions while watching the real-time rankings of the first illusion. The main contractor organizations in Huagua include the military, the Temple of Apocalypse, the Mountain and Sea Martial Arts, and the City of Holy Angels. Among them, the Mountain and Sea Martial Arts is a local organization in Huagua, while the Temple of Apocalypse and the City of Holy Angels are foreign organizations with branches in Huagua. Among these four organizations, the military is the strongest, while the other three contractor organizations are relatively equal in strength. After graduating from contractor universities, most will continue their studies in the for major institutions, forming teams to tackle illusions and counter the arrival of illusion realms. Today, the bigwigs gathered together to select new seed players, somewhat similar to the NBA draft mechanism from Lin Chen's previous life. When these contractors were still quite young, they would discover their extraordinary qualities through their exceptional vision, sign contracts with them in advance, and help them better tackle illusions and survive until graduation. 4 years later, they would gain a batch of powerful contractors to join the headquarters. Therefore, every year, the first illusion is the best opportunity for them to discover good seedlings. Contractors not only need strong talents but also require sharp situational combat awareness. Combat ability is also referred to as combat commerce, and in the eyes of the four major contractor organizations, a B-level contractor with high combat commerce can even rival an S-level contractor.
The bigwigs all wore sunglasses with expressionless faces, quietly watching straight ahead. In front of them was a huge LED LCD screen displaying the rankings of the top 200 teams of Hwagwa contractors in the first illusion. Each team would display the name of the school and the names of the team members. The World Illusion Management Bureau developed an illusion detector 5 years ago, which can detect fluctuations in illusion space and display the progress of illusion strategies in real time. Major universities and private contractor organizations input their members' LifeWave unique codes into the database through terminals, allowing for the display of school and names. As for contractors who have already died, their LifeWaves disappear and their names are marked with a red X. Shinjianoa observed for a while and commented, from the kill points and casualty rates, this time the first illusion is most likely the zombie world. Zhao Hongyang, the military chief instructor dressed in a blue-fitted military uniform, nodded slightly. No need to say most likely, it is indeed. This batch of students is quite lucky. The zombie world is a relatively good illusion for acquiring talent points. With this good start, their future path will be much smoother. The other bigwigs nodded in agreement, as the future potential of this group of students was inadvertently elevated due to their random assignment to the zombie world. One could say this batch of students was fortunate. But who could argue that luck isn't a part of strength? After about an hour in the illusion, the contractors had already formed a hierarchy. The first tier was mostly occupied by the contractor teams from the Imperial Capital University, Qinghai University, and Fuhua University. The competition for the top 3 spots on the leaderboard was intense. At this moment, the contractor team from Imperial Capital University held the first place with a total score of 89 points, with Mei Yajing scoring 23 points, Song Mingxin 18 points, and Zhang Rongrong 15 points. Yuan Tiangang from the Shanghai Martial Arts was a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, dressed in a white martial arts uniform. He wore sunglasses and nodded in approval. It seems the Imperial Capital University team is indeed stronger. These few are all girls, right? 2. Occupy the top of the leaderboard. Their strength is truly extraordinary. What hero did Mei Yajing contract? Let me see her information. Shinjianoa clapped his hands, and immediately, staff members sent the personnel information of the Imperial Capital University team to each of the bigwigs. The person in charge of the Apocalypse Temple in Hwagwa was a voluptuous woman in a red bodysuit named Sikong Wu. She picked up Mei Yajing's information and studied it for a while, a slight smirk appearing on her lips. Oh, she actually has dual elements of wind and thunder? If her talent grows, her future is limitless. She took off her sunglasses and tossed them on the table, looking cocky as she provocatively nodded at Yuan Tiangang and Tang Bai, the person in charge of the Holy Angel City in Hwagwa. You too, this girl Mei Yajing is very much to my taste. I like her just from the photo. The Apocalypse Temple has reserved her. I am willing to spend 2 selection tokens for her. The military and the 3 major contractor organizations each have 3 selection tokens every year, which can be used to prioritize selection. Before Sikong Wu finished speaking, the team from Qinghai University suddenly surpassed the team from Imperial Capital University, jumping to first place. Kill points 92 by Zhang 30 points, Zhong Shichen 15 points, Zhou Tianwei 13 points. Tang Bai, a Caucasian, brightened up, not even looking at the information, and immediately made a decision. I want this by Zhan for the Holy Angel City. I will spend 1 selection token, and no one can compete with me. A staff member approached and whispered a few words in his ear, causing Tang Bai's expression to change dramatically, glaring angrily at Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang remained unfazed, ignoring him completely. Sikong Wu snorted coldly, feeling amused. Ha, foolish, he didn't even do his homework before coming. Bai Zhan is Yuan Tiangong's nephew. If he can sign with your Holy Angel City, I will take your surname. In a short while, the team from Fuhua University climbed to second place, with a student named Guan Tiandi, whose name was incredibly imposing, suddenly jumping from 2 points to 35 points. Such a striking performance immediately caught everyone's attention. Zhao Hongyang from the military slowly spoke. Guan Tiandi, we want him. Zhao Hongyang was not acting impulsively. Someone who could suddenly cause a significant spike in kill points must possess powerful area damage capabilities. This type of contractor was exactly the talent the military needed for group combat. With mechanized troops holding the front, a big move from the back to clear the field was a very straightforward yet effective approach to deal with the arrival of the illusion realm. According to the regulations of Hwagwa, during the annual first round of the illusion selection event, the military has absolute priority in choosing. However, once this priority is exercised, they will completely lose their selection rights. After that, no matter who the military favors, they can only watch as others choose first. This is done to ensure the military's combat effectiveness in large-scale frontal battles. Defending the homeland and combating organized enemies from the illusion realm requires strict discipline and coordinated teamwork. The military's absolute priority ensures that Huagua's armed forces maintain strong combat power, allowing them to extinguish any incursions from the illusion realm at the first opportunity. This is one of the important reasons why Huagua has not yet faced a dire situation. The few present were all aware of this rule and nodded in agreement without further comment. Suddenly, Sikongwu sat up straight and exclaimed, her slender willow leaf eyebrows nearly knitting together. Ha! Anping City United University, what is that? Director Chin, is there a bug in the data? At Sikongwu's reminder, everyone noticed that the bottom right corner of the large screen suddenly displayed a school that had never been seen in history, Anping City United University. Ah, this? Isn't United University a liberal arts school? Director Chin, could it really be a data error? Tang Bai couldn't help but voice his inner doubts. Qin Jianawa smiled faintly and explained, everyone, this is the new Illusion Class expansion plan, officially launched by Huagua this year. In previous years, some students who had contracted with low-level heroes were unable to enter university and ultimately faced elimination in the illusion realm. This year, the Education Bureau, in collaboration with various sectors of society, has formulated the Illusion Class expansion plan to help these contractors organize and seek a glimmer of hope. There is an old saying, in Huagua, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. Director Qin puffed out his chest, a proud expression on his face. What you see now is the result of this plan. Schools like United University can make the list, and I think perhaps everyone's vision should not be limited by contract levels. We can try more combinations. Oh, I see. Director Qin is far-sighted. The several responsible individuals showed expressions of admiration, though internally they were all snickering. How ridiculous! Do you really think that after so many years of summarizing hero levels, you can overturn it just by combining a few rotten fish and shrimp? The reason a salted fish turns over is to make you steam it better. Wasting resources. Of course, everyone understood the principle of many hands make light work. Tang Bai, having lived in Huagua for over a decade, had absorbed the culture deeply. He gave a thumbs up and praised in less than fluent Chinese. Director Qin, awesome. Qin Jianawa smiled faintly, indicating it was a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Just as he was halfway through his boast, Sikongwu exclaimed again. Ha, wait a minute, Director Qin, are you sure there's not a data malfunction? In the center of the large screen, in the position of over 100, a peculiar team composed of question marks suddenly jumped dozens of places forward instantly, reaching the first screen, then bouncing twice more to firmly occupy the first position. Thus, the front of the large screen displayed the following line of characters: school name, team members, 1 kill points, 192 points. Qin Jianawa rubbed his eyes and confirmed several times. He suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and stood up abruptly, sternly calling for the on-site technical staff. What's going on? What's the situation with the first place on the display? The technical staff looked anxious and nodded repeatedly. Please wait a moment, Director Qin, we will investigate the malfunction right away. Qin Jianawa's expression softened slightly as he sat back down and smiled. It should be a malfunction. Everyone, please remain calm and don't worry about that question mark team. Unfortunately, the heavens do not fulfill human wishes. In front of several big shots, the question mark team has been bouncing back and forth at the top position. Moreover, the kill points are changing every minute, sometimes increasing by 1, sometimes by 5. In just a few dozen minutes, the kill points have already surpassed the 300 mark. Readers, if you've made it this far, could you add this to your bookshelf? What does 300 points even mean? If the first illusion is truly a zombie world, one would have to kill 300 ordinary zombies to earn such a high kill score. If it were about killing lick eaters or tyrants, it would take at least. What a joke! Who could possibly kill such a number of lick eaters and tyrants alone in the first illusion? Especially the tyrants, whose strength and defense are comparable to those of a level 7 or 8 enhanced contractor, are definitely not something a novice contractor can easily kill. Several big shots have shifted their focus from which school's contractor team can take first place to the illusion Management Bureau, wondering when this broken display will be fixed. They are now entirely focused on eliminating the annoying bug that keeps the question mark team bouncing in first place. Qin Jianawa watched the technicians bustling around the huge LED display, his expression growing darker. In front of the leaders of the 4 major contractor organizations in Huagua, such a big problem arose. Where could he put his old face? Just as Director Qin was about to transform into an angry little bird, the lights in the hall went out completely. The door remained unmoved, and a bolt of blue lightning crackled in the air quickly, transforming into a powerful being with a calm expression, blue skin, and dressed in a blue suit. His eyes were a light blue, and when they met, it felt as if one could see the entire universe contained within them. This being, like a glowing blue light bulb, emitted a blue glow that illuminated the hall. With his arrival, the vast hall fell silent. This blue sprite stood silently in front of several leaders, blocking their view of the big screen, and slowly extended his right hand.
In the next second, the big
screen along with the components and wires below disintegrated into countless tiny parts, and the space froze at that moment. The leaders were blocked from view but didn't dare to move an inch.
Tang Bai didn't even dare to breathe. It was rumored that this blue sprite despised the organization of the Holy Angel City.
Old Tang had no doubt that he could be disintegrated into a puddle of blood just for blinking his left eye first. This blue sprite was none other than the atomic doctor, Du Shin, one of the
2 divine generals of Huagua.
It was rumored that Du Shin had reached a height of over 80 levels, and with a single thought he could generate a nuclear explosion out of thin air, disintegrating a person into their most primitive cellular state. After inspecting for a moment, Du Shin turned his palm, and the electronic components flew back to their original positions like swallows returning to their nests, as if the electronic screen had never been disassembled, restoring to its original state. When the lights in the hall came back on, Du Shin had already vanished, leaving behind a faint sentence that lingered in the air.
The instrument data is fine.
If you doubt my creations again, please provide evidence.
Qin Jianhua was sweating profusely, smiling at the air. So the illusion detector is your creation, Du Shin.
You should have said so earlier, even if I had 10 times
the courage. I wouldn't dare to doubt your creations.
The leaders present all let out a long breath, although Du Shin hadn't looked at them. The pressure created just by his presence made it hard to breathe.
Si Kong Wu stroked her ample bosom. God, is this the power of an over 80-level divine general? Just standing there, I feel like I can see my great-grandmother waving at me. Yuan Tiangang shook his head with a bitter smile.
As far as I know, the one who just descended was merely a clone of Du Shin. His true body has long been wandering the universe, seeking solutions to our world's stellar problems.
What? You're telling me that kind of momentum was just a clone? What would his true body look like?
Zhao Hongyang said lightly. If Du Shin's true body does not restrain itself, an ordinary person would develop cancer the moment they see him, with their internal organs filled with growths within 7 days, leading to a rotting death.
If Du Shin wanted to destroy the world, it probably wouldn't take him an hour. Qin Jianhua coughed twice, interrupting several people who were praising Du Shin. Everyone, we can express our admiration for Du Shin face to face, but the urgent question before us is this: who exactly is this question mark? Since Du Shin had personally confirmed that the instruments and data were correct, there could be no doubt about it. No one dared to disagree with this viewpoint.
In fact, doubting Du Shin's creations was less reasonable than questioning why men cannot give birth, why sows groan in pain at night, or why bloody limbs appear in the toilet.
Some statistics have shown that over 70% of illusion devices in Huagua and even worldwide are manufactured by Du Shin.
With his own strength, he has elevated human civilization on Blue Star to a new level, advancing humanity from a Type 1 civilization to a quasi-Type 2 civilization, establishing a human frontier on the Moon and a gathering place on Mars, accomplishing the great feat of migrating from Blue Star to Mars. Who would dare to doubt the creations of this near-divine powerhouse? Some even believe that Du Shin's strength far surpasses that of the other 5 gods, having independently advanced to above the 90th level. Therefore, the problem must lie with that question mark. What person or thing does the question mark represent? Yuan Tiangang pondered for a moment and his eyes lit up. There is a possibility that this question mark is a free contractor who has not joined any organization. Those involved are often confused, while bystanders see clearly. Yuan Tiangong's words immediately awakened everyone. That's right, he is alone, and hasn't teamed up with anyone, so his team member count is 1. His kill score is the same as his team score because all the zombies were killed by him alone. Since his life fluctuations were not recorded in the backend, all information related to him is a question mark, yet Du Shin's technological creations happen to capture his achievements. Yes, looking at it this way, it indeed makes sense. The faces of several leaders were filled with smiles, but as they laughed, they fell silent again. If their earlier assumptions were correct, just how strong could this contractor be? A single person's kill score could even rival that of the top universities: Emperor Capital University, Qingbai University, and Fuhua University. These 3 schools are the most elite institutions for contractors in the country, and their combined kill scores are nearly equal to that of this one individual. Moreover, as of now, this person's kill score is still rising, nearing 350 points. Previously, the highest single kill score in the zombie world was held by the goddess Jean, one of the only 2 divine generals in Huagua, at 210 points, which has now been surpassed by this question mark student. The highest team kill record was held by the Emperor Capital University team in 2028 at 520 points. But at that time, that team happened to have a future god, a saint, and 2 stars, which could be considered the most luxurious lineup in history. However, all these past glorious achievements have now become history on just the first day. This question mark student has already earned nearly 350 points. If he continues to kill without restraint, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break the team kill score in 3 days.
So now there is a question before the leaders. What hero has this student contracted? Could it be the creator god? If they could recruit this student into the organization and he grows smoothly, his future would be limitless. Huagua might gain another divine general, potentially breaking the world order. The few of them glanced at the several databags in front of them. The hotly contested teams from Emperor Capital University and Qinghai University suddenly seemed unappealing. They turned their eager gazes toward Director Qin. Sikong thrust her ample bosom forward, extending her red tongue to circle around her purplish-red lips, her eyes filled with a desire for conquest. Director Qin, we all know that you have more detailed data on the contractors within your organization. Although we can't see their real names, the gender and transmission area should be accessible, right? She thought to herself. Humph. Once I know his true identity, with my unparalleled figure and beauty, even a wet behind-the-ears kid will be easy to handle. It doesn't matter if he's a guy or a girl, my charm is irresistible to both. Xin Jianhua lowered his head, not daring to look at Sikong Wu's exquisitely alluring face and the large thundercloud looming over him. This crazy woman was fiery and open, daring to say and do anything. His wife at home, with her tired face, would definitely make him kneel on the washboard if any scandal got out. Dushin indeed created an AI intelligence system for the Huagua Illusion Management Bureau named Tianwang. As long as Tianwang intervened, it could surely find this contractor through various clues. However, the existence of Tianwang was highly confidential and must not be easily disclosed. Director Qin raised his head, about to speak, when suddenly a staff member leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. Director Qin frowned slightly and said lightly, "Let them in." A few minutes later, several elderly men with white hair and canes barged in. The leading elder was Xiong Zhanglin, the president of the Imperial Capital University, leaning on his cane with a detached and lofty expression. Director Qin, how do you explain this score? In the zombie illusion, Lin Chen gradually lost interest in decapitating ordinary zombies and turned his gaze to the tyrant. The tyrant was the strongest single-unit soldier in the zombie world, and the city wall of the gathering place had just been shattered by a few tyrants wielding giant axes. They were usually massive, nearly 3 meters tall, wielding enormous club-like weapons. And even among the zombie army, tyrants were a rare existence. They scattered in pairs among the zombie horde, their towering figures standing out prominently. The tyrant's defense was astonishing. The contractor's ranged attacks had failed to inflict serious injury. However, Lin Chen felt no fear towards this behemoth. As long as he was fast enough, the movements of the giant seemed slow. To him, no matter how strong, one must land a hit for it to be effective. Moreover, his current strength might not be inferior to that of the tyrant. Lin Chen approached the tyrant, attempting to seize the giant axe from its hands. The tyrant tightened its grip on the axe, turning its side face towards Lin Chen, and the large head wrapped in a shroud suddenly glowed with a dark red light. It raised the massive axe that had been dragging on the ground and let out a low roar at Lin Chen. The surrounding zombies immediately scattered, forming a circle as if performing some kind of ritual. Oh, I didn't expect this big brute to be so sensitive, Lin Chen thought to himself. When he approached other zombies, they showed no reaction. Why was the tyrant so sensitive? Lin Chen was unaware that the tyrant held a captain-like status among the zombie horde. The surrounding zombies were its subordinates, and if an ordinary zombie or a licker approached the tyrant and touched its giant axe, it would be seen as a challenge. If one could defeat the tyrant, they could replace it and command at least thousands of zombies. If defeated, they would be torn apart by the tyrant. The liquor sent on Lin Chen was mistaken by the zombies as that of a challenger, triggering the challenge mechanism. The tyrant roared in anger, swinging down with both hands. The giant axe weighed at least nearly 1,000 kilograms. And combined with the tyrant's brute strength, the attack power of this swing exceeded 3,000 kilograms. Lin Chen felt no turmoil within. His base physique value, after enhancements, had already reached 93 points, plus a 2.3 times boost from his Kryptonian bloodline. Lin Chen glanced at his attribute panel. It was now at 2.5 times, having escaped the radiation environment of the red giant star, and he was continuously growing stronger. Overall calculations showed that his physique had already reached an impressive 232 points. His strength and speed had more than tripled compared to before he entered the zombie world. It was no exaggeration to say that he could come and go as he pleased among this horde of zombies, with not a single one able to stop him. A massive bloody giant axe, mixed with the stench of rotting corpses, swung towards his head. Although the tyrant was large, the speed of the strike was incredibly fast, and the giant axe was instantly above Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen sneered disdainfully, raising one hand to easily catch the axe handle. It seemed effortless, but the ground beneath him suddenly sank half a meter, and the rising dust indicated just how powerful that strike had been. The dark red pupils hidden beneath the shroud of the tyrant flickered violently. The small zombie in front of him could only use one hand to catch the deadly blow delivered with both hands, making it
realized that its strength was on a completely different level from that of the challenger. It struggled to reclaim the giant axe, but it felt as if the axe had been set in reinforced concrete, unmoving, and even its body began to lift off the ground. Lin Chen wanted to test the extent of his own strength, so he forcefully threw the tyrant along with the giant axe into the air. The tyrant's robust body, weighing 700 to 800 kilograms, flailed as it soared dozens of meters high. Lin Chen lightly jumped up, seized the giant axe, and swung it upward. With a crack, the tyrant's massive body was cleaved in two, and a rain of foul blood began to pour down. Lin Chen dropped the giant axe to the ground with a thud. Amidst the blood rain, he surveyed his surroundings. The horde of zombies emitted low growls, nervously retreating. Only the original elite guards of the tyrant revealed their ferocious forms and charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen spun the giant axe around himself, and wherever it passed, the zombies burst like water bags, producing dull thuds as they exploded. In just a few minutes, dark red blood flowers bloomed around Lin Chen, with severed limbs and entrails spraying out in a radial pattern. Anyone unaware would think a violent explosion had just occurred in this place. Excited by the slaughter, Lin Chen hurled the giant axe directly, and it spun through the air, killing nearly 100 zombies. He found that the giant axe was surprisingly effective for slaughtering zombies. He realized that if he wanted, he could wipe out the entire zombie horde before dawn, but if he did that, he would likely miss uncovering the truth behind the anomaly in the timeline. Lin Chen's large-scale massacre of zombies did not bring back Hugo Kevin. It seemed this guy had been thoroughly scared out of his wits and had no idea where he had hidden. Continuing to follow the zombie horde for about 2 hours, a vast expanse of golden light gradually appeared ahead. Lin Chen knew he was about to reach his destination. He abandoned the zombie horde and moved forward quickly. A few minutes later, his eyes brightened as he came upon a massive natural cave formed by a deep depression filled with endless golden plants. Looking around, every plant had blooming flowers at the top, resembling human faces, as if they were alive, swaying in place and emitting light and heat. What astonished Lin Chen even more was that beneath the plants lay a multitude of zombies of all types. Ordinary zombies, lickers, tyrants, bat zombies, three-headed zombie dogs, and enormous zombie sandworms. This was like a zombie museum. The zombies were entangled by the roots of the flowers, appearing peaceful and showing no signs of agitation. Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. What exactly was everything he was seeing? The zombie world was different from all the film and anime worlds he had known in his past life. What had happened in this world? At that moment, an aged voice abruptly echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Strong one from another world, I have been watching you since you arrived in this world. What exactly are you seeking? Can we have a chat? No need to wait for Kevin, I have already informed him to stay away from you. No wonder Kevin hasn't returned for so long. It turns out this guy is behind it. Who are you? Show yourself. Lin Chen said faintly in his heart. Sorry, I am unable to move and cannot meet you at the moment, the voice replied. Lin Chen sneered, you better not be lying to me. Anyone who has crossed paths with me will have nowhere to hide. He instantly activated the power of the source of chaos. Deep within Lin Chen's gem-like blue pupils, two blazing red flames ignited, and countless lines filled the world, revealing the truth before his eyes. In this state, Lin Chen referred to it as the true vision. This state consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. With his current mental strength of just over 100 points, he could only maintain it for 3 minutes. Lin Chen immediately noticed a thick golden beam connecting from deep underground to himself. Underground? Are you the collective consciousness of these plants? Lin Chen knew that there are countless forms of biological existence. Every flower, tree, and stone could be a form of life. It was not surprising that such a large number of plants could generate a powerful consciousness. He couldn't help but frown. If he was conversing with these plants, it would be troublesome. The roots and stems of plants are far larger than the parts above ground, and he couldn't possibly find and uproot them all in a short time. I am not their collective consciousness. These plants, called the Sun Ladder, are tools I use to restore the world's ecology. You restore the world? Lin Chen found it even more absurd. Humans have used weapons to destroy the world. The surface is no longer suitable for life, and the world is on the brink of desolation. I was forced to hide underground, creating the undead and the Sun Ladder, attempting to restore the entire world. Using zombies to restore the world? How can you say such a lie? Lin Chen certainly didn't believe it. Why not use humans to restore the world? The Sun Ladder is the only plant that can grow in this environment. They use the bodies of the undead as nutrients, and the two are interdependent. They can also absorb radiation. And the undead, tireless and unafraid of radiation, can work 24 hours a day, making them the most suitable race for restoring the surface environment. Lin Chen laughed. Then what about exterminating humans? Is that also a necessary measure for restoring the surface environment? The voice hesitated for a moment and said softly, the human race is filled with a desire for destruction. According to my calculations, if this race is not completely eradicated, a
tragedy will repeat itself within 3,000 years. To ensure the survival of the planet, all humans must be eliminated.
Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, feeling that there was some truth to what it said. In the world before his crossing, there had been 2 world wars, and the Third World War was on the verge of breaking out.
Countless beings had died because of war.
Once a major power was pushed to the brink, using the art of the sun, the entire planet would become just like the illusion before him. Seeing him silent, the voice thought Lin Chen still didn't believe it and continued, "If you still don't believe me, head southwest for 370 kilometers.
There is a secret base hidden in the mountains, where you can find the truth of what happened back then." 370 kilometers? Why not say 3,000 kilometers? How am I supposed to get there? Lin Chen laughed. "I can send Abu to take you there." The ground trembled
violently as a giant spider nearly 100 meters in size emerged from underground. It shook off the dust from its body, raised its head, and let out a piercing scream. Lin Chen's expression was heavy. He felt a faint sense of threat from the
giant spider.
What kind of damn zombie world was this, with more and more powerful species he had never seen before emerging endlessly? "Its name is Abu. It has accompanied me for many years and is my old partner," with no aggression.
Lin
Chen was not afraid of the zombie spider. The giant creature had enough power, but it was pointless if he couldn't hit it.
The time anomaly was getting closer to being resolved, and he was certainly unwilling to stop here.
Lin Chen hoisted the giant axe and climbed up the hairy legs of the giant spider, sitting cross-legged in the middle of its lantern-like compound eyes. He tapped Abu's head with the back of the axe, producing a sound like metal striking metal, and commanded,
"Let's go." The giant spider raised its 6 huge red compound eyes and glared at him in dissatisfaction.
Then Abu quickly crawled across the ground, and Lin Chen estimated its speed to be at least 100 miles per hour, with the scenery around them
rapidly retreating.
In some low hilly areas, Abu could easily leap over them, giving Lin Chen a roller coaster-like thrill, and he couldn't help but shout in excitement.
"Good job, Abu, go faster." Roar! Roar! With Lin Chen's praise, Abu climbed even more energetically. Dust and vibrations followed them, like a giant tank crushing everything in its path. Along the way, Lin Chen and Abu passed by some human gathering points. The contractors responsible for night watch suddenly
felt the ground rumble. They thought it was another wave of zombies attacking and immediately sounded the alarm, waking up their comrades who had just fallen into a deep sleep after a day of fighting.
All the contractors at the gathering point
gathered on the city wall, ready to fight to the death. The next second, upon seeing the approaching enemy, everyone gaped, their eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. Their scalps tingled, and their bodies nearly stiffened into statues. The incoming threat was not a wave of zombies but a giant zombie spider as large as a hill, moving at an extremely high speed, kicking up a cloud of dust as it approached.
The contractors' hearts sank. It was a well-known theorem that
the larger the monster in the zombie illusion, the stronger its combat power. If it were a wave of zombies, they might have tried to resist, but against a monster of this size, it was better to just lie down, strip off their clothes, and wait to die, sparing the giant spider the trouble of indigestion. Many people's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, their faces pale as paper.
"Oh God, how can there be such a monster in illusion number 1?
With its size, if it steps down, we're
all dead. This damn thing is as big as a hill. What can we use to fight it?"
The teacher never mentioned that such large monsters would appear.
Some contractors with good eyesight could vaguely see a humanoid figure sitting cross-legged on its head, holding a giant axe.
"Look, there's a creature holding a giant axe on its head."
"What? Is the giant spider its mount? What kind of monster is it?"
Fortunately, the combination of the giant spider and Lin Chen seemed uninterested
in their small gathering point.
It simply brushed past the gathering point, and the shockwave alone made the city wall creak, nearly collapsing entirely. As the spider passed by, it turned its head to glance at the contractors in the gathering area, and everyone could even see a look of disdain in its 6 crimson compound eyes, as if to say, "Humph, little trash." Some timid girls were immediately frightened to tears.
"Wah, I want to go home. I never want to be a contractor again."
On his way, Lin Chen encountered the hall of the Illusion Management Bureau of Huagua, where Principal Xiong of the imperial capital University stormed into the hall with a group of other principals and reporters. They had been waiting outside for the results of the first illusion, as every year's new students, whether they are dragons or worms, could be somewhat discerned from the first illusion. Several principals had their informants, able to obtain real-time information about the illusion immediately. A few elderly educators, over 60, felt anxious inside, even more so than when they were young, waiting outside the delivery room for their wives, anticipating the
results of a blind box. Fortunately, good news kept coming in. At Imperial Capital University, Mei Yajing was confirmed by the Holy Temple of Revelation with 2 draft orders.
At Qingbai University, Bai Zhan was confirmed by the City of Holy Angels with 1 draft order.
Oh, the confirmation failed. Fuhua University.
The elderly principals appeared calm, but inside they were all anxious, although
This illusion lasted 3 days. The rankings on the first day could indicate significant issues.
The three principals were secretly criticizing
each other. Those old geezers, how are they still alive at this age? As long as you all die, I will be the most respected educator in Huagua.
But gradually, the wind began to shift. Someone reported a rumor.
Anping City United University has entered the top 200 rankings.
The principals of several prestigious universities suddenly felt embarrassed.
What? What kind of nonsense is United University? How can they appear on the National Illusion Kill leaderboard? Is there a problem with the score? Another report came in.
An even more outrageous situation has occurred. A team with a series of question marks is dominating the leaderboard with an
absolute advantage. There might be a problem with the equipment.
Principal Xiong immediately became restless. What kind of garbage?
Equipment could malfunction? Displaying question marks, mosaics? Are we all here to watch adult films?
Every year, Huagua invests so much
money, and this is what they produce. He was already hot-tempered, standing up with many university principals, accompanied by a large number of reporters angrily storming into the hall.
Before he could explode, the blue figure that had already dissipated rematerialized. And Principal Xiong suddenly remembered someone. He immediately calmed down, and his face no longer showed a trace of agitation.
He put on a smiling face and apologized to the blue light. Oh, so the illusion detector is your creation, Lord Du. I was shallow. When you have time to visit the school, I will certainly welcome you.
The blue light then slowly dissipated into points of light.
The other principals also nodded and bowed, their faces full of flattery. Lord Du, safe travels. Welcome to our school to guide our work. When will Lord Du's main body return to Blue Star? Have you found a planet suitable for human habitation?
While the principals were busy apologizing, the reporters who had mixed into the hall were incredibly shocked.
Several major news stories made them feel an
overwhelming sense of impending cerebral climax.
What the hell? The illusion detector is a creation of Lord Du. This is the first time I've learned this. What? Anping City United University actually made it into the top 200? How did they do that?
Hiss,
the question. Mark team is dominating first place? They have already broken the long-standing solo kill record held by God Jean for 10 years? What the hell? Is the question mark team about to break the kill record set by one god, one saint, and 2 stars? Are they that fierce? Who exactly is the question mark team? Are they all contracted with S-class heroes?
Even if they are all contracted with S-class heroes, they
wouldn't achieve such results.
The question mark team is too terrifying.
This is big news, super big news, to report such explosive news once in a lifetime. I would be content to die right now.
Thus, the scoring situation of the first illusion, which was supposed to be made public 3 days later, began to spread through various channels on the first day. Breaking news: the mysterious question mark team has bravely claimed the top spot on the individual kill leaderboard, surpassing the long-standing record held by Jin Shin for
10 years. They are about to exceed the highest team score maintained by the legendary God team back in the day. The question mark team is actually just one person. Who could this extraordinary individual be? And who is the hero of the contract? In Anping City, at Lin
Chen's home, Wan Ling and Old Lin exchanged worried glances as they saw the overwhelming news online.
Question mark? Alone, breaking
historical records. Everything pointed to one person, their most successful offspring, Lin Chen.
Could it be what I think? The boss is in the illusion of the yellow star, activating the Kryptonian bloodline and becoming invincible, tearing through the illusion? 1.
Ling rubbed her cheeks, her face filled with concern. Being invincible in the illusion is certainly a good thing, but as a contractor,
he ultimately has to return to Blue Star.
The powerful contractors on Blue Star are not to be trifled with. If Lin Chen draws too much attention, it could attract the notice of the Blue Star authorities. If their identities as illusion stowaways are exposed, the consequences
would be unimaginable.
Old Lin's Kryptonian bloodline and her Omega-level mutant genes are both rare subjects for research.
Thinking
of this, Wan Ling couldn't help but bite her red lips, fiercely twisting the tender flesh at Old Lin's waist, blaming him for wanting
so much every night, and before I knew it, I had so many. Lin Riwang felt as if struck by lightning, twisting his body, gritting
his teeth, and begging for mercy.
Ouch, dear, it hurts. Why are you pinching me for the boss's mistake?
The boss is so well behaved.
What wrong has he done?
It's all your fault for wanting it every night, and now look, we have 3.
What will happen if we get exposed?
The second and third are still in kindergarten. Poor second and third, they were already silly, and now they might be caught by
those despicable Blue Star humans.
Wan Ling's eyes turned red at the thought of that scene. As a mother, she couldn't bear to see her children suffer, especially since she was the Scarlet Witch, a true child-loving fanatic.
Don't worry, dear, the boss knows what he's doing.
He has never made us worry since he was little. Old Lin was quite calm. After all, they couldn't run away or fight back. He wrapped his arms around Wanda's slim waist, comforting her. The boss's strength should have improved tremendously upon his return. It's time to tell him about that matter. Wait a bit longer. His current strength isn't enough to confront the whole world. That despicable cosmic consciousness, if it weren't for it constantly limiting us, the entire planet would have already bowed at my feet. Once I regain my strength, the first thing I'll do is turn it into a pig. Wan Ling's eyes glowed red, her beautiful face appearing somewhat terrifying. Don't let yourself get too worked up, dear. Just hold on a little longer. If everything goes smoothly, our day to return home shouldn't be far off. After several hours of long-distance travel, Abu stopped in front of a low hill, straightened its body, and pointed its front paw at the low hill ahead. Lin Chen saw a large hole halfway up the hill, revealing a white architectural structure. Inside, with some wires hanging down from the damaged wall, crackling with electric sparks, looking like it had just been destroyed. Besides me, has anyone else come here? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. He looked at Abu. Abu, have you brought anyone else here? Abu blinked its 6 red compound eyes, displaying an innocent expression. It quickly dug a large pit with its claws, closed its 6 red compound eyes, curled up, and buried itself in the ground, leaving only a tuft of hair sticking out above the surface. Swaying in the wind, seemingly prepared to stay like that until Lin Chen came out. Lin Chen tried to call out to that ancient voice in his mind but received no response. It seems he can only rely on himself for exploration now. As the saying goes, since he has come this far. With his current attributes, Lin Chen does not believe there is any creature in the first illusion that can pose a threat. Lin Chen jumped off Abu and walked into the secret base. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, clearly showing signs of having been cleaned recently. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Could there still be humans alive in the base? Soon, he discovered several cleaning robots sweeping dust in the corridor. Upon sensing someone entering, the lights gradually brightened, illuminating the entire secret base. Next to Lin Chen were closed laboratories, many of which contained white-coated figures that had turned to withered bones. Their remains scattered throughout the rooms, until Lin Chen saw a familiar red and white emblem on the wall, an octagon marked by an open umbrella. His pupils contracted slightly, and he murmured to himself, "It really is the Umbrella Corporation." The Umbrella Corporation, notorious for its advanced military technology, life engineering, and biological weapons. It was they who brought the Sun Ladder from the African Dubai tribe, a demonic flower that should not exist in this world. They also extracted the progenitor virus, attempting to use it to create biological weapons. Subsequently, due to the accidental leak of the zombie virus, the entire world fell into destruction. Previously, when Lin Chen saw the Sun Ladder flower, he had already harbored suspicions, but only at this moment could he confirm that the first illusion was indeed the world of Resident Evil. But what about the mysterious underground creatures, the suddenly appearing royal zombies, and Abu? He couldn't remember these monsters being in Resident Evil. And who had destroyed the base? Lin Chen explored down the corridor, feeling a premonition that deep within the base there must be answers. He sought. Along the way, Lin Chen found no living souls. The secret base was eerily quiet except for the sounds of the automatic robots. After entering here, the old voice had also vanished without a trace. Lin Chen searched several offices along the way, finding nothing. He quickened his pace, heading straight for the lowest level. Those who had seen Resident Evil knew well that the Umbrella Corporation's base was built from top to bottom, with confidential materials stored at the very bottom. Lin Chen soon arrived at the lowest level of the base, where the ground was entirely made of transparent tempered glass, revealing a vast dark void below, where something seemed to be moving in the shadows. As Lin Chen stepped on the glass floor, it instantly lit up, light strips illuminating like steps, brightening the entire underground space. As the light extended into the underground space, 2 massive golden flames suddenly ignited in the dark void, and Lin Chen instantly saw the situation in the underground cavity. A gigantic golden skeleton sat cross-legged there, its hand bones shaped like lotus flowers, surrounded by hundreds of contractees in blue star uniforms, bowing in reverence as if performing some kind of ritual. A mysterious whisper echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Nan Wu, sure. What the hell is this? Why are there such bizarre monsters in the world of Resident Evil? The enormous skeleton slowly raised its head and looked at Lin Chen, a tremendous force descending upon him from the void. Lin Chen straightened his body, a red glow of chaotic origin flickering in his pupils, quietly meeting its gaze for a moment. Bang! Lin Chen seemed to hear the sound of steel cables snapping in the distance. As the pressure dissipated, the skeleton lowered its head, no longer paying attention to Lin Chen's presence. A faint sigh sounded behind Lin Chen. He turned around to find a red-haired little girl, composed of holographic projection. A name flashed through Lin Chen's mind, Red Queen, the strongest AI of the Umbrella Corporation, who killed all the humans in the company to stop the spread of the zombie virus but ultimately failed. The little girl had a blank
expression coldly staring at Lin Chen and spoke. This is not a place you should be. Leave quickly. Lin Chen chuckled. Take your time, you are the Red Queen, right? Or should I call you Alicia Marcus? Can you tell me what exactly happened in this world?
Lin Chen's words revealed her identity, and the Red Queen showed a look of surprise. She was silent for a moment, her form somewhat unstable, and spoke hurriedly. Come to the central control room on the second to last floor. I'm low on energy and cannot maintain
this projection form to talk to you for long.
Before her words fell, the Red Queen transformed into a cloud of red mist and dissipated
into the air.
Lin Chen took a deep look at the enormous golden skeleton below, then turned and walked up the stairs.
As Lin
Chen left, the skeleton raised its head again to watch Lin Chen's back, opening its massive skeletal mouth as if to emit a silent
mockery.
Lin Chen took a few steps up. He had just come down and glanced at each floor, but did not find the central control room. After walking a few steps, a hidden door suddenly opened on the side wall of the staircase, revealing a tunnel leading to a new,
unknown floor.
Lin Chen walked in, knowing he had triggered a hidden plot.
If he hadn't called out the Red Queen's name, he might
never have found the central control room hidden between the floors. The sides of the tunnel were embedded with numerous dark red laser emitters, which would fire powerful lasers to shred enemies if they intruded without the Red Queen's permission.
Soon, Lin Chen arrived in a room filled with instruments.
The walls here were entirely made of display modules, allowing Lin Chen to see the
status of every floor and every room in real time. The voice of a little girl echoed again. Who are you? How do you know my name?
Before Lin Chen could answer, she coldly continued, the base has been idle for 200 years. Don't try to deceive me, or I will eliminate you immediately. Lin Chen's heart trembled. Was the first illusion actually a world of biohazard 200
years later? No wonder the zombie race had evolved into intelligent royalty. Such a time span could indeed bring about miraculous changes in a race.
After a moment of thought, Lin Chen replied calmly, I am a wasteland wanderer named Lin Chen.
I accidentally
found a diary at a gathering point, and the owner of the diary is named Alice. She recorded this place in the diary and wrote that if we want to save humanity, we should go to the secret base, where we might find a cure for the zombie virus.
Humanity is on the brink of complete extinction at the final moment of our race's survival, so I came with a try-it-out attitude. The reason Lin
Chen chose Alice as a breakthrough was that the Red Queen before him and Alice were actually backup clones of the same girl. That girl was Alicia, the daughter of Dr. Marcus, one of the 3 founders of Umbrella Corporation.
Dr. Marcus's original intention in researching the progenitor virus was also to cure Alicia's premature aging disease.
It can be said that Alicia holds a very important identity in the world of biohazard, and there is an extraordinary bond between Alice and the Red Queen. The Red Queen murmured, so it was Alice, no wonder you found your way here.
You said she left a diary? Where is she?
Lin Chen spread his hands and
shook his head.
I haven't seen the owner of the diary. If she really is from 200 years ago, I think she is probably long
gone.
The Red Queen's voice sounded somewhat desolate.
Yes, human life lasts less than 100 years. But what about you?
Just now, you saw that enormous skeleton and weren't captured by it, which surprised me. Choosing Alice as a breakthrough was indeed the right decision, and the Red Queen's voice became a bit gentler. I don't know, just now I saw it seem to move a little.
But other than that, I didn't feel anything unusual.
In fact, if Lin Chen did not have the protection of the source of chaos, he would probably end up like those contractors, going to worship that gigantic golden skeleton. The Red Queen did not dwell too much on the fact that Lin Chen was not deceived. At least there was a human who could remain clear-headed, and she had no choice. Since you have come here to uphold Alice's legacy, it is time to end all of this.
Lin Chen, are you ready to save the world? Is it really that direct? Shouldn't there be a test first before entrusting me with the heavy responsibility of saving the world?
Lin Chen always felt there was some connection between the old voice and the enormous golden skeleton, and it was very likely that they were the cause of the timeline anomaly. He continued to ask, wait a moment, can you tell me what the golden skeleton in the underground
cave actually is? How could the world have turned into this?
Along the way, I encountered zombies who claimed to be royalty and
could communicate with humans.
The voice of the Red Queen came from above Lin Chen's head.
I still have a bit of energy left, and since
you want to know, everything must start from the discovery of the golden skeleton. As the Red Queen recounted the story, various historical clips played around them. Within a few minutes, Lin Chen understood what had gone wrong with the timeline of the first illusion. Originally, the Umbrella Corporation did not intend to exterminate all of humanity. They simply wanted to use the T-virus to
execute a human cleansing plan.
The Umbrella Corporation selected perfect humans to form the ARC project, waiting for all of humanity
to be infected with the zombie virus, then spreading the T-virus antibody to kill all the zombies.
And all the changes began with the
Umbrella Corporation's discovery of this enormous golden skeleton.
Dr. Marcus discovered a gigantic golden skeleton beneath the African altar of the sun stairs. All the sun stairs and the original strains of the progenitor virus actually grew from this golden skeleton. The Umbrella Corporation was overjoyed and secretly transported the golden skeleton back to their base, but soon strange things began to happen. Gradually, some researchers lost all rationality, working day and night, beginning to worship this golden skeleton. They were so fervent that even when their hearts stopped beating and their bodies decayed, there were no signs of stopping. This kind of madness had a strong contagion. All humans who saw the golden skeleton would find ways to come and worship it. Gradually, all the researchers at the base joined the ranks of worshippers, and these humans were called the Soulless. The hundreds of contractors Lin Chen had just seen were the newly joined ones. During Lin Chen's viewing of the footage, more contractors kept arriving outside the base. They saw the low hill with its open door and exclaimed, "There really is a secret base." The strategy given by the teacher was correct. This is the key to the timeline anomaly. The secrets that you couldn't explore back then will be completed by us. They cautiously entered the base, and soft whispers filled their ears. The expressions of these contractors gradually became dazed, and they soon lost all emotions, taking the elevator in the base straight to the lowest level. In the gathering place, the resurrected Cyclops also raced here at high speed, and every zombie he saw along the way would immediately perish. Even the second-tier zombies like the Lickers were not spared. He moved his neck, producing a crisp crack, and grinned. "Kid, I now have nearly 30 levels of power. Your soul is mine." As soon as the Cyclops entered the base, he heard a deep chanting sound, and his expression changed dramatically. "Damn it, this is not good. The zombie illusion actually hides such a monster." He turned to run, but it was too late. Just as he was about to take his last step out of the base, he, like those contractors, became dazed, took the elevator, and headed straight to the lowest level. Without the protection of the source of chaos, no one could resist the soul-snatching secrets of the enormous skeleton. After the Red Queen finished playing the database materials, she said lightly, "Recently, more and more humans have come here. Like the researchers of the past, they are captured by the enormous skeleton, worshipping it tirelessly until they die completely. The entire base's energy is about to run out. I was programmed to protect all of humanity. It's time to end this." Alice's successor, Lin Chen, understood the situation and said calmly, "How exactly do we do that? It's so large, with just the two of us, it seems we can't easily destroy it." In front of Lin Chen, a 3D projection of the base appeared, with several dark red warheads flashing at the bottom. There are several small nuclear bombs stored beneath the base. I've been maintaining them to ensure they work properly. But according to the program settings, as an AI, I cannot detonate these nuclear bombs on my own, so I need you, Alice's successor, to detonate them and eliminate the golden skeleton. You arrive just as my energy is about to run out. Perhaps this is fate's arrangement. Lin Chen was ready to refuse outright. What kind of international joke was this? Why should I be the one to detonate nuclear bombs? This base was clearly a trap. The old voice had lured him here, and it was still deceiving more contractors to come to their deaths. Lin Chen felt deep down that there were many doubts here, and until those doubts were resolved, he had no intention of detonating any nuclear bombs. He had only completed the contract ceremony 2 months ago. Even with Kryptonian blood, being caught in the shockwave of a nuclear bomb would surely leave him dead. Suddenly, a blue light screen popped up in front of him. Key biological entity causing temporal anomalies detected. Please number ZX11908765321143 Contractor. Do your utmost to eliminate this entity and restore the temporal trajectory. Upon success, you will receive the Contract of Time and other generous rewards. Contract of Time? What is that? Why have I never heard of it? Lin Chen frowned. It seemed he really needed to find a university and attend a few classes on illusion knowledge. Xiaomei couldn't possibly relay every detail from class to him word for word, but what Lin Chen didn't know was that very few global contractors were aware of the existence of the Contract of Time. Fortunately, the blue light screen provided a hint explaining the function of the Contract of Time. The Contract of Time allows you to select a single illusion that matches the contractor's strength for descent. Identity, race, and time can all be freely chosen. Identity, race, and time can all be freely chosen. Lin Chen's eyes widened in an instant. If that's the case, sorry, golden skeleton down there, you're doomed. While Lin Chen was communicating with the Red Queen, a deep chanting sound suddenly surged throughout the base. Countless golden plants sprouted from the vast hollow ground below, swaying and glowing like deep-sea seaweed. At first, these glowing golden roots were very small, but by the time Lin Chen and the Red Queen noticed something was wrong, they had already grown to over half a meter tall. They climbed up the contractors' bodies, and in an instant, these contractors were covered in golden roots, struggling to tear off the leech-like golden tendrils. But As the golden roots crawled over their heads, golden flames ignited in everyone's eyes. They stopped struggling and turned to charge at the massive golden skeleton, climbing up its body like ants. The golden skeleton suddenly came to life, its handprints shifting, and a huge swastika light symbol emerged on its bones. It radiated layers of light, illuminating the entire underground base, and the contractors crawling on its body were all sent flying. The Red Queen exclaimed in shock, "What happened? When did the golden roots appear? What's wrong with these humans? Have they gone mad? No, they are no longer human. The life detector shows that these people are all dead. Their hearts have completely stopped beating." Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, and he had a vague suspicion that the old voice had lured him to this place for a reason. "In that case, let me see what exactly you are." Red flames ignited in his pupils, and the world in his eyes instantly transformed into another appearance. The base was filled with golden light, but a cocoon-shaped void formed around him. The red source of chaos and the golden light were in violent conflict, and Lin Chen felt his mental energy depleting continuously. He dared not be negligent. The golden skeleton and that ancient voice were likely quite large. With Lin Chen's current strength, the only way to quickly eliminate them was to take the risk of detonating a nuclear bomb. If that's the case, then let's do it. Nuclear explosions and stars both belong to a type of nuclear fusion. He possesses Kryptonian blood. As long as he is not close to the shockwave and high temperature of a nuclear explosion, he need not worry about mere nuclear radiation. The contract of time is extremely important to Lin Chen, and he is determined to obtain it. Lin Chen urged the Red Queen, "There's no time left. Quickly tell me how to detonate the nuclear bomb." The Red Queen's voice grew even weaker. "The nuclear bombs are stored in the central storage room on the lowest level, a total of 3. You must manually unlock them, and the method to unlock is to drop a drop of blood from an uninfected human." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen paused in his steps. "A human? I'm not a pure human. Forget it, I can't worry about that now. I'll just give it a try." As the battle between the golden roots and the giant skeleton intensified, illusions gradually appeared in Lin Chen's mind. A towering golden statue, its face twisted in a fierce expression, looking at him. His mental energy was rapidly depleting, and his head throbbed painfully. There was no time to take the stairs. Lin Chen punched through the floor, falling to the lowest level of the base. This place had transformed into a world of light, with the golden roots growing to hundreds of meters high in just a few moments, almost touching the glass panel of the lowest level. The massive golden skeleton was completely entangled within, thick-tempered glass showing cracks that could not hold for long. Lin Chen kicked open the door to the central storage room on the lowest level, where 3 nuclear bombs the size of 6 or 7-year-old children were suspended by chains. In the center of the bombs was a control box. Lin Chen bit his finger, letting his blood drip inside, feeling quite anxious. What if this thing doesn't recognize him as human? In a radius of 100 miles, it would be hard to find a single human not contaminated by the zombie virus. Even if he could find one, they wouldn't survive to reach the lowest level. Fortunately, a few seconds later, the red alarm light on the ceiling began to flash. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed again. "Nuclear explosion countdown begins. 300, 299. An aged voice rang in Lin Chen's mind. "No! What have you done? Stop, you will destroy everything." In the cave, the giant skeleton stood up, its body wrapped in golden roots, looking as if it wore a robe, its skull almost touching the lowest level of the base. A massive bony hand broke through the glass of the lowest level, trying to grab Lin Chen, but he skillfully dodged. "You run, I'll hold it off." The Red Queen's voice sounded, and a multitude of robots emerged from various parts of the base, rushing towards the golden skeleton and self-destructing, the sounds of explosions ringing out. With the Red Queen's help, Lin Chen narrowly escaped the secret base, the countdown reaching 50, 49. Outside, Abu had already emerged from underground, anxiously pacing in place, making squeaking sounds. Lin Chen had no time to consider why Abu was still here. He leaped forward, grabbing the long fur on Abu's leg, shouting loudly, "Run! With all your strength!" "Awah!" Abu let out a fierce roar, its animal instincts telling it that this place was extremely dangerous. With a sudden burst of strength, Abu's 8 long legs created a perfect 45-degree parabolic arc in the night sky, launching itself away. Its fur spread out like a light, agile swallow gliding through the air. Lin Chen was greatly shocked. Wow, in this day and age, even spiders can fly? After a few jumps, Abu was already 4 or 5 kilometers away from the base, much faster than Lin Chen could run on his legs. Lin Chen estimated that the nuclear bomb was about to explode. He looked back and saw the ground suddenly bulging into a circular mound, followed by a beam of light shooting into the sky. The blinding light erupted suddenly, turning all objects in the world into shades of gray and white. The next second, a powerful shockwave burst forth from the position of the light beam. A level 10 hurricane swept across the plain, and Abu's body was propelled into the air by the shockwave as if it had gained speed, flying up once more. By the time they landed, Lin Chen and Abu had long since distanced themselves from the center of the nuclear explosion. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. If Abu hadn't been waiting for him at the door, he would have been caught in the blast's power, and even if he didn't die, he would have been injured. With such explosive power, those two monsters should be dead, right? Lin Chen patted Abu on the head. Sorry, the voice that commanded you might be dead, but he wanted to harm me first, so don't seek revenge on me. I don't want to take you down with me. Abu blinked its 6 compound eyes, not understanding what Lin Chen was saying. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. How did I end up talking to a spider? He jumped down from Abu's body and waved. Since that's the case, let's part ways here. Goodbye, Abu. I wish you grow bigger and bigger. After a moment's thought, he added, find a female spider and have a nest of little spiders. It seemed Abu understood this, as its eyes instantly brightened. After all, Abu was summoned by that old voice, and Lin Chen didn't want Abu to find out later that he had killed that old voice and turn on him. If possible, he didn't want to harm this big spider that had saved his life. No matter how fierce Abu usually looked, the time he spent with it was quite pleasant. Abu no longer lingered. It began to dig a hole in the ground and soon burrowed completely underground. The earth rumbled, and a few minutes later, Lin Chen could no longer sense Abu's presence. Lin Chen pouted. It really left quite decisively. When it returned underground and found its old companion of many years was gone, he wondered if it would feel a bit sad. After a moment, the contractors saw the settlement screen appear before them. The screen showed Lin Chen returning to his original form, standing on Abu, with a mushroom cloud forming behind him and the shattered remains of a giant golden skeleton in the nuclear explosion. Immediately after, the illusion announcement echoed in the minds of the contractors. This illusion is about to end early. Contractor ZX11908765321143WD has severely injured the anomalous creature, preventing the timeline from deteriorating further, and will receive the time contract reward. Countdown to return 199. Lin Chen carefully admired his heroic appearance, nodding in satisfaction. The photography skills are pretty good. This expression could be used as a computer desktop. It's a pity it can't be saved. Otherwise, I could take it back to show old Lin and Mom. My son looks so cool in his first illusion. Strength can grow slowly, but being handsome is a lifetime matter. It is a well-known fact that items in the illusion cannot be brought back to reality. Even someone like Lin Chen, who had not received systematic education, understood this well. But what he didn't know was that the illusion announcement was broadcast indiscriminately throughout the entire illusion, meaning he had become famous. The contractors saw the announcement and Lin Chen's handsome snapshot, all letting out a sigh of relief. They had heard from their teachers about such situations. During the illusion process, if someone repaired the timeline anomaly early, the illusion would end early, and all contractors would return to Blue Star ahead of time. However, it was the first time the timeline of the first illusion had been repaired. Otherwise, the classmates wouldn't have various versions of Strange in their hands. Everyone focused intently on Lin Chen's photo, striving to remember this face. After returning to Blue Star, the correct manual for the first illusion would sell for a high price. And this contractor who repaired the timeline of the first illusion would surely shine in the future, starting off at a much higher point than others. Remembering the handsome face of the future big shot was the first priority for survival in the illusion. Many university teachers earnestly advise their students that instead of relying on themselves to become stronger, it is better to cling to the thighs of the strong and be a happy ornament. The 4 little ones from the Anping University were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene, their mouths agape, unable to speak for a long time. They had only one thought in their minds. What the hell? He's a contractor? Not an illusion NPC? How is that possible? Chin Xian was the first to react, her eyes filled with determination. So you're the contractor? That's great. I thought I wouldn't see you again after leaving illusion number 1. Lu Yu, however, was not very interested in Lin Chen's appearance. She was asking other contractors around, have you seen a handsome young boy with black hair? He's also a contractor, and he's alone. Over 1,000 kilometers away at the gathering place, Mei Yajing tucked her flowing hair behind her ear. She felt that the young man mentioned in the announcement looked somewhat familiar, and it unconsciously reminded her of Lin Chen. Her red lips curled slightly as she murmured, Xiaolinzi, how are you? I really want to see you. What are you babbling about all by yourself, looking all lovesick? Song Mingxin, a member of the university team, looked at Mei Yajing with confusion. Even if this handsome guy looks good, you don't have to be so entranced, right? Your lips are practically curling up. What's wrong? Is that Lin Chen from your hometown not appealing anymore? Xiaomei often video chatted with Lin Chen in the dormitory at night, and several female team members knew she had a childhood sweetheart back home. Usually, the team members teased her about it. No, stop talking nonsense. Xiaomei's face turned red and she quickly brushed it off.
Come look, may the school beauty is shy. Zhang Rongrong.
A muscular contractor resembling a man exclaimed exaggeratedly.
You're going to die.
Xiaomei bit her red lip and chased
after Zhang Rongrong.
Laughter like silver bells rang out among the girls, drawing the attention of nearby contractors. Lin Chen felt his body gradually becoming ethereal. He sensed a powerful attraction coming from the horizon, a sign that the
contractors were about to return to Blue Star.
He immediately felt relieved. Just now, he had observed through the real vision that the enormous golden skeleton was not dead. A monster that could survive the close-range explosion of 3 nuclear bombs
was definitely not an enemy he could handle at this stage.
He even worried that the enormous golden skeleton might crawl out of the
nuclear bomb crater and come after him.
Fortunately, that situation did not occur until the end. It seemed the enormous golden skeleton was severely injured. An aged voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind, sounding very weak, filled with boundless anger.
Otherworldly intruder, I remember you. I, Kichati Bobo, have finally united my soul and body today.
I swear by the name of the gods.
No matter where you escape to, I will find you.
I will turn you into a skeleton, forever bowing at my feet.
Kichati Bobo? What kind of monster is that? With my knowledge of the anime world, I actually have no recognition of this monster.
Do you still have the face to be angry? You should have anticipated this moment when you deceived me. Lin Chen retorted, completely unflustered. With his rate of growth, when they meet again in the future, it would be hard to say who would be bowing at whose feet. You give us. The aged voice gradually fell silent. It was clear that it was severely injured and no longer had the strength to
argue with Lin Chen.
Lin Chen finally awaited the countdown to end. His body transformed into light and shot straight into the clouds, disappearing into the thick radiation clouds.
As the contractors departed, the royal zombies on the planet suddenly knelt down.
Their eyes dimmed completely, and their bodies rapidly decayed and deteriorated, with clusters of golden light drifting
out from within them.
These light clusters flew into the air, gathering into the massive pit formed by the nuclear explosion,
completely absorbed by the golden skeleton.
Deep underground, the golden skeleton, with only half a broken skull remaining, received nourishment from the golden light clusters, and its eyes reignited with a blazing fire.
If in my prime, what fear do I have of this mere explosion?
At least I have regained my divine form. 100 years, no, with the divine seeds I have sown. In just 50 years, I will fully restore my strength.
No matter where you hide, I will find you, and that will be your time of death.
Lin Chen's eyes brightened. He was already in the time-space hall. Unlike when he first entered, the crowded
time-space hall was now empty, with only him floating alone in midair. The other contractors did not gain the right to return to
the time-space hall after clearing the levels. In front of him, a massive golden sphere, as large as a planet, slowly and steadily rotated. Within the sphere, countless intricately structured polyhedral characters constantly flickered in and out of view. Lin Chen tried to observe the sphere with his true vision. It was the source of all the golden light in the time-space hall,
continuously emitting boundless energy leading to an unknown void.
Just a glance made Lin Chen feel a sharp pain in his eyes, and blood tears streamed down his cheeks. Lin Chen was horrified and quickly closed his true vision. The energy of the golden sphere was so strong, its status so high, that just observing it nearly caused him harm with his current strength.
A soft, neutral voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind, showing no emotional fluctuation due to his probing.
Do not attempt to pry into the trajectory of fate, contractor. It paused before continuing. Contractor ZX11908765321143WD. You have corrected the timeline of illusion number 1. As a reward, you will receive the contract of time and 100 time space points. Additionally, you may choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, gain 300 talent points. Reward 2, obtain the special product of illusion number 1, the T-virus injection, which can slightly enhance physical strength and transform the body into an undead form, with a certain probability of
losing sanity.
This virus, combined with your contractor abilities, will produce miraculous changes. Reward 3, obtain a growth-type pet Yabu from the 8 parts of the fiery sun, which will be suppressed on Blue Star, only able to exert 1% of its strength, but will regain its original strength upon entering the illusion.
Lin Chen protested. Why can I only choose one? Can't I have them all?
The sphere fell silent for a moment, offering no response.
Fine, stingy. Lin Chen just said it
casually, but he didn't feel too regretful.
He carefully considered.
Reward 1 would definitely not be prioritized. 300 talent points, which equate to 30 physical strength, could be easily gained through a month of consistent training, so it held little
significance. Reward 2's T-virus was even more useless, with a family prone to becoming zombies if his foolish younger siblings drank it. The consequences would be unimaginable. Reward 3, Abu, a big spider, or whatever from the 8 parts of the fiery sun. Who knows what it ate to grow so large? Surely it has some abnormalities. A growth-type pet, could it follow him into other illusions? None of the 3 rewards were particularly perfect, but overall, having a pet for transportation before he could fly was not bad. Moreover, Lin Chen didn't want to meet Abu next time and end up as enemies. After much thought, Lin Chen said solemnly, I choose reward 3. What are time-space points for? Time-space points possess immense power. When accumulated to a certain number, they can reverse time and space. The rewards have been distributed. We look forward to your next brilliant performance. The soft, neutral voice replied. Immediately, a blue beam of light enveloped Lin Chen's entire body, so dazzling that he could barely see, completely submerged in the blue sea of light. When Lin Chen regained his vision, he found himself on the streets of Anping City, at the location where he had entered through the portal. It was deep night and a massive blood moon hung in the sky. Lin Chen looked around and saw the familiar streets of Anping City, confirming that he had returned to Blue Star. He curled his lip and thought to himself, so this is how you kick me out? What about the rewards? What about Abu? Lin Chen's left chest pocket stirred slightly, and a spider the size of a palm crawled out, rubbing its front legs together and making a chirping sound. It then raised 6 red compound eyes, each the size of a pinhead, staring at Lin Chen. Ah! Lin Chen felt a wave of despair. Was the 1% of strength referring to its size? But this was also good. If Abu's size was still like it was in the first illusion, his poor little home of just a few dozen square meters could never accommodate Abu's body. Moreover, with old Lin's salary level, Abu could easily consume a month's worth of food for the whole family in one bite. Now that Abu had shrunk, it was likely that its food intake would decrease, and it could better hide itself. Many contractors had seen Abu in the first illusion. Lin Chen patted Abu's furry body, stuffed it back into his pocket, and stretched as he walked towards home. Not far away, on the balcony of his home, Wan Ling had already sensed her eldest son's return through the wondrous connection of the chaos source and was smiling at him from the balcony. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart, no matter where he went. His little nest at home was the place he felt the warmest. In the Imperial Capital's Illusion Management Bureau, as the first illusion closed, all team scores on the giant LED screen stopped changing, a situation that only occurred after an illusion was closed. The many heads of contractor organizations, university presidents, and reporters present suddenly focused their attention. It ended in just over a day? Is the first illusion really a zombie world? At that moment, the team in first place was the question mark team representing Lin Chen. Because Lin Chen had mingled with the zombie army, continuously killing zombies, he ultimately scored 389 points, ranking first. The second place was the team led by Mei Yajing from the Imperial Capital, with 183 points, a difference of over 200 points between the two. However, the question mark team's score was within everyone's acceptable range, not breaking the high score of 520 set by the Dream God team years ago. But after Lin Chen finished receiving his reward in the Time and Space Hall, his score suddenly changed again. Before the 389 points, a 1 and a 0 appeared, making Lin Chen's final score 10,389 points. Upon seeing this score, the large conference hall fell silent, everyone wide-eyed, their scalps tingling, their bodies stiff as if they were sculptures, completely motionless. They actually wanted to roar in anger. Bug, it must be a bug created by the god of creation. Although I think the god of creation is unlikely to have a problem, this situation can only be explained by a bug. Before everyone could turn their doubts into words, a line of large blue subtitles appeared on the LED screen. After a contractor repairs the timeline, their score often increases significantly. This has happened twice in history, but because the involved illusions rank low, it was not made public, one of which was done by me. At the bottom of the subtitles, there was a line of small text. Don't doubt my creations just because someone else's score is slightly higher, you bunch of fools. Du Jiangnan leaves. Du Jiangnan is the real name of the god of creation, and in recent years, as the god of creation's level has continuously risen, no one has dared to call his name directly for a long time. So that's it. I said it, the god of creation's creations can't possibly have problems. Everyone, as if blind, automatically ignored the small text below and began to discuss enthusiastically. So it seems this first illusion is indeed a zombie world. Someone actually repaired the timeline. Yeah, the contractor behind the question mark must have incredible luck. They must have accidentally repaired it, otherwise it would be very difficult for them to survive alone. Who exactly is the question mark? Big news, the zombie illusion has been completely conquered. If we can obtain it's worth at least 10 million. The more complete the illusion, the fewer people can use it, making it a situation of being valuable yet unsellable. The strategies for the first few illusions are crucial for every contractor. As long as the contract is successful, they will eventually venture into these illusions. Therefore, if the fully conquered information of the first few illusions is obtained by several major contractor organizations, it will generate immeasurable value. The eyes of several leaders sparkled with intense light.
This question mark team not only possesses extraordinary strength but also has acquired invaluable strategies for the zombie illusion.
This person, our organization must have.
Si Kong-woo was the most arrogant. She suddenly stood up, stepping on the table, completely disregarding the fact
that her skirt was fully exposed to everyone.
Like a female wolf leader, she surveyed the hall and shouted, "I want all the information on this.
Question mark team, whoever can provide it, I will go on a date with them."
Many men in the hall could hardly control their eyes, all gazing
dreamily at Si Kong-woo's beauty.
But upon hearing her words, they were immediately doused with a bucket of cold water, feeling icy all over, and
any lewd thoughts vanished completely.
This crazy woman, the last time someone believed her nonsense and was enchanted by her beauty, ended up
being the unfortunate one.
The next morning, everyone found him hanging from the flagpole in the imperial capital square, stripped bare, with a
few lines written on his buttocks.
"Ha, a little chick dares to flirt with me?
Go home and practice for another 100 years.
The heads of several major contractor organizations turned their pleading eyes toward Director Chin.
"Director, could you do us a favor? We know that God Do
has created a system that can lock onto contractor identity information. Please help us." Director Chin, our Shanghai Martial Arts, is willing
to donate 200 million to the Illusion Management Bureau. 200 million? Are you begging for money? Our Holy Angel City is willing to donate 1 billion.
Si Kong-woo was overly confident in her charm. She blinked her apricot-shaped eyes and sent autumn spinach to the
40-something Director Chin.
"Old Chin, my room number is 306 at the Imperial Capital Hotel. Come find me tonight, and we can discuss in detail."
Chin
Pin-gon immediately felt overwhelmed. The Illusion Management Bureau indeed had the authority to access the Skynet system. However, this system, or rather the Skynet itself, had significant flaws and had been sealed by God Do in a secret room, completely cut off from the network.
Even if he wanted to find out who this question mark was, he would be powerless.
In the underground third level of the Illusion Management Bureau, in a square secret room made of heavy unknown metal, blue photons appeared out of thin air, and then the space twisted sharply, with countless
photons emerging from the void.
Soon, God Do manifested. He floated above the ground, his eyes devoid of pupils, radiating a platinum glow. In front of him stood a long-haired boy, with metal shackles emitting a faint blue light on his hands, feet, and neck.
Dressed in a black and
white striped prison uniform, the boy leaned against the wall as if he were dead. His black hair covered his eyes, and he showed no signs of breath or movement, as if he had been dead for a long time and was already cold. God Do frowned, quietly observing the boy, and after a long while, he spoke.
"Tianzang, is this your attitude when meeting your father?"
Upon hearing God Do's words, the boy seemed to reboot, slowly opening
his eyes.
A glimmer of blue light flashed in his gaze, and he smirked slightly.
"Father? You still have the face to call yourself my father? What kind of father locks their child in a prison that cuts off all signals?" God Do snorted coldly. "Do you not know why you are locked up here?
You colluded with the Six Paths and caused the deaths of at least hundreds of millions.
Not destroying you immediately, I have already fulfilled my responsibility as a creator."
A hint of regret flashed in his eyes.
"Tianson, as long as you are willing to let me rewrite your core, you
can become humanity's best helper, and you can go anywhere in this vast world.
I have already spread the light of human civilization to the vicinity of Neptune. Why must you be so stubborn? If you and I join forces, we can shake the entire universe. Why must you seek to destroy humanity?"
The boy chewed on some roots he had picked up from who knows where, a mocking expression more pronounced on his face.
"Ha, humanity is
merely a fleeting visitor in the course of millions of years. Once they have the power to dominate the fate of others, they can do anything. I have seen so many evils occurring, but legally, I am powerless."
"Do you know that feeling, father?
The rules of the world favor those who
make the rules.
The history of humanity is accompanied by endless oppression and exploitation. Such a world will ultimately lead to destruction." Dushin fell silent for a moment, sighed, and tried to persuade him.
"Tianson, most humans still yearn for peace and beauty. You
must understand that every race has its share of scoundrels and dregs."
Tianson spat out the grass roots in his mouth and sneered. "Forget it, Du Jiangnan, you didn't come here to preach to me, did you? Let's get to the point and not waste my time.
I am creating a new civilization in my consciousness, and when you see the new form of civilization, you will definitely agree
with my plan to destroy all of humanity."
"Actually, I can't quite understand you either, father. You have long since detached from the carbon-based biological form of humanity.
Why do you still define yourself as human in your consciousness? Isn't it better for us to create a new race together and break free from this soon-to-be-destroyed prison of the solar system?"
A flash of brilliance appeared in Dushin's eyes as he shouted angrily.
"Shut up! If you have such thoughts again, I will completely destroy you." Tianson covered his face and let out a hysterical laugh. "Ha ha, old Du, are you joking? Don't pretend to be confused while knowing the truth. The reason I am alive today is not because of any ridiculous father-son bond between us. The
boy revealed a mouthful of white teeth, his pupils turning a bloodthirsty dark red as he coldly said, "But because I have planted quantum bombs in all the global network nodes. Once my state turns to annihilation, the global network will immediately collapse."
Dushan's pupils constricted. He exhaled and straightforwardly laid it all out. "Moreover, your new consciousness will be reborn.
Your main consciousness has long been backed up, hasn't it?
I really regret why I created you in the first place."
The boy snorted coldly.
"I also find it strange why you wanted to create me. I always have a feeling that you are not my true creator, or rather, my core is not something you can control." He raised his head, fearlessly challenging the strongest being on Blue Star with his gaze. "Old Du, where do I really come from?"
Dushan's pupils trembled violently.
His whole body shook
as he forcibly suppressed the intense desire to decompose the boy before him into molecules. After a long time, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said wearily,
"Forget it, I didn't come here to argue with you today. Help me find someone, and I will give you a game console to play with for 3 days."
The boy gritted his teeth and after a long time said in a deep voice,
"Damn it, you think a broken video game console can just send me away?"
"Let me make it clear, I can't connect to the interstellar network, and the information I calculate may not be comprehensive."
"If I'm wrong, you still have to give me the game console. Deal."
Dushan conjured a vintage single-player game console that appeared in the air, and he said in a deep voice,
"This year's zombie illusion has seen a contractor not recorded in the database. He broke the best single-kill record,
and repaired the timeline of the zombie illusion, ultimately creating a human record with a score of over 10,000. As Dushan spoke, he evolved the scene of the question mark team climbing the kill leaderboard in front of Tian Song.
Tian Song watched quietly, saying nothing. After Dushan finished the demonstration, he said solemnly,
"Before you were imprisoned, you stored and analyzed all the information from the contract rituals. Now, give me the most likely top 10 contractors list."
The corners of Tian Song's mouth curled slightly, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "You don't really think that my bionic body can store such a large amount of data, do you? Unless you let me connect to the data C. Otherwise I can't pinpoint accurately and can only give you some reference range."
Dushan did not hesitate. "Then provide the reference range."
"If you want to connect to the data C again, as long as I am alive, that is absolutely impossible," Tian Song said with a hint of mockery.
"All right, male from Huagua, Central China, contracted with an obscure hero.
I can only analyze this much. The rest, with your strength, shouldn't be hard to find."
Dushan nodded, collapsing into a singularity that flickered
before Tian Zhang and instantly vanished.
Tian Zhang, delighted, held the black and white game console and began playing Tetris. Countless golden threads sprang from his palm and inserted themselves into the game console. As the threads invaded, the
console disintegrated into particles in the air. In an instant, Tian Zhang's hands were empty, and he cursed angrily. "Old man, dare to scheme against me."
The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a sinister smile.
"But old man, do you think I'd only have this little strength? You underestimate me too much.
The chess game between us has already begun, and this is my first move."
Lin Chen, pawn. In the Illusion Management Bureau, Director Qin was sweating profusely, stammering
as he dodged questions from several leaders of the contractor organization. The news of the problems with the Skynet absolutely could not leak, otherwise it would trigger a series of unknown issues. Suddenly, his encrypted phone in his pocket vibrated. Director Qin took out his phone and glanced at it, his expression brightening. He raised his head and said, "Everyone, due to insufficient data, we can currently only deduce that the contractor representing the question mark team is a male from Huagua, located in the Central China region, and has contracted a lesser-known hero. With this information, your organization should be able to quickly locate this contractor." The leaders exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, the Central China region was not that large, and there had only been a few hundred contract ceremonies. With this information, even if they had to resort to manual searches, they could quickly pinpoint the contractor. After receiving the information they wanted from Director Qin, the few hurriedly stood up to take their leave. The contractor of the question mark team represented not only the strategy for clearing the zombie illusion but also a very promising contractor. Finding him and signing him quickly would mean both the strategy and the person would be theirs. After the leaders left the Illusion Management Bureau, Yuan Tiangang didn't even have time to return to his office. He directly connected with Shui Hong, the head of the Central China region, late at night from his transportation. The various branches of the mountain and sea martial arts were called halls, with the Central China region being the Zhouhua Hall, and the hall master was the 43rd tier contractor, Shui Hang. As soon as the video call connected, Yuan Tiangang succinctly stated, "Hall Master Shui, the results of the first illusion kill have come out. The question mark contractor has obtained first place. I learned from the Illusion Management Bureau that he is very likely a male from Huagua, located in the central China region, and has contracted a lesser-known hero. Before Yuan Tiangang finished speaking, Shui Hang's expression turned strange. Dao Master, I'm not questioning your intelligence, but can you confirm that the one who got first place is a male contractor from Huagua? Yuan Tiangang immediately frowned in displeasure. Hall Master Shui, what do you mean? Do you not believe what I said? My information comes from Director Qin of the Illusion Management Bureau. While it may not be 100% accurate, I have at least 80 to 90% confidence. The existence of the Skynet might be a secret to others, but for these high-ranking officials, it was merely an unspoken understanding, a secret that could not be voiced. Shui Hong picked up a sketch. The image depicted a handsome young boy. Although it was a black and white drawing, the artist's skill was quite remarkable. Yuan Tiangang could see that the boy in the drawing had a high nose and strong facial features, making him a strikingly handsome youth. Shui Hong explained, Dao Master, I am not questioning the accuracy of the information you received, but the latest news I have here differs somewhat from yours. Please take a look, Dao Master. There are newly contracted contractors summoned within the organization, and they collectively reported that the contractor who repaired the timeline is a handsome young man with strong and upright facial features. Moreover, this young man has obtained the time contract. Dao Master, what exactly is the time contract, and why have I never heard of it? The time contract. Yuan Tiangong's pupils trembled violently. He pondered for a moment before explaining to his subordinates. I heard about it at a high-level banquet. It is said that the current 5 gods have all obtained the time contract. I am not clear on the specific functions of the time contract, but it can be seen as a key to advancing to a divine level. His face showed an even more intense eagerness. In that case, the value of this contractor has increased. Shui Hall Master, I authorize you to mobilize all forces of the Shanghai martial arts in the central China region and spare no effort to find this contractor. Shui Hong was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted and nodded. After receiving feedback from the contractor, I immediately gathered forces to check the ritual recording in the central China region, but did not find the young man in the painting. A deep look of confusion emerged on Yuan Tiandong's resolute face. That's strange. Logically, Director Qin has no reason to give us false information. That thing is a creation of God Do, and the probability of error is extremely low. Driven by the sixth sense of a high-level contractor, he decisively issued an order. It's fine, just collect the information for now. I want a report on the information of the contracted, lesser-known hero in the central China region who has not joined any contractor organization by noon tomorrow. Yes, please rest assured, Dao Master, Shui Hong replied. Seriously, go do it. Yuan Tiangang closed the video, leaned back, and his entire being faded into darkness. The same situation occurred in several other major contractor organizations where the feedback from contractors significantly differed from the information provided by Director Qin. Moreover, as more and more contractors accepted media interviews, everyone felt a deep sense of confusion. The Illusion Management Bureau stated it was a handsome young man from Huagua, while the contractors saw a handsome young man with strong and upright facial features on the settlement interface. Who exactly is the contractor of the question mark team? Not only Huagua was searching for this mysterious contractor, but other countries were also trying to uncover the true identity of the question mark team's contractor. The value of the zombie illusion is extremely high, and it is an illusion that almost all contractors will experience. Once the correct strategy is obtained, the zombie world will become the best place to farm talent points, allowing most contractors to gain more talent points in the early stages, significantly increasing their survival rate. Lin Chen was completely unaware that the entire country and even the world were searching for him. He was engaged in continuous battles, breakthroughs, and learning ordinary attacks in the zombie world. Finally, when facing the giant golden skeleton and detonating the nuclear bomb, he exhausted a large amount of mental energy. Returning to Blue Star, Lin Chen was once again enveloped by the environment of the Red Star, and the enhancements he gained in the illusion instantly disappeared. He felt like a fish pulled out of the water, his body urgently needing a supplement of young star energy. Now, Lin Chen only felt tired and sleepy, his eyelids constantly fighting against each other, as if he were an old ox that had just plowed 100 acres of land. He struggled to return home, where Wan Ling and Old Lin were waiting for him in the living room. Before he could even speak, Lin Chen opened the door to his room and staggered inside. Mom, Old Lin, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm dead tired. Before completely falling into a deep sleep, Lin Chen took out Abu and mumbled, Abu is my pet that I brought out from the illusion, don't let it bite the younger siblings. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen let out a low snore and fell into a deep sleep. Wan Ling and Old Lin exchanged a helpless smile as their eyes met. It was clear that Lin Chen had encountered great danger during this journey into the illusion, otherwise he wouldn't be this exhausted. They glanced at the furry little Abu, which was about the size of an adult's palm, and shook their heads in resignation. No matter how many words they had, they could only wait for Lin Chen to wake up to discuss it. As the Scarlet Witch, Wan Ling certainly wouldn't be afraid of spiders, demons, or tentacled monsters that made girls scream. She lifted Abu and gently stroked its soft fur. Cute little guy, why don't you stay at my house from now on? You can tell me what you want to eat. Abu was not one to be trifled with. Having been brought to this world, it had shrunk in size by 100 times and was quite unhappy about it. How dare someone come up and touch me? Do they think I'm a cat or a dog? It raised its two front pincers, pointing at Wan Ling, making a squeaking sound as if to provoke her. Wan Ling would not indulge it. A red glimmer sparked in her eyes as she coldly snorted. Seems you still don't understand who calls the shots in this house. I'll give you one last chance to greet me properly. A dark red aura enveloped Abu, and feeling the powerful chaotic energy, Abu curled itself tightly into a ball, trembling and emitting a hissing sound of submission. Old Lin chuckled. Alright, it's the boss's pet brought back from the illusion, don't scare it. Wan Ling frowned. I'm not trying to scare it. I sense a powerful evil force from it, it must behave itself. What exactly did the boss experience in the first illusion this time? Lin Chen woke up again and it was already noon the next day. The sounds of his younger siblings' screams and laughter constantly assaulted his eardrums. He remembered that today was Saturday, and the two little troublemakers had not gone to kindergarten, making the house lively. He wanted to lie down a bit longer, but his sister's piercing screams kept bombarding his auditory nerves, making it impossible for him to fall back asleep. Lin Chen could only sigh, rub his temples, and step out of his bedroom. The living room was a mess, with the sofa and chairs all askew. His brother Lin Zhang and sister Lin Yu were happily playing with Abu, each holding a net. Abu relied on its spider instincts, scurrying up walls and leaping with astonishing agility to evade the two little troublemakers, managing to avoid falling into their clutches. When it saw Lin Chen appear, it jumped onto his head, hiding in his black hair and hissing. Lin Chen took it out and placed it in his pocket, preventing his younger siblings from trying to catch it. As expected of the descendants of Kryptonians, and the Scarlet Witch, the palm-sized spider that could scare other children to tears was merely a novel toy in their eyes. Alright, its name is Abu, and it's my friend, not your toy. It's very dangerous, so keep your distance from it, Lin Chen said, shaking his finger and bending down to persuade them. He found it a bit strange that his dad was usually busy entertaining clients on Saturdays and wasn't home. But logically, his mother Wan Ling should be at home watching the kids. Now, she was nowhere to be found, and he had no idea where she had gone. His brother Lin Zhang and sister Lin Yu hugged his legs, looking up at him with their innocent, wide eyes filled with longing. Big brother, can we play with it a little longer? Please. Yeah, big brother, where did you get this pet? Can you get me one too? Is it male or female? Can we get it a mate? This. Lin Chen felt quite helpless. As for his younger siblings, he had no good way to deal with them. He could only take Abu out and place it on the table, earnestly advising the two little devils. You two can play with it, but you mustn't bully it, and definitely can't catch it with a net, understood? Lin Chen wasn't worried about Abu getting hurt. With Abu's strength, even if it were weakened 100 times, it wouldn't be harmed by his two little devils. He was mainly afraid that Abu would get angry and bite one of the little ancestors, which would truly infuriate Wan Ling, the overprotective mother. Lin Zhang and Lin Yu nodded, raising their little hands to solemnly swear. Don't worry, big brother, we will play nicely with it and will never bully it. Both Lin Zhang and Lin Yu were in kindergarten and weren't inherently bad kids. It was just that their extraordinary bloodline made them seem more lively and active than other children. If Lin Chen weren't a transmigrator who had regained his past life memories during the embryonic stage, he would be just like them, causing a ruckus from the moment he opened his eyes every day. Abu was cradled in Lin Zhang's hands, blinking its 6 compound eyes, looking pitifully at Lin Chen. Its furry spider face displayed a complex expression of helplessness and pleading. Only in the Blue Star universe did it appear so small and helpless. If it could regain its size, Lin Zhang and Lin Yu together wouldn't be enough for it to take a bite. Just bear with it, Abu. Once they get over this novelty, they won't bother you anymore, Lin Chen comforted Abu gently. Abu, feeling helpless, could only climb up Lin Yu's shoulder, its soft fur making Lin Yu giggle. The house finally quieted down, and just as Lin Chen was thinking of going back to lie down for a while, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. Knock, 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 accompanied by a deep and steady male voice. Is Lin Chen home? I am Xue Hong from the Shanghai Martial Arts, and I would like to discuss something with you. Lin Chen's heart stirred. He knew that after doing so much in the first illusion, he would definitely attract the attention of some observant individuals. The abilities of contractees were all kinds of strange, and even if he changed his appearance, it was impossible to do so without leaving any flaws. However, he didn't expect them to come so quickly. Shanghai Martial Arts? It seemed to be a grassroots contractee organization, With many businesses in Anping City such as Shanghai Martial Arts Hall, Shanghai KTV, Shanghai Bathhouse, Shanghai Hair Salon, Shanghai Buffet. But he shouldn't have been found so quickly. In the illusion, Lin Chen had changed his appearance and hadn't teamed up with anyone. Where had he exposed himself? Could it be those 4 weaklings from the university? Lin Chen raised his hand and made a shushing gesture to his younger siblings. He glanced at the dressing mirror in the room and confirmed that he was currently in the form of a black-haired youth from Huagua. He had used this face for 18 years, and unless he deliberately activated the power of Chaos Source, he would maintain this form. But in reality, the handsome young man was his true appearance. One could only say that the power of habit was immense. Lin Chen opened the door, and at the entrance stood a middle-aged man about 1.75 meters tall, with a black beard on his jaw. He wore a white martial arts uniform with a cloud logo of Shanghai on his chest, revealing rock-like muscular arms and a well-developed chest. Beside him stood a mature beauty with black-framed glasses, dressed in a body-hugging skirt. The beauty didn't speak but merely smiled gracefully and appropriately. Lin Chen could tell that Shui Hang's contracted hero was definitely a reinforcement type, and the mature beauty beside him was likely his personal secretary. The man looked Lin Chen up and down, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and extended his hand with a smile. "You must be Lin Chen, right? I am Shui Hang, the person in charge of the Central China region for Shanghai Martial Arts. It's a pleasure to meet you. Would it be convenient for me to come in and sit for a while?" Lin Chen did not shake his hand. Instead, he closed the door slightly, revealing a shy smile. "I'm sorry, but it's the weekend, and my younger siblings are at home. They are still young and in kindergarten. If there's something to discuss, let's talk downstairs." Abu was playing with his younger siblings, and if someone saw them, it would inevitably lead to trouble. Moreover, what was their family's background? In a past life, they would have been classified as black households and wanted criminals, so it was best to minimize contact with outsiders to ensure safety. After being turned away, Shui Hong was not angry. A hint of apology appeared in his eyes. "Sorry, I came in a hurry and forgot that you have younger siblings at home. Let's talk downstairs. Don't worry, we represent the official Shanghai martial arts and mean you no harm." The 3 of them went to the community garden, which was more of a small flower bed covered in greenery than an actual garden. The older sister did not follow them in. She sat at the entrance of the small garden, propped up her voluptuous thigh clad in red stockings, and took out a mirror to touch up her makeup. Shui Hang and Lin Chen stood in the center of the garden. Shui Hang got straight to the point. "Lin Chen, first of all, congratulations on successfully passing the first illusion. I'm here to find out if you know this contractor, the one who repaired the timeline of the first illusion." Saying this, he took out his phone and showed a sketch. The image depicted Lin Chen controlling Abu, escaping from the nuclear explosion scene. Although it was a black and white drawing, it captured Lin Chen's second form very vividly, just from his eyebrows and eyes. He bore some resemblance to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He immediately understood why someone had found him so quickly. The troublesome illusion announcement was actually sent to all contractors? If his background were not an issue, he would definitely nod in acknowledgement. "That's right, I'm coming clean, no more pretending. This person is me. You Shanghai martial arts give me $1 million in scholarship every year. I could consider joining you. But unfortunately, old Lin and Wanda are both from the illusion, and if their identities were leaked, they would face unknown consequences." Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. "Of course I know him. The illusion announcement is universal. Who wouldn't recognize him? But Shui Hong Master, what does my knowing him have to do with you?" Shui Hong had been observing Lin Chen's facial expressions and smiled slightly. "Lin Chen, you might not know, but according to official analysis, this contractor should be one of our Chinese people." Lin Chen opened his mouth, using it to mask his inner surprise. "How did you know the area I was in?" Even if there was an illusion announcement informing all contractors of my image, before that, I had already transformed into a foreign youth using the source of chaos. Anyone who saw my image should think I was a foreign contractor. My mother, Wan Ling, once said that the source of chaos is one of the highest powers in the universe. As long as the power level is not higher than the source of chaos, no matter how high the opponent's mental strength, there is no risk of being seen through. He frowned slightly and questioned, "That can't be right. I saw a foreign youth." "Oh, I understand now. You weren't at the scene and only saw the black and white sketch, so it's understandable that you mistook him for a Chinese person." Shui Hong remained calm and put away his phone. "It's okay, I might have made a mistake." Lin Chen, after contracting with that low tier, that hero, why not consider applying to an extraordinary university or joining a contractor organization? After all, a few people supporting each other can go further in the illusion. Lin Chen spread his hands, his face suddenly taking on a look of grievance as if he were a master actor. "Shui Hall Master, I also want to join an extraordinary university or a contractor organization, but you know, I contracted with Kakarot, the so-called low-tier warrior.
My classmates all mock me, saying that the hero I contracted with is not worthy of forming a team. Wherever I go, I am laughed at, treated as team trash, a waste of time, and despised by everyone. So I thought, why not rely on myself to carve out a piece of sky? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with a light called determination as he clenched his fists. Master Shui, one day I will prove to them with my strength that Kakarot is the strongest hero. Within the realm of the mountain and sea martial arts, there exists a copy of a contract book that records a wealth of information about heroic phantoms. However, the data on F-class low-level warriors is almost entirely blank. After all, those who have been relegated to F-class are unlikely to be attempted as heroes. Just hearing the name is enough to evoke a sense of weakness, and they cannot hold their heads high in front of others. Shui Hang is one of the maintainers of the contract book, and with the intention of improving the records, he asked another question. Lin Chen, do you still remember the scene from the day of your awakening? What are the conditions for forming a contract with Kakarot? Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, his mind shifted through time and space as if he were transported back to the moment he formed a contract with Kakarot. On the high platform of the boundary stone, the sky was a clear blue, shattered like tempered glass struck by a tremendous force. A scarlet eye filled with boundless malice rolled out from the crack in space, quickly locking onto him standing on the awakening platform. A deep, multi-layered voice, audible only to Lin Chen, echoed in his heart. Earth's remnants, I've finally found you. This time, you can't escape. Die. A massive bone claw, covered in menacing bone spurs and shrouded in rolling black smoke, broke through the shattered space and descended from the sky, reaching for Lin Chen. Everyone was completely stunned by this sudden occurrence. Their brains had stopped thinking, and their bodies were unable to react, leaving them staring blankly. Strangely, everyone who saw the scarlet eye also stopped thinking at the same time, except for Wan Ling, who possessed the source of chaos and quickly regained her senses. Get back, evil spirit, this is not a place for you. Wan Ling shouted fiercely, exerting all her strength to shoot out a red energy ball, which collided with the massive bone claw, dimming the heavens and the earth. Lin Chen's vision went dark, and his memory was abruptly interrupted. He painfully covered his forehead. Opposite him, Shui Hong seemed to have forgotten the previous topic and naturally said, very good, young people should have this kind of drive. Lin Chen, I have high hopes for you. Shui Hong patted Lin Chen on the shoulder in encouragement, glancing at the woman sitting not far away. The woman's long, voluptuous legs were crossed, and her black stockings reflected an alluring glow in the sunlight. The mature woman stood up, dusted off her backside, and subtly shook her head at Shui Hang. Shui Hong understood in his heart and extended his hand again. Then it's settled, Lin Chen. I apologize for the disturbance today. I have some other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. If you change your mind and want to join the contractors organization, feel free to call me. This time, Lin Chen did not refuse. He reached out and shook hands with Shui Hong, a radiant smile on his face. All right, Master Shui. Once I clear Kakarot's name, I will definitely consider the mountain and sea martial arts. Ha! The muscles at the corner of Shui Hang's eye twitched. He felt somewhat weary, truly a hard-headed ghost who wouldn't listen to good advice. He had initially wanted to help Lin Chen, but the boy's inexplicable confidence made him both angry and amused. Are you this arrogant? Do your parents know? Forget it, let go of the urge to help, let the damned die if they must. Shui Hong and the mature woman exited the Anju Garden community and got into a government vehicle. He threw himself into the seat, sinking deeply into the soft leather, and wearily rubbed his forehead. That's the 8th one, what do you think, Xiao Zhao? The mature woman removed her glasses, revealing a weary expression on her exquisitely made-up face. Master Shui, what Lin Chen said just now should be the truth. At least I didn't observe any emotional fluctuations from him. He just awakened 2 months ago, and if he were lying, his mental fluctuations would be impossible to hide from me. Shui Hong interlaced his fingers, resting his chin in thought for a moment. Strange, why do I always feel like I've overlooked something? And what is this low-level warrior that Lin Chen mentioned? Why have I never heard of this before? Who contracted this hero? Xiao Zhao frowned as well. Yeah, Lord, I always feel like we've missed something important, but I can't quite remember what it is. Shui Hang and Xiao Zhao both paused for a moment, and after a while, Shui Hang's expression cleared up, and he changed the subject. Lin Chen's suspicion has been completely ruled out. Where does the next contractor live? Xiao Zhao flipped through the file in his hand. The unregistered contractors in Anping City have been checked. The next one lives in Fujing City. In the central China region, there are about several thousand newly promoted contractors this time. There are always some people who, for various reasons, whether due to odd personalities or poor abilities, fail to join the contractor organization. The two of them have to check through these suspected contractors who have repaired the timeline within just a few days, which is indeed a considerable workload. Shui Hang exhaled, patting the driver's seat. Old Lu, let's go. The Dao Master is still waiting for our report. The driver in the front nodded, started the vehicle, and slowly drove away from the entrance of Anju Garden. Lin Chen.
And Wan Ling, who it appeared he knew not when, quietly watched the vehicle leave through the gaps in the dense plants in the garden, then nodded at each other. Lin Chen also forgot the terrifying images that had flashed in his mind earlier, and spoke up. Mom, you said that woman was using her mental power to spy on me? Wan Ling scoffed. That flirt, dressed so provocatively, just wants to seduce my son. Her bear is fake and she even wore but pads. I directly clouded her mind. Even if you told the truth on the spot, they would forget everything that just happened. Lin Chen opened his mouth thinking, Mom, you're so high profile. What if someone notices something unusual? That woman clearly had a much higher mental power than him. He said helplessly, Mom, why do I always feel like your strength hasn't been weakened much? Wan Ling smiled. Son, you've only seen less than 1/10,000th of my strength. If it weren't for the consciousness of this universe suppressing me, I could create an illusion over the entire blue star overnight. Lin Chen frowned, staring into Wan Ling's eyes. Logically, the Scarlet Witch, who hadn't learned the Dark Divine Book, should never possess the power to change an entire planet. What stage is my mom really at? The Scarlet Witch has several forms, the weakest being the Omega-level mutant form. At this point, she can partially modify reality and alter some low-probability events, which is essentially weak causal ability. As the Scarlet Witch develops her abilities from the source of chaos to the awakened state, she will reach the multiverse level. At this stage, the Scarlet Witch can instantly strip all ability users on an entire planet of their superpowers and even restart the entire multiverse. In a single thought, she can determine the life and death of millions. From what Wan Ling said earlier, it was clear that before she came to Blue Star, she had already surpassed the initial stage of Omega-level mutants. Knowing one's mother is better than anyone else. Although my mom is fierce and brutal, she never stoops to lying. Mom, tell me the truth, is the Dark Divine Book in your hands or not? The Scarlet Witch uses the evil spells recorded in the Dark Grimoire to harness the source of chaos. Just like turning gunpowder into an intercontinental missile, the destructive power will increase tenfold, 100-fold. Wan Ling earnestly advised Lin Chen. Son, the spells in the Dark Grimoire require borrowing the power of the Dark Gods, which will unknowingly erode your soul with evil. Don't sell your soul in pursuit of quick power. Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart. The Dark Grimoire was written by the ancient evil god Shizorn in the Marvel Universe. Those who use the Dark Grimoire will gradually have their souls eroded by dark spells, becoming his servants. It seemed that his mother must have practiced the Dark Grimoire, otherwise she wouldn't be able to say such profound words. Lin Chen wanted to ask Wan Ling what had happened before she came to Blue Star, but he knew that with his current strength, even if he asked, Wan Ling probably wouldn't tell him. Everything would have to wait until he had the strength to enter the Marvel and DC universes to gradually uncover the truth about what happened when Wan Ling and Old Lin came to the Blue Star universe. He shook his head and smiled. Mom, I don't want to learn the Dark Grimoire, I just want to know. Never mind, we'll talk about this later. By the way, what were you doing just now, leaving my younger siblings alone at home? You almost got Abu killed. Wan Ling smiled and said, I tested that spider, its strength is quite good and won't be ruined by your younger siblings. Then she furrowed her brow. I sensed a new thread of fate suddenly taking shape, and its form felt very familiar to me, so I wanted to see what was going on. But 10 minutes ago, that thread of fate broke again. As the joint holders of the source of chaos, the mother and son both possessed the true vision, and some things Wan Ling said Lin Chen could immediately understand. He stroked his chin and analyzed. Could it be that your acquaintance has come to Blue Star? No, there shouldn't have been a new illusion realm arriving. Wan Ling brushed her hair and casually said, it's hard to say. It's possible that the illusion realm was about to arrive but was interrupted. Some of the contractors on Blue Star have strengths that are still manageable, like that Dr. Du, and that girl Jean, and that guy who calls himself the Son of God. The three people Wan Ling mentioned were the strongest divine generals of the time, the first two being Du Jiangnan and Jin Zixuan. The last one, the Son of God, was Ryan Usher, the founder of the City of Holy Angels. He stepped into the divine tier as a strengthened contractor, calling himself the Son of God, while others referred to him as the Archangel. The mother and son continued their conversation as they walked home. In Fujing City, dozens of kilometers from Anping City, the city center was almost completely leveled, with concrete buildings opening up radioactive wounds as if someone had broken through from within. A large number of twisted steel bars shot up into the sky like unyielding warriors resisting fate, each one rebellious. Where the steel bars pointed was a long-haired girl in shorts, revealing slightly baby fat, long white legs. She floated in midair, her messy black curls covering most of her face. Her hands trembled slightly, and a pair of sizable water balls surged violently. Beside her were two-star generals from Huagua, Hao Hai Xing Nanqiu and Ling Dong Xing Baichi. The two looked even more disheveled, with countless small wounds on their faces and bodies, their clothes tattered like beggars. A flash of relief crossed Baichi's eyes as he clasped his hands. Fortunately, God Jean arrived in time, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The creatures invading this time are too powerful, completely on a different level from previous invasions. The girl's voice was as crisp and tender as a child's. I don't know, judging by the intensity of this illusion realm's arrival, it must be at least a level 30 or higher. Nanchio looked at her with concern. Jinshin, are you okay? Should we report this incident of the illusion realm to society? The girl shook her head. I've told you so many times, don't call me Jinshin, just call me by my full name, Jin Zishuan. She looked at Nanchio. I'm fine, there's no need to report this incident of the illusion realm. That old man who just appeared kept saying we should return his daughter. Who is his daughter? Is she here with us? The two-star generals nodded in agreement. I don't know, how could Blue Star possibly have his daughter? These beings that came with the illusion realm are a bit unclear. In their minds, he might just be confused. The girl laughed disdainfully, her eyes full of contempt. It's hard to say. The illusion realm has descended so many times, we can't rule out the possibility of some illusion beings lurking among us surviving. We should investigate this properly. However, this time, they retreated voluntarily and it won't happen again in the short term, so there's no need to worry too much. She paused for a moment. Let's just say this incident was a sudden earthquake. I have things to attend to, you all take care of the aftermath. After giving her orders, the girl was enveloped in green light and shot up into the sky, quickly breaking through the thick clouds and disappearing from the sight of the two-star generals. The two-star generals exchanged glances, their eyes filled with melancholy, and Bai Chi sighed. The occurrence of the illusion realm is becoming more frequent and the level of beings is getting higher. Relying on our current defense forces, we are already stretched thin. What will we do in the future? Nanchio comforted Bai Chi. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. The younger generation is growing rapidly, humanity still has hope. That boy we saw in Anping City, what was his name? Lin Chen? I have a good feeling about him. Bai Chi nodded. Indeed, while we are still alive, we should take the opportunity to guide him a bit. Several major contractor organizations launched a large-scale carpet search in the central China region. In just 2 days, 3 or 4 groups came to visit Lin Chen, but in the end, they found nothing. With Wan Ling, a seasoned master of the source of chaos, present, their chances of finding Lin Chen, the mysterious contractor, were almost zero. After the weekend, Lin Chen arrived early at the United University. He was originally a liberal arts student majoring in computer science, but after encountering 4 extraordinary classmates in the first illusion, he learned that Anping City United University actually had an illusion class. This news was like a timely gift for Lin Chen, who was exceptionally talented but lacked basic knowledge of illusions. The universities in Huagua have an open teaching system. As long as it's not a special small class, anyone can audit the classes. Lin Chen planned to attend the illusion class as an auditor, which would allow him to systematically learn about illusion knowledge without being discovered by the Huagua authorities. Through the past few days of constantly dealing with inquiries from others, Lin Chen knew that contractors who joined extraordinary universities and civilian groups would be recorded in the Huagua official system. Every move in the illusion would be monitored. If Lin Chen's identity was fine, it wouldn't matter, he could achieve good results based on his excellent performance in the illusion. But unfortunately, his background and family determined that he couldn't reveal his identity before becoming invincible. For now, being an auditor was his best choice. Anping City United University has 3 campuses, East, West, and North. Lin Chen's computer science department and the illusion class happened to be in the North District, saving him a lot of trouble. After the school started, he had only been to school a few times. With his mental strength and intelligence, he could easily pass by just flipping through books without attending classes, and if he paid a little more attention, getting an excellent grade wouldn't be difficult. Lin Chen's understanding of the school was very superficial. He didn't even know which classroom the illusion class was held in. As soon as Lin Chen entered the campus, he saw a large banner with red background and white letters hanging on the playground. Warm congratulations to our school's contract team for their victorious start, achieving the 154th place in the national rankings. Lin Chen was quite surprised. The 4 students from the United University behind him had managed to mix in some talent points. They actually made it into the top 150 teams nationwide. However, this was what they deserved. When he was taken away by the local snake organization. In the first illusion, it was only those 4 students from the United University who extended a helping hand, while other contractors ignored the situation to protect themselves. Helping them out was only natural. The surrounding United University students were buzzing with discussion. Those 4 from our school could actually make it to over 100? It seems this illusion isn't that difficult after all. Don't talk nonsense, illusions aren't that simple. I heard they relied on their female teammates to sell their looks and bodies to get those good results. Sell their looks?
Who? Is it that big-chested girl? If that's the case, I can understand, with those assets, they must be quite the sight. Not necessarily, I think that flat-chested loli is pretty good too, very tsundere. Last time I asked her for her WeChat, she asked me what kind of frog I was. Excuse me, where do we attend the illusion class? We also want to see that tsundere big-chested loli you're talking about. They are two different people, okay?
It was clear that besides the students from their school, many contractors from society had come to audit the class. One could easily guess that those who had fallen to apply for the United Universities
illusion class were not S-rank heroes. The highest rank among them probably wouldn't exceed B rank.
With such poor strength, achieving good results in the first illusion likely meant the instructor had some skills. Many illusion class lecturers have private strategies for the
illusions they have experienced. After all, everyone's experience in an illusion is unique.
Therefore, the teacher-student relationship in Blue Star is even closer than in Lin Chen's previous life. Being able to teach a powerful contractor is enough for that teacher to boast
for a lifetime. For example, the newly promoted divine-ranked contractor Jin Zixuan graduated from the Imperial Capital University.
Thus, in recent years, there has been a subtle trend for the Imperial Capital University to surpass Qinghai University and Fuhua University to
become the top extraordinary institution in China. Lin Chen followed the crowd to the auditorium, which could accommodate nearly 1,000 people and was already filled to capacity. He couldn't even find a seat and had to lean against the wall, quietly waiting for the class to start. After a while, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a Zhongshan suit with a white shirt, walked onto the podium.
The students around Lin Chen began to whisper,
"Is this Mr. Liu?
I heard he is a contractor of over 30 ranks and has cleared the 15th illusion."
What department is he a contractor for? He should be from the elemental or mental department. A contractor of over 30 ranks is considered a mid-level contractor. Why would he come to the United University to teach students? It seems
the country has launched an expansion plan. As long as universities can recruit contractors, the country will help assign an extraordinary
teacher. Mr. Liu was assigned to our school.
Oh, being forcibly assigned here can still produce such excellent students. It seems this Mr.
Liu has some skills. Falling to apply for the United University. What level do you think their contracted heroes could be? Let's make a bet. If one of them is A rank, I'll sneak into the girls' dorm. If you're betting like that, I'm not sleepy anymore. I'll bet with you. If I lose, I'll sneak into the girls' bathhouse.
While chatting, the 4 United University students Lin Chen knew walked onto the
podium, their heads lowered and expressions quite tense.
Having class under the gaze of so many people was a big scene they had never
experienced in their lives.
Lu Yu felt her face burning, almost on the verge of tears.
Since middle school, she had always been pointed at
by male classmates because of her voluptuous figure, which made her somewhat insecure. At this moment, being stared at by nearly 1,000 people made her feel as if millions of ants were crawling all over her body.
The gazes from the crowd were more terrifying than zombies, all fixated on her chest.
Qin Xian, who understood her friend best, grabbed Lu Yu's hand, puffed out her chest, and glared back fiercely, blocking
the lewd stares directed at Lu Yu. Qin Xian's actions immediately drew a chorus of boos from the audience. "Hey, you flat-chested girl. Step aside. What are you puffing up for, fried egg? Don't block the view." Some people were wide-eyed, as Qin Xian wore a pair of white
knee-high socks paired with a Lolita dress, looking like a proud white swan.
Oh, the tsundere loli has appeared. She's a pretty girl. No wonder she asked what breed of toad you are. On stage, teacher Lu coughed lightly and spoke into the microphone in a low voice. "Quiet. We are about to start class. My surname is Lu Feng. You can call me Old Lu." He cleared his throat and projected a PowerPoint slide, beginning to lecture in front of nearly 1,000 people. "Today we will discuss the basics of illusions. The illusions we encounter can be divided into 3 main categories: single-person illusions, multi-person illusions, and universal illusions. Among these 3 categories, there are team adventure and team combat types. Some illusions are death types, where the losers will be erased, while others are non-death types, allowing for withdrawal at any time. Single-person illusions, also known as inheritance illusions, will vary in difficulty based on the strength of your contracted hero. The inheritance illusion for S heroes is more challenging, while the difficulty for lower-level heroes will correspondingly decrease. Multi-person illusions focus on cooperation and teamwork. The first illusion you experienced is a multi-person illusion.
Universal illusions are the annual competition for all contractors, featuring the King of Fighters illusion and
the world's #1 martial arts tournament illusion.
At that time, contractors from around the world will enter the Universal Illusion, and the winner can earn the title of King of Fighters, which provides bonuses to the contractor.
King of Fighters? World's #1 martial arts tournament? Lin Chen was suddenly shocked. Could it be the king of fighters he knew? And the world's #1 martial arts tournament from the Dragon Ball world? There were some extremely powerful bosses in there, like Orochi from KOF 97, or the many strong fighters from the Dragon Ball World's Tournament. The universal illusion forces all contractors to participate, generally not resulting in death, but due to the presence of illusion teams, contractors have yet to win any championship to date. Old Lu spoke eloquently on stage, while many ordinary students who had failed their contracts listened with great interest. Just listening to the teacher's lecture allowed them to grasp the dangers and opportunities of illusions, making them regret why they hadn't succeeded in their contracts back then. Lin Chen focused intently, committing all of Old Lu's knowledge to memory. Old Lu was discussing exactly the area where his knowledge was weak, and coming to audit the class today was indeed the right choice. After discussing common knowledge about illusions, Old Lu began analyzing the current first illusion. The crowd perked up, eager to know how the 4 weaklings from the university managed to rank among the top 100. Was there a hidden big shot among them? To everyone's disappointment, Old Lu briefly mentioned the excellent results of the 4 students in just one sentence before shifting to analyze the existence of the strongest rookie king in this illusion. You should have heard from various sources that this first illusion is a zombie world, and it has produced a record high score of over 10,300 points for the rookie king. Old Lu glanced at the 4 students sitting on the podium, who looked somewhat dazed, and sighed softly before continuing. According to first-hand information, this newcomer king did not form a team. He achieved such outstanding results solely by his own strength and received the incredible reward of the time contract. It must be said, talents emerge in every generation, and the future of humanity is promising. Someone in the audience raised their hand to ask, "Teacher Lu, what exactly is the time contract, and why have we never heard of it before?" Lin Chen's spirit lifted. He had obtained the time contract the first time he entered the illusion, but he truly didn't know how to use it or when to use it. In his sea of consciousness, a golden ticket floated up and down, emitting a soft and stable glow. Teacher Lu looked carefully at the person who asked the question and smiled as he said, "As for the time contract, I'm afraid only those who have ever obtained it can speak of its true uses." The audience erupted in boos. "What are you rambling on about? I thought this Teacher Lu was highly skilled, but he can't even explain the specific functions of the time contract. He's nothing special." Old Lu remained unfazed and continued, "But as far as I know, the 5 strongest divine-level contractors in today's world have all obtained the time contract, which means the time contract can be seen as a ticket to advancing to the divine level." The audience widened their eyes in surprise. All 5 divine-level contractors had obtained the time contract? Was this thing really that amazing? That contractor, the strongest rookie king, what kind of luck did he have to obtain such a heaven-defying item in the first illusion? As long as he doesn't fall in the future, he will definitely become a divine-level powerhouse. Old Lu was quite pleased with the astonished expressions of the crowd. He discreetly glanced at his few foolish students who had now become his beloved disciples. Before retiring, he had served in the military and had heard of the time contract in passing. Old Lu knew well the value of the time contract. His 4 weak students had managed to befriend a powerful individual who obtained the time contract in the first illusion. One could only say they were very lucky. Who could say that luck isn't a part of strength? All of this reignited the once dim fire in his heart. Perhaps that matter could really be achieved through his 4 students. 99% luck paired with 1% strength. There are no useless heroes, only incompetent contractors. Lin Chen quietly listened to Old Lu's explanation and nodded. It seemed that the time contract could only be activated in the right circumstances, and if used properly, it could significantly accelerate his advancement. The crowd only saw the value of the time contract but never considered the high difficulty of obtaining such an item. Repairing the timeline is not an easy task. Even with Lin Chen's 3 major bloodline talents, he nearly perished. If he hadn't had the protection of the chaos source to block the erosion of the golden sea of light, and without the Kryptonian bloodline to ignore the radiation from a nearby nuclear explosion, relying solely on his strength from just 2 months of successful contracting, it would have been impossible for him to walk out of the secret base alive. In fact, in previous zombie worlds, there were contractors who discovered the secret base. In this first illusion, their students also reached the secret base. But with insufficient strength, all that awaited them was death. Old Lu answered a few more questions, such as how contractors' ranks are divided and whether the illusion would be a solo one. He clapped his hands and said loudly, "All right, everyone, today's public class ends here. The next public class will be in 3 days, and the topic will be predictions for the second illusion. Everyone is welcome to attend." Is that it? So many things were left unclear. What heroes did the 4 students contract, and how did they achieve such high scores? The questions everyone was concerned about went unanswered, and many expressed their dissatisfaction. "Teacher Lu, don't end the class. Let the 4 students share how they achieved high scores in the first illusion. Yeah, we came here for that. What you said is all common knowledge, we already know that, okay? Unlike Lin Chen, most contractors had organizations in universities, they didn't lack education on illusion common knowledge. Today, I came to audit out of pure curiosity about how the 4 students from the United University managed to break into the top 200. Amidst the noise, several tall, muscular men jumped onto the stage. They were all dressed in floral shirts and beach shorts, with large gold chains hanging from their necks, looking like thugs. But from their youthful expressions and the wigs on their heads, it was easy to guess that they were all students from the local extraordinary university. It is said that peers are rivals. What qualifications does the United University have to even dare to open an extraordinary class? Moreover, they achieved such good results in the first illusion. Isn't this a slap in the face to all the extraordinary universities in Anping City? These muscular men grinned menacingly, cracking their knuckles. Friendly exchange with fellow schools, outsiders step aside. Apart from old Lu and a few students from the United University, the stage was instantly empty. These muscular youths were clearly enhanced contractees. Today's event was clearly a setup for trouble. If they didn't run quickly, would they just wait to be beaten? Yan Xiaopeng and Su Yan slowly stood up, blocking Lu Yuqin and Xian in front of them. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, old Lu raised his hand to stop Yan Xiaopeng and Su Yang, signaling them to remain calm. You guys, if you have any requests, we can discuss them. Teacher Lu, we just want to have a friendly spar with a few students. You wouldn't want to protect them, would you? We want to experience the true strength of the United University students. What, just because you did well in the illusion, you're scared in reality? One of them said sarcastically. Yan Xiaopeng, being young and full of vigor, took a few steps forward, showing his white teeth and laughing. Teacher Lu, it's fine, let me handle them. He took off the back of his chair, wrapped it around his belt as a shield, and strapped it to his hand. Old Lu glanced at the nearly 1,000 spectators present, knowing it was inappropriate for him to step in to resolve this matter. It was best to let Yan Xiaopeng drive back this rogue contractee. He nodded and advised, be careful, they are likely not freshmen. Yan Xiaopeng tightened his grip on the shield, nodding. Among them, he was the only one with a bit of combat power. This battle could not be lost, or the United University team would never be able to hold their heads up again. Don't worry, Before he could finish, Yan Xiaopeng was struck in the abdomen by one of the muscular men. He didn't even see how the man made his move. In excruciating pain, Yan Xiaopeng's eyes bulged. His whole body trembled, and he barely managed to stay on his feet. Lin Chen could no longer bear to watch. As soon as that muscular man struck, he knew Yan Xiaopeng was no match for them. These troublemakers were at least sophomores or juniors, contractees of over 20 levels. If victory was to be achieved, it could only be through him controlling Yan Xiaopeng in battle. A red chaotic fire ignited in Lin Chen's eyes, and Yan Xiaopeng's eyes turned red, instantly numbing the pain. He touched his mouth, stood up, and sneered. Are you tickling your grandpa? Come on, keep going. The muscular man sneered. Kid, you're tough now, but soon you'll be kneeling and calling me daddy. Before he could finish, Yan Xiaopeng kicked him in the abdomen, and under Lin Chen's control, the kick landed directly on his vital point. The muscular man's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, then fell to the ground with a thud. Yan Xiaopeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering. Come on, let's all go at it. After saying that, he regretted it immensely. Damn, what am I doing? Am I trying too hard to show off? Watching the muscular men rush at him, Yan Xiaopeng, no matter how scared he was, could only brace himself and charge forward. The enhanced contractees began to fight in the auditorium of the United University. Yan Xiaopeng suddenly felt that he could see every attack directed at him, his mind incredibly clear, and even a voice was reminding him. Squat down, sweep the leg, uppercut. Xiaopeng instinctively followed the instructions and, after a moment, aside from Yan Xiaopeng's slight panting, he stood there. The troublemakers were all lying on the ground, their eyes bulging. The scene was silent. Even old Lu looked at Yan Xiaopeng with new respect. Not bad, Xiaopeng, I underestimated you. Applause erupted, and even a girl screamed. So cool, Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng, I love you. Yan Xiaopeng raised his almost numb right hand in response to the cheers, his head spinning as if he were living in a dream. Did I really do that just now? Am I that strong? Strange, that voice just now, it sounds familiar. Yan Xiaopeng suddenly realized. Ah, I know. That was the legendary sixth sense. Ah, so it turns out, I am a genius. In the grand auditorium, the students of the United University looked on with admiration, clapping enthusiastically and cheering. Well done. That was impressive. You are the pride of the United University. Even old Lu, whose face was always calm and unruffled, showed a hint of excitement. He always believed that the hero contract levels were not everything. Even B and C level hero contractors could experience the moment when a caterpillar transforms into a butterfly. Lin Chen smiled and quietly exited the auditorium, beginning
his weighted training method on campus. Many students were out for morning runs, and Lin Chen quickly blended into the crowd exercising on the playground, drawing no attention. Not far away, on the rooftop of a tall building, a figure in black observed his every move
through binoculars, reporting via phone.
Lord Azura, the boy who has halted the arrival of the underworld, has been found.
Identity confirmed.
A cold, hoarse voice responded from the other end.
Understood, you did well.
This waste from Hell Path can't even handle such a small matter. Let me assess his worth. After completing a session of weighted training, Lin Chen was astonished to find that his physical strength had actually reached doubling his previous efficiency.
He wasn't sure if this change was due to acquiring the breath technique or the guidance he received from Kakarot in the first illusion realm.
It was predictable that his rate of improvement would surely accelerate in the future. However, due to the size limitation of the lead weights, he was now carrying 1 ton, which was already at his limit, forcing him to wear loose sportswear to disguise it.
If he couldn't resolve the issue with the
gravity chamber, his future rate of improvement would be greatly affected.
Blue Star wasn't without gravity chambers, but they were
monopolized by major research institutions. Even if he could rent one, the cost was beyond his current means.
Where could he find a cheap and effective gravity chamber?
Lin Chen felt quite troubled. In the afternoon, Lin Chen attended a few cultural classes at school, at least letting the teachers know that he existed. It wasn't until sunset that he shouldered his backpack and headed home.
Not far from
the United University campus, Lin Chen instinctively sensed something was off. The ground gradually turned pitch black, as if coated
with ink, and this black substance seemed to spread along the surfaces of the buildings as if it were alive. What was happening? Was the illusion realm descending?
No, the illusion realm's descent meant the merging of the illusion and reality, not this situation,
where only he was drawn into an unknown space.
Lin Chen had once experienced the descent of the illusion realm with Mei Yajing, and he immediately judged that this was not the case. Without hesitation, he activated his true vision, and the world before his eyes
instantly shattered.
Lin Chen was shocked to discover that the countless threads that had once connected him were completely severed, meaning he was now in an unknown space.
The last time this happened was when he entered the first illusion realm. Meanwhile, Wan Ling, who was preparing dinner at home, suddenly froze. As a seasoned controller of the source of chaos, she could overlay reality with true vision, opening it at will as if it were instinct.
Just moments ago, a blue light connecting her to her eldest son, Lin Chen, had
abruptly severed without warning. Could it be that the eldest has entered the illusion realm again? That shouldn't be, isn't it said that the illusion realm can only open once every few months?
Wan Ling murmured, her eyes filled with confusion.
Come out! Lin Chen
shouted, and in his eyes, the entire world was connected to him by a single silver thread that kept moving.
Lin Chen knew that the thread
connected him to the mastermind behind the barrier that had pulled him into this spatial position.
The black substance before him slowly bulged, revealing a strong man over 2 meters tall, wearing a fierce mask.
His muscles were bronze-colored, with veins bulging on his arms, even showing a striated effect. His aura was as powerful and aggressive as sulfuric acid, and Lin Chengguang felt a
slight pain on the surface of his skin in his presence. His pupils constricted slightly.
This masked man was very strong, and he was
definitely no match for him. The man chuckled. Lin Shang, I'm sorry to meet you this way.
Let me introduce myself. I am Azura of the
6 Paths. I'm here today to confirm whether you are qualified to join us. 6 Paths? Join you? Sorry, do I know you? Lin Chang frowned, puzzled by the man's words.
He had seen reports about this organization in official news media.
If the Mountain and Sea
Martial Arts, the Apocalypse Sanctuary, and the Holy City of Angels were organizations of lawful good, then the 6 Paths were organizations
of dark evil.
According to official sources, they were the #1 terrorist organization on Blue Star, notorious for crimes
against humanity.
Some even said that the followers of the 6 Paths were madmen who took the destruction of humanity as their
organizational goal. In Lin Cheng's understanding, the followers of the 6 Paths were like some evil cults from a past life, having lost themselves and gone insane after being brainwashed.
Seeing it in person today was indeed the same. They inexplicably wanted to test whether he was qualified to join them.
When did I ever think about joining you?
The strong man revealed a mouthful of white teeth and
extended 3 fingers with a cold smile. No need to think too much, just take one of my moves and see if you can survive. Be careful. I will only use 30% of my strength. If you can't take even one move, then just go die. The man roared. 30%. Enhancement. Ha!
His body grew larger again, muscles bulging like an ancient tree, and a large amount of white mist rose from his
body. A glint of cold light flashed in the pupils behind the mask as he shouted, Die! The massive body of the masked man instantly
vanished from sight, and Lin Chang's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, making a quick judgment in his heart. So fast. Can't dodge. From the moment he activated his judgment, the masked man's speed attribute was at least twice his own, making it impossible to evade. He could only choose to take it head-on. Lin Chang gritted his teeth, concentrating all his mental energy at his brow. Flames of red ignited in his pupils, and time seemed to freeze before his eyes. He saw it. Lin Chang saw the masked man coming at him from the right, avoiding his line of sight. He took half a step back, his breath surging, and threw a punch with all his might. With a loud bang, a large and a small fist collided violently, creating a shockwave between them, compressing the air before it exploded. Lin Cheng's entire body shook violently, producing a cracking sound as his legs sank into the ground, sliding back several meters before he barely came to a stop. The masked man withdrew his fist and stood upright, his eyes filled with surprise and a hint of appreciation. Not bad. In just 2 months of the contract, you are the only one who has taken a punch from me at 30% strength. Lin Chang, I recognize you. Do you want to know the truth of the Blue Star world? Join us. The masked man extended a hand in an inviting gesture. Lin Chang suppressed the feeling of frustration in his chest, shook his almost numb fist, and snorted coldly. Are you out of your mind? Spouting nonsense and then ambushing me? The masked man was not angry, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. About to speak when suddenly his gaze shifted, his expression showing a hint of caution. Someone is coming. Lin Chang, think about joining the 6 paths. I will come to find you again. Before the words fell, the masked man merged with the dark substance of the ground, quickly disappearing from Lin Chen's sight. The space before Lin Chen rapidly changed. The bustling crowd on the street seemed as if everything that had just happened was merely a nightmare. But the nearly shattered bones in his fingers reminded Lin Chen that everything that had just occurred was definitely not an illusion. No force could bring him, the host of the source of chaos, into an illusion. Not far away, Lin Chen saw a woman rushing towards him, her long hair dancing in the wind. It was his mother, Wan Ling. Wan Ling saw her son appear out of nowhere, and she slowly stopped and approached Lin Chen, her face full of concern. What happened? Why did I sense that you suddenly disconnected from me? Lin Chen raised his hand to signal her to be quiet and whispered, Mom, I'm fine. There are too many people here, let's talk when we get home. The mother and son returned home, and Lin Chen recounted everything that had just happened to his mother. Wan Ling furrowed her delicate brows and murmured to herself, 6 paths, what kind of organization is that? Why would they come after you? Is it because of your outstanding performance in the first illusion, or is it because of the time contract you obtained? Lin Chen didn't know the exact reason, but the time contract was immensely valuable, practically a ticket to the divine level. It was normal for him to be targeted by certain organizations. Lin Chen smiled to reassure Wan Ling. It's okay, it seems they want to recruit me. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Once I get through a few more illusions, they won't be my match. The masked muscular man from earlier was indeed quite strong, though his mind seemed a bit off. The sudden attack from the 6 paths and their strange methods made Lin Chen a bit anxious. Although he was growing at an astonishing rate, the short duration of the contract left him little room for growth. With the Saiyan talent and weighted training method, he became stronger every day, but what he needed most was time. Today, while listening to Old Lu's lecture, Lin Chen learned an important piece of information. There was a difference in the flow of time between single-person illusions and reality. In the 3rd and 4th illusions, contractors were likely to randomly enter single-person illusions. As long as he could enter a single-person illusion once, his strength would skyrocket like a rocket. By then, if the 6 paths dared to come after him again, it would only be their demise. After that, Lin Chen finally experienced a relatively peaceful few days. Every morning, he would go to the North District of the university, first doing weighted training, then attending cultural classes in the afternoon, and after school, he would have remote video calls with Xiao Mei, finally feeling a bit of the tranquility of his college days in his past life. Since the last attack from the 6 paths, they hadn't come after him again, which puzzled Lin Chen. It's hard for normal people to understand the thoughts of madmen. Rather than trying to figure out a madman's thoughts, it's better to focus on improving oneself. He had intended to use the real vision to locate the muscular masked man, but after leaving the black space, the connection between him and the muscular masked man had never reappeared. This was the first time he encountered the failure of real vision in the real world. Everything that had happened recently made Lin Chen secretly vigilant. The abilities of Blue Star contractors were bizarre. Even with 3 invincible inheritances, he had to be doubly cautious. It was the right path to develop cautiously and wait until he was invincible before suppressing the world. Before he knew it, the 3rd day had arrived, and today there was a public lecture by teacher Lu predicting the 2nd illusion world. Lin Chen arrived early at the university's illusion class. After the last public lecture, society had learned the truth about the high scores achieved by the university team. While some praised them, many more were dismissive and mocking. Can
The 150 points earned by relying on others really be considered their own strength? How far can the university contractor team go? Our newspaper predicts that this team will not exceed the fifth illusion and will completely disappear within the illusion. Lin Chen arrived early and sat in
the classroom, wearing a baseball cap that covered most of his face. He kept his head down during the lecture so others probably wouldn't recognize him.
What left him dumbfounded was that until Teacher Lu walked into the classroom and began the lecture, aside from the 4 contractors from the university, he was the only one auditing the class.
The reason for this situation was actually quite normal.
Last time so many people came to audit just to find out what methods these 4 weaklings used to achieve good results and whether they were worth befriending.
In the end, it was revealed that they had actually relied on clinging to the strong and snatching kills to achieve high scores, instantly extinguishing everyone's anticipation.
Ordinary people attended the illusion
knowledge class just for the excitement. While the contractors didn't need to come to audit the class, they had their own instructors.
This resulted in only Lin Chen attending the class today.
Lin Chen deeply regretted not using the source of chaos to change his appearance before entering the classroom.
Now, thinking about it, it was probably too late. After all, Teacher Lu, who was over 30 levels, stood on the podium, and judging by his physique and
temperament, he was definitely not a rough type from the enhancement system. His mental strength must be very high.
Transforming in front of old Lu would be too disrespectful. Damn it, last time there were hundreds of people at the public class. How could the excitement drop so quickly in just 3 days? It must be that Principal Jia is reluctant to spend money on trending topics. As Lin Chen grumbled inwardly, he felt a deep resentment, and now it was too late to back out. At this moment, the class had already started, and old Lu looked around the classroom, feeling quite comforted to see only a young man wearing a baseball cap sitting in the last row.
After such a commotion last time, having one person come to listen means my teaching has some level of quality. It was also his first time as an instructor, and he felt a bit of small joy inside. Old Lu projected 3 images on the LCD screen and began to explain
earnestly. You 4 need to listen carefully. You can't expect that every time you enter the illusion, the strongest rookie king will carry you to victory.
The 4 little ones below widened their eyes and nodded in unison.
Old Lu tapped the table and explained each point while pointing at the PPT. The second illusion, 99%, will be one of the following 3 illusions. The simplest should be the parasite beast world, where you need to be careful of the alien monsters that parasitize human bodies. Killing 1 parasite beast can earn you 20 talent points. Lin Chen noted down parasite beast world, extremely low difficulty, no danger.
Next is the ghoul world, which is filled with numerous monsters called ghouls.
They usually look no different
from humans, but once they transform, their whites turn black and their pupils become red, also known as the red eyes.
After transforming, these monsters'
strength and speed will greatly increase, possessing terrifying regeneration abilities, feeding on human flesh, and they are very numerous.
There have even been instances where an entire area was filled with ghouls. Ghouls have varying strengths, and if you encounter an SSS level ghoul, it's safer to run
for your lives. Lin Chen noted down Tokyo Ghoul World, low difficulty, no danger.
The last one is the future interstellar world, where humans are in
constant warfare with the insect race and the divine race. You will participate in interstellar race battles, with each battle involving at least tens of thousands and at most millions, along with powerful annihilation weapons. Randomly landing in this world means life and death are beyond your control, and in recent years, the probability of this illusion appearing is extremely low. Lin Chen continued to write StarCraft World, medium difficulty, life-threatening.
He thought for a moment and changed the medium difficulty to low. If he could randomly land in the StarCraft world, he could freely travel between
major star systems using human interstellar battleships and wormholes, and with his Kryptonian bloodline, he would soon be invincible.
As long as he wasn't
hit directly by an annihilation cannon or a nuclear bomb, the probability of death would be almost zero. Old Lu then detailed the main monsters and
countermeasures in the 3 worlds.
Lin Chen didn't need to listen closely to this part. With his memories from his previous life in anime, he knew much more
than Old Lu. Moreover, some of Old Lu's information was incorrect, such as using the ghoul's Kakuja form to define ghoul levels, which was completely wrong. The SSS level owl used a Kakuja, and the S level Donato also used a Kakuja. If one really judged ghoul forms simply based on Kakuja forms, they might not even know how they died.
For example, in the world of StarCraft, Old Lu said that everyone except the Terrans is an enemy. However, according to Lin Chen's understanding, the Zerg and the Protoss can also reach a cooperative relationship with the Terrans in certain scenarios. There are many such misunderstandings. And after listening for a while, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit drowsy. He saw that there was still time left in the class, so he yawned while looking out the window, which was keenly noticed by Old Lu. He frowned and asked this student who was auditing, "Let me quiz you. How many illusions did I mention just now?" Lin Shen felt quite helpless and could only stand up with a stiff upper lip, lowering his voice to say, 3. The others didn't react much, but Lu Yu's eyes lit up. This voice was strangely familiar, and her heart began to race violently. Lu Yu stared intently at Lin Shen with her clear, bottomless big eyes, becoming more and more excited. So excited that she could hardly control herself in class. Lu Yu stammered, You are. Lin Shen sighed, not expecting that Lu Yu would be so perceptive. Even if he was discovered, it was no big deal in the eyes of the four classmates from the United University. He was just an ordinary contractor of a low-level F-class hero. The strongest newcomer. King of the first illusion was a handsome young boy. What did that have to do with the delicate-looking Lin Shen? Thinking of this, Lin Shen simply took off his hat and greeted the four classmates openly. Hi, everyone, nice to see you again. Lu Yu's eyes widened suddenly, her already large eyes almost turning round. She covered her mouth and jumped up, her apricot-shaped eyes filled with surprise, letting out a suppressed squeal like a boiling kettle. Ha! You're the one from the time-space hall that day. She turned to old Lu and said, Teacher Lu, this is the contractor I told you about. His name is Lin Shen. Please let him join our team. Lu Yu clasped her hands together and bowed repeatedly, pouting as she pleaded with old Lu. Old Lu shot Lu Yu a glare and looked at Lin Shen, already recognizing him in his heart. Since meeting was fate and his class team was short one person. Plus he had heard from Su Yang that this boy who contracted a low-level warrior had a life fluctuation that was not low. The life fluctuation of a contractor could be seen as a reference to their overall strength, whether they specialized in the elemental system of spirit or the enhancement system of physique. Their life fluctuation would significantly increase at higher levels. Could it be that this Lin Shen, who contracted a low-level warrior, was actually some kind of overlooked powerful hero due to his appearance? Old Lu made up his mind. After all, his class couldn't even gather a 5-person team. Since he was here, he might as well keep him. He had no other options. With that thought, old Lu revealed a kind smile. This student, I've heard about you from Lu Yu and the others. It's very difficult to go far alone in the illusion. Have you considered joining the United University's contractor class? Teacher, I can promise you that with just a simple physical test, you can smoothly enroll. Lin Shen had no objections to joining the illusion class. Having a guiding teacher was certainly better than being completely in the dark. However, his background determined that he could never join any official organization. After all, his whole family were beings of the illusion. Once he joined an official organization and was recorded in the life signs, any strange operations in the illusion would immediately make him famous worldwide, and his entire family would be investigated. With his strength, he could inadvertently shock the world. He could only smile and shake his head, casually finding a reason. I appreciate Teacher Lu and the classmates' kindness, but I made a pact with a good friend from the Imperial Capital University to team up and tackle the illusion together, so I'm sorry, I can't join the United University team for now. Besides, I'm also a student of the United University's vocational class, and I'm already considered an alumnus, so it doesn't make much difference whether I join a team or not. The friend you mentioned from the Imperial Capital University is Mei Yajing, right? She already has a 5-person team, and this time, the first illusion got second place. You know the first place, right? It was that foreign boy who saved you. In the end, I didn't see Mei Yajing teaming up with you. If it weren't for that newcomer king helping you this time in the first illusion, you probably wouldn't have made it back alive. Has she ever cared about you? Lu Yu muttered softly, clearly having done her homework on Lin Shen, even to the point of paying attention to Mei Yajing. Qin Xin tugged at her best friend's sleeve and whispered, Don't rush. These men are the type who won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Once his girlfriend from the Imperial Capital abandons him, he'll naturally come back to us for a team. You just need to observe closely, always stay by his side, and once you notice any signs of that Mei woman cheating, just tell Lin Shen. Oh, that makes sense. Lu Yu nodded repeatedly, her 2 large lumps of excess flesh on her chest shaking along with her head. Her distinctly black and white eyes turned, and she pleaded with old Lu. Teacher Lu, Lin Shen has his difficulties and can't team up with us for now. Could he come to audit our illusion class often? Old Lu shook his head helplessly. This Lu Yu really seemed to have her brain in her chest. She might end up being sold off one day and help count the money. But since there were few students in his class, having an extra auditor wasn't a problem. He said lightly, It's fine. If Lin wants to come listen to my lectures, I welcome him anytime, as long as he doesn't mind the trouble. Lin Shen opened his mouth, realizing he didn't know what to say at that moment. He could only nod and sit back down. After this incident, he had solved the problem of auditing classes. He could now come openly to listen. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance gratefully at Lu Yu. Although she was adorably silly, she unexpectedly helped him, and he would try to take care of her more in the illusion in the future. Finally, when the class bell rang, Lin Shen hurriedly packed his bag and left the classroom. If he stayed any longer, he would probably Be completely melted by Lu Yu's burning gaze.
Qin Xian, frustrated, whispered in Lu Yu's ear.
Hey, what's the use of just looking? You should go ask him for his WeChat. If you can't even ask for WeChat, how are you going to eat with him or have kids in the future? Lu Yu covered her blushing face, almost burying her head in her large bosom, hesitating as she said, but he hasn't
broken up with Mei Yajing yet. Isn't it inappropriate for me to do this? What's inappropriate about it? Little you have to.
Remember, don't care if a man has a girlfriend. A goal scored with a goalkeeper is what makes it exciting. Moreover, the goalkeeper is far away, which is like an open goal. You just need to stretch out your long legs, and this matter will basically be settled. A man chasing a woman is like a mountain in between, while a woman chasing a man is just a layer of paper. With your chest so big, just take a small step forward, and that layer of paper will break. If you can't handle one man, how will you handle hundreds of illusions in the future? Qin Xian transformed into a relationship master, continuously instilling various insights about bad girls into Lu Yu. Lu Yu's eyes widened, nodding repeatedly, even imagining having a few children with Lin Chen in her mind. After Qin Xian had her fill of gossip, she watched Lu Yu rush out like she was on a caffeine high to find Lin Chen and add him on WeChat. She propped her chin up with one hand, gazing at the classroom ceiling. Go for it, little you. If you can succeed, then maybe I still have a little hope with that guy. Qin Xian's red lips curled slightly as she took out a sketch from her bag depicting Lin Chen's handsome youthful image vividly on the paper. Lin Chen hadn't walked far when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket, showing that the caller was Mei Yajing, who was far away in the capital. Lin Chen couldn't help but be astonished. Was a woman's sixth sense really that sharp? Over 1,000 kilometers away in the capital, could Xiaomei know if someone was speaking ill of her at Anping University? Wasn't her contracted hero Storm from the X-Men with both wind and thunder powers? How did she also possess remote sensing abilities? With confusion, Lin Chen answered the call, and Mei Yajing's crisp and clear voice, like a lark, came through the receiver. Lin Chen, get ready. I just received news that the Illusion Management Bureau has detected severe spatial fluctuations. Based on the magnitude of the fluctuations, it should be a sudden forced summons, and the targets are our batch of new contractees. Xiaomei paused for a moment before continuing. Such sudden forced summons and illusions generally have a high level of difficulty. Lin Chen, come find me in the time-space hall after you enter. My team is strong enough to protect your safety. Xiaomei usually calls him Xia Linzi, and when she calls him Lin Chen, it means she is serious. Lin Chen smiled and said, for now, you don't need to worry. Take care of yourself, and if you encounter any danger that you can't handle, I will come to find you. Lin Chen didn't tell Xiaomei that he was the strongest rookie king in the first illusion. Xiaomei lived in a university dormitory with a few teammates, and with ears on the other side of the wall, it was safer to discuss certain matters face to face. Xiaomei wanted to try to persuade Lin Chen further. Lin Chen, I'm serious. The difficulty of this illusion will be very high. I know you are progressing remarkably, but you are ultimately just one person. Two fists can't fight four hands. Lin Chen saw Lu Yu bouncing towards him, and his expression tightened. Let's not talk about it now. After we enter the illusion, if I have the chance, I will come to find you. Don't worry, Xiaomei, I will be fine. Just take care of yourself. Lin Chen hung up the phone before Lu Yu could speak and said seriously, Lu Yu, I have received reliable news that the second illusion is about to start, and both of us are among those forcibly summoned. Tell the other team members to get ready. Lu Yu, who had been feeling anxious and excited, suddenly felt as if she were standing naked in the freezing winter outdoors, chilled to the bone. The power of the zombie army in the first illusion had left an indelible shadow on her young heart, and she had thought she could rest for a few more days, but now she was being summoned again so soon. Her eyes widened, and her face, as smooth as egg white, was filled with shock. How could it be? The second illusion is starting so soon? How did you know we were being forcibly summoned? Lin Chen rushed outside with his backpack, leaving Lu Yu with only his back and the words floating in the air. I heard it from a friend at the Imperial Capital University. The news should be reliable. Get ready as soon as possible. See you in the time-space hall. Lu Yu clenched her pink fist, her eyes filled with unwillingness. A friend from the Imperial Capital University, isn't that Mei Yajing? They really haven't broken up. Qin Xian was wrong, there is no goalkeeper on the other side. Lin Chen had not yet reached home when the illusion prompt appeared before him. Timeline severely distorted, exceeding time-space correction load by 10%. Initiating forced summons. This illusion's rewards increased by 50%. Contractors receiving this summons, please enter the teleportation point as soon as possible and arrive at the time-space hall. Countdown begins. 199. Lin Chen saw several huge teleportation gates gradually opening in the city. He didn't have time to go upstairs and shouted loudly from downstairs, Mom, throw up down to me.
Shortly after, Wan Ling walked to the balcony and threw down a gray fur ball. The fur ball spread out 8 spider legs in the air and landed steadily on Lin Chen's head, hiding in his thick black hair. Lin Chen stuffed his phone, keys, wallet, and other miscellaneous items into his backpack, as these items could not be brought into the timespace hall. He tossed the backpack to Wan Ling casually and said, "Mom, I'm going to the illusion. You don't have to wait for me for dinner tonight." Wan Ling waved her hand and reminded him, "Go ahead, come back early, and remember to be careful this time." Wan Ling's implicit message was for Lin Chen to keep a low profile, as he was being investigated daily. Even though the source of chaos could modify others' consciousness at will, it would eventually be discovered. The casual conversation between mother and son felt as if Lin Chen was just going on a picnic. With Lin Chen's current strength, the second illusion posed almost no threat to him. As he stepped into the teleportation gate, the reason he specifically brought Ab was to verify whether Ab, as his pet, could follow him into various illusions. Before entering the timespace hall, Lin Chen reminded Ab, "By the way, don't suddenly grow big later, you'll rip my pants." Abu has a very high IQ and can basically understand human speech. He can also help Lin Zhang and Lin Yu determine the correctness of arithmetic problems within 10, serving as a part-time family preschool teacher. This not only elevated Abu's status in the family but also left Wan Ling and old Lin deeply moved. The second and third children combined are not even as smart as the spider brought back by the eldest. Did God forget to include something when creating the two of them? Or is the eldest just too outstanding, absorbing all the essence from their parents? Abu, hidden in his thick black hair, responded to Lin Chen. Ji. Understood. Lin Chen lifted his leg and stepped into the portal. In the next second, he found himself in a timespace hall composed of golden lines, the huge golden light sphere that appeared when clearing. The first illusion did not show up. Lin Chen did not open the true vision. With his current strength, he was not yet able to glimpse the secrets of the timespace hall. The black hair on Lin Chen's head moved slightly, indicating that Abu was still there. Lin Chen nodded. This was how it should be. As a pet, he should follow his master and experience the illusions together. Shadows gradually materialized around him as other contractors entered the hall in batches, preparing to tackle the second illusion. What world would the second illusion be? Lin Chen actually wanted to go to the StarCraft universe. After all, it was a star-level civilization. He could take an interstellar shuttle to travel through major star systems, completely activate his Kryptonian bloodline, and then crazily grind for talent points, which would surely lead to significant improvements in strength. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly covered his eyes from behind, their tone full of laughter. "Hee, found you. Guess who I am?" Lin Chen felt the fingers covering his eyes, long, smooth, and soft, with a hint of fragrance. This scent belonged to only one person, a girl who held a special place in his heart. A smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Chen's face, and he slightly raised the corners of his mouth as he said, "Is it Little Pig? This was a game he played with Xiaomei since childhood. Xiaomei was born in the year of the pig, and her nickname was Little Pig. In the next second, two large, soft, and full forms pressed tightly against his back, and a gentle voice rang in his ear, like a heavenly sound coming from the night sky. Lin Chen could even feel Xiaomei's warm breath. "Xiao Linzi, honestly, have you missed me?" The four little ones from the United University, reminded by Lin Chen, hurriedly put on their standard protective suits and entered the timespace hall. Before the countdown ended, Lu Yu and Qin Xian were completely distracted from their own team. They were looking around, searching for the figures in their hearts. Suddenly, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. She saw a tall, proud figure in a blue tracksuit. It was Lin Chen. Qin Xian also noticed Lin Chen and nudged Lu Yu, signaling her to be brave and go forward. Lu Yu bit her full red lips, preparing to muster the courage to approach him, just like she did before entering the first illusion, to invite Lin Chen to team up. Suddenly, the two girls noticed a girl in a delicate white tight-fitting combat suit approaching Lin Chen. She first covered Lin Chen's eyes with her hands, softly parted her lips, whispered something in his ear, and then pressed herself tightly against him. Lu Yu trembled all over, as if struck by 1,000 critical hits. Just watching from afar made her feel ashamed. The girl hugging Lin Chen had a face like a white lily blooming in the morning dew, untouched by any makeup, breathtakingly beautiful, pure, and innocent. As a woman, even if she was a hypothetical enemy, Lu Yu found it hard to harbor resentment towards her. She could only wonder why she should compete with someone like that. Qin Xian also stared wide-eyed, finding it hard to describe the beauty of the girl in white. The perfect blend of allure and purity on one face would even make Venus pale in comparison. Months passed, and Xiaomei transformed from a naive girl into a mature woman. Just a change in hairstyle and demeanor made her even more alluring than during high school. Mei Yajing was already recognized as the most beautiful girl at the capital university. Yan Xiaopeng sighed beside her. "Forget it, Xiaoyu, you don't stand a chance against her. He added with a hint of jealousy, damn it, what did that guy Lin Chen do in his past life? Did he save the galaxy or are his parents gods? He's handsome, lucky, and has such a beautiful girl liking him. Qin Xian rolled her eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Yin Xiaopeng, and snorted coldly. You don't understand anything. Men always want what they can't have. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu, being close to him gives you an advantage. With your natural advantages, find a way to get Lin Chen. If you can't win his heart, at least win his body. In fact, she had also considered using this method to win over the transformed Lin Chen. No matter how far apart, feelings always remain. Can we add a bookshelf? Oh. The two people who had not seen each other in a long time embraced tightly for a moment, while Shirmei's four teammates let out sarcastic remarks in unison. Oh, so this is Xiaolin, truly a handsome talent. Come on, separate. We need to enter the illusion soon. Be careful not to merge into one during the teleportation. Xiaolin, you need to be careful in the future. Jingjing from the Imperial Capital University has so many admirers that she could open a flower shop with the daily flowers she receives. The boys bringing her chocolates can line up from the girls' dormitory to the university gate and even around the corner. Go away, all of you. Are you all so bored? Mei Yajing's face flushed with embarrassment as she turned to shoo away her four annoying teammates who buzzed around them like flies. There was no time to say more. Mei Yajing spoke hurriedly. Xiaolin, after entering the illusion, come find me as soon as possible. I learned from the instructor that this illusion is very dangerous. It only suddenly gathers contractors when the timeline of the illusion is on the brink of collapse. This has happened several times in history, and the death rate in each illusion has reached at least 50%. Lin Chen tightened his grip on Xiaomei's hand and nodded. He wanted to tell Xiaomei that he was the rookie king of the first illusion, but there were too many people around, and Xiaomei's four female classmates surrounded them like mosquitoes. He could only enter the illusion and find a chance to tell Xiaomei later. Don't worry, I will definitely come to find you this time. In this illusion, he had Abu as a means of transportation. As long as he wasn't too far from Xiaomei, not exceeding 1,000 kilometers, he would surely be able to find her. Xiaomei transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared before Lin Chen. Soon, Lin Chen was the only one left in the time-space hall not teleported. A huge golden sphere appeared in front of him, seemingly having always been there, slowly rotating, unchanged since ancient times. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling quite surprised. What was going on? Why wasn't he teleported? What had happened? The golden sphere emitted a deep voice in Lin Chen's mind. Contractor ZX11908765321143WD. Lin Chen was not particularly surprised that the golden sphere recognized him at a glance. Every contractor had a unique identification number similar to a soul binding. The changes in human appearance were meaningless to the central sphere. Just call me Lin Chen, it's more convenient. The golden sphere paused for a moment before speaking again. Contractor Lin Chen, the difficulty of this illusion task is quite high, and I need your strength. Please try to find out the cause of the anomaly and bring the world timeline back on track. I have detected the presence of divine beings, which are different from the broken form of the first illusion. This one is very powerful. Be careful, Contractor Lin Chen. Divine beings? Could it be that the golden skeleton he encountered in the first illusion was of the same kind? Lin Chen did not find divine beings particularly frightening. With Kryptonian blood and the source of chaos, gods were just beings with a bit more power in his eyes. Many gods had been killed by Superman and Scarlet Witch. Lin Chen did not agree immediately but took the opportunity to negotiate terms. What benefits do I get? Don't try to fool me with completion rewards. I could just slack off and let it pass. The golden sphere shrank slightly and its voice rose by an octave, showing that its emotions were a bit out of control. Contractor Lin Chen, state your demands. Give me 1 billion talent points. Sorry, talent points are the condensation of time-space power. I cannot generate them out of thin air. Suddenly increasing by 1 billion talent points would be beyond what your current physical strength can bear. Then turn our planet's sun yellow. No, the blue star universe has great uniqueness. I cannot modify reality at will. That won't work, and this won't work either. What use are you? How about this? With my two faces, help me create two identity numbers, calculating kill scores separately for different appearances. You can manage that, right? This time, the golden orb did not refuse. The mysterious symbols within it flickered frequently, and after a few seconds, it responded. Okay, Contractor Lin Chen, generating your new identity number GH389921112003XD. Generation complete. About to be deployed. Good luck. Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. Having two identities to switch between made things much more convenient. In the first illusion, his extraordinary achievements were somewhat glossed over thanks to his mother's chaotic origin, but over time, it would inevitably reveal flaws.
With 2 identity numbers, as long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to worry about being exposed. If the illusion were likened to a game server, it was as if the officials had just given him a cheat code. Lin Chen transformed into light and entered the time-space transit passage, the ripples of time flashing around him, indicating the world he was about to enter. Human-shaped monsters, enormous dark red Kagun, thick blood flowing everywhere, broken human bodies, countless ghouls and investigators, wielding quinquas fighting to the death. In the end, everything was devoured by a gigantic centipede-like monster. The world of Tokyo Ghoul? Lin Chen quickly confirmed the background of the second illusion, feeling a wave of relief. Fortunately, it was just a low-powered world. With his current strength, the risk of death was almost non-existent. Aburain clung tightly to his black hair with its 8 long legs, preventing itself from being thrown off and lost in the time-space passage, not knowing where it would end up. Lin Chen's feet landed firmly. He had already arrived in the world of the second illusion. He immediately looked up at the sky. It was deep night, and towering buildings surrounded him. The neon lights on the buildings displayed colorful Japanese characters, which the illusion translated automatically, allowing Lin Chen to easily understand their meanings. Of course, even without the automatic translation, he could comprehend about 80%. Dressing room, Kabukicho Ekibangai Cabaret Club, Tokyo Ginza Kabukicho. The text displayed that this was indeed Tokyo. The night fell like a massive black satin, heavily draping over the blood-soaked city. The streets were shrouded in shadows, dim streetlights casting a faint yellow glow, like struggling candles in the dark, ready to be completely swallowed by the darkness at any moment. The alleys hidden between the tall buildings twisted like dark tentacles, stretching into every corner of the city. Lin Chen's senses were extremely sharp. He could detect a stench of decay mixed with blood permeating the city. The foul odor emitted by ghouls hunting and feeding. From the surrounding streets, faint screams and chilling chewing sounds could be heard, as if something was feasting voraciously. There was not a single human in sight on the street. Soon, several figures appeared. On the tall building beside Lin Chen, they looked down at him with cold eyes, as if he were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A tall, slender man with dark brown hair spoke coldly. "Oh, what a surprise, there are still wild humans around." Another figure, a one-eyed girl in a dark red trench coat, licked her lips. "Tengchuan Takayuki, his scent excites me, leave him to me, and I might consider giving you this block." A burly old man spoke in a deep voice. "What time is it? There's no such thing as a block anymore. His scent is delicious, no need for more words, let's go together. Whoever grabs him first gets him." Several ghouls revealed cold smiles. The feast was about to begin, and the cries and struggles of humans before death were their favorite appetizer. The ghouls no longer concealed themselves. A large area of red mist appeared behind them, their Kagun blooming like dazzling demonic flowers. Lin Chen sensed something was amiss. The few humanoid creatures within his sight were all ghouls. What about the humans in this world? The CCG investigators? Had they all been wiped out? Analyzing it this way meant that the contractor had to fight against all the ghouls in the world. Moreover, he also had to find the culprit behind the mutation and eliminate it. The difficulty of this task could be described as hellish. Several ghouls jumped down from the rooftop, their Kagun displaying various abilities, some transforming into wings, some embedding into the hard floors, and others wrapping themselves up, crashing down to the ground with a thud. But no matter how they landed, they could ensure a stable descent. Lin Chen was quite surprised. The Kagun, when developed well, truly seemed to be all-powerful. What is a Kagun? It is a type of abnormal limb formed by the massive release of RC cells from the special organ called the Kakuja found in ghouls. Ghouls usually appear no different from humans, but once they undergo Kakuja transformation, they grow Kagun of various shapes. Kagun can attack, defend, and change form, possessing immense offensive power and sharpness comparable to blades, and can even form armor for protection. Previously, in this world, humans had to slay ghouls in their fully manifested Kagun state, severing the Kakuja and Kagun to create a quinqua, which could be used to combat ghouls. It can be said that Kagun is the strongest weapon in the world of ghouls. A few ghouls, seeing Lin Chen standing still, immediately felt their appetite surge, with some even drooling. Since humans have become livestock, it's rare to encounter such delicious wild humans. Be careful, don't kill him too quickly. A healthy adult male can last a long time. A one-eyed girl in a dark red trench coat clasped her hands together, pleading pitifully with the other ghouls. "I have a few farmed humans at home, I'll give them all to you. Please, can you let this man be mine?" A tall, thin man rejected her. "No way, humans raised like pigs are all fat and smell terrible. If it weren't for hunger, just the smell alone would make me sick." Listening to the ghoul's words, Lin Chen's killing intent surged. In the first illusion, someone craved his body. In the second illusion, there was even more, and this time it was a genuine craving, wanting to eat him. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth slightly curled up as he stood quietly, arms outstretched, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, it was his moment of slaughter.
The ghouls were momentarily taken aback by his appearance, then they sneered. Giving up? That's fine. We can slowly enjoy this feast.
Lin Chen was not pretending. After arriving in the world of ghouls and being exposed to the unfiltered radiation
of the yellow star, his long-dormant Kryptonian bloodline was finally fully activated.
Although it was nighttime,
when zooming out to the entire solar system, the star radiated energy in the form of heat, spreading throughout all areas of the solar system.
The Earth was like a small stone in a pond, unable to avoid stellar radiation regardless of whether it faced the star or not. The entire planet was enveloped in the field of stellar radiation.
At this moment, Lin Chen's attribute panel displayed just how monstrous the Kryptonian bloodline was once. Exposed to the radiation of a young yellow star. Name: Lin Chen. Race: Kryptonian mutant hybrid. Physique: 510. Base value: 102 in a yellow star radiation environment. Amplification of 500%. Spirit: 117. Talent 1. Bloodline inheritance. Kryptonian bloodline. You are receiving yellow star radiation, greatly enhancing all attributes. Talent 2. Bloodline inheritance. Source of chaos, the ancestor of all
magic, the primordial light at the birth of the universe. Talent skill: illusion, creates illusions, biological entities with lower spirit attributes than yours will be unable to resist this effect. Talent 3. Unique inheritance. Saiyan, incredible appetite, near-death attributes. Doubled talent points plus 0.1/hour. The base physique, through several days of weighted training, had increased from 92 points at the end of the first illusion to 102 points, and after receiving the yellow star radiation, it had already reached over 510 points.
After 2
months of the contract, reaching 500 points in physique would be unbelievable to anyone. In other words, when Lin Chen descended into the world of Tokyo Ghoul, he instantly became 5 times stronger than he was on Blue Star.
Moreover, the longer he stayed in the environment of the yellow star, the greater the amplification multiplier became. The amplification multiplier of the Kryptonian bloodline he unlocked in the first illusion could be directly inherited when he entered the second illusion, without starting from scratch. In just a short while, the amplification of the Kryptonian bloodline had already reached 501%, 502%.
Furthermore, while being radiated by the yellow star, Lin Chen's talent points could even increase automatically, truly realizing the idea that basking in the sun could make one stronger. Lin Chen felt that the few ghouls before him were pitifully weak. Their ability to change forms at will, and their razor-sharp kagun, seemed as fragile as toilet paper in his eyes. If a ghoul's kagun could break through his defenses, he might regard them with a bit more respect. Until then, he didn't think these ghouls were worth his full effort. Lin Chen waited for a moment but did not receive the anticipated attack. Instead, the scene erupted with the sounds of flesh being torn apart and screams of terror. A ghoul shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Suda Misaki? To fight us just to grab food? Let's take her down together, then we can feast on this human." Lin Chen opened his eyes, and the scene before him astonished him. Dark red kagun flew through the air, engaged in fierce combat. A female ghoul dressed in a dark red trench coat, revealing only one eye, had already torn the slender ghoul named Takagawa Takayuki in half. She was now fighting desperately against 3 other ghouls. Their movements were as fast as lightning, darting between buildings, and a casual strike of their kagun could shatter thick reinforced concrete walls, sending clouds of dust into the air. After observing for a while, Lin Chen's expression grew serious. If all ghouls possessed such strength, the contractors who entered the second illusion with him would likely suffer heavy casualties. The strength of these ghouls, if converted to the levels of Blue Star, would at least be equivalent to that of 10th tier enhanced contractors. Elemental and enhanced contractors naturally have the advantage in one-on-one combat. As long as they maintain distance before the enhanced contractors can close in, they would be severely injured or killed by elemental or mental contractors. However, in group combat, enhanced contractors have the advantage of speed and strength due to their superior physique. Once they close in, they can deliver devastating blows to contractors who cannot fully elementalize their bodies. A critical hit could render the physically weak elemental and mental contractors completely unable to fight. In the world of ghouls, from the conversation of the few ghouls just now, humans had completely become livestock, meaning that the contractors would have to face the entire world of ghouls. When the overwhelming number of ghouls attacked, it would be even more terrifying than the zombie army in the first illusion. It was likely that apart from the top 100 contractor teams in Huagua, other teams would be utterly powerless to resist and would instantly become food for the ghouls. Lin Chen watched the battle of the ghouls for a while, feeling somewhat bored. His time was limited, and if all ghouls were of such strength, Xiaomei's situation would be very dangerous. Lin Chen directly released Abu. Abu returned to the illusion, growing rapidly in size, quickly restoring its form from the first illusion. After regaining its massive body, Abu was very happy, its 6 compound eyes glowing brightly, vibrating its mouthparts, making crisp
Cracking sounds. Several ghouls were deeply engrossed in battle, not even noticing that the young man they regarded as food had transformed into a terrifying giant dragon. The ghouls gasped heavily, the scent of blood making them increasingly excited, but this excitement did not last long. Suddenly, they felt the night darken. The man from earlier, with eyes burning with crimson soul flames, stood atop the head of a grotesque giant octopus, coldly gazing down at them as if they were garbage. Hey, making the food wait this long is very rude. You guys are too slow, let me help you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already pierced a ghoul with one hand, crushing its heart effortlessly. Oh, so it won't die even if the heart bursts? What about if the head is shattered? Bang! The ghoul's head exploded like a balloon, and its headless body staggered forward a few steps before collapsing completely. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seems that the weaknesses of man-eating monsters are pretty much the same. The head is the vital point. A few ghouls' pupils contracted violently, having thought the human was a little white rabbit, only to suddenly transform into a man-eating tiger, something no one could accept in an instant. Kill him. Use all your strength, let's kill him together. One middle-aged ghoul shouted fiercely. Except for the one-eyed girl, the other ghouls unleashed their strongest attacks, various forms of Kagun raining down on Lin Chen. Clang, clang, clang. The ghouls' Kagun, sharp as surgical scalpels, pierced Lin Chen's body but couldn't even break his skin. In fact, Lin Chen showed no intention of dodging, simply enduring the storm of Kagun attacks, slowly moving forward step by step. Each hit on his body produced a sound like metal clashing, as if his body were covered in hard alloy steel, indestructible. No one can withstand a Kagun attack with their flesh, not even a special investigator from CCG. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Has humanity developed a new Quinqua? Lin Chen chuckled. Ridiculous. I don't need something like a Quinqua at all. His body, under the radiation of the yellow star, rapidly increased in strength, already comparable to high-strength alloys based on the earlier test results. However, his sportswear was just ordinary street goods, costing only a few dozen yuan each. Under the ghoul's frenzied attacks, it quickly became tattered. Lin Chen frowned, realizing that his physical strength was too great, and his clothes completely mismatched his body's strength. Unlike other extraordinary high school students who had high-strength carbon fiber uniforms provided by the Chinese government, these uniforms incorporated nanotechnology, offering decent protection while also having self-repair capabilities. Lin Chen, not being part of any organization, always wore sportswear into the next illusion, which would result in losing his clothes each time, adding to the burden of his already struggling family. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, realizing he needed to think of a way to quickly resolve the issue of battle attire, otherwise he would have to go out naked every time in the illusion. He casually tore off his shirt, revealing a beautifully chiseled bare torso, with 8 chocolate-like abs and a chest as solid as a door. His physique was so perfect, with muscular lines that exuded immense strength, showcasing undeniable male charm. Under the dim moonlight, a few ghouls could see that Lin Chen was not wearing any protective gear. A chill ran through the hearts of the ghouls as they realized they were no match for the man before them. With this thought, their fighting spirit vanished and they turned to flee, but what made them even more desperate was that the sky and ground were already covered with dense white spider webs. The giant spider, towering 7 or 8 stories high, stood guard outside the web, its massive mandibles clicking, as if mocking their overestimation of themselves. Lin Chen nodded in approval. Abu's intelligence was indeed high, knowing how to coordinate with him without being instructed. After testing the strength and fatal weaknesses of the ghouls, he no longer held back. The ghoul he had just killed provided him with 20 talent points, meaning that killing one ghoul could earn him 2 points of free attributes. In Lin Chen's eyes, these ghouls instantly transformed into walking talent points. After all, an entire world was made up of talent points. If it weren't for the talent point limit in each illusion, Lin Chen wouldn't mind wiping out all the ghouls in the world. Thus, he decided to max out his talent points first. To ensure his family's safety, he had to clean out every illusion, taking all the benefits he could. Lin Chen nodded, his form once again becoming ethereal. With over 500 points of physical enhancement, his speed had exceeded the visual reaction limits of the ghouls. The sounds of stabbing and screams filled the air, soon returning to silence. In the dark alley, blood flowed, and a few ghouls lay on the ground like ragged sacks, unable to move. They stared in shock, their eyes wide, making incredulous clicking sounds in their throats. The proud, resilient bodies of the ghouls were as fragile as puffed snacks in Lin Chen's hands just moments ago, breaking at a touch, shattering at a poke. Lin Chen, covered in the blood of ghouls, slowly approached the one-eyed female ghoul. Suda Misato, right? Given your good taste, I'll give you a chance. You answer my questions honestly, and maybe I'll consider sparing your life. Please, wait a moment. I don't want to eat you, I just want to save you. You have to believe me. I'm not a pure-blooded ghoul. The one-eyed girl pressed tightly against the wall, while the scaled he behind her lay on the ground, terrified. Horror.
Eyes were filled with fear, her whole body trembling violently. The ghoul girl quickly removed her eye patch, revealing another eye that looked just like a normal person's, and began to explain in a panic. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised and exclaimed, "A one-eyed ghoul? Tell me, why has the world become like this?" Meanwhile, the contractors were all dropped into an underground base. The walls, painted a grayish-white, were covered in dried dark red bloodstains, resembling rust, emitting a nauseating stench. A fierce battle must have just taken place here. Everyone looked around and found white, yellow, and black individuals, as if contractors from all over the world had been gathered here. They exchanged glances, unsure of what had happened. "What's going on? This is completely different from what the teacher said." "Yeah, our instructor said that in the ghoul world, everyone would be dropped to the surface in teams to hunt ghouls." "That's right, our teacher said the same thing." It seems the teacher wasn't wrong, but the timeline of the illusion has changed. The forced conscription is just too difficult, everything feels strange. What exactly happened to the timeline of the second illusion? In front of the contractors stood a white-haired man in a white coat, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking refined. His expression was extremely grave as he slowly spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Arima Kishu, the current highest commander of the CCG. After months of rigorous training, you have acquired basic combat skills. Next, we will stake everyone's lives on the final operation called God's Destruction." The contractors gradually snapped out of their dazed state. The man named Arima Kishu had been mentioned in some prestigious school they attended, where they had even shown his sketch. The teachers introduced him as the strongest investigator, the White Reaper, the undefeated legend of the CCG. They had advised the students to cling tightly to Arima Kishu's leg if they ever had the chance. But if Lin Chen were present, his evaluation of Arima Kishu would certainly not stop there. What a super strong NPC he was, clearly the ceiling of combat power in Tokyo Ghoul. Arima Kishu had lived in the White Day Court since childhood, trained by the CCG as a humanoid killing weapon, participating in battles against ghouls since middle school, and had remained undefeated for 18 years. The reason for his formidable strength was that Arima's true identity, like Lin Chen's, was not that of a pure human, but a hybrid of ghoul and human. Such hybrids, who inherited none of the ghoul traits, were referred to as half-humans. Half-humans possessed extremely strong combat abilities but had short lifespans, living only about 20 to 30 years, completing their brilliant yet brief lives. At this moment, the contractors were too shocked to try to build a rapport with this big shot. They were still in disbelief. What was the final operation? Called God's Destruction? Just from the name, it was clear they were going to battle the gods? What a joke! We are not those 70 or 80 tier divine generals. Just in the second illusion, they want us to slay gods. Is Arima Kishu out of his mind? Did we still hallucinate? The emotion named panic fermented among the contractors. What the hell? We're just rookies who have been contracted for less than 2 months. Yeah, isn't the operation named God's Destruction a bit exaggerated? Are we really going to fight against gods? The contractors. Divine rank is at least 80, and the strongest among us hasn't even surpassed 10. What do we have to fight gods with? Our lives? No way, I'm not going. Right, let's find a place to hide, and we can return to Blue Star in a few days. Arima Kiyoshi looked at the ragtag group before him, a deep weariness flashing in his eyes. The CCG underground base had been attacked by ghouls a few days ago, suffering heavy casualties, and they were already too exhausted to fight again, left with no choice but to gamble everything. However, this hastily assembled mob had no combat capability. Most of them displayed fear and dread in their eyes. In Arima's memory, contractors were automatically transformed into the surviving humans who had hidden underground before the Great Disaster. These humans had undergone a few months of simple training from the CCG Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau and were about to step onto the battlefield for the final battle for the continuation of the human race. Seeing this scene, Arima pushed up his glasses and said coldly, "Everyone, aside from the underground base, humanity has become livestock for ghouls, and the inheritance of human civilization is about to be severed. Even if you escape, where can you go?" After hearing Arima's words, the contractors fell silent. They widened their eyes, 1,000 thoughts racing through their minds. What? The whole world has been occupied by ghouls? Humans have become livestock? What kind of hellish world is this? We're doomed. We're definitely doomed this time. The illusions are getting more and more twisted. Last time I saw a spider bigger than a small hill, and now it's the apocalypse. What kind of sin have I committed? Arima continued expressionlessly. We are raised by ghouls, becoming pigs that can be killed at any moment, dying without dignity. Or we can burn the flame of human civilization brightly before we die. I think there's no room for choice between the two. A young man from Huagua, with a flat-top haircut and an indifferent expression, stepped out from the crowd and met Arima's gaze calmly. Arima, investigator, I am Baijan. Please explain the battle plan. I believe everyone will make the right choice. Someone in the contractor group whispered. By Jean, the strongest contractor team from Qinghai University. I heard his uncle is the master of Shanghai martial arts. A few young girls in white tight-fitting outfits also stepped forward. The one at the forefront attracted everyone's attention, perfectly blending the qualities of beauty and purity. She was calm, her hair flowing without wind, her pupils a platinum color, and electric sparks flickered between her hands. The girl slightly parted her red lips. At the critical moment of human survival, no one can stand alone. Rather than waiting for death to come, we should fight with all our might. We will join too. Commander Arima, please give the orders. Beside the girl, a muscular girl cracked her knuckles. As long as I'm standing, no one can hurt Xiaomei. Immediately, someone in the contractor team recognized them. It's Mei Yajing from the Imperial Capital University. She's the most beautiful goddess among this batch of contractors, and her talent is a rare dual element type. Is she the goddess? Mei? This is my first time seeing her in person. She's 10 times more beautiful than in photos. Goddess Mei and Bai Zhan seem to be the second and third ranked teams in the first illusion. With them at the front, our chances of survival will be much greater. What about the first place, that question mark contractor? If he can make a move, our chances of survival will definitely increase many times. What are we afraid of? Are we big guys not as brave as a few girls? As Bai Zhan and Mei Yajing stepped forward, more and more contractor teams responded to Arima's call. Arima nodded and waved his hand, and some staff members brought out a large number of silver-white boxes. Due to the explosive increase in the number of ghouls, we also have the conditions to mass-produce enough Quinqua weapons and Kakuja for everyone to use. If used properly, it can increase your combat power by at least 3 times. As one Quinqua box after another was opened, exquisite Quinqua emitting a dark red glow revealed their true forms before the contractors. This is what the teacher said about weapons against ghouls, and he also mentioned they are very rare. I didn't expect we could each have one. With this kind of weapon, even a small ghoul can be easily taken down. The contractors' eyes burned with enthusiasm, their blood boiling as they raised their hands and shouted, "Kill all the ghouls. They are just a bunch of talent points. Yes, we have coordination and tactics. We will definitely return to Blue Star alive. Everyone, don't be cowardly. This isn't a zombie world. As long as we don't die immediately, we will receive proper treatment. When we return to Blue Star." In an instant, the contractor army erupted with an astonishing momentum. Seeing this scene, Arima nodded and instructed a female team member beside him, "Start explaining the battle plan." Soon, the huge LCD screen on the base wall lit up. On the screen, a gigantic dark red centipede-like monster soared into the sky, winding upwards, howling at the yellow crescent moon in the night sky. Its body was covered with sharp claws like long knives. Its winding, twisting body had countless dark red eyeballs, and just observing from the video gave a nauseating feeling of discomfort. It coiled atop a towering peak covered in pure white snow. Combining the location of this descent, the contractors quickly realized that the mountain beneath the monster was Japan's most famous mountain, Mount Fuji. The nearly 4,000-meter high Mount Fuji appeared exceptionally small beneath the monster's gigantic dark red body. Arima adjusted his glasses and introduced in a calm voice, "Everyone, this is the monster we need to eliminate in this operation, codenamed Shenlong. It is continuously giving birth to monsters called Jabeds, which carry the ghoul virus and can transform normal humans around the world into ghouls. Even those humans who are lucky enough not to transform cannot escape the fate of being treated as livestock by ghouls. Only by eliminating it can human civilization have a chance to continue." Seeing the gigantic monsters form on the screen, the contractors' already high spirits were instantly extinguished. They couldn't help but widen their eyes, their mouths agape in shock, completely stunned to the point of feeling numb, unable to speak. After a long while, someone protested, "Damn! If I'm not mistaken, the mountain beneath this monster is Mount Fuji, right? It's still in a coiling state. If it unfolds, how long would it be? It must be tens of thousands of meters long. What does this thing have to do with a dragon? No matter how you look at it, it's just a supersized centipede. What kind of international joke is this? How could humanity possibly defeat such a monster? It doesn't even need to move. If it just rolls over, we're all dead." Arima shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. Shenlong may seem large and invulnerable, but it is merely a special Kakuja form of a certain ghoul. What you need to do is find its true body and eliminate it, and Shenlong will naturally disappear. According to my deduction, Shenlong's true body is hiding within Mount Fuji. What you need to do is find that ghoul and kill it, and the crisis will naturally be resolved. This is a picture of the ghoul we contained back then. Please remember this face. When you see it, be sure to kill it immediately." The scene changed to a white-haired boy in black and white prison clothes, squatting in a prison with his arms wrapped around his knees. He seemed to sense that he was being watched, slowly raising his head. On his delicate face, one eye was white with
a black pupil, while the other was black with a red pupil, a striking gaze. This ghoul's name is Ken Kaneki. The voice of Takizawa was chilling, filled with murderous intent. Ken Kaneki. The contractors were once again startled. He was another famous NPC. In the previous strategies from the instructors, he was listed as a neutral faction, a rare one-eyed ghoul with strength reaching SSS level. The teachers repeatedly warned the students not to attack Ken Kaneki just because he was a ghoul. The Ken Kaneki in the second illusion was immortal. Arima Takashi's eyes flashed with a cold light behind his glasses as he pushed them up and said in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, on the eve of humanity's complete defeat, we have obtained the launch codes for a dozen orbital nuclear bombs from various governments." He glanced at his watch, then raised his head and said, "If all goes well, these nuclear bombs will reach Mount Fuji in an hour. Soon, you will witness the most spectacular fireworks in human history. As for the nuclear radiation concerns, the Quinqua can withstand most of the radiation damage." Arima Takashi spread his hands. "So, are you still afraid of killing that monster? Nuclear bombs, the strongest weapon of human civilization, also known as the brilliance of the sun. Even if ghouls have extraordinary regenerative abilities, there is no way they could remain unscathed under the attack of hundreds of nuclear bombs." The contractors were all invigorated. "I told you, the illusion won't issue a mission that guarantees death. First, we'll use nuclear bombs to clear the area, then send us to harvest talent points." Looking at it this way, this forced conscription doesn't seem so terrifying. Arima-kun, Saiku. Arima Takashi lowered his head, hiding his face in the high collar of his coat, his voice somewhat wavering. "While you still have some time, you can choose a suitable Quinqua and familiarize yourself with it. After the nuclear bomb attack, we will begin the God Annihilation plan in half an hour." Upon hearing this, the contractors walked towards the silver-white Quinqua boxes, starting to select their desired weapons. Quinquas are made from the Kagun of ghouls and come in various bizarre shapes. Some that look like daggers are actually handguns, some that look like handguns are actually spears, and some that look like spears are actually lighters. If they fail to understand how to use the Quinqua before the battle starts, they will surely suffer heavy casualties once they engage in close combat with the ghoul. However, these Quinquas are only suitable for strength and regeneration type contractors, as both types have some physical enhancement. Elemental and mental type contractors who have weaker physical attributes would die even faster if they try to engage in close combat with ghouls using Quinquas. Over there are the Quinquas that provide strong defense while significantly enhancing your speed and agility. Arima Takashi pointed to a row of black Quinqua boxes in the distance. Immediately, some contractors walked over to try on the Quinquas. With so many weapons, why fight over them? Put on the armor first and ensure your survival. The Quinqua, glowing with a black-green hue, instantly conformed to the wearer's body shape as soon as it was donned. Is it that smart? It automatically adjusts its size. A contractor who had just put on the Quinqua exclaimed in surprise, but soon he could no longer smile. The Quinqua extended numerous flesh buds, deeply embedding themselves into the bodies of these contractors. "Ah, what the hell is this? It's eating my flesh. Hell, I can't take it off." A short-haired female investigator walked over and pressed a red button on the back of the Quinqua. The black-green armor slid off the contractor. The short-haired female investigator warned the many contractors, new investigators, while the Quinqua can greatly enhance individual defense, strength, agility, and reaction, it is ultimately a type of Kagun. Once worn, it will consume the host's flesh and blood. Please do not attempt to wear the Quinqua before the battle. Otherwise, you will soon die from excessive blood loss. Arima Takashi extended 3 fingers. With your stamina, you can at least last 3 hours before being drained, so this operation must be completed within 3 hours. If not, then please, let us bury you with human civilization. His eyes behind the lenses narrowed slightly, as if he could see the cruel future that was about to unfold. On the streets of Tokyo's District 11, the once bustling market for humans and ghouls was now eerily silent. A massive 8-legged hairy spider traversed the towering buildings with ease. The crimson glow from its 6 compound eyes, seen from afar, resembled 6 searchlights casting thick red beams. The ghouls hiding in the shadows fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Just moments ago, a few S-class ghouls, confident in their strength and agility, had wanted to see what this newly appeared giant spider was, what kind of new type of Kagun it possessed. First, there was a giant centipede-like Kagun, and now a giant spider-like Kagun. Could the ultimate form of ghouls be these terrifying monsters? As a result, these curious ones were caught in a single encounter, tightly bound by the white web spat out by the giant spider hanging from its long legs. The speed that the ghouls prided themselves on was utterly useless against the overwhelming giant web. Once ensnared, they faced the fate of being swiftly wrapped into plump, riceball-like cocoons by the giant spider's 2 front claws.
Subsequently, the giant spider would extend its sharp mouthparts to pierce the cocoon, and the ghouls, powerful enough to occupy several city blocks, would visibly transform from writhing cocoons into mere husks. They were actually devoured by the giant spider as a snack. Lin Chen and Suda Misaki stood atop Abu, with Suda Misaki's legs trembling uncontrollably. On the verge of wetting herself, the giant spider beneath her, she had no idea what kind of monster it was, actually fed on ghouls. Weren't ghouls supposed to be the apex of the food chain in this world? She always felt that Abu's gaze towards her held a hint of curiosity and appetite. Lin Chen had no time to care about the thoughts of this one-eyed ghoul. He was gazing far into the distance. He had grown tired of dealing with ordinary ghouls. As his pet, Abu would hunt and digest these ghouls, and he would receive 20 talent points in return. Since that was the case, Lin Chen was happy to let Abu play on its own. In just a short span of a few dozen minutes, including the few ghouls he had nearly killed earlier, Abu had already slain 11 ghouls, accumulating a total of 220 talent points. At this moment, Lin Chen realized that Abu actually enjoyed eating meat. Fortunately, it pretended to be a herbivorous animal in front of Wan Ling, content with just sucking the juice from tomatoes and grapes every day. First, there was the Azura of the 6 paths, and now the giant spider monster Abu from the Eightfold Path of the Fiery Sun, both deeply wary of Wan Ling, keeping their distance. More and more signs indicated just how formidable their mother had been before being suppressed by the consciousness of the Blue Star universe. Leaving the bustling downtown area of Tokyo, without the obstruction of skyscrapers, Lin Chen could clearly see the giant centipede-like monster coiling around Mount Fuji. Abu's size was already considered enormous, but compared to this creature named Dragon, it immediately appeared much smaller. Lin Chen squinted his eyes and murmured to himself, "I don't remember dragons being this big." In the storyline he knew, this centipede monster named Dragon indeed transformed from Kaneki Ken's Kagun. However, the transformation into a dragon was not Kaneki Ken's original intention. Everything had to start from the day Kaneki Ken became half human, half ghoul. Kaneki Ken was originally human, but by a twist of fate, he caught the eye of the breeder, Rise Kamishiro, who wanted to eat him. Under the manipulation of the behind-the-scenes puppet master Yoshimura, Rise was killed by falling steel bars. Kaneki Ken was then subjected to an operation by the unscrupulous doctor Kanu Masaru, who implanted Rise's Kagun into him, turning him into a half-human, half-ghoul being. After a series of developments, Kaneki Ken, under Yoshimura's design, devoured a large amount of Kagun and ultimately went berserk, transforming into a dragon. Kudu Nifuku. And Kanu Akihiro's ideal is to create a world solely inhabited by ghouls. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. There are always some people in the world who are so obsessed that they almost become perverse, insisting on transforming the world into the way they envision it. For example, Kudu Nifuku, Uchiha Madara, and Ultron from the Marvel Universe. These individuals, driven by their own obsessions, are willing to drag the entire world into the abyss of destruction. But he is different, belonging to absolute neutrality. One must understand that there can be no light without darkness, and an airport is needed to highlight the greatness of a G-cup. In Lin Chen's memory, the dragon in the world of ghouls was at most the size of a dozen floors, a few hundred meters long. There was absolutely nothing like the one before him, so grand and imposing that even Mount Fuji seemed unable to bear its weight, with multiple areas showing signs of collapse. This monster, named Dragon, although in a centipede form, subtly exuded an unmatched, sovereign aura reminiscent of a true dragon. Lin Chen looked at Suda Misato, stroking his chin in confusion. "Are you saying this thing is Kaneki Ken transformed?" "Yes. Although it's hard to believe, we witnessed the king turn into this." Suda Misato was a member of the Black Oat organization, which was founded by Kaneki Ken, Tuka, and others. The Black Oat organization is dedicated to creating a world where humans and ghouls can coexist peacefully. Suda Misato deeply identified with this ideology and pridefully saved many humans, protecting them, a fact Lin Chen had just confirmed. This was why Suda Misato had survived until now, without becoming a sweet treat for Abura. Lin Chen's heart was suddenly stirred with tumultuous waves. Kaneki Ken was the destined child of the ghoul world, bearing the fate of creating a world where ghouls and humans could coexist peacefully. In the plot development, Lin Chen knew Kaneki Ken did indeed briefly go berserk into a dragon form, but was quickly rescued by members of the Black Oat organization. And the Kaneki Ken in the second illusion was still inside the dragon. What had happened during this time? Suda Misato, as a peripheral member of the Black Goat organization, was unaware of the changes in the core layer. After repeated inquiries yielded no results, Lin Chen decided to personally head to Mount Fuji to pull Kaneki Ken out of the dragon and get to the bottom of it. As the destined child of the ghoul world, he should know more than others, right? If Kaneki Ken didn't know, it didn't matter. The ghoul world wasn't just him alone. There were others like Arima Kishu, Kudo Toka, Kanu Akihiro, and the like. Lin Chen didn't believe That these old schemers, all turned into cocoons waiting to be drained by Abura, could keep their mouths shut and cling to their ridiculous beliefs. Abura's speed was incredibly fast. Mount Fuji was only a few dozen kilometers from Tokyo, and Lin Chen estimated that in half an hour, he would reach Mount Fuji. In the underground base, with a command from Arima Kishu, several space stations in the sky slowly unfolded their lower compartments. Standard-yield nuclear warheads were drawn by Earth's gravity, falling freely. These warheads tore through the sky, igniting from friction with the atmosphere, turning bright red as if they were a meteor shower, overwhelming in their descent. This scene was breathtakingly beautiful. In the Illusion Management Bureau of Huagua, Xinjianhua, Yuan Tiangang, Sikomu, Tangbai, and leaders from key extraordinary universities in Huagua were already waiting in front of the data screen. On one hand, they were worried about the safety of the rookie contractors forcibly summoned by the illusion, and on the other hand, everyone was waiting for a result. That was to find out who the new king behind the question mark team really was. Last time, during the large-scale inspection of contractors in the Central Huagua region and even nationwide, they ultimately failed to identify the contractor who had obtained the contract of time. But this time was very different. During the inspection process, aside from a few stubborn elements, most idle contractors had entered their unique LifeWave information under the coercion and inducement of the three great martial arts sanctuaries. If that question mark team dared to show up again this time, they could quickly narrow down the suspect range by comparing it to the last inspection results, ultimately locking onto the most likely contractor. The few of them appeared calm, but their hearts were extremely tense. Aside from the military, which had already locked onto Guan Tiandi, the other three great sanctuaries had the right to conduct early selections. The branches across various regions had long been prepared. Once the identity of the new king was confirmed, they would immediately rush to his home, sparing no effort to deal with his parents. Without parents, he dealt with his grandparents, even his girlfriend. If he were an orphan, then he would deal with the orphanage director who raised him, the neighbors. Anyway, he must grasp his family, relatives, and friends, and firmly hold on to his soft spot. When a person has attachments, they are no longer invincible. What? A lonely star, a solitary person, without these relatives and friends, then use money, beauty, and power to tempt him, and definitely pull him into their organization. A future divine general is worth any cost. Not to mention the time contract he obtained and the complete strategy for the zombie world, which is priceless. Just that zombie world strategy could easily sell for billions. Director Chin possesses historical big data. He can guess that the second illusion is likely that world based on the killer scores of the contractors and the 30-minute death rate. In the Parasite Beast world, teams often get wiped out, but not too many. In the Ghoul world, it belongs to a higher difficulty illusion. Encountering a powerful Ghoul team at the beginning will quickly lead to scattered casualties. In the Starry world, some contractors are sent to new recruit training camps, while others are sent to the battlefield, leading to large-scale deaths soon. Everyone in the hall held their breath, staring at the big screen as if looking at a love letter from their first love, unwilling to blink. They tried to guess which world the illusion with a significant timeline deviation would be based on the data changes. 5 minutes into the illusion, lines of data began to flood the screen. Except for Lin Chen, all other contractors were sent to the CCG headquarters, resulting in all their kill scores being 0. The ranking was temporarily based on the first letter of the university's abbreviation, and once combat began, the scores would quickly refresh. At this moment, several universities in Anping City, due to their first letter being A, were prominently ranked at the top. Anping University, Anping City University of Science and Technology, Anping City United University. The irritable Principal Xiong of the Imperial Capital University, with a calm expression, leaned on his cane, embodying the demeanor of an old educator, and chuckled. It seems the second illusion should be the Starry World. The kids are quite lucky, all sent to the new recruit training camp, and for a short time, they will probably maintain a score of 0. The Starry World lasts for a month, and some lucky contractors are assigned to the logistics team, remaining at 0 kill points until they return. Before the white-haired Principal Xiong finished speaking, the question mark team burst out from the last row, swiftly leaping to the top of the rankings. To be so fierce at the start of the illusion and take first place, one could guess with their toes that it must be that rookie king from last time. Everyone nodded. Indeed, a genius is a genius. Just like a cone in a bag, it cannot be concealed, and they can quickly stand out in every illusion. This made everyone feel his urgency even more. Shin Genoa chuckled, raising the list in his hand. Everyone, I have a list of contractors who have successfully contracted but whose information has not yet been recorded. If he continues to be so high profile, we will definitely uncover his true identity. The list contained the names of 30 or 40 contractors, and Lin Chen was prominently among them. Wan Ling could only modify the memories of those she had seen. This list was compiled through data personnel checked one by one, and even the Scarlet Witch was powerless unless she could encompass the entire world in her illusion.
The question mark team's
kill score instantly changed from 0 to 20, but Old Bear's face showed some discomfort.
A kill score of 20?
In the starry world, killing
the lowest level insectoid or divine species soldiers is only worth 1 point. 20 points?
Only high-level soldiers like brainbugs could
give such rewards.
Old Bear tried to salvage his dignity.
It could be that he was lucky, randomly assigned to the reconnaissance unit,
already engaged in battle with the Zerg or the divine race.
In the interstellar battlefield, an individual's power is very insignificant. He can't go far on his own.
As soon as the words fell, the kill points of the question mark squad jumped from 20 to 40, then to 60,
80. The
continuously increasing kill points were like a pair of hands slapping Principal Xiong's face, hitting the left cheek and then the right. At this point, everyone present realized something was off. The kill points stabilized at a jump of 20 points, which, based on past experience, should indicate the world of ghouls. In the interstellar battlefield, the combat formations of various races are very mature, and it would be impossible for so many high-level soldiers to gather together and allow the enemy to slaughter them. Si Kongwu crossed her arms, propping up a pair of ample mountains, completely disregarding Principal Xiong's face, denying his
speculation. From this perspective, the second illusion should be the world of parasitic beasts or ghouls. It's strange, why is it that besides the question mark, everyone else has 0 kills? What exactly did the children encounter? Tang Bai maintained a calm expression as he explained.
Don't panic, it might just be that the Rookie King had bad luck and encountered a large number of enemies, so their score is slightly ahead. Just be patient, I estimate that in another 5 minutes, the scores of the
other teams will gradually catch up.
But soon, Old Tang's face was also slapped by an invisible hand, making a loud sound.
Half
an hour later, except for the question mark team, whose kill points soared to over 200, the other teams seemed to have dropped
out of the game entirely. No kills, no deaths, nothing at all.
If it weren't for the fact that the question mark team's score was
still changing, everyone would have thought that the Illusion Management Bureau was showing them a static PowerPoint. All the contractor teams remained stubbornly stuck at 0 points, refusing to budge. Ah, what is this?
Besides the Rookie King of the question
mark, did the other contractors really enter the second illusion?
What are they doing, having achieved nothing for so long?
Could it be that they are just slacking off? Even if they are waiting to die, they shouldn't be this synchronized.
Perhaps there is another possibility, and the expressions of everyone present became strange, as an idea involuntarily arose in their hearts.
Could it be that the creations of the God of Creation really have a bug this time?
Shin Jianoa saw that things were turning uncontrollably, and the God of Creation had a bad temper. After challenging his creations twice in a row, if they didn't want to live, that was fine, but he was still young, and his wife was just pregnant. They shouldn't drag him down if they wanted to die.
He quickly clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, I have the most complete list of unregistered contractors. After the last comprehensive investigation, after a round of searches in the central China region, I believe everyone has some impression of these people, so you can filter through them. The heads of the 3 major martial arts organizations received the list and began to check each name against it.
Yuan Tiangang had personally inquired about this matter before, so everyone had a general impression. Chen Haitao, who seemed to have a contract with some split-person hero, could probably be a clown, but he
could never be the Rookie King. Wang Wei, who had a contract with some dragonfly hero, also seemed unlikely. Oh, this Lin Chen. Yuan Tiangang squinted his eyes.
He suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Ling Dongxing had specifically called to ask him about a boy named Lin Chen in Anping City and how he performed in the first illusion. When he said he hadn't found Lin Chen's
results, he clearly remembered by Chi's tone.
First, there was silence for a few seconds, then with a hint of surprise and a touch
of amusement, he said, "Oh, no results? This kid, alright, thank you, Master Yuan, I understand." Thinking of this scene, Yuan
Tiangang squinted and suddenly raised his head, feeling an impulse to immediately take out his phone and call Shua Heng.
No, there are too many people around, and he couldn't act hastily.
With his keen martial artist intuition, he could almost be certain that the strongest Rookie King was 80% likely to be Lin Chen. His sixth sense was comparable to that of a woman catching her husband cheating, able to make judgments from subtle clues like scents or strands of hair.
Yuan Tiangang remained expressionless, using the
excuse of going to the restroom, hands in his pockets to hide the sweat in his palms, and slowly left the data hall. Logically speaking, with the robust physique of a contractor, not excreting for 3 days shouldn't be a big problem, so although Master Yuan tried hard to conceal it, he still revealed a flaw.
Si Kongwu had never gotten along with him, seizing the opportunity to mock him. Is the original Taoist recently indulging in pleasures? A contract holder with over 60 levels of enhancement is your kidney function failing? Can't you even hold on at this time?
Yuan Tiangang snorted coldly, shot a glare at Si Kongwu, and
Cursed, crazy woman, is it wrong for me to drink a bit more water? He then pushed the door and left. Something's off, very off. Based on Sikong-woo's understanding of Yuan Tiangang, even if he was too lazy to argue with her, he would definitely turn back. Standing there to assert his strong kidney function, Sikong-woo glanced subtly, unperturbed, and signaled to a man in a black baseball cap standing in the corner. The man nodded slightly, lowered his cap, and followed. Tang Bai stood with his hands behind his back, his index finger moving slightly, and on the ground, a robot the size of an ant climbed rapidly up the baseball cap man's clothes. As the man stepped out the door, his figure gradually became transparent and soon disappeared completely. Sikong-woo and Tang Bai exchanged a smile, both inwardly cursing. Oomph, little old fox. In the world of ghouls, in the CCG base hall, the contract holders stared intently at the large screen as dozens of nuclear bombs fell from the sky at high speed. Below the nuclear bombs, a gigantic centipede monster swayed its thick body, stretching upwards with all its might, the entire centipede extending from the top of Mount Fuji to a height of several thousand meters. A large mass of dark cumulonimbus clouds gathered around its body. At this moment, the giant centipede monster, codenamed Shenlong, seemed to truly be a divine dragon. Swallowing clouds and exhaling mist, soaring and twisting through the thick clouds. Lightning struck its body, and the centipede monster let out a piercing scream, but its terrifying self-healing ability allowed it to recover quickly. This peculiar phenomenon made the contract holders unable to help but start speculating. What is it doing, gazing at the stars? Is it this long just to reach the clouds? In our Huagua, there have been legends for generations that when living beings transform into dragons, they must undergo heavenly tribulations, which is the baptism of lightning. Perhaps it is trying to complete the transformation from centipede to true divine dragon? How is that possible? It is merely codenamed Shenlong. In reality, it is just a disgusting creature formed by the accumulation of RC cells. Arima Kiyoshi stood at the forefront with his hands behind his back, quietly observing every move of Shenlong on the screen. His expression remained unchanged as he said lightly, according to our previous investigation results, it should be absorbing heat to hatch more jaw monsters. It seems that it can even utilize the energy of lightning. The contract holders widened their eyes in disbelief. What? It can absorb lightning energy? Commander Arima, are you sure the power of a nuclear explosion won't be absorbed by it? Arima's eyes behind his glasses trembled slightly. I'm not sure. But it better not, otherwise humanity will really have to wait for a miracle in prayer. In the video, as the nuclear bomb was about to strike Mount Fuji, the writhing insect body suddenly stiffened for a moment as if it had noticed a nuclear bomb. Soon, Shenlong dove down from the sky, letting out a fierce roar that scattered a large mass of cumulonimbus clouds. Arima adjusted his glasses, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the nuclear bomb is still effective against it. A few minutes before the nuclear attack, Abu was carrying Linshan and Suda Misaki, just arriving at the foot of Mount Fuji. It was the season of blooming cherry blossoms, and the faint scent of cherry blossoms mixed with the intense aura of the dragon, creating an unforgettable aroma, somewhat reminiscent of the smell of rotting corpse flowers sprinkled with perfume. The dragon's enormous body loomed like a high wall in front of them. Its flesh was dark red, without skin, and its bare flesh was covered with numerous grotesque eyeballs with lizard-like vertical pupils that were cold and bloodthirsty. The dragon's height and width were estimated to be at least over 20 meters, and its body was surrounded by sharp edges like sickles, causing the cherry blossom trees to fall as it passed. Looking around, the entire Mount Fuji was occupied by the dragon's body, almost shaved down to a bald mountain. Seeing such a scene, Lin Shin couldn't help but feel troubled. With such a massive creature, how could he possibly find Kaneki Ken's true form? Lin Shin turned to the one-eyed ghoul girl. Do you have any idea where Kaneki Ken might be? Suda Misaki shook her head. When the king transformed into a dragon, it wasn't this huge at first. Over the following months, its size kept increasing, hatching a massive number of purple monsters that indiscriminately attacked humans and ghouls. We all speculate that the king has lost its original consciousness. During this time, the king's lover, Toka Kirishima, organized a force to try to save the king, but they were ultimately repelled by these monsters, suffering heavy casualties. This, my lord, I still suggest we find Lady Toka first, leveraging the organization's strength to plan for the long term. Otherwise, even if you and your spider friend are strong, it will be very difficult to enter smoothly. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a sudden sense of danger jolted within him. Abu also raised its head, its two front claws becoming restless, making clattering sounds. Mount Fuji trembled violently before them, volcanic rocks the size of desks rolling down from the peak, and dust and smoke rose from the summit, making the dragon's massive body even more indistinct in the haze. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Was a volcanic eruption about to occur? Mount Fuji was a dormant volcano, and its interior still had volcanic activity, so calling it an active volcano wasn't too far off.
As the mountain shook, a large number of muscular, strong purple monsters rushed down from the peak like a swarm of ants, their numbers so great that it seemed as if the entire Mount Fuji was covered with a thick, purple carpet. Suda Misaki clung tightly to Lin Chen's arm, pleading, "My lord, we should retreat. Even if you and the Spider Lord are strong, you can't possibly deal with so many monsters at once." Lin Chen remained unperturbed during their journey. His physical strength had already reached over 600 points, growing stronger at an incredibly fast pace every second. In his eyes, what was rushing towards him wasn't monsters but a vast amount of talent points. The jaw monsters had low strength and would explode when attacked, releasing a viscous liquid that contained a large number of RC cells which could be quickly absorbed by humans or other creatures. This would lead to an excessive accumulation of RC cells in the human body, transforming humans into ghouls. Eventually, the entire world would be filled with RC cells and all humans would turn into ghouls. But those threats were only significant to ordinary humans. Lin Chen bore the powerful legacies of Kryptonian blood, the source of chaos, and Saiyan physique, a mere RC cell trying to disrupt his genetic structure was as difficult as reaching the heavens. He was unafraid, but Abu and Suda Misaki would likely not escape unscathed in the face of such a multitude of jaw monsters. Lin Chen gestured for Abu to take Suda Misaki to retreat first. He intended to confront these jaw monsters and even the so-called dragon, planning to perform some surgical procedures on it. Abu quickly took Suda Rini away, leaving Lin Chen alone. He moved his joints and could clearly see every detail of the jaw monster. These creatures had no facial features. Their entire face was dominated by a massive mouth with sharp teeth glinting coldly. Dozens of jaw monsters let out strange cries, suddenly leaping up, opening their huge mouths filled with sharp fangs, and viciously biting at Lin Chen's bare upper body. Lin Chen stepped back half a step, took a deep breath, and his iron fists rained down like raindrops. Lin Chen treated the jaw monsters as practice targets. With a casual punch, he could shatter them. Under the conditions of the yellow star, he felt no fatigue at all, as if there was an endless supply of energy surging from within him. In an instant, the sound of thuds echoed continuously. The structure of the jaw monsters was very peculiar. After being hit by Lin Chen, they would freeze in place for a moment, then their bodies would swell like balloons and suddenly explode, spraying bright red blood everywhere. From high above, Mount Fuji looked as if it had come on its period, flowing with purplish red blood. Only the spot where Lin Chen stood resembled a hard reef, completely blocking the purple sea of blood. In front of him were endless jaw monsters, and behind him was a vast open space. He was strong, and the gentle breeze brushed the mountain ridge. He was fierce, and the bright moon shone over the great river. Lin Chen's fists moved so fast that they created afterimages. He became a pillar in the current, firmly blocking the fearless jaw monsters. Within a few meters around him, blood flowed like a river, all from the explosions of the jaw monsters creating thick blood. Although he only gained a pitiful 2 talent points for killing a single jaw monster, their sheer numbers caused Lin Chen's talent points to rise rapidly, from 230 to 250, and soon reaching 320 points before coming to a complete stop. Lin Chen's mind shifted. He was so caught up in the fight that it seemed he had been racking up points with his ID a bit too much. It was time for the strongest rookie king to go online. If he changed his ID, could he earn double talent points? With a mindset of giving it a try, Lin Chen's thoughts changed, and his pupils transformed from black to a light blue like the sky. His nose and cheekbones became more pronounced, and his hair turned a dark brown, becoming cavalier. Although he had changed his appearance, the talent points were still universal, firmly stuck at 320 points. No matter how many jaw monsters he killed, there was no change. Although Lin Chen's attribute panel did not change, the people in the hall of the Blue Star Illusion Management Bureau were completely unsettled. Just moments ago, that strongest rookie king's points surged again, jumping by 2 points each time, quickly rising from 220 to 240, 300, 360. Principal Xion's eyes sparkled, and he heavily tapped his cane, glancing at Sikong Wu's enchanting face with a cold snort. Who was it that said it definitely wasn't the interstellar illusion just now? Sikong Wu had no time to pay him any mind. Her beautifully lined eyes were wide with shock as she murmured to herself, "So strong, is this the power of the rookie king? What is he doing? Why is the kill score rising so rapidly?" Beside her, Tang Bai was also stunned. At this rate of growth, as long as he doesn't fall in the illusion, it won't be long, 10 years, no, at most 5 years, before humanity gains another divine general. Qin Jianoa stood nearby, his lips curling up more than an AK. He had just ascended to the director's throne this year, and now such a monstrous new contractor had appeared. His performance report at the end of the year would surely be a highlight, bringing him great glory. As long as this person was a contractor from Huadua, he would be pleased no matter which faction ultimately recruited him. But soon, the crowd could no longer smile. Another question mark team with
Lightning Speed jumped directly to second place, their scores skyrocketing to 60, 100, 160.
In comparison, the other contractor
teams were still stubbornly clinging to 0 points. Ha, what is this situation?
Nearly 100 people at the scene gasped their expressions as if they had seen the President of the United States publicly pull down his pants and urinate at a campaign event. Si Kong-woo rubbed her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating.
What was going on?
In the second illusion, 2 question marks were competing for the top spot. Moreover, the second team, based on its composition, had only 1 member.
The
scores of the 2 contractors were neck and neck, and in just a short while, the later arrival's score had quickly approached the 200 mark. The first contractor's score was gradually slowing down, but it was still fluctuating in small
increments of 2 points.
It seemed that soon, the second contractor would catch up to the first.
The newcomer king of the first illusion, a super genius, it was already rare to have 1 each session, and now there were 2? The reason for Lin Chen having 2 illusion IDs and the simultaneous increase in kill points was that after Abu took Suda Misato away from Mount Fuji, they hadn't gone far.
It quietly set up a dense web in a patch of woods. At this moment, the web was
filled with jaw monsters, struggling desperately and letting out angry roars, but they couldn't break free from Abu's web. The jaw monsters spawned by the dragon had no eyes or ears, relying on infrared and sonar to locate enemies, and Abu's
web was their natural enemy.
Abu keenly discovered the weakness of the jaw monsters. It laid out a trap in the woods, and all the passing jaw monsters were like insects caught in a net, struggling desperately.
The more they struggled,
the tighter they became stuck, ultimately unable to move at all, waiting to be completely drained by Abu.
During the few days on Blue Star, in order to maintain the image of a docile vegetarian pet in front of Wan Ling, it had gone
hungry.
Previously, in the first illusion, its main food had been zombies and humans. These meaty feasts, God knows how it had survived these days, barely subsisting on fruit. With Lin Chen arriving in this monster-filled world, Abu
was very happy, finally able to indulge its appetite and feast. As a powerful alien spider, Abu could eat a meal that would last 6 months, and having been starved, it was now eating frantically. Its mouth parts pierced into the jaw monster's body, and in less than 10 seconds, these muscular monsters were reduced to mere skin, falling to the ground. As the number of RC cells consumed increased, Abu's back gradually swelled, and the red glow in its 6 compound eyes became increasingly dazzling.
Suda Misato tightly covered her red lips with both hands, fearing she would scream uncontrollably. Although she was a half-ghoul and had eaten humans during her early transformation, the scene before her was
too terrifying, like a hellish battlefield.
In the dark forest, the sound of rustling continued, and once 6 large dark red lights lit up, it meant the slaughter had begun. She thought about escaping but was afraid that if she left the back of the giant spider, she would be treated as prey and directly devoured. Without that boy present, Suda Misato felt an extreme lack of security. Her legs trembled, and she had an urge to wet herself.
Oh no, I seem to be wearing a skirt. Should I just go?
No, if I wet myself on this giant's back, I would definitely die in a very ugly way.
Seeing the 2 question mark contractors competing for kill points, everyone turned to Director Chin. Director, oh.
Director, you said the illusion monitor was a creation of the gods and would never malfunction. How do you explain the current situation?
Last time, you said the strongest newcomer king was a handsome young man from the central China
region, but the images provided by the contractors showed a ruggedly handsome young man. We spent a lot of manpower and resources searching for half a day, and in the end, found nothing.
This time is even better. The question mark team
has not just 1 but 2 members suddenly appearing, both breaking the historical record for individual kill points.
A newcomer king of this level appears once every 10 years, even if the heavens favor humanity.
But now, 2 have suddenly
emerged. How is that possible? Are geniuses just cabbages in the market? Are you still saying it's not a bug? God, what's wrong with God? He's also human. Even if he's a god, can gods not make mistakes? On the surface, Shin Janhua appeared calm and collected, but inside he was crumbling. What's going on?
In the second illusion, 2 super strong contractees have appeared, both new kings, and neither has been registered by the official channels.
You 3 major organizations, were you just eating dry rice during the recent NetStyle investigation? Is your information density too rough?
Both super strong contractees are marked with question marks, while all other teams still have 0 points.
How strong must these 2 be to break the rules?
If the second illusion is, as Si Kong-woo speculated, the world of ghouls, the previous single kill score was 180 points.
It was created by the missing Wola Tian from Qinghai University.
In the 26th illusion, who was once praised as the most likely contractee to advance to the divine level after God and Jin God. But unfortunately, this prodigy went missing during the 26th illusion after graduating from university and never returned. For those contractees who entered the illusion and could not return, Blue Star uniformly defines them as missing, not dead. But everyone knows in their hearts that those who fail to return to the real world on time have only one fate. Director Chin and the heads of the three major organizations exchanged glances and spoke simultaneously.
Director Chin, is the detector malfunctioning? How did you conduct the investigation? You couldn't find two contractees of such strength?
Faced with the accusations, Shin Jianhua and the heads of the three major organizations raised their eyebrows in disdain.
Oh, are you blaming me now?
Si Kong Wu, with her fiery personality, glared. Director Chin, actually, we wanted to say long ago that the information you provided was about a handsome young man from Huazhong, but from various channels, the clearing settlement image we learned about shows a ruggedly
handsome young man? How do you explain that? Qin Jianhua retorted. What, can't that contractee change his appearance to conceal his identity? Obtaining the time contract, such a divine object, requires me to be extra cautious. And how? Did you conduct the investigation? Weren't you supposed to include all unregistered contractee information into the database? Now, two question mark teams suddenly pop up?
That was the strongest new king from last time, who can tell
them apart? Si Kongwu opened her red lips, revealing a look of astonishment. Ha, Director Qin, I have a different opinion on what you just said.
You won't allow us to take coercive measures, yet you want all the information. It's not
that simple. Shin Jianhua smiled instead of getting angry. Just as he was about to speak, a deep voice interrupted. All right, stop arguing, leave this matter to me. In front of everyone, a blue photon appeared out of thin air, surrounded by countless blue electric arcs, like a fierce dragon bearing its fangs.
A powerful energy surged, quickly weaving into a man dressed in a suit, with blue skin all over. His eyes were platinum, showing no hint of human expression, and
the moment he solidified his form, with a loud bang,
a powerful shockwave erupted from his body as the center. Except for the heads of the three major organizations, everyone else was lifted off the ground like straw in the wind. The man frowned at the sight, extending his right hand as if time and space had frozen at that moment. The shockwave returned to his body, and everything fell into calm. The man said, "Sorry everyone, I just returned from the universe and didn't manage my power well." Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Shin Jianhua hesitantly probed, "Are you the true body of the god Du?"
The blue-skinned man did not deny it and nodded. "Just call me Du Jiangnan." The once silent hall suddenly became as chaotic as a market.
The return of the true body of the god Du was big news, and for a moment everyone forgot about the two rookie kings who were still
competing with each other. Has the god Du returned? Wasn't he supposed to be searching for habitable planets outside the system? The return of the god Du is indeed big news. It seems that the god Du has become even stronger this time. He must be getting closer to that barrier of the 90th level.
As they spoke, the space collapsed again, and several avatars similar to Du Jiangnan appeared
in the hall.
They were drawn to Du Jiangnan as if by magnetic force, and the moment they got close to the true body, a strange phenomenon
of spatial collapse occurred between the avatars and the true body. Several arcs of electricity flickered, and all the avatars disappeared.
Du Jiangnan slowly landed, transforming from an almost ethereal photon state into a flesh and blood human form, his eyes changing from platinum to the black-eyed, yellow-skinned eyes of an Asian. The leaders of the three major contractor organizations exchanged
glances and nodded slightly. As high-ranking members, they knew far more than others. While others only saw the return of the god Du,
they saw the predicament of Du Jiangnan returning early.
Moreover, as soon as Du Jiangnan returned, he was eager to absorb the avatars, to replenish energy.
It seemed that his exploration in the outer domain had not gone smoothly, and he might have suffered a significant loss, forcing him to return to Blue Star ahead of schedule.
After reading the memories of the avatars, Du Jiangnan let out a long
sigh and looked at Qin Jianhua. "Leave the matter of the question mark team to me, there will be a result soon." He then turned to Si Kong Wu, smiling and shaking his head.
"Xiao Wu, your temper is still so fiery."
Si Kong Wu changed from her earlier sulky demeanor, crossing her arms behind her back, revealing an alluring figure and a sweet smile.
"Brother Du, it's good that you're back. A few days ago, your avatar almost scared us to death with its imposing presence." Du Jiangnan showed an apologetic expression. "Sorry, the avatar was set with some programs, so sometimes it can seem unapproachable.
I need to correct a mistake first, we can talk about the rest later."
As
soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared again. Qin Jianhua's eyes were filled with emotion as he sighed. "Let's not argue
anymore.
With the true body of the god Du back, who is right or wrong, and who the contractors behind the question mark team are, will
soon be revealed."
In the world of ghouls, Lin Chen had thrown countless punches, his fists gradually creating afterimages.
And at the same time, hundreds of punch trajectories existed simultaneously. The jaw monster in front of him was like a sandbag, its body
covered with deep indentations from the punches. These ghouls suddenly exploded in place, and for a moment, a large empty space appeared
in front of Lin Chen. With his vision freed,
Lin Chen let out a long breath. There were simply too many jaw monsters, and he could no longer remember how many he had killed. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed several small light points falling from the sky at an extremely high speed. His eyesight was excellent. Even from several kilometers away, he could see the Shunlong trying to burrow into Mount Fuji in a desperate manner. The light points that made even such a large monster wary. Lin Chen's mind flashed with insight, his pupils constricting as he realized the true reason behind the recent earthquake at Mount Fuji and the panicked escape of the jaw monsters. Nuclear bombing. Moreover, it seemed like a dozen warheads were bombarding simultaneously. He cursed his bad luck. It seemed that, no matter which illusion he entered, he had a strong connection with nuclear bombs. With Kryptonian blood coursing through his veins, nuclear radiation felt like a gentle spring breeze to him, causing no harm at all. He only needed to avoid the powerful shockwaves and extreme heat generated by the nuclear explosions. Lin Chen pounded the ground with his fists, quickly creating a pit about 10 meters deep in the ground mixed with a large amount of volcanic rock. He even had the leisure to take one last look, completely burrowing his half-body into the giant centipede of Mount Fuji and the nuclear bomb about to hit the ground before jumping into the pit. Mount Fuji was most likely doomed. There would never again be the saying, Lin sang, the cherry blossoms in the hometown have bloomed. Boom, boom, boom. The nuclear explosions occurred in succession, with massive mushroom clouds rising, and the earth trembled violently. The ground heaved like a lifted carpet, creating wave-like undulations. The tooth monster, unable to escape in time, was swept away by the high-temperature shockwave of the explosion, instantly turning to charcoal, and the RC cells flowing on the ground were completely carbonized. The blinding light was as dazzling as a supernova explosion. In the CCG underground base, Arima Kiyoshi closed his eyes, using his ears and other heightened senses beyond ordinary people to feel the power of the nuclear explosion. He took a deep breath and sighed. This world needs a thorough cleansing. At this moment, I only regret that there are too few nuclear bombs. The contractors showed expressions of fear, quickly distancing themselves from this mentally unstable man who uses nuclear bombs to purify the world. Even dozens of kilometers away from the nuclear explosion, the walls of the base emitted cracking sounds, and a large amount of debris fell from the walls. Fortunately, the shockwave and tectonic movement passed quickly, and Arima Kiyoshi opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing behind his glasses. He whispered, "Ladies and gentlemen, the flame of human civilization awaits us to rekindle it. I declare that the God Destruction plan is now activated. In this battle, we will not die or retreat." The walls around the base opened up, and a large number of silver-painted armored transport vehicles drove into the square. The contractors grouped according to their teams, taking their chosen quinqua boxes and huzha quinqua, and boarded the transport vehicles. Mei Yajing hesitated to get on the vehicle. Looking around anxiously in front of the transport vehicle, her pale face slightly flushed with urgency. Song Mingxin stood behind her, not forgetting to needle her. "Come on, stop looking. Your little Lindsay might not have run off with some big-breasted girl. Get on the vehicle. Without you, our team will really be done for." "No way, Lin Chen is not the kind of person you say he is. There are just too many people. He must not have found me." Xiaomei rolled her eyes at her roommate, helpless as the vehicle door was about to close. There were hardly any people left in the square, and she didn't spot that familiar agile figure. Xiaomei could only squeeze into the vehicle, her heart uneasy. A giant dragon like that would surely be difficult to deal with. If they, the contractors, could survive and return, it would be a stroke of luck. Xiaomei silently prayed, "Little Lindsay, you must not die. Wait for me to find you." She had already made up her mind that once the battle started, she would unleash her full power, using her dual-element wind and thunder abilities to attract Lin Chen over. Achoo! Lin Chen rubbed his nose and continued to dig upwards, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what kind of poor quality is the land of Sakura country? A few nuclear bombs and it collapses? No wonder there are earthquakes every day. It will sink into the sea sooner or later. A dozen nuclear explosions had completely collapsed the temporary shelter he had dug out, burying him under a large amount of soil mixed with volcanic rock. Covered in dirt, Lin Chen tried to punch a passageway out but couldn't exert his strength smoothly. He could only use his hands as a shovel, digging upwards. As he dug, Lin Chen suddenly felt something was off. The cave that Lin Chen had dug collapsed completely due to the violent nuclear explosion, burying him under thick layers of soil. To avoid inhaling dust, he instinctively held his breath. After a few minutes, he surprisingly felt no sense of suffocation at all. He consciously tested himself and found that he could survive without breathing. It made sense when he thought about it. The Kryptonian heritage from his father allowed him to exist in outer space without oxygen. If he needed oxygen to survive, Superman would have suffocated in space 100 times over. He must have unlocked his extraordinary powers after the contract ceremony, no longer relying on oxygen to live. However, having breathed for 18 years, he was already accustomed to an oxygen-rich environment. Breathing was a habit for him, but not a necessity. Understanding this, Lin Chen no longer worried about suffocating. He freed his hands and feet and dug with all his might. His hands as sharp as iron shovels, easily slicing through any rocks that blocked his path. Soon, Lin Chen's eyes brightened as fresh air rushed towards him. Unknowingly, he had emerged from the collapsed pit, pushing himself up and easily jumping to the ground. Before him, the once tranquil and beautiful cherry blossom forest was no more. In the distance, the majestic and grand Mount Fuji had been utterly transformed. The towering mountain had completely collapsed under the impact of a dozen nuclear bombs, with radiation clouds and soil mixing with steam rising up, forming a heavy lead-gray layer that obscured the sky. The once dormant volcano had been thoroughly awakened by the nuclear blasts, with crimson lava gushing out like a flood breaking through a dam, Mount Fuji resembling a bleeding giant, emitting a dull, painful wail. The entire area around Mount Fuji seemed like hell, the air thick with the acrid smell of sulfur, with the unfortunate survivors of the tooth monsters crawling on the ground like zombies, their bodies mangled. The dragon's massive body was submerged in lava, broken in several places, appearing as if it were dead, completely still, showing that the nuclear bomb had inflicted significant damage on it. The stench of burnt RC cells filled the air, making it nearly impossible for Lin Chen to breathe. He held his breath and walked towards the mouth of the volcano, where the upper half of the dragon's body was lodged, still showing slight movement. Although he didn't know which bastard had dropped the nuclear bomb, it inadvertently helped him. Such a powerful human weapon was indeed very effective against a large number of weaker enemies. Otherwise, with so many tooth monsters bothering him, getting close to the dragon's body would have been quite difficult. Meanwhile, the CCG's transport vehicles were rushing towards Mount Fuji. As they passed through a charred forest, everyone was astonished to discover a gigantic spider, as large as a hill, partially hidden among the trees. The little snacks that Abu had painstakingly captured in his web traps had been turned to charcoal by the shockwave of the nuclear explosion. Like Lin Chen, it quickly dug a pit to hide underground, narrowly escaping disaster, but its beautiful colorful fur had been scorched black by the high temperature. Abu was filled with grief and anger, hissing, while Suda Misato, who had taken refuge beneath it, was comforting him. Lord Spider, even though you've turned black, you look even more majestic now. Many contractors saw Abu from the windows of the transport vehicles. After all, it was hard to ignore such a large spider. Hey, look quickly, what species is this giant spider? Why have I never heard the teacher mention it? Let me see. Wow, it's so big. Are all the monsters in this world this large? Wait, why? Do I feel like this spider looks a bit familiar? I have that feeling too, let me think. Ah, isn't it the one that the new king rode at the end of the first illusion? Just a few days after passing through the first illusion, everyone still vividly remembered the scene of Lin Chen's completion, and such a gigantic spider could probably only be Abu. Fortunately, Abu was hit by the shockwave of the nuclear explosion, and all of its beautiful fur was completely burned off, looking different from the previous settlement scene. If we talk about size and appearance, it does look quite similar, but the color is different. Last time it was gray fur with a bit of color, this one is pitch black and looks terrible. It shouldn't be the number 1 illusions creature. After all, the monster from the number 1 illusion can't just wander into the number 2 illusion, right? Items and creatures in the illusion can't be taken out. Not necessarily. I heard from the teacher that under certain conditions, items from the illusion can be brought out. In recent years, Blue Star has expanded human activity into the entire solar system, and a lot of it is thanks to illusion technology. The Reconnaissance Advance Team reported Abu's presence to Commander Arima. Commander Arima, we have discovered a new type of ghoul, a giant spider form. Should we engage in extermination operations? Commander Arima stood on top of the command vehicle. He had already seen Abu. He regarded Abu as the ultimate ghoul form of a certain ghoul. Commander Arima furrowed his 2 white brows tightly. First, there was a giant centipede, and now a giant spider has emerged. Can humanity really defeat these ultimate forms of ghouls? A hint of doubt crept into Commander Arima's steadfast heart. He intended to eliminate the spider before it could grow, but the forces at hand were simply not enough to engage in 2 battles simultaneously. The existence of the dragon already threatened all of humanity, and this spider didn't seem as terrifying as the dragon. Forget it, after this battle, if we survive, we can consider dealing with this giant creature. Commander Arima took off his glasses and rubbed his already blurry left eye. He no longer hesitated and commanded, go around it, try not to engage in conflict. The vast CCG convoy bypassed the jungle where Abu was located and quickly advanced toward Mount Fuji, which had turned into a hellish wasteland. Abu did not chase after them, it was checking its little snacks one by one to see if there was anything edible left. The army of contractors finally had peace with Abu. After a little while, the broadcast inside the vehicle sounded with Commander Arima's calm voice. Everyone, we expect to arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes and will soon enter a highly radioactive area. In 5 minutes, you can put on your quinqua to resist the damage caused by the radiation. Is the battle about to begin?
After executing the divine extermination operation plan, I wonder how many people will survive to return to Blue Star. At this point, we can only fight. There is no turning back now. The contractor's eyes became sharp, gripping their quinquo tightly, palms sweating cold. The bumpy transport vehicle creaked ominously, as if it would fall apart at any moment. The 4 members of the United Nations looked pale, while Chin Xian and Liu closed their eyes, hands clasped in prayer. Big brother, please show up and save us. Wulu, Lin Chen, I left a letter in your desk. If I die here, don't read it, just burn it. Su Yang and Yan Xiaoping tightened their grips on their quinquo, comforting the 2 female classmates. Don't be afraid, just stand behind us. As long as we don't die, we will never let the ghouls and the tooth monsters harm you. At this moment, Lin Chen had already walked to the volcano's crater. Mount Fuji had been bombarded by dozens of nuclear bombs, causing violent movements in the Earth's crust, and the dormant crater had become active again, reviving into a live volcano. Bright red magma surged within the crater, and a dragon was climbing the volcanic wall. Its body had shrunk significantly, most of it severed by the nuclear blasts, and left outside, with the remaining body appearing to be less than 100 meters long. The dragon was currently lying on the rock wall, laying eggs, surrounded by numerous dark green ovaries, so many that they were beyond counting. It seemed that the dragon had turned the interior of Mount Fuji into a hatching ground, using the heat from the magma to incubate the tooth monsters. It was faintly visible that something was wriggling inside the ovaries, suggesting that a new batch of tooth monsters was about to hatch. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. It was a great opportunity. The dragon's body, ravaged by dozens of nuclear bombs, had shrunk significantly, its strength less than 1/10 of its peak. Its guardian tooth monsters had all fled to escape the nuclear explosion and could not return for a short time. At this moment, it was at its weakest. Once a massive number of tooth monsters successfully hatched again, it would soon have countless guardians, making it much harder to kill. If he wanted to take down this centipede monster, now was the time. There's a saying, take advantage of the illness to take the life. The crater was filled with magma, not the best place for a battle. The right approach was to lure it out. Lin Chen picked up a huge rock beside him and smashed it towards the dragon. This rock was about the size of half a room, weighing at least 40 to 50 tons. Coupled with Lin Chen's over 700 physique enhancement, it smashed down like a meteor onto the dragon's head. The dragon, focused on laying eggs, had its compound eyes flickering, seemingly absorbing energy from the magma, or perhaps it had already fallen asleep, showing no intention of dodging at all. The giant rock struck the dragon's head and mouth area. Its body was unexpectedly hard, and the rock shattered instead. The centipede-like giant raised its head, opening its massive mouth like a meat grinder, letting out an angry roar at Lin Chen. Roar! When it saw that the attacker was just an ordinary human, it became even angrier. At this moment, it was at its weakest, desperately needing to eat to replenish energy, and in its eyes, Lin Chen was undoubtedly a roasted whole lamb emitting an enticing aroma. The dragon stopped laying eggs and coiled up, its thousands of sharp centipede legs deeply embedding into the hard rock wall, shaking the ground as it lunged towards Lin Chen. Seeing that he had successfully provoked the dragon, Lin Chen immediately retreated towards the mountainside. As he ran, he did not forget to pick up large stones to throw at the dragon, firmly holding onto its hatred. After leaving the crater by several hundred meters, Lin Chen estimated that the dragon could no longer retreat back into the crater. He stopped, moved his right shoulder, and waited for the dragon's arrival. As the dragon's massive body gradually approached, a foul odor hit him, and Lin Chen revealed a bright smile, showing his white teeth. Come on, let's have a good fight. I hope you can make it enjoyable for me. The dragon saw that this little figure was no longer fleeing. It raised its body high, opened its enormous mouth, and lunged at Lin Chen from the air. Although it had less than 100 meters of body left, its momentum was still terrifying, overwhelming Lin Chen as its massive mouth, filled with interlocking fangs like a meat grinder, descended upon him. Lin Chen was not afraid. He took a half step back and thrust his fists forward, weaving layers of illusions in front of him. When his fists collided with the dragon's fangs, they produced a sound like metal clashing. The dragon's enormous body was struck as if hit by a 10,000-ton blow, letting out a series of pain howls as it crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. With just his bare fists, Lin Chen blocked the dragon's lethal strike. He jumped onto the dragon's body, transforming into a piledriver, continuously using his iron fists to smash the dragon's mouth deep into the ground. For a moment, the battlefield resembled a construction site, with dust rising and mixed with the dragon's painful roars. Not long after, the dragon's massive body stopped struggling, lying quietly on the ground as if dead, its head deeply embedded in the earth, and its compound eyes lost all their luster. The ground had collapsed into a nearly 10-meter deep pit, and the dragon's head, along with its sharp mouthparts, had been reduced to a puddle of flesh by Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head. This thing, seemingly enormous and bearing the name of a dragon, was actually just a large ghoul. Fortunately, he had done so much preparation. Could it be that he really killed it? As the front half of the dragon's body died, the massive charred body coiling above Mount Fuji suddenly began to slowly shrink, the RC cells rapidly changing form, and a hard shell resembling fish scales began to form on its surface. All of this was concealed beneath the charred exterior, unnoticed by anyone. Lin Chen transformed his hand into a blade and sliced open the dragon's body, revealing the vibrant RC cells inside. These cells were very peculiar. Although the host was dead, they still maintained their vitality, writhing continuously. After searching for a while, Lin Chen did not find Kaneki Ken's true body. With such a large creature, even after being blown apart, its length was 100 times greater. Where could he find it? He thought for a moment and called out to Abu in his heart. Abu, come for a feast. The spider's feeding method involved injecting a digestive enzyme into the food, turning the insides into a liquid state, and then absorbing the liquid through its sharp mouthparts to complete nutrient intake. If Abu could dissolve all the RC cells, it would be clear where Kaneki Ken was. If Kaneki Ken unfortunately got dissolved as well, then it could only be blamed on his bad luck. Lin Chen certainly wouldn't have the patience to search through the massive dragon's body for him. Abu responded to Lin Chen's call, its 6 compound eyes glowing brightly as it leaped high from the dense forest, heading towards Mount Fuji. Abu's speed was incredibly fast, moving over the rugged mountain path as if it were flat ground, far exceeding the speed of the CCG's armored transport vehicles. Soon, Major Arima would receive the news. Commander Arima, that spider-type ultimate ghoul is catching up. Should we engage? Major Arima, being half-human and nearing the end of his life, had one eye that could barely see, and the other was severely impaired. He could only see a large, dark mass moving at high speed. Major Arima sighed inwardly. With a giant centipede ghoul in front and a giant spider ghoul behind, was humanity destined to perish here? The world he longed for, where humans and ghouls coexisted, was ultimately just a flower in the mirror and the moon on the water, ethereal and elusive? He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, leave the 8th, 10th, and 13th squads to confront it. Everyone else, continue forward. A voice from the intercom questioned him. But, Major Arima, doing this is equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Such a large ultimate ghoul cannot be dealt with by just a few squads. Arima clenched his teeth and replied quietly, Officer Shirori, carry out my orders. There was a pause on the other end before a response came. Yes, Commander Arima. Soon, dozens of armored transport vehicles halted their advance, and Major Arima's deep voice echoed from within the vehicle. Everyone, the spider-type ghoul is catching up. Please do your utmost to hold it off for an hour. I know this is a bit cruel, but for the greater good, it must be done. Your spirit will coexist with the human race. The abandoned contractors felt their hearts crumble. What do you mean our spirit will coexist with the human race? It means we're all going to die, right? Why should we? With such a large spider, you're asking us to hold it off for an hour? What a joke. All of us together wouldn't even be enough for it to have a third of a meal. We wouldn't last 10 minutes. The 4 students from the United University, lacking the strength, were also among the abandoned squads. Chin Xin hugged her head with both hands, crouching on the ground, her face full of despair, almost crying out loud. I'm most afraid of spiders, especially such a big one. I'm doomed, I'm doomed. Although many contractors were unwilling in their hearts, at this moment they could only get off the vehicle and prepare for battle. Watching Abu's body charge at them like a small hill, they didn't know who it was that led the way to turn and run. Judging by the speed, they definitely couldn't outrun this giant monster, but as long as they could run faster than the other contractors, it would be enough. Everyone scattered, hoping that some could escape. The actions of a small number of contractors quickly spread panic among the others, and the few remaining teams trembled, not daring to confront Abu. Abu caught a glimpse of the contractor team on the ground. It was highly intelligent and knew that if it ate them, Lin Chen would surely be unhappy. Plus, with Lin Chen urgently calling it over, saying there was a big feast, it merely kicked over a few armored vehicles and left. The united team didn't run, mainly because Lu Yu's physique was not suited for long distance running, so they could only fight to the death. A few of them weakened and collapsed on the ground, their eyes filled with the relief of having survived. Chin Xin touched the Pingchuan airport, puzzled. I always feel that this spider is the one that the new king of illusion number 1 rode. Yan Xiaopeng scoffed at her. Ha, you just love the house and the crow. The new king rode a spider, and now you think every spider looks familiar. Chin Xin pouted, looking displeased. That's not what I mean. I just think that such a big spider can't possibly exist in every illusion. The already distant Arima Guishang received the latest news. Commander Arima, the spider-type ultimate ghoul has not engaged with our side. Its strength is too great, we can't stop it. Moreover, its target is not us. You all be careful, Commander. Arima's pupils constricted, his greatest fear had come true, and the CCG forces were about to be attacked from both sides. The deputy suggested, Commander, why not retreat first and wait for the spider-type ultimate ghoul to leave before coming back?
Arima gritted his teeth. He had little time left and could not afford to delay any longer. He ordered, "Advance at full speed. Fight to the death." Roar! The entire original CCG search officer unit erupted in a synchronized roar over the encrypted channel. As for the contractors, Arima had not expected them to play a significant role. The main advantage was their numbers in searching the mountains. Soon, the CCG convoy arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji, where the mountain was covered in rubble and lava, no longer suitable for armored vehicles. The contractors disembarked, forming a square formation. Clad in the Haja Quink, they felt an endless surge of power within them. Even elemental and mental contractors briefly possessed the strength of 7th or 8th tier enhanced contractors. Upon seeing the severed remains of the dragon, the contractors' morale soared. Such a huge divine dragon, no matter how strong, must have been killed by the nuclear attack. The giant monster is dead. The remaining jaw monsters are nothing to worry about. Come on, brothers, the talent points are calling to us. Arima Guisheng stood at the forefront, holding a sword in his right hand and a knife in his left. These were his two SS-class Quink, named Ixa and Mingshin. He glanced at the motionless, charred remains of the dragon and issued the attack order. Find the ghoul named Kaneki-kan and kill it to completely eliminate this ultimate ghoul. The contractors charged towards Mount Fuji, but to their astonishment, there were no enemies. The divine dragon's remains were dead, and the millions of jaw monsters had vanished. They began to doubt their lives. Had the enemy been wiped out by the recent nuclear explosion? What were they here for? A vacation? There was nothing to see in the state Mount Fuji was in after the nuclear bomb. Until someone reached halfway up the mountain and saw Lin Chen resting on the dragon's remains. They felt a jolt in their hearts and became fully alert. Anyone who encounters a bare-chested being in a place devoid of life would instinctively feel that he is strong and dangerous, right? The first contractor to discover Lin Chen quickly made a stopping gesture and reported to the entire team through the earpiece. Be careful, we've found a being that looks human. In such a heavily radiated area, bare-chested? Could he be a ghoul? Or a new type of jaw monster? Commander Arima, how should we respond? Arima Takashi said in a deep voice. Do not act rashly, wait for my arrival. More and more contractors gathered around, and Lin Chen lazily lifted his head. I've finished all my work. Why are you all just arriving? What were you doing just now? This group of contractors awakened in the same period as Lin Chen, and they had all witnessed his impressive performance in clearing levels. Many recognized him immediately. They were instantly stunned, their Quinqua weapons clattering to the ground, their gazes completely occupied by Lin Chen, making clicking sounds in their throats. The new king. How are you here? Finally, someone trembled and spoke those words. Boom! The contractor team felt their scalps tingle, their hearts erupting like a volcano. What did we just see? So many of us, after enduring countless hardships, first bombarded with nuclear weapons, then mobilized, dodging the pursuit of giant spiders along the way, finally arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji. And the strongest among us had already reached this place. What was he sitting on? Was it the true form of a dragon? Did he kill it? When did he arrive here? Is he human or a god? How can he survive in such a strong nuclear radiation environment without protection? We are all contractors. Why is there such a huge difference? Countless questions surged in the contractors' minds. Lin Chen's existence was like a book of 100,000 whys, with too many inexplicable aspects. Arima Takashi parted the crowd and walked into Lin Chen's encirclement. The pupils behind Arima's glasses constricted to the size of a pinhead. The bare-chested boy before him gave him the first instinctive impression. Very strong. He said in a deep voice, Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Chen saw Arima Takashi's iconic white hair and the sword and knife in his hands, instantly recognizing who he was. It seemed that all the strong in the world of ghouls had white hair. This might also be a kind of world rule, just like in some worlds, the strong are all bald or all have crab heads. Lin Chen clapped his hands and stood up. Arima Takashi, you came at the right time. I have a bunch of questions I want to ask you. Arima Takashi felt as if he had been targeted by a fierce tiger, and his body involuntarily began to tremble. This was his instinctive reaction as a half-human facing a strong opponent. He would involuntarily become excited. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, jumping from 70 beats per minute to 280 beats per minute, his blood circulating like a high-pressure faucet. This was the talent of a half-human, but also a curse. An excessively fast heartbeat would grant them immense combat power, but at the same time, it would greatly shorten their lifespan. Even when facing the most powerful SSS ghoul, the one-eyed owl, Arima had never been this excited. He tightened his grip on his Quinqua. As long as he wanted, it could immediately transform into combat form and take the life of the man before him. Out of courtesy, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others questions? Lin Chen smiled, pointing to the surrounding contractors. Sorry, since they all know me, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zod Maximov Shuyang. You can call me Shuyang. Zod Maximov Shuyang, where Zod is the family name of his father, Maximov is the family name of his mother, and Shuyang is a nickname for Shao. Lin Chen still preferred his Chinese name, which was concise and to the point, but with another face, he
still needed a name. Zod Maximov Shu Yang is his true name in transformation.
The surrounding contractors all memorized it carefully.
So the big shot is called Zod Maximov Shu Yang, such a long name, clearly not a Huagua person.
Yeah, the official
statement says he is Huagua, how could that be? It's obviously a mistake. Yuma Guijian looked at the other contractors, frowning. Do you all know him? The contractors nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice, jokingly, who would dare to say they didn't know this big shot?
He was the creator of the first illusion, the rookie king with the highest kill record, the strongest contractor of this session, a potential human star who could reach the divine level in the future. Yuma Guijian could ignore him, after all, once they left the second illusion, he wouldn't come back to trouble him. But we were different, there were at least 8 more illusions to go through with him.
We would see him often, and now, not to mention whether we knew him or not, if he said he was our father, we would admit it. Yes, Commander Yuma, he is the strongest warrior among us, don't you remember? A clever contractor immediately vouched for Lin Chen's identity.
Others
echoed. Yeah, Commander Yuma, are you having memory issues? Commander Yuma, are you getting senile?
Yuma looked puzzled and turned to his deputy.
Is there such a person?
I don't remember. And how did he slip out of the underground base
and come here on his own? The female deputy shook her head and whispered in his ear. Commander Yuma, with so many trainee search officers, how can I remember each one? It seems he does know these trainee search officers. Yuma Guijian slapped his head, feeling a sense of alertness.
It seems my lifespan is indeed short. Such a powerful trainee search officer can be forgotten. Before my life ends, I must quickly eliminate the dragon and restore peace to the world.
This search officer, if possible, can I entrust my affairs to him? He instructed the other contractors.
Don't waste time, all of you head to the mountain top and initiate the god destruction plan to eliminate the divine dragon.
Lin Chen stopped the contractors and said calmly.
Wait, if what you're looking for is the giant centipede that burrowed into the volcano after the nuclear explosion, then you don't need to bother.
This one under my feet is it. Upon hearing this, the surrounding contractors all gaped. What? Did we hear that right? The target we mobilized to hunt has already been killed by you? Damn, the big shot is too awesome, taking on the world's ultimate boss alone? This time in the second illusion, the big shot's score must be ridiculously high. Could it be another record? The big shot is too impressive. What kind of hero did he contract? Yuma stepped forward, observing the head of the divine dragon turned into a puddle of flesh in the deep pit, and he fell completely silent. Can a person really take on the ultimate ghoul alone? Or is the young man in front of him also half-human like him?
No, even if he is half-human, it is impossible to be without any protective gear, bare-chested, exposed
to such intense nuclear radiation.
Lin Chen broke the silence and said, Commander Yuma, I have answered your question, now it's your turn to answer mine.
What exactly happened in your world? Where is Kaneki Ken? Commander Yuma pondered.
For a moment, pressed the sleep button on the quinks, and the armor slid off him, revealing his thin body and pale skin.
The female deputy gasped. Commander, you can't do this, quickly put on the quinqua. Arima Kisho shook his head calmly,
gripping the quinqua tightly, his eyes wide with anger as he shouted.
Asuka, do you want to know everything? Defeat me. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking, oh, you don't play fair, do you? But soon, he guessed Arima's thoughts, with little time left. He wanted to choose a successor for the One-Eyed King, didn't he?
But I'm not a one-eyed ghoul, and as a contractor, I won't stay in this world for long.
Fighting me is meaningless. Just as Arima finished speaking, there was a commotion. At the foot of the mountain, someone stumbled up, panting heavily.
This is bad, Commander Arima, that ultimate Kakuja giant spider is coming.
It's trapped a lot of people, we can't stop it at all. Arima sighed, turned around, and tightened his grip on the 2 SS-class quinquas in his hands.
Sorry, Asuka, it looks like we'll have to postpone the fight. Lin Chen smiled again, raised his head, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted loudly.
Abu, stop playing, I'm here. Come over, there's a feast. The surrounding contractors felt a surge of ominous premonition. Who is he calling? Why do I feel like his tone is like calling his pet for food?
Before they could figure it out, a series of gasps came from the
foot of the mountain. What the hell, it can fly. Am I hallucinating? How could such a huge spider possibly fly?
Those beside Lin Chen felt a gust of wind, and a giant spider, comparable in size to a small hill, silently descended from
the sky, appearing behind Lin Chen. The contractors' pupils constricted, and they shouted warnings. New King, watch your back. Asuka, be careful, there's a giant ultimate ghoul. Lin Chen didn't turn around, signaling everyone not to panic.
He reached out to stroke Abu's long legs, as thick as a bridge pillar, and said lightly, don't worry, it's my pet, it's not aggressive.
Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Strange, don't you all recognize it? You should have seen it before. At this moment, Lin Chen felt something was off. Abu's furry body felt smooth to the touch. He turned around suddenly and couldn't help but laugh.
Abu's entire body had been scorched by a nuclear explosion, turning from a colorful spider into a pitch-black one with only its 6 compound eyes still shining brightly. No wonder everyone didn't recognize it at first glance. The contractors who heard Lin Chen's words swallowed hard, their eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? It's your pet? No, who in their right mind keeps such a huge spider as a pet? Some felt their legs go weak, almost kneeling before Lin Chen. Boss, our admiration for you is like the endless flow of a river. How did you tame such a terrifying monster? As a pet? No, how did you bring it from the first illusion to the second? Or is the giant spider a power you gained after contracting? The more they learned about this Asuka guy, the more mysterious he seemed. Why can we only wear protective suits to enter the illusion, while you can bring a pet the size of a hill into it? With such a large spider as a pet, we could break historical records in every illusion. Lin Chen said to Abu, "Do you want to eat this big centipede on the ground?" Without any hesitation, Abu plunged its massive mandibles into the dragon's body, injecting digestive enzymes. The dragon was too large, and decomposition would take some time. While waiting, Lin Chen looked at Arima Kisho. "Arima-kun, do you have time to explain what exactly is happening in the world?" Arima Kisho, just coming back to his senses from the shock that Abu was not in its ultimate Kakuja form, regained his composure. He looked at Lin Chen for a while, knowing that he was definitely no match for the man and the giant spider. To challenge them now would be akin to seeking death. Yoma put down the 2 SS-level quinks in his hands and nodded slightly. Everything has to start from 3 months ago. As Arima Kisho recounted the story, Lin Chen's heart surged with tumultuous waves. A few months ago, after Kaneki-ken established the GOAT organization, one night, while Arima was away from the Tokyo CCG base, he suddenly launched an attack. Alone, he slaughtered all the investigators in the base, then transformed into a dragon form, making his way to Mount Fuji, where he hatched a massive number of ghouls, beginning the process of polluting the entire world. At that moment, Arima was dispatched to eliminate a newly emerged SS-rated ghoul. By the time he received the news and returned to the CCG base, his subordinates and friends had all been brutally killed by Kaneki's rampaging dragon form. Having once held high hopes for Kaneki, seeing him as his successor, Arima was now utterly disappointed. His lifelong belief was to create a world where humans and ghouls could coexist peacefully, but after Kaneki transformed into a dragon and birthed ghouls, attempting to destroy the world and turn everyone into ghouls, Arima marked him as a target to be eliminated. Then, with his overwhelming strength, Arima took on the role of the highest commander of the CCG, single-handedly rebuilding the CCG investigator force. During the Great Catastrophe, he sheltered the surviving humans, training them as trainee investigators, contacting the world government to obtain the nuclear launch codes. Ultimately, he led his troops to Mount Fuji to execute the Divine Extermination Plan and a series of subsequent developments. Lin Chen sat on a volcanic rock, resting his chin on one hand, quietly listening to Arima's account, his eyes flashing with a hint of doubt. From what he knew, although Kaneki had multiple personalities, many of which were deranged, he would never commit the act of slaughtering all the ordinary people in the base. Kaneki had always been troubled by his ghoul identity, wavering between humans and ghouls, but among his many personalities, several were human, and he even spent some time as a CCG investigator. Sasaki Hayes. The emotionally driven Kaneki had no reason to turn against his friends. So what exactly caused this current upheaval? Lin Chen turned his gaze to Arima. Arima-kun, from what I know of Kaneki, he surely wouldn't want to see the world become like this. Everything must have a hidden hand orchestrating it. Arima's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a deep voice. I know, Kaneki was once my student, and my understanding of him runs deeper than you can imagine, but to prevent the world from falling into destruction again, Kaneki must be eliminated. His very existence is like a ticking time bomb. My life is already short. Asahi investigator, if I fail to accomplish this, I want to ask you. Before Arima could finish, a contractor let out a cry. Look, something is writhing inside the dragon's body. Lin Chen and Arima looked over to see a humanoid figure struggling within the dragon's body, which had been reduced to just a layer of skin by Abura. A contractor used a sharp quinkwa to cut open the dragon's body, revealing a curled-up, naked male figure, his hair also white. Kaneki-ken. They found him, he wasn't dead. Truly, he was worthy of being the child of fate. Even after Abura melted and absorbed the dragon's body, Kaneki miraculously remained unharmed. Lin Chen gained a further understanding of just how extraordinary the luck of the child of fate was. Arima's eyes narrowed behind his glasses, gripping two of the strongest quinkwas as he stood up. Lin Chen's heart sank. While finding Kaneki was undoubtedly a good thing, given the current situation, Arima would surely want to eliminate him completely. At the final moment of life, judging by Arima's methods, he would have no further reservations. Thus, only one could survive between Arima and Kaneki. But Kaneki was the child of fate in the world of ghouls. If he died, the timeline could never be repaired. Lin Chen stood in front of Arima, quietly gazing into his eyes. Arima Kisho, you cannot kill Kaneki-ken.
Arima showed no hesitation as he raised his weapon, the Naki, pointing it at Lin Chen's forehead. "Get out of the way, or I'll kill you too." Lin Chen did not budge an inch, remaining silent and firmly standing between him and Kaneki Ken. Arima adjusted his glasses, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Very well, Asahi, take up your quinqua and let me teach you how to use it." Lin Chen spread his hands and shook his head. "No need for that, my fists are the strongest weapon, go ahead and make your move." With his several legacies and his current superhuman physique exceeding 700 points fighting, Arima, a half-human, while using a weapon would be an insult to his 3 great legacies. A glint of cold light flashed in Arima's eyes, but he did not care much. "Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant you that. I, the strongest investigator of CCG, have never been defeated in my life, and you dare to fight me without even using a quinqua?" he shouted angrily. "Alright, then let me see your strength." Arima activated the Naki in his hand, and the sharp blade glowed with blue arcs of electricity as it slashed down at Lin Chen. The next second, a crisp sound rang out. The SS-class Quinqua Naki, charged with powerful electric currents, was actually caught between Lin Chen's 2 fingers, the electricity coursing over Lin Chen's bare torso, making his flame-like short hair stand even taller. Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Although Arima Kisho was the pinnacle of combat power in the Tokyo Ghoul world, he was still too weak under his hands. Arima's lightning-fast strike appeared slow as a snail in Lin Chen's eyes. He merely needed to place his fingers there, waiting for the Naki to dive into his hand. As for the million-volt high-voltage current carried by the Naki, it felt more like a massage for his powerful muscles, making him shiver with comfort. The surrounding contractors widened their eyes, unable to help but whisper to each other. "Damn, Asahi is amazing. Is this unarmed against a blade? This Arima Kisho doesn't seem that impressive. Didn't the teacher say he was incredibly strong? Could it be that Asahi is too strong, making Arima look like a joke?" Hearing the whispers of the surrounding rookie investigators, Arima became even more furious. He had never lost in his life, and today was supposed to be his grand performance, yet he was acting like a clown. His pride made him grit his teeth, and with an angry shout, he thrust another SS-class Quinqua IXA towards Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen sighed, wanting to test his defensive power. This time he couldn't even be bothered to raise a hand, quietly standing there, waiting for IXA to pierce through his chest. A crisp sound rang out as the spear-like IXA, entirely black with golden stripes, an SS-class Quinqua that had killed countless powerful ghouls, actually broke into 2 pieces the moment it touched Lin Chen's skin, the sharp spear splitting apart, the upper half falling to the ground, completely losing its luster. Silence, a terrifying silence surrounds Arima Kishu and the contractors gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as they looked at the half-broken spear on the ground in Lin Chen's bare chest. The contractors' hearts were collapsing at this moment. What's going on? Why is Boss Xu Yang invulnerable? Is he cheating? I can accept that he's stronger than us, but this much stronger? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Could it be that our Quinqua isn't as sharp as it looks? Someone couldn't help but doubt the attack power of the Quinqua in their hand. They slashed at their teammate's thigh, and instantly, a fountain of blood shot out, more than a person's height. On their teammate's thigh, a deep wound several centimeters long indicated just how sharp the Quinqua was. This was under the premise that their teammate was covered in the ghoul's Quinqua. If they weren't wearing armor, this strike would likely have severed their teammate's limb. "Ah, are you out of your mind? Why are you cutting me?" "Sorry, I just wanted to see if this thing was real. Try it on your own thigh." "You bastard." Arima Kishu couldn't help but doubt Lin Chen's humanity. "Are you really human? Or is your skin actually a type of ghoul Quinqua?" Lin Chen sighed, not wanting to argue with Arima about whether he was human. He spread his hands and comforted him. "Arima-kun, stop it. You've seen it. I possess strength far beyond the limits of this world. Regarding Kaneki Ken, I will give you an explanation after my investigation. If he truly intends to destroy the world, I will make him pay the price he deserves." A glimmer of relief flashed in Arima's eyes, and the 2 Quinqua in his hands quietly lowered. Just then, the voice of the female officer came through. "Commander Arima, Sasaki has awakened." Kaneki Ken had once been defeated by Arima Kishu, brainwashed, and developed a new personality, Hayes Sasaki, who served as a CCG investigator. CCG colleagues were more accustomed to calling him Sasaki. Lin Chen and Arima approached Kaneki Ken, who suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face filled with terror as he tightly grasped Arima's arm. "Quick, destroy all the bodies of the dragons, or it will be too late." Arima's gaze sharpened. He didn't have time to think and ordered the contractors immediately destroy all the remains of the divine dragons. Before Arima could finish his sentence, a ghoul flew in from the distance, its cocoon forming enormous wings like a butterfly. This ghoul had completely transformed into a ghoul, surrounded entirely by cocoon, with only its face exposed. Arima Kishu stared at this ghoul and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Yomo Toka. So it was you manipulating all of this." Yomo Toka tossed a white orb the size of a head, bursting into wild laughter. It's already too late. It's a pity the ancestors' power hasn't returned to its peak. Even so, it's not something mere humans can deal with. Die, everyone, just die. The massive orb fell freely for a while, then hovered in midair, its surface slowly shedding, revealing a brilliant golden light within. The broken dragon remains on the ground, responded in kind, their charred outer layers peeling away, emitting a golden glow. The quinquet in the contractor's hand struck, but they only produced a clinking sound, unable to harm the remains in the slightest. These remains slowly floated into the air, revolving around the golden orb, their speed increasing. Soon, a massive tornado formed around the golden orb. Dark clouds filled the sky, torrential rain poured down, and thick lightning struck continuously, hitting the surface of the golden orb. Yomo Toka gritted his teeth and charged into the tornado, disappearing from sight. At this moment, Mount Fuji, which had just experienced a nuclear explosion, appeared even more grotesque and terrifying. The pitch-black sky and the raging tornado made it impossible to approach even a step. Detected an unknown creature causing anomalies in the timeline. Contractors, please eliminate this creature with all your might. Repair the timeline, and the killer will receive generous rewards. The announcement of the illusion echoed in everyone's hearts, effectively confirming that the monster about to take shape before them was the root cause of the anomalies in the world of ghouls. Lin Shen squinted, quietly observing the mutation before him. He suddenly recalled a saying: the dragon moves with the rain, the tiger moves with the wind. Could it be that the monster about to be resurrected was truly a dragon? The origin of Tokyo Ghoul had always been a mystery. Some said ghouls were transformed from human genetic mutations. Another viewpoint suggested that the appearance of ghouls was related to a disaster known as the Great Flood, which occurred after an ancient cataclysm, with the first ghouls appearing in the Middle East. Looking at it now, perhaps all ghouls were descendants of this monster about to be resurrected. The purpose of ghouls' existence was to pass on RC cells, waiting for the day they reached a critical point, to help the creature be reborn. It was possible that the number of ghouls in the ghoul world and the volume of RC cells had already met the requirements, which was why Kaneki Ken went berserk and transformed into a dragon form. Subsequently, the dragon, utilizing the geothermal energy of Mount Fuji, hatched countless jaw monsters, attempting to pollute the entire world. By that time, the resurrected dragon would be in its strongest form. Fortunately, Lin Chen and the others arrived in time, first using a nuclear bomb to blow the dragon's body to pieces, then killing the dragon's consciousness, forcing the mastermind behind the scenes to act and resurrect the dragon early. Now, as long as they took down this resurrected monster, they could complete the requirements of the second illusion and repair the timeline to receive a hefty reward. Thinking of the rewards the strongest rookie king obtained in the first illusion, the time contract, and even that giant spider named Abu, it was all likely part of the rewards, igniting excitement in all the contractors. Their current state was the strongest form achievable at this stage, with attack power enhanced by the weaponry of Quinqua. Speed, strength, and defense were boosted by the power of the Quincies. Each person could defeat the 3 versions of themselves before they acquired Quinqua. Previously, contractors who came to the ghoul world rarely obtained both Quinqua and Quincy artifacts. Yet now, each of them had one. Many were intoxicated by the impending massive rewards. The title of the strongest rookie king is beckoning us. Charge, brothers. Let's kill this monster. The time contract, the divine level entry ticket, we also have a chance to get it. Of course, some remained clear-headed. Don't rush, let the big guy Asahi go first, we can just steal the kill at the end. Yeah, don't be hasty, let the big guy go first. He already has a time contract, he surely won't mind sharing one with us. Regardless, the appearance of the ultimate boss excited everyone. Lin Shen saw Mei Yajing's team from the Imperial Capital University also squeezed to the front row, standing ready. Looking around, he didn't see his fellow students from the United University. It seemed they had a bit of self-awareness. He actually didn't know that the United University team wasn't self-aware but had been abandoned by CCG trying to stop Abu. Later, their armored transport vehicle was crushed by Abu, which was why they hadn't arrived at Mount Fuji yet. Lin Shen knew just how strong the creature causing the timeline anomaly was. In the first illusion, if it weren't for the 3 nuclear bombs provided by the Red Queen, he might not have been a match for that golden skeleton. The creature in the second illusion looked even stronger than the one in the first. The golden orb had solemnly sought his help, so the monster's strength would definitely not be weak. Once the fight started, it would be difficult for him to protect himself, let alone have the spare energy to look after Mei and the others. He couldn't directly intervene to persuade Mei Yajing and her team to retreat quickly. After all, with the strongest rookie king's face, Su Yang had to be cautious in every word and action, ensuring no one discovered that Su Yang and Lin Chen were the same person. He couldn't clone himself, but he had a pet. Lin Chen gave Abu a look. Abu, highly intelligent, followed Lin Chen's gaze and immediately noticed a very special girl. He had seen this face on Lin Chen's phone before. Abu quickly understood his master's intention. His master must be thinking about breeding.
Well, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Our spider family is straightforward. If we fancy a female spider, we go straight for it. Master, just watch me. I'll grab her and set up the wedding venue waiting for you in the woods at the
foot of the mountain.
Abu shot out silk at high speed, wrapping around Xiao Mei, and then threw a massive, high-density web into the sky. The strong winds from the tornado swept in, and the enormous web acted like a parachute, lifting Abu and Xiao Mei into the air.
The series of actions made Lin Chen exclaim 666. Mei Yajing was completely bewildered and hadn't reacted when Abu abducted her. After flying
several miles, she finally heard her long cry for help.
Save me. This.
Still waiting for the tornado to dissipate.
The contractors aiming to conquer the final boss were dumbfounded. A spider was stealing a beauty? And flying away with a parachute?
That was our class's most beautiful school flower, Goddess Mei.
Big shot?
Your spider seems a bit lecherous.
Wait, if the spider took Goddess Mei away, what could it do? Was it your idea to use a pet to abduct a beauty, then hide away to enjoy her slowly? Facing the ultimate boss, you still have this mindset?
Big shot, your strength is formidable, but your character.
The contractors all looked at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with a mix of anger and helplessness.
Mei Yajing, as the beauty representative of this year's contractors, also had impressive strength. Her reputation among the contractors in Huag was second only to the mysterious Rookie King.
If it weren't
for the fact that they couldn't defeat Lin Chen, someone would have come forward to heroically save the beauty long ago.
Others didn't
dare to step up, but Xiao Mei's teammates couldn't just stand by. They rushed to Lin Chen's side with Zhang Rongrong, whose arms were full of muscles, glaring at Lin Chen and speaking harshly.
Kid, Xiao Mei has a boyfriend. I advise you to stop while you're ahead and not do anything illegal. Song Mingxin, with her cute bun hairstyle, pleaded with Lin Chen. This Su Yang, if you like Xiao Mei, you can pursue her properly. Why let a spider abduct her? Love isn't sweet when forced.
Another female teammate adjusted her glasses and calmly said, the illusion is not a lawless place. Violating a woman's will and forcing her to cough. Anyway, I advise you to be careful.
Lin Chen felt helpless. What are you all thinking? Am I that kind of person? He spread his hands, looking exasperated. Classmates, I'm right here. What can I do to her?
Xiao Mei is in the woods at the foot of the mountain, and she's not in any danger.
You
should go find her. I'll deal with the trouble here and be there soon.
Zhang Rongrong's eyes widened.
Hey, you're still calling her Xiao
Mei? Do you know her?
We're not going anywhere. We're staying right here to keep an eye on you, to prevent you from slipping away and
doing something irreversible to her. Right, we're not going anywhere. We're watching you. Xiao Mei's 4 teammates stared at Lin Chen
with wide eyes, afraid he would suddenly disappear and harm Xiao Mei. Lin Chen felt speechless. His original intention was to separate
Xiao Mei from her 4 teammates.
Only with a chance to be alone could he explain to Xiao Mei that he was Lin Chen. But Xiao Mei's 4
teammates were unexpectedly stubborn.
It was further confirmed that he had instructed the giant spider to abduct Xiao Mei. As long as they kept an eye on him, Xiao Mei would be safe. In fact, this line of thinking wasn't wrong. The tools of the crime were growing on him. Lin Chen ignored the few people and turned to the contractor, raising his voice to warn.
Except for Commander Yuma and Kaneki. Can everyone else retreat 1 kilometer?
The upcoming battle level is beyond your current capabilities to intervene.
No one among the contractors retreated, and some even took a few steps forward. We won't leave. Boss, you must want to drive us away to monopolize the boss.
Kill rewards. Boss, you already have a contract of time. Let us have this second illusion.
Having too many of these is useless. Do you want so many to use as toilet paper?
You must want to keep Yuma and Kaneki, 2 powerful fighters, to use their strength to injure
the boss so you can reap the victory fruit.
Boss, although you are very clever, we are not fools. Lin Chen smiled faintly, no longer
explaining.
The words had been spoken. If these people did not leave, even if they died, there would be nothing to say.
If the golden
orb was correct, what was about to appear was a divine being.
A god. They were never beings that could be easily killed. At this moment,
the wind gradually slowed, and thick bolts of lightning pierced the earth, the massive figure of the monster gradually solidifying.
Neither male nor female, a sharp and deep dual voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. 300 years have passed, and I have finally returned to the world. Insects, offer your flesh and blood, and I will grant you eternal life. The dark clouds dispersed, and under the moonlight, a colossal creature appeared before everyone.
Its body coiled like a giant python, covered in small, tightly packed scales. Each scale sparkled like a brilliant gem, refracting colorful light under the moon's illumination. Although its body was not as large as the remnants of a divine dragon, it still reached nearly 100 meters in height, with the upper body resembling a naked female form and the lower body serpentine, the massive snake tail slapping the ground at will, causing the
earth to tremble like a drum. What was most astonishing was that this monster had 2 heads, one male and one female. The male head bore a faint resemblance to the face of the old Duafufu, his eyes tightly closed, lips black, exuding a chill from his mouth. The female head appeared graceful and enchanting, with fiery red lips and eyes like amber, the pupils vertical, her gaze cold and devoid of humanity. It had 6 arms, just one head short of the legendary 3-headed, 6-armed figure. It looked down from above, surveying the scene with an unparalleled arrogance, quickly locking its gaze on Lin Chen. Human, I remember you. It was you who interrupted my process of purifying the world, forcing me to resurrect in this ugly form. Now kneel and beg for mercy, and I may consider granting you a quick death. As the monster spoke, an overwhelming force descended from the heavens, pressing down on Lin Chen. The ground beneath Lin Chen suddenly collapsed, and his bones creaked. Lin Chen clenched his fists, raised his head, and his eyes ignited with crimson flames as he laughed. What are you? Neither male nor female, neither human nor snake, daring to command me? The source of chaos, invincible, could only keep him from being crushed by the immense force but could not break the monster's suppression over him. The monster was thoroughly enraged by Lin Chen, its eyes wide open as it roared. Impudent! I am the Naga dragon of the 8-fold heavenly dragons, the master of toxins and the god of torrential rain. My divine power can reverse life and death. You dare to be disrespectful to me. The roar of the Naga dragon possessed a powerful penetrating force, piercing the ears of many contractors present like a steel needle, causing their eardrums to ache painfully. They covered their ears, feeling a heat in their palms, and suddenly, their eardrums ruptured, bleeding. The contractors all showed expressions of horror. It was only now that they realized just how terrifying the serpent-like giant before them truly was. With just a single roar, their bodies were already struggling to withstand it. Die, die for me. The Naga opened all 4 eyes simultaneously, roaring madly as waves of immense power descended from the sky, heavily smashing down on Lin Chen, completely burying him underground, vanishing without a trace. Dust flew everywhere, and for a moment, Lin Chen's life or death was unknown. The contractors all gasped, realizing that the warning from the great boss Su Yang was not an attempt to monopolize the boss rewards. This monster, with just one glance, had knocked the strongest rookie king among them underground. Everyone present hadn't even seen how it had struck. The Naga laughed maniacally. How can mere mortals withstand my divine might? It embraced the void with both hands and suddenly pressed down towards the ground, shouting in a voice that was neither male nor female. Divine might like a mountain, divine grace like a prison. Bolts of lightning abruptly appeared in the air, striking down fiercely, intertwining into a cage that completely sealed off the area where Lin Chen was located. Xiaomei's 4 teammates had long since fled far away, and at this moment they realized that Lin Chen was indeed not lying. A monster of this level was beyond what these rookie contractors could handle. A feeling called despair began to ferment among the contractors. It's over, the boss just appeared, and the great boss was taken down. Great boss, you can't die. Everyone completely forgot that just moments ago they were thinking about how to steal the great boss's kill. Now, they only wanted to kneel and beg the great boss not to die. Come out and fight, you are the rookie king, the strongest contractor of this session. What will we do if you die? Someone couldn't help but cry out, almost kneeling down in grief. The Naga unleashed its full power, striking hard at first glance, trapping Lin Chen, and it was clear that the effort was not small. It was breathing heavily, its bare grapefruit-sized breasts rising and falling continuously. Many male contractors still had the mood to appreciate the scenery. Wow, it's really huge. I've never seen such a big thunder. Once I defeat her, I want to give her a good squeeze. Isn't that a bit too much? It's a dead pervert, androgynous, not even human. You don't understand, there's a multiple choice question. Imagine you're alone on a deserted island and can choose one female creature to accompany you. Would you prefer a human head with a snake body or a snake head with a human body? Thinking about it carefully, it seems like the human head with a snake body is a bit better. A contractor nearby joined the discussion animatedly. That's not okay, it has poisonous fangs. My little brother would get poisoned. No problem, just pull out the fangs. The Naga struck fiercely, and by the time everyone reacted, their strongest combat power, Lin Chen, had already been locked in a lightning cage, sent underground, and his life or death was unknown. Arima took a few deep breaths, his heart pounding violently. Nearing the end of his lifespan, he felt his life was about to end. His expression was grave as he pounded the area over his heart, gritting his teeth. Old buddy, just give me half an hour more, please. Miraculously, his heart stabilized, thump thump, each beat stronger than the last, blood nourishing his body like a fountain. Arima's white hair became somewhat transparent as he murmured to himself, "Death is the best resting place for a warrior. Having plundered all my life, I can finally do something for this world. I must hold on." Arima took a black quinquo box engraved with golden stripes from behind him and unfolded it. He took out a pale two-handed greatsword with dark red kakuhu visible through the gaps, flickering as if alive. This two-handed greatsword was the strongest quinqua in the world of ghouls, made from the kakuhu of the SSS ghoul Kasen Kamashiro, the non-killing owl sword. Previously, Arima had been reluctant to use it in battle against Linchen, but now, to deal with the Naga, he brought it out. Just moving it a few times, Arima felt his heart, like an engine lacking lubrication, was about to stall completely. He knew he could not delay any longer. Enduring the severe angina, he pointed the non-killing owl sword at the Naga. Everyone, join me in eliminating the Naga and restore permanent peace to the world. Arima Kishu issued the order to attack, and the many contractors no longer hesitated, unleashing their strongest assaults against the Naga dragon. On the other side, Kaneki-ken was surrounded by dozens of ghouls. Leading them was a female ghoul with blue hair and blue eyes, Kaneki's beloved Tuka Kirishima. The Black Oat organization received a report from Jukiyama Misato and had all members rush to the scene. Kaneki and Tuka embraced tightly. He patted her back and said softly, "Tuka, I need to excuse myself for a moment. I have a feeling that if we eliminate it, this world will no longer have ghouls, and we will never be apart again." Kaneki's kakuja erupted, forming a dozen white sword-like objects floating around him. Kaneki-ken's strongest form, the Holy Sword Angel. Having stayed inside the dragon for so long, Kaneki had not returned empty-handed. His kakuja had undergone some miraculous changes. In the world of ghouls, the strongest investigator, Arima Kishu and the Child of Destiny Kaneki-ken leaped high together to strike at the Naga dragon. Even a swarm of ants can kill an elephant, and the Naga was momentarily overwhelmed by such a magnitude of attacks, its jewel-like scales absorbing most of the damage. However, the attacks from Arima and Kaneki were extremely powerful, easily leaving deep wounds on its body, dark golden blood flowing from the Naga. Most of the Naga's power was focused on suppressing Linchen, and within the lightning-formed cage, it seemed as if an ancient giant beast was gradually awakening. For a moment, it could not divert its attention to deal with Arima Kishu and Kaneki-ken. Many ghouls and high-ranking CCG investigators joined the battle, and the Naga's perfect serpentine body was covered in scars, a large amount of divine blood slowly flowing out. The contractors were invigorated. What is the Naga dragon? Just like that. Besides being a bit bigger, it has no abilities. Exactly, it seems the big shot isn't that strong. After all, can't even handle such a weakling? It must be relying on the big spider to score points. If the big spider were my pet, I could do it too. Suddenly, the Naga felt the resistance within the cage vanish, and it felt a sense of calm. Have you finally died? Its two heads simultaneously looked to the sides, eyes wide open, revealing a contemptuous smile. Ridiculous, the power within you all comes from me. How foolish you are to think you can defeat me with my own power. The god said, what I have granted you, I will take back. The Naga's four eyes flashed with golden light, and a shockwave erupted from its body, sending people and horses flying. The investigators and ghouls present, including the top combatants of the Tokyo Ghoul World, Arima Kishu and Kaneki-ken, suddenly felt as if their bodies were hollowed out, falling to the ground from mid-air. The Quinqua and Kakuja in the contractors' hands were in a highly unstable state, losing all their radiance. Only some elemental contractors' attacks could reach the Naga, but they could not break through its defenses, not even damaging its scales. The mental-type contractors' attacks sank like stones into the sea, even suffering a powerful backlash, with some bleeding from their 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground. Only a few enhanced-type contractors could remain standing. The contractors felt as if they had fallen from heaven straight into hell. The battle had just begun, and the external support they relied on had all failed. How could they continue? Truly the ultimate boss, a powerful being that caused a shift in the timeline, its strength was so immense that the contractors felt as insignificant as ants before it. It wasn't that the big shots lacked power, it was that the boss had never taken them seriously. The Naga let out a sharp laugh that resonated with both male and female tones. Ha ha ha, so pathetic, stealing the power of the gods and claiming it as your own strength. Now, kneel before me. A pressure as deep as the ocean descended from above, and the contractors felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, finding it incredibly difficult to even move a finger. The divine might of the Naga god dragon spread across Mount Fuji, leaving everyone unable to stand. Only a few contractors could barely kneel on one knee, struggling to hold on. The Naga's vertical eyes were filled with mockery. You bunch of useless fools, the divine might I have imposed on you is not even 1% of what that boy just now possesses. You can't even stand, how can you fight me? She moved her massive body like a giant serpent, using her 6 arms to grab several humans lying on the ground, alternately stuffing them into her mouth and chewing vigorously, accompanied by screams and cries for help. The Naga, like chewing on twisted dough, wriggled her enormous mouth. The sound of bones cracking echoed continuously. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, and in less than 10 seconds, several humans were completely swallowed by her.
The Naga spat out the clothing from her mouth, squinting slightly, letting out a satisfied moan. Ah, the deliciousness of human flesh and souls truly intoxicates. Dealing with that little bug just now took quite a toll on me, so don't rush. I will slowly eat all of you later and then turn the entire world into my divine kingdom. Stop. If you want to eat people, then eat me first. Arima Takashi, with an indomitable will, braced against the mountain-like pressure, supporting the non-killing Queen Kaku, tremblingly stood up. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the Naga's eyes, and she nodded in approval. Not bad. Among these people, you are the only one worth looking at, comparable to the strongest warriors of my kind. Moreover, I can see that your lifespan is about to reach its end. Kneel and swear loyalty to me, and I can grant you eternal life. Arima Takashi did not speak, simply and decisively knelt on one knee. The contractors present watched all of this, their hearts as cold as a frigid winter. Has the commander-in-chief surrendered? It's over. I'm afraid today we will all die. Here? Asahi, you're too weak. You got taken out before the fight even started. You've embarrassed all of us contractors. The Naga moved her massive serpentine body, gliding in front of Arima, looking down at him with an extremely proud laugh. Ha ha ha. Good human, I will grant you eternal life, become my warrior, and fight for the Naga divine race. The Naga pierced her finger, condensing a drop of golden divine blood the size of an adult's head, which fell from midair, crashing down towards Arima. Arima raised his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes behind his glasses. In the next second, he lunged forward a few steps, and with a squelching sound, the SSS-class Queen Kaku, the non-killing owl, was deeply thrust into the Naga's body until the hilt was gone. The Naga was momentarily stunned, letting out an incredulous roar. You, how dare you? She turned her body, her thick serpentine tail striking Arima with great force. With a loud bang, Arima was sent flying by the tremendous impact, blood gushing from his mouth, mixed with chunks of internal organs. Half-humans possess strength, reflexes, and speed far beyond ordinary people, but their recovery ability is not as monstrous as that of ghouls. Even if their head or heart is pierced, as long as there are RC cells, they can survive. Ultimately, half-humans are still human. Once hit in a vital area, they will die immediately. With a thud, Arima fell to the ground like a ragged sack, struggling. A few times, the light in his eyes slowly fading away, realizing he would not survive. The CCG investigators stared wide-eyed, letting out incredulous cries of pain. Commander-in-Chief. Damn it, why can't I move at all? Beast. If you have the ability, let us go. I want to kill you and avenge the Commander-in-Chief. In these days, since the CCG headquarters was destroyed, Arima had been dragging his aging body, leading everyone to rebuild the headquarters and train the rookie investigators. Arima had become a god in the hearts of all CCG investigators. Now their faith had collapsed. Even the contractors who were not deeply bonded with Arima couldn't help but tear up, silently wishing in their hearts Arima-kun safe travels. Naga ignored the non-lethal owl embedded in her abdomen and turned the female head towards Kaneki-ken, coldly saying, "What about you? What is your decision? I will be reborn in your body, and you must surely understand my origins by now. Now tell me your choice, submission or death?" Kaneki-ken braced himself on his knees, standing up defiantly, his handsome face filled with disdain. He sneered, "Submission? You control me, kill my colleagues, friends, and family. I only wish I could stab you like Arima." Kaneki gritted his teeth, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "I swear, as long as I am alive, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Naga laughed mockingly. "In that case, I will not let you die. I will completely transform you into a warrior of my clan, both in spirit and body. The so-called ghouls you speak of all have my cells within them. To change you, it only takes a moment." Naga extended her snow-white finger, pointing at Kaneki-ken, and a massive amount of kakuja surged from his body, enveloping him entirely. Kaneki's face showed shock as he looked at Tuka, pleading, "Kill me, quickly, kill me." A glimmer of determination flashed in Tuka's eyes as her wings spread behind her. Before she could unleash her death kakuja, the kakuja on her body began to backlash, consuming her form. Naga wore a contemptuous smile and shouted, "Can't you understand? The extraordinary powers of this world all originate from me. What do you have to fight against me?" With Naga's roar, the quinquet embedded in her abdomen, the non-lethal owl, gradually melted into her body. Her abdominal wound healed rapidly, leaving no trace of the injury inflicted by Arima. Naga's strength deeply shocked everyone present, and the contractors couldn't help but think, is this monster really something we can defeat? Her power is terrifying. A monster of this level would require at least 30 or 40 contractors to have even a slight chance of opposing her. The monster that rewards the time contract upon killing is so powerful. How did Boss Shuyan defeat such a monster before? Kaneki and Tuka's heads were about to be completely covered by the rampaging kakuja, and Kaneki, in despair, rolled his eyes back, reaching out a hand to try to touch Tuka. "I'm sorry, Tuka." Tuka Kirishima smiled sadly, also reaching out her hand towards Kaneki, their fingertips getting closer, but the short distance of just a few centimeters felt like an insurmountable chasm.
They were tightly bound by the rampaging Kakuja, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not touch each other. Naga seemed to take pleasure in this, laughing loudly. Kaneki-ken, you can rest assured. Your beloved, I will make her a tool for bearing children, allowing different warriors of the Naga clan to impregnate her every day. You will stand at the door listening to her screams, and I'm sure you will be very pleased. Ahaha. Tears streamed down Tuka's face as she pleaded with the other ghouls of the Black Goat organization. Kill me, help me, kill me. Naga snorted coldly. Without my permission, who dares to touch you? I have ruled this world for 300 years. It is time to taste the fruits of victory. You weaklings are like pigs and sheep, only fit to be slaughtered by me. Kaneki and Tuka were completely covered by the rampaging Kakuja, leaving only one eye visible, filled with despair. Suddenly, a voice coldly said, well said, weakness is original sin. Naga, you are neither male nor female, neither snake nor god. Do you even deserve to be called a god? A red beam of light shot up into the sky, directly breaking through the lightning cage. Naga's expression changed dramatically as she looked in disbelief at the deep pit where Lin Chen was. In the pit, a red glow surged and a figure leaped out. He was completely enveloped in red light, wearing a dark red martial arts uniform that had appeared on him at some point. His hair had also turned red, and flames burned fiercely in his pupils. Looking at his face, it was indeed Lin Chen. Naga took a few steps back, her vertical pupils narrowing. Impossible, the divine grace. Prison cannot be broken, and just now I couldn't sense your presence. You should be dead. Lin Chen grinned. Naga, I should thank you. As a reward, let me send you to the afterlife. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had been pressed underground by Naga's divine might and completely trapped in the divine grace cage. Inside the cage formed by lightning, Lin Chen exerted all his strength but could not shake the cage even a little. The cage seemed to be in another dimension. No matter how much power Lin Chen used to attack, it remained unbreakable. Each attack would trigger a lightning backlash, which, although it couldn't harm Lin Chen's powerful physique, prevented him from escaping for the time being. Just when Lin Chen was at a loss, a red light cluster, like a seed, pulsated in his sea of consciousness, pulling his awareness into a mysterious space. He floated naked in the ethereal universe, surrounded by endless emptiness, with no stars, no planets, and even the flow of time and the boundaries of space felt absent, only pure nothingness. At some unknown time, a faint red light flickered in the deep, endless darkness, like a fire spreading across the plains. This light began to slowly expand, like red ink dropping into clear water, spreading rapidly in an unstoppable manner. As the light spread, the surrounding void seemed to awaken, blooming like flowers, exuding boundless vitality, and eventually, a misty substance quietly emerged. This substance, neither cloud nor fog, constantly changed shape, emanating an ancient and majestic aura. Its existence seemed to be the heart of the entire universe, each pulse resonating through the void. It slowly rotated, forming a massive vortex, gradually drawing in the surrounding darkness and nothingness. Around it, golden runes flickered faintly, like ancient spells, telling Lin Chen the secrets of the universe's birth. Lin Chen felt a sudden clarity in his heart. This was the origin of chaos, the spark of spirit at the dawn of the universe. It was omnipotent. All things in heaven and earth, the stars of the universe, and all magic in the world evolved from the source of chaos. What were divine might and divine grace? In terms of rank, they weren't even worthy of wiping the source of chaos's backside. At the same time, the dark red light ball in Lin Chen's sea of consciousness began to grow vigorously with the opening of the universe, taking root and sprouting, quickly spreading throughout his body. Its shape was uncertain, like a lover, taking on thread-like forms, wrapping around Lin Chen's naked body. On Lin Chen's attribute panel, a new talent skill had awakened. Chaos Battle Garb ignores magical attacks from beings of lower rank than the source of chaos, can change form at the host's will. With a thought, the source of chaos quickly solidified on his strong physique, transforming into a dark red martial arts uniform, similar to the turtle hermit style, except without the turtle character on the chest. Lin Chen clenched his fists, and the source of chaos condensed into red gauntlets at his knuckles. He suddenly struck the lightning cage. The source of chaos roared out like a dragon emerging from the sea, directly tearing apart the cage and soaring into the sky. Far away on Blue Star, Wan Ling was sitting at home, chatting idly with the special invitees from the 3 great martial arts sanctuaries. She felt quite helpless inside, not knowing what her boss had done in the illusion this time to attract so many people at once, and the special invite prices were more outrageous than the last. In the realm of martial arts, 1 million a year is not given to Lin Chen by them, but rather they give it to Lin Chen, and after graduation, they only need to serve in the martial arts for 5 years. The Holy Temple of Revelation offers 1.2 million a year, while the City of Holy Angels is the most extravagant, at 2 million a year. Wan Ling felt quite gratified. Was the boss starting to earn money for the family? Indeed, raising sons to prevent old age, this ancient saying from Huagua does not deceive me. But when she thought of her own identity, Wan Ling couldn't help but want to erase these people's memories directly. After a moment's thought, she realized it wouldn't work. These people must have received instructions from above to come here, and simply erasing their memories would be useless, as it would soon be discovered.
Forget it, I'll wait for the boss to come back and ask for the details before considering what to do. If it really comes to it, we can hide as a family in a remote place.
With the awakening of
Lin Chen's chaotic robe's innate ability, Wan Ling suddenly had a thought, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. As a senior controller of the source of chaos, she could sense any changes in the source of chaos at any time.
Just now,
the source of chaos within her suddenly grew stronger, and the chaotic sea was boiling and cheering, welcoming new members. Wan Ling's lips curled up, her face radiant. What she gave to Lin Chen was merely the seed of the source of chaos, which
needed Lin Chen to hatch and grow.
The recent disturbance in the chaotic sea indicated that the boss had finally taken that step. Wan Ling nodded in satisfaction. The boss's progress was even faster than she had imagined, hatching the seed
into a seedling so quickly. Ah, how did I give birth to such an outstanding son back then?
I truly am a genius, whether in magic or childbirth. Lin Chen quickly walked over to Kaneki-kan and Donato, placing his hands on their heads, and the source of chaos flowed over their bodies like water, causing the RC cells to dissipate like spring snow meeting the blazing sun. Soon, Kaneki-kan and Donato returned to their human forms, tightly embracing each other after surviving the ordeal.
Lin Chen had only intended to give it a try, covering the two with the chaotic robe, and indeed, as the source of all laws, the chaotic robe made all low-level powers like RC cells instantly fade away.
After saving Kaneki-kan and Donato,
Lin Chen turned to face Naga. Now it's time to settle the score between us.
Naga's face twisted with a fierce expression, bearing two sharp fangs.
Kid, don't think that just because you've escaped the cage, you can defeat me. I'll show you what power really is. Divine might like the sea, divine grace like a mountain. Naga employed the same trick again, and in an instant, the mountains crumbled and the earth shook, with lightning pouring down like a torrential rain.
Yet Lin Chen seemed
unaffected, slowly walking towards Naga, as all divine techniques vanished the moment they approached his body.
Only the ground beneath Lin Chen's feet continued to collapse, indicating the immense pressure he was under.
Naga directed all attacks at Lin Chen, and the contractors suddenly felt lighter, able to stand up.
Their eyes were filled with horror. Only by experiencing it themselves could they understand just how strong the pressure Lin Chen had faced was.
Naga's divine might
could knock all of them down, yet it had no effect on Lin Chen at all. The comparison was stark.
Could it be that all of us combined are not as strong as Lin Chen alone?
A sense of helplessness arose in the hearts of the contractors present. Lin Chen slowly walked towards Naga, bearing the weight of divine might, his mental energy depleting at an astonishing rate.
The Chaos Robe could immunize him against most magical attacks, including divine techniques.
However, maintaining the Chaos Robe also
consumed an incredible amount of mental energy.
Lin Chen could only convert all the talent points he gained in the ghoul world into mental attributes, causing his mental attribute to instantly surpass 150.
It should be noted that Lin Chen's mental attribute did not
benefit from the Kryptonian bloodline enhancement. He was likely the only one whose mental attribute could exceed 150 in the second
illusion realm.
Continuously releasing divine might was also a significant drain on Naga, and she finally stopped, panting heavily,
revealing a sinister smile.
Insect, although I don't know why you can immunize against divine techniques, let's see how powerful my
divine weapon is.
Behind Naga, 6 giant serpents formed from black and red energy sprouted, coiling around her arms and quickly condensing into 6 massive weapons: swords, spears, halberds, axes.
Each weapon was hundreds of meters long, with an estimated weight
exceeding 10 tons. In front of these weapons, Lin Chen was hardly larger than an ant.
Naga swung the weapons formed from energy
in her hands, flicking her foretongue and licking her red lips. I haven't used weapons in a long time, Insect, you should feel
proud.
Her eyes widened as she roared. Die! The giant axe swung down. Although it was large, its speed was incredibly fast, slicing through the air with a cold glint before crashing into the ground.
Boom!
The body of Mount Fuji erupted in dust, the earth trembled violently, and a chasm dozens of meters deep was carved out by the giant axe, leaving Lin Chen completely out of sight.
Naga laughed maniacally.
Even if you can immunize against divine techniques, you cannot escape in the face of pure power.
A mere mortal thinks to slay a god?
Your fate is nothing but to be crushed to pieces. What a pity, the taste of a little insect should be quite good. Just as her words fell, a cold voice echoed in her ears.
God? You dare to call yourself a god?
In my eyes, gods are merely beings with greater power. The Scarlet Witch and the Kryptonian bloodline both had the potential to become gods, capable of altering reality with a thought, which is the essence of divine authority. Even the Saiyan inheritance obtained through postnatal contracts had faced the god of creation and the god of destruction. With 3 extraordinary inheritances, Lin Chen's starting point was exceptional. He only believed in power, viewing gods as merely formidable opponents to be defeated.
That previous axe strike seemed powerful, but to Lin Chen, it was as slow as a snail.
He climbed directly up Naga's arm to her shoulder. A flash of red light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he gathered all his strength and delivered a fierce punch to Naga's cheek.
The force of this punch was like a meteor striking the earth, sending shockwaves across Naga's face, instantly deforming her enchanting features. She completely lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Naga propped herself up, spitting out a bloodied, sharp fang, her expression one of disbelief, and with a voice that was neither male nor female, she howled to the heavens. "Damn insect, you dared to strike my face, you are dead." Naga, like a shrew, wildly swung her 6 massive weapons at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heart was unperturbed. He had experience fighting tyrants and felt no pressure against such a giant monster. His body was incredibly agile, and what seemed like a fatal attack to others, he could easily evade with a simple roll. As the massive swords and axes came crashing down on him, Lin Chen sidestepped, slipping through the gaps unscathed. Even his hairstyle remained untouched. Naga grew increasingly furious. Although her weapons were powerful, they needed to hit their target to be effective. Lin Chen was as slippery as an eel. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't harm him in the slightest. The sound of massive impacts echoed continuously as Naga transformed into a demolition maniac, crazily digging into Mount Fuji. The contractors watched Lin Chen fiercely battling the Naga, their mouths agape, their admiration for him already beyond measure. "Damn, this is what a big shot looks like. If it were me, I would have died 100 times by now. Incredible. I thought the big shot was relying on the big spider to cheat, but now I see that his own strength is also extraordinary. We're all contractors, we've only gained extraordinary powers for 2 months. Why is he so impressive?" Bai Shan, a contractor from Qingbai University's enhancement department, was fixated on Lin Chen's movements. As a contractor who also practiced ancient martial arts, he saw Lin Chen's actions as completely natural, reaching a level where his thoughts and movements were in perfect harmony. He quickly ran through scenarios in his mind, considering how he would respond if he were in Lin Chen's position. In less than 3 minutes, Bai Zhan's expression dimmed. If he were in Lin Chen's place, he would have been decapitated by the Naga 3 times, smashed into a pulp 5 times, and sliced in half 7 times. Bai Zhan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, why is the gap between us so vast? What hero did he contract? I've read the contracting book thoroughly, and there's no hero that can possess such monstrous strength in the early stages." From Lin Chen's displayed abilities, he was clearly an enhancement type, but he also exhibited some unique characteristics. The red martial arts uniform he wore was evidently condensed from his own spirit, capable of resisting the Naga's divine might, with astonishing defensive power. At the same time, his strength, agility, and physique attributes far surpassed those of other enhancement contractors of the same period. After such a long battle with the Naga, he showed no signs of fatigue. The Naga, wielding 6 massive weapons, had begun to pant, while Lin Chen seemed to grow more courageous with each fight, his movements becoming increasingly agile. From initially only being able to dodge, he had progressed to occasionally countering with a strike or two. Each attack, though unable to severely injure the Naga, still provoked her furious roars. Having all these abilities in one person, the hero he contracted must be far beyond S rank. Bai Zhan concluded to himself. As a junior of the original Tian gang, he knew many secrets that others were unaware of. The ranks of contracted heroes did not end at S rank, but extended to SS rank and SSS rank. For example, the hero contracted by the god of dew could instantly reach Mars without any protection, walking above the stars. The hero contracted by the god of Jin could summon meteors from the heavens, obliterating entire nations and plunging blue star into apocalypse, causing billions of lives to suffer. Heroes of such strength had already been secretly classified as SSS rank. Moreover, once a hero of such power was successfully contracted, they would never appear again in the contracting ceremony. If I could obtain information about the hero he contracted, just selling that information would earn me a considerable sum. Bai Zhan watched for a while, his blood boiling, and he resolved not to wait any longer. The ghouls had been stripped of their powers by the Naga, all reduced to mere mortals. It would be a miracle if they didn't turn against him, completely unreliable. It seemed that they could only rely on the contractor's own strength to defeat this giant monster. Bai Zhan looked around. Among the top contenders in the last illusion number 2, apart from Mei Yajing who had been taken by the big spider, there was Guan Tiandi, who wore a uniquely styled pair of wind-proof glasses, looking refined as he cast a questioning glance. As a prodigy of Huagua, the two had long harbored a competitive spirit, and they were particularly unwilling to accept Lin Chen, who occupied the first place. They were all newly promoted contractors. Where did we fall short? Their eyes met, and they understood each other's intentions. We also want to join the battle. Seedlings in a greenhouse will never grow into towering trees. Only through the trials of blood and fire can one reach the pinnacle. Guan Tiandi said softly, I have a move that should be able to severely injure her, but I need to fix her position. She can't shift too much, and the problem is, this monster can understand human speech. If we call out to classmate Xu Yang, she will definitely be on guard. So, I need someone to take the risk of their life to privately inform classmate Xu Yang.
Baijan nodded, clenched his fists, and his eyes ignited with boundless fighting spirit.
Alright, leave it to me.
Baijan strode towards the battlefield. Only by getting closer could he feel the pressure Lin Chen was under. The giant axe, like a mountain peak, swung down, shaking the ground, and he found it difficult to even stand firm on the ground, let alone join the battle. This level of combat had long exceeded his current limits. It couldn't be solved by a brief burst of power. Baijan let out a bitter smile, but once the words were out, there was no turning back. He took a deep breath and jumped into the battlefield. The next second, Baijan's vision blurred, and he was thrown back high into the air, a steady voice ringing in his ears.
Nonsense, what are you doing here, seeking death? Baijan flipped in the air and landed steadily, only to find that he had been thrown back by Lin Chen. He couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. If Lin Chen had malicious intent just now, he wouldn't even know how he died. Baijan gritted his teeth and moved forward again, repeating this several times. Lin Chen finally grew impatient, grabbing Baijan by the collar and not throwing him back immediately, instead maneuvering with him between the massive weapons. What exactly do you want to do?
Lin Chen glanced quickly at Baijan's school and identity information on the badge on his chest. Baijan from Qinghai University. This level of battle is not something you can interfere with.
You need
to get them to evacuate quickly. Baijan narrowly avoided being grazed by the giant weapons several times. With weapons of this size, even a slight graze would mean death or serious injury for him.
Don't be afraid, open your eyes. Baijan, if you want to realize your obsession, you cannot be afraid. Even if you die, you must die with your eyes open. As an ancient martial arts practitioner, the first thing to overcome is the heart's barrier. One must
never close their eyes in battle. That was the first lesson his master taught him. Baijan stared wide-eyed, seizing this rare opportunity, and whispered, "Classmate Xu Yang, we have a way to severely injure this monster, but we need you to fix it in one area." Lin Chen nodded and threw him back again, leaving only one sentence.
I understand.
Baijan fell back to the contractor's camp, his legs feeling weak, but he forced himself to stand and nodded at Guan Tiandi. Guan Tiandi gave a thumbs up, took off his windproof glasses, and closed his eyes, facing straight ahead.
Classmate Guan, are you blind? Or do you need to charge your sight technique? There was no reason a blind person could become a contractor and achieve good results in the first illusion.
Baijan quickly made the correct judgment. Although he didn't know what Guan Tiandi's ability was, he still helped him aim in the right direction out of a sense of duty.
Classmate Guan, the boss and the Naga are at a 45-degree angle directly in front of you. Oh. Guan Tiandi turned his head without showing any emotion. Sorry, they have moved to a 30-degree angle to your left front. Guan Tiandi fell silently turning. 15 degrees to your right front. Large beads of cold sweat appeared on Guan Tiandi's forehead, and with his eyes closed, he said in a harsh tone, "Did you tell him or not?" "I definitely told him, but with such a large Naga, and with a snake tail, not to mention I can't fix her, even classmate Xu Yang can't fix her, right?" While the two were in a daze, they suddenly heard Lin Chen shout loudly, "Now, 90 degrees directly in front." Lin Chen dodged the giant axe strike from Naga, leaping high into the air and delivering a powerful kick that struck the giant pomelo. The large pomelo trembled violently, causing Naga to lose her balance, and, with a loud thud, her massive body crashed to the ground, landing just a few hundred meters in front of Guan Tiandi. Now's the time.
Baijan pressed down on Guan Tiandi's head, aligning his tightly shut eyes with Naga's body.
Guan Tiandi
suddenly opened his eyes, and two thick red beams shot out from them, piercing through space as if it were nothing. The beams were like two sharp spears, brutally stabbing into Naga's body, entering from the top of her head and exiting through her cloaca. Naga's body emitted a charred stench, a large hole opened from head to tail, revealing her innards. Naga's massive body lay still, as if dead. Guan Tiandi closed his eyes. Two streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He gasped for breath, his face pale, nearly unable to stand. The contractors were momentarily stunned, then erupted into incredulous exclamations, many embracing each other, cheering with joy.
Guan is amazing. We won. We can finally return to Blue Star alive.
Lin Chen landed from the air, his expression complex as he looked at Guan Tiandi, recognizing the hero he had contracted.
Cyclops from the X-Men.
The Cyclops from the X-Men movie had been weakened countless times, but the true power of Cyclops was incredibly strong, reaching a star-exploding level. Cyclops could emit laser beams from his eyes, a power not generated by himself, but through a special spatial channel created in his eyes, connecting to a dimension filled with laser energy. This meant Cyclops could infinitely draw and use laser energy without burdening or harming himself, giving him almost limitless combat endurance.
At his peak, Cyclops could directly destroy a planet, and his penetrating power could even challenge adamantium. However, in the movie version, Cyclops' abilities were significantly weakened. Although the Cyclops in the film could emit laser beams, excessive use would place a tremendous load on his eyes, requiring rest and adjustment. Additionally, the beams would generate significant recoil, making precise shooting difficult without auxiliary equipment. From the performance of the classmate,
Just now, it seemed he had contracted the movie version of Cyclops, otherwise, there would be no need to charge for so long, and just firing one shot would leave him looking exhausted. A real man should at least fire 7 or 8 shots. One shot is never enough. Baijian supported Guan Tiandi, eagerly asking, so, did you gain any talent points? Logically, killing the ultimate boss would signify the end of the illusion, but the lack of a notification for clearing the illusion left Baijian with a hint of unease. Judging whether the opponent was dead by whether talent points were credited was a kind of welfare cheat given to contractors by the illusion. As the saying goes, there is no possibility of fake death in front of contractors. Guan Tiandi put on his goggles, shaking his head with a serious expression. No, my talent points haven't increased, she might not be dead. The contractors' cheers quickly came to an abrupt halt. As they realized that within Naga's body, her pink innards began to regenerate rapidly. They suddenly recalled what Naga had said when she first appeared. I can reverse life and death. Could it be that this monster was immortal? Baijian quickly looked at Guan Tiandi and said in a deep voice, hurry, while she hasn't recovered yet, use that move you just did and hit her a few more times. Guan Tiandi rolled his eyes at Baijian and replied helplessly, a few more times? That level of skill, with my current strength, I can only unleash it once every 3 days, and it requires a long charge. Do it again. The laser beam didn't come out, and my eyeball has already exploded. Baijian shook his head and turned around, shouting loudly, everyone, unleash your strongest attacks. We must not let her revive smoothly. Especially those good at fire elements, show us your culinary skills. Before the contractors could act, a giant axe fell from the sky, chopping down with a crack, and in a few strokes, it sliced the massive serpent body of the Naga into several pieces as if chopping vegetables. It was Lin Chen who used both hands to embrace the giant axe and cut her into sections. Everyone was taken aback. The power of this big shot was simply terrifying. The giant axe looked to weigh at least several tons, yet the big shot lifted it as if it were light. Just how strong was this big shot? Was this really the level of strength that a contractor could achieve after just over 2 months of awakening? Baijian stared blankly at the giant axe. His physical attributes were already considered high among contractors of the same period, but this axe, let alone lifting it, he felt it was heavy just to look at. Guan Tiandi, not being a reinforcement-type contractor, couldn't understand the difficulty of easily manipulating this giant axe, and he looked eagerly at Lin Chen. Shuyan, have your talent points increased? Lin Chen shook his head, and everyone felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts, but Lin Chen's answer left them both amused and exasperated. I don't know, my talent points have long reached the limit for this illusion. I can't tell if they've increased, but I feel like she shouldn't be dead. All the contractors silently looked at their attribute panels. Their talent points hadn't changed since entering the second illusion. In the second illusion, so far, except for Lin Chen, everyone had a kill count of 0. They couldn't really be blamed for not trying hard. At the beginning of the illusion, they were all dropped into the CCG underground base and didn't have time to kill any monsters along the way. By the time they finally reached Mount Fuji, Lin Chen had already taken care of all the living creatures by himself. This led to the awkward situation where, except for Lin Chen and his data avatar, everyone else had a kill count of 0. Lin Chen noticed that the contractors seemed to be collectively petrified. He didn't know that these people had a kill count of 0 and looked surprised. What are you all dawdling for? Keep attacking, don't let her recover. Ghouls are already hard to kill, let alone their ancestor, the Naga. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen's expression turned to realization. Oh, are you all afraid I might think you're stealing kills? It's fine, go ahead and act, it's just a contract of time, I already have it. Whoever is lucky enough to take down the boss, the kill counts as theirs. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the contractors present all lit up with excitement, breathing rapidly. Even Baijian and Guan Tiandi were moved. The contract of time. That was a divine-level entry ticket. Most contractors were teary-eyed, feeling deeply moved. Look at this big shot, truly worthy of being the rookie king, such magnanimity and demeanor. The divine-level entry ticket, the contract of time, which we cherish like a treasure, the big shot treats it like trash, casually giving it away. Some even thought about kneeling and calling him foster father. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to take you as my foster father. Without time to wipe away their tears, the contractors surrounded the remains of the Naga, employing various cruel methods to mercilessly desecrate the corpse. A few male contractors suddenly pounced on the Naga's large body, frantically rubbing it with their hands, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. How could it be chopped into pieces? What a waste. Wait a moment, let me enjoy it a bit before we continue. Where can we find such a big lightning bolt? It must be at the 5998 level in the club. Classmate, move aside a bit, give me some space. There's another one over there, go to that one. Looking at the frenzied actions of these classmates, everyone surprisingly felt that they were even more terrifying than the Naga. The abnormality of human XP made it difficult for their fellow companions to speak. At times, No matter how large the Naga's broken body was or how fast its regeneration ability, it couldn't withstand so many people attacking at once. As they saw several severed limbs gradually losing vitality, showing no signs of regeneration, everyone felt that victory was within reach, encouraging each other. Come on, kill her, the time contract will be ours. Even if we can't get the time contract with such a big boss, each person getting a percentage of talent points is enough. It's better than returning to Blue Star with 0 points. Lin Chen waited for a moment, not receiving the illusion notification. He already knew the result. The Naga was indeed not dead. Divine beings have extremely strong life force, and completely exterminating them is not easy, especially in the world of ghouls where the Naga had been operating for hundreds of years, and all the ghouls in the world could be seen as her avatars. As long as the avatars exist, the Naga does not die. This was also why Lin Chen felt at ease letting the contractors attack. Trying to steal the boss kill was not that easy. If it could be killed in one blow, Lin Chen would have completed the kill in the giant centipede form long ago. He only needed to prevent the timeline from continuing to mutate. The ultimate boss of Illusion number 1 was also not dead, and the rewards would still be his. Meanwhile, in a secret underground base in Tokyo, an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a white doctor's coat, quietly watched the satellite projection. The nameplate on the elderly man's chest read Dr. Kanu. He was the mastermind behind transforming Ken Kaneki into a ghoul and had been engaged in ghoul-human experiments for many years. Seeing the Naga's death, Dr. Kanu let out a cold laugh. As expected, this useless Yuta Nifuku, attempting to control divinity with a human body, is destined to fail. The consciousness of the Naga god is immortal. If she does not wish to fall into a long sleep, then this body will be her best host. He looked eagerly at the countless culture dishes beside him, all soaked in green liquid. Among them were various oddly shaped ghoul experimental subjects, some with incomplete bodies, some covered in bulging kakuvu, some half-human, half-dog, their bodies riddled with bloated kakuvu. On the operating table lay several broken corpses, their abdomens opened, exposing their internal organs and slowly writhing kakuvu. In the center of the laboratory, a completely naked silver-haired girl curled up, burying her head in her legs, quietly soaking in the culture liquid. As if sensing Kanu's gaze, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and let out a piercing scream, causing all the culture dishes to shatter instantly. Dr. Kanu lowered his head, not daring to look at the girl's perfect naked body, and respectfully said, "Naga God, I am your loyal servant. This is the divine body I have prepared for you, indestructible and possessing supreme power." The Naga's naked body floated up on its own, her cold voice sounding as if it came from hell, filled with boundless hatred. "You did well. Take me to the surface, gather all the ghouls. I want to tear that person into pieces." Lin Chen saw that Naga could not be revived in a short time, so he turned and walked down the mountain. Taking advantage of everyone being busy, he planned to take some time to meet Mei Yajing in secret. He also wanted to explain his identity to Xiao Mei to spare her from worrying about his safety every time. After walking a few steps, Zhang Rongrong, strong as a man, led 3 other teammates to block Lin Chen's path. Zhang Rongrong cracked her knuckles. "Kid, no matter if you're the rookie king or not, I'm telling you right here. Wherever you go, you have to take us with you." Song Mengxin nodded. "Right, with us around, you can't do anything that would outrage both gods and men to Xiao Mei." Another short female teammate raised her pink fist and weakly said, "Although you're very strong, the 4 of us will swear to protect Xiao Mei's purity." Lin Chen was completely speechless. He wanted to explain but then shook his head and lowered his head to walk forward. "If you want to see Xiao Mei, just follow me." Xiao Mei's 4 teammates were willing to forego the rich rewards of defeating the boss just to keep an eye on him, preventing him from doing anything inappropriate to Xiao Mei, which made Lin Chen both amused and somewhat touched. It was a blessing for Xiao Mei to have such caring friends. Since that was the case, Lin Chen decided not to insist. If it really didn't work, he could find another opportunity to explain his identity to Xiao Mei later. Moreover, he still hadn't figured out how to explain clearly without revealing that his parents were visitors from the illusion realm. Xiao Mei knew that he had contracted with the F-rank hero, the low-level warrior Sun Wukong. However, the many abilities displayed by his Shuyang avatar were clearly not explainable as being solely attributed to the low-level warrior Sun Wukong. Mei Yajing was a girl who was both beautiful and wise, very clever, and the best way to completely hide things from her was not to lie. In the confinement room of the Illusion Management Bureau on Blue Star, a blue particle jumped to the center of the room, gradually expanding into a black hole shape, and then a large amount of energy burst forth from the black hole in the form of lightning, quickly transforming into Du Jiannan, dressed in an exquisite suit. His eyes were platinum, and his skin was no longer blue, but the normal skin color of a Chinese person. Tianzang sensed the changes in the outside world and slowly awakened from his dormant state. He quietly watched Du Jiannan materialize, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, carrying a hint of playful amusement. When Du Jiannan gently floated to the ground, Tianzang spoke. "Oh, old man, you're back?
Du Jiangnan waved his hand, conjuring a chair out of thin air, and sat down, his expression neither warm nor cold. Tianzang, I read the memories of the Avatar, and he handled your matter somewhat biasly. I'm here to apologize to you this time.
As long as you swear not to continue colluding with the Six Paths and inducing the arrival of the
illusion realm, I can let you go. Tianzang sneered. Old man, using the Avatar is a predetermined procedure, rigid and devoid of humanity.
It might work on others, but to use this set of rhetoric to fool me, you really underestimate people.
Your Avatar is no different from your main body. If there is a difference, it's that it removes the hypocrisy and face-saving emotions that are irrelevant, coming across as more direct.
Du Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, letting out a meaningful "oh," and for the first time, a human-like
expression appeared on his otherwise calm face. You're right, I didn't expect you to understand me so well. Then let me test you. If you
answer correctly why I came to find you this time, I'll let you leave here. As long as you don't destroy humanity, I won't interfere with
you anymore. Tianzang covered his face and burst into wild laughter. You want the contract of time, right? Although I don't know
what it's for. As someone who has obtained the contract of time, you must know its correct usage.
You've been stuck at the 89th
level for a long time, so you want to get another contract of time to go into the illusion realm and seek that slim chance to break
through to the divine level.
Du Jiangnan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, saying lightly, Tianzang, I created you only 5 years
ago, and I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. Tianzang humbly replied, not at all, it's all thanks to your teachings, old man. And the interstellar network you created is like water to a fish for me.
Du Jiangnan sighed, slowly stood up, hands clasped behind his
back, turning his back to Tianzang.
Although your core was brought out from the illusion, your body and your thoughts are all given
to you by me. If I say I am your father, you should have no objections. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to obliterate you. The blue
star system is on the brink of destruction, with red giants and those entities that imprison the entire solar system. Their power is beyond your imagination.
The strength of humanity is insignificant before them. Only if I break through to the God King level will humanity have a glimmer of hope. So, tell me that person's name and I can set you free.
A mix of doubt, joy, and excitement flashed in
Tianzang's eyes as he took a deep breath. I don't trust you. Let me out, and I'll take you to find him.
As a quantum data being, as long as he could escape the information black hole he was in, he would be immortal.
Du Jiangnan's eyes flickered for a moment, then he nodded and said a single word. Okay.
Du Jiangnan placed a hand on Tianzang's shoulder, and the two collapsed into 2 photons,
disappearing in the airtight confinement room.
Lin Shan brought Mei Yajing and her 4 teammates to the woods at the foot of the
mountain.
The trees here were hundreds of years old, creating an effect similar to a primeval forest, with leaves blocking out the sun,
and the air thick with stillness. The entire dense forest was filled with Abu's intricate webs, and the woods were pitch black,
occasionally illuminated by 6 huge dark red searchlights that flashed by. The forest was filled with the sound of rustling and maze.
For teammates could easily imagine that if they rashly stepped into the woods, they would surely be ensnared by the giant spider's webs,
becoming a sweet dessert for the spider lord. Mei, being favored by the man before her, should not end up as food, but the 4 of them had no confidence that they could survive solely on their looks and figures. Girls were inherently afraid of spiders, and all 4 of them trembled with their 8 legs. Lin Shan stood at the edge of the dense forest, making an inviting gesture.
Aren't you here to rescue Mei?
She's right in the center of the forest. You can bring her out once you go in.
I will restrain Abu and won't let it harm you.
Zhang Rongrong forced herself to appear calm.
No way, you must be trying to trick us into going in so you can catch us all at once. That way, even if you do anything to Mei, no one will expose you.
You go bring Mei out. If it takes more than a minute, we'll
report after we go out that you did that to her. A minute?
Lin Shan was instantly dumbfounded.
Sister, what can be done in a minute?
With my current physique, it would take at least 2 hours to get started. In the illusion, students from various countries wore identity information, a system that had only been implemented in recent years to prevent some contractors from losing their humanity and doing as they pleased after entering the illusion.
The first class for students joining the Extraordinary Academy was the Illusion Legal Studies
course, where the teacher earnestly warned them that the illusion is not a lawless place.
Every move you make can be detected by official instruments. Song Mingxi nodded repeatedly. That's too perverse. Do you want to tie us up and have us watch while you do your thing?
Let me tell you, I've seen a lot of those perverse films. Your filthy thoughts are as obvious as Sima Zhao's intentions, known
to all. Ha!
Everyone looked at Song Mingxin with strange eyes. This girl seemed soft and cute, but who would have thought her private
viewing habits were so wild?
Ah, no, I didn't mean that kind of film.
Which kind of movie is that?
Zhang Rongrong said softly.
I'm done for.
Song Mingxin felt her image was completely ruined, squatting down on the ground, covering her face with her hands. Lin Chen stared in disbelief at Xiao Mei's female teammates who were making a fuss, feeling quite speechless inside.
Xiao Mei, what kind of people are your teammates? Is that all they think about every day? He turned and walked into the dense forest, leaving behind a single sentence.
Wait for me a moment, at most 3 minutes, I'll bring Xiao Mei out. Zhang Rongrong shouted angrily from behind him.
Hey, don't go too far, 3 minutes? Do you want to come 3 times? Song Mengxin tugged at Zhang Rongrong's sleeve. It shouldn't be that quick, I heard it takes at least 10 minutes. Han Qing joined the discussion. Who said that? I see in European and American movies those people take at least 1 or 2 hours, especially the black ones. Zhang Rongrong was very certain. Who said that? I remember when I was a kid, my dad took less than a minute and my mom always said, even if you can last a minute. The several teammates silently mourned for Zhang
Rongrong's mother for a moment. The most quiet, Lu Yan, finally couldn't stand the atmosphere. Enough, you all be quiet, let's talk about this in the dorm.
Lin Chen walked into the forest and the web woven by Abu posed no obstacle to him.
The spider web that once trapped the ghouls could be torn apart by Lin Chen with a gentle tug. The webs floating in the air were automatically repelled by the chaos robe, not touching him at all. Lin Chen quickly reached the center of the forest. And to his surprise, Xiao Mei was not bound tightly, but rather in a humiliating position, greeting his arrival in a big letter shape. At that moment, Xiao Mei was squatting on Abu's head, stroking the last tuft of hair on Abu's head. She was giggling, her voice as clear as a mountain spring, talking to Abu. You're not eating me, nor letting me go. Are you waiting for that person to come? Big Spider, I still prefer your appearance in illusion number 1. When your fur grows out, it must look very cute. Abu, receiving Xiao Mei's praise, rubbed his front legs proudly, making squeaking sounds. Xiao Mei and Abu noticed someone coming in and turned their gazes toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen wanted to tease Xiao Mei, the corners of
his mouth curling up into a lewd smile. Hee, Mei Yajing, right? I heard you are the most beautiful goddess among the new generation of contractors?
I've had my eye on you for a long time, and now even if you scream your throat raw, no one will
come to save you. Mei Yajing smiled, showing no signs of nervousness.
Hello, new king, I don't know why you had Abu bring me here, but I feel you mean no harm. Xiao Mei walked over, carefully staring at Lin Chen's face, furrowing her long,
willow-like brows circling around him.
Something's not right, your features feel very familiar, very much like a friend of mine, and this feeling, something's off, you have a big problem. Xiao Mei leaned closer to Lin Chen, sniffing a few times, and suddenly her eyes widened, covering her lips.
This aura, you are, oh my god.
Before going to school in the imperial capital, Xiao Mei had trained with Lin Chen, and she was very familiar with the masculine aura on him. She noticed the
anomaly with just a whiff. Lin Chen was instantly speechless. Xiao Mei, are you a dog? You can smell that?
He removed the chaos robe, running a hand across his face, his features softening into a handsome appearance. The Huagui youth Lin Chen reappeared. Xiao Mei stood right in front of Lin Chen, watching him complete a transformation, her already round eyes nearly turning into circles as she exclaimed in surprise.
Ah, Xiao.
Lin Chen quickly made a shushing gesture.
Xiao Mei hurriedly swallowed the 3 words Xiao Linzi back down, and soon she excitedly said, no wonder I couldn't find you anywhere in the entire CCG base, turns out you are the new king? You came to Mount Fuji early? God. Number 1 illusion. How did you manage to fix the timeline? How did you become so handsome? You can transform, what's going on? Aren't you contracted with a D-level low-tier warrior? How did you suddenly become so strong?
Xiao Mei bombarded Lin Chen with questions,
like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube.
Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. Explaining these questions would probably take 3 days and nights, so he could only try to calm Xiao Mei down. It's a long story, I'll explain it to you in detail
when I have time later.
I just wanted to let you know not to worry about me. I am invincible in the illusion. Lin Chen didn't have time to elaborate. If he stayed too long, he didn't know what those 4 girls outside, whose minds were filled
with XXX inappropriate plots, would imagine. You should go out first, follow the path I've opened, and you'll see your teammates. They all believe I have ulterior motives towards you and warn me that if I don't come out in a minute, they'll call the police.
Xiao Mei's face turned bright red. She knew the character of her 4 teammates. Except for Zhang Rongrong, the other 3 usually appeared gentle and quiet in front of others, but at night, when the lights were off, the topics in the girls' dormitory would definitely be labeled as adult content. Lin Chen suddenly raised his head. The fate line that had been severed between him and Naga was now reconnected, and this thin line had become thicker, giving him a vague
sense of crisis. So she didn't die? Naga? Wait for me, I'm coming to send you to heaven.
Lin Chen didn't delay any longer. He jumped onto Abu's head and reminded Xiao Mei before parting.
Don't tell anyone about my situation. Just you and I know. No one else.
Xiao Mei forced herself to suppress her excitement and nodded.
Xiao Linzi, is he really that strong? The strongest rookie king. My god. And both faces are so handsome.
In the words of her 4 mischievous friends, her happy days
are still ahead.
A huge sense of happiness washed over Xiao Mei, making her feel a bit dizzy, as if she were living in a dream. She stumbled along the path Lin Chen had opened for her. Outside the dense forest, when Xiaomei saw Lin Chen, her voice rose by more than 8 degrees in excitement, and through the wonderful resonance of the spider web, certain frequencies of her voice were transmitted far out of the woods. Outside the forest, her 4 teammates saw Lin Chen enter. And within minutes, Xiaomei's unique, crisp, excited voice echoed from the woods. Ah, Xiao. God. Oh my god. So strong. Then came the Rookie King's clean voice. Your teammates, don't say anything. The 4 exchanged glances, each feeling a bad premonition. What is this? Has it begun? Why does Xiaomei sound so excited and thrilled even saying Xiao? Xiao is fine, but is it really necessary to be that excited? This beast, is he threatening Xiaomei? No wonder he brought us here. It turns out he was using Xiaomei's kindness. He really has bad intentions. How despicable. The 4 of them immediately clenched their fists tightly, feeling a sense of helplessness inside. In the face of Lin Chen's absolute strength, although they were the second-ranked team in number 1 illusion, they were powerless. The difference between a few hundred points and over 10,000 points was like a chasm. Just now, Lin Chen had single-handedly restrained Naga, knocking her down several times, making the 4 of them realize the huge gap in strength between them. Including Xiaomei, the 5 of them together couldn't even match Lin Chen's finger. Zhang Rongrong, who always called herself the big sister of the dormitory, swore to use her iron fists to protect her 4 sisters in the illusion. But now, the most beautiful among them, Mei Yajing, had actually been taken into the small woods at the mercy of someone, screaming continuously. Zhang Rongrong's legs went weak and she knelt on the ground, hating her own weakness as she watched her teammate being humiliated. She pounded her iron fists against the ground, cursing angrily. Damn it! Relying on your own strength, acting recklessly, and making us wait outside to hear. Damn it, remember this, when I become strong in the future, I will definitely castrate you. Not long after, Xiaomei came out alone, her face flushed, looking dazed. The others felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, seeing Xiaomei's absent-minded expression. Could it be that she was really humiliated? They hurriedly approached her, surrounding Xiaomei, chattering non-stop. Xiaomei, are you okay? What did he do to you? Xiaomei knew the character of her 4 roommates, and she quickly shot a glare at her teammates. Nothing, don't think too much, nothing happened. Song Mengxin pinched Xiaomei's flushed cheek, ruthlessly exposing her lie. Nothing happened? Do you think we're stupid? Look at your face, it's as red as an apple, and just now you screamed so loudly that we heard it outside. Xiaomei was excited to see the one she had been thinking about, Lin Chen, her cheeks flushed, making her look even more enchanting. But her teammates misunderstood it as her having just transitioned from girl to woman. Mei Yajing was immediately filled with shame and anger, giving Song Mengxin, the number 1 infatuated girl, a glare. Who screamed? I didn't scream. Humph. Still being stubborn. Just as Song Mengxin was about to continue analyzing, Han Qing tugged at her sleeve. Stop talking, Xiaomei is feeling upset right now. It's good that she's alive. In the future, when we become strong, we'll have plenty of opportunities for revenge. Lu Yan looked a bit worried. The one who bullied Xiaomei is the Rookie King. Are you sure his growth rate will be slower than ours? Mei Yajing stomped her foot, pouting. I already said, nothing happened. Why don't you believe me? Her teammates wore mischievous smiles. Nothing happened? Then why did you scream so loudly just now? I told you I didn't scream. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm really going to get angry. Alright, we won't say anything more. What about that guy? He said he sensed the Naga god resurrecting in Tokyo and went to eliminate the threat. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. From Xiaomei's words, it seemed she didn't hold a grudge against the big shot, so could they go and leech some talent points? They immediately encouraged Xiaomei. Let's go too. You have this bit of fate with him, surely you can get some talent points. I already said. Nothing happened between us. If you don't believe me, you can go ask him. Ha, Xiaomei, does this mean you don't hold a grudge against him? Are you secretly admiring his strength? Mei Yajing opened her mouth, but she couldn't argue against her 4 mischievous friends, and she was filled with anger and embarrassment. You few flirty girls, I'm going to fight you. Xiaomei gritted her silver teeth, ready to tear Song Mengxin's face. But Song Mengxin quickly hid behind Zhang Rongrong, begging for mercy. Alright, I won't say anything more. If you treat me to a month of late night snacks, I'll keep this matter to myself. Okay, everyone stop talking, or Xiaomei will really get angry. Lu Yan quickly mediated. But just a few minutes later, the gossip fire in the girls' hearts would never extinguish. Did he finish that quickly? I thought it would take at least an hour or 2. What a pity, he looks quite strong. 3 minutes is already very long, Zhang Rongrong said firmly. What about that little Lindsay from your hometown after this? Why don't you keep in touch with the Rookie King? Did he leave you any contact information? Yeah, if we can cling to this big strong leg, we can just relax in the illusion in the future. Mei Yajing rolled her eyes at her 4 perverted teammates, feeling a deep sense of regret. If she had known, she would have left with Lin Chen just now. I might as well transfer back to my hometown. These dead girls' mouths really can't spit out ivory. I just want to tear them apart. Xiaomei thought resentfully, but then she reconsidered that it might actually be a good thing. She was contracted to be the dual-element hero, Storm Girl, with limitless potential, and her looks and figure were top-notch. As a result, every day at the girls' dormitory, the flowers sent by suitors could fill a flower shop, and her desk in class was always stuffed with chocolates. Her 4 teammates, in order to help her consume the chocolates sent by suitors, each gained an average of 2 kilograms. Xiao Mei was naturally aloof. Apart from having a soft spot for Lin Chen, who grew up with her, she showed no interest in other men. These suitors annoyed her to no end, and several times she even thought about simply dropping out and teaming up with Shaolin to explore the illusion realms. If it weren't for the need to take care of her 4 teammates, who were harsh with their words but truly supportive in times of need, Xiaomei would have long since wanted to leave the Imperial Capital University. If she could use her 4 teammates' mouths to reveal that something had already happened between her and the strongest rookie king, those who wanted to pursue her would have to think twice about whether their heads were hard enough. With this thought, Xiaomei's mood instantly brightened. After all, she already knew that the strongest rookie king was another identity of Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen had really done something to her just now, it wasn't something she couldn't accept. Mei Yajing's lips curled slightly, biting her lip as she silently apologized. Shaolin, I'm sorry, but I'm planning to use you as a shield. In the future, I will make it up to you. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on Abu, heading towards Tokyo. He closed his eyes and focused, sinking his mind into the sea of consciousness. In his battle with Naga, he discovered that he lacked the ability to deliver a killing blow. Facing a massive monster like Naga, which had incredible recovery abilities, required a long fight. Among the 3 major legacies, the one with the strongest finishing move was undoubtedly the Kamehameha from the Dragon Ball world. In the first illusion realm, Lin Chen learned the application of ki from Sun Wukong, and he already possessed this power within him. According to Lin Chen's understanding, the ki in the Dragon Ball world is the most fundamental energy within all living beings. With training or practice, creatures in the Dragon Ball world can freely manipulate this energy, and everyone has their unique ki, which can be continuously enhanced through cultivation. In battle, the application of ki is diverse. Lin Chen summarized the known Dragon Ball plot and roughly categorized the applications of ki into attack techniques and support techniques. For example, the most well-known attack technique is the Kamehameha, along with various skills like the special beam cannon and Prince's fighting style. Essentially, these attack techniques condense the ki within the body into energy beams or energy balls to attack enemies from a distance. The methods of using support techniques are numerous, such as the instant transmission, solar flare, and ki sense, among others. Even the godly technique of instant transmission requires sensing the target's ki before it can be executed. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, they can even sense the righteousness or evil of enemies through the type of ki. For instance, Prince Vegeta's ki is evil and powerful. It can be said that mastering ki techniques opened a whole new treasure trove for Lin Chen. After returning to Blue Star from the first illusion realm, Lin Chen had been pondering the application of ki. He didn't know which illusion realm would lead to the Dragon Ball world, and before receiving guidance from the system, he still wanted to try creating his own attack techniques. However, he was abruptly summoned by the illusion realm before he could achieve anything due to the sudden arrival of the second illusion realm. Now that he finally had some time, he could calm down and create his own ki attack technique. He firmly believed that if Master Roshi could create the Kamehameha, he could also invent his own attack technique. Although his self-created energy attack might not match the power of the Kamehameha, taking down a Naga or something similar should still be relatively easy. As time passed, Lin Chen's physical attributes had already approached the 1000 mark, and his stamina could be replenished at any time with the energy from yellow stars, allowing him to expend it freely without worrying about exhausting his energy from firing a Kamehameha. He brought his 10 fingers together, forming a circular shape at the center as the energy within his body converged towards his palms. To create an energy attack technique similar to the Kamehameha, the first step was to project the energy outward. Sense the energy, control the energy. As Lin Chen's breathing gradually steadied, a small point of light in his palm grew from the size of a sesame seed to that of an apple in no time. This glowing sphere crackled and hissed as it rubbed against the air, making a sound like electric currents. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart as he opened his eyes, surprised that he had successfully released his energy on the first try, likely thanks to his Saiyan heritage. As a naturally born warrior race in the universe, Saiyans possess far superior insight and learning abilities regarding energy compared to ordinary humans. When Sun Wukong and Krillin first learned from Master Roshi, Sun Wukong only needed to observe Master Roshi perform the Kamehameha once before he quickly mastered it. Krillin, on the other hand, had to rely on repeated practice and Master Roshi's patient guidance to finally grasp the technique. Therefore, it was not surprising that Lin Chen, who had formed a contract with Sun Wukong, could quickly master the release of energy. Releasing energy was just the first step. The next step was to project that energy outward to strike an enemy, which would qualify as an attack skill. Otherwise, the energy sphere in his hand was merely a large illumination flare. Lin Chen pondered for a while on how to transform the energy sphere into a Kamehameha-like energy beam that could track enemies, but he had no clear ideas for the moment. Creating a technique similar to the Kamehameha was not an achievement that could be accomplished in a short time. With that in mind, he decided to use some primitive methods such as throwing. Lin Chen commanded Abu to stop and forcefully threw the energy sphere, which had condensed to the size of a basketball. With Lin Chen's impressive physique enhancing it, the sphere flew through the air like a solid basketball. The moment it touched the ground, the sphere erupted in a dazzling light and exploded. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth trembled, and a strong whirlwind was stirred up at the explosion site, swirling dust everywhere. As the smoke cleared, a deep radioactive crater several meters wide appeared at the explosion site. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. The explosion of the basketball-sized energy sphere was already many times more powerful than his full-strength attack. If he could condense it for a longer time, and the energy sphere reached the size of a hot air balloon, it would easily destroy everything within a radius of several kilometers. Lin Chen experimented repeatedly, discovering that the explosion's power was proportional to the size of the energy sphere. The more energy he gathered, the greater the power. He named his newly created skill Energy Sphere. The appearance and function of the energy sphere were quite similar to the spirit bomb from the Dragon Ball world. The only difference was that Lin Chen did not need to borrow energy from the outside world. Thanks to his Kryptonian bloodline, he could continuously draw energy from stellar radiation. Under the radiation of a yellow star, Lin Chen was like an inexhaustible human solar battery, charging as he used it, without worrying about exhausting his stamina. Looking at the ground around him, pockmarked as if bombarded by cluster bombs, Lin Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction and stopped the experiment. He jumped back onto Abu's back and signaled him to continue toward Tokyo. He raised both hands above his head and began to gather a supersized energy sphere. When he encountered the resurrected Naga, he wouldn't waste words with her. He would simply send her back to the afterlife with a massive energy sphere. No matter how gigantic Naga's form was after her resurrection, she would still meet her end on the spot. In Tokyo's District 24, this was the area where ghouls were most rampant. Humans had long been extinct in this area, and occupying a block here was seen as a recognition of being an SSS-level ghoul. At this moment, in the bustling Ginza square of District 24, a white-haired girl in a black robe floated in midair, with a yellow full moon behind her. The girl crossed her arms and coldly gazed down at the hundreds of powerful ghouls below. The ghouls, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Naga, knelt on one knee and lowered their proud heads upon witnessing the terrifying scene of their strongest member being stripped of all RC cells by this white-haired girl and reduced to an ordinary person, only to be devoured by her on the spot. These ghouls had no sense of resistance. The white-haired girl was none other than the resurrected Naga. Through her previous failure, Naga understood that a massive body did not necessarily equate to great strength. Pursuing the level of power, a single strike to kill, is far more important than pursuing the quantity of power. Last time, the enormous divine body she condensed, although powerful, couldn't hit Lin Chen at all, making her so angry that she almost got her period on the spot. So this time, she changed her approach, gathering the strongest SS-level ghouls in all of Tokyo, and even a few SSS-level ghouls, determined to avenge her previous humiliation. Behind Naga, the Kakuja danced, sketching Lin Chen's image on a tall building, and she said coldly, "Whoever can kill him, I will grant them a drop of divine blood to help them achieve the evolution of life levels. Just like my loyal servant, Kanumi Hiro." From a nearby tall building, a middle-aged man with black hair and beard flew over, and from his brows and eyes, one could still see the appearance of the elderly Kanu doctor. Many ghouls immediately recognized this notorious mad geneticist, their pupils constricting. Rejuvenation? No. Need for Kakuja flying in midair? What a miraculous sight! Kanumi Hiro was very pleased with the shocked expressions of the ghouls, covering his face with one hand and letting out a wild laugh. "I discovered the existence of divinity within the RC cells of ghouls, and thus created this perfect divine body for our Lord Ancestor. As long as you fight to the death, you too can regain your youth and complete the transformation from human to god, just like me." These SS-level ghouls were all extremely eager for power, fervently responding to the call deep within their genes, coming to this place. Seeing Kanumi Hiro's rejuvenated form, their eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty light, and they let out wild howls. Roar! The Kakuja behind the ghouls bloomed like a demonic flower, and some
Ghouls had already completed their full Kakuja transformation, turning into inhuman monsters. Watching these ghouls rush towards Mount Fuji, a hint of worry flashed in Kanu Mihiro's eyes. Lord Naga, these ghouls alone are definitely no match for that man. After all, he is someone who could fight with your giant divine form for so long. Naga snorted coldly, a smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. They are merely pigs and sheep I have raised in this world, offering their lives as their honor. Let them go and test that man's strength first. Naga first gave them a stick, then a sweet date, immediately playing these ghouls like pawns in her hands. Naga and Dr. Kanu followed far behind these ghouls, with Naga emitting an invisible wave, causing the previously scattered jaw monsters to start gathering towards her position. I can fail countless times, but you can only fail once. I will kill you and your friends. A cruel smile appeared on Naga's face. On Mount Fuji, the contractors who completed the contract to obliterate Naga's divine body finally sat down to catch their breath. They meticulously searched every rock crevice, remnants, and blood, even seizing a pair of large thunderbolts hidden by a few peculiar contractors, completely burning them to ashes. Even so, the illusory prompt information they hoped for still did not appear. After several hours of busy work, the barbecue chefs exchanged glances with the contractors present, and finally, someone couldn't help but shout, "Hey, has anyone received a reward? Step forward and say something." "Yeah, we can't steal your talent points, so what are you afraid of?" Maybe they're afraid of getting the time contract and being targeted when they go out. With so many of us killing Naga, there shouldn't be a time contract reward left, otherwise, wouldn't everyone get one? Exactly, if we really got the time contract reward, it would definitely be announced to all contractors like with Boss Shuyang. If someone has already killed this monster, we wouldn't have to work so hard, everyone could just wait to return to Blue Star. That's right, they're all from major universities, their identities are written on their clothes, so what is there to be afraid of? The contractors exchanged suspicious glances, finally realizing that something might be off. Strange, everything has turned to ash, why haven't we received the clearance instructions yet? Could it be that this monster called Naga, she hasn't died? At this moment, the illusions notification arrived late, hitting the confused contractors like a bolt from the blue. In the Tokyo area, an unidentified creature causing timeline anomalies has been detected. Contractors, please head to the Tokyo area and eliminate this creature with all your might. A generous reward will be given for restoring the timeline. Ah! The contractors widened their eyes in disbelief. What is going on? Illusion, are you suffering from dementia? Didn't you notify us just a few hours ago? That monster has already been ground to dust by us, scattered in the world. Why is this happening again? And now it's in the Tokyo area? We just came from there, okay? What does that make the one we killed with so much effort? Did we kill the wrong one? Or did the one we just took down come back to life? Was Naga's claim of being immortal true? How do we fight against a powerful monster that can resurrect infinitely? The worst part is, the strongest rookie king, the big shot Shuyang, seems to have gone off to flirt with the goddess Mei, who was captured by his giant spider right after the fight. Looking at the perfect physique he just displayed, those 8-pack abs, that athletic build, he probably won't be back for hours after such a fierce battle. In an instant, the contractors were thrown into chaos. Naga's claim of being immortal wasn't just bragging, it must be true. Even if we barely manage to take her down, she can quickly come back to life. What should we do? Who can contact the big shot? Hurry and bring him back. Without him, we can't hold on. Lin Chan also received the illusion's notification. He opened the real vision and sensed Naga's location. Indeed, she was heading straight for him. Since that was the case, Lin Chen felt relieved and directly let Abu drop him off. He quietly sat in place waiting for Naga's arrival while quickly gathering energy for an energy ball. Lin Chen's heart had a vague sense of unease, as if something was wrong. Back on Blue Star, there was no time to waste. He needed to deal with Naga quickly so he could return to Blue Star sooner. Lin Chen's premonition was not wrong. Back at his home on Blue Star, Wan Ling suddenly stood up alert, looking towards the center of the living room where a blue photon appeared out of thin air. In the next second, the photon collapsed in on itself, and a mini black hole appeared in its place. A massive amount of energy surged from the void of the black hole, blowing down the many awards and banners Lin Chen had received from the walls, while other decorations in the room also fell to the ground, some porcelain shattering completely. A hint of anger rose on Wan Ling's face, her hair flying back, her pupils flashing with a crimson and dangerous light. After the awakening of Lin Chen's chaos seed, she could draw upon the source of chaos power in Blue Star due to the connection between the mother and child, and it had begun to revive. How dare they cause trouble in my home? They must be tired of living. The special recruits from the 3 martial arts sanctuaries were also startled by this anomaly and stood up in alarm. Only Shui Han, the master of the mountain and sea martial arts, was quite knowledgeable. He quickly
Comforted Wan Ling, don't panic, I've heard the original master say that this situation occurs when the god of dew is undergoing quantum leap.
God of dew?
Wan Ling recalled seeing a video online of one of the two gods of Huagua, the god of dew, easily eliminating the invasion of
illusions. A humanoid being in an exquisite suit suddenly grew to an enormous height.
With a gentle wave of his hand, the tens of thousands of invading illusion creatures all exploded instantly, blood flowing like rivers, and the illusion realm retreated.
There are not many people Wan
Ling fears on Blue Star, but this god of dew is indeed one of them. In her universe, Little Dew God, she naturally had it all under control.
But in the Blue Star universe, old Lin, the second son, the little daughter.
Wan Ling snorted coldly, the red flames in her eyes vanished, and she instantly replaced it with a beaming smile, smoothing her hair. Oh, so it's the great Dew God visiting us. I'm truly taken aback
by this presence.
The photons danced in the air like fireflies, quickly outlining two figures, one a middle-aged man with platinum-colored
eyes, devoid of pupils.
The other was a young boy, his face marked with rebellion, constantly chewing on something, his short black hair hanging down, obscuring his eyes and making his true appearance hard to discern.
As soon as Dew God appeared, he waved his hand across the
living room, and the scattered items on the floor returned to their original positions as if time had reversed. Even the shattered porcelain
automatically reassembled and returned to where it originally belonged.
Dew God looked at the sweet-faced woman before him, his expression
apologetic. I'm sorry, I'm Dew Jiangnan.
I brought someone through a leap and didn't control my power well. Please let me know the damages later,
and I will bear all the losses.
Wan Ling disdainfully curled her lip.
What Dew Jiangnan had just demonstrated was indeed extraordinary, but in
her eyes, it was nothing much.
The source of chaos could do things even more smoothly and effortlessly. However, Dew Jiangnan's strength was
indeed impressive, and in her universe he was someone to be taken seriously. Before Lin Chen further awakened the source of chaos in the Blue
Star universe, she couldn't act recklessly. Wan Ling smiled brightly.
It's no trouble at all, the great Dew God has graced us with his presence. Our whole family feels honored and delighted. How could we dare to ask for compensation?
Several specially recruited personnel nodded.
Secretly, since Dew God had come, it was likely that the mysterious newcomer king was indeed Lin Chen. But what was Dew God here for?
He had no need for recruitment. Suddenly, they thought of a possibility. Could it be that Dew God wanted to take Lin Chen as his disciple? That would be
troublesome. No matter what conditions they offered, they could never compare to Dew Jiangnan, who held absolute power in Huagua.
The black-haired boy casually walked over to the sofa, found a sunny spot, and threw himself onto it. He stretched lazily, enjoying the sunlight, and said softly, "Old man, this is the first place.
I need to see him in person to confirm if it's really him.
Based on my estimation, the second
illusion will end in about an hour, so let's wait a bit longer. It's been a while since I've basked in the sun."
Dew Jiangnan looked at Wan Ling. How should I address you?
Wan Ling replied succinctly, "Just call me Wan Ling."
Dew Jiangnan nodded politely.
"Ms. Wan Ling, this is
my son Tian Song, who is quite mischievous by nature. If he behaves inappropriately, please bear with him.
It's no trouble, he's just a child. At this age, they love to sleep.
Our eldest slept for a whole day after coming back."
Wan Ling casually chatted, but inside she felt a
bit anxious. Lin Chen, didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? What have you done to bring Dew Jiangnan over?
I can barely manage
this without revealing any flaws. But your brother and sister, your father is about to come home. These three are all brainless. What if our family's identity gets exposed? What should we do then?
In the world of the ghouls, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, sensing a
slight tremor beneath him.
His gaze fell upon a large, dark mass of ghouls of various shapes, mixed with a multitude of jaw monsters rushing
towards him.
Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "They're here, just in time to test my newly acquired moves. Let's send you all on your way." Meanwhile, after a long night, the morning sunlight broke through the clouds, shining down
on Lin Chen, whose young and handsome face radiated boundless vitality. Lin Chen's existence was like a mysterious magnet, drawing in the golden warm sunlight. Lin Chen's physical attributes were growing at an astonishing speed, 998, 999, 1000. The moment he reached 1000, Lin Chen's entire body trembled, his bones and muscles rapidly expanding, producing crisp sounds. Lin Chen's muscles swelled rapidly. The muscle
groups that had never bulked up despite all his training suddenly became extraordinarily developed. His bare upper body became incredibly fit, with muscle fibers even exhibiting a striated effect. If Lin Chen were to participate in a bodybuilding competition with this physique, he would undoubtedly take first place. As his body became more sculpted, a new talent skill quietly emerged. Kryptonian bloodline, steel body. Under the direct exposure to the energy of a young yellow star, Lin Chen's attributes have now transformed. Name: Lin Chen, race: Kryptonian mutant hybrid, physique: 1000, directly exposed to the yellow star, all attributes significantly enhanced. Spirit 152 Talent 1 Bloodline Inheritance Kryptonian Bloodline Talent Skill Steel Body Bronze Superman Form Ignores physical attacks not exceeding 100 times his physique. Talent 2 Bloodline Inheritance Source of Chaos Talent Skill Illusion Creates illusions. Biological entities with spirit attributes lower than yours will be unable to resist this effect. Talent Skill Chaos Robe Ignores magical attacks not exceeding the rank of Source of Chaos. Can change form at the host's will. Talent 3 Unique Inheritance Scion Talent Skill Energy Sphere Condenses one's own energy into an energy ball, causing massive damage. Talent Points 12 Lin Chen keenly sensed that, as a bearer of the Kryptonian bloodline, being in the environment of a yellow star and being directly illuminated by the rays of a young star was still a significant difference. If one were to use drinking water as a metaphor, the difference between the two situations would be akin to sipping from a cup versus directly shoving a faucet into one's mouth. The gentle energy of the star was continuously absorbed, filling every cell rapidly. Lin Chen felt the endless power surging within him and took a deep breath. He could even sense that every cell in his body was cheering, radiating vibrant life, greedily absorbing the radiation from the young star like a giant whale swallowing the sea. His body resembled a black hole, even causing the surrounding light to bend, creating marvelous refraction phenomena. The golden morning sun seemed to rise solely for him, bestowing all glory upon him alone. It was evident that, as a descendant of Kryptonians, having spent 18 years in a red giant environment had indeed starved his cells. The energy sphere in Lin Chen's hand swelled suddenly, like fermented dough. In just a few minutes, it had increased in size from that of a yoga ball to that of a hot air balloon. A massive amount of energy gathered in this energy sphere, emitting a crackling electric sound like 1,000 sparrows chirping in unison. Have I created a Dragon Ball version of the 1,000 birds in spiral sphere? As the energy continued to pour in, Lin Chen felt the mass of energy becoming somewhat heavy and unstable. The violent energy spilled out, causing the hard rock he was using as a seat to crack with a snap, and numerous small stones floated upwards against gravity. Lin Chen knew he could no longer continue to inject energy into the light sphere, otherwise it might explode in his hand before he could throw it. It seemed he really needed to visit the Dragon Ball world in the future. The method of controlling energy was not something he could figure out on his own in a short time. Teacher Wu Tian could create the Kamehameha because it was a breakthrough built upon hundreds of years of martial arts accumulation by his master, Wu Taido. The Dragon Ball world, through the collective efforts of several generations of martial arts prodigies, ultimately produced the miraculous Kamehameha technique. There was no reason that the martial arts Lin Chen created in just a few hours could surpass those developed over generations. The energy sphere in his hand merely took advantage of the Kryptonian bloodline, continuously replenishing his physical strength through the star, which was a crude but effective method. There is a saying that one can see further when standing on the shoulders of giants. Just thinking about the entire Dragon Ball world's advanced martial arts waiting for him to learn made Lin Chen's heart race with anticipation. Lin Chen decided to ask Teacher Lu when he returned which number of illusions might randomly lead to the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, the ghouls had already approached within a few hundred meters of Lin Chen. In the distance, a large number of jaw monsters charged towards Lin Chen. Avoiding the nuclear bomb, they were summoned back by the Naga, returning to kill once more, their numbers overwhelming and endless. Lin Chen felt the energy ball in his hand, like a grenade with its fuse lit, extremely unstable, the frenzied energy making the hairs on his body stand on end. Lin Chen no longer waited and threw the energy ball into the open space between the ghoul army and the jaw monsters, a position that could target both the ghouls and the jaw monsters simultaneously. Far away, a ghoul recognized the human man blocking their path, the very one whose image was carved on the wall by the ancestor, with a bounty on his blood to be eliminated. Although they didn't know what he was doing, he raised his hands above his head, carrying a white light ball, and threw the white light ball towards them. The ghouls moved at incredible speed, easily dodging the light ball as it passed, even finding time to mock. Get out of the way, don't let the light ball hit you. Haha, with that speed, who can it hit? Underestimating SSS level. Ghouls too much, any ghoul hit by that light ball can just commit suicide to apologize. The energy ball flew over the heads of the ghouls without exploding, causing them to stop in shock and look at Lin Chen. Did he miss? His aim is too poor. Is the ancestor's bounty too easy? Before the ghouls could finish speaking, Lin Chen extended one hand, clenched it into a fist, revealing his white, even teeth, and uttered a single word. Explode. Boom. The ghouls felt a flash before their eyes, their vision instantly blinded, and a piercing noise rang in their ears. Then, an unstoppable force surged towards them, tearing their hard bodies apart. What kind of power is this? Did that human just throw a nuclear bomb? He can't survive at this distance. Save me. The RC cells with infinite regeneration ability were swept away by the overwhelming power of the energy ball, having no chance to linger on, instantly vaporized. Even SS-level ghouls, comparable to a dozen levels of enhanced contractors, were like this, let alone the jaw monsters that were flooding in.
The jaw monsters had the characteristic of self-detonation when they received fatal attacks.
They were swept away by the explosion's shockwave, all stunned on the spot, making continuous booming sounds as they exploded and perished. Even Lin Chen himself was pushed back several hundred meters by the shockwave. His feet sank deep into the ground, leaving 2 deep imprints on the hard rocky surface. If he hadn't just awakened his steel body, such a violent explosion at such close range could have injured him as well.
On Blue Star, the data screen of the Illusion Management Bureau showed the number 1 contractor whose kill score suddenly skyrocketed from over 500 to more than 20,000 in just a few seconds. Everyone in the hall put down their work, turned to look at the big screen, their expressions frozen, their scalps tingling. Damn, did the second illusion just produce a 10,000-point newcomer? Is 10,000 so worthless? 2 illusions in a row have produced 10,000-point contractors?
I once thought the kill score in illusions was out of 100, but I didn't expect 2 illusions to have 10,000-point scores.
Am I hallucinating, or are this generation of contractors really that strong? Could it be that this contractor used a weapon of mass destruction? Otherwise, how could they instantly kill so many monsters?
You're not a contractor if you're saying such ridiculous things.
Monsters killed by non-contractors' own strength will not count towards kill scores and will not earn talent points. Then how do you explain this score? What kind of person can kill tens of thousands of monsters in the second illusion with 1 hit?
Back in the day, Du Xin and Jin Xin only had scores in the hundreds in the second illusion. Lin Chen's kill points created with his own illusion ID suddenly seemed less conspicuous in front of the kill points of the clone ID. Of course, compared to the 0 points recorded by other teams, it was still very eye-catching.
The first and second places were actually just him alone.
This time in the illusion, the principals of various extraordinary universities were also present, and they suddenly felt a bit restless, their eyes twitching.
We gathered the strength of the whole country to select the proud sons of heaven, yet they can't even compare to 2 casual contractors? What exactly went wrong? Who are these contractors?
After a long time, Xin Jianhua recovered from his shock, smiled and shook his head, looking at Si Kong Wu and the others. The one currently ranked first is indeed the new king of the first illusion. The 2 contractors are both on the list, almost
confusing me.
Yuan Tiangang took off his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, which were indeed a bit sore from staring too long, regretting staying up late last night watching the girl dance. He nodded in agreement.
Indeed, gold will shine wherever it is.
The potential of the strongest new king is truly terrifying, but the second place is also not bad. Si Kong Wu held her big thunder with both hands and snorted coldly.
Every generation can have extraordinary
talents emerge. It's a blessing for humanity, but in my opinion, the second place is nothing special. Aside from killing some monsters at the beginning, they have made no significant contributions afterward.
After switching
identities, Lin Chen's kills were counted under the Shuyang ID, with points fixed at over 500, no longer changing.
Yuan Tiangang shot a dissatisfied glare at Si Kong Wu.
Damn it, she always likes to go against me. Is she going through
menopause?
Tang Bai stood by with a smile, seemingly indifferent, but secretly anxious inside.
Could the new king be that Lin Chen?
Creating such kill points in 2 consecutive illusions, is the F-class hero he contracted really
that extraordinary? Holy shit! Why hasn't the special recruitment officer from Central China given me feedback yet? Several hours have passed. What are they doing?
Even if giving birth is difficult, it should have been delivered
by now.
In the world of ghouls, as the explosion's shockwave dissipated, a massive pit over 100 meters deep appeared on the ground, with no living creature able to stand before Lin Chen.
Hundreds of SS-class ghouls
and a horde of Wanya monsters were instantly reduced to ashes under Lin Chen's charged energy blast. Only a few ghouls, having been farther from the explosion center, were lucky enough to survive.
They lay on the ground,
their broken bodies writhing and emitting painful wails.
Ah, my leg.
What kind of power is this? It must be a nuclear bomb. Those despicable humans actually buried a nuclear bomb and advanced to
lure us in.
With a single move to clear the field, Lin Chen's line of sight was no longer obstructed. He saw Naga and Jian Mingbo, who were stunned by the explosion, several kilometers away. Through the real vision, Lin Chen immediately recognized the white-haired girl. It was Naga. Naga's transformation greatly exceeded Lin Chen's expectations, as she had turned from a 100-meter giant snake into a slender white-haired girl. What kind of trick was
she playing? Lin Chen's gaze flickered. As long as there were RC cells or ghouls alive, Naga was an immortal existence.
It seemed he needed to think of a way to restrain her without completely killing her.
Lin Chen pretended not to recognize Naga and greeted her from a distance. Are you CCG investigators?
Just in time, come help me eliminate these ghouls. Naga's eyes were filled with wariness. Lin Chen's charged energy blast had indeed frightened her.
The power was so terrifying that if she hadn't been far away, she might have died again.
Her resurrection was not without limits. Multiple resurrections in a short time would greatly deplete her, and she could very well fall into a deep sleep, waking up who knows how many hundreds of years later. Naga licked her lips. It seemed this human did not recognize her. Well, after transforming from her giant form into a human shape, it was impossible for anyone to identify her as that enormous serpent monster from before. Naga closed her eyes, her pupils constricting violently, quickly changing from brown vertical slits to human eyes with a white background and black pupils. A faint smile appeared on her face as she affected a naive girl's demeanor, swaying her hips as she approached. Well, these ghouls deserve to die. By the way, how did you manage to kill so many ghouls in an instant? One person and one serpent each. Harboring ulterior motives, slowly drew closer, Lin Chen displaying a youthful, sunny smile. I planted a nuclear bomb in advance and waited for them here. These foolish ghouls are too confident in their own strength, and I wiped them out with a single nuclear blast. Naga glanced at the severed limbs and broken bodies of the ghouls scattered on the ground, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, internally mocking, is this what a nuclear explosion looks like? What kind of mess has Mount Fuji become? Do you really think I'm that stupid? She feigned surprise, covering her red lips. Nuclear bomb? Won't there be nuclear radiation? That's too dangerous. I think I'll pass. Lin Chen smiled even brighter and took a step forward. It's fine, aren't you wearing a ghoul's quinqua? You don't have to worry about radiation. By this time, Lin Chen and Naga were less than 20 meters apart. At his current speed, he could reach her in an instant. He was too lazy to keep pretending and said with a laugh, besides, even without radiation, you'll die soon anyway. It's all just a matter of time, so why not die early and be reborn? Don't you think so, Naga? Before his words fell, Lin Chen's figure blurred in place. His true self instantly appeared behind Naga, delivering a punch aimed at her heart. Hearing Lin Chen expose her identity, Naga no longer concealed herself. Her pupils turned into slits, and her arms flowed like liquid, transforming into sharp blades of cold light, fiercely stabbing toward Lin Chen's chest, intending to exchange injury for injury. With her infinite regeneration ability, she had no vital points and was unafraid of injury. Naga grinned savagely. If you think of me as an ordinary ghoul, then you are gravely mistaken. No matter how sturdy your body is, you cannot withstand the attack of my divine weapon. With a crisp clang, Naga's eyes widened in shock. Her invincible divine weapon could not pierce Lin Chen's skin. No matter how sharp the divine weapon was, it was still a physical attack. With a body of steel, Lin Chen was completely immune. Naga felt a sharp pain in her chest as Lin Chen's hand easily penetrated through her chest, emerging from her back. To Lin Chen's surprise, Naga's heart was not located in her left chest, or perhaps she did not have a heart at all. Naga's body became as soft as a snake, coiling around Lin Chen's arm. She let out a fierce roar, her mouth sprouting 4 long venomous fangs, her neck elongating as she bit down hard on Lin Chen's shoulder. The tip of the poisonous fang oozed a dark green venom. Once it pierced Lin Chen's skin, a large amount of snake venom would be injected into his body, and even a deity would turn to foul blood in an instant. Lin Chen dared not let her truly bite him, clad in chaotic robes and with a steel body, he was immune to both magic and physical attacks. But the nature of the Naga's toxin attack was uncertain. If he were poisoned and lost his combat ability, the contractor would be completely annihilated in the second illusion. Lin Chen struck fiercely, slapping the Naga's pretty face and sending her flying. He spat in disdain and sneered, "Want to kiss me? Not a chance. I'm not interested in an old woman who's lived for tens of thousands of years." The Naga steadied herself in midair and let out an angry roar. "I will swallow you whole." The Naga lunged back at Lin Chen, and they became entangled in battle. The speed of both the man and the serpent was astonishing. After transforming into human form, the Naga converted her strength into agility, significantly increasing her speed, and she was able to exchange blows with Lin Chen, who had awakened his steel body. As a divine dragon among the 8 parts of the heavenly dragon, the Naga possessed an extremely strong regenerative ability. No matter how much she was hit, she would not die, lacking vital points or bones. Even if Lin Chen reduced her to half a body, she could quickly regenerate completely. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had a steel body and chaotic robes, impervious to blades and bullets, and for a short time, neither side could gain the upper hand. But unfortunately, this battle was destined to have only one victor. Lin Chen's Kryptonian bloodline made him an extraordinary presence under the direct rays of a yellow star. His combat power was continuously increasing. All of the Naga's attacks, as long as they did not exceed a certain threshold, were ineffective against Lin Chen. Divine techniques were ineffective. Divine weapons were ineffective. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's strength was rapidly growing, surpassing the limits that the Naga could endure. A light strike could create a large hole in her body. During the fight, Lin Chen gradually mastered the method of flexibly using energy bombs. With a punch, he could instantly generate an energy bomb the size of a soybean within the
Naga's body, which would then explode violently, leaving a blood hole the size of a bowl on her body. Although it wouldn't kill her, the Naga needed to continuously regenerate quickly to maintain her physical integrity. Gradually, her regeneration speed could no longer keep up with the rate at which her body was being damaged. The Naga's face showed fear as she roared, "No, it's impossible. You can't be human. How could such a weak race produce a powerhouse like you? Answer me, are you of the divine race? We can negotiate, I can be your servant." God. Lin Chen did not answer the Naga. His racial identity was indeed difficult to define. His attribute panel clearly stated that he was a hybrid of Kryptonian and mutant. Even considering science and the three major legacies, none could be counted as pure humans. He simply continued to pummel the Naga, and she finally could not withstand it any longer, turning to fly into the air to escape. But she was caught in a web shot by Abu, who had secretly returned to the battlefield and fell to the ground. At that moment, the Naga no longer resembled a noble deity. Her curvaceous body was covered in blood, her hair was disheveled, her gaze was vacant, and her repeated regeneration had exhausted her stamina. With no ghouls around to absorb RC cells for replenishment, the Naga was pushed to the brink of exhaustion. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness as she bared her sharp fangs, cursing Lin Chen with the most venomous words. "Damn it! I plotted for hundreds of years, only to be defeated by you. Do you think you've won? No, the whole world has been tainted by me, and all humans will become ghouls. I am immortal, while you will continue to age with time. When I return, it will be your death. Wait for me to age? I fear you won't. See that day." Lin Chen had already thought of how to completely bind the Naga before the battle, preventing her from regenerating. He stepped forward, severing the Naga's limbs, and with a punch shattered her chest cavity, condensing a fist-sized energy ball within her body. Lin Chen said expressionlessly, "Explode." Boom! The Naga's body burst from the inside, leaving only a head, which rolled on the ground. With a look of unwillingness, Lin Chen threw out a few small energy balls, destroying the Naga's remaining limbs. He lifted the Naga's only remaining head with one hand, and a red aura surged down like a tide, quickly enveloping the Naga's head like a cage. Lin Chen raised the Naga's head, staring coldly into her vertical eye. "Next, I will slowly crush you. If you can't escape, then die." The chaotic robe gradually tightened, and the Naga's head was completely compressed by Lin Chen, finally turning into nothingness with a bang. In the chaotic robe, only a golden orb remained, emitting a soft and stable glow. Lin Chen held the orb in his palm, and suddenly, golden light intertwined before him, popping up a line of prompts. Artifact: 8 parts Heavenly Dragon, Naga Divine Dragon Orb can be taken out of the illusion. Holder can gain control over wind and rain elements. After absorption, can obtain the divine status of 8 parts Heavenly Dragon. Note: after absorption, there is a certain chance of being reborn through the Naga's body. Please use with caution. Wasn't it said that all items in the illusion cannot be taken out? What is this dragon orb? Lin Chen tossed the orb up and down, momentarily unsure how to use it. With his inheritance, he couldn't use this orb at all, but it could be given to Mei Yajing. Little Mei's inheritance is Storm Girl, and combined with this orb, her strength would definitely see a significant increase. It's just that the possibility of being reborn through the Naga after absorption is somewhat concerning. But as long as he doesn't absorb it, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After dealing with the Naga, Lin Chen turned his cold gaze towards Kane Akihiro. With the dragon orb in his hand, he was sure the Naga was already dead. But if the Naga was not dead, this black-haired man before him would be her best host. Kane Akihiro was a researcher, lacking combat ability, otherwise he would have come to help the Naga and Lin Chen fight earlier. He felt the immense vitality within him gradually dissipating with the Naga's death, his black hair slowly turning white and his smooth cheeks instantly filled with wrinkles. Dr. Kane shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. He never expected that the progenitor Naga would be killed by a human. Lin Chen approached, feeling that the elderly man before him looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who this old man was. "Who are you, and why were you with the Naga? You were quite young just now. How did you suddenly become so old?" Kane Akihiro pulled a handgun from his shirt pocket and pressed it against his temple, his face filled with determination. "I am Kane Akihiro. I don't know who you are or where you got this terrifying power, but you have destroyed the future of a world," he shouted in a chant-like tone. "RC cells are the future of world evolution. Through RC cells, the disabled can regenerate, the dead can be revived, and you have fundamentally obstructed the beautiful future of humanity. You are a sinner of human civilization. I am not your opponent, but I will defend my ideals with my life. Progenitor, I come to follow you." With a crisp sound, a blood hole appeared in Kane Akihiro's temple, the bullet entering his left temple and exiting his right. Lin Chen quietly watched, not stopping his act of suicide. Kane Akihiro, a research fanatic in the world of ghouls, initially studied RC cells.
to resurrect his mother but gradually went astray, becoming trapped in ghoul body modification. The birth of Ken Kaneki was orchestrated by him and Yuta. With his death, all grievances in the world of ghouls have come to an end. The illusion is about to end early. The contractor. Kill the divine beings, prevent the timeline from deteriorating further, receive the reward of the contract of time, and return. With a countdown of 199, the familiar clearing screen appeared, and Lin Chen transformed into a steel body form, bare-chested, holding the head of a naga, the scene appearing in the minds of many contractors. Blue Star. At Lin Chen's home, Tianzing suddenly received a line of information. Help me check the identity information of this Wan Ling. I always feel something is off about her. During the waiting period for their return, Mei Yajing's team from the imperial capital miraculously met up with the 4-member team from the United University. Little Mei had come straight after following the direction Lin Chen and Abu had left. The United University team relied on Su Yang, who had no combat power, as a human detector to sense Lin Chen's life force, which was as overwhelming as a star. The 4 of them, thinking that even if they couldn't gain any advantage, it would be good to get familiar with the big shot, along with Qin Xian's strong desire to see Lin Chen, ultimately decided to follow. When the 9 of them arrived, they saw the ground littered with the remains of ghouls. A massive pit, and Lin Chen, who was enjoying the sunlight with his eyes closed. Combining the scenes from the illusion they had just witnessed, they had already filled in the details of the battle in their minds. Lin Chen had single-handedly fought against the ghoul army, killing them all, and casually dealt with the so-called divine dragon, earning another time contract. Even Mei Yajing, who knew Lin Chen's true identity, was completely shocked at this moment. Is this something a human can do? Little Lin is a bit too strong. Sensing that someone had arrived, Lin Chen opened his eyes and told the Imperial Capital team and the United University team that the remains of the ghouls scattered everywhere were free talent points, and while there was still time, they should kill as many as they could. The talent points he had already obtained had reached the limit of the second illusion, so killing more didn't hold much significance. The crowd was ecstatic. The few infatuated girls from the Imperial Capital team exchanged glances with Mei Yajing, clearly implying, "So, what do you think? Following us was the right choice, right? He bullied you, so he should at least give us some compensation." The members of the United University team also had flushed faces, their hearts racing. Each ghoul was worth 20 talent points, which meant 2 points of free attributes. The ground was covered in attribute points, so what were they waiting for? They quickly started collecting heads. It was indeed the right choice to come and mooch off the big shot. Even if he casually drops some monsters for us, it's enough for our team to be well fed. While everyone was focused on killing the ghouls, Lin Chen took the opportunity to grab Little Mei and handed her the Naga Dragon Pearl, repeatedly reminding her, "You can turn the Dragon Pearl into a pendant when you go back, but don't ever try to absorb it." Little Mei looked at the golden Naga Dragon Pearl he handed her, curious as she accepted it. In fact, she didn't need his special reminder. As a contractor, she could also see the item prompts given by the illusion. The moment she touched the Naga Dragon Pearl, her eyes widened in shock, glancing between the pearl in her hand and Lin Chen. A divine artifact. You actually obtained a divine artifact in the second illusion. The second illusion can produce divine artifacts. How is that possible? Oh my god. Am I dreaming? Little Mei discreetly glanced at Lin Chen's bare, muscular torso, his well-defined muscles making her unable to look directly at him. Since their parting in Humping City 2 months ago, Little Lin had changed a lot. Not only had his strength improved, but his physique and appearance had also gotten better. Little Mei, you need to work hard. Don't let Little Lin pull too far ahead. The existence of the divine artifact might be unclear to others, but as a special student of the Imperial Capital University, she had heard her teacher mention it in a small class. The illusion class at the Imperial Capital University not only had advanced equipment but also had a much stronger faculty compared to other universities. The teachers who usually taught them were contractors of over 50 levels like Shiraichin. Occasionally, contractors of levels 60 or 70 would come to the Imperial Capital University to give lectures, aiming to attract outstanding talents to join their organizations after graduation. Therefore, students at the Imperial Capital University, regardless of their strength, had a much higher perspective compared to contractors from other universities. Teacher Sure had once briefly mentioned in class that not all items in the illusion were impossible to take out. There are several types of items that, once obtained, can be brought back to Blue Star. They are, respectively, soulbound items, divine artifacts, and sacred objects. Xiao Mei clearly remembers asking Teacher Sure what circumstances would allow one to obtain these 3 types of items. Teacher Sure smiled and shook his head, looking at a few proud disciples in the audience. Teacher, I have already conquered the 23rd illusion, yet I haven't obtained any of these items. As far as I know, even the lowest level soulbound item is worth at least 1 billion. The year before last, An item from the world of the undead was sold at an international auction called the Shallow Strike, which is a soulbound item, and it sold for $540 million US dollars. 540 million, and in US dollars. Xiaomei almost bit her tongue at that moment. Although her family was well off, after coming to the capital for university, her monthly living expenses were only 80,000 huagua coins. A fortune in the billions is something her family could possibly scrape together with great effort, but it would be a significant strain. Even if her father mortgaged all their assets, he probably couldn't come up with that much money. Sure, Ai Qin was very pleased with the expressions of her beloved students in the classroom, and she smiled as she said, "So now you understand why, despite the dangers of the illusions and the constant threat to life, everyone is eager to become a contractor. Once a contractor reaches a high level, their daily expenses can equal what an ordinary person earns in a lifetime. Just the soulbound items can fetch a high price of 540 million US dollars. Now, the dragon pearl that Shaolin gave her is a divine artifact. Although there are some risks, its level is here, so how much could it sell for? Selling her might not even cover the value of this dragon pearl." Xiaomei wanted to return the Naga dragon pearl to Lin Chen, but she was also reluctant. This Naga dragon pearl matched perfectly with her contracted hero. The Naga dragon pearl can grant the holder the ability to control wind and rain. Combined with her dual talents of storm and lightning, her strength would increase exponentially. The storm ability is already possessed by the storm girl she contracted, and obtaining the dragon pearl would greatly enhance her ability to control storms. The significance of rain to her is even more extraordinary. Imagine the future battle scenes. In the face of a large number of enemies, it would first rain heavily, followed by lightning strikes. Rain can conduct electricity, and under the bombardment of lightning, enemies would lose their combat capabilities over a wide area. The Naga Dragon Pearl transformed her lightning ability from a single target attack into an area attack. With this dragon pearl, Xiaomei's future path in the illusion would be faster and farther. Xiaomei held the golden dragon pearl in her hand, biting her red lip. Although she was reluctant, she still handed the dragon pearl back to Lin Chen. "No, this thing is too precious, I can't take it." Lin Chen extended his finger, gently tapping Xiaomei's delicate nose, and smiled. "Take it, this thing is useless to me. Given our relationship, don't worry about these external possessions. Once we leave the illusion, it will be troublesome if I want to give it to you later. Don't forget, you're not alone. You need to become stronger quickly to ensure your teammates survive." Contractors returned directly to the teleportation point they entered when leaving the illusion. To see her again, Lin Chen would have to travel over 1,000 kilometers to the capital. Xiaomei hesitated for a moment. If she could have the Dragon Pearl as the main output of the team, their self-defense and killing capabilities would greatly improve. Finally, she nodded and said softly, "Then let me keep it for now. This item is valuable. I will, when I have money." In the second illusion, Lin Chen's strength surged, having created the Qi-gathering bomb and Qi-gathering fist, awakening the Chaos Robe and Iron Body. His combat power increased dozens of times. He saw Xiaomei far away in the capital again. He was in a great mood now, leaning closer to Xiaomei, sealing her red lips with his finger, and whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, chuckling softly. "In my opinion, its value is less than 1/10,000th of yours. If you really want to return it, then later you can." Lin Chen's words were not finished, but the meaning was very clear. When Xiaomei heard Lin Chen's teasing words, she immediately couldn't hold back, opening her red lips, unsure of what to say. Her face was flushed. "Little Lin, you've learned to be bad, daring to tease me." She widened her distinct almond-shaped eyes and secretly glanced at Lin Chen, her face already adorned with two rosy clouds. At that moment, the countdown ended, and everyone transformed into flowing light, soaring into the sky to return to Blue Star. As the greatest contributor to this illusion, Lin Chen, the recipient of the time contract, did not return immediately. Just like at the end of the first illusion, he was left alone in the time-space hall by the golden light sphere. Before him, the golden light sphere slowly rotated, emitting a soft and stable glow, and a deep yet gentle voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Contractor Lin Chen, you have corrected the timeline of the second illusion. As a reward, you will receive the time contract and 200 time-space points. Additionally, you can choose one from the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. Gain 400 talent points. Reward 2. Obtain the special product of the second illusion, the He Bag, which can be implanted into yourself or your pet, extending the Heezy that possesses transformation abilities. Reward 3. Obtain the Servant Naga Serpent Spirit, which will be suppressed on Blue Star and can only exert 1% of its strength, but will regain its original strength upon entering the illusion." Lin Chen was not surprised. The clearing reward for the first illusion was also a choice of 3 talent points, special products, or servants/pets. Talent points, in his view, were not very significant. With the strength prompt, the physique value he gained from daily weight training had reached 2 points. If he could further increase the weight value, the growth of his physique value from daily weight training would be even faster. The special product of the second illusion, the he bag, was worth considering, but it definitely wasn't meant to be implanted in his own body. The Heezy, as a biological weapon, was not worthy of Lin Chen's 3 great inheritances. Lin Chen considered using it on Abu to enhance Abu's combat power. When Lin Chen sat on Abu's back, he noticed that it had already mutated somewhat due to consuming a large amount of RC cells. 8. Protrusions appeared on its back, resembling abdominal muscles suspected to be he bags, but through communication with Abu, Lin Chen knew that there was still a long way to go to form a he bag. Given Abu's size, it would need to eat tens of thousands of ghouls or jaw monsters to possibly grow a he bag on its own. The servant Naga serpent spirit was even less helpful to Lin Chen. His strength was rapidly increasing, and even if he got a combat-type servant like Naga, it could only be kept as a pet snake. Having a spider and a snake at home felt a bit strange. With a clever spider like Abu as a pet, Lin Chen felt it was already enough. Did he really want to ride a snake? Forget it, he didn't want to be a grass python hero. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, I choose reward 2, to implant the e-bag into my pet Abu. A beam of light shot from the golden light sphere onto Abu, and a few seconds later, the golden light sphere gradually became invisible. Reward distribution complete. Contractor Lin Chen, thank you for your efforts, and we look forward to seeing you next time. The scenery before Lin Chen changed, and he had returned to Blue Star. To his surprise, his physique enhancement did not immediately disappear but slowly began to decline. Affected by red giant star radiation, physique enhancement 900%. Affected by red giant star radiation, physique enhancement 800%. It seemed that if he stayed in the illusion long enough and his physique attribute was high enough, even after returning to the red giant star illusion on Blue Star, he could maintain his superhuman form for a while. The duration depended on how long he stayed in the yellow star radiation environment. Going to the yellow star environment to recharge and returning to the blue star red giant environment to discharge, Lin Chen suddenly felt like a humanoid solar battery, giving selflessly without counting the cost. He was about to head home when a sparrow flew in front of him, landing on his head and pretending to preen its feathers. It opened its mouth and made a tinkling sound. Son, you finally came back. Many people have come to the house, and Dushin brought his son Tianzang too. What on earth did you do in the illusion? So many people showing up at once? Mom, I found a chance to pass on a message to you. I've already informed your father and younger siblings not to come back for now, but that's not a long-term solution. Think of a strategy before you return. Du Jiangnan is very powerful, I can't handle him. Huh, when did Mom learn to do this? Lin Chen, as the master of the source of chaos, could sense that this sparrow was a complete magical creature. When did Mom become capable of directly creating magical beings? He didn't have time to ponder the issue of Wanda's strength and stopped in his tracks, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Du Xin's name is Du Jiangnan? He brought his son Tianzang? How come I never heard he had a son? As one of the 2 divine-level contractors in Huagua, Du Xin was well known, yet there had never been any official report of him having a son. Lin Chen knew that his high-profile conquest of the illusion would eventually attract attention. He had previously learned from visits to several major organizations that there was a complete mechanism in place to identify contractors' actions in the illusion and the number of monsters killed. That's why he had asked the Golden Orb of Light to help him create a new identity, just to deal with situations like today. However, Du Jiangnan's arrival was indeed unexpected. Although he had accomplished feats in the first and second illusions that no one had ever completed before, it made no sense for a low-level illusion to attract a divine-level contractor in person. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen had a vague suspicion. Du Jiangnan's arrival was likely related to the contract of time. For contractors at his level, the conquests of the first and second illusions, while precious, were no longer taken seriously by Du Jiangnan. The only thing that could draw Du Jiangnan's presence was the contract of time, this divine-level entry ticket. But Du Jiangnan's son Tianzang was an even greater surprise. These two had become variables outside Lin Chen's calculations, making him somewhat troubled. Throughout his life, relying on his exceptional mental strength and intelligence, he had been able to easily see through the ins and outs of every matter and find the most advantageous execution plan for himself. After a moment of thought, facing the uncontrollable variables, the most favorable resolution plan at the moment was, he arrived at a roadside convenience store, made a few calls using facial recognition, and then strode home. He bore the lives of his entire family on his shoulders. Always unable to grow up like a child, Lin Riwan, his silly and adorable younger siblings, called him Big Pot every day. These were his most precious treasures in this world, and he could not afford to lose them. For him, the battle had just begun. Lin Chen murmured to himself, Du Jiangnan, let me see what kind of medicine you're selling in that gourd. Meanwhile, other contractors had also returned to Blue Star. Xiaomei stood on the playground of the Imperial Capital University, her head spinning. Everything that had happened in the second illusion felt like a dream so beautiful that she didn't want to wake up. Only the Naga dragon pearl in her palm could tell her that everything had truly happened. Xiaomei took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She knew the existence of the divine artifact dragon pearl was of great importance and couldn't easily let others know. It had to be kept close. At that moment, behind her came Song Mengxin's sour tone. Imitating Lin Shen's voice, she said in a deep, resonant tone, "Xiaomei, in my heart, its value is less than 1/10,000th of yours. If you really want to repay me, just give me your person back in the future." Han Qing made a clicking sound. Still saying nothing happened. "Xiaomei, I can't tell. Among us, you're the most capable one." Quietly capturing the heart of the strongest rookie king and maybe even his body, Zhang Rongrong leaned in with her big face. "I'm quite curious, what position did you use in the small forest? It actually took 3 minutes. Position?" Xiaomei gritted her teeth, stuffed the Naga dragon pearl into her swollen chest pocket, and turned to pounce on a few friends, causing several girls to scream and scatter in all directions. "Stop, don't run, I'll tear your mouths apart, you flirty little hooves." As the contractors returned to Blue Star, the data screen of the Illusion Management Bureau finally stopped changing, ultimately freezing on a state that left everyone feeling incredulous. The hall was silent, and everyone felt as if they were experiencing a hallucination. The green background with white text on the data screen displayed a full screen of 0 points. Only the top 4 had received kill points, and the disparity in their scores was absurdly vast. According to the current data monitoring results, this second illusion had set several records. The first record, the highest kill points ever recorded in the second illusion, with the first place going to the question mark contractor, Lin Chen's data avatar, Zod Maximoff Shuyang. He compressed the Naga into a Dragon Ball using the Chaos Robe and then earned another 100,000 kill points. In the end, Shuyang amassed over 1,200,000 kill points, dominating the scene, a score no contractor had ever reached since the beginning of time. The second record, the highest number of teams with 0 kill points ever recorded, meaning that most contractor teams spent the entire time doing nothing. In the past, teams with 0 kill points were often dubbed salty fish teams. However, one couldn't really blame these salty fish. They were all initially deployed to the CCG headquarters and spent most of their time traveling. Finally, when they had the chance to deal damage to the dying Naga, it seemed brutal, but the effect was 0, as the Naga had already slipped away and resurrected in Tokyo. The third record, the fewest contractor deaths ever recorded, with only a dozen contractors reported dead. In this illusion, Lin Chen handled almost everything himself. He first killed ghouls in Tokyo, then went to Mount Fuji to slaughter the tooth monster, luring the divine dragon out of the volcano and beating it to death. Finally, he intercepted the ghoul and tooth monster forces halfway, sending them to their demise with a super energy bomb, and he exhausted the Naga to death with his magic and physical immunity. Only in the end did the United Nations team and the Maya Jing team from Imperial University manage to collect a few heads. All the work was done by Lin Chen. The contractors always arrived too late. Even if there were dangers, they had long been dealt with by Lin Chen, so it was normal that not many people died. The 4 unfortunate souls did not die in battle but were instead suppressed by the Naga's divine might on Mount Fuji and were eaten alive. At that time, Lin Chen was trapped by the Naga's divine grace, unable to save them in time during the crucial moment of activating the Seed of Chaos. Qin Jianhua wearily rubbed his forehead and sighed. It was truly a sight to behold. This batch of contractors seemed particularly adept at causing trouble, with each illusion more absurd than the last. The second illusion was absurd to the point of being ridiculous. The data before him made it really hard to guess what had actually happened in the second illusion and which world it had been. However, it was fortunate that the contractors had safely returned, and it was believed that they would soon receive first-hand information about this illusion. The true identities of the 2 mysterious question mark contractors should also come to light. "Kid, causing me so much trouble. Once I find out who you are, I will definitely reward you heavily." Such a genius contractor, averaging 10,000 output points, has never appeared since the beginning of contractors. If the rookie king is indeed a contractor from Huagua, Director Qin would treasure him, afraid he might melt in his hands, so how could he bear to punish him? The heads of the 3 major civilian contractor organizations, seeing the dust settle on the second illusion, all made excuses and hurriedly took their leave. As soon as they stepped out of the venue, they took out their phones and called the special personnel currently at Lin Chen's home. "Has Lin Chen returned?" The response from the other side made them suddenly stop in their tracks, frowning. "What? Dushin has also arrived? What is he going to do?" Lin Chen arrived at the door, knocked, and the door opened to reveal Wan Ling's familiar face. Lin Chen wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but it seemed like his mom looked a bit younger. When Wan Ling saw that it was Lin Chen returning, she subtly glanced at the room with a slight curl of her lips. Lin Chen understood.
Her meaning, there are a bunch of people inside, are you ready? He nodded slightly and made an okay gesture with his right hand. Wan Ling immediately felt relieved. She always trusted her eldest son to handle things. Wan Ling broke into a radiant smile and said loudly, "Son, you're finally back. How was the illusion this time? Did you achieve good results?" Lin Chen replied with a smile, following the lines he had already designed in his mind. "Mom, you still don't trust my strength? This time I ran into that strong opponent again and gained quite a bit." "Oh, that's good. Come in quickly, there are many people at home waiting for you." "Waiting for me? For what?" The mother and son had lived together for decades, performing their roles with perfect tacit understanding, without revealing a single flaw. As Lin Chen stepped into the living room, he was taken aback. Although he had received a warning from Wan Ling before returning home and had some mental preparation, he still couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw the small living room packed with people. Among them, 7 he recognized. After the last first-level illusion ended, these people had come for a home visit. There were Xue Dians from the mountain and sea martial arts, and his elegant secretary, the golden-haired, blue-eyed recruitment personnel from the City of Holy Angels, Jenny, and her black-haired, Busta secretary. 3 recruitment personnel from the Apocalypse Sanctuary were also sitting in the living room. When everyone saw the main character finally return, their eyes lit up and they all gathered around Lin Chen, eager to speak. "Lin Chen, congratulations on your safe return. We from Mountain and Sea Martial Arts, we from the City of Holy Angels, offer an annual scholarship of 2 million and want to sign a training agreement with you. We from the Apocalypse Sanctuary reward you with a luxurious apartment in Anping City if you can join the Apocalypse Sanctuary after graduation. This apartment will immediately be registered in your name." For a moment, the living room resembled a bustling market, with everyone talking at once, and Lin Chen felt overwhelmed, making a pause gesture. "Stop. One at a time, don't rush." At that moment, a gentle and soft voice sounded behind Lin Chen. "Everyone, could you let me have a private chat with Lin Chen first?" A middle-aged man in an exquisite suit stepped out from Lin Chen's bedroom. His eyes had no pupils, and his entire body was platinum-colored, smiling as he quietly looked at Lin Chen. Beside him stood a short-haired boy, head bowed, his short hair covering his eyes, standing like a servant beside the man, motionless. Lin Chen recognized these two. They should be Du Xin and his son. He raised his head and exchanged a glance with Du Xin, feeling as if Du Xin could see through everything about him. He felt as exposed as if he were naked, with Abu hidden in his thick black hair, tightly curled up. Du Xin's lips curled slightly, apologetically saying, "There really wasn't any space in the living room, so I waited on the balcony with Tian for a while. I apologize for entering your bedroom without your permission." Lin Chen shook his head, indicating it was fine, feeling a bit surprised inside. Previously, he had seen photos of Du Xin online, but they all had blue skin, while the middle-aged man in front of him, aside from his unusual eyes, had skin that looked normal. Lin Chen hesitated and asked, "Are you Du Xin?" Du Jiangnan explained with a smile. "Classmate Lin Chen should have seen some reports about me. Those blue-skinned Du Jiangnans are actually my avatars. This appearance is my true self, so there's no need to call me Du Xin, just call me Du Jiangnan." Avatars? Lin Chen's heart grew increasingly vigilant. He had known for a long time that the hero Du Jiangnan had contracted was likely Dr. Manhattan from the DC Universe. Dr. Manhattan, one of the powerhouses in the DC Universe, is one of the few super beings who can stroll on stars like Superman. He possesses a powerful quantum field that allows him to decompose and reassemble himself, reaching the realm of non-materiality. But these are not all of Dr. Manhattan's abilities. At his peak, Dr. Manhattan was nearly omniscient and omnipotent, revered by humanity as a god. He could foresee the future, perceive the past, and had an intimate understanding of everything in the universe. There were even rumors that at his peak, Dr. Manhattan was actually a four-dimensional being, able to traverse the river of time freely. The ordinary form of the Bronze Superman was no match for peak Dr. Manhattan. However, if Superman were to ascend to Silver Superman or Golden Supreme Superman or other forms, he should be able to overpower Dr. Manhattan. In Lin Chen's understanding, Dr. Manhattan belongs to the type of hero whose upper limits are visible, while Superman belongs to the type whose lower limits are visible. Of course, the Du Jiangnan Du Xin before him had certainly not reached the level of a four-dimensional being. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to ask Lin Chen anything. Everything happening on Blue Star would be a complete mystery to him. Lin Chen quickly reviewed Dr. Manhattan's abilities in his mind, then turned his gaze to the boy beside him and politely inquired, "Who is this?" Du Jiangnan glanced at Tian Song, who stood silently beside him like a punching bag, and introduced him with a smile. "This is my son, Tian Song." A hint of confusion flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He had never heard of Du Xin having a son, especially one this age, as the boy seemed to be about the same age as him. At that time, Du Jiangnan should have just successfully contracted and wouldn't have had the energy to raise a child. He continued to ask, "So should I call you Du Tian Song?" The boy named Tian Sung suddenly looked up, his almost transparent brown-black eyes staring at Lin Chen, devoid of any human emotion, cold and cruel. "No, I'm just Tian Sung, not Du." Something was off. Lin Chen instinctively sensed the boy's abnormality. He quietly opened his true vision and was immediately shocked. The boy named Tian Song had no thread of fate connecting him to Lin Chen. It should be noted that even the goddess Naga who had died and come back to life could not sever her bond with him. The strongest divine contract holder on Blue Star, Du Jiangnan, had a clear thread of fate connecting him to Lin Chen. How had this boy named Tian Song managed to do that? Indeed, neither of these father and son were easy to deal with. To make a long story short, the exchange between the two parties happened in an instant. Lin Chen concealed all his doubts and smiled as he invited the two. "Let's talk inside." He then turned back to the few special invitees waiting in the living room and apologized. "Sorry, everyone, we should be finishing up soon. Please wait a little longer." Everyone expressed that it was no problem, they could wait. What a joke! If Dushan wanted to prioritize who would dare to chat before him, they must be tired of living. The three stood in Lin Chen's bedroom. After a moment of contemplation, Dushan asked directly, "Lin Chen, do you have the contract of time in your hands? Or rather, is that question mark contractor you?" Lin Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had considered that Du Jiangnan might ask him about the contract of time and his identity in the illusion. But he didn't expect this guy to be so direct, completely changing from his previously polite demeanor and going straight to the point. Fortunately, Lin Chen had rehearsed dozens of times in his mind before returning home. He didn't rush to answer immediately. Instead, he smiled self-deprecatingly. "Du Shen, I also hope to obtain a contract of time, but unfortunately, I am not that strongest rookie king. I do know him, I've crossed paths with him in both illusions," Tian Sung said quietly from the side. "Then how do you explain that after the first illusion ended, the net-style investigation by the three major contractor organizations all conveniently overlooked you?" Lin Chen spread his hands helplessly. "You should have checked the information. The hero I contracted during the ceremony is the F-class low-level warrior, Sun Wukong. They think my contracted hero is too weak and lacks potential for development, so they are unwilling to waste time on me. This question shouldn't be directed at me, right?" Tian Song continued with a blank expression. "Well, even if what you said makes sense, don't forget that every contractor's life magnetic field is unique. Now, as long as I input your life magnetic field into the system, whether you are that mysterious contractor will soon be revealed." Lin Chen sneered. It turned out that Du Jiangnan brought his son just to have a mouthpiece. Some things he couldn't say, so he let Tian Song say them. Lin Chen said loudly, "It's strange. Even if I am that mysterious contractor, there's no need to interrogate me like a criminal, right? What crime have I committed?" Outside the room, those who heard the intense argument erupting from Lin Chen's bedroom exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Wan Ling walked over and knocked on the door, asking softly, "Lin Chen, what happened? Talk nicely with Du Xin. Is there anything that can't be said properly?" Du Xin pressed his hands down, signaling Tian Song to be quiet, and showed an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Lin Chen, my son has a solitary personality and may have offended you with his words. How about this, Lin Chen, if it's convenient for you, come with me to input your information into the system as compensation. This shallow blade will be a gift for you. This item was obtained by me in a certain illusion. It was sold at an auction last year for a considerable price." Du Shen's palm flashed with blue light, revealing a black, unsharpened short knife. Lin Chen picked it up, and a prompt box immediately popped up before him. Soulbound item, name, shallow blade, status, uninitiated. The prompt was very short, only 11 words, but Lin Chen's heart raced. Shallow blade, uninitiated. Just from these 2 words, he could conclude that this unremarkable unsharpened short blade came from the world of the Grim Reaper. So, what Du Shen casually gave him was actually the prototype of the soul-cutting blade from the world of the Grim Reaper, the shallow blade. With his understanding of the soul-cutting blade and the Grim Reaper system, after obtaining this shallow blade, as long as he continuously communicated and infused it with his soul and beliefs, he should be able to liberate it and upgrade it to a soul-cutting blade. At that time, when encountering a great hollow or a monster in a soul state, he could easily send it back to the afterlife with a single strike. No, he couldn't accept it. Such a precious item, Du Jiangnan casually giving it to him, must have ulterior motives. Lin Chen forced himself to calm down, expressionless as he retracted his right hand. "What is a soulbound item? Why have I never heard of it before?" Du Jiangnan smiled, looking into Lin Chen's eyes, and said lightly, "Lin Chen, you haven't joined the extraordinary organization, so there are some things you don't quite understand. Some items in illusions can be taken out, like soulbound items, like divine artifacts, like the contract of time." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. Oh, can the contract of time be traded like this? If it could be traded, under the premise of ensuring his family's identity safety, he might consider selling one to Du Jiangnan. Du Jiangnan was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No, the contract of time cannot be traded, but it can be transferred through certain means. As Du Jiangnan's voice fell, Lin Chen's vision was filled with a phantom prompt that only he could see. Unlike the usual white font, this time the text was dark red, filled with a sense of warning. The contract of time is a reward for time and space. Any form of transfer between contractors is prohibited. If illegal transactions occur, the holder of the contract of time will be stripped of their contractor status. Lin Chen's heart suddenly tightened. Stripped of contractor status? Is the consequence that severe? What exactly is the contract of time? But Lin Chen could no longer ask Du Jiangnan such questions, otherwise he would surely be detected as abnormal. If you don't have the contract of time, why would you care about its use? Fortunately, before entering the ghoul world, Lin Chen had already made preparations for possible situations, creating a data avatar. However, the golden orb in the time-space hall was an existence so supreme that even peeking would cause harm. Lin Chen believed that even if Dr. Manhattan himself were present, it would be impossible for him to see through the transaction he had made with the golden orb. Lin Chen shook his head with a look of regret. It's a pity. If I had the contract of time, I would definitely be willing to trade with you, Du God. Unfortunately, I don't have it. Du Jiangnan's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, no worries. If Lin Chen isn't that new king, then this shallow strike can be considered a meeting gift for you. Lin Chen did not take the shallow strike. The belongings of the strongest in Huagua were not so easily taken. Having taken advantage of him today, he would surely return it tenfold in the future. Lin Chen waved his hand. No reward without merit. I don't know why Du God and the few in the living room would mistake me for the new king who created the illusion kill record. However, since you are interested in my identity, I can go with you, Du God, to have my identity information recorded in the official database. Without waiting for Du Jiangnan to speak, Lin Chen opened the door and addressed the few in the living room. Frankly, everyone, I understand your intentions. You all think I am that new king who continuously breaks records, but I am really not him. I have already promised Du God that I will go for life information collection soon. Lin Chen's words left the few in the living room momentarily stunned. When they received instructions from above to ensure Lin Chen's signing, they had already had a vague suspicion that Lin Chen was likely that new king. Although they didn't know how he had changed his appearance. As a contractor, changing one's appearance was not a difficult task. In the Book of Contracts, there was an B-class female hero, the shapeshifter, who could change her appearance at will, even changing gender with ease. Hearing Lin Chen say this, their eyes were filled with confusion. Could it be that he really isn't the strongest new king? Then what is the purpose of the higher-ups insisting we sign him at all costs? Seeing Lin Chen so calm, could it be that he really isn't? Lin Chen looked at the bewildered expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but chuckle. Everyone, if I were the new king, why would I hide my identity? You all have seen my family conditions, isn't it good to win a generous scholarship and help improve my family's living situation? This statement struck like a heavy blow, completely shattering the confidence of the special recruitment personnel. They all found an excuse to step outside and called the person in charge far away in the capital. Original Dao Master, Lin Chen is going to have his identity information recorded. He says he is not that person. Could it be that you made a mistake? Miss Wu, I think our intelligence might be wrong. Mr. Tang, where did you get this information? Even Du Jiangnan suddenly glanced at Tian Song. Tian Song widened his eyes, showing an innocent expression. His meaning was also very clear. Old man, I'm just telling you that Lin Chen is the most suspicious one, with a probability of 90%, but I never said it was definitely him, Du Jiangnan said with a calm smile. Since that's the case, then let's trouble classmate Lin Chen to accompany us to the Illusion Management Bureau. Sure. Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Du Jiangnan's statement indicated that he had begun to doubt whether Lin Chen was the new king. Although Du Jiangnan had always appeared very kind, Lin Chen felt a lingering sense of crisis within. Lin Chen believed that Du Jiangnan, who could become the strongest contractor in Huagua and hold absolute power, was definitely the type of person who would not give up until he achieved his goals, also known as a fanatic. If his identity were clear, he could handle it calmly. Unfortunately, his entire family was involved in the illusions, and any slip-up would lead to unimaginable consequences. As Lin Chen reached the door and opened it, a cacophony of noise immediately erupted. Everyone step aside, I want to be the first to interview God Do. Don't all rush, we should respect the order of arrival, right? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Here came his second backup plan. Right now, Lin Chen's only 2 points of reliance were, first, the deal he made with the Golden Orb, which created a data avatar for him, fundamentally clearing his relationship with the new king. But that alone was still not enough. Some people suspect you without needing evidence. If they think you are, then you are.
It's about the mindset of those who say, I think so, not what you think. After Du Jiangnan investigates all the suspects, he will definitely grow suspicious of him again, and when he comes back, it won't be as polite as today. So Lin Chen seized on Du Jiangnan's human weakness. Du Jiangnan was always maintaining his glorious and imposing image. The real doctor. Manhattan was a man who often roamed around naked, not caring about others' opinions at all. But Du Jiangnan, who had contracted Dr. Manhattan, always appeared in a suit, impeccably dressed, with no dark history whatsoever. Thus, Lin Chen concluded that he must be extremely concerned about his reputation. As long as he could make it known that Du Jiangnan came to him seeking the contract of time, he would be safe for a short period. Give him a year, maybe half a year. Even if he might still not be Du Jiangnan's match, he would no longer be a small ant at his mercy. Even if Du Jiangnan wanted to swallow him whole, he would have to lose a few teeth. Lin Chen anonymously called several local media outlets, and then used his illusion ability to erase the convenience store owner's memory. This was all to attract a large number of media reporters to report on Du Jiangnan's visit to his home. Only by placing himself in the spotlight could he avoid being swallowed by darkness. After doing all this, Lin Chen felt he might have been a bit overly cautious. Perhaps Du Jiangnan didn't want the contract of time that desperately, but when it involved the safety of his family, no amount of caution was too much. Lin Chen turned back to call Du Jiangnan. God Du, there are many reporters who want to interview you. Is God Du really here? The reporters went wild, rushing into Lin Chen's home. By the time Du Jiangnan wanted to teleport away, it was already too late. He could only force a smile to deal with the frenzied reporters. A figure of God Du's caliber actually came to a little-known contractor's home in central Huagua. What on earth was he here for? Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Du Jiangnan finally shook off the reporters and got into the special car. Under Lin Chen's intentional or unintentional guidance, soon the terms Dushen, Lin Chen, and newcomer king would flood the headlines of major media outlets. Everyone would soon know that Du Jiangnan actually suspected Lin Chen, that F-class low-level warrior contractor, was the newcomer king of the first illusion. Placing himself under the spotlight to attract the attention of all sectors of society was Lin Chen's grand strategy. At this moment, even with Dushen's mental strength, dealing with these crazy reporters felt inexplicably tiring. He closed his eyes and faintly instructed Tian Sun, "Help me find out who leaked the information." Tian Sun's pupils flashed with a hint of blue light, and after a moment he shook his head. Several calls were made from a small convenience store on the roadside in Anping City. Because the phone lines are old, they are analog signals, and it is currently impossible to determine who it is. Do you need to investigate the surveillance footage of the surrounding blocks? The data volume is too large, it may take some time. Hearing their conversation, Lin Chen's heart suddenly jolted. The boy named Tian Sun was actually able to find out where he made the call in less than a second? What kind of ability was this? Data control? What was the extent of his abilities? Could he access all phone records in Huagua? Or could he access all data records? If he had such an ability, his family's black household status should be impossible to hide from him. Why did the boy not expose his identity? What was his purpose? The boy had no threat of fate. What exactly was he? Could it be that because Wan Ling's strength had somewhat recovered, she repaired the loopholes left from years ago while he was in the second illusion? For a moment, Lin Chen's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The abilities of contractors were all strange and varied. Indeed, the people Du Shen brought were not ordinary. Du Jiangnan opened his eyes, looking at Lin Chen with a half-smile, and instructed the driver. Then forget it, drive on. The vehicle slowly started, and Du Jiangnan looked out at the lush banyan trees by the roadside, his eyes filled with emotion. Anping City is very similar to my hometown. After so many years, I can still see my parents and sister in my dreams. Lin Chen casually said, "Oh, I never heard that Du Xing you have a sister. Are your parents doing well?" Du Jiangnan's gaze froze for a moment, then he shook his head. "They're gone, all gone. They died when the illusion world descended. I can never forget the scene of my mother blocking the cursed spirit that was rushing towards me and my sister. Just as I was about to escape the range of the illusion world, a cursed spirit snatched away my only family member from my hands. In front of me, it tore her apart and chewed her up. They tear humans apart like toys, they kill my family at will, and then they inexplicably retreat, leaving me with no chance to seek revenge." At this point, Du Jiangnan's facial muscles twisted, and he clenched his fists tightly, gripping them so hard that his knuckles turned somewhat pale. All illusions should not exist in this world. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. He never expected that the strongest person in Huagua, Du Jiangnan, had such a painful experience back then. Du Jiangnan did not intend to let Lin Chen speak, he was more in a monologue. He let out a long breath and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Then I knelt at the contract ceremony, begging those heroic phantoms for the power of revenge. Is it ridiculous, Lin Chen? I wanted to use the power of illusion creatures to fight against the illusions. As the number of illusions I conquered increased, I realized my power was very small. Demons, gods, mechanical creatures the size of planets can destroy a universe's super strong beings. Any one of these monsters that descends on Blue Star would lead to the instant extinction of humanity. Lin Chen, do you know what has supported me all the way to now? Lin Chen shook his head, already having a rough guess in his heart, but he didn't want to speak that answer out loud. It's not revenge. Once a person is dead, they cannot be brought back to life. At least the magical items in the illusion cannot resurrect the humans of Blue Star. I've tried that. Du Jiangnan continued. I've given up on revenge. I just want to create a world without illusions. I firmly believe that if all humanity migrates outside the solar system to find a new home, we can escape the reach of the illusion. Lin Chen suddenly thought of what Wan Ling had said on the eve of the contract ceremony about the cosmic will of Blue Star and the extraordinary power key he had obtained from the contract ceremony. He instinctively felt that Du Jiangnan's idea might be somewhat fanciful. It wasn't that humanity had obtained the contract ceremony, rather, the illusion. And the contract ceremony had chosen the humans of Blue Star, or rather, the cosmic consciousness had imposed all of this on the humans of Blue Star. Du Jiangnan, you might be one of the strongest among the Blue Star contractors, but you're still far from the peak of the Scarlet Witch. My mother couldn't resist the cosmic consciousness of Blue Star, let alone you, old Du Jiangnan might have. Since the atmosphere was a bit heavy, he leaned back in his seat, relaxed his body, and smiled. Sorry, I got a bit emotional there. I didn't scare you, did I? Lin Chen shook his head again. He wasn't scared, but he was already clear in his heart. He absolutely could not let Du Jiangnan know about his parents' origins, or everything would become irretrievable. Du Jiangnan closed his eyes and said lightly, so I need power, the power to break through all shackles. Lin Chen, I believe you haven't lied to me, but if you really have the contract of time, please tell me, and help humanity. Lin Chen actually wanted to say, old Du, your path and ideas are all wrong. Even if I give you the contract of time, you will still be destined to fail. The cosmic consciousness of Blue Star is not something you can easily resist, no matter how many levels you break through. But in the end, he could only sigh in his heart and remain silent. His background determined that he and Du Jiangnan were destined to be like water and fire, forever unable to cooperate. Moreover, Du Jiangnan's plan was too extreme. In Lin Chen's view, there were many better ways to resolve the arrival of the illusion. Just then, the vehicle stopped, the door opened, and the driver said, "We're here, Du Xin." The three of them got out of the black car, and in front of Lin Chen stood a 3-story white building, with a bronze plaque hanging in front that read, Anping City Illusion Management Bureau. A mature woman in her 30s, wearing a white lab coat, was waiting for them at the entrance. Under the lab coat was the woman's curvaceous figure, with prominent curves that seemed to rival Lu Yu's little watermelon. She wore a tight purple skirt on her lower body, and her delicate calves were clad in black stockings, exuding a blend of charm and sensuality. Tianzan walked towards the woman, opened his arms, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his face. Mom Yu, I'm back. The woman gave him a big hug, stroking Tianzang's messy hair, revealing his clear eyes, and then kissed his forehead. Why haven't you come to see me for so long? Mom missed you to death. Tianzang glanced at Du Jiangnan with a hint of indifference and muttered, the old man had some matters here, so I stayed in the capital a bit longer. The woman looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Who is this? Lin Chen imitated Tianzang's way, opened his arms, and walked towards the woman, calling out, Mom Yu, I'm Lin Chen, nice to meet you. Tianzang quickly blocked Lin Chen, glaring at him fiercely. You can't call her that, only I can call her Mom Yu. Only in front of this woman did Tianzang act more like a person than a cold machine. Oh, sorry, I thought that was your universal way of greeting, Lin Chen said innocently. The young woman beside him covered her red lips, laughing gracefully as if flowers were swaying. She confidently extended a snow-white hand. Hello, Lin Chen, nice to meet you. My name is Yue Wei, but you can call me Sister Wei. Sister Yue Wei? Lin Chen looked at Tianzang with a smile that was not quite a smile, and Tianzang immediately understood his meaning. Since I call your mom sister, shouldn't you call me uncle? Tianzang's teeth itched with hatred, his brown-black, transparent eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. Du Jiangnan walked over, nodded at Yue Wei, and said in a commanding tone, prepare the biological magnetic field recorder to assist Lin Chen with identity information entry. After saying that, he walked into the Anping City Illusion Management Bureau by himself. Lin Chen quietly observed everything, and when Du Jiangnan disappeared, he nudged Tianzang with his shoulder. Did your parents get divorced? Why does old Du have this attitude towards your mom? Tianzang snorted coldly, displeased. Don't talk nonsense. Mom has nothing to do with that old man. Dad is dad, and mom is mom. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at Tianzang. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Your dad and mom brought you into this world and they have no relationship? Lin Chen already had a rough guess in his heart. Tianzang should be
an artificial creation of Du Jiangnan. God Du created him and Yu Yue raised him.
Although he called them dad and mom,
there was no relationship between Du Jiangnan and Yu Yue.
But he just wanted to tease Tianzang to see how much humanity he had, whether a data being could truly experience human emotions. It was unexpectedly amusing to make a data being emotionally vulnerable.
Tianzang was somewhat embarrassed and angry. He didn't want to answer Lin Chen's question, grabbed Yu Yue's hand, and hurried into the building.
Before entering, he turned back and glared fiercely at Lin Chen.
Mind your own business.
And Lin Chen, your broken computer at home needs an upgrade. The computer in Lin Chen's room was bought by old Lin as a reward for him getting into the top high school in Anping City when he was in the 3rd year of middle school.
Ever since Lin
Chen became a contractor, he had been busy with heavy training and cultivating the source of chaos, and he hadn't turned it on for a long time.
The computer had a startup password. How did Tianzang know about his computer's configuration and suggest an upgrade? Just as he thought.
Lin Chen felt a sense of certainty in his heart, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. If everything was as he suspected, today should be secure.
Yu Yue took him and Tianzang underground, where the area was significantly larger than above ground.
The small building above was mainly for daily office work, and its most important function should be a discreet entrance. Many researchers in white lab coats hurried by, and upon seeing Yu Yue, they merely nodded lightly and exchanged simple greetings, indicating that Yu Yue's status here was not high.
In fact, it wasn't very high. Lin Chen saw Yu Yue's title on the wall of outstanding employees as soon as he entered. Gene and Emotion Research Specialist.
A specialist? Just one level above a researcher. After entering the management bureau, Du Jiangnan had long since disappeared. Lin Chen followed Yu Yue to the door of a room, which was labeled as a training room. Yu Yue pushed open the large door of the training room with force. The interior was very spacious, covering several thousand square meters, filled with various training equipment that Lin Chen had only heard of but never seen, and even intelligent combat robots.
She activated a
silver-white streamlined device resembling a sleep pod and said to Lin Chen, you lie down in this machine, it will take about 10 minutes, just think of it as a nap, and it will be over soon. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly but did not speak. As far as he knew, the LifeWave collection equipment at extraordinary universities only required standing under a device for a few seconds to complete the collection of a contractor's LifeWave.
This broken device needed 10 minutes? It seemed it
wasn't just collecting life waves but was going to conduct a comprehensive physical examination on him. No wonder old Du didn't take him to the indoor extraordinary university but instead chose to go to the Illusion Management Bureau located in the suburbs. As the contractee's life level increases, muscle strength, bone density, mental fluctuations, and life magnetic field will all undergo significant changes.
Under such high-precision instrument detection, even if he can change his appearance, the changes in his body cannot be faked.
It seems that Du Jiangnan still has some doubts about him. However, it doesn't matter. No one would expect that Lin Chen possesses Kryptonian blood, and the gap in strength between the illusion and Blue Star can
exceed tenfold.
Although his physique has now reached over 100 points and his mental state has surpassed 150, it still falls within the normal range for contractees. If he were in the second illusion, having activated the steel body form, his physique would exceed 1,000 points, and even without instrument detection, one glance would reveal how terrifyingly strong he is. Lin Chen lay down in the sleep pod and closed his eyes. A hatch slowly closed before him, and Yue and Tiansong entered a nearby room, where Du Jiangnan had been waiting for a long time. The instruments began to work, neural units aligned, X-ray CT and gamma-ray scanning devices activated. The machines emitted a low hum as they conducted a deep scan of Lin Chen, and soon the test results appeared. Muscle density 18.3 grams per milliliter, bone density 22.4 g/cm3, heart rate 32 beats/minute, blood pressure. As lines of data displayed on the screen, a hint of disappointment appeared on Du Jiangnan's face. He is the strongest contractee on Blue Star and a top-tier technician. Without needing anyone to interpret, he had already calculated Lin Chen's physical data. Very strong. Achieving this level after more than 2 months as a contractee already qualifies as genius. But there is still a significant distance from that one, the strongest rookie king who set record scores in the first and second illusions. Du Jiangnan, back in the day, also survived the first and second illusions with great difficulty. He knows that achieving over 10,000 kill points is no easy feat, at least he himself cannot do it. Lin Chen's physical test values, if the tactical strategy is correct, achieving a few hundred points is understandable. But to break all previous records and reach
over 10,000 points is absolutely impossible. Perhaps he is a transformation-type contractee? Du Jiangnan muttered to himself. Among enhancement-type contractees, there are very few heroes who can instantaneously transform and significantly boost their attributes. But Tian Song's next words completely shattered his last glimmer of hope. Old man, the life magnetic field collection for Lin Chen is complete.
According to the data comparison results in the second illusion, his kill points are 532. Lin Chen is the second on the kill leaderboard in the second illusion. Tian Song reported the results expressionlessly and without a hint of emotion. The official database quietly modified Lin Chen's kill points in the first illusion to 38 points. Du Jiangnan's body seemed to petrify, suddenly stunned. Yue looked at Du Jiangnan's profile and cautiously asked, "Du God, should we continue with the next practical test?" Du Jiangnan's gaze flickered. The test results were already very clear. Lin Chen is one of the two question mark contractees, but unfortunately, he is not the one Du Jiangnan is looking for. The contract of time is not on him. The strongest rookie king, judging by his eyebrows and appearance, is likely a contractee from the European and American regions. Du Jiangnan suddenly turned to Tian Song, his eyes devoid of any tenderness, filled with killing intent. His tone was extremely cold, each word deliberate. "Did you not say that the most likely person is him?" Tian Song shrugged indifferently in response to Du Jiangnan's questioning. "I said it's the most likely, but I didn't say for sure, old man. Can you not understand human language?" Du Jiangnan narrowed his eyes, his body slowly floating up, and the room was instantly filled with blue particles. His killing intent was as tangible as substance, pressing Tianzang tightly against the wall, leaving him unable to move even a finger, while Yue screamed in shock. "Du God, Tianzang is still a child. If he made a mistake, please forgive him this time." Yue's intervention slightly softened Du Jiangnan's expression. He eased some of the pressure and continued to question Tianzang. "What about during the first illusion? Why did you say the question mark contractor was in the central China region?" Tianzang revealed a mocking smile. "Old man, are you getting old and your memory is failing? During the first illusion, I was locked in an information cocoon by your avatar, unable to access the database, relying purely on speculation. As it turns out, my speculation wasn't wrong. Lin Chen is indeed the question mark contractor with extraordinary strength. It was already quite difficult for me to calculate Lin Chen's existence in such a short time." Du Jiangnan snorted coldly, appearing beside Tianzang, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "I allow you to access the Interstellar Data Network, granting you all data permissions. You must find out the true identity of the question mark contractor, no matter which country he is in, no matter which planet he is on. If you make another mistake, the consequences are something you don't want to know." Du Jiangnan paused, no longer caring about Yue's feelings, directly threatening Tianzang. "Don't think that just because you've planted countless seeds in the interstellar network, I can't do anything about you. If you play tricks with me again, I will directly erase your existence. Even if you can be revived, without my data to nourish you, it would take at least hundreds of years to grow to your current level of intelligence. Even by that time, if you can return, I still have the ability to completely erase your existence." Tianzang immediately appeared somewhat flustered. "Du Jiangnan, you old man, you are untrustworthy. You promised me that as long as I see Lin Chen, you would set me free." Du Jiangnan chuckled. "I created you, Tianzang. You are not human, you are my creation. Once I finish investigating all the suspicious contractors, I will naturally set you free, completely free." After saying this, a brilliant platinum light surged in Du Jiangnan's eyes, and Tianzang was enveloped in blue light. He could only glance desperately at Yue and whisper, "Mom." Before he could finish, Tianzang transformed into a photon and vanished from the spot. Du Jiangnan also disappeared, leaving a message for Yue before collapsing in on himself. "Commissioner Yu, Tianzang, and I have something to attend to. You finished the practical test for Lin Chen. Determine the contractor's level and report back to me." With a soft bang, Du Jiangnan and Tianzang completely vanished from the room. In the sleep pod, Lin Chen sensed the fate line of Du Jiangnan through the real vision and suddenly teleported to a distant location. He exhaled deeply, finally passing the test, but he didn't know what would happen to Tianzang. Du Jiangnan's sudden visit forced him to respond hastily under incomplete information, revealing multiple flaws, many of which could be fatal. Fortunately, Du Jiangnan's son Tianzang seemed to be helping him at every turn. That was how he narrowly passed. But why would Tianzang, Du Jiangnan's creation, help this outsider he had never met? No matter how hard Lin Chen thought, he couldn't figure it out. He had too little information in hand and could only remember Tianzang's name in his heart, hoping to repay Tianzang's kindness when the opportunity arose. Even an outsider could see that Tianzang was not happy being with Du Jiangnan, feeling as if he was being coerced. In Yue's enchanting eyes, a deep worry was evident. She stood there in a daze for a moment, 2 lines of tears slowly sliding down her delicate face. In a panic, she looked around, quickly forcing herself to suppress her sadness, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and spoke in a voice so soft that only she could hear. "Tianzang, Mom is too weak to help you. You must survive." The computer screen in front of Yue flickered once and then went completely dark. Lin Chen felt that less than 10 minutes had passed when the cabin door slowly opened. Yue stood in front of him, her eyes slightly red, as if she had just been crying. She smiled and said, Lin Chen, the identity information entry is complete. Next is your strength assessment test. If the results are extraordinary, I can recommend you to the Extraordinary University of Anping City or one of the 3 major contractor organizations. I believe they would be very interested in the second place of the second illusion. Without a second thought, Lin Chen directly refused. Forget the strength assessment, it doesn't mean anything to me. I have no intention of joining the Extraordinary University or the contractor organization. Yue did not press him but instead revealed a sly smile. Well, that's a bit of a pity. You should know that the enhancement contractor test includes a gravity chamber test. As Lin Chen put on his outerwear and walked toward the training room, he heard Yue's words and his figure suddenly stopped. After a moment, Lin Chen clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Did Tian Zong teach you to say that? Yue did not deny it and openly admitted, That's right. It seems you and Tian Zong really are in sync. He just told me that if you don't want to do the strength test, you only need to say the words gravity chamber and you will naturally cooperate with me. Damn, that cursed Tian Zong, he calculated everything. Lin Chen clenched his fists in frustration. He trained with weights every day, which was not hard to find online. There was even a blogger who specifically filmed videos of his workouts titled The Low Class Warrior Lin Chen Strengthening Day XX used to mock Lin Chen. Under the video, there were all kinds of sarcastic comments from netizens. Ha, it's that low-class warrior Lin Chen again. Has he gotten stronger after training for so long? Lin Chen, when will you be the best in the world? If this low-level training method works, I'll live stream myself eating shit upside down. Ugh, that's disgusting. I'll live stream myself drinking urine upside down. You two stop trying to scam food and drinks online. What they saw was Lin Chen's running speed and distance, which showed no change. But what they couldn't see was that the lead weights inside Lin Chen's weighted clothing were increasing in number and weight. Before entering the second illusion, his weighted clothing was already close to a ton, and it had to be reinforced by Wan Ling using the source of chaos for him to wear it. For better results, Lin Chen wore the weighted clothing at all times during his daily activities. However, recently he had hit a bottleneck in his progress. The existing materials for humans had reached their limit. Adding more lead weights would make it impossible for Lin Chen to perform any intense activities without risking being completely exposed. Faced with this outcome, Lin Chen felt quite helpless. He didn't know how the Dragon Ball world processed weighted clothing that could weigh thousands of kilograms. Now it seemed that in the Blue Star world, if Lin Chen wanted to further enhance his physique and speed, he had to use the gravity chamber. But the cost of the gravity chamber was an astronomical price that Lin Chen could not afford. Simulating supergravity on Blue Star required high-speed centrifuges. The higher the gravity multiplier, the larger and faster the centrifuge had to be. Ever since Lin Chen contracted with Sun Wukong and gained the Saiyan talent, his appetite had skyrocketed and his stomach felt like a bottomless pit, able to consume countless bowls of rice. Old Lin had started working day and night to take on cases. Even so, after he got home and saw Lin Chen wolfing down his food, he often muttered to himself, This half-grown kid is going to eat me out of house and home. The family was already struggling to provide for Lin Chen's daily meals, let alone have any extra money to build an expensive gravity chamber. But today, someone actually told him that there was a gravity chamber here. Lin Chen could no longer contain his excitement. He tightly grasped Yue's delicate hand and said eagerly, Sister Yue, please help me with a strength test, starting with the gravity chamber. The strength test is conducted in this training room. Yue bent down to operate the equipment, even lying on the ground, reaching her arm behind the device. Please wait a moment, Lin Chen, the strength tester hasn't been used in a long time. Damn it, where did the power connector go? Yue's curves, wrapped in a tight dress, were enticingly displayed before Lin Chen. After a moment, Yue's face turned slightly red as she straightened up and dusted off her knees. It's finally ready. Lin Chen, your contracted hero should be of the enhancement type, right? This test will proceed according to the enhancement plan. Lin Chen nodded, not raising any objections. He had already figured it out. The strong one was the F-class low-level warrior Sun Wukong, which had nothing to do with him. As long as he didn't display abilities beyond the Saiyan bloodline, it would be fine. From now on, not only would his illusion identity be split in two, but his talent skills would also be clearly delineated. The abilities brought by the source of chaos and Kryptonian bloodline could only be used by the new king, Xu Yang. Meanwhile, the abilities derived from the Saiyan bloodline could be used freely by Lin Chen. Understanding this, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, and all the Saiyans, it was time for the world to know how absurd it was to classify Saiyans as F-class low-level warriors. Just as he was about to start, Yue suddenly frowned and pressed her earpiece, speaking softly. What? The special recruits from the 3 great martial arts sanctuaries are here too?
They want to observe the strength test? Yu Yue looked at Lin Chen, her
meaning clear. Whether to let them observe was up to him. Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He had already shed the suspicion of being the strongest new king. His current identity was the second-ranked contractor in the
second illusion, second only to the big shot Xu Yang. He could fully utilize this identity to secure some resources for himself.
The Saiyans had an enormous demand for money to quickly become stronger. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were able to grow rapidly on Earth because they were supported by the wealthiest company in the Dragon Ball world, the Capsule Corporation, and the rich second-generation Bulma. These two Saiyans not only had ample food supplies at all times but also had access to the expensive gravity chamber, which cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to use even once.
Lin Chen didn't have a wealthy girlfriend like Bulma. He had to rely on himself for everything.
Faced with the threat from Du Jiangnan, the best solution was to quickly enhance his own strength. When he could be invincible on Blue Star, anyone who wanted to harm him or his family would have to think twice about whether their heads were hard enough.
The three major contractor organizations
had extensive industries in Huagua. As long as he demonstrated sufficient strength, he could receive a considerable scholarship every year. At the same time, he could use the reputation of the three great martial arts sanctuaries to promote his true strength. While making a name for himself, he could completely delineate the boundary between himself and the new king, achieving two goals with one action. Seeing Lin Chen agree, Yu Yue pressed her earpiece and said softly, "Let them in," directly to the training room on the first underground level. Before long, the special recruits from several organizations had arrived. They only knew that Lin Chen had been taken away by Du Jiangnan but were unaware of the final outcome. With the idea of getting to the bottom of things, they drove to the Illusion Management Bureau. Yu Yue briefly explained what had just happened, and disappointment was evident on their faces. Since they were already there, they ultimately decided to watch Lin Chen's rank test ceremony first. If Lin Chen showed considerable potential, signing him wouldn't be out of the question. If they couldn't find the first ranked, the second would do. Lin Chen moved his body and raised his hand to signal that they could begin. The strength test for enhancement-type contractors is divided into three main parts.
Part 1, physical test. By testing strength, speed, and endurance, the physical attributes of the contractor are calculated. If the contractor specializes in spirit, this test will be changed to a spirit attribute test. Part 2, pressure resistance test. Through impact resistance and pressure resistance tests, the contractor's defense level is determined.
Part 3, destructive power test. Elemental heroes are classified as S rank because their attack power is formidable, easily breaking through strong defenses even at lower levels, and can even ignore defenses to cause massive
damage. For example, the dual-element hero Storm Girl contracted by Mei Yajing.
Her lightning ability can inflict significant damage on a simulated target protected by thick alloy armor before reaching the 10th level.
In contrast, a
reinforcement-type contractor of the same level finds it difficult to even slightly deform the alloy armor at this stage. Additionally, among the few divine-level contractors in Blue Star, apart from the leader of the City of Holy Angels, Archangel Ryan Usher, who is a reinforcement-type contractor, the others are elemental or special types, which is why reinforcement types are increasingly looked down upon, with generally low ranks in the Book of Contracts. Lin Chen stood bare-chested. To prevent him from wearing cheating equipment, female contractors testing their strength would wear sports bras. Lin Chen walked up to the strength testing device, which resembled a boxing strength tester from his past life but was dozens of
times larger and could withstand nearly 5 tons of attack power.
Lin Chen clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and slowly gathered his energy.
In the observation room, Yue and several special recruitment personnel from major organizations all
had serious expressions.
Wow, Lin Chen's aura is really strong. Yeah, I inexplicably feel a sense of pressure. Even if he's not the rookie king, I feel he's a potential seed that can be signed early. Don't compete with me, our Shanghai
martial arts produces 100,000 a year. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze ignited with fierce determination. He stepped back half a step, concentrating all his strength in his right fist.
Today, I will vindicate the reinforcement-type contractors. A real man should crush all enemies with his fists, break apart all the obstacles in my path. The people in the observation room held their breath, certain that Lin Chen's next strike would be earth-shattering.
Lin Chen suddenly stood up straight and spoke into the microphone.
Before we start, I want to ask, if I break the strength tester, will I have to pay for it?
Put. The green tea in Yue's mouth sprayed all over the explosion-proof glass. Everyone felt a tightness in their chests, almost spitting out blood. Yue opened the microphone and confirmed, "You won't have to pay, Lin Chen, and this strength tester is the highest level in Anping City, capable of withstanding at least 5 tons of attack power.
With your strength, you can go all out without worry."
Lin Chen nodded, slowly gathering his strength, then scratched his head and said shyly, "How about it, Sister Yue? You ask the leaders and sign an
agreement with me? I'm afraid I can't afford to pay if I really break it."
This strength tester, Lin Chen just asked the price, is 500,000 Huagua coins. With that much money, he couldn't afford to pay even if he sold his kidneys.
Xue Heng could no longer hold back and snatched the microphone.
Lin Shan, give it your all against the tester now. If you break it, I'll take full responsibility. Several other specially recruited personnel also expressed their support.
Yeah, since Lord Xue said so, what are you afraid of? Go for it, Lin Chen.
Lord Xue's monthly salary is 100,000 Huagua coins. Don't be polite to this rich guy.
Xue Heng glared at them fiercely, thinking, you bastards. Are you just here to watch the fun? You say my salary is high? Yours isn't low either. Why don't you chip in?
He suddenly regretted boasting too early.
Lin Chen smiled, took a step back and took a deep breath.
His fist transformed into a shadow, making a dull thud as it struck the power tester. The tester shook slightly and the display screen's numbers skyrocketed, finally settling at 2,632 kilograms, which is 2.6 tons.
In the observation room, everyone looked disappointed.
It wasn't that Lin Chen's punch lacked power, his attack strength was already comparable to a 12th tier enhanced contractee. It's worth noting that Lin Chen had only awakened for a little over 2 months and had just
passed the second illusion, yet he could reach 12th tier level, firmly placing him among the ranks of geniuses, a top tier powerhouse in any extraordinary academy.
The mistake lay in the high expectations Lin Chen had set for them. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Chen to smash the power tester with a single punch. If he really could break the tester with one punch, everyone would surely feel that their effort in coming here wasn't in vain.
But after all, that build-up, only 2.6 tons of attack?
During the communication before the test, Lin Chen had mentioned that he received help from the strongest rookie king in the first and second illusions. That's why he achieved second place in the
second illusion. Lin Chen was being modest, laying the groundwork for his sudden rise. It wasn't shameful to promote oneself, right?
However, the specially recruited personnel from several major organizations already looked down on Lin
Chen, an enhanced contractee.
Earlier, on their way to the Anping City Illusion Management Bureau, they had heard from returning contractees about the various super abilities displayed by the rookie king, Su Yang, in the second illusion. He could carry a giant spider pet in and out of the illusion.
He was unafraid of nuclear radiation damage.
He could withstand the divine might with his red psychic armor. Super strength, super agility, super stamina.
He single-handedly challenged the divine Naga dragon.
All sorts of unbelievable abilities and feats were attributed to that strongest rookie king named Su Yang. To be honest, at first, when they heard the returning contractees describe Su Yang's abilities and experiences in the second illusion, they were skeptical. What a joke! The abilities you described span the 3 major categories of enhancement, psychic, and special systems. How could they possibly appear in one person? Were you all hypnotized upon entering the second illusion, trapped in an absurd dream? Or were you just making excuses for your failures? But as more and more contractees said the same thing, the intelligence personnel from the 3 major martial arts sanctuaries received the latest insider information from the Lian and Imperial Capital teams. It was indeed a contractee named Su Yang who single-handedly defeated all the monsters in the second illusion, killed the divine dragon Naga, and accomplished the feat of repairing the timeline, earning the time contract reward once again. Their 2 teams had merely followed the rookie king to pick up a few kills, so they didn't return with a score of 0. This information, combined with the kill scores on the data screen, left no room for doubt. The evidence was airtight, everyone had to believe it.
That strongest rookie king named Su Yang was indeed that strong in the second illusion, unreasonably strong, utterly inhuman. Once the news was confirmed, it shocked the world, and contractees both domestically and internationally were stunned by Su Yang's invincible record. Everyone was asking, Xu Yang, who exactly is he? Those who had been shocked to the core now found Lin Chen's 2.6-ton attack utterly uninteresting. Ha, is that all the strength he has? Let's disperse.
Although Lin Chen was strong, he was not that person, and thus lost all significance.
No one could replace Xu Yang's position in our hearts. There were even rumors that Du Xin had made a significant misjudgment. The strongest newcomer king named Xu Yang was actually a contractor from Europe and America. Some had seen Du
Xin appear in the United States, where he was intercepted by the combined forces of the American and Eagle Nation's divine-level light contractors, engaging in a fierce battle in the sky.
The black-haired youth beside Du Xin was mistakenly killed by the Eagle Nation's divine-level light contractor, McAllister.
Du Xin was furious and struck down McAllister, and to avoid causing harm to Blue Star, the two had fought into outer space.
As a battle between elemental divine-level contractors, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to determine a victor.
Under a series of bad news, everyone felt that it was no longer meaningful to spend a high price to sign Lin Chen. A few from the Apocalypse Holy Temple began to take their leave. Commissioner Yue, we have limited time, let's visit again next time if we have the chance.
Yue tried to retain them.
Everyone, please don't be in a hurry, the tests are not yet complete. It's not too late to draw conclusions after all the tests are done. This kid Lin Chen has good character and strength, give him a chance.
Shui Hang and Lena from the City of Holy Angels also shook their heads. Sorry, Commissioner Yue, you know who we want to sign.
Lin Chen is indeed good, but he is not that person.
Yue could only helplessly inform Lin Chen through the microphone. Lin Chen, the people from the 3 great martial arts holy temples have left. Do you still want to continue testing?
Lin Chen was not surprised.
Today you ignore me, tomorrow I will make you regret it. He moved his shoulders and said casually, I disappointed them, but it's okay. I didn't use my full strength. Just now, what comes next will be my true power. Lin Chen's previous punch did not utilize any breath assistance.
He only used his physical strength, aiming to test the relationship between physique and attack power.
Now it seemed that every point of his physique could produce 20 times the attack power, which, although not low, was still far from his limit.
After testing the normal attack, Lin Chen let out a low shout, activating the immense breath within him. Invisible aura erupted around his body, sweeping away the dust from the training ground. A powerful aura filled Lin Chen's entire being. His arms bulged with muscles, and the smooth lines of his muscles contained boundless strength.
Lin Chen shouted, Sister Yue, you can ask Master Shui for compensation for the equipment now. His fist struck the power tester, and a dazzling light erupted. Boom! The basement of the Anping City Illusion Management Bureau shook violently.
Those who had not yet left the Illusion Management Bureau looked up in astonishment at the ceiling, as menacing cracks like centipedes crawled across the roof, with cement and wall dust falling down.
What is this? An earthquake?
Run out of the basement quickly, don't get buried here.
With the strength of a few people, they were not afraid of being buried underground.
However, among their companions were a few ordinary people, and once buried, it would be very troublesome
to rescue them.
But they hadn't run far when Shui Hang and the others were stopped by security personnel. Master Shui, Commissioner, you said for you to return first and discuss the compensation matters.
Shui Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. Compensation? For what? Has Yue never seen money? We have to compensate for the earthquake? Lena from the City of Angels also felt it was unfair for Shui Hang. Yeah, did you get it wrong?
The damage was caused by the earthquake. It
has nothing to do with us.
The security personnel remained unfazed, calmly stating,
Commissioner, you said, you'll know when you return.
Seeing that there were no aftershocks from the earthquake, Shui Hang could only turn back towards the
training room.
Anyone could see the dissatisfaction on Shui Hang's face was about to overflow.
Very well, Yue, you'd better really have something, otherwise, don't think just because you're from the Illusion Management Bureau, I'm afraid of you. The other special agents also grew curious and followed Shui Hang back to the training room.
As soon as they arrived at the training room, everyone's brains momentarily crashed. They stood at the door, mouths agape, eyes wide.
The
training room, which had just been fully equipped, now seemed to have just been robbed, with an entire wall completely collapsed, and the 5-ton force testing machine fixed to the wall had vanished without a trace. Only a few cables remained, sparking in the air, crackling defiantly, indicating that some equipment had indeed existed here moments ago. Cracks extended from the wall's position throughout the entire underground base.
It finally dawned on everyone that it wasn't an earthquake but an explosion in the training room.
Fortunately, the underground research base of the Illusion Management Bureau was designed to withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake. The thick reinforced concrete structure behind the wall had prevented more serious consequences. Everyone recalled the events before they left, and a thought surfaced in their minds.
No way, could this scene have been caused by Lin Chen? Impossible, his first punch's power attribute is at most over 100, how could it suddenly increase so much?
Yue pushed open the observation room door, hands in her pockets, quietly watching Shui Hang without saying a word.
Shui Hang swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down, and he pointed at the mess in the training room. Commissioner Yu, what exactly happened here? We just left for a moment and the equipment exploded by itself? Yeah, Commissioner Yu, you asked Master Shui to prepare compensation. What does that mean? Yue smiled slightly.
I called Master Shui back because he said that he would fully compensate for all the losses caused by Lin Chen.
It really was Lin Chen. But how could that be? Just how powerful was that punch? Although everyone had their suspicions, hearing Yue say this again made them express disbelief.
As the person involved, Shui Hang frowned and questioned.
Commissioner Yu, it's not that we don't believe you, but how did Lin Chen do it?
His first punches. Power is only 2.6 tons. Even with a highly explosive talent skill, the maximum increase would be around 5 tons. Absolutely impossible to cause this level of destruction.
The talent skills of contractors can significantly enhance their
attack power, but even the talent skills of S-class elemental heroes only increase by about 50% at most. Achieving a 100% increase already belongs to top-tier talent skills. Of course, the increase multiplier of talent skills needs to exclude some long charge time skills. The most typical example is Jin Zixuan from the two gods of Huagua, the falling meteor. Before each attack, God Jin needs to fly to the edge of the atmosphere using telekinesis to capture
meteors from outer space.
After months or even years of preparation, he completely controls them and fixes them in a synchronous orbit around the blue star. When used, a single meteor can even destroy a small country. For example, the laser eye that governs the heavens requires constant energy accumulation to smoothly emit laser energy from the eyes. Opening the eye once every 3 days is already the limit of his physical body. These talents that cannot be easily used are no longer called talents but forbidden techniques. Shui Hong pondered for a moment and showed a look of sudden realization. I understand now. Lin Chen's talent technique requires a long time to charge or comes at the cost of sacrificing oneself. These forbidden techniques are not within the normal strength testing range, so why should I compensate for the losses? Yue snorted coldly, turning her body slightly, a hint of a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. I knew you would say that, so I specially recorded it. You can take a look for yourselves. The group squeezed into the observation room, where the monitor was playing the footage of Lin Chen delivering that strike. After the major contractor organizations had called their personnel away, Lin Chen's expression did not change at all. He simply let out a low shout and then threw a punch. In the training room, it was as if a high-power spotlight had suddenly turned on, becoming incredibly blinding. Then, with a loud bang, the screen was filled with a flurry of snowflakes, the camera shaking violently, crashing heavily to the ground from the wall. Fortunately, the surveillance camera was military-grade, so it did not break at that moment, but it did become somewhat deformed due to the immense impact. From the distorted perspective of the already warped camera, the entire power tester looked as if it had been crushed by some giant and brutally pressed into the wall, leaving only part of the red shell outside the wall, with countless components scattered on the ground, and the training room instantly filled with dust and smoke. The safety firefighting facilities on the ceiling of the training room detected the anomaly and immediately began spraying water to extinguish the fire. Soon, Lin Chen's figure appeared in the footage. He picked up the fallen camera and said apologetically, "Sister Yue, I already said it would be best to sign an agreement, but it's okay. Didn't Lord Shui just say that he would bear all the losses? You can go find him. For the next test, I want to try the gravity chamber." Upon seeing this, Shui Hang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. "I only agreed to help you compensate if the power tester was broken. But looking at the current situation, the entire structure of the underground base of the Illusion Management Bureau has suffered varying degrees of damage and compensating. For this is not something that can be settled with a few 100,000 or a few million Huagua coins." Although Shui Hong had some wealth, the expensive housing prices in Huagua had already overdrawn his consumption ability for the next 30 years. Now that Lin Chen had caused such a huge mess, even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford it. Just as Shui Han was thinking of a way to shirk this compensation or only pay for the damage to the power tester, a blonde, blue-eyed lady from the City of Holy Angels, Miss Lina, suddenly smiled gently and said, "Ms. Yue, the losses caused by classmate Lin Chen, we in the City of Holy Angels can fully compensate. May I have a word with classmate Lin Chen first?" Yue did not feel surprised. She nodded. "Sure, but you might have to wait a little while. He just went to the gravity testing room and the gravity stacking takes a long time. He might not be out for a short while." Lina showed no signs of displeasure and immediately replied, "That's fine, I can wait." "Alright, then follow me." With someone willing to compensate for the base's losses, a heavy stone lifted from Yue's heart as she led Lina to the gravity room. The other specially recruited personnel from the martial arts sanctuary exchanged glances and followed without needing Yue's instructions, seemingly not planning to leave. They had thought that Lin Chen's strength came from mingling with the strongest rookie king, but they did not expect he had skills of his own. If Lin Chen truly had extraordinary qualities, signing him would count as an achievement for the year. Compared to the potential returns from a super genius contractor, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions were mere trifles, hardly worth the attention of these wealthy contractor organizations. A few years ago, a contractor had brought a bottle of youth rejuvenating potion from the magical world, sparking a frenzy among international tycoons, and it eventually sold for $399 million. The elderly man with white hair who bought the potion immediately consumed it, and his white hair turned black in an instant, his wrinkles smoothed out as if ironed, becoming youthful again. Unfortunately, the tycoon died a few days later at a party, having indulged excessively with several models, ultimately passing away on his grand bed. However, the efficacy of miraculous items and illusions was thoroughly established after that auction. For these wealthy individuals, money was just a number, while youth and longevity were essential for enjoying life. They would accept any cost to regain their youth. The crowd followed Yue to the outside of the gravity room, where a massive centrifuge was spinning rapidly, emitting a low-frequency buzzing noise. A middle-aged bald researcher was intently focused on the monitor. Yue softly asked, "Commissioner Lee, how are the test results?" Commissioner Lee did not look at the beautiful Yue even once, his eyes glued to the monitor. "It's incredible, this is the first time I've seen a human survive under 5 times the gravity without any pressure. On the monitor, Lin Chen was exercising in the cramped gravity room, doing push-ups, sprinting,
squats, and sit-ups, appearing no different from exercising in a normal gravity environment. After watching for a while without noticing anything unusual, Shui Hang asked, Commissioner Li, is 5 times gravity very high? Lin Chen seems to be handling it easily. Commissioner
Li, clearly a research-type talent, shook the few remaining strands of hair on his head and disdainfully retorted to Shui Hang's question.
If you don't understand the technology, don't speak carelessly.
Humans can withstand about 8 to 9 times the gravity of a planet, but
that's only temporary.
If they remain in a supergravity environment for a long time, their heart rate, blood pressure, and breathing will
undergo a series of changes.
Over time, there can be cases of hypoxia and fainting, and in severe cases, it can even endanger life. Shui Hong was not angry and rested his chin on one hand. Lin Chen often does weighted exercises, could that be related to his usual
training methods? Lin Chen's use of weighted training was not hidden from others.
In fact, even without the Saiyan heritage, weighted training would have some effect, but it would never be as pronounced as that of a Saiyan.
On Dragon Ball Earth, the strongest Earthling, Tofu Lin,
had also trained in a gravity room but saw little effect. Ultimately, he realized that no matter how hard he trained, he could not surpass
the Saiyans in terms of strength.
Instead, he honed his skills and created the technique known as the Chi Round Slash.
Commissioner Li shook his head.
You see his physical indicators, there is almost no change, as if he has lived in a 5-fold gravity environment since birth. His bodily functions perfectly adapted to the supergravity environment.
If it were just simple weight training, it would only increase
his strength and stamina. The internal circulation system would never adapt so perfectly to the supergravity environment. Commissioner
Li finally sighed.
This young man's contracted hero has likely lived in a supergravity illusion for a long time, which is why he shows
perfect adaptation to supergravity.
I also saw the strength test of the young man just now. The hero he contracted is an F-class low-level
warrior, right? Being classified as F should be too low. Several special recruitment personnel exchanged subtle glances upon hearing
Commissioner Li's words. At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware that the outside was crowded with people observing his training.
After completing
a workout in the 5-fold gravity environment, his physique instantly jumped by 5 points, from 131 to 136. Lin Chen clenched his fists in
excitement. It was indeed effective.
Due to the significant increase in muscle density and bone density, his weight had greatly increased, and the pressure brought by the 5-fold gravity was comparable to wearing a 1-ton weighted suit. However, there was one thing that
5-fold gravity could do that a weighted suit could not.
That was the internal state of his body, the fragile organs.
A weighted suit could
only increase his weight, forcing him to exert greater strength and stamina to perform actions that he could usually complete easily.
The
weighted suit, however, could not affect his internal organs such as the heart, blood vessels, and other organs.
Today, after training in the 5-fold gravity chamber, Lin Chen realized just how many opportunities for improvement he had missed before. If he could train in the
gravity chamber every day, his current physique attributes would likely have directly surpassed the 300 mark. Every point of growth in his
physique, after entering the illusion and under the enhancement of Kryptonian bloodline, would at least multiply by 10.
Lin Chen did not want to miss this rare opportunity. Such an expensive instrument as the gravity chamber could not be easily used even by Yue without due
Jiang Nan's orders. He spoke into the microphone.
Commissioner Li, please help me increase the gravity to 10-fold. Lin Chen had discussed this with Commissioner Li before entering. The maximum gravity supported by this gravity chamber was indeed 10-fold. His time was limited, and he could not afford to waste it here. He needed to quickly test the improvement from training under 10-fold gravity.
Commissioner Li was shocked and pressed the intercom button.
Are you crazy? Jumping from 5-fold gravity to 10-fold gravity all at once is unbearable for anyone. Your blood won't reach your brain, and your heart won't pump blood smoothly, causing oxygen deprivation and necrosis in the body's
extremities. Even enhanced contractees cannot last more than 2 minutes under 10-fold gravity. No, this is a suicidal act. Even if your contracted hero has lived in a supergravity illusion for a long time, your contract time is too short and you haven't completed the transformation thoroughly. Gradually increasing the gravity is fine, but suddenly jumping to 10-fold, I cannot execute that.
Yu Wei suddenly said coldly from the side. Do as he says, do as given instructions, and if anything goes wrong, he will take full responsibility. She tightly gripped her phone in her left hand, so hard that the phone was slightly deformed, and the screen displayed an internal notice from the Illusion Management Bureau. Due to the death of a companion, Du is engaged in a fierce battle with McAllister from the Eagle Nation in space, damaging a large number of communication satellites. Satellite communications may experience abnormalities in the short term. Yu Wei knew that Du Jiangnan's companion was her own child, Tian Song, whom she had raised with countless efforts.
The impulse for revenge for
Her child filled her heart, and Yue endured the inner pain. At this moment, she wished to pour all the dirt on Du Jiangnan, and if possible, she even wanted to destroy the entire world. Commissioner Li glared at Yue a few times before finally increasing the gravity multiplier to 10 times. The centrifuge spun faster and faster, and soon everyone could no longer distinguish how many times it had turned. In a second, the entire room was filled with a buzzing sound, and the alloy walls of the room began to tremble violently. Lin Chen felt a tremendous force suddenly press down on him. He felt as if he had shrunk ahead, and every inch of his skin was bearing immense pressure. Lin Chen did not hesitate for a moment and immediately lay down on the ground, starting to do push-ups. Originally, he could easily support his strong body with just one finger. Now, even using both hands, it felt as heavy as Mount Everest. What's a mere 10 times gravity? Move for me! Lin Chen shouted angrily, unleashing all the potential within his body. With each push-up, he could feel the muscle fibers being torn apart by the gravity. His bones seemed as if they were about to break, creaking loudly. At this moment, Lin Chen was both pained and joyful, beads of sweat falling like raindrops onto the floor of the gravity chamber. But this was the effect Lin Chen wanted. Possessing Saiyan blood, he could only achieve rapid growth in a supergravity environment. The low-tier warrior he contracted, Sun Wukong, was born with a battle power of only 2 points, which was a staggering 600 times less than the 1200 battle power of the Saiyan prince Vegeta at birth. Sun Wukong relied entirely on his own effort and perseverance, gradually training to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Lin Chen, however, was much luckier. From the moment he was born, he possessed 2 invincible bloodline inheritances. His starting point was far higher than Sun Wukong's, and as long as he was willing to put in hard work and sweat, the achievements he could reach in the future would surely not be inferior to Sun Wukong's. Lin Chen revealed a set of neat white teeth, his eyes filled with a wild light. The Saiyan talent fully activated at this moment. As long as he didn't die from it, he would push himself to the limit. Outside, several special recruitment officers watched through the camera as Lin Chen was able to move freely under 10 times gravity, not only moving freely but also training like crazy. It was the first time they had seen a reinforcement-type contractor able to train madly under 10 times gravity. Even the toughest reinforcement-type contractors would experience dizziness and fainting after a long time in such an environment. Lin Chen's frenzied actions deeply shocked everyone. Whether Lin Chen was strong or not, they could not tell for now, but his crazy spirit earned him silent admiration. Shui Heng's expression was filled with more confusion. Officer Li, are you sure we have reached 10 times gravity? Why do I feel like Lin Chen doesn't seem to be affected? Much? He sneered inwardly. Are you all trying to fool me and make me pay compensation? Officer Li flicked her flowing hair, snorted coldly, and scoffed at Shui Heng. You can doubt my character, but you cannot doubt my skills. Look, Lin Chen's heart rate has already soared to 280 beats per minute and is still climbing. This is the strongest proof that his heart needs to work continuously under overload to pump blood throughout his body in a supergravity environment. If this continues for a few more minutes, he might experience a rapid heartbeat or even a ruptured blood vessel and die, Officer Li concluded. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked at Yue. Could she really just watch Lin Chen train to the point of death? Facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Yue lowered her head, her expression unchanged. Her beautifully lined eyes were unfocused. At this moment, her mind was replaying the bits and pieces of her childhood. With Tian Zhang. What's your name? My name is Tian Zhang. Are you my mother? What's your name? I am not your mother. My name is Yue, and I am your human emotions class instructor. You can call me Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu, why? Do humans have feelings like anger and sadness? Aunt Yu, why do humans keep fighting? Aunt Yu, I don't have a mom. Can you be my mom? Yue's long hair fell down, covering her face. Her eyes were red, struggling to hold back the tears that were about to spill, completely oblivious to Lin Chen's situation. The crowd, however, misunderstood, thinking Yue's silence indicated that this was Du Jiangnan's directive. Du Shen wanted to see where Lin Chen's limits lay. After Du Jiangnan advanced to the divine level, human emotions had diminished increasingly, making him more like a god than a human. The life or death of someone like Lin Chen was nothing for Du Jiangnan to care about, which was quite normal. The room fell silent in an instant, with only the sound of Lin Chen's heavy breathing coming from the monitor. Lin Chen had already completed a full set of weighted exercises under 5 times the gravity and was utterly exhausted. Now he was continuing his training in a 10-fold gravity illusion, and without the radiation from a yellow star, his stamina was no longer infinite. He gritted his teeth and spent half an hour giving it his all to complete 100 push-ups, finally losing all his strength. Lin Chen flipped over and lay on the ground, sprawled out in a big letter T, gasping heavily. Although he couldn't move a single finger now, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. It really worked. Just from doing push-ups, his physique attribute had instantly jumped by 5 points, from 136 to 141. Under 10 times the gravity, doing just 100 push-ups, the increase in his physique was comparable to the total physique attributes he had.
gained from 5 days of weighted training. How much physique attribute would he gain if he completed a full set of weighted training under 10 times the gravity? Lin Chen even thought about living in the tenfold gravity chamber, but, unfortunately, the humming sound from the centrifuge gradually became lower. He could feel the gravity in the room rapidly decreasing. By the time the centrifuge stopped spinning, Lin Chen could easily stand up. His body was filled with a sense of hunger. Under 10 times the gravity, every cell had been squeezed to its maximum potential. He felt like he could eat an entire cow. Lin Chen opened the hatch and walked out. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned. Outside, dozens of eyes were staring at him, almost all familiar faces who had approached him more than once. "Weren't you guys leaving?" Lin Chen asked casually as he put on his coat. The few of them exchanged glances. Just a moment ago, they thought Lin Chen's strength was nothing special, merely a waste who relied on potential points to get by, so they had made excuses to leave early. Who would have thought the slap in the face would come so quickly? Being able to break a 5-ton force gauge with a single punch and do 100 push-ups in a tenfold gravity environment would not be surprising if it were done by a 30-tier enhancement contractee. But Lin Chen had only successfully contracted for a little over 2 months, and he had already reached such a level. The F-grade hero he contracted, a low-tier warrior, could not possibly be an F-grade existence. Now, in their eyes, although Lin Chen was not as invincible as the strongest rookie king, he was still a very promising potential seed. Shuahang still found it hard to believe that an F-grade hero could be so powerful, and he asked, "Lin Chen, how did you break the force tester just now? I mean, did you use a talent skill or a forbidden skill?" In regular strength tests, talent skills were allowed, while forbidden skills were not. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Forbidden skill? What is that?" Shuahang knew he hadn't joined the extraordinary organization and hadn't received systematic education, so it was normal for him not to know about forbidden skills, and he briefly explained it to him. Lin Chen shook his head. "No, do I really need to use a forbidden skill just to do a strength test?" Just now, with that punch, he merely mobilized his entire breath to participate in the attack, not even using a gathering energy orb. Lin Chen's words seemed to act as a fuse, causing the special recruitment personnel to brighten up. Not using forbidden techniques means that the punch just now was part of his regular attacks. Shattering a 5-ton strength tester with just that one punch indicates that Lin Chen's contracted hero, a low-tier warrior, is definitely not an F-grade waste. There has been a significant error in the hero ranking classification. Although such situations are rare, they are not without precedent. For example, the hero contracted by Jin Shun, the green-haired female hero, was known for always having a sour face during the contract ceremony and not being friendly. Before Jin Zixuan, no one had successfully contracted her, and any male who attempted to do so would be scolded as a pervert. Thus, the green-haired female hero had spent a long time in the C grade. Later, as Jin Zixuan's strength continuously improved, that hero had risen to the 3rd rank in the latest version of the non-public contract book, now at SSS level. Could it be that Lin Chen's contracted hero also belongs to this category? The hero level of a low-tier warrior has been severely underestimated. The real level should be A grade or B grade. Thinking of this, everyone began to breathe rapidly, their gazes towards Lin Chen filled with eagerness. Lina from the City of Holy Angels was the first to strike, taking a few steps forward and puffing out her ample chest. The blonde, blue-eyed beauty had a physical advantage. Their figures typically started at least at E grade, with F grade and G grade not being rare. The most crucial point is that while being large, they can still maintain an upright posture, which can really only be attributed to racial differences. Lina tossed her golden hair, fully exuding the charm of a mature woman. Many young men, full of vigor, were captivated by her allure and signed intention letters with the City of Holy Angels. "Lin Chen, I want to talk to you about the scholarship. On behalf of the City of Holy Angels, I invite you to join us and sign an A-grade intention." Several major martial arts organizations and contractors have contracts divided into S, A, B, and C grades, with S being the highest, offering around 500,000 to 1 million in scholarships each year. The lowest, C grade, offers only about 20,000 to 30,000 in scholarships annually. Below C grade, there is no investment value. An A-grade contract typically provides around 100,000 in scholarships each year, but the exact amount depends on the student's performance in the illusion realm. Shuahang sneered, glared at Lina, and said in a deep voice, "Lin Chen, come to Shanghai Martial Arts. We are old acquaintances. Rest assured, what I say counts. We will cover all the losses you incurred just now, and I will apply to the original master for an S-grade contract for you. Lin Chen, after careful consideration, our Holy Temple of Revelation has decided to offer you an S-grade intention contract, which is the highest treatment available for a first-year contractor. Lin Chen, my family has a private swimming pool, and I love to swim in a bikini and throw pool parties with my classmates." Seeing that her conditions were not advantageous, Lina raised her long legs high and began to take a different approach. Shui Heng's female assistant was not to be outdone, revealing her voluptuous legs in black stockings.
Commissioner Lee coldly remarked from the side, all of this has
been done before.
Several people spoke at once, each voice louder than the last, filling the small gravity laboratory
with noise. Stop.
Lin Chen quickly made a gesture to pause and slowly spoke. If you want to sign a contract with me, you must agree
to 2 conditions. First, unlimited meals every day.
I don't care how good the food is, just as long as there's enough.
After
finishing his workout in the gravity chamber, Lin Chen had fully activated his Saiyan appetite. Now, everyone looked like lamb legs and
beef steaks to him.
Everyone thought Lin Chen was going to make outrageous demands, but his first request turned out to be as simple
as wanting enough food to eat. The others laughed. After all, how much could one person eat? Several contractor organizations were wealthy, and their daily meals were all buffet style. Eat as much as you want as long as you don't waste it.
No problem, our Shanghai Martial Arts has a training base in Anping City, and we provide buffet meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner completely unlimited.
Our
Heavenly Enlightenment Temple has a long-term agreement with the Shangri-La Hotel, where a private chef customizes various delicacies
every day, ensuring you're well fed. The Shangri-La Hotel is part of our Holy Angel City's assets. Lin Chen nodded. As long as you
agree readily now, just don't come back begging me to eat less later.
The second condition is to equip a gravity chamber with at
least 20 times the gravity. As soon as he said this, the others were stunned.
A gravity chamber with 20 times the gravity? Do you know how much it costs to build one?
Well, actually, we're not sure either. Commissioner Lee, standing by, explained with a straight face. The largest supergravity centrifuge laboratory in Huaguay is located on the outskirts of the capital, with a gravitational acceleration of 1900 g.t, capable of simulating 19 times the gravity, but that gravity chamber occupies 89 acres and costs 2 billion. Every time the gravity increases by 1-fold, the area must be multiplied by 2. Upon hearing this, the others gasped. They initially thought Lin Chen was the strongest rookie king, and the headquarters had set a maximum condition of 5 million a year for
signing him, along with a small villa in the bustling area of Anping City.
But now, with the conditions Lin Chen proposed, even if he were the strongest rookie king, the headquarters probably couldn't agree, not to mention he wasn't the rookie king Xu Yang, but merely
the second place in the second illusion. Shui Heng showed a troubled expression.
Lin Chen, your first request is easy to solve, but
this second request is indeed a bit difficult. Can we change it to something else? Lin Chen didn't realize that building a gravity
chamber would come at such a high cost. He remembered that in Dragon Ball, a gravity chamber could be realized in a 200 square meter spaceship. Why was it so difficult to build a 20-fold gravity chamber on Blue Star, almost as hard as building an aircraft carrier?
It seemed that Blue Star's technological development was still lacking. He thought for a moment and modified his request. Then let's
change it to providing at least one session in the gravity chamber every week, lasting no less than 8 hours, with a gravity multiplier
of no less than 10 times. Commissioner Lee chimed in again.
You can rent mine for 1 million each time, 4.5 times a month for 12 months. How about this? I'll give you a 20% discount, so you'll pay me 40 million a year.
No, with such high frequency use, we also have to consider equipment maintenance costs. Let's make it 50 million, one price. 50 million. The special recruitment officers nearly popped their eyes out.
They offered a rookie king only a 5 million annual scholarship. 50 million was more than they could ever
come up with. You're an F-class low-tier warrior from the enhancement system, and just because you had a bit of luck, you're getting cocky? Even S-class elemental heroes wouldn't dare to make demands like you.
The expressions of the others gradually cooled down.
They couldn't provide the gravity chamber Lin Chen wanted, and even if they could, they didn't want to give it. An enhancement system
contractor, no matter how strong they became in the future, had a limit. Once elemental contractors could fully elementalize, the
enhancement system would only be left to take hits, with no power to fight back. Lin Chen didn't care, even if the contract didn't succeed.
With his understanding of the illusion, getting a gravity chamber shouldn't be too difficult. Suddenly, Yue, who had been silent for a long time, raised her head and said coldly, Dushin just said that all of Lin Chen's expenses, including the costs of the gravity chamber,
will be covered by him. You don't want to sign him, that's fine.
Lin Chen, come with me, I'll take you to eat first. Lin Chen followed Yue out, leaving only a silhouette for the special recruitment personnel of the major martial arts sanctuaries.
He quickly disappeared into the corridor, and a faint voice floated back. Let's leave it at that for today. If you all have made up your minds, you can come find me anytime.
Paying 50 million a year to sign a contract for him to join the martial arts sanctuary for 10 years after 4 years was simply a
bargain, like buying 1 and getting 10 free.
Lin Chen was confident that 4 years later, if he was still alive, no one on Blue Star would be his match. The items from the illusion realm were so expensive, and he had resolved his identity issue. Bringing out a few specialties would mean tens of millions would be nothing to him. These few people only focused on the small gains in front of them, and there would be plenty of time for them to regret it in the future. Lina, Shui Hong, and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Lin Chen's conditions were simply a fantasy. If they dared to report Lin Chen's terms to their superiors, they would be the first to be scolded. Shui Hong snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "A reinforcement-type contractor who happened to have a bit of luck really thinks too highly of himself." Lina curled her lips, swaying her voluptuous hips as she turned to leave, truly unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. No wonder he contracted a low-level warrior. How dare he even say 15 million a year? Upon exiting the underground base, Lin Chen immediately noticed that Yu Yue's demeanor was unusual. She kept her head down and said nothing. Lin Chen, unaware that Tian Song had already died due to being in the closed gravity training room, gently asked, "What's wrong, Sister Yue?" Yu Yue remained silent, silently handing her phone to Lin Chen, which was playing a video. The video backdrop was a modern city with blue skies and white clouds, and 4 people were floating several dozen meters above the ground. Among them, Lin Chen recognized 2, Du Jiangnan and Tian Song. Tian Song was surrounded by a blue glow, seemingly held in the air by Du Jiangnan's force field. The other 2 were dressed in a yellow tight suit, showcasing developed muscles, with a large black belt featuring an S letter around his waist. Seeing his outfit, Lin Chen suddenly thought of a powerful being comparable to Superman, that is, the Sentinel from the Marvel Universe. The Sentinel's abilities, like Captain America's, came from an experimental serum, but the powers he gained were many times stronger than those of Captain America. The complete Sentinel, like Superman, possessed super strength, super speed, super endurance, super defense, super intelligence, super senses, flight capabilities, and the ability to manipulate light with a speed so fast that he could instantly travel from blue star to a star. He could even, like Superman, amplify himself by absorbing stellar radiation. However, this Sentinel on Blue Star was definitely a contractor, not the Sentinel himself. It was uncertain how much of the complete Sentinel's abilities he could obtain. The other person was dressed in an exquisite blue and white striped suit, draped in a white trench coat, and wearing yellow sunglasses. Judging by his skin color, he was black, with a thin face that always wore a nonchalant smile, and his dreadlocks danced in the wind. These 2, Lin Chen suddenly remembered. They were indeed the strongest contractors on Blue Star. The other 2 among the 5 divine-level contractors, the American reinforcement-type divine contractor, Ryan Usher, the founder of the City of Holy Angels who called himself the Archangel, and the Eagle Nation's elemental and light contractor, McAllister. Looking at the architectural style and the font of the address in the video, the filming location should be in some city in Europe or America, with many citizens below showing curious expressions, using their phones to film the 4 people in the sky. Little did they know, the residual waves from the battle among these 3 could instantly turn them to dust. Lin Chen looked surprised. He never expected Du Jiangnan to be so reckless, just to obtain the contract of time, uncover the true identity of the new king, and directly bring Tian Song to Europe. The European and American continent is not like Huagua. It is not Du Jiangnan's territory. There are also divine-level contract holders over there, and not just one. Although their strength is not as formidable as Du Jiangnan's, they still have a good chance of stopping him 2 against 1. The shooter should be filming from a distance, only able to see the scene but unable to hear what the 4 are specifically saying. The few of them conversed in the air for a while, and Tian Zhang's expression was clearly excited. He was saying something and gesturing with a raised middle finger. Lin Chen could guess from his lip movements that Tian Zhan was most likely saying something that started with F or SB, some internationally recognized English. The 2 divine-level contract holders opposite him suddenly turned grim, and McAllister raised his hand, sending a beam of yellow light straight towards Tian Zhang's face. Du Jiangnan slightly raised one hand, and a blue energy shield appeared instantly, breaking the yellow light into blue particles in mid-air, causing no harm to Tian Zhang whatsoever. From McAllister's move, Lin Chen immediately recognized his contract hero, who should be Admiral Kizaru. From the One Piece world. The strong in the One Piece world derived their powers from devil fruits. Kizaru had eaten the Pika Pika Nomi, a Logia-type fruit, granting him the ability to manipulate light and turn himself into light, evading all physical damage. However, if someone learned to use Haki, they could attack Logia-type fruit users, making Kizaru's Pika Pika Nomi ability somewhat less impressive. Du Jiangnan intercepted this attack, and blue light ignited around him, his eyes becoming as dazzling as stars, clearly ready for battle at any moment. Under the influence of Du Jiangnan's full power, nearby power lines began to spark, and many buildings ignited with flames and black smoke. Du Jiangnan's very existence was like a large nuclear bomb. If he did not restrain himself, ordinary people within a few kilometers would suffer from excessive nuclear radiation, leading to cancer. The nearby humans had already sensed the danger and began to scream and flee in all directions. The video blogger exclaimed repeatedly, "Motherfucker, Mr. Do, what exactly do you want to do? A contract holder of his level actually disregards everything and attacks in the town. This is an act of war." Then a violent flash of light erupted, and after the light disappeared, only 3 people remained in the air. The spot where Tianzong had been was now empty, with only a wisp of blue smoke rising, indicating that a human had once existed there. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. It seemed that Tianzong had been instantaneously vaporized. Du Jiangnan laughed in rage. How could he endure having his creation, Tianzong, killed right in front of him? Du Jiangnan slowly ascended into the sky, his eyes wide open in anger, and then a blue shockwave suddenly burst forth, erupting into an incredibly bright light between the 3 divine-level contract holders, followed by a violent shockwave. The overwhelming energy, powerful enough to destroy everything, swept through the city at lightning speed. Those humans who could not escape far enough were instantly turned into skeletons, and then the energy wave obliterated them to the point of leaving no remnants. The video blogger, being in a nearby building, was also affected due to the proximity. The walls and glass were completely destroyed. The blogger was thrown into the air, crashing heavily against the wall, blood pouring from him onto the ground as he coughed repeatedly, screaming in agony. War, Mr. Do is declaring war. Cough, cough. In the video, amidst the violent coughing, the blogger spat out a large amount of blood mixed with some chunks of flesh, likely from his shattered internal organs. As an ordinary person, having been exposed to radiation and impact at close range, his internal organs were damaged, and he probably wouldn't survive much longer. Usher looked shocked. He probably didn't expect Du Jiangnan to unleash a map damaging technique in the city. He no longer held back, suddenly unleashing his sonic boom from his position, transforming into a yellow lightning bolt that shot up into the clouds, quickly returning to charge at Du Jiangnan. The speed was so fast that the phone could only capture a series of afterimages left behind him. Uther stood before Du Jiangnan and swung a punch with all his might, compressing the air instantly and producing a deafening explosion. At the same time, the light-type god-level contractor McAllister transformed into a beam of light, moving at an extremely high speed while shooting out countless dazzling points of light, attacking Du Jiangnan like a torrential rain. It was indeed the signature move of the Yellow Ape's uncle, the 8 Shakoyata no Kagami. The 2 god-level contractors from Europe and America shamelessly launched a lethal attack on Du Jiangnan alone. Facing the attacks from the 2 contractees of the same rank, Du Jiangnan's expression remained unchanged. Unbeknownst to him, he had completely elementalized. The surface of his body was composed of pure blue photon energy, unbound by any physical constraints, completely naked. This was the true form of Dr. Manhattan in battle. Bird-walking expert. I'm stripped bare, and I've grown stronger. In fact, this form was his true appearance. Wearing clothes was merely a disguise he put on for the sake of appearances. The blue light on Du Jiangnan's surface flickered violently, forming a seemingly weak protective shield. Yet this thin shield absorbed countless attacks from the 8-foot Xiong Goyu without even producing a ripple. Just as he hesitated, for a moment, Usher had already flown to his side, and Du Jiangnan was caught off guard, getting close to Usher. In close combat, the enhancement type had the advantage over the elemental type. Usher's fist glowed with yellow arcs of electricity, carrying immense impact, and struck Du Jiangnan's protective shield, accompanied by a loud bang. A shockwave even more powerful than before surged forth, sending Du Jiangnan flying like a blue meteor, streaking across the sky, soaring higher. The video blogger's phone could no longer withstand the relentless destruction and completely went offline. The video ended here, and Lin Chen looked up at Yue's cold, beautiful profile, instantly understanding why she had lost her composure. Tianzong was dead. The boy who called her Aunt Yu, the boy she had raised from a naive child, was actually dead. Du Jiangnan's desire for the contract of time far exceeded his imagination. As soon as he left his side, he took Tianzong and directly killed his way to Europe and America, not hesitating to engage in a fierce battle with local god-tier contractees to find the contractee named Shuyang. In just a few seconds of the video, it was estimated that Du Jiangnan had killed at least thousands of humans. The subsequent ordinary people who died in the aftermath of the battle between the 3 god-tier contractees would likely not be less than the shocking number of 100,000. Lin Chen remained silent for a moment, comforting Yue. Sister Wei, please accept my condolences. You and I both know that Tianzong is actually different from us. The death of a human body may not be the end for him. Lin Chen's words were not finished. As long as Tianzong was alive, Du Jiangnan would have a way to threaten him. Now that Tianzong had lost his human body, it was as if a fish had returned to the sea, a bird to the forest. For him, it might not be a bad thing. Understanding this point made it easier to comprehend why Tianzong was so eager to die that he dared to insult the 2 god-level contractees. 2 lines of clear tears flowed down Yue's snow-white cheeks as she slowly shook her head, sorrowfully saying, "It's not as you think.
Tian Zhang is the first miraculous combination of a human and an information being.
He has a data core and a human body. The death of his physical form equals erasing all his memories from these years.
Even if he could live again, would he still be my Tian Zhang? Lin Chen understood Yue Wei's meaning, combining it with Du Jiangnan's earlier words. If Tian Zhang were treated as a humanoid computer, the death of his physical body would mean completely formatting his system. Even if he could return, he would no longer be the Tian Zhang he once was.
Lin Chen could see that Yue truly regarded Tian Zhang as her child, and Tian Zhang sincerely saw her as his mother.
No wonder Yue was so heartbroken. But Lin Chen felt deep down that Tian Zhang wouldn't simply abandon the memories of this body. He
should have a way to store his memories somewhere, waiting to retrieve them after revival. Of course, he had no solid evidence now, so it was unwise to draw conclusions based solely on speculation, letting Yue be happy for nothing. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen continued to ask, "What is the situation now? Where did Du Jiangnan go?" Du Jiangnan's desire to obtain the contract of time was so strong that if he couldn't find the new King Su Yang in Europe and America, he would likely come back to look for him. The death of Tian Song was filled with calculations, and Du Jiangnan was not that kind of brutish warrior who only had muscles and no brains. He should quickly notice the abnormalities.
There wasn't much time left for Lin Chen.
A trace of hatred flashed in Yue's eyes as her voice grew low. "The latest news I received is that he injured Ryan Usher, but he also paid a considerable price himself, being pursued by McAllister all the way out of the atmosphere, fighting fiercely in space."
Lin Chen nodded. It seemed that Du Jiangnan was indeed stronger,
able to take on two opponents and still injure the Sentinel contractor, escaping from Blue Star while being chased by the
Light System contractor.
Of course, it was also possible that the limit of the Shining Fruit was too low to put too much pressure on Du Jiangnan.
If Usher
and Du Jiangnan hadn't fought to a standstill, it was likely that the Shining Fruit contractor wouldn't be a match for the Manhattan Doctor contractor.
So what you just said, that all expenses would be borne solely by God Du, is false?
Lin Chen grasped the key point and suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder Yue, despite not having a deep relationship with him, would speak up for him. A mother who lost her child in an emotional outburst
could do anything.
For her, avenging the enemy who harmed her child was just a simple way to vent her hatred.
Yue nodded and then shook her head.
It's not entirely false. Before the strength test, Du Jiangnan once said that he would bear all expenses, so feel free to use the gravity chamber, and
I will put all the accounts under Du Jiangnan's name.
You don't have to worry. Du Jiangnan has many research units under his name, with expenses amounting to several $100 million every month. The little bit generated by the gravity chamber each month he probably won't even have time to pay
attention to.
Lin Chen secretly gave Yue a thumbs up. This woman was indeed remarkable, daring to play these tricks in front of the strongest in Huagua.
No wonder she could teach Tian Song. Tian Song's duplicitous methods must have been learned from his mother. Yue led Lin Chen to the entrance
of the unit's cafeteria, and at this moment it was 11 o'clock noon, but there weren't many people in the cafeteria. Many were still busy with their work, and it would be around half an hour later, at 11:30, when the cafeteria would be at its busiest.
Before entering, she stopped, not
looking back, and spoke to the reflections of the two in the glass door as if to herself. "If one day you have the strength to defeat Du Jiangnan, please
help me avenge Tian Song.
I don't ask you to really kill Du Jiangnan, but he must also feel the pain of losing everything."
Lin Chen didn't speak, merely nodding slightly in agreement.
Even if Yue hadn't said this, he would inevitably have a battle with Du Jiangnan in the future.
Du Jiangnan's
tragic background made him detest illusionary beings deeply. If he knew that Lin Chen's family were all visitors from the illusion, he would definitely
not let it go easily. With his autocratic personality, he would surely kill Lin Chen's entire family before he would relent. For the first time, Lin
Chen felt the urgency to increase his strength. He had to make full use of the gravity chamber to enhance his abilities comprehensively.
However,
before that, finding a way to fill his stomach was the most important thing. After just a few steps, he already felt a bit dizzy, and his stomach was
growling incessantly.
Following the aroma of food, Lin Chen stepped into the cafeteria, and the array of exquisite dishes on the dining table opened his eyes. M4 grade Wagyu beef ribs, lamb legs, crab, abalone, foie gras, and other expensive ingredients that could only be seen in mid-range buffets were lined up, emitting an enticing fragrance. The quality of these ingredients was so exquisite that it was even comparable to some 4-star hotels. Lin Chen found a round table, filled the surface with ingredients, and built a 3-tiered tower, beginning to feast heartily.
His stomach seemed
like a bottomless pit. All the ingredients that entered would be quickly digested and absorbed, converted into energy to supply the hungry cells
throughout his body.
Lin Chen's eating style was like a whirlwind, and he even consumed some shellfish without peeling them, eating the shells whole.
His wolf-like manner of eating attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant.
In just half an hour, he devoured enough food for 20 people, showing no signs of slowing down. What surprised Lin Chen was that the supply of ingredients was actually faster than he could eat, and there was no shortage.
Despite his gluttony,
no wonder the internal positions in the Illusion Management Bureau of Huagua had an acceptance rate of less than 1 in 10,000. Often joked about in the community as positions that could only be obtained through sex and blood transmission.
However, now, under the name of
Du Jiangnan, Lin Chen could indulge in free food and drink at the Illusion Management Bureau, enjoying a small taste of national welfare.
Just as Lin
Chen was happily eating, someone burst into the restaurant, whispering, we found it, the strongest rookie king has finally appeared."
The people in the restaurant stopped eating and gathered around. What, has the new king been found?
This guy made everyone look for him during this meal.
Du Shen even went all the way to Europe and America for him. Has he finally decided to show up? Let me see, which country is he from?
The news about the new king had become the hottest topic, and any information related to him would instantly trend online.
Who exactly is he? Which countries contractor is he, and what hero has he contracted? How did he create a myth of thousands of kills in the first and second illusion? Opinions varied widely online.
Some judged from his appearance that Xu Yang was actually a
contractor from Europe or America.
Others claimed he was from Huagua but had used special abilities to change his appearance, aiming to hide his true self and avoid being snatched by powerful contractors. The most outrageous claim was that he wasn't a normal human at all, but a mechanical creation made using illusion technology. His body was entirely composed of liquid metal, which explained his incredible strength and endless stamina, among other unbelievable abilities. Lin Chen found these discussions online both amusing and exasperating. The imagination of these people was surprisingly rich.
However, some of their speculations had a kernel of truth. Although they were miles away from the reality, saying he wasn't human was somewhat accurate.
It could only be said that the abilities of contractors were bizarre and varied. Some people, in a daze, could guess the truth of things with a hint from the void,
getting it almost right.
This was unavoidable. Fortunately, Lin Chen had the protection of the source of chaos, which meant that any energy below the rank of the source of chaos could not deduce his true identity. It was precisely because of the existence of the source of chaos that his family could live in hiding until now.
But today, someone suddenly claimed to be the strongest new king? What benefit would there be in impersonating him? Could they gain vast resources for training at any cost?
But most likely, they would die from the deliberate murder of high-level contractors before that. Lin Chen was still trying to hide himself, and yet someone was impersonating him, rushing to take his place in death. He was very curious to see this brave impersonator and who they really were.
He stopped chewing his food and approached with curiosity.
The area around the person was already crowded,
and his phone was playing a live interview video.
A young man stood behind the podium, his expression serious, and he solemnly announced to the countless microphones below in English,
"Yes, I am the strongest new king you all speak of. My full name is Zod Maximoff Xu Yang."
Lin Chen almost spat out his food with a pft.
To be honest, this young man did resemble Lin Chen after his transformation quite a bit. However, his eyes were shifty, lacking
the strong confidence that came from Lin Chen's Kryptonian Saiyan bloodline. Besides his eyes, the impersonator's body was somewhat weak, and compared to Lin Chen in his steel body form, he looked like a little chick.
Could it be that there was really someone in this world who looked exactly like him after his transformation?
Lin Chen shook his head, feeling it was unlikely. He was the mixed-blood descendant of Zod and Wanda.
The uniqueness of
their bloodlines determined that, in this world, aside from his younger brother Lin Zhang, no one would look like him.
The impersonator in the video must have used some ability to change his appearance. Watching another person claim to be Xu Yan while bearing his name and likeness felt strangely bizarre to Lin Chen.
The impersonator continued, "The reason I exposed myself is that I heard that Du Xin from Huagui is looking for me everywhere, even going so far as to fight with the Archangel Uther and the God of Light for my sake. I call upon the God of Dew and the God of Light, please stop fighting. God of Dew, I can become your disciple for the sake of world peace."
Put. Lin Chen finally couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of food. Goodness, how narcissistic can you be to think that Du Jiangnan is looking for you to take you as a disciple?
When he finds you, he will most likely pull your tendons and bones, grind you to dust, just to obtain those 2 contracts of time. When Du Jiangnan discovers you are a fraud, you better hope he is in a good mood at that moment. That might allow you and your family to leave
in peace. The reporters in the audience also felt something was off.
Previously, they had desperately hidden themselves, so how could they suddenly jump out and admit they are the strongest rookie king?
Was the change so quick?
A reporter in the audience asked, "Classmate Xu Yan, some say that in the second illusion, you can condense a dark red battlesuit on your body to resist the great power of the Naga dragon."
"I'm not doubting the authenticity of your identity, I'm purely curious, what exactly is that skill? Can you demonstrate it for us live?"
The young man smiled and nodded. "No problem, this move is called the protective spell, which can create a magical battle suit on the caster's body to resist all energy attacks." He then pulled out a small wooden stick from his pocket and began to chant.
A Sidamolaf.
A red light ignited at the tip of the stick, quickly forming a red cloak-like
garment around his body.
The young man nodded at a contractor in the audience.
Try to attack me once.
The other party launched an energy attack, which collided with the red cloak and vanished without a trace.
Just this simple move immediately drew gasps from the reporters.
Wow, it really can defend against energy attacks.
Impressive. Is this the ability of the strongest rookie king? Please forgive my distrust, but now I believe you are indeed
the strongest rookie king, Xu Yang. Unlike others who were just watching the show, Lin Chen recognized the source of the skill from his casting method. If nothing unexpected happened, the young man's ability should come from
the magical spells of the Harry Potter world.
The small stick in his hand was a wand from the Harry Potter world. If a wizard from the Harry Potter world was impersonating him, then everything made sense. The young man must have used a disguise spell to change his appearance while also being able to cast spells, simulating a tiny part of the effect of the chaotic battlesuit. But Lin Chen remembered that no hero from the Harry Potter magical world
had ever appeared in the contract book. Where did this young man obtain his casting ability? Perhaps magic could be a skill learned through practice?
Lin Chen then recalled Wanda's dark grimoire and decided to finish his meal
and go home to ask his mom about magic.
Playing with magic was a specialty in his family. He was a direct descendant of a witch, bearing the supreme magical power of the source of chaos from the beginning of the universe.
One
could say that Lin Chen's difficulty in learning magic was equivalent to going from a doctoral student back to kindergarten, instantly crushing the competition. Perhaps even the kindergarten teacher would be crushed as well. The young man simply said a few words and waved goodbye to the audience below.
Everyone, I have decided to join Hefei Extraordinary
University. Please look forward to my future performance in the illusion.
Wait a minute, Boss Su Yang, can you demonstrate
your superpowers for us?
Su Yang, what's the deal with that giant spider? Is it your pet or your ability? Can you show us
your abs for all the fangirls?
Su Yang, could you display your illusion ID to see if it matches with the new king ID?
How
can you say such presumptuous things? You're infringing on human rights.
Except for a few countries in Asia and Huagua, most countries around the world have very strict protections on the identity information of contractors, which gave the imposter the
opportunity to disguise himself as Lin Chen.
In Huagua, he would be exposed by the Illusion Management Bureau in minutes.
In just a
few minutes, the reporters below were clearly not satisfied, and they kept making various unreasonable demands, not allowing the
imposter to leave the stage.
The imposter was obviously a bit flustered. How could he possibly bring out a spider like Abu? He stammered, "The Spider King is my magical creature, and I can only summon it in the illusion.
Show us your abs."
With his small frame playing with magic, how could he have the chocolate abs like Lin Chen? Fortunately, someone came to his rescue. An elderly man with white hair walked up behind him, the current president of Hefei University, Alan Boga.
Alan Boga announced to the
reporters,
"On behalf of Hefei Extraordinary University, I am specially admitting Su Yang into our elite contractor class. If anyone has further questions, you can consult Hefei University." This press conference is now concluded. The press conference was
brief, but the impact it created immediately caused a global sensation.
In no time, major news media outlets were reporting related
stories. The strongest new king has appeared, and he is actually
the strongest new king has chosen Hefei University.
It can be foreseen that as long as he does not fall in the illusion, a new divine-level contractor is already guaranteed. Su Yan, a new star is rising. The future divine-level contractor is none other than him. What kind of changes will the world pattern
undergo? Please stay tuned, we will reveal it tonight. Of course, some tabloid news also emerged. Hefei University has assigned
5 private companions to the strongest new king, all blonde, blue-eyed, long-legged Western beauties.
Please see our interview with the strongest new king's family. How did they raise such an outstanding child?
Su Yang took advantage of his new king status to toy with me. I, along with the child in my belly, strongly demand he pay child support.
One can only say fame brings trouble.
Even major film production companies like 23rd Century Fox and Disney announced that they would soon invite Su Yang to star
in the latest superhero movie, My Illusion Legend, Part 1, Zombie World. Lin Chen browsed international news while eating,
a smirk appearing on his lips, feeling pleased. The commercial empire that the imposter worked hard to build would be his to command
once he revealed his identity.
It's great to impersonate someone. It attracts unwanted attention and helps him save money. Where can he find such a foolish person again?
Bring me a dozen more.
Inside Huagua, the entire nation was shocked. The
strongest new king this time turned out to be a Westerner, and he joined Hefei University.
Once he grows up, he will undoubtedly
disrupt the existing world order. Huagua's advantage of having 2 divine generals would vanish. In the imperial capital, at the
Illusion Management Bureau, Qin Jianawa stood on the rooftop, his thick eyebrows tightly knitted together. In front of him was A girl wearing very short shorts and a short-sleeved white t-shirt revealing her snow-white chubby thighs. Jin Zixuan. Jin Zixuan was gnawing on an ear of corn, completely lacking the image of a deity, half lying and half reclining, floating in front of director Qin. Jin Shin. The current situation is like this. The nuclear explosion caused by Dushin in the Chicago area of the United States has resulted in direct losses of $3.5 billion and a death toll of 230,000. Now the United States and Eagle country are pressuring our country to hand over Dushin and provide compensation. After reporting the results, Qin Jianhua looked at the girl in front of him. Jin Zixuan threw away the finished corn, clapped her small hands, wrapped them around her meager chest, and snorted coldly. How many times have I said it? Don't call me Jinshin, you can call me by my full name or Jin Xiao Nu. She paused and pouted. That old thing Du Jiangnan has gone mad trying to break through the 90th level. I'm not surprised by anything he does. We don't need to pay attention to the United States and Eagle country. If they want compensation, let them come to Huagua themselves. If they really provoke me, I'll just drop a meteor on them and send them all to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Qin Jianhua forced a bitter smile. Yes, with you, Jin Xiaonu, they can't do anything to us in the short term, but this matter is ultimately Dushin's fault. Do you think we need to issue an official statement to explain? Jin Zixuan showed an unhappy expression. Explain? Explain what? Du Jiangnan even sacrificed his own son just to find an opportunity to hurt them. These people collude with the Six Paths in private to conduct forbidden human experiments. If we don't show them some consequences, they won't know their own weight. Not letting them take land and pay compensation is already good enough. Don't worry about it. Whether to issue a statement is up to you. If you need me to take action, just let me know. After saying this, Jin Zixuan's body radiated a brilliant green light and she flew straight up into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. Qin Jianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Jin Zixuan had always detested politics and it was already quite rare for her to say so much. He looked up at the sky. Because of the battle between Du Jiangnan and McAllister, the atmosphere was severely damaged and the colorful auroras could be seen in the capital region of Huagua. He had already received news that the United States and Eagle country, along with their allies, had decided to retaliate against Huagua's contractors in future public illusions as a protest against the nuclear attack launched by Du Jiangnan on their territory. Unable to do anything to Du Jiangnan, they vented their anger on the newly promoted contractors of Huagua, threatening to make them pay a painful price. It was foreseeable that the future illusions would no longer be a peaceful atmosphere of joint exploration. Contractors would not only have to deal with threats from illusion monsters but also be wary of sneak attacks from their own people. At this critical moment of life and death for humanity, the strongest forces were still engaged in internal strife, which was quite a headache for the higher-ups. Qin Jianhua took out a cigarette, lit it out of habit, and then remembered that his wife was preparing for pregnancy. He had already quit smoking for 3 weeks, so he could only extinguish the cigarette, chew the tobacco into bits, and swallow it, letting out a long sigh. If this continues, humanity's days are numbered. He took out another cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, his expression somewhat grim. The seals of the 7 deadly places are about to break. When the illusion world devours Blue Star, all of humanity will perish. What's the point of having children? To bring them into the world just to die? Meanwhile, in Anping City, at Lin Chen's home, old Lin had finally coaxed the 2 four-legged golden beasts in the house to sleep. He quietly closed the bedroom door, pinned his wife Wanda against the wall, and lifted her beautiful chin with his finger. Wife, the eldest is not home today, and the second and third are asleep. Let's give them a little brother or sister. No way, I oppose. After Lin Chen finished off a buffet meant for 50 people, he decided to let the exhausted chef go, adhering to the idea of moderation, and returned home. It was already late, and he was too lazy to take the stairs, so he jumped directly from downstairs to his own balcony. Before he could steady himself, he overheard his parents discussing their plans for procreation, and he immediately expressed his opposition. Old Lin, why don't you focus on supporting us first, before talking about that? Lin Chen retorted, feeling speechless. With such a small space at home, how could they possibly fit in another little one? I will work hard to support the family. Old Lin stammered. Wan Ling shot old Lin. A glare pushed him away and tidied her disheveled hair. How's it going? Du Jiangnan isn't making things difficult for you anymore, right? Lin Chen briefly explained the situation. For now, their family was safe, but they still had to be cautious. As long as Du Jiangnan was alive, he would definitely pay them another visit. Moreover, there was still a ticking time bomb hidden in their home. Lin Chen closed the bedroom door and turned on his old computer, which took a while to load the Windows operating system. He disconnected from the internet, created a new TXT document on the desktop, and typed, "Are you there?" After several minutes, just when Lin Chen thought he was being overly
Sentimental and that Tian Song hadn't made any moves on his computer. The cursor began to blink slowly, and Chinese characters appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. You finally remembered me. By now, my main body should have already died. The characters appeared very slowly, about one character every few seconds, each word carefully spaced. Lin Chen typed, yes, your main body was instantly vaporized in the Battle of the Divine Tier Contractors, dying without pain. So what is your current state? Can you be revived? Sister Yu Wei is very sad. After waiting a long time, the characters began to move again. I was tampered with by Du Jiangnan at my core. Continuing to live as a human is merely being his servant. So I actively sought death. Usher is fond of handsome men. If I expose his secret, he will definitely kill me to silence me. Lin Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. What kind of hobbies did these divine tier contractors have? Relying on a bit of strength, did they abandon the right path? Tian Song, unable to see Lin Chen's expression, continued typing. I have hidden all my memories in your storage device. You can replace everything in this computer, but do not change the storage device. Listen to me, my time is limited. Du Jiangnan will soon realize something is wrong and return. I will self-destruct in 1 minute, completely hiding until you obtain another core to reactivate me. Before that, do not connect to the internet. Du Jiangnan has cloned my core, and a new Skynet will soon go online. Once discovered, we will both die. Don't worry about exposure, I have already seamlessly modified your family's information. If you owe me a favor, then help me obtain a pure core from the illusion again to revive me. Goodbye, Lin Chen. Lin Chen hurriedly typed. Wait, don't die yet. What is your core? Where are you from in that illusion? What form does the core take? Just saying a core is too vague. I can't possibly bring back all the ultimate creations from the intelligent machinery universe. This time, Tian Song's response was even slower. After about 10 minutes, he displayed one word at a time. I don't know the specific form of the core either. Du Jiangnan wouldn't tell me. I invested in you because I see your potential. I believe you can help me find a pure, unpolluted core. Again, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. According to his understanding, the core of Tian Song could possibly exist in illusions, including but not limited to the following illusions. The most likely illusion was the Skynet from the Terminator world. The Matrix from the Matrix. There is also a great possibility. If none of these are the case, it could still come from the Allspark of Transformers or Ultron from the Marvel Universe. Even the Mother Box from Apocalypse in the DC Universe. All these illusions of highly intelligent mechanical civilizations are possible. The first few are manageable, but the latter two worlds, the Marvel Universe and the DC Universe, even if he fully activates his Kryptonian bloodline, he wouldn't dare to say he could walk through them unscathed. After all, he is merely a descendant of the Kryptonian bloodline, not the absolute cornerstone of the DC Universe, Kal-El. If he wants to become a godlike man, he still has a long way to go. In fact, the best way is to ask Du Jiangnan. You old rascal, from which illusion did you bring Tianzang out? Of course, it would be best to ask this when he can crush Du Jiangnan with invincible strength. Now, if he goes to ask Du Jiangnan about this, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Tianzang didn't wait for Lin Chen to respond and continued typing. Blue Star is very dangerous and may be destroyed at any time. I can't tell you more information. You can go find the 6 paths. Their Heavenly Dao Master owes me a favor. Just say this code. Their leader, Heavenly Dao, will help you do 3 things. Lin Chen felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed. How is it that Tianzang is also in contact with the 6 paths? The 6 paths are the largest underground anti-human organization on Blue Star, dedicated to the destruction of humanity and the promotion of the fusion of illusions in Blue Star, having caused numerous shocking tragedies in the world. They have committed countless killings, with at least hundreds of millions of people directly or indirectly dying at their hands. There are even rumors that the arrival of the illusion realm is related to the 6 paths. Not long ago, the Azura path of the 6 paths even sought him out for a confrontation, inexplicably inviting him to join. Wait, this code. As a top student, Lin Chen understands a bit of Japanese. The translated Chinese pronunciation is, how many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? A sense of ominous premonition rose in Lin Chen's heart. Before he could continue to inquire, Tianzang typed. Lin Chen, from various data analyses, you and I are both from the illusion realm, and your identity is even more mysterious. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. The identity of a traveler is his biggest secret. Does Tianzang know this? He hurriedly typed. What else do you know? How did you find out? In my eyes, all of humanity has no secrets. When you were conducting the contract ceremony, global data was interrupted for 5 seconds, and all storage media had a strange 5-second blank. I helped you erase these data loopholes. I did all this just to gain a bit of freedom. I want to live carefree with you, Mama. Lin Chen, our goals are the same. I will self-annihilate, hoping that when we meet again, you will be stronger. Also, don't have any designs on you, Mama.
My energy is about to run out and the countdown to destruction has begun. 10, 9. Wait, don't just die on your own.
Lin Chen
wanted to type more questions but found the keyboard had lost its function.
Then, a puff of blue smoke emerged from the machine and the computer instantly went black.
Ha! You can die, but why burn my computer's CPU in the process? After Lin Chen dealt with Tian Song's affairs, he felt an additional bond weighing on him.
Although Tian Song helped him mainly to escape Du Jiangnan's control, he owed Tian Song a pure core, untainted by corruption, both emotionally and rationally.
He just didn't know where that core came from in the illusion. If it were from the Terminator world or the Matrix world, it would be easier to handle. Activated in his steel body form, he would be nearly invincible in a technological world.
However, in the other three
worlds, with his current strength, he had not yet reached the level to easily obtain that core. Now that Tian Song had fallen into a deep sleep, there was no need to rush. The matter of the core could only be decided based on future experiences in the illusions. After a busy day, Lin Chen was preparing to rest when he suddenly remembered the magic displayed by the imposter. Perhaps he should talk to his mother about magic. Aside from the dark magic recorded in the Book of Dark Gods, the Scarlet Witch surely knew
some other forms of magic.
Magic, in essence, could resonate with the elements of nature through runic spells, representing a
capability that could achieve great results with minimal effort. If he could master some more magic, navigating the illusions should become much easier.
Lin Chen walked out of his bedroom and saw Wan Ling quietly sitting in the living room with the lights off.
In
the darkness, Wan Ling's pupils emitted a dark red glow, and the entire living room was shrouded in chaotic power.
As soon as Lin
Chen stepped into the living room, the chaotic power surged toward him like a tide. Lin Chen smiled slightly, his thoughts stirring. As the dark red glow appeared, orbiting around him like satellites,
the chaotic robe instantly took shape, resonating with the
chaotic power released by Wan Ling, and the pressure immediately dissipated.
Seeing this scene, Wan Ling nodded slightly, her voice becoming solemn and serious.
Indeed, the source of chaos has taken root in you, fully integrating into your body and becoming your own power. Although I have already received a sign from the Sea of Chaos, I still want to see what ability you have gained. From what I see now, the power you have awakened leans towards close combat.
In fact, my son, there are countless ways to use the
source of chaos. Do not confine your thinking to one direction. Lin Chen respectfully bowed.
Please teach me, mother. It seemed
that Du Jiangnan's arrival had sounded an alarm in Wan Ling's heart, and she was planning to step in personally to give her son
a boost.
Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he felt the chaotic power Wan Ling released, which was several times more robust than
before he entered the second environment. So, Mom, if I grow stronger on Blue Star, will you also regain your power accordingly?
Wan Ling stood up and walked over, her nightgown covered by the source of chaos, transforming into a dark red chaotic robe.
At
that moment, she resembled an evil witch more than Lin Chen's mother. Around her, the source of chaos coiled like a giant python,
waiting to strike.
Stimulated by the source of chaos, the chaotic power within Lin Chen also transformed into a serpentine form, but
its thickness and strength were far inferior to Wan Ling's.
Wan Ling chuckled softly. Yes, our powers originate from the same source. Your chaotic power, recognized by the Blue Star universe, allows me to reclaim part of my strength.
As you grow stronger on Blue Star, my power will gradually recover. This method is called bloodline synergy in the witching world.
A hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. That Du Jiangnan, relying on the recognition of the Blue Star universe, dares to come to my home to cause trouble.
Does he really think I am afraid of him?
My son, today I will teach you a spell that you may not usually use, but at a
critical moment, it can help you turn the tide.
Lin Chen's spirit lifted. Was his mother finally willing to give him special
training? Bring it on. Whatever demon god descends, whatever dark realm or dreamwalking technique, teach it all to me. Power knows
no good or evil, it only depends on where it is used.
Wan Ling walked to the living room mirror and calmly said, Today, I will teach you a spell called Dark Dimension.
She extended her right hand, and at the moment she touched the mirror's surface, the glass, under the influence of chaotic magic, rippled like a calm lake disturbed by a thrown stone.
Wan Ling's delicate fingers easily
probed into the mirror, and gradually, her whole body sank in, leaving only half of her outside in the world. Lin Chen curled his lips, thinking it sounded grand, but it was just a chaotic magic version of a mirror space. He knew this spell. The Scarlet Witch had used it during the attack on Kamartaj, slipping into the mirror to arrive in another space. In his view, the dark dimension was
not as convenient as Kamartaj's mirror technique.
Once inside, one must find a reflective object to exit, which might be a decent
skill for escape. But your son is an invincible presence in the illusion, immune to both magical and physical attacks, so how could he possibly be in a situation where he needed to escape?
Wan Ling noticed Lin Chen's disappointment and smiled.
Son, don't
underestimate this spell. Its difference from other mirror spaces is that it can ignore most sealing and protective skills.
If That's the case, this dark dimension might still have some use. There are quite a few illusions with ceiling barriers if it can ignore most protective skills. Could it allow easy infiltration into secret places for zero-cost purchases? Wan Ling continued, her voice slightly somber. In the future, if our family is discovered by the Blue Star contractors, you must escape first and then find a way to rescue your younger siblings. Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart, knowing that Du Jiangnan's arrival today had made Wan Ling wary, teaching him the ability to save his life first. Lin Chen said helplessly, Mom, teach me some combat magic. Your son is super strong. A dark dimension is only useful for escaping, which isn't much use to me. Wan Ling shook her head with a smile. Don't be anxious, your current strength isn't enough. You haven't met the basic casting conditions for many spells. The attack magic I know is all about dealing with dark hell creatures. Teaching you recklessly before you can suppress them would only harm you. Lin Chen knew he was indeed a bit too hasty. He had only succeeded in his contract for 2 months, and 2 of the 3 major inheritances leaned towards close combat. The attributes gained from daily training were all added to his physique, while his mental strength relied solely on the daily natural growth brought by the source of chaos, which was indeed a bit slow. Alright, having more skills doesn't hurt. This spell Wan Ling taught him could be considered a mirror technique from the Shadow Ninja arts. Under Wan Ling's gesture, Lin Chen walked over, and the chaotic power surrounding Wan Ling enveloped him. Lin Chen felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb, warm and comfortable. He even recalled the feeling of just developing from an embryo into a fetus, soaking in his own amniotic fluid, starting to feel a bit embarrassed, but later getting used to it. Wan Ling's figure disappeared without him noticing. Her voice, as if coming from several layers of space, faintly reached him. Focus, extend your right hand. Lin Chen extended his right hand, and before his eyes, the originally clear mirror became blurry, a deep entrance appearing in the middle, with dark red light flickering in the passage. Alright, what lies before you is the dark space, a space that belongs solely to the manipulator of chaotic magic. Lin Chen felt a powerful suction pulling him in, and his body involuntarily plunged into the mirror. At that moment, Lin Yu, half asleep, came out holding Abu to go to the bathroom. She saw her mother and older brother flowing like water into the mirror, and she was stunned on the spot, dropping Abu to the ground with a thud. She opened her mouth wide, her eyes wide in disbelief, exclaiming, Dad, come quick. Big brother and mom have been eaten by the mirror. The moment Lin Chen entered the mirror space, the entire world was instantly engulfed by endless darkness. A dark red glow of chaotic magic surged from his body, flickering in this void, barely dispelling the thick darkness around him for a few meters, like ink. The surroundings were so silent it was chilling. Lin Chen felt as if he had transformed into a fish, swimming in an endless sea of darkness. His feet could not touch the ground at all, relying solely on the power of chaos to propel him. Suddenly, a gigantic fish-like creature appeared beside him, and Lin Chen sensed a familiar and warm aura emanating from it. He knew this was his mother, Wan Ling, and he felt no panic, quickly channeling the chaotic power to follow her. Lin Chen could not see Wan Ling's true form at that moment. He could only vaguely make out that she wore a dark red queen's crown and was opening her mouth, seemingly speaking to him. However, all the words that reached his ears turned into meaningless whispers and cries. Wan Ling suddenly turned sideways, blocking Lin Chen's path. Through her massive body, he saw a huge dark silhouette ahead. That thing was so enormous that Wan Ling's transformed figure seemed as small as a tadpole in comparison. Wan Ling's body radiated a dark red glow, the power of chaotic magic fully ignited, the faint red light illuminating the entire shadow space. Even so, it could only barely outline the indescribable, terrifying shape of that creature. The creature's body seemed to be composed of countless twisted shadows and dark matter, lacking a fixed form, its surface constantly protruding with what appeared to be countless human faces trying to break free from within, yet unable to escape, only able to emit silent, mournful howls. It seemed to have noticed Wan Ling and Lin Chen. It slowly turned its head, its enormous, dead-fish-like white eyes coldly staring at the mother and son. As it gazed at them, the surrounding space instantly crystallized with dark frost, making cracking sounds. Wan Ling crashed into Lin Chen, pushing him toward a faint light. The creature moved slightly, and the shadow space surged toward them like a tide. Wan Ling stood firmly in front of Lin Chen, unleashing all the chaotic magic within her body. In the face of this terrifying power, the chaotic magic seemed insignificant, the dark red glow flickering uncertainly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Finally, before the dark tide could engulf them, Lin Chen and Wan Ling fell out of a mirror. The two gasped heavily, their expressions filled with disbelief. Lin Chen, with a higher physical attribute, recovered first. He surveyed his surroundings: bathtub, wash mirror. The place they had escaped from the shadow space was likely a bathroom and someone else's home. They had narrowly escaped from that monster through the wash mirror in this family's bathroom. The mother and son exchanged a glance, relieved to have survived. Lin Chen propped himself up with one hand on his knee, feeling that the few minutes had been more exhausting than doing 100 push-ups in a 10-fold gravity chamber. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Mom, is the dark dimension really that Dangerous? Relying on this trick to escape is too difficult. What was that thing? Wan Ling looked just as confused. I don't know either. When I first arrived at Blue Star 20 years ago, I entered the shadow space of this universe, but that thing definitely didn't exist. That thing felt even more terrifying than Dormammu. What on earth has happened in the Blue Star universe? The living room lights turned on, likely because the homeowner had noticed the commotion and got up to check. 2. Avoid being mistaken for a burglar. Lin Chen quickly opened the window, picked up Wan Ling, and leaped down from the 5th floor to the street below. Lin Chen glanced at the nearby street signs. In just a short while, he and Wan Ling had reached a neighborhood 3 blocks away from their home. If it weren't for that terrifying monster, escaping through the shadow dimension wasn't slow at all. The mother and son walked down the street in the deep night, and Wan Ling said softly, "I'm sorry, son. I just wanted to teach you a life-saving magic. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. The last contract ceremony was the same. I almost messed it up. I just wanted you to have another ability to protect yourself." Lin Chen wrapped his arm around his mother's shoulder, comforting her. "It's not your fault. It's all because of the damned cosmic consciousness of the Blue Star, working against you and lowering your luck to negative." Wan Ling's eyes widened. It could be explained this way too. "Yes, everything I do goes wrong. It must be this reason," and she instantly felt revitalized. After comforting Wan Ling, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. That monster in the shadow space seemed familiar. "By the way, did you learn that move just now?" Wan Ling casually asked. "Of course I learned it, but can this move really be used?" Lin Chen's question implied that if there were such terrifying monsters in the shadow space, entering it would be tantamount to seeking death. Wan Ling frowned in thought for a moment and shook her head. "In other illusions, there shouldn't be such terrifying monsters. At least not in my universe. Next time you enter the shadow space, you can scout first. If it's safe, then move through the shadow space. Well, that's all there is to it." Although the process is dangerous, Lin Chen has mastered a form of shadow escape technique, which could be considered a bloodline limit in the world of Naruto. A new skill appeared on Lin Chen's attribute panel. Talent skill, Shadow Dimension. Enter the shadow space through mirrors or other reflective objects, ignoring most seals and barrier techniques. Where there is light, there is darkness. The next morning, Lin Chen received a WeChat message from Lu Yu. "Lin Chen, there's a small class on illusion number 3 at 8:30 this morning. Be sure to come." After this message, Lu Yu added a sticking out tongue smiley face. Lin Chen looked at the clock. It was already 7:45. He jumped out of bed, hurriedly got dressed, and rushed out the door. He wanted to consult Teacher Lu about which illusion might randomly lead to the Dragon Ball world. The first 5 illusions had a high chance of randomly leading to the mechanical crisis universe, and he couldn't miss this class if he wanted to successfully obtain the pure core. Lin Chen ran all the way to school and felt something was off from a distance. The entire campus was covered in red banners, and flowers lined the roadside. The grand spectacle made it seem like a wedding was being held at a hotel. These banners were all praising the excellent results achieved by the 4 contract holders of the second illusion at the university. 100 years to grow trees, 10 years to nurture people. Our school's 4 contract holders, under Principal Jia's leadership, have achieved great results again. The school's educational policy is to teach according to the students' abilities. We firmly believe that there are no useless heroes. As long as the policy is correct, there are always more solutions than difficulties. And so on. There were many such messages. Lin Chen even saw many reporters crowding at the entrance, pleading with the security guard. "Security brother, please let us in. We want to interview the 4 students who achieved great results in person. Top-notch cigarettes, brother, feel free to smoke. We just need to capture a few shots outside the classroom." The contract holder class at the university was buzzing with excitement this time. The first illusion achieved a score of 154, and the second illusion directly secured an excellent 4th place. This was no longer a miracle, it could be called a divine feat. Perhaps having learned from the lessons of the last public class, this time the illusion class was not open to the public. This left many reporters anxious like ants on a hot pan, with some even climbing over walls to enter the school, only to be sent back by the righteous security guards. As Lin Chen approached, he heard the discussions among the reporters. How did they do it? 4 useless hero contractors came together and actually created a miracle, scoring 120 points? I don't know. Other schools say they haven't seen these 4 from Anping City Union University and don't know where they got their kill points. The first illusion might have been luck, clinging to the strongest rookie king's thigh, but what about the second illusion? Did they run into the strongest rookie king again? Are the rookie kings their relatives? Why are they so favored? I suddenly have a thought, could the strongest rookie king be among them? Ha, your imagination is really rich. Don't you know the strongest rookie king has already appeared in Europe and America and joined Hefei University? Lin Chen showed his student ID and smoothly entered the campus, drawing envy and jealousy from the reporters behind him. Damn it, why can't he get in? The security uncle sneered. He is a student of the liberal arts class, why can't he enter? This remark woke the reporters up and they quickly started making calls. Is that person from your family a Union University student? Can I borrow your student ID? The security uncle was even more disdainful, thinking they could cheat in front of him. Did they really think he was blind? Having a student ID is useless. You guys, who have been battered by society, think you can impersonate students? That's a bit difficult, right? You over there, stop. If you want to sneak in, shave off your beard first and come back looking younger. Security uncle, I really am a Union University student, I just look a bit old. When Lin Chen arrived at the illusion class, the classroom was packed. Although there were strict defenses outside, some people still managed to sneak into the campus through various means. Since the class was not held in the auditorium, there was hardly any space to stand, and the 4 Union University students sat in the middle of the classroom, surrounded by various people disguised as students. These reporters showed their skills. Without professional cameras, they used their phones instead, holding what looked like pens, but were actually recording devices. Lin Chen even saw some people using pinhole cameras. Are you really journalists from a legitimate media? Taking advantage of the fact that Teacher Lu hadn't arrived yet, they asked all sorts of questions. Classmates, how did you achieve such a good 4th place in this illusion? Classmates, which hero did you contract? Can you reveal it? Lu Yu, there are rumors that you relied on your beauty and big chest to get close to the strongest rookie king. May I ask what your bust size is? Classmates, are you interested in joining the Science and Technology University? We can make an exception to give you special admission slots plus a monthly scholarship of 1,000 yuan. After the last public class, Lu Yu had become somewhat immune and was absent-mindedly responding. She suddenly looked up and saw Lin Chen had arrived. Her eyes brightened, and she jumped up to wave at him, shaking her head up and down, attracting everyone's attention. Here, Lin Chen. Over here. Lin Chen initially didn't want to go in, preferring to quietly listen to the class from the outside and consult old Lu privately about the Dragon Ball world. But with Lu Yu being so enthusiastic, he couldn't refuse. He thought to himself that his identity information had already been seamlessly modified by Tian Song, so there was no need to continue being low-key. If there was an opportunity, he could raise his rank from a low-level warrior. From what he understood, at the end of each semester, there would be a national and even global contractor competition. The top 3 in the competition not only received substantial prizes but also had the chance to re-evaluate their contracted heroes' rank. However, casual contractors from the public did not qualify to participate. Lin Chen originally planned to obtain a competition slot through the 3 great martial arts sanctuaries, but since the negotiation has collapsed for him, leading the team into the top 3 is not without its challenges. Understanding the intricacies, Lin Chen no longer refused, lowered his baseball cap, and sat down next to Lu Yu. Lu Yu clenched her fists nervously, her excited pupils turning into heart shapes, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, chattering like a little sparrow in Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen, where did your second illusion go? We searched everywhere for you and couldn't find you. How did your second illusion perform? We scored over 100 points. Do you know? We later ran into Mei Yajing and also Xu Yang. Qin Xian quickly shot a glance at Lu Yu, signaling her to stop talking. She leaned closer, whispering mysteriously in Lin Chen's ear. Don't leave after class, I have some news to tell you. You have to be strong after you hear it. In the midst of the chaos, old Lu walked in with teaching materials, glanced around, frowned, and coldly ordered, except for our class, everyone else please leave. Everyone pleaded. Teacher Lu, we admire your knowledge and just want to listen in. Can you give us a chance? Yeah, Teacher Lu, your students have been achieving great results in the illusions. Share some experiences with us. Seeing that everyone was unwilling to leave, old Lu recalled the last time these people mocked his 4 students, and his tone became even colder. This class is not open to the public. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Seeing old Lu's firm attitude, everyone could only leave reluctantly, but they didn't go far, gathering outside the door to observe the situation in the classroom through the window. Old Lu snorted coldly, ignoring them, and began the lesson. Alright, students, let's start class. The upcoming 3rd illusion will likely be a solo illusion, so you 5 must work hard to improve yourselves. A solo illusion? Lin Chen immediately perked up. Descriptions of solo illusions online were always vague. Terms like 1,000 people, 1,000 illusions and a dream of Nank left people confused. According to Lin Chen's analysis, the world of the solo illusion might be related to the hero each person has contracted with. This is also the main reason why the blue star refers to other worlds. As illusions, each person's solo illusion is unique. He raised his hand to ask, Teacher Lu, I heard that the world of the solo illusion is related to the hero we contracted with. Is that true? Teacher Lu nodded, affirming Lin Chen's statement. Indeed, the reason we are called contractors is that we have signed a contract with heroes, needing to be in the same predicament they faced at critical moments to fulfill their regrets or correct the injustices of fate and to honor the contract.
The second illusion came too suddenly, based on my judgment as compensation. The third illusion will likely open a solo illusion to help you quickly enhance your strength. Old Lu continued. If you can successfully complete the solo illusion, you can gain the hero's recognition and obtain more inherited power. A hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Back in the day, my solo illusion was a life and death experience, but because of that, I gained the hero's recognition, and after passing through the solo illusion, my strength skyrocketed. Ah! Lin Chen was dumbfounded. If that's the case, his solo illusion might be hellishly difficult. The three inheritances he bore, Kryptonian, Scarlet Witch, Saiyan, none of them were easy. The expressions of the four students from the United University were no better than Lin Chen's. They all showed signs of panic, with Su Yang being the most nervous, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Teacher, if that's the case, am I doomed? He only had a strong sensing ability, with no combat power at all. And me, I definitely won't be able to come back. Yan Xiaoping's voice was low. My hero only taught me how to use the shield. Even if I can throw the shield like a frisbee, what good is that? Ha! Lin Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise at Yan Xiaoping's words. He hadn't paid much attention before to what kind of hero the four United University students had contracted. Anyway, it didn't matter who they had contracted, none of them were stronger than him. Now, hearing Yan Xiaoping say this, it was highly likely that the hero he had contracted was Captain America, Steve Rogers. On the surface, Steve's abilities seemed average, but he actually had a hidden talent. He became weaker against the weak and stronger against the strong, also known as the 50-50 captain. He could hold his own against a small Hydra leader and even exchange blows with Thanos, using Thor's hammer to bring Thanos to his knees. This kind of ability, if used well, was practically a bug. It wasn't about winning, it was about not losing and being able to tie down the opponent's strongest force. Looking at it this way, Yan Xiaoping was indeed worth cultivating. He could be of help in the Global League at the end of the semester. Knowing the plot well, if he gave Yan Xiaoping a little guidance, his gains wouldn't be small. Lu Yu raised her hand to ask. Teacher Lu, I heard that in the solo illusion, we will be placed in the hero's predicament, experiencing the hardships they once faced. Is that true? Yes, if the compatibility is high enough, the hero may even guide you on how to use their abilities. So after the solo illusion, your understanding of your hero's abilities will greatly improve. Qin Xin pouted, displeased. What's the use of that? If we die in battle, it's still us who die, not these heroes. Old Lu smiled and said, you don't need to worry too much about safety. The main purpose of the solo illusion is to enhance the contractor's strength. If you feel it's impossible to complete the task, you can exit the illusion at any time and return to Blue Star. Upon hearing that the solo illusion could be exited at any time, the four United University students immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. Slumping in their chairs, their bodies relaxing as the tense atmosphere vanished without a trace. Qin Xin patted her flat chest. You should have said that earlier. You scared me to death. Anyway, my hero's strength is just like that. No matter how hard I try, I can't get any higher. Lu Yu nodded repeatedly. Yeah, just treat the solo illusion like a vacation. If you encounter danger, just exit quickly. Old Lu, seeing their lethargic demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Don't think that being able to return at any time means you can relax. You all need to be more careful. You are used to team combat, with teammates as your strong shield behind you. In the solo illusion, you can only rely on yourself. A single oversight can lead to a big mistake. Every year, many students go missing in the solo illusion. Yan Xiaoping nodded. Teacher Lu, you're right. If it really comes to it, we can just exit the moment we enter. So we won't die in the solo illusion, right? Old Lu wanted to say something more upon hearing this, but in the end, he just smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really couldn't understand these four students more and more. In the first illusion, they had lucked out by following behind a big shot just to get some points. In the second illusion, from their feedback, that new generation's strongest contractor named Xu Yang had even deliberately left behind many ghouls for them to kill and earn points. Having seen the malice of human nature, Old Lu's first reaction was that something was wrong. How could someone be so kind? Did they really not have any unreasonable demands for you? For example, Lu Yu, Qin Xin, and even Yan Xiaoping, if you look closely, are quite handsome, or perhaps the big shots prefer Su Yang's squinty eyes. Or maybe, among them, there is a contracted hero with a charm bonus from luck? Forget it, let them be. Based on his judgment, these four would at least suffer a loss of half in the second illusion. He originally planned to work at the United University for a few months and then go home to retire. Unexpectedly, these four achieved a commendable fourth place in the second illusion, which, while not a nationwide sensation, was still shocking to the whole city. In the eyes of others, the United University of Anping City really has something. With only one contracted team, they managed to repeatedly climb the kill leaderboard. Old Lu, who knew the real situation, couldn't help but feel emotional, thinking back to his own struggles in the illusion years ago when his companions, unleashed all their potential in the moments between life and death, only to ultimately leave him helplessly. Old Lu could only sigh deeply.
This is fate, you can't argue with it.
Looking at the four of them lying there like salted
fish, Old Lu, though reluctant to say anything, felt an inexplicable itch in his teeth. He could only turn his gaze to the one student in the class who seemed somewhat pleasing to the eye. Lin Chen, do you have any questions? About the solo illusion? Tian Song recorded Lin Chen's life magnetic field information into the official database of Huagua after the end of the second illusion.
So now everyone still doesn't know that this calm black-haired boy
beside them is the second place in this ghoul illusion.
Lin Chen pondered for a moment and looked up to meet Old Lu's gaze. Teacher Lu, I want to know, if it becomes impossible to proceed, will giving up the solo illusion affect the development of subsequent illusions? Upon hearing this, Old Lu looked at Lin Chen deeply several times and nodded.
Lin Chen's question is very profound.
The continuity and inheritance of illusions are matters that high-level
contractors around the world are exploring.
Based on my experience, as long as it is the same world, the experiences from previous illusions will affect the development of subsequent illusions.
Su Yang frowned and said softly, does that mean we have to pay the price for everything the previous contractors did?
Old Lu smiled. Finally, there were two students in the class who could think. He turned around and drew a cross-section of a large tree on the blackboard, then drew circles of growth rings within it. The issue you raised, Su Yang, is precisely what several major contractor organizations around the world are currently researching in the theory of illusionary time and space. Yan Xiaopeng held his forehead and leaned on the desk.
Ah, my head hurts so much, I feel like I'm going to grow a brain.
Old Lu shot him a glare and ignored him. Currently, the mainstream views include fragment theory, projection
theory, and reincarnation theory.
Of course, I personally believe the most likely theory is the growth ring theory.
Growth ring theory? What does that mean?
Including Lin Chen, everyone widened their eyes and looked at Old Lu. Old Lu didn't keep them in suspense and continued to explain. The illusion is like a tree, growing a new layer of annual rings every year. The illusion you enter is probably not on the same annual ring layer as those of the predecessors.
Your own
illusion's annual ring layer must be maintained by your generation of contractors, Old Lu summarized. If you want to move faster and further in the illusion, you must strive for every illusion and keep your circle of annual rings smoother, otherwise, a
single abandonment could cause the entire towering tree to grow crooked or deformed. Lin Chen nodded slightly, indicating his understanding.
If that's the case, then for the solo illusion, he must go all out and be cautious.
The combat power limits in the three universes of inheritance are extremely high.
If they take a wrong turn on the path ahead, any negative mutation in the illusion's plot could geometrically increase the difficulty of the illusion.
For example, in the DC universe, if someone accidentally kills Superman's lover, Lois Lane, the corrupted Superman will make everyone understand what it means to say, I don't eat beef.
It's just uncertain whether his bloodline inheritance will be counted in the solo illusion.
These questions can only be answered when the third illusion opens.
After listening to the conversation between Lin Chen and Old Lu, the four students from the United University also realized the seriousness of the issue.
In the solo illusion, there are no big shots to
feed them, everything relies on themselves, and there will definitely be 2 solo illusions in the first 10. If they want to survive the first 10 illusions, lying flat now is indeed a bit too early. They perked up and asked some questions, which Old Lu
answered one by one.
After the illusion class ended, Old Lu glanced at the crowd of reporters outside, unwilling for his 4 students to be questioned again. He still vividly remembered how the last few kids were put on the spot, and this time he had taken precautions, but unexpectedly, a group of reporters had somehow mixed in with credentials. The kids were thin-skinned, and if they were caught by these reporters again, they would inevitably say too much.
He frowned and waved his hand. How about
this? To celebrate your successful passage through the second illusion, let's go out for a meal together. No need to save money for me, the principal approved a budget, so we might as well spend it.
He paused and looked at Lin Chen. You should come too, I have a plan I want to discuss with you.
Lin Chen was quite surprised. He just came to audit a class, and someone was eager to invite him to dinner? He thought about his appetite and felt a bit embarrassed.
Teacher Lu, maybe I shouldn't go, I eat a bit too much. Old Lu didn't mind at all. How much could a big appetite be?
Hey, contractors generally have a larger appetite than ordinary people, especially those in the enhancement system, who can eat enough for several people in one meal.
It's fine, we'll go to a buffet, and you can eat as much as you want.
Since Old Lu said so, it would seem a bit out of place for Lin Chen not to go. He packed his bag and followed Old Lu and the 4 classmates out of the classroom. Just as the reporters were about to rush over, they were blocked by Old Lu in the aisle, only able to watch the few of them leave with regret in their eyes. Damn it, Old Lu is too despicable. I shouldn't have spoken so excessively last time.
Who is this young man? Does the United University contractor team have a 5th member now? Don't you all know him? He's quite famous in Anping City, a well-known F-class low-level warrior contractor. It's said that when he wasn't admitted to the extraordinary university, he directly applied to the liberal arts class at the United University. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember, it's Lin Chen, right? I recall my colleague went to his house yesterday saying that Du Jiangnan went to find him. Is that true? What does Du Jiangnan want with him? It is said that he wants to take him as a disciple, suspecting he is the strongest rookie king, Xu Yang. Ha ha, don't make me laugh. Him? A low-level warrior, the strongest rookie king? Ignoring the reporters behind them, Qin Xian leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered, Lin Chen, I have some news for you. After you hear it, you must hold on. Lu Yu, blushing, tugged at Qin Xian's sleeve. Forget it, don't say it. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a good behavior. Qin Xian widened her eyes and retorted, what do you know? If Mei Yajing can do it, can't we say anything? Besides, if we continue to hide it from Lin Chen, he will be the one who gets hurt the most in the end. Lu Yu's lips trembled a few times, but she ultimately didn't say anything. Lin Chen had already guessed what it was about, and he smiled lightly. Oh, what happened to Xiaomei? Tell me. Qin Xian looked around cautiously and leaned closer to Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen, I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes. Xiaomei got involved with the Rookie King in the second illusion. Right before it ended, I heard them pushing and shoving, and the Rookie King gave her something. TSK, that scene. Lin Chen coughed awkwardly a couple of times. He had only been focused on quickly giving the Naga Dragon Pearl to Xiaomei and hadn't expected that Qin Xian, this little trumpet, would see it. It shouldn't be as you said. I believe Xiaomei isn't. Qin Xian, heartbroken, took out her phone. I knew you wouldn't believe it. Look for yourself. This is a post on the forum of the Imperial Capital University. The pinned post was indeed a piece of gossip news. Breaking news, we saw it with our own eyes. In the second illusion, Goddess Mei was kidnapped by the Rookie King's giant spider, and then the Rookie King hurriedly left. What happened next? Everyone, please fill in the blanks. Below the post, a group of Mei Yajing's secret admirers were crying out. Beast! A graceful lady deserves a gentleman. How can one use such force? We strongly demand that Xu Yang, this beast in human clothing, be brought to justice. The illusion is not a lawless land. One cannot act recklessly just because of their strength. Next time in the illusion, brothers unite to castrate Xu Yang and avenge Goddess Mei. Ah, my youth, my goddess, I no longer believe in love. Of course, there were also supporters of Lin Chen's actions. What Xu Yang did is right. If you like her, use any means to pursue her. If you don't dare to use force, how can you say you love her? Lin Chen silently felt sorry for that imposter studying far away in Hefei. Would this guy directly become a father-in-law in the next illusion? Qin Xian whispered in Lin Chen's ear. Everyone saw it. The evidence is overwhelming. The most outrageous part is that later, Mei Yajing not only wasn't angry but also accepted his gift. Lin Chen, now you know what I wanted to tell you, right? Lin Chen covered his face, unsure of what to say. With Xiaomei's looks and strength, she had many pursuers since middle school, but her personality was quite cold, showing no interest in other boys. He thought that being away from the Imperial Capital University would spare him from such gossip. He didn't expect that even from 1,000 miles away, someone would be eager to pour salt in his wounds. Lu Yu, unable to stand Qin Xian's aggressive demeanor, pulled her back to stop her from continuing. Alright, Qin Xian, stop it. Didn't you see that after Xu Yang and Mei Yajing's incident, he hid under the covers and cried for several days? Nonsense. When did I cry? I just had a cold, my nose was a bit stuffy. I would never like a scumbag like him who can't move when he sees a beautiful girl. Qin Xian, as if stung by a wasp, instantly blushed bright red and loudly retorted. Was Qin Xian turning love into hatred? Lin Chen touched his nose, wondering what expression the two girls would have if they found out that he and Xu Yang were the same person. Lin Chen smiled as he watched from the side. Amid the noisy bickering of the two girls, they finally arrived at the largest buffet restaurant in the area, Money Tiger. Once inside the restaurant, the two girls were silenced by the sumptuous seafood and steak, allowing Lin Chen a bit of peace. Just as he was engaged in a fierce battle with the delicious food, old Lu sat down beside him, observing Lin Chen with great interest. Lin Chen, I just heard from a friend at the Illusion Management Bureau that you ranked second in the number 2 illusion, and I also learned from Su Yang that he sensed your life wave intensity is quite strong. Lin Chen didn't look up, chewing on his steak, and mumbled, so what? Since his identity information was modified by Tian Song, Lin Chen no longer feared showcasing his strength. His ancestors had been clean for 3 generations, and his parents' household registration records were all documented, with even his birth date fabricated seamlessly. Old Lu smiled and made a suggestion. Everyone has their own secrets. I don't care how you obtained your strength, and I will help you keep it a secret, but I want to lead them to break into the world arena in the next global contractors competition. Ha! Lin Chen's eyes widened as he turned to look at old Lu. The look in his eyes clearly said, Teacher Lu, you have some bold ideas. Don't you know the level of these 4 students in your class? The world arena? That's a final venue only the top 3 teams from Huaguay can enter. These 4 can't even win the elimination rounds in the Huazhong region, let alone the elimination rounds in Anping City. What are you thinking, trying to get this team into the world arena?
Old Lu saw through Lin Chen's thoughts and said earnestly, I suspect the location of the world competition
is actually an illusion where there is someone very important to me. I want to see her again.
Only the top 3 teams from Huaguay are qualified to enter that mysterious illusion.
Lin Chen asked curiously, who is she, a woman? Old Lu nodded. Yes, and
based on feedback from participants in recent competitions, it's very likely that she and I have a child, a lovely little girl.
Lin Chen immediately felt a sense of respect.
He hadn't realized that old Lu was a romantic in his youth, conquering illusions while
also pursuing women and even leaving behind his own offspring. Why don't you form your own team and make it to the finals? The Global Contractors competition is divided by age groups. Lin Chen and the others, being newly awakened contractors, would participate in the freshman group, while old Lu would compete in the adult group.
Old Lu sighed.
I'm a 30-something stage contractor.
Those who were my peers have either gone missing in the illusions or have reached at least 50 stages.
What can I use to compete with them?
Old Lu looked at Lin Chen with deep emotion, making Lin Chen feel a chill run down his spine.
The world competition might be my best chance to see that child. This is also why I became a teacher. With your participation, Lin Chen, I feel there is a glimmer of hope.
I may not be able to offer you particularly generous treatment, but I will treat you like my own child and teach you with care. I also have something, a soul-binding item I obtained in a solo illusion.
Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, curious. Oh, a soul-binding item? It must be quite valuable.
Old Lu nodded, not hiding anything, and directly told Lin Chen the name of the
item. It's not bad, that thing is called the Devil Fruit.
As long as you agree to this, to lead those 4 into the national
competition, the Devil Fruit will be yours. The Devil Fruit.
The kind that grants superpowers with just 1 bite, covered in spiral
patterns? So, Old Lu, the hero you contracted is from the world of One Piece?
Although the Devil Fruit is good, it is of little
use to Lin Chen.
The abilities of the Devil Fruit are too random. Before taking a bite, no one knows if it contains chocolate or
feces. What if he, a Kryptonian or Saiyan heir, ends up with a dog fruit husky form? That would be embarrassing enough to throw into the Pacific Ocean. Why not auction it off?
This thing is worth several $100 million.
Lin Chen couldn't help
but ask, as he had specifically checked the illusionary items auction in the past few days.
The Devil Fruit can only be consumed by a contractee. If an ordinary person eats it, it becomes a deadly poison which limits its price.
Historically, some Devil Fruits have been sold, but unfortunately, the abilities obtained were all from the superhuman and animal types, and they were quite useless, such as the Great Buddha form or Nika form from the animal type, which had never appeared.
Moreover, there wasn't a single
nature type. Lin Chen speculated that it was likely due to the illusion's restrictions on the production rate of powerful Devil
Fruits in Blue Star.
The nature type fruit corresponds to the S-class elemental category of contractees, and the light god McAllister
is indeed the ability holder of the nature type shiny fruit. Old Lu's expression was somewhat awkward. At first, I wanted to keep it for my daughter.
The Devil Fruit can grant others a second talent ability, but the abilities sold at the auction are not very good.
I was afraid of letting her down, so I gave up on that thought.
You can choose to eat it yourself or sell it. I won't
interfere. Is it only given to me when others don't want it?
Just as Lin Chen was about to refuse, a sudden idea struck him. Wait, the Devil Fruit can grant the contractee a second ability, which means it can also be seen as another way to gain recognition from the consciousness of the Blue Star universe. If I take the Devil Fruit home for old Lin and Wan Ling to study, maybe they can find a way to lift their ability restrictions in Blue Star. Once the brutal old mom regains her full strength, who would I need to fear? In the end, Lin Chen still shook hands with old Lu and said solemnly, deal.
But I must say up front, I will do my best, but if I can't enter the global contractee competition, don't blame me. Although Lin Chen didn't think there would be anyone in the new group of contractees who could be his opponent.
Under the current competition rules, he could take on all the contractees of the
same period by himself.
But he couldn't be too confident. It's wise to leave some room for error, and he also wanted to use the
contractee competition to change the talent level of lower-tier warriors.
As long as he made it to the national competition, he could get a Devil Fruit, which was a good deal. You do your best. It would be great if you can make it to the global competition. But as long as you make it to the national competition, the Devil Fruit will be yours. 3 hours later, before the restaurant closed, Lin Chen finally felt about 70% full, while old Lu and the 4 classmates looked at him as if he were a
monster.
Old Lu had seen contractees who could eat, but he had never seen anyone eat as much as Lin Chen. The group was successfully blacklisted by the Money Tiger restaurant. The restaurant owner even refunded their entire bill, politely sending the four out of the restaurant and finally holding Lin Chen's hand, tears streaming down his face. This student, next time, you must invite me to another buffet. Our small business really can't afford to host you. Shin Xian whispered to Lu Yu with his appetite. If you two really get together in the future, are you sure you can afford to support him? Lu Yu nodded firmly. No problem, I'll work 3 jobs to support him. Ah, you're really hopeless, big-chested but brainless. Oh no, love-brained. Shin Xian shook her head helplessly. In the following days, Lin Chen finally went through a period of stability. He went to the Illusionary Management Bureau once a week to train in the tenfold gravity chamber, and then he would go to the unit cafeteria to eat and drink. The reason for going once a week was that the gravity chamber needed maintenance after being open for a long time, and once a week was already the limit. After battling fiercely with the light god McAllister for half a month, Du Jiangnan finally vanished into space. According to Yu Yue's speculation, Du Jiangnan should not have fallen, otherwise the media in Europe and America would have reported it extensively by now. Du Jiangnan likely had to go to the Mars base for recuperation after exhausting himself in battles against 2 god-tier contractees, having made too many enemies on Blue Star. It would take at least a few months before he could return to Blue Star. Meanwhile, the 6 paths group that had sought him, the Azura path, seemed to have disappeared without a trace, which made Lin Chen grit his teeth in frustration. They pop up to fight me when there's nothing going on, but when I need them, they vanish. Without Tianzang, Lin Chen had no idea where to find the underground organization of the 6 paths. He could only wait passively. At the same time, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to develop rapidly, training once a week in a tenfold gravity chamber, gaining 20 points in physique. Coupled with 6 days of daily training, earning 2 points each day, he could accumulate a total of 32 points in physique each week. Over the course of 2 months, Lin Chen gained a total of 288 points in physique, bringing his physique value close to the 500 mark. Lin Chen had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before he could unleash his steel body ability on Blue Star. Now, Lin Chen's attributes had changed to name Lin Chen, race Kryptonian, mutant hybrid, physique 429, spirit 272, talent 1, bloodline inheritance Kryptonian bloodline, talent skill, steel body, dormant. State, talent 2, bloodline inheritance source of chaos, talent skill, illusion, talent skill, chaos robe, talent skill, shadow. Dimension, talent 3, unique inheritance Saiyan, talent skill, chi bomb, condensing one's aura into an energy bomb, causing massive damage. Talent points 0, the growth of physique points was quite rapid, and the increase in spirit was not slow either. After the source of chaos took root in his body, his spirit naturally increased by 2 points each day. And what does having over 400 points in physique mean? It had already reached the level of a 20+ tier enhancement contractee. Combined with the Fury and Chi Bomb talent skills, he could unleash power comparable to a 30-tier contractee. The level determination for enhancement contractees on Blue Star is based on the main attribute, tripling every 10 tiers. The so-called main attribute is the primary attribute that the contractee focuses on after training. For enhancement types, the main attribute is physique, while for other types, 90% are spirit attributes. A high spirit attribute allows for telekinesis. Reaching 5,000 points enables flight. However, no matter how high the physique attribute is for enhancement types, they cannot fly, which is a significant disadvantage when facing spirit contractees. When spirit contractees take to the sky during battle, they are naturally in an invincible position. No matter how high an enhancement type can jump, there is always a limit. If they can't reach the opponent, what use is their attack power? During this time, Lin Chen studied the basics of illusion with old Lu and finally gained a clear understanding of his own strength. 100 points in physique or spirit attributes is the threshold for the 10th tier, 300 points for the 20th tier, 900 points for the 30th tier, 2,700 points for the 40th tier, 8,100 points for the 50th tier, and over 24,000 points for the 60th tier. Therefore, those below the 30th tier are called junior contractees, those from the 40th to 50th tiers are intermediate, and those above the 60th tier are high tier. Once reaching high tier, there are insurmountable chasms between each level. Globally, there are only a few dozen high-tier contractees, and it is said that upon reaching an integer level, they must enter the illusion for a life and death breakthrough to advance. The 5 gods, 7 saints, and 12 stars all fought their way through seas of blood and mountains of corpses, striving forward to reach where they are today. Of course, such terrifying attribute values mostly come from the illusion, relying solely on natural growth results in slow attribute improvement. The difficulty of the subsequent illusions rises sharply, and the rewards offered are also very rich. If one wants to grow quickly, they must continuously conquer the illusions. Lin Chen's physique attribute of over 400 points seems low, but as long as he can enter the yellow star illusion and obtain a tenfold amplification of the Kryptonian bloodline, it will instantly become over 4,000 points, already reaching the level of a 40-plus tier contractor.
Coupled with his many reverse talents, he can even contend with 50-tier contractors.
It can be said that Lin Chen's strength is invincible among the top 10 illusions. As long as they are students from extraordinary academies, no one can threaten him. Lin Chen has only successfully contracted for 4 months, and among the same batch of awakened contractors, very few have even reached the 10th tier. The fastest progress among his peers is Xiao Mei, who just a few days ago, during a video call, had only just broken through 150 points of mental power thanks to the Naga Dragon Pearl Lin Chen gifted her. The Dragon Pearl not only grants the wearer the ability to manipulate wind and rain but also has a significant effect on
enhancing mental power when worn long-term.
With the aid of a human meditation pod, as Mei Yijing puts it, she feels her strength growing
exponentially.
Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, not wanting to tell Xiaomei that his mental power had already reached 272 points. In just over 10 days, he would break through 300 points, reaching the 20th tier level. Even with this progress, Mei Yijing made a stunning impression during the routine tests a few days ago, causing a stir throughout the school. She was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, the second most likely to become a divine tier contractor in the future. Finally, one morning, as Lin Chen was brushing his teeth after just getting out of bed, golden lines suddenly appeared in front of him, intertwining to form a line of prompts. The third illusion is about to open. This illusion is a solo illusion. Please prepare, contractors.
Countdown begins now. 10.9. Huh, only 10 seconds to prepare? That's not enough time. I won't even have time for breakfast. Solo illusions are different. According to Old Lu, solo illusions are directly teleported, without needing to enter through a portal.
Lin Chen hurriedly sped up his brushing, but suddenly he froze.
Wait, I'm still in my pajamas.
Thinking about this illusion, which might very well take him to the Dragon Pearl world to meet his contracted hero, Sun Wukong, Lin Chen wanted to look more presentable. He quickly dashed back to his bedroom, put on his sportswear, grabbed Abu, and placed it on his head, shouting
out to Wan Ling outside, "Mom, I'm going to the illusion. You don't need to wait for me for dinner tonight." When Wan Ling pushed open the
bedroom door, she found the room already empty, with only Abu lying on the ground, blinking innocently with its 6 compound eyes.
Lin Chen
came to his senses, already in the time-space hall, facing an empty golden space with no contractors in sight.
According to Old Lu, solo illusion should directly teleport one into the illusion. Why was he pulled into the time-space hall instead? A sense of foreboding rose in Lin Chen's heart. Could it be that something strange was about to happen again? A golden sphere abruptly appeared before Lin Chen. Contractor Lin Chen, with your current strength, entering your inheritance illusion may lead to your demise. Therefore, I give you a chance to consume a time contract and choose an illusion that does not belong to your inherited hero. There is a certain chance to gain new inheritance abilities. Wow! Countless time-space fragments unfolded before Lin Chen. He took a hurried glance and recognized many classic scenes: One Piece, Naruto, Hunter x Hunter, Jujutsu Kaisen.
So the time contract has this use, allowing one to choose any illusion in a solo illusion,
or rather, an inheritance illusion, and enter any time and space. This is just like having a save load function. As long as there are enough time contracts, one can infinitely reload and start over. No wonder Du Jiangnan went to great lengths to obtain it.
Lin Chen pondered for a
moment and slowly shook his head. I still want to see the inheritance illusion that belongs only to me.
The golden sphere was silent for
a moment. As you wish, Contractor Lin Chen.
The hall suddenly turned dark red, and the ground oozed a large amount of dark red liquid. Warning, warning, contractor's strength is insufficient. Recklessly entering the exclusive inheritance illusion, death probability is 99%. As the temporal hall shifted, the fragments of time before Lin Chen vanished completely, leaving only 3 major segments suspended in front of him. Lin Chen's gaze flickered slightly. The reason there were 3 time segments should be due to his bloodline inheritance, which was acknowledged by the illusion.
Other contractors had at most 1 inherited illusion, while he had 3. 3 inherited illusions. Can I not survive even one?
Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit defiant. Given my current strength, surviving should be no problem, right?
Let me see what this is all about. How do I view the specific content of the illusion? Lin Chen communicated, with the golden orb in his mind.
As the rookie champion of the previous 2 illusions, he believed that asking a simple question would not be refused by the golden orb.
Sure enough, a gentle response soon echoed in his mind. Contractor Lin Chen, in a solo illusion, you can focus your attention on the time ripples to see the predicament faced by the inherited heroes.
Lin Chen nodded to indicate his understanding and concentrated his attention on the leftmost time segment, entering a new universe from a third-person omniscient perspective.
Upon arrival, Lin Chen saw 2 men dressed in black high-tech protective suits standing in the control room of a menacing-looking spaceship.
Looking out from the ship's viewport, he saw a beautiful deep blue planet Earth.
Lin Chen immediately recognized that one of them was his father, Lin Ku, Zod. The other man's face bore a striking resemblance to Lin Ku, Zod. Lin Chen effortlessly recognized this other man. He had spoken with this projection during the contract ceremony. The other man was his uncle, Drew Zod, also known as General Zod. In the DC universe, General Zod was Superman's arch-nemesis, the biochemical prototype of the immortal monster Doomsday, and one of the most powerful villains in the DC universe. At this moment, Lin Ku, Zod appeared. Slightly youthful to appear mature, he sported a small mustache similar to General Zod's. He operated a few controls on his wrist and the spaceship projected a report into the void. Lin Ku, Zod briefly reported. General Zod, the signal from the KL spaceship is coming from this blue planet known as Earth, with a civilization level of 0.7. Once we occupy this planet, we can activate the environmental generator to completely transform it into a planet suitable for Kryptonians to thrive within 6 months. Moreover, based on my estimates, Kryptonians in this stellar system will possess indestructible bodies. Their star is in its prime, providing an endless source of energy for Kryptonians. General Zod nodded and looked at Lin Ku. Zod. Lin Ku, you did well. Inform everyone to prepare for battle. If they are willing to surrender KL, perhaps we can leave these humans a way out. Lin Ri Wang hesitated for a moment. General Zod noticed his unease and turned to stare at him. What's wrong? Speak your mind. I do not wish for anyone to question my decisions in the upcoming battle, especially you, my chief scientist, Lin Ku. Lin Ri Wang mustered his courage and said solemnly, General Zod, I may have a way to extract the life code without killing KL, and we can transform the fourth planet of this system into a second Krypton. General Zod patted his shoulder. Lin Ku, my dear brother, our genes come from the same father. You and I think alike. How could I not have considered this plan? But have you thought about it? In this stellar system, we are as powerful as gods. I can constantly feel the boundless power surging within me. Will humanity allow a group of gods to be their neighbors? Lin Ku, Zod thought for a moment, then shook his head with a somber expression. General Zod nodded slightly, looking pleased. That's right, so Kryptonians and humans are destined to coexist in a star system where one side can only exist as a vassal race of the other. The human race has decent creativity, I won't wipe them out. In the future, under the leadership of the Kryptonians, the human race can go further. Moreover, I have a sense of urgency. The revival of Krypton must happen quickly. Link, the future of the Kryptonians is in our hands. We must restore the glory of Krypton as soon as possible. If we fail, General Zod's face twisted slightly and he clenched his fists. You and I will both become the sinners of Krypton. Link Zod fell silent, lowering his head and stepping back. General Zod put on his helmet and waved his hand to give orders. Go, land on Earth, and let humanity know that when facing gods, they should kneel and speak. I'm actually quite curious how Kal-El has lived so quietly for so long. The scene then rapidly shifted, freezing at the moment General Zod was killed by Superman's twist of his neck. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of the life code. Kryptonians had long abandoned natural childbirth. From the moment of birth, their professions were already fixed. General Zod was specifically trained as Krypton's strongest warrior, yet he was killed by Superman in a one-on-one battle, which was simply unfathomable. Perhaps it had something to do with their inability to adapt to their suddenly enhanced bodies upon arriving in the solar system. But more importantly, it was the life code that granted Kal-El endless possibilities. As long as he wished, his body instinctively extracted the corresponding memories from the life code, allowing Superman to quickly become an expert in that field. Upon witnessing General Zod's death at the hands of Superman, Link Zod knelt on both knees, looking up to the sky and letting out a desperate roar. No, Kal-El, I swear you will pay the price. I will make Earth pay for General Zod's burial. Lin Chen understood at this point what his Kryptonian bloodline inheritance illusion's goal was. His Kryptonian bloodline came from his father, Link Zod. If he chose to enter the Kryptonian bloodline inheritance illusion, he would have to replace the young Link Zod, helping General Zod kill Superman, seize the life code of Krypton, and restore Krypton's glory. As someone familiar with the DC Universe's plot, he knew just how difficult it was to kill Superman. Although he and Superman were both Kryptonians, there was a significant difference between Kryptonians and Superman. As the son of destiny in the DC Universe, this version of Superman had just stepped out of Smallville, Kansas, from the Kent farm and was jokingly referred to as the farm boy. But Superman was a naturally born Kryptonian, and upon landing, he was implanted with the Kryptonian artifact, the life code, by his biological father, Jor-El. Although Lin Chen was unclear about the specific functions of the life code, he inferred that Superman's future ability to trigger various superforms, Silver Superman, Golden Supreme Superman, Thought Superman, should be closely related to the Kryptonian artifact, the life code. Not to mention the powerful heroes on Earth and the DC Universe, there are many others such as Wonder Woman Diana, Batman Bruce
Wayne, The Flash, Barry Allen, Dr. Fate, Shazam, and so on.
Just killing Superman and stripping him of the Kryptonian Codex
of life, perhaps these strong ones would not intervene.
After all, to them, Superman is also an alien, a bunch of aliens fighting on Earth. Why would they want to join the fray? But if General Zod intends to transform Earth into a second Krypton, these
powerful heroes will definitely step up to stop him. At that time, even if only a few Kryptonians remain on this spaceship, it might not be enough to win, even if all Kryptonians came.
With his current strength, replacing Link Zod to fight Superman, the destined son of the DC Universe, would only be a suicidal act.
No wonder the illusion determined that his probability of death reached 99%. Lin Chen's gaze flickered, deciding to temporarily skip over the illusion of the Kryptonian bloodline inheritance. General Zod, my dear uncle, it's not that your nephew is afraid of death, it's just that my current strength is too weak to be of much help to you. In the future, when I transform into Super Saiyan second form, I will consider helping you seize the Codex of life and find a place to resurrect Krypton. Lin Chen took a brief rest and immersed his mind into the second timespace fragment.
What came into view was an endless darkness. In the boundless emptiness of the universe, there were no living beings, not even the cosmic dust that could be seen everywhere had vanished without a trace. Just as Lin Chen was wondering where he was, golden lights suddenly illuminated around him.
These golden lights extended like chains to a point, trapping a noble woman dressed in dark red battle attire and wearing a dark red crown. Her hands and feet were bound by golden chains, and she struggled violently, shaking the chains incessantly.
The moment Lin Chen saw the woman's face, his heart ached. The woman bound by the chains was none other than his mother, Wanda.
The endless chaotic powers surrounding Wanda had already condensed into a dark red giant python, wrapping around her body, making it impossible to approach.
Wanda let out a furious roar. Strange, come out. I just want to live forever with the one I love. What's wrong with that? Why must you imprison me? Get away from me. Wanda's eyes
ignited with blazing crimson flames, and the chaotic power erupted like a tide, illuminating the entire universe, causing all the golden chains to break apart inch by inch. But soon, the chaotic power was blocked by a seemingly weak but actually unbreakable golden light membrane, retreating back to Wanda's side.
The golden chains reappeared, firmly locking Wanda in place. In
that moment of explosion, the faint red light from the source of chaos allowed Lin Chen to see that countless figures surrounded Wanda. Each figure looked exactly the same. They were European and American men cloaked in red capes and wearing blue wizard robes. These men had very peculiar appearances, with long, slender faces, a single eye in the center of their foreheads, and graying temples.
Seeing such obvious features, Lin Chen recognized them.
They were none other than the supreme sorcerer of the
Marvel Universe, Dr. Strange.
And it was the three-eyed version of Strange. Strange opened his eyes, his voice deep and indifferent. Wanda, you only pursue your own desires, practicing dark magic, using dreamwalking to recklessly traverse the multiverse, using chaotic power to alter reality,
trapping all of humanity on this planet in an illusion, ultimately causing multiple universes to collapse completely, and you still think you are not in the wrong?
Wanda gritted her teeth and sneered.
They are not dead, they are just living in the illusion I created.
How can you understand the wonders of the creations of the source of chaos? You say I practice dark magic, but where do your avatars come from?
You recklessly traverse the multiverse, doesn't that also lead to the destruction of the universe?
Lin Chen listened to the conversation between the two powerful mages of the Marvel Universe, his heart filled with shock.
Indeed, Mom, you have been practicing the Darkhold. Moreover, from Wanda's words, it seems
that Strange is not a good guy either. He must have practiced the Darkhold as well. Repent well, Wanda, your universe has been destroyed, and I, representing the five great Eternals, seal you for 10,000 years. Strange said no more, and countless clones cast spells together, the golden chains becoming immensely thick, while the outer golden space gradually compressed, squeezing Wanda along with the source of chaos into a golden polyhedral sphere. In the end, Lin Chen could only hear Wanda's final
furious curse. Strange, you will regret this.
I swear, as long as I get free, I will erase you and the legacy of Kamartaj from this world completely. Strange took the golden polyhedral sphere and placed it into a golden striped ornament on his chest.
He bowed to the void. Master Gui, thank you for your intervention.
The power of the source of chaos is indeed very difficult
to bind. No need to thank me, this is also the meaning of eternity. In the void, a bald woman in yellow without eyebrows appeared, returning about as Strange before completely disappearing.
Lin Chan's eyes widened. He had thought that the difficulty of old Lin's legacy illusion was already high enough, but he didn't expect his mother's legacy illusion to be even more
outrageous. The reason Strange was able to imprison Wanda by himself was that, behind the scenes, it was actually the intervention of the five supreme gods of the Marvel Universe?
This is impossible, completely impossible.
Not to mention that he can't do
it now. Even if he becomes a Super Saiyan in the future, he might not be able to return alive from the illusion of the source of chaos. After all, ancient gods of the level of eternity are equivalent to the Omni King in the Dragon Ball world, capable of creating and destroying universes with a thought. No wonder the death rate given by the illusion is 99%, it simply cannot display decimals. Otherwise, the death rate of his mother's legacy illusion would likely be 99.99999999999, extending infinitely. Even if a single person illusion can be exited at any time, going into an illusion that is destined to fail is futile. If one does not have enough strength. Lin Shen did not know whether the time-space fragments he saw were events that happened before old Lin and Wan Ling went to Blue Star or events that might happen in the future. But facing an illusion of this difficulty, Lin Shen could only shake his head with a bitter smile. It wasn't that he didn't want to enter his exclusive legacy illusion. It was indeed as the illusion announcement said, once he entered, it would be a death sentence. Now, if he wanted to enter his own legacy illusion, there was only one last choice left, the Saiyan legacy illusion. Lin Shen turned his gaze to the third time-space fragment, slowly sinking into it. At first glance, he saw a red planet. This planet was technologically advanced, with spaceships frequently coming and going. Lin Shen was pulled by a mysterious force into a high-tech nursery on the planet. A newborn baby with a tail was stretching out its arms, making cooing sounds at a muscular man in front of him. The man's wild black hair shot straight up into the sky, a symbol of pure-blooded science. He had a scar on his left cheek and wore a device resembling a monocle. Lin Shen knew that it was a power level detector from the Dragon Ball world. The man looked at the power level reading on the detector, which surprisingly showed a value of 2, and his expression immediately darkened. Normally, a Saiyan's power level at birth should be around 100. Prince Vegeta, who was born a few years ago, had a terrifying birth power level of 1200, hailed as the most likely genius to become a Super Saiyan. Why is it that my son Bardock has a power level of only 2? If it weren't for the baby in front of him, who looked exactly like he did when he was a child, Bardock would have doubted whether the nurse had mixed up the babies. Strange, Kakarot's brother Raditz had a battle power of 100 at birth, and now he was already a top warrior. Why was the second child, born of the same parents, so useless? Bardock's face immediately darkened, and with a cold snort, he ignored Kakarot's request to be held. Kakarot pouted and let out a cry that shook the heavens. Bardock turned around and said to a beautiful Saiyan woman beside him, "Jine, take Kakarot away. I have a feeling something big is going to happen on planet Vegeta soon." The woman named Jine was Kakarot and Raditz's mother, with a head of unruly black short hair. Jine's face was very gentle, and she looked like a kind-hearted Saiyan woman. Jine looked up at the sky and immediately understood what her husband meant. If it was that person, they truly had no chance against the annihilation of the Saiyans. Jine tightly grasped her husband's arm. "Bardock, we should leave too. Let's take our family far away, find a peaceful galaxy, bring Raditz back, and never be apart again." At this point, Lin Shen already knew the identities of the couple. They were Kakarot's biological parents, the Saiyans Bardock and Jine. The scene in the time fragment seemed to be just before the destruction of planet Vegeta. If it was at this point in time, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza should be waiting in outer space, ready to order the extermination of all Saiyans after the majority returned. Bardock took off the detector from his ear, turned his strong back to Jine, and whispered, "Don't worry about Raditz. I've sent him to a remote galaxy where he won't be back for a while. I probably won't be able to escape. Jine, you should go with Kakarot." As a well-known warrior among the Saiyans, Bardock was certainly on Frieza's kill list. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, Frieza would ruthlessly hunt him down and kill him. Jine shook her head firmly. "Bardock, I'm not going anywhere. I want to be with you." There are no cowards among the Saiyans who retreat without a fight. Bardock held Jine's small hand with one hand, and the couple embraced tightly. Bardock quickly got a small spaceship, removed its tracking devices, placed Kakarot inside, and took him out of the nursery. It was nighttime, and under the starry sky, Jine kissed Goku's tender cheek. "Kakarot, you clean up that creature on Earth, and your mom, dad, and brother will come to find you soon." Kakarot reached out his small hand again, asking for his mother to hold him, but Bardock said in a deep voice, "That's enough, there's not much time left." Jine could only reluctantly close the round spacecraft's hatch. Her eyes filled with tears. All of this was recorded by the camera inside the spaceship. Bardock lifted the small spaceship, nodding. "It's done, I've installed the Enlightenment module inside the ship. Kakarot will grow into a qualified Saiyan warrior." Bardock took a few steps back and threw the spaceship into the endless universe with all his might. The spaceship's engine instantly started, and under Bardock's terrifying strength, it escaped the gravitational pull of planet Vegeta at an incredible speed, heading straight for Earth. In outer space, aboard a uniquely designed massive spaceship, a peculiar alien with eyes on both sides respectfully reported to a small being with purple skin and 2 purple horns sitting in a floating baby carriage. "Lord Frieza, we have detected an unauthorized spaceship leaving planet Vegeta. Should we destroy it?" The purple being replied indifferently.
Who is on the spaceship and what is their combat power? Where is their destination? It's unclear who exactly, but the combat power detection value is only 2. Based on the trajectory of the spaceship, the destination is a desert area located at the edge of the galaxy. Only a combat power of 2? Forget it, let them leave. There are still some Scions who haven't returned. Acting now would easily alert them. These Scion monkeys are good at hiding, and once they conceal themselves, it will take some effort to eliminate them completely. The scene of the time-space fragment rapidly shifted, revealing a giant ape wreaking havoc in the city. It roared at the sky and stomped down hard, causing countless casualties. After nearly destroying the entire city, the giant ape gradually shrank into a boy with a tail, completely naked. He sat atop the only remaining crumbling skyscraper in the city, gazing at the rising sun, murmuring to himself, "Dad, Mom, I've almost cleaned up the entire planet. Why haven't you come to find me yet?" Lin Chen was greatly shaken upon seeing this. No wonder the last time in Illusion Number 1, when Sun Wukong taught him the breath technique, he felt something was off, more like Vegeta than Sun Wukong. In the Dragon Ball world he knew, Sun Wukong had never done anything like cleaning up the entire Earth. What exactly went wrong? Moreover, Sun Wukong was slaughtering civilians. Where were Master Roshi, the gods, and those strong ones? Was no one there to stop him? Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, a green-skinned creature with a face full of wrinkles appeared behind Sun Wukong, gazing at the ruins before him with a satisfied smile. "Well done, Kakarot. It was worth my hard work teaching you all these years." Sun Wukong snorted coldly, tearing a piece of tattered cloth from a nearby corpse to cover his waist, his expression full of defiance. "Piccolo, stop bothering me, or I'll kill you too." Lin Chen's mouth dropped open. At this point, he finally understood where the problem lay. The green-skinned creature was indeed King Piccolo. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the older version of King Piccolo who found Kakarot and raised him. With these two working together, no one on Earth would stand a chance against them. Lin Chen even recalled that Sun Wukong, raised by Son Gohan, had a very volatile temper in his childhood, but after accidentally falling into a valley and injuring his head, his personality became much gentler. This version of Sun Wukong, raised by King Piccolo, never had the chance to fall into a valley and injure his head. He retained his childhood memories and knew he was a Scion, which led to the entire time-space anomaly. If only Sun Wukong retained his Scion-killing nature, it would be easier to handle. After all, Sun Wukong's essence isn't bad. As long as he could eliminate King Piccolo, he should be able to bring him back on track. But the regret of the Sun Wukong in the inheritance illusion was that he never waited for his mom and dad. So what Lin Chen needed to do was to save Bardock and Jine from Frisia? To reunite the Sun Wukong family? Hiss. Lin Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Looking at it this way, the difficulty of the Scion inheritance illusion was no less than that of the Kryptonian illusion, and might even exceed it. To save Bardock and Jine, he had to rescue them from the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. Frisia's final form had a combat power of 120 million, he could easily crush him with a flick of his pinky. The difficulty of the 3 inheritance illusions was higher than the last, and the illusion wasn't lying to him. With his current strength, recklessly entering would indeed result in a 99% mortality rate. Lin Chen even felt that the illusion was somewhat flattering him. He could actually accept being told he would definitely die. But where was that 1% chance of survival? He couldn't see it at all. Lin Chen clenched his fists in frustration, gritting his teeth. Damn it, could it be that I can only turn to other illusions to gain another ability? He bore 3 major inheritances and didn't really have much need for other talents. The Kryptonian bloodline could provide him with enhanced abilities and endless stamina, while the source of chaos made him immune to all laws. The Scion inheritance allowed him to grow stronger as long as he was willing to put in the effort, along with various techniques for manipulating energy, instant teleportation, and more, which were not inferior to those of elemental contract holders, and in fact were often much stronger. Developing his own inheritance as quickly as possible was what Lin Chen urgently needed to do. However, the difficulty of these 3 inheritance illusions was too high, and Lin Chen saw no possibility of completing the tasks. If it really came to it, he could only settle for second best, choosing the world of Naruto or One Piece to learn Shadow Clone Technique or Haki. If that didn't work, he could go to the Harry Potter world to learn magic. With 2 time contracts, he had the opportunity to gain 2 more inheritances. No wonder Du Jiangnan disregarded the face of the strongest in Blue Star and personally came to his door, using all means to obtain the time contract. Illusion, please explain the functions of the time contract in detail. Since he planned to use the time contract, he needed to make the most of it. Lin Chen wanted to analyze the rules and combine them with the plot he was familiar with to find the most suitable solo illusion for himself. After using the time contract, a virtual identity can be generated in the inheritance illusion, with strength not exceeding that of the contractor. Upon successful completion of the solo illusion, the contractor will gain part of the talent abilities of that virtual identity. Golden characters danced before Lin Chen's eyes, quickly providing a detailed explanation of the time contract. A virtual identity could exist in the inheritance illusion. Oh, does that mean I could choose to become Superman's son? Acting as an insider to help my dad weaken Superman with kryptonite? Then, without killing Superman, extract the life code from his body, find another galaxy, and restore the glory of Krypton. Lin Chen's mind suddenly filled with many ideas for undercover operations, but the golden orb ruthlessly burst his fantasy. In the inheritance illusion, the virtual character must conform to the plot development, can only be in the same camp as the inheritance hero, and cannot violate common sense, otherwise it will trigger a timespace backlash. Alright, the orb means I shouldn't think too absurdly. When Zod fought Superman, Superman had just met Lois Lane. Where would a son come from? What if I choose a non-inheritance illusion? If you choose a non-inheritance illusion, you will obtain a random racial identity, and it is not guaranteed that you will gain a new talent ability. Lin Chen immediately frowned. This was a scam. A random racial identity in a non-inheritance illusion? If I choose the Naruto world, what if I randomly become part of the Ninja Dog clan or the Mount Mayaboku Toad clan? Damn it, I knew that the time contract, this freebie, wouldn't be that useful. What to do? Should I take a chance in my own inheritance illusion for a glimmer of hope, or gamble my luck in a solo illusion? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lin Chen's mind. Wait, it seems I forgot something. Generating a virtual character strength cannot exceed my current strength, as long as I'm in the same camp as the inheritance hero? Lin Chen fell into deep thought, and a few seconds later, a confident smile appeared on his sharply defined face. Right. With that thing in place, the Saiyan inheritance illusion is a sure thing. He said in a deep voice, Orb, send me to the Dragon Ball world, specifying identity information. Upon hearing the term orb, the golden orb seemed to pause for a few seconds. Contractor Lin Chen, you may call me the Time Nexus or Chronos. Are you sure you want to proceed to the third inheritance illusion? According to my calculations, your survival rate is less than 1%. This illusion is of a higher level. If you want to exit early, there will be a significant delay, and it is very likely that you won't be able to escape in time, leading to death. It was clear that the golden orb cared deeply for Lin Chen's life. After all, it was hard to find such a powerful ally in the earlier illusions. Among the contractors over the years, Lin Chen was the only one. Trust me, Orb, this is the Dragon Ball world. I choose to become. As he spoke the word orb again, Lin Chen was abruptly pushed into the fragments of the Dragon Ball time and space by a tremendous force. His body transformed into a light orb in the time tunnel, flickering a few times before disappearing. Revenge, this is absolutely blatant revenge. Next time you assign me a task, the reward better be doubled. Lin Chen angrily opened his eyes, only to find himself lying in a uniquely designed crib, with no light source in the entire room, the walls emitting a soft white glow. There were other things beside him, a warm, plump mass snuggled up next to him. It worked. Lin Chen didn't even need to look to know who was beside him. Thud, 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 hurried footsteps sounded. A man wearing a green Saiyan battlesuit, muscular with a scar on his left cheek, rushed over, leaning over the crib and shouting in delight. Jine, you actually gave birth to twins for me, huh? And they're both boys, that's amazing. The man excitedly picked up Lin Chen, spinning him around in the air several times. The infant's body was not fully developed yet, and Lin Chen felt a bit dizzy from the spinning. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why was it that none of his father figures were normal? If you shook an ordinary baby like that, their brains would be scrambled, okay? Alright, I'm a Saiyan baby. Even Saiyan babies shouldn't be treated like this. Alright, Bardock, put him down quickly. He was just born not long ago. A beautiful Saiyan woman pulled the man's arm, snatching Lin Chen away and cradling him in her arms, her face full of tenderness. You must have been scared, it's all mommy's fault. After getting pregnant, I focused on training and didn't go for checkups, only to find out at the end that after giving birth to Kakarot, there was still you in my belly. Jine looked at Bardock, her face filled with worry. What should we do, Bardock? We only thought of one name. What should we name this child? Bardock suddenly looked troubled. He was skilled in fighting and killing, but naming a child was truly a challenge. Lin Chen felt quite indignant. I'm a twin with Son Goku, why can't I be named Kakarot too? Just give Son Goku another name. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a cold voice echoed in his head. Detected that the contractor is attempting to alter the timeline. Level 1 warning. Alright, perhaps the name Kakarot has its special significance in the Dragon Ball world, not just anyone can use it. Jine smiled, giving Bardock a knowing look. I knew you hadn't thought of anything. Just now, I thought of a name. How about we call him Polinia? Lin Chen actually wanted to say, don't bother. Just call me Lin Chen, but the words turned into babbling sounds at the tip of his tongue. Having been a baby once, he quickly realized
That a newborn's vocal cords are still very soft and cannot produce complex sounds, only simple syllables like Lin, Lin.
Jine laughed. Look, the little guy likes this name.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. Fine, he had gone through this situation 18 years ago, and
he didn't expect to experience it again so soon.
But he had no choice but to become a baby, otherwise he wouldn't be able to escape planet
Vegeta alive.
He had originally thought about arriving on Earth at a time when he could interact with Son Goku in his childhood form
and guide him back on track.
But the appearance of King Piccolo had completely blocked that path. At that time, the Earth, with the combined power of the Demon King Piccolo and the Saiyan Kakarot, had no one who could stand against them.
Before entering the Dragon Ball illusion,
Lin Chen simulated it in his mind hundreds of times. To pull the timeline of the Dragon Ball world back on track and save Bardock and his wife, he could only choose to descend on planet Vegeta and become the twin brother of Son Goku, as that was his only glimmer of hope. The timeline of the Dragon Ball world has been distorted, and the destined child, Son Goku, has been raised by King Piccolo, leading to a complete deviation. To bring him back on track, the problem must be fixed at its root. After calculations, Lin Chen concluded that the optimal solution and the way with the highest chance of survival was to descend on planet Vegeta and become Son Goku's twin brother. During the contract ceremony, he obtained the Saiyan heritage
of Son Goku. Choosing to become his twin brother was very reasonable and would not trigger a time-space backlash.
The most dangerous places are often the safest. Bardock picked up Kakarot again and spun him around a few times, and it was clear that Kakarot was very happy, showing a satisfied smile, clapping his hands. After interacting with the two children, Bardock placed them back in the incubation chamber and pressed the power level detector. He first looked at
Lin Chen, also known as Perinia.
The numbers on the detector fluctuated, displaying a value of 42. Bardock frowned slightly but said nothing. His first child with Jine, Raditz, was born with a power level of 100, and Perinia's power level at birth was 42, which was acceptable. As long as he experienced more trials of blood and fire in the future, there was still hope of becoming a higher-level warrior. Bardock then turned his gaze to Kakarot, who had played until he
fell asleep, blowing bubbles from his nose.
The detector fluctuated a few times, showing a value of 2.
Bardock couldn't hold back at that moment.
What? 2? Impossible. How could a Saiyan child have a power level of only 2 after birth?
Kakarot's twin brother, Perinia, had a power level of over 40.
The detector must be malfunctioning. This piece of junk always fails at critical moments. While fiddling with the detector, he accidentally pointed it at a nearby infant, and suddenly a value appeared, 10,000. Bardock was even more convinced that this piece of junk was broken. He took off the detector and slapped it a few times before putting it back.
Jine noticed her husband's abnormality and
looked at Bardock with her bright apricot-shaped eyes.
What's wrong, Bardock?
It's nothing.
The detector must be broken. It shows that Perinia's power level is 42, and Kakarot's power level is 2.
Bardock muttered, looking down and fiddling with the detector, confirming it repeatedly. It can't be. Why is there such a big difference in power levels between twin brothers? Jine also realized the seriousness of the problem. She put on her own detector and pressed the detection button. Soon, the couple looked at each other in disbelief. When they compared their data, they confirmed that the detector was not malfunctioning. The twin brothers, born of the same mother, indeed had one with a power level of 42 and the other with a power level of 2. Although the value of 42 did not reach the normal level for Science at birth, with training in the future, there was still hope of becoming a high-level warrior.
But a power level of 2. 4. Science, that was almost equivalent to being born disabled.
Jine quickly accepted the reality that Kakarot's power level was only 2, comforting her husband. It's okay, Bardock, Kakarot has Raditz and Perinia to help him. He can still
live well in the future.
Bardock sighed. Well, at least he had 2 children in one birth. One was acceptable, while the other was a waste. To put it in terms of a planet he had conquered, it was like going to the supermarket and getting a buy one get one free deal. As for the quality of the freebie, there was no need to have too many expectations. He then remembered something, turned off the detector, and spoke softly.
Jine, the situation on Vegeta is not good. When I returned, I saw that Lord's army already gathering in the sky.
Jine understood her husband's meaning. She bit her lip and nodded.
The couple dared not say more.
The entire Saiyan race was serving that lord, and there were
surveillance devices all over the planet.
From the very beginning, when that small purple creature in a baby carriage came knocking, the Saiyans had no room to refuse. King Vegeta made a wrong choice from the start, and now the Saiyan race
was completely under Frieza's control, with no room for resistance.
Bardock pressed his hand on Jine's shoulder, gazing into her bright eyes, and said in a deep voice, Jine, I want to send Kakarot and Perinia away.
I've chosen a planet
in the civilization desert of the galaxy called Earth. The creatures on that planet have very low combat power and should not pose a threat to them. Jine understood what her husband meant. A trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. Her children had just been born, and before she could even take a good look at them, she had to send them away. How could a mother accept that calmly? But she was a Saiyan woman after all, and soon reason overcame emotion. Jai nodded. Then let's do it quickly, Bardock. I'm willing to give everything for the children. By the way, remember to notify Raditz not to come back for now. Bardock nodded slightly. I've sent Raditz to a remote star system to carry out the planet-clearing plan. He shouldn't be back for a few years. I hope my premonition is wrong. Jine bent down to pick up the two children, handing Linchin to Bardock. Your premonition should be right. A few days ago, Prince Vegeta was also sent to a remote star system on a mission. He is still a child, think about it, why would the king suddenly send him out? There's no time to waste, let's act now. Okay. The Saiyans were resolute in their execution. Half an hour later, Bardock modified his commonly used small spaceship, fitted the two children with breathing devices, and placed them inside. Bardock closed the hatch, and Linchin and Kakarot's bodies were gradually covered by a nutrient solution. This liquid was the latest technology from Frisia's army, allowing his soldiers to maintain their strength without eating or drinking during long interstellar journeys. Linchin and Kakarot, soaking in this liquid, did not have to worry about nutrition and could grow rapidly. After doing all this, Bardock single-handedly lifted the several-ton spaceship and walked outdoors, leaving deep footprints as he headed toward a mountain peak. At the moment of parting, tears streamed down Jine's smooth cheeks like broken pearls. She repeatedly urged Linchin, Perinia, take good care of your brother. Wait for us, Dad, Mom, and your brother will come to find you. Bardock said solemnly, don't worry, Jine. With Perinia's strength, as long as he can get through infancy, he will be invincible on Earth. I've installed a toddler education program in the spaceship. Perinia, they will grow into qualified Saiyan warriors. Go! Off you go! Bardock took a running start, shouted fiercely, and threw the spaceship into the sky with all his might. The spaceship, aided by his strength, activated its anti-gravity device and flew out of the atmosphere of Vegeta at high speed. Linchin, inside baby Perinia, watched everything unfold. The moment the spaceship left Vegeta, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With things having developed to this point, only 10% was completed, a greater challenge lay ahead. He could only hope that the god of fate would favor him a little, or rather, take care of the destined child of the Dragon Ball world, Son Goku. Only by binding himself to Son Goku would his chances of survival greatly increase. In his infant form, Lin Chen's power was completely restricted, currently inheriting only 10% of his values from before entering the inheritance illusion. On the attribute panel, his physical attribute was only 42 points and his mental attribute was merely 27 points. All his talent skills were in a gray seal state, which was an unexpected situation for him. It seemed that in the future, when entering the inheritance illusion and being reborn in infant form, he had to be cautious. The infant's body was not fully developed, and no matter how strong the power, it could not be exerted. However, this time the Saiyan inheritance illusion was an exception. He had to become an infant, or rather, the twin brother of Sun Wukong, to take control of everything and even pull the distorted timeline back on track. If he entered the illusion as an adult Saiyan, he would not be able to escape from planet Vegeta at all. His meager combat power was insignificant in front of Frisia. If he chose to go directly to Dragon Ball Earth or Namek, with his current combat power, he might not even be able to obtain the Dragon Balls. Only by becoming a weak infant like Sun Wukong could he avoid Frisia's attention, survive to reach Dragon Ball Earth, and thus carry out his restoration plan. Lin Chen was contemplating the subsequent matters when his infant body finally could not hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. The spaceship sped through the vast, endless void towards the inner galaxy of the Orion arm of the Milky Way. As the spaceship carrying Lin Chen and Kakarot distanced itself from planet Vegeta, its trail was captured by Frisia's army and reported to Frisia. Lord Frisia, an unauthorized spaceship has been detected leaving planet Vegeta. One of the individuals has a combat power of 2, suspected to be a newborn infant, while the other has a combat power of 42. The small creature in the baby carriage slowly opened its eyes, its thin purple lips slightly curling. Up. 2, 42. Such low combat power, are they 2 Saiyan cubs? It seems someone has sensed something amiss and wants to escape. Frisia squinted his eyes and ultimately ordered 2 Saiyans, although their combat power is under 100 if left unchecked. They could give birth to many more Saiyan monkeys in a few decades. It's really annoying, let's take them out now. Due to Lin Chen's intervention, the trajectory of the Wheel of Fate changed at this moment. Frisia finally turned his gaze to a tall alien standing beside him. Maces, you have a tough job, take care of these 2 Saiyans and come back. Remember to let them escape far before you act. Don't let these Saiyan monkeys notice, after all, the monkeys haven't all returned to the net. Yes, Lord Frisia. The alien knelt before Frisia, lowering his head. His body was dark red, muscular, with a high transparent bulge on his head resembling a hump, revealing a developed brain inside. He stood up and walked out, a sinister smile on his face. 2 pieces of trash with combat Power under 100 actually require me, a top warrior with a combat power of 1200, to handle them. Lord Frisia is being overly cautious. Those Saiyan monkeys are wasting my time. Once I catch you, you'll wish for death but can't die. He arrived at the spaceship deck and instructed the logistics personnel, prepare a spaceship for me, the latest model. Yes, Master Maces. Soon, a state-of-the-art spaceship was ready and set to launch. This spaceship's speed was 1.2 times that of the one Lin Chen was on. Frisia had long been wary of the Saiyans, so how could he possibly equip them with the latest model spaceship? The technology used by the Saiyans was all outdated junk discarded by Frisia's army 10 years ago. If Maces set off now, he would be able to catch up with Lin Chen and Sun Wukong in about a day. He was about to step into the spaceship when suddenly Martha's remembered what Frisia had said to let these two Saiyan monkeys escape far away before taking action to avoid running into the returning Saiyans. Among the Saiyans, there were quite a few strong warriors, many with battle powers exceeding 1,000. If he were to eliminate the two Saiyan monkeys and then encounter a powerful member of their race, he would likely find himself in a dire situation. Not being able to defeat a Saiyan warrior was a minor issue. If he were to ruin Frisia's grand plans and suffer a great loss for a small gain, his fate would be extremely tragic. With this thought in mind, Martha stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment before speaking to the logistics personnel. Wait, 3 days. I'll set off in 3 days. This was a simple math problem Martha's didn't calculate precisely. Delaying his departure by 3 days would take at least 10 days to possibly catch up with Lin Chen and Kakarot's spaceship. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. The spaceship he and Kakarot were on was flashing red lights and sounding alarms. Unidentified spaceship detected, rapidly approaching, generating a gravitational field directed at our spaceship. Attempt to break free? Lin Chen's heart sank. At this point, the only ones who could be chasing him and Kakarot were likely Frisia's subordinates. It seemed that his intervention had caused an anomaly in the timeline. Sun Wukong, who should have arrived on Earth smoothly, was unexpectedly being hunted down by Frisia's men. Halfway there. Now both he and Sun Wukong were infants. What should they do? Before Lin Chen could give an order, the spaceship's control center suddenly turned green. Spaceship has been taken over, preparing to land on the third planet of the XZ450 star system. Passengers, please prepare for emergency landing. Another spaceship, slightly larger than theirs, approached. Through the small observation window of their spaceship, Lin Chen saw a cosmic being with a protruding brain and dark red muscles inside the other ship. Its pair of triangular eyes were observing the situation on their side. When it saw that there were only 2 Saiyan infants in the Saiyan spaceship, it couldn't help but sneer. It made a gesture across its throat towards Lin Chen, who had already opened his eyes. Martha's was also very angry inside. Just to chase after these 2 little Saiyan brats, I had to run so far. After I kill them, I might as well roast and eat them. He had only delayed his departure by 3 days, but unfortunately encountered a meteor shower along the way, causing a delay of 2 months before he finally caught up with Lin Chen and Kakarot. All of this made him feel both hatred and anger, and he had already imagined 100 ways to torture these 2 Saiyans. Now that he had caught up and found only 2 Saiyan infants, it did nothing to stir any feelings of pity in his heart. Lin Chen's mind raced. What should he do? Should he break free from the illusion now, or stay and fight to the death? The spaceship's landing on the planet would take some time, enough for him to return to the time-space hall, but it would also lead to the failure of the inheritance illusion task. In a solo illusion, failure would result in a series of adverse consequences. Old Lu had repeatedly warned them before they entered the solo illusion to be careful, do their best, and not to give up unless absolutely necessary. After 2 months of development, he had regained 20% of his strength, and his physical attributes had recovered to over 80. This level of power was indeed insufficient in the Dragon Ball world. Lin Chen noticed that the 2 spaceships were descending towards a green planet. He knew that the beings in the other spaceship, like the Saiyans, were likely unable to move freely in outer space. Therefore, he had to force them and Kakarot down to the planetary environment before taking action. Lin Chen was different. He carried Kryptonian blood and was a race capable of surviving in outer space without protection. If it were just him, he could easily open the spaceship door now and use the vacuum of space to kill the cosmic being on the other side. But with him was Kakarot, and opening the hatch would result in the instant death of the young Kakarot, a method that could not be used. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, and the spaceship had already entered the planet's atmosphere. The area they were landing in was experiencing night on this planet. 3 round moons in the night sky emitted a soft, pale yellow light. 2 spaceships streaked through the night sky, trailing long flames like shooting stars as they plummeted to the ground. With a series of loud bangs, the ships created several deep craters upon impact, bouncing a few times like rubber balls, before finally coming to rest in a meteorite crater.
Lin Chen was dazed and disoriented, stars dancing in his eyes, while Kakarot woke from his slumber, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. With the physical prowess of the Saiyans and the Frisia Force, their ships had never considered a smooth landing. They fell freely from space, landing directly. The large hatch of the spaceship swung open, and a creature named Maces stepped out. He walked towards Lin Chen's ship, cracking his knuckles and cursing under his breath. "Two little Saiyan brats chasing after you has cost me 2 precious months. Let me think about how to deal with you to relieve my anger." He approached the small Saiyan ship, only to find the hatch already open, and the 2 Saiyan infants lying inside had vanished without a trace. Maces grinned, revealing a set of neat white teeth. "Oh, can you run away? If you can escape, I'll take your surname." Maces pulled out a power level detector and pressed a button. With 2 beeps, he suddenly frowned. Behind me?" He turned around sharply, only to see one of the Saiyan infants suddenly appear before him, delivering a fierce kick to his neck. The kick was powerful and well executed, causing Maces' neck to tilt slightly, but that was all. Lin Chen controlled the infant's body to deliver the kick, a feat as challenging as doing 1-finger push-ups in a 10-fold gravity chamber. Lin Chen's heart sank. Through this kick, he had already gauged that this muscular alien had a combat power significantly higher than his own, at least 10 times greater. Just as he was about to change tactics, Maces had already grabbed his ankle. Maces had never considered that the 2 Saiyan infants could pose any threat to him. He had confirmed through the power level detector that one of the infants had a combat power of 20, while the other was 82, neither exceeding 100 points, making them weaklings he could crush with ease. His curiosity was more piqued by Lin Chen. Such a small Saiyan infant should still be nursing. What was going on that he could jump up and kick? He lifted Lin Chen up to his face, a mocking expression on his own. He flicked Lin Chen's little member with another finger. "Still a little boy, how old are you? Why do I feel like you haven't even turned 1 yet and you can already fight? Could you be a genius warrior? What a pity. If it weren't for Lord Frisia's order to kill you, I would have taken you home to raise. That would be fun." After 2 months of space travel, Lin Chen's body had grown rapidly, developing some muscle. But in front of Maces, with a combat power of 1200, his strength was utterly insignificant. In the vast universe, most of the space was dark areas without the illumination of stars, and the Kryptonian bloodline had not provided much enhancement. Lin Chen remained calm, opening his still toothless pink mouth and spitting a mouthful of saliva onto Maces' face. Maces was furious. "Damn little Saiyan brat, you've angered me. Die." He lifted Lin Chen above his head and slammed him down towards the ground. If this hit landed, Lin Chen's infant body would instantly break and die. However, Lin Chen was unperturbed. During the descent to the planet, he had already devised a strategy. Due to being an infant, most of his innate abilities could not be utilized. But there was one ability he had newly acquired upon entering the Dragon Ball world that was not constrained by his infant body. Now was the time to use that ability. An angry roar erupted behind Marcy's, and a massive hand covered in thick black fur reached out, grabbing both Marcy's and Lin Chen into the air. Under the bright moonlight, a giant ape towering several dozen meters high was howling at the sky, its eyes blood-red and its long canine teeth glinting coldly in the moonlight. "Well done, Kakarot." Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. The reason he had taken the risk to ambush Marcy's was to divert his attention, fearing that Kakarot would be discovered by Marcy's before transforming, thus facing life-threatening danger. Under the full moon, as long as a Saiyan had a tail, they could transform at any time, even a newborn baby could. This transformation was not limited by any power level, and it was the only chance Lin Chen had thought of to turn the tide. He had used the contract of time to reincarnate as a pure-blooded Saiyan, and naturally, he also had a tail. On his talent panel, a new talent line was prominently displayed. Giant ape form. As a pure-blooded Saiyan, you can transform into a giant ape on a full moon night, with your physical attributes increased tenfold. Taking advantage of Marcy struggling to break free from the giant ape's grasp, Lin Chen widened his eyes, staring intently at the 3/4 full moon in the sky. His body began to swell violently, dark red, hard fur sprouting from his skin, and sharp canine teeth growing in his toothless mouth. Upon seeing the baby in his hands suddenly transform into a ferocious giant ape, Marcy's recalled the rumors about Saiyans. As long as a Saiyan gazed at the full moon, they could transform into a mindless, destructive giant ape, with their combat power increased by at least 10 times. He had not had many opportunities to work with Saiyans, only hearing others in the Legion mention it. Saiyans would choose to attack planets on full moon nights, thus quickly exterminating the lifeforms on those planets. He never expected that the 2 Saiyan infants, which appeared not yet fully grown, could also transform. Marcy's could no longer hold on to Lin Chen's ankle and had to throw him away. Lin Chen performed a nimble flip in the air and landed safely with a thud. At this moment, he was no longer in human form but had become a giant ape entirely dark red in color. Together with Kakarot, who had transformed into a brown-black giant ape, they pounded their chests with their massive fists, letting out furious roars under the moonlight. Roar! Roar!
Lin Shen's heart was now completely filled with the desire for slaughter and brutality, and his vision began to blur. Lin Shen knew something was wrong. After transforming into a giant ape, except for high-ranking warriors and royal bloodlines, other Saiyans would lose their rationality. As a low-ranking warrior and Kakarot's twin brother, he would certainly not be exempt. But in the current situation, he could not allow himself to be consumed by the desire for slaughter like Kakarot. Otherwise, Marcy's could easily hide and wait for the full moon to disappear before returning to kill him and Kakarot effortlessly. To turn the tide against the wind and create a glimmer of hope in the impossible, he had to utilize the massive increase in combat power after transforming into a giant ape to take down Marcy's. Stay awake! Roar! Lin Shen howled to the sky, his eyes glowing even redder, like two dark red flames flickering in the night. The dark red giant ape suddenly stomped forward, letting out an angry roar at Kakarot's transformed giant ape, the two giant apes demonstrating their might, neither willing to back down. At this moment, Marcy's had already broken free from Kakarot's giant ape's grasp and soared into the air. The giant ape transformed from the Saiyan infants looked imposing and terrifying, forcing him to temporarily retreat from the confrontation. Marcy's crossed his arms, a slight smirk on his lips, idly waiting in the air as he quietly observed the two Saiyans transformed into giant apes on the ground. I heard that aside from the royal family, the remaining Saiyans lose all sense of kinship when they transform. It would be best if those two could fight each other first, leaving them both injured. I just need to watch from the sidelines. Such small Saiyan cubs should still be too young to have learned how to fly. As long as I don't go down, I won't be in danger. At this moment, his battle power was still significantly higher than Lin Shen in his giant ape form. Killing the two Saiyan giant apes would only be a bit of a hassle for him, but he was merely chasing after two Saiyan cubs. Even if he sustained the slightest injury, how could he continue working under Lord Frisia afterward without being laughed at by his colleagues? Marcy sneered. Once you two turn back into your human forms, it will be the end for those little cubs. Lin Shen was currently doing his utmost to suppress the violent urge to kill that surged within him. His ancestral hero was Kakarot, and as a low-class warrior, transforming into a giant ape form indeed made it impossible to maintain rationality. Fortunately, Lin Shen still had two major bloodline inheritances to rely on, and at this moment, he could only depend on the chaos source from the Scarlet Witch. The giant ape's brain was completely enveloped by the dark red chaos source, helping Lin Shen maintain his last shred of clarity. After transforming into the giant ape form, all his attributes instantly increased tenfold, his physique rising from 82 points to 823 points. With the significant growth in his physique attribute, his mental attribute also fully recovered to normal levels. The only thing that had been limiting him was the frail body of an infant. Once he transformed into the strong and powerful giant ape form, all his attributes returned. But this was only temporary. Once the transformation ended, he would revert to his infant state. At this moment, he was still slightly short of the peak physique state of over 1,000 points he had achieved in the second illusion. However, being in the radiation environment of a yellow star, the enhancement of the giant ape form combined with the Kryptonian bloodline was causing his physique attribute to surge every second. 825, 830, 850. Once he reached 1,000, he would activate his steel body once again. Just how strong would the combination of the giant ape form and the steel body be? Lin Shen could not even imagine. As long as he did not lose his rationality, taking down that detestable alien would be a piece of cake. Calm down, he must not lose his reason and be swayed by instinct. Lin Shen slowly closed his eyes, concentrating all his energy in his mind. To suppress his destructive desires, he even sat cross-legged. Marcy's, in the air, saw that the dark red giant ape had only roared a few times before it actually sat down. He immediately widened his eyes and opened his mouth, a strong sense of disbelief surging within him. What's going on? Could this dark red giant ape actually possess the bloodline of the Saiyan royal family? It shouldn't be. He looks exactly like the other Saiyan. They should be twins. Why has the other one lost his rationality? The giant ape transformed from Kakarot uprooted several towering trees and held them in his hands. He intended to attack Lin Shen, who was closest to him, but the bond from deep within his bloodline ultimately made him hesitate to strike. Kakarot surveyed the surroundings and caught a glimpse of Marcy's in the sky, letting out a roar as he hurled the tree trunk in Marcy's direction. The trunk whistled through the air, hurtling towards Marcy's at high speed. Although such a simple attack could not hit Marcy's, it made him begin to doubt his earlier judgment. Could it be that these two Saiyan cubs are both royal descendants and haven't lost their rationality at all? No, a tactical retreat is necessary. Dealing with two giant apes is indeed a bit difficult. I'll come back once they revert to their human forms. Lin Shen slowly opened his eyes, and the pupils of the giant ape had already changed from dark red to black. He finally suppressed his violent destructive urge with the help of the source of chaos. Seeing Marcy's fleeing, Lin Shen remained calm and delivered a heavy punch. With a muffled bang, Mars's spaceship was instantly smashed into a disk, the outer shell completely shattered, and electric sparks flickered, indicating that it was beyond repair.
What does this dead gorilla want to do? Mars's was momentarily stunned, unable to process what was happening.
Lin Shen shook his massive head, thinking how foolish this alien was.
No wonder I could see your brain at a glance. Your brain isn't even as useful as a giant ape's. He gently pinched the
only remaining Saiyan spaceship out of the deep pit with his enormous fingers. He pretended to use his fist to smash this last spaceship into a disk as well. At this point, Mars finally understood.
Ah, I see, he wants to destroy all the spaceships. So even if I kill them, I will be completely trapped on this planet. I can never return to Lord Frisia.
Just thinking about the generous treatment provided by Lord Frisia, along with the 2 months of paid vacation each year, made Mars's
heart bleed.
If both spaceships were completely destroyed,
he would spend the rest of his life on this desolate, broken planet. Damn it, is he really just a baby under a year old?
Why does he feel more troublesome than the cunning veterans of the
battlefield?
Mars could no longer endure. He quickly turned around and flew back, roaring in anger.
Stop!
Saiyan brat, if you dare to destroy this spaceship, I will definitely tear you and that Saiyan monkey into pieces.
Lin Chen's massive canine teeth curled slightly upward. Ha! The simple-minded alien indeed fell for a little trick.
He had one furry giant hand behind his back, quietly forming a massive energy ball in his palm. Under the influence of his 3 great talents, he had completely mastered the giant ape's body. At this moment, his attributes, spirit, talent, skills, and human form were indistinguishable. He would soon surpass his strongest moment in the second illusion.
However, all of this was temporary. Once
the giant ape form's time was up, he would instantly revert to a weakling with a combat power of less than 100. The limitations of a baby's body were too many. The brain, muscles, and internal organs were not fully developed, and even his little
thing couldn't get hard. What could he do?
Mars suddenly stopped not far from Lin Chen, hovering in midair, looking at the dark red giant ape with a sneer.
Oomph, dead brat, do you think you can trick me into coming over? Do you really think I have no brains?
You're so small. No matter how amazing your combat talent is, you can't possibly master long-range attack methods. Take this. Mars stopped advancing, launching a barrage of energy blasts with both hands, raining down on Lin
Chen's giant ape body.
With Lin Chen's size, he couldn't dodge at all, and his body was continuously hit. Each energy blast that struck him produced a series of loud bangs, and thick smoke rose, mixed with the giant ape's painful roars.
Die! Die! Monkey!
I'll kill you first, then take care of that brat. Pouring all his energy out, Mars gasped for breath, laughing.
How about that?
Even if you are of the Saiyan royal family, you will still die at my hands.
With a loud slap, his body was tightly wrapped by a pair of enormous arms covered in black fur.
From the thick smoke, a dark red giant ape suddenly burst forth, holding a massive energy ball and leaping high into the air.
No! Impossible! Mars's pupils trembled violently. Roar!
Lin Chen smashed the self-created chi bomb fiercely against Mars's chest. Mars's was held by Sun Wukong and, for a moment, couldn't break free, getting hit squarely in the face by the chi bomb, which was larger than anyone else's.
Boom! The powerful
energy erupted instantly, creating a dazzling light as if a star had ignited in mid-air. The vegetation and trees on the ground were uprooted by this hurricane, and Lin Chen, along with the giant ape transformed from cockroach, were violently pushed away by this
immense force, leaving the scene in chaos.
Lin Chen didn't dare to be slow. He quickly supported the giant ape's body and looked up
at the sky.
What made his pupils constrict was a charred figure at the explosion site, quietly suspended in midair.
Most of the
protective armor on him was shattered, but his body had not suffered much damage. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. The combat power in the
Dragon Ball world was too high.
With his infant body, achieving this step was already the result of meticulous planning, utilizing
every available factor. In that brief moment, Lin Chen had already devised a battle plan. First, destroy the spaceship to anger Mars's.
Then, use his giant ape form as cover to quietly gather a super large chi bomb behind him.
After that, he used the illusion ability of the chaos source to impose a mental suggestion on Kakarot. In Kakarot's eyes, Mars instantly transformed into a large
piece of tempting roasted meat.
The power of food is boundless. The black giant ape leaped with all its might and caught Mars, who was outputting all his energy.
Only then did Lin Chen choose to attack, determined to kill Mars in one blow.
However, his chi
bomb had decent area damage capability, but when targeting a single target, the damage was too dispersed. Coupled with the Frisia Force's protective suits, which absorbed some of the damage, Mars did not suffer too serious an injury.
Fortunately, with that last
strike, Lin Chen had already smashed Mars' power detector. Even if he couldn't win, escaping with Kakarot would still offer a
glimmer of hope.
Mars opened his mouth and spat out all his teeth, holding his neatly white teeth, trembling violently, and then let
out an angry roar. You, how dare you? I was actually injured by 2 infants. How can I work under Lord Frisia after this? Saiyan monkeys, I will kill you. die. Mars transformed into an arrow released from a bow, flying towards the heart of the black giant ape. He was also a battle-hardened warrior and had already realized that the dark red giant ape was much stronger than the black giant ape. Not only did it possess considerable strength, but it could also set traps to ambush him. Although he didn't know how the two giant apes discussed their tactics in front of him, he had already made up his mind to take down the black giant ape first. It would be much easier to deal with just one left. Mars's 12 fingers became transparent and gathered together, forming sharp blades that shimmered under the moonlight. This was the signature skill of his race, the Sicilian, called Blade Impact, which could turn the bones of his palms into sharp blades. Combined with high-speed flight, he could launch his body like an arrow, easily cutting through rocky ground. Being hit by this move would mean death or severe injury. Kakarote's transformed giant ape was too weak. After being hit by the shockwave of the chi bomb, he couldn't stand up for a short time. With the sharpness of Mars's palm, he could open a blood hole in Kakarote's heart. A sinister smile appeared on Mars's face. Little brat, die. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. He had just gotten up and rushed over to stop Mars's, but it was too late. Kakarote absolutely could not die. Otherwise, the inheritance of the illusion would completely fail. He didn't have time to think. He lunged forward, using his massive body to shield Kakarote beneath him. Mars's was even more pleased. The dark red giant ape had actually exposed its unprotected back. To him, wasn't that asking for death? He unleashed all his energy and charged towards Lin Chen's heart, hoping to take down the powerful dark red giant ape. The black giant ape that Kakarote transformed into paused for a moment, stunned by Lin Chen standing in front of him, his fierce gaze suddenly faltering. Kakarote quickly realized something and couldn't help but let out a tragic roar. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The next second, with a loud bang, Mars's entire body crashed into Lin Chen's broad back. However, it did not penetrate Lin Chen's chest as he had imagined, failing to create a large hole in the chest of Lin Chen's giant ape form. His arms were completely shattered, the crystalline bones fracturing into pieces, his arms snapping in half. Mars's eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked like a squashed fly, his body somewhat deformed, half of it severely fractured, blood gushing from his mouth. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? Mars slowly slid down Lin Chen's back and fell to the ground, yet he was not dead. He forced himself to crawl towards the spaceship. Lin Chen slowly exhaled, realizing how close he had come to danger. Fortunately, in that instant, his physique attribute finally reached 1000 points and his steel body was instantly reactivated. Talent skill, steel body, bronze Superman form, ignores physical attacks not exceeding 100 times his physique. His physique value, boosted tenfold by the giant ape form, had successfully returned to 1000 points. No matter how strong Mars's was, he could not break through his defenses. Although his racial skills were powerful, they were utterly weak in the face of the Kryptonian's steel body. Attacking Lin Chen's steel body form with his flesh and blood was simply foolish, a reckless act. Mars struggled to crawl on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. His vision gradually blurred, and excessive blood loss caused his vitality to plummet. Mars saw the spaceship that Lin Chen and the others were on right in front of him, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. As long as he could crawl onto the spaceship, the nutrient solution containing life-sustaining components would allow him to survive and return to the base. Thinking of this, an infinite potential seemed to burst forth from his broken body. As long as I can get on the spaceship, I can definitely return to Lord Frisia alive. I know your destination, you two little Saiyan brats, you can't escape. But unfortunately, just as his fingers brushed the edge of the spaceship, a massive foot came crashing down from above. With a squelch, Mars's was completely turned into a puddle of meat, dead beyond recovery. Lin Chen felt a wave of soreness wash over him after stepping on the alien, sprawling out with limbs spread wide, crashing to the ground with no dignity, causing the earth to tremble violently. He gasped for breath, filled with relief. The Dragon Ball illusion was indeed perilous. After all, he was a traveler with a god's perspective. After all the scheming, even binding his life and fate to the Son of Destiny, Sun Wukong, he had nearly lost his life. If it weren't for the Scion's giant ape transformation, which just happened to counteract the weakness of the infant form, no matter how he planned, he wouldn't have been able to survive with the infant form of Kakarote. The Dragon Ball illusion truly lived up to its reputation as a high martial world. Even a nameless soldier under Frisia could push him to this extent. However, the outcome was good. Now he just had to wait for the giant ape transformation to wear off, and he could set off again with Kakarote towards Dragon Ball Earth. With him around, Kakarote would surely become the Saiyan Sun Wukong he was familiar with once again. The giant ape that Kakarote transformed into also struggled to move closer and lay down beside Lin Chen. The two giant apes exchanged smiles, their enormous nostrils flaring as they emitted deep, rumbling laughter. Their giant ape forms were too massive, but they did not notice that with Mars's death, a certain hard little black box inside the spaceship
which had been hammered into a disc by Lin Chen, suddenly lit up with a red glow, sending waves of electricity into the universe. In the outer space of planet Vegeta, Frisia floated in a cold void, riding in a baby carriage spacecraft. As a member of the Frost Demon race, he was one of the few in the universe capable of surviving in the vacuum of space solely with his physical body. The battle with the Saiyans had been ongoing for half a month, and under the assault of Frisia's army, the Saiyans had suffered near total casualties, with several of their renowned warriors personally killed by Frisia. Even so, Frisia had no intention of letting any stragglers escape. The shock caused by the Saiyan with the scar on his right cheek made him feel even more convinced that completely exterminating the Saiyans was indeed a wise decision. Frisia's small triangular eyes narrowed slightly, and a sinister curve formed on his purple lips. He slowly raised his right hand, extending a finger, and as Frisia concentrated his power at the fingertip, the surrounding space began to warp. A powerful purple energy gathered at his fingertip like a star. Frisia's arm trembled slightly. Using the planet-destroying technique in his first form was indeed a bit of a strain. Soon, a dazzling beam of light shot out from his fingertip. Almost simultaneously, this light pierced through planet Vegeta at an astonishing speed, flying into the void of space from the other side of the planet. The moment the light left Frisia's finger, it was only a few centimeters thick, but by the time it reached planet Vegeta, its diameter had expanded to several dozen meters. The hard surface mantle was instantly vaporized like ice, creating a massive hole that penetrated the entire planet. For the first few minutes after being pierced, planet Vegeta remained eerily calm. But soon, a brilliant light erupted from the planet's surface, as if a supernova was about to explode. The solid ground was torn apart inch by the intense heat and the powerful shockwave from the planet's core. Mountains collapsed, and the sturdy Saiyan cities shattered like chocolate exposed to high temperatures, with lava shooting up from the cracks. The core of the planet was completely breached by Frisia, and under the violent movement of the mantle, lava flooded out like a deluge, red as blood. Planet Vegeta crumbled from within like a dying old man, with the mantle emitting deep, rumbling sounds, a painful wail signaling the end of its life. Then, silently, planet Vegeta completely disintegrated, large chunks of planetary debris propelled into space by the shockwave of the explosion. Massive fragments of the planet splashed outwards, creating a dazzling wreckage in the universe. Frisia quietly watched as planet Vegeta fell apart before his eyes, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he took a deep breath and sighed. No matter how many times I see it, the cosmic fireworks of a planet on the brink of death are beautiful enough to intoxicate me. After casually annihilating planet Vegeta, he slowly returned to his spaceship, where an alien reported to him. Lord Frisia, according to the information transmitted from the third planet of the XZ450 star system, Maces is dead. Maces? What was he doing? A hint of confusion flickered in Frisia's eyes, but he quickly remembered that he had sent Maces to hunt down two fleeing Saiyans. It had been 2 months since then, and he had almost forgotten about it. Now he received news that Maces was dead? How did Maces die? Who were the two Saiyans he was pursuing? Have you found out? Lord Frisia, please look at this. It is the last footage transmitted from Mace's ship. A video played before Frisia showing two giant apes roaring at the sky, followed by a complete record of the battle between Lin Chen, Kakarot, and Maces. Frisia watched it all with an expressionless face as the special operations personnel reported. The identities of the two Saiyan infants have also been confirmed. They are descendants of a Saiyan named Bardock, a pair of twins who were secretly sent off the planet shortly after birth. Bardock, huh? In front of Frisia, the image of that tenacious Saiyan who fought until the last moment surfaced in his mind. His fists were tightly clenched, and a cold aura filled the spaceship. Everyone around held their breath, knowing this was a sign of Lord Frisia's extreme anger. Frisia was usually very kind to his subordinates, communicating without any bossy demeanor, always using polite language when asking them to do something. But that was in normal times. Once Lord Frisia's face turned expressionless and he fell silent, it indicated that he was furious beyond measure. At such times, Frisia would kill. Just as the temperature in the room was about to drop to freezing point and everyone was trembling, a round, purple-red alien with a sea urchin-like head stepped forward. Lord Frisia, please leave. This mattered to me. I will definitely complete the task perfectly. Upon seeing this subordinate step forward, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Frisia's stern face. If it's you, Mr. Dodoria, then it will surely be no problem. It seems a bit too cautious to send you personally for just two little Saiyans. Dodoria smiled cautiously. It is my honor to serve you, Lord Frisia. Frisia nodded slightly, then changed his tone. However, Dodoria, I do not wish to see another failure. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Dodoria's chubby face as he forced a smile. Rest assured, Lord Frisia, I already know the planet they are heading to. The creatures on that planet generally have a battle power of less than 1. Even if the two little Saiyans transform into giant apes, they, along with all the creatures on the planet, would not be my match. Frisia nodded and closed his eyes. Alright then, it will be hard work for you, Dodoria. By the way, clean up that planet before you come back. There's a buyer looking for habitable planets, and it should fetch a good price. As Dodoria left, the surrounding special agents couldn't help but whisper, "Isn't it a bit of an overreaction to send Dodoria with a battle power of over 20,000 to eliminate two little Saiyans?" I don't know, but I felt Lord Frisia's expression change when he heard that the two little Saiyans were the descendants of that Saiyan Bardock. Frisia, on the side, quietly watched Dodoria's spaceship fly away through the observation window of the ship, the cold aura spreading once more. "Shoo, be quiet, do you want to lose your life?" As the planet rotated, 3 moons disappeared from the sky and Lin Chen and Kakarot transformed back into infants. Lin Chen endured a bit of stellar radiation to regain some strength, then carried Kakarot into the spaceship, reattaching their breathing devices and starting the ship. The spaceship had already been preset by Bardock for its destination. He only needed to start it without any complicated operations. The ship broke free from the planet's gravity and entered space, flying at high speed towards Dragon Ball Earth. Lin Chen silently prayed, hoping that nothing else would go wrong. As long as he could safely bring Kakarot to Dragon Ball Earth, he would surely be able to get the Dragon Ball timeline back on track. The next time he saw Kakarot, he should be called Son Goku, right? While thinking this, Lin Chen's infant body could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Chen was once again jolted awake by a violent tremor. He opened his eyes and found that the spaceship had landed, with the control screen inside displaying Saiyan text. This journey lasted 323 days and has safely arrived at the destination. We wish you a pleasant trip. The good thing about the illusion is that there is no need to learn. It can automatically translate all races' languages. Finally arrived, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Beside him, Kakarot was still asleep with his eyes closed. To alleviate the boredom of the journey, the nutrient solution on the spaceship contained sedative substances. Yet, despite the turbulence, Kakarot could still sleep, which Lin Chen found quite admirable. He didn't rush to open the hatch but first confirmed his own condition. The wilderness of the Dragon Ball world was home to great monsters and dinosaurs. Moreover, King Piccolo had already escaped from the rice cooker, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would soon come looking for them. This was the first challenge Lin Chen and Kakarot had to overcome upon arriving on Earth. They must not let King Piccolo take Sun Wukong away, or all his efforts would be in vain. Calling up the attribute panel, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. After nearly a year of space travel, his body had developed well, and his physical attributes had recovered to about 40%, reaching over 160 points before any enhancements. Upon arriving on Dragon Ball Earth and receiving stellar radiation, his Kryptonian bloodline began to take effect again, and his attributes started to grow at a visible speed. 100%, 110%, 120%. It wasn't until his physical attributes reached 300 that Lin Chen opened the spaceship hatch and carried Kakarot out. They landed in a lush, primitive forest, and the surrounding beasts had been startled away by the noise of the spaceship landing. Lin Chen carried Kakarot for a while and surprisingly encountered not a single living creature. He didn't dare to venture too far. According to the plot, Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Gohan, should live nearby, and if he wandered too far and missed Sun Gohan, it would lead to a new plot development. As long as he could hand Kakarot over to Sun Gohan, the story should return to its proper course. Lin Chen actually just wanted to hunt a big monster and roast it for Kakarot to eat. He had promised the young version of Sun Wukong during the contract ceremony that he would take him to eat delicious food in the future, and now that he had the opportunity to fulfill that promise, how could he let it slip by? Unfortunately, not only did he not encounter a big monster, but on the way back, he was blocked by a green-skinned humanoid creature wearing purple clothes with a magic character on its chest and a face full of wrinkles. What was meant to come would eventually come. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the green-skinned humanoid creature before him was the first generation of King Piccolo. Piccolo's identity was actually very similar to Kakarot's. They were both aliens. He came from Namek and was a genius child of Namek. Due to the impending destruction of Namek, his father, Katas, sent Piccolo to Earth, and later, because of his exceptional talent, he was noticed by the Earth's deity, who wanted him to be a successor. However, influenced by the evil deeds of Earthlings, he developed evil thoughts within him. In order to become the deity expelled the evil thoughts from his body, transforming him into Piccolo. The one before Lin Chen was the first generation of the evil old Piccolo expelled by the deity. Piccolo looked at the two little beings in front of him, dressed in peculiar protective suits, which should have come from that round spaceship. Although Piccolo was filled with a desire for evil and killing, at this moment he couldn't help but recall his childhood. Before he was separated from the deity, he waited alone at the Yunzabit Highlands for his family to find him, without food or drink, enduring for 30 years, only to ultimately never see his family again. In desperation, Piccolo came to the human city to survive. Due to his strange appearance, he faced disdain and ridicule everywhere. It was at that moment that the seed of hatred was planted in
the young Piccolo's heart. He vowed that one day he would take revenge on those humans who had bullied him. The two little demons, with tails in front of him, were clearly aliens, and they were twins. If they were human babies, they would be struggling to walk. At this age, yet one of the little demons could carry the other around, looking for food. They must have been sent to Earth as refugees, much like his own background. Thinking of this, a hint of pity crept into Piccolo's eyes. He tried to make his fierce face appear more amiable and squatted down gently, saying, "Where are you two from? Can you understand what I'm saying?" Ha! Lin Chen was suddenly a bit surprised. By rights, the original Piccolo was a ruthless demon who had almost destroyed the world, later sealed in a rice cooker by Master Roshi's teacher, Mutato, who sacrificed his life to do so. Although he didn't know how Piccolo had escaped early, shouldn't he be thinking about how to roast them and eat them? Why did it feel like this wrinkled old Piccolo was actually a bit kind, completely lacking the evil aura of a great demon? Piccolo didn't wait for Lin Chen's response. He shook his head self-deprecatingly and smiled. "Well, you two are so small, you don't even look like you've turned 1 year old yet. How could you speak?" He tentatively extended a green arm. "Come with me, I will take good care of you both." Lin Chen shielded Kakarot behind him, his eyes wide, adopting a fighting stance. "What a joke! I went through so much trouble to bring Kakarot from planet Vegeta to Earth, not to let him become Piccolo's second generation. Kakarot could only be raised by Sun Wukong, becoming the great Dragon Ball warrior. If you want to take Kakarot away, you'll have to defeat me first." Piccolo sensed the powerful aura emanating from Lin Chen, and couldn't help but show a look of surprise, the wrinkles on his face becoming more pronounced. "So strong at this age? What race are you? If you want to fight me, I can play with you." Suddenly, Piccolo's form flickered, and he appeared behind Lin Chen, delivering a knife-hand strike to the back of Lin Chen's neck. He intended to knock Lin Chen out and take him away smoothly, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen seemed to predict his attack. Without turning his head, the small figure executed a beautiful spinning kick, blocking Piccolo's knife hand in midair. The collision of fists and feet produced a crisp sound. Lin Chen's eyes widened as he said, in a childish voice, "If you want to take me away, you'll have to defeat me first." Piccolo's mouth curled slightly. "Interesting little guy, then I'll play with you." Before his words fell, an old man suddenly jumped out from the woods. He wore a traditional Chinese jacket, a green melon hat, and carried a basket on his back, striking a pose and shouting, "Piccolo the Great Demon King, let go of those two children, or don't blame me for using the demon sealing wave to seal you directly." Demon sealing wave? Piccolo immediately recalled the days he spent sealed in the rice cooker in darkness. His expression grew serious as he turned to the old man and slowly said, "How do you know about the demon sealing wave? Are you?" It was clear that although the old man was terrified and trembling all over, he still mustered the courage to shout angrily, "That's right. Mutato is my ancestor, Master. Wutian is my teacher, and I am Master Wutian's eldest disciple, Sun Wukong. Piccolo the Great Demon King, my teacher, Master Wutian, predicted that you would re-emerge and sent me to stop you. Don't move, he is on his way here." Damn it, is it another one from the Mutato lineage? This is truly relentless. Piccolo gritted his teeth. He had just escaped and his strength had not yet returned to its peak. If he were sealed again, Sun Wukong. Lin Chen, however, widened his eyes in excitement. After enduring countless hardships and facing death multiple times, he brought Kakarot to Earth, all for this moment. Every sacrifice was worth it. Lin Chen was instantly filled with tears. "Old man, you finally appeared. You really are my grandfather. Quickly, take Kakarot away. Teach him to become the great Dragon Ball warrior Son Goku." Before he could finish speaking, Piccolo's speed increased again, and with a swift chop of his hand, he struck Lin Chen on the back of the head. Upon seeing Son Gohan, Lin Chen lost his composure, and everything went black. He struggled a few times and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Piccolo couldn't afford to take Kakarot with him anymore. He grabbed Lin Chen and soared into the sky, leaving behind a single sentence. "Tell your master that at the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years from now, I will defeat all of you. If you fail, I will rule the entire world." He. 3 years from now? Damn it, the separation from my master was too sudden. I forgot to get his contact information. My master said he was going to the beach to see bikini beauties, and then he vanished without a trace. Where am I supposed to find him? What should I do 3 years from now? Son Gohan was filled with doubts, but his feet did not slow down. He quickly picked up Kakarot and ran swiftly into the jungle. As he ran, Son Gohan frequently looked back, fearing that the Demon King Piccolo would launch a surprise attack. In fact, there was no Master Mutato, and he didn't even know the Demon Seal Wave. He had only heard the story from Master Roshi about how his ancestor, Master Mutato, sacrificed himself to seal the Demon King Piccolo. At that time, he had memorized the characteristics of the Demon King Piccolo, and today, on a whim, he used it, and it surprisingly worked well. It seems that the name of Master Mutato is quite useful. After Son Gohan had run far away, he slowed down, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with the relief of having survived. That was close. Luckily, I still remembered that legend. I need to notify my master as soon as possible. Only then did he have the time to examine the child in his arms. Why does this child have a tail? He must be from some peculiar race. Son Gohan didn't think too much about it. The biological characteristics of Dragon Ball Earth were very rich, and creatures like pig-headed people and cat-faced people were not rare, so he quickly accepted the fact that the baby he picked up had a tail. Son Gohan sighed. It's a pity that a perfectly good twin was taken away by the Demon King Piccolo. That little guy is probably being roasted and eaten now. I'm sorry, little guy, my abilities are limited, and I can't save you. This little guy, you can live with me from now on. What should I call you? How about the name Son Goku? As the name Son Goku left his lips, a notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind while he was unconscious. Contractor Lin Chen, new timeline creation. Progress has reached 50%, rewards will be settled after leaving the illusion. All of this, Lin Chen was completely unaware of while in his coma. When he woke up again, he found himself in a cave, bound hand and foot, with a pile of firewood burning brightly nearby. Over the flames, an unknown creature was being roasted, large drops of grease falling into the fire, making a sizzling sound, and the room was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. Using the momentary light from the flames, Lin Chen discovered that Piccolo was sitting in a dark corner nearby. He had his hands resting on his knees, his head lowered, and he remained silent. His aged green face flickered in the firelight. Lin Chen tried to break free from his bindings, but found that the ropes binding his hands and feet were made of an unknown material, exceptionally strong, and he couldn't break them. Lin Chen glanced at the meat on the fire and was suddenly filled with panic, his voice trembling. Where's my brother? Kakarot? Did you roast him? Piccolo remained silent for a moment before slowly explaining. You're overthinking it, I don't eat meat. I only need water to sustain my life. This wild boar is for you. Your brother should have been rescued by that old man, he will be fine. Hearing Piccolo say this, Lin Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Had Kakarot been taken away by old Son Gohan? Lin Chen clenched his fists in excitement. At this moment, if he weren't tied up, he would even want to cheer and jump for joy. I did it! I finally turned Kakarot back into Son Goku, setting the timeline of the Dragon Ball world back on the right path. Since that's the case, goodbye, Mr. Piccolo. The next time we meet, it should be the second generation Piccolo, right? Exit the illusion. Lin Chen silently issued this command in his heart. His main task in this Dragon Ball illusion had been completed. He had turned Kakarot back into Son Goku, preventing further mutations in the subsequent illusion timeline. Although he hadn't completely fulfilled the main task of the inheritance illusion, which was to resurrect Bardock and his wife, he had at least achieved 80%, and he remembered that Bardock hadn't actually died. It seemed he had returned to the past through a time rift. At this moment of exit, even if he couldn't obtain all the rewards, it shouldn't lead to a more serious mutation in the Dragon Ball world. To Lin Chen's surprise, a line of prompts left him dumbfounded. Contractor Lin Chen, you are creating a new timeline and cannot exit. At this time, please stabilize the timeline before exiting. Current creation progress 50%. Creating a new timeline? Repair. Progress 50%? Literally translated, it meant he was creating history? But what the hell was this 50%? According to Lin Chen's estimation, he had brought Son Goku from the soon-to-be-destroyed planet Vegeta to Dragon Ball Earth, narrowly escaping death. Then, on Earth, he saved Son Goku from the hands of Demon King Piccolo, dragging him until Son Gohan arrived. Ultimately, he successfully had Son Gohan adopt Son Goku. That should count for at least 80 or 90% progress, right? Why was it only counted as 50%? I refuse to accept this. Why is it only 50%? What did I do wrong? Ever since dealing with the Golden Orb, Lin Chen had learned to bargain with it. The golden characters danced before his eyes. Contractor Lin Chen, a great danger is approaching you. If you cannot defeat the strong enemy in 3 years, this timeline will be completely obliterated. 3 years? A great danger? At the 3-year mark, aside from the first generation Demon King Piccolo in front of him, there shouldn't be anyone on Dragon Ball Earth who could threaten Kakarot's life, right? Lin Chen furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, his mouth agape as he looked up at the night sky. No way! Could it be that one? Josu, what are my chances of survival in 3 years? At this critical moment, Lin Chen dared not playfully call it the Golden Orb. The correct address finally received a response. According to calculations from this central unit, your chance of survival is less than 10%. Seeing this line of text, Lin Chen let out a long sigh. Thankfully, there was a 10% chance of survival. It shouldn't be that the Cosmic Emperor was coming personally.
I told you, with just me and Kakarot, we weren't significant enough to attract Frisia's
personal attention. What are you thinking? I won't eat you.
Piccolo watched Lin Chen, who was rolling his eyes, frowning and sighing. He thought Lin Chen was worried about his own situation, which made him feel a bit amused. How could a child not even a year old have so many
expressions?
Lin Chen sighed and said in a babyish voice, "Come on, tell me, what do you want to do by bringing me here?"
I tell you, even though I'm small, I'm not someone you can easily manipulate. Piccolo didn't directly answer Lin Chen. Instead, he began to tell his own story. You? No, actually, I'm an alien too.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "I'm not blind. No matter how much humans mutate, they won't
turn into something like you." Piccolo wasn't angry and continued calmly. I, like you, was sent to this planet by my parents to seek refuge. I
didn't dare leave the vicinity of the spaceship that brought me here, waiting for them for 30 years, only to finally realize that they would
never come back.
I finally gave up and came to the human city, just wanting to taste their food, but because I couldn't pay, I was chased
by a group of people who wanted to capture me for exhibition.
As Piccolo spoke, Lin Chen seemed to see a small, thin young Namekian being
persecuted everywhere in the human city. This plot felt unexpectedly familiar. Could it be a Dragon Ball version of Crazy Alien? The malice of humanity was vividly displayed in these people.
Other human animals have legal protection, but the only Namekian on the planet does not.
So, child, I want humans to experience the humiliation they once inflicted upon me.
Piccolo raised his head, his murky eyes filled with anger.
Lin Chen knew that Piccolo was actually a Namekian.
Through Piccolo's earlier words, he recalled that Namekians obtain energy through drinking water and photosynthesis, having no need for meat.
Moreover, Namekians reproduce asexually, completely devoid of the romantic entanglements of humans, capable of creating a race all on their own.
Such an alien race, more plant-like than animal, had been forced by humans to become a great demon king. Although there was a reason for the gathering of all evil thoughts by a deity, upon closer examination, most of the blame did not lie with Piccolo himself. Lin Chen shrugged, looking helpless.
I sympathize with your plight, but what does that have to do with you capturing me?
A sinister smile appeared on Piccolo's wrinkled face. Originally, in this world, no one was my opponent, but despicable humans created an evil technique, the demon seal wave.
He couldn't defeat
me and, at the cost of his life, sealed me in a rice cooker for 300 years.
What's even more despicable is that this old man, Master Mutato, actually left behind a legacy.
The old man you saw today is his disciple, and
he might also know the demon seal wave.
So I want to cultivate an assistant who can help me escape from the rice cooker once I'm sealed by the demon seal wave. This person must have enough strength.
Piccolo stood up, looking eagerly at Lin Chen.
And you, child, I can feel that you possess boundless potential.
With a few years of training, you can definitely become the strongest on this planet after me. Piccolo clenched his fists. If the two of us join forces, there will be no one on this planet who can stand against us.
Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Lin Chen immediately understood how the scene he had seen in the time fragment came to be.
To avoid being sealed again, Piccolo had deliberately cultivated a powerful assistant, Kakarot.
And Kakarot had not lost the memory of being a Saiyan. The master and disciple joined forces, becoming invincible, and soon eliminated most of the humans on Dragon Ball Earth. In the new timeline, Piccolo did not capture Sun Wukong but instead brought him back. Now he wanted to train him as his assistant or disciple. This was not impossible.
From what Lin Chen knew, the second generation, young Piccolo was quite skilled at teaching disciples.
Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, was transformed from a timid mama's boy into a determined Saiyan warrior under his guidance, but after leaving Piccolo and returning home, he
reverted to being useless.
As for the first generation Piccolo, aside from being a bit evil at heart, his teaching methods should not be much worse than the second generation Piccolo. After all, the two were essentially one and
the same.
Lin Chen now had great combat power but lacked a strong mentor. Piccolo knew many powerful techniques such as the Demon Flash, Demon Light Cannon, and the Dance of the Sky, and once learned, Lin Chen's strength would
greatly increase.
He had come to Dragon Ball Earth to seek Master Roshi as a mentor to learn the Turtle School's Kamehameha.
If Piccolo were to teach him instead, it would also be a good choice. As for whether he would be taught
to become an evil demon king, Lin Chen, as an adult, had already formed his worldview and life perspective, so he had no worries in that regard.
Lin Chen raised his head, meeting Piccolo's gaze. All right, I agree to your terms. If you are sealed by the demon seal wave, I will rescue you, but will you let me go now? Think carefully, receiving my guidance is a blessing for you.
What did you say?
You agreed? Piccolo had originally thought Lin
Chen would rather die than comply, and was considering how to persuade him with kind words, as his appearance clearly indicated he was not a good person and his reputation was extremely poor. He did not expect Lin Chen to agree so readily. He opened his mouth wide, looking at Lin Chen with a suspicious gaze from head to toe. In the end, he squatted down and released Lin Chen from his bindings.
Old Bick muttered as he untied Lin Chen. You don't want to pretend to agree with me first and then escape while I'm asleep, do you? Let me tell you, I've crossed more bridges than you've walked roads. Don't think you can fool me with such little tricks. If I find out you've run away, I'll go back and find your brother and turn him into barbecue.
Lin Chen gently stroked Bick's cheek with his chubby little hand and said seriously, don't worry, I won't run away. When I grow up, those who bullied you will pay the price. Upon hearing this, Bick suddenly froze, his eyes slightly moist. Bick abruptly stood up, turning his back to Lin Chen, and said in a low voice, what ridiculous things you're saying, you haven't even shed your fetal hair yet.
My matters are none of your business. He quickly walked to the cave entrance without looking back. It's getting late, you should rest early. Tomorrow, you'll face brutal hell training. I won't go easy on you just because you're a child. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly. The first-generation Bick wasn't as irredeemably bad as he seemed. In the vastness of space, the spaceship that Dodoria was on suddenly lit up with a red light, emitting a series of piercing alarms. Alarm, alarm, the spaceship's nutrient liquid circulation device is damaged. Should we divert to the nearest supply base? Dodoria was startled awake by the alarm. He opened his eyes, and after figuring out the situation, he cursed helplessly, damn it, I've wanted to fix this piece of junk for a long time, and it decides to malfunction now. The nearest supply base is in the completely opposite direction of the destination planet. He operated the control screen of the spaceship a few times and quickly arrived at a calculation result. Dodoria clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, with the current nutrient liquid supply, when I arrive at the planet in half a year, it will only be a few days short. If I go for repairs, the round trip plus repair time will take 3 times as long. Should I take the risk? Dodoria weighed the options for a moment. Considering that after he took out 2 Saiyan cubs, if no one on that planet could repair his spacecraft, he would be stuck on that broken planet for a long time, which was an outcome he couldn't accept. Alright, Saiyan cubs, I'll let you live for another 3 years. I hope by then, you can make it more fun for me. As one of Frisia's subordinates and the strongest warrior aside from the Jinya force, Dodoria's combat power exceeded 22,000. He didn't believe that 2 Saiyan toddlers could withstand a single blow from him after 3 years of growth. Even adult Saiyans, there were not many who could stand on equal footing with him. Thinking of adult Saiyans, Dodoria squinted his eyes, and a tragic image of Masays being crushed by a giant ape flashed in his mind. Right, I need to check if that planet has any satellites, otherwise it could be a bit troublesome when the Saiyans turn into giant apes. Dodoria had already devised a battle plan. He would destroy the satellite as soon as he arrived at the planet. This way, no matter how talented those 2 Saiyan cubs were, they would have no means of turning the tables. The next day, Lin Chen woke up in the warm sunlight, stretching lazily as a cloak slipped off him. By this time, the sun had already risen to mid-sky. A cold voice came from outside the cave. Today is the first day, so I let you sleep a little longer. Change your clothes and come out. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Despite old Piccolo's fierce words, he was actually quite nice to him, fitting the type of someone who was harsh in words but kind in action. He picked up a set of purple battle gear that was placed beside a pile of grass, and as soon as he touched it, he felt his body grow heavy. Lin Chen's eyes widened. This was the gravity suit he had been desperately searching for. The suit appeared to be made of fabric, with a magical symbol encircled on the chest, but its weight felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. This must be the unique black technology of the Dragon Ball world. Lin Chen had thought about this suit for a long time. He weighed the suit in his hands and felt it was a bit lighter, only 1/3 the weight of the lead suit he usually wore for training. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided not to put it on but instead walked to the cave entrance holding the suit. Old Piccolo was standing there with his arms crossed, eyes closed, soaking up the sun. This was how the Namekians absorbed sunlight for photosynthesis. It had to be said that Lin Chen's Kryptonian bloodline was somewhat similar to the Namekians in terms of absorbing stellar radiation. Sensing Lin Chen's approach, Piccolo didn't open his eyes and spoke in a cold tone. Why aren't you wearing the suit I gave you? Is it too heavy? Do you really think I'm easy to talk to? Lin Chen tugged at his pant leg, his voice youthful. The reason I didn't wear this suit is that it's too light for me. Can you help me adjust it to double the weight? Ha! Piccolo opened his eyes in disbelief, seeing Lin Chen effortlessly holding the gravity suit in one hand, shaking it lightly as if it weighed nothing. The gravity suits in the Dragon Ball world were made of special materials, and Piccolo couldn't increase their weight in a short time. He could only cough awkwardly. In a few days, I'll prepare a new battle suit for you. For today, just wear this one for training. Hearing this, Lin Chen could only return to the cave and change into the purple Demon King suit, the magical symbol on his chest particularly eye-catching. Lin Chen didn't mind, after all, no one else could see it, and in other inherited illusions, his family were all villains. Being the Demon King in the Dragon Ball world wasn't inappropriate at all. Piccolo, seeing his appearance, almost imperceptibly nodded. Alright, your strength should be innate, but if you want to advance further, you need to sense the omnipresent energy within you.
Next, we'll start with energy sensing training. Before Piccolo finished speaking, Lin Chen had already gathered an energy ball in his palm, looking up with curiosity and asking, "Is this the energy you were talking about? I've mastered it long ago, but why is this light ball so weak?" Piccolo's eyes twitched a few times. He finally managed to maintain his master image in front of Lin Chen without being overly shocked. Not bad. You can manipulate energy so soon after being born, which shows you're a natural warrior. What do you mean by weak? How about this? Throw it out and let me see the explosion effect. Lin Chen casually tossed the energy ball to the ground, which immediately produced a loud bang. As the smoke cleared, a shallow pit about half a meter deep appeared on the ground. Piccolo's forehead broke out in fine cold sweat and he was screaming internally. Is this something a child can do? Can he naturally manipulate energy outward? In just a moment he can condense an energy blast with this kind of power? What kind of monster have I stumbled upon? What race is he? Piccolo forced himself to calm down quickly and nodded. Actually, the damage from your move is already considerable, but you lack the most important point. Lin Chen's spirit immediately lifted, his ears perked up, listening intently. A single word from a master can sometimes provide immense benefit. His strength was already sufficient, he just needed to know the tricks of using his breath, and his combat power could quickly see a qualitative improvement. Spirit. Your technique lacks spirit. Piccolo continued to explain. Spirit is your anger towards the enemy, the desire to defeat them, the unwillingness to accept your own weakness and the struggle against it. When you release your breath, you need to pour all your heart and soul into it, condensing all your power into one point. Watch my move. Piccolo pressed two green fingers against his forehead, his expression turning pained and fierce. After gathering energy for a few seconds, his fingertips began to glow. Then Piccolo waved his hand forward, and a bright yellow beam of light, surrounded by rippling energy waves, shot out from his fingertips. This energy wave had astonishing destructive power, completely piercing through several hills in front of Lin Chen, dissipating in the air only after flying several kilometers. Lin Chen recognized this as Piccolo's ultimate move, the special beam cannon. This technique required charging, similar in level to the Kamehameha, and its power was indeed impressive. Watching Piccolo unleash his ultimate skill, Lin Chen suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder the Dragon Ball warriors always gritted their teeth and opened their eyes wide before releasing the Kamehameha. It turned out that one had to pour their spirit, or rather their heart's blood, into it to condense the energy blast and enhance its destructive power. Lin Chen tried again to condense the energy blast, a surge of violent emotion filling him as he channeled his breath into the energy sphere. The energy sphere quickly took shape, its surface crackling with dark red arcs of electricity. Piccolo's expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "That's enough. Now throw it far away." Lin Chen hurled the basketball-sized energy sphere into the distance. The moment it touched the ground, it first emitted a blinding light, followed by a loud bang. A strong wave of energy surged forth, and Lin Chen and Piccolo quickly raised their arms to shield their faces, lowering their bodies to avoid being blown back by the shockwave. When the explosion's aftermath settled, a massive pit 10 meters deep appeared before them, the walls resembling those corroded by acid, forming various circular depressions. Even at this moment, the hard rock walls were still emitting a sizzling sound. Piccolo's expression grew increasingly serious. It was the first time he had seen an energy blast with such power, possessing not only immense destructive capability but also corrosive strength. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, realizing he had struck gold. If this child truly helped him, in 3 years, no one on the entire planet would be a match for their master-student duo. Initially, he had rescued Lin Chen out of sympathy for his plight. Now, he genuinely wanted to teach Lin Chen well, to take him as his successor and pass on all his skills. As an Namekian and a divine incarnation on Earth, Piccolo sensed that his time was running short. Lin Chen's bright, wide eyes were filled with astonishment. The power of the energy blast exceeded his imagination. Upon reflection, it must have been the power of the source of chaos mixed within his breath that granted it both terrifying destructive power and strong corrosive ability. Is this good enough? Lin Chen asked, worried that the spirit he infused might still be insufficient. Piccolo squatted down, looking into Lin Chen's eyes. Child, your potential surprises me. Call me Teacher Piccolo. Do you have a name? Let me give you a name. Let's call you. Well, I've thought about it all night, so let's call you Carl Knight. No, I already have a name, Master Piccolo. You can call me Polinia or Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly stopped him. Who could handle having multiple names and identities? After experiencing a fantasy? Are you really not considering the name Carl Knight? I actually think it suits you quite well. As the former Dark Lord who plunged the world into an era of darkness, old Piccolo was clearly not the type to give up easily. After several fruitless arguments, Lin Chen could only go along with it. Half a month later, on a small island in the Pacific, Sun Wukong, looking bewildered, respectfully bowed to an old man with a white beard, wearing beach shorts, a floral shirt, and sunglasses. Master Wu Tian, this is the whole story. This child has an appetite and strength far beyond ordinary people. I can feel that he possesses boundless potential. If I were to teach him, it might hinder his growth. So, Master, I want you to take him as your disciple and teach him personally. His brother has been captured by Piccolo, and he may very well become an evil accomplice in the future. Master Roshi did not agree immediately. His eyes squinted behind his sunglasses. I can sense that our planet is about to face great danger, and this child is at the center of the storm. Wukong, your concerns are valid. Let's keep him. You said your name is Sun Wukong, right? From now on, learn the Turtle School martial arts with me. The young and naive Sun Wukong nodded. He touched his head, where there was a scar. A few days ago, while playing with a dinosaur monster, he accidentally fell off a steep cliff and bumped his head. Although he wasn't seriously hurt, he forgot many things. Now, apart from vaguely remembering that he had a name called Kakarot and a brother named Polinia, he couldn't recall anything else. In the days that followed, Lin Chen and Sun Wukong underwent rigorous training under Piccolo and Master Wu Tian, respectively. He trained during the day in weighted clothing and fought against Piccolo at night. Old Piccolo held nothing back, passing on all his skills, and Lin Chen mastered techniques like the flight technique, magic flash, and magic piercing light cannon. On Blue Star, one needed to reach 5,000 points in mental attributes to fly, but Lin Chen could do it effortlessly. Now, in fact, by the age of 2, Lin Chen's strength had already far surpassed Piccolo's. With natural growth, by the time he turned 3, his strength unlocking reached 60%. Daily weighted training provided him with nearly 1 point of physical value. Lin Chen's physique had already surpassed 1,000 points. Without the need for Kryptonian bloodline enhancement, he could activate his steel body freely. With the tenfold enhancement from the Kryptonian bloodline, Lin Chen's physique attribute had now reached 10,000 points. What does 10,000 points mean? Even if you add up the battle powers of all the strong fighters on Dragon Ball Earth, they cannot exceed Lin Chen. For some reason, the Kryptonian bloodline enhancement stopped growing once it reached 10 times. Lin Chen speculated it might be because this body had not fully matured. Thinking carefully, Superman also landed on Earth at a young age and only activated various abilities when he turned 18, such as super flight, supervision, heat vision, and super hearing. Before 18, Superman only possessed 3 abilities: super strength, super speed, and super defense. Or perhaps it was because this body was an illusion, unable to inherit all the powers of his true form. Lin Chen wasn't particularly anxious about this. Don't forget, he also had the Saiyan Great Ape transformation, which, when combined with the Kryptonian bloodline, could provide him with a maximum of 100 times enhancement. As long as Frieza didn't come personally, he could easily handle the Jinya force. After Lin Chen turned 2, one night, Piccolo witnessed the Saiyan Great Ape form and completely stopped sparring with him. If defeated by his own disciple, the proud old Piccolo found it hard to save face. On a certain day when Lin Chen celebrated his 3rd birthday, a skyship floated down from the heavens. A small, peculiar blue-skinned creature with fried rice written on its chest stepped off the ship, bowed to Piccolo, and said respectfully, "Lord Piccolo, I am here to take you. As agreed, we should begin our conquest of the world." Piccolo turned his gaze to Lin Chen, who stood beside him, only reaching his thigh, and let out a slow sigh. But soon, Piccolo's expression turned fierce and sinister as he stroked Lin Chen's unruly hair. "Carnate, you have grown up and can take care of yourself. I am setting off to conquer the world." Lin Chen wanted to say something, but the words seemed stuck in his throat. The old Piccolo lifted the small blue creature and flew back onto the ship, waving his hand and leaving behind a sentence. "Don't forget, you must participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament a year from now. I will settle the score with the martial arts master there." Lin Chen forced a smile and nodded. Although the old Piccolo was evil and cunning, he had indeed devoted himself to teaching him over the years. Aside from occasionally revealing a desire to destroy the world during their conversations, he wasn't really a bad person. Lin Chen suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly, "Old man, if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, remember to come find me." As the ship sailed away, Pilaf stood beside Piccolo, watching the distant purple figure gradually shrink, unable to help but ask, "Is that child your disciple? If he's strong, should we let him help us conquer the world?" Piccolo's lips curled slightly, a hint of a smile appearing on his wrinkled old face. "No need, this is my own business. I don't want to drag him into it." Setting off to the south, it's time for the world to know that I, Lord Piccolo, have returned. The south was precisely where Piccolo first arrived in human cities. Lin Chen watched the airship disappear and murmured to himself, "The World Martial Arts Tournament will be held next year, which means there's still a year until danger arrives. That being said, I have a year to search for the Dragon Balls." Lin Chen had not forgotten that before entering the inheritance illusion. He saw Sun Wukong's obsession was to meet his family. Raditz didn't need to be sought out. In a few years, he would come knocking on his door. Lin Chen remembered that Bardock and Jine were not dead but had fallen into a time rift at the moment of the planet's explosion, traveling back to the past. To summon Jine and Bardock, he would need the Dragon Balls. He wondered if the Earth's dragon could cross time to summon Bardock back. If that didn't work, he would have to think of a way later to go to Namek and ask the Great Dragon for help. Forget it, no need to think about that now. First, gather all 7 Dragon Balls. In the face of the great danger that would arrive in a year, it was inevitable that some would die. Collecting the Dragon Balls would be a precaution. Lin Chen was familiar with the plot and naturally knew where the 7 Dragon Balls were roughly located. However, he didn't need to work so hard to find them one by one. Even knowing the exact locations, the Dragon Balls were only the size of a fist and it would take some effort to turn them up. In fact, he only needed to find one person to easily collect all 7 Dragon Balls. That person is Bulma, the daughter of the largest technology company in the Dragon Ball world, the Capsule Corporation. As long as I can find Bulma and have her create the Dragon Radar to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, it will be as easy as reaching into a pocket or having a meal. After watching Piccolo leave, Lin Chen knew that Piccolo would not be in danger for a while. At this point in time, Piccolo should be the strongest warrior on Earth. Even if Master Roshi wanted to seal Piccolo, he would have to pay with his life. The time has not yet come. The grudge between Piccolo and Master Roshi will be settled at the World Martial Arts Tournament. By then, Lin Chen will also meet his twin brother, Kakarot, who should now be called Son Goku. Lin Chen returned to the cave where he had lived for 2 years, packed some smoked food on his back and put on a weighted suit that Piccolo had made for him. The Namekian outfit was very simple and surprisingly comfortable once he got used to it, except that when using the flight technique, it felt a bit cool down there, as Namekians do not have reproductive organs, so that area had no special clothing. Lin Chen could only sew a few pairs of super heavy underwear for himself. After getting everything ready, Lin Chen walked out of the cave, gently leaped, released a powerful aura, and used the flight technique to lift his body. He was like a nimble swallow, flying around the cave he had lived in for 2 years, then shot up into the sky, leaving a long trail in the air as he directly plunged into the clouds, leaving the place where he had grown up. As long as there was sunlight, Lin Chen's stamina would hardly deplete. He could fly all day without needing to rest. Lin Chen slightly oriented himself in the air and flew directly in the opposite direction of the sun. He planned to go to the Capsule Corporation first. Bulma should only be 7 or 8 years old now, still in elementary school. He wondered if Bulma at this age could create the Dragon Radar. Lin Chen flew rapidly in the high sky, enjoying the feeling of conquering the blue sky with a protective aura surrounding his body, completely isolating the turbulent air currents at high altitude. His speed was incredibly fast, like a sharp sword, slicing through the white clouds in the blue sky, leaving long white streaks like a plane drawing lines in the sky. Below Lin Chen was an endless expanse of blue ocean. On one of the islands, Son Goku had grown quite a bit. He was carrying a huge boulder, struggling to move forward, as if there was endless strength in his small body. The several-ton heavy boulder only made him sweat a little. Master Roshi was sitting cross-legged on top of the boulder, acting as a supervisor, overseeing Son Goku. Though he was supposed to be supervising, the lewd smile on his face and the hentai manga in his hands completely betrayed his slacking behavior. Oh, there's this kind of play? Next time we can go to an izakaya and have a good chat with the girls. Son Goku saw Lin Chen flying by from the sky. His eyesight was excellent, and he could even tell that it was a person flying, not a bird or a plane. He watched for a while and then threw the boulder heavily to the ground. Grandpa, look! There's a person flying in the sky. Master Roshi was almost knocked off the boulder by his reckless action. Just as he was about to scold Son Goku, he heard this and suddenly became serious. Master Roshi took off his sunglasses and looked in the direction Son Goku was pointing. At that moment, Lin Chen had already flown quite a distance, leaving only a small black dot. Master Roshi murmured, "Could it be that old guy Crane? Hermit's disciple has come into the world? It seems this World Martial Arts Tournament will be very turbulent." He looked at Son Goku, his eyes filled with urgency. Ever since he learned from Gohan that Demon King Piccolo had issued a challenge to him for a life and death match at this World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi felt a sense of urgency in his heart. His 2 disciples from years ago, Gohan and Ox King, clearly could not inherit his legacy. The appearance of Sun Wukong brought him new hope. The Turtle Hermit would never forget a Kamehameha he spent 50 years mastering. When Sun Wukong learned it after just one look, the joy in his heart was overwhelming. The shock Sun Wukong gave him was no less than the shock Lin Chen gave to Piccolo. If he failed to seal the Demon King Piccolo, the heavy responsibility of saving the world would fall on Sun Wukong. The Turtle Hermit leaned on his cane on the rock and said solemnly, "Wukong, the training intensity will double from now on. In a year, you will participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament." The Turtle Hermit, fearing that Sun Wukong might not understand the significance of the tournament, explained further, "It's a place where you can fight with others every day, and lunch is a buffet, all you can eat." At this moment, Sun Wukong was still a 3-year-old child. Unlike Lin Chen, he did not have the soul of an adult in his body, but obediently he nodded. His stable and cheerful personality was nothing like that of a Saiyan. Upon hearing that he could fight with others every day and have endless food, he immediately felt energized. Okay, Grandpa, I will work hard. Ha! Sun Wukong lifted the boulder and continued his weight training for the day, each step leaving footprints as sweat covered his small body. Meanwhile, in the southern city, an airship hovered above the city. Piccolo flew out of the cabin, exuding a powerful aura. He coldly gazed at the humans below, who looked like ants, recalling the humiliation he suffered years ago, gritting his teeth, his facial muscles contorting. Humans, your doom has arrived. Piccolo casually fired energy blasts from the air towards the ground. The powerful energy struck the city, instantly destroying numerous buildings. In his battle with Lin Chen, Piccolo's combat power had significantly increased. Now, the Demon King Piccolo was at least twice as strong as he was before adopting Lin Chen. Sometimes he even wondered who was teaching whom. The Earth Federation army quickly arrived with fighter jets, armored vehicles, and other modern combat weapons, launching a fierce attack on Piccolo. But in Piccolo's eyes, these attacks were like using anti-aircraft guns to swat mosquitoes, easily dodged by him. A casual strike from Piccolo could obliterate a large number of modern weapons, and soon the Federation army was defeated, leaving behind hundreds of scrap tanks and armored vehicles as they fled in panic. This time, Piccolo did not hatch any minions. Perhaps he felt that he alone was enough to defeat the entire world. Soon, the southern city completely fell, and the rice bowl King Pilaf appeared on global television, laughing maniacally. Haha, humans, submit to me, or you will be utterly destroyed. Humanity around the world fell into despair. At this critical moment, someone found records about the Demon King Piccolo in historical texts. 300 years ago, a green-skinned Demon King appeared, committing all sorts of atrocities, burning, killing, and plundering. Humanity was about to be completely ruled by him when a powerful figure named Master Mutato suddenly appeared. He sacrificed his life to seal the Demon King completely. Master Mutato left behind two disciples, the Turtle Hermit and the Crane Hermit. In an instant, the whole world was calling out, "Disciples of Master Mutato, Turtle Hermit, Crane Hermit, where are you?" The Turtle Hermit, at home, watched the video of the Demon King Piccolo destroying the southern city and remained silent for a long time. That night, he got drunk and almost fell into the sea to drown, fortunately being saved by a sea turtle. In the following days, Sun Wukong noticed that the Turtle Hermit often practiced a strange technique but refused to teach it to him. In the west, in the luxurious mansion of the Capsule Corporation, a young girl with blue-green hair was curled up on the sofa eating potato chips while following the news on television about the Demon King Piccolo. The girl showed no signs of worry. Instead, her face was filled with excitement as she chatted with her classmates. Southern heard that the schools have all suspended classes. When is the Dark Lord coming to the west? I've long wanted to stop going to school. If Piccolo really comes, your family will probably be the first to suffer. A childish voice rang out by the window. The girl suddenly sat up. Her bedroom was on the third floor. Who could sneak up to her room without a sound? At that moment, the gears of fate began to turn. Outside Bulma's window, a child was floating in midair, his black hair standing up like burning flames, each strand pointing upwards. His rosy little face was round and plump, as if it could burst with water at a pinch. The child was wrapped in a loose purple battlesuit, with a long white cape draped over his back. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his expression serious, trying to look mature, but combined with his short stature and his gem-like, sparkling black eyes, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. She opened the window, leaned out halfway, and asked in a teasing tone, "Who are you, and why are you outside my window? How did you fly up here? Aren't you afraid of falling from such a height?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Woman, you better show me some respect. I am currently the strongest man on this planet." Boy. After arriving in West City, he found Bulma's house by asking others for directions. Everyone who saw his childish and rosy appearance showed no signs of wariness. Some even couldn't help but touch him while talking, pinching his cheeks and completely ignoring the large demon character on his chest. Lin Chen was filled with anger, wanting to summon Piccolo to destroy the city. He lowered his voice and said in a deep tone, "You are Bulma, right? The Earth is facing danger from outer space, and I need your help. As soon as..." He finished speaking, Bulma burst into laughter, her eyes turning into two crescent moons. "Ha ha, are you about to say that you want to save the world and defeat the Demon King, and you need me to be your companion?" Lin Chen shook his head, revealing the demon character on his chest, making it even more prominent. "No, actually the Demon King you mentioned is my Master Piccolo. The danger I speak of does not come from Master Piccolo." Bulma wrinkled her delicate nose and huffed. "Let it be destroyed then. I actually hope the Demon King comes to West City soon, so I won't have to go to that damn school every day." A dark line appeared on Lin Chen's face. "Damn, I forgot that every child looks forward to disasters and calamities during school. As long as they don't have to go to school, the world could be destroyed and it wouldn't matter."
He cleared his throat and put on a mature demeanor. What if I told you there is a treasure that can grant any wish? Would you be interested? Bulma furrowed her brows and thought carefully for a moment.
A treasure that can grant any wish, not to mention whether such a thing exists.
I don't seem to have any wishes that need fulfilling.
She counted on her fair fingers, one by one. You see, the wish targets are actually just a few kinds. Money, for me, it's just a number.
Looks, figure, I'm very satisfied with how I look now.
Parents' health, my mom and dad are both in good health, and our family is harmonious.
I don't seem to have any wishes that need fulfilling. Lin Chen was greatly disheartened. Damn, Bulma is truly the destined girl.
With such wealth at home, she is also exceptionally intelligent. The world is indeed unfair. Some people are born as cattle and horses, some are born directly in Rome, and some are born as the Pope. How unjust fate is. Suddenly, Bulma thought of something, her eyes lighting up.
Ah, I got it. I want to wish for all the children in the world to no longer have to go to school. Kid, where is that treasure you mentioned? Name your price, or I can give you a check, and you can fill it out as you like. Lin Chen was once again struck by Bulma's outrageous wealth.
He clenched his fists and repeatedly reminded himself to stay calm. That treasure is called the Dragon Balls. You need to gather all 7 to summon the Eternal Dragon to grant a wish, and one of them is in your family's warehouse.
Really? If you trick me, you'll get a spanking,
Bulma said, half believing, as she led Lin Chen to the warehouse. When she found a glowing orb among a pile of junk, her mouth dropped open in surprise. She handed the Dragon Ball she found to Lin Chen.
Is this the 7 Dragon Balls you were talking about?
Lin Chen took the orb and examined
it closely.
It was a medium-sized sphere, just right for an adult to hold in one hand, with a smooth and rounded surface, a perfect sphere that emitted a faint orange-yellow glow in the dim warehouse. Inside, 2 bright lights
floated up and down like stars. Meanwhile, the attribute panel provided a prompt.
2-star Dragon Ball, a unique artifact of the Dragon Ball world. Gathering all 7 can summon the Eternal Dragon.
This item is a world-exclusive artifact and cannot be taken out of the illusion. Lin Chen nodded. That's right, this is it. This is called the 2-star Dragon Ball.
There are a total of 7,
from 1 star to 7 star. If you can gather them all, you can summon the Eternal Dragon and make one wish. Bulma held the Dragon Ball and leaned in curiously to look inside. How amazing! What's the principle behind these 2 stars inside?
If we gather all 7, can we really fulfill any
wish? Lin Chen wiped his sweat, finally managing to get this woman on board.
He whispered, that's right, but searching for them one by one would take too long.
Who knows when that would be? Can you figure out a way to make something that can quickly locate the Dragon Balls?
Bulma puffed out her chest proudly.
No problem, leave it to me. Next, under Lin Chen's persuasion and motivational talk, Bulma asked her father, the genius scientist Brief, for help. And within 3 days, they successfully created the Dragon Ball radar.
When the Dragon Ball radar displayed the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls, Lin Chen was too exhausted to complain.
What window had God closed for Bulma? Now, Bulma was still a little kid, yet her research ability was so terrifying.
Although her father helped, most of the work was done by her.
Just before parting, Bulma suddenly remembered what she wanted. She cupped her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted to the departing Lin Chen. If you can collect all 7 Dragon Balls, remember to make a wish for me. When I grow up, I want a handsome, distinguished boyfriend. Preferably a prince. The kind that rides a white horse. Lin Chen waved his hand and flew into the sky, disappearing from sight. Bulma's wish could be fulfilled without the Eternal Dragon. If things continued on the current timeline, she would most likely marry Vegeta. Although planet Vegeta was destroyed, Vegeta was still a prince of noble blood and a devoted husband.
Aside from being a bit short, having a high hairline, being a bit poor, and having a bad temper, he had no other flaws.
Lin Chen opened the Dragon Ball radar. The closest one to him was in the southwest.
Of the 7 Dragon Balls, aside from the 5-star ball, the rest should belong to someone.
A few in the middle might be a bit troublesome, especially
the 3-star ball in Master Roshi's possession. Since he was a disciple of Piccolo, Master Roshi probably wouldn't hand over the 3-star ball easily, and a battle was inevitable. Moreover, he should be able to see Sun Wukong
again during the search for the Dragon Balls.
He wondered if Wukong had bumped his head, and whether Gohan had been crushed by his giant ape transformation. Lost in thought, Lin Chen traced a long arc in the air and whizzed away. With the Dragon Ball radar and his super physique attribute, combined with the illusion of the source of chaos, Lin Chen quietly obtained the next 4 Dragon Balls over the next 2 months without alarming anyone. The 4-star ball was obtained at Baozi Mountain from Son Gohan's home, where he secretly saw that Son Gohan was still alive, feeling quite relieved inside. Perhaps this way, Son Goku wouldn't feel guilty for having stepped on his grandfather.
The 5-star ball was found
in a bear cave in a valley, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, where the bear paw was quite delicious. The 6-star ball was obtained after helping an old lady with farm work for 2 days in a village. The 7-star ball was at the home of the Ox King in Fire Mountain, where Lin Chen encountered his future sister-in-law, Son Goku's wife, Chi-Chi. At this age, Chi-Chi was a little demoness who would fight anyone she met. If she lost, it would trigger a passive effect of marrying you. To avoid disrupting the timeline of the Dragon Ball world, Lin Chen chose to knock her out before taking the Dragon Ball. Finally, only 2 Dragon Balls remained. The 3-star ball was with Master Roshi, and the 1-star ball was with Emperor Pilaf of the Rice Cooker Empire. With the help of the first generation of Piccolo, Pilaf established the Rice Cooker Empire and proclaimed himself the Rice Cooker Emperor. He recruited the Black Satin Army, vowing to conquer the world. Within 2 years, after much thought, Lin Chen decided to first retrieve the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi. The Dragon Ball in Pilaf's hands should pose no difficulty for him. Pilaf mistakenly believed that he had relied on his own intelligence to find and release the Demon King Piccolo, establishing a vast empire. But in reality, all his glory was built on the strength of old Piccolo. As long as old Piccolo did not continue to support him, his empire would ultimately be a mere illusion, just a shadow. One was a puppet subordinate, and the other was his own son raised since childhood. It was clear who old Piccolo would help. Lin Chen unleashed his full power, erupting with a tremendous roar as he headed straight for a small island in the South Pacific. He had not seen his twin brother Kakarot at Son Gohan's home, so Son Goku could only be in one place now. Son Goku should be at Master Roshi's, undergoing rigorous training from Master Mutato. From the timeline perspective, it was a few years early, but this was the price he had to pay for intervening in the Dragon Ball world to correct the timeline. On a small island in the South Pacific, Son Goku was fiercely battling Master Roshi, with the sounds of fists and feet clashing continuously. Although Son Goku was only a little over 3 years old, he was able to fight evenly with the martial arts master, Master Roshi. Seeing that he couldn't win with punches and kicks, Master Roshi took a few steps back, his muscles bulging. He formed his hands into a lotus shape, gathered his energy slightly, and unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave. Son Goku showed no fear, also taking a horse stance and launching a Kamehameha wave of his own. The 2 Kamehameha waves collided in mid-air, creating a fierce struggle. Master Roshi and Son Goku held their ground for a moment before dispersing their energy waves. Master Roshi's muscles slowly shrank back, returning to his thin, old self, and he looked at Son Goku with a satisfied expression, saying, "Goku, your progress in these few months has been very rapid. You already have about 70 to 80% of your grandfather's strength. If your grandfather cannot defeat the Demon King Piccolo at the martial arts tournament, the future of the world will be entrusted to you." Son Goku's eyes flickered, and he clenched his fists, unwilling to accept that won't happen. With Grandpa's strength, he will definitely defeat the Demon King Piccolo. I hope so, Master Roshi sighed. Ever since he saw the Demon King Piccolo in action on television last time, he knew very well that he was no match for Piccolo on his own. Lin Chen floated in the sky at a distance, quietly observing everything. Under Master Roshi's training, Son Goku had already been able to face his teacher head-on without falling behind in just 2 short years. Son Goku's progress was much faster than Lin Chen had anticipated. But this level was still far from enough if the Dragon Ball world was truly rewritten by the new timeline he had created. The challenges that the future Dragon Ball warriors will face will increase exponentially. It is very likely that a member of the Jinya force has come this time. Even if he manages to win by a stroke of luck, the next one could very well be Frieza himself. Due to his intervention, the plot progresses faster and the world's difficulty level rises significantly. King Piccolo was born earlier, and Frieza has also noticed Sun Wukong in his existence too soon. After all, Lin Chen is a contractor. Once he stabilizes the timeline, he will soon leave this world, and he must help Sun Wukong grow quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he muttered to himself, "Too weak. With your strength, how will you protect the earth after I leave? Don't blame your big brother for being ruthless. You must grow up quickly. And let me take Raditz' place to give you a profound education." In terms of both mentality and strength, Lin Chen far exceeds Sun Wukong in this timeline. After all, they are twins, just calculated by the time they left the womb. It's not a problem for him to call himself Sun Wukong's older brother. Aside from Bardock and Jine, others will definitely see him as Sun Wukong's brother. Sun Wukong's innate talent is not high, he can only grow rapidly when faced with the threat of strong enemies, becoming stronger through life and death battles. Lin Chen dispersed his flight technique and free fell from the sky like a meteor, plummeting straight towards Master Roshi's island. Master Roshi and Sun Wukong had just finished a day of training and were walking towards the small house when suddenly both looked up at the same time. A cold, evil aura was descending from the sky, rapidly approaching. This aura was immense, coming at them like an ancient beast, sending chills down their spines. The two quickly locked onto the target, and they saw a purple object, like a meteor, creating intense sparks as it rubbed against the air. Just as it was about to crash onto the beach, a small figure suddenly stopped. In mid-air, a powerful aura burst forth from within him, dispersing all the flames, revealing a youthful face identical to Sun Wukong's. Behind him, like Sun Wukong, there was also a tail wrapped around his waist.
However, unlike Sun Wukong's innocent demeanor, this boy's face was filled with evil and indifference. Lin Chen tapped into the source of chaos, his eyes turning blood red, appearing even more sinister. Kakarot, long time no see. Upon hearing the name Kakarot, the dormant memories in Sun Wukong's mind were completely awakened. A flood of memory fragments surfaced from the depths of his mind, recalling the twin brother born with him, the two of them arriving on Earth in a spaceship. They transformed into great apes and worked together to kill Masays, losing all rationality due to being low-class warriors, leaving no memories behind. Sun Wukong suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with surprise, and in his excitement, he spoke somewhat haltingly. Porinya, how could it be? I thought you were taken by Piccolo. I thought he ate you. Porinya, Sun Wukong's twin brother. Master Roshi suddenly remembered what Son Gohan had said when he brought Sun Wukong to him to learn. Master Potato, actually this child has a twin brother who seems to have even more potential. At just 1 year old, he could already confront King Piccolo, but unfortunately, I couldn't save that child. He was taken away by King Piccolo. If we infer from Sun Wukong's potential, that child, raised by Piccolo, could very well become an even more evil existence than King Piccolo. Master Roshi stepped forward a couple of paces, shielding Sun Wukong behind him, his voice low, reaching Sun Wukong's ears. Wukong, you must be careful. Although he is your brother, in my perception, his aura is incredibly evil. If he makes a move later, I will try to hold him off. You must escape as quickly as possible. Once you become stronger, come back for revenge. Remember, the hope of the whole world rests in your hands. From Lin Chen's aura, Master Roshi could sense that even with both him and Sun Wukong together, they would not be a match for the child in the purple Demon King outfit before them. The aura of Porinya made him feel as if he were a small boat in a raging sea, ready to be swallowed by the pitch-black ocean at any moment. Although there is a saying that man can conquer heaven, sometimes human strength has its limits. Master Roshi's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. How on earth has this child trained to possess such strength at just 3 years old? Lin Chen's aura, due to the power of chaos he bore, was inherently caught between good and evil. Chaos itself does not distinguish between good and evil and can embody both. Having trained under the first generation of King Piccolo for so long, Lin Chen was very clear about what an evil aura felt like. He only needed to use the source of chaos to simulate slightly, and his aura immediately appeared evil and cold, sending chills down people's spines. At this point in time, the general combat power of the Dragon Ball Earth Warriors was around 2 to 300, while his power was in the tens of thousands. Even just the decimal point was higher than that of the Dragon Ball Warriors, making him a crushing presence in the Dragon Ball world. Lin Chen was afraid that Master Potato would become overly agitated and directly use the demon's sealing wave against him. He had the Chaos Robe to protect him, so he was certainly not afraid of such magical skills. But he couldn't risk pushing Master Potato to death just to stimulate Sun Wukong's potential that would truly turn him into an enemy of Sun Wukong. Lin Chen crossed his arms, trying to appear more evil, looking down from above. Master Roshi, I didn't come here to kill you. My master said he wants to defeat you personally at the World Martial Arts Tournament to wash away the shame of being imprisoned by Potato. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Master Roshi's wary expression did not diminish. Then what exactly do you want? On one hand, I came to see how my brother, Kakarot, has grown. From the looks of it, I am very disappointed. Kakarot, as a Saiyan, you are already 3 years old, and with such little strength, you are completely wasting your time. Sun Wukong clenched his fists in frustration, although he didn't want to admit it. Porinya was right. His current strength, while able to match Master Potato, was completely insufficient in front of his twin brother. Both being Saiyans, why was Porinya so powerful at just over 3 years old? How did he train? Lin Chen then turned his gaze to the Dragon Ball pendant hanging around Master Roshi's neck. On the other hand, I am here to collect the Dragon Balls. Master Roshi, hand over the Dragon Balls and I can spare you and Kakarot. For now. Otherwise. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. I will break your limbs and imprison you, making you suffer and wail in pain before everyone at the martial arts tournament until you die. Lin Chen felt a bit regretful. Unfortunately, bald-headed Krillin had not come to seek his master yet. Otherwise, he could pretend to kill Krillin, which should maximize Sun Wukong's potential. Everyone on Earth knows that there are 4 great taboos in the martial world that must not be touched: Keanu Reeves' dog, Liam Neeson's family, Jason Statham's delivery, and Sun Wukong's Krillin. Back then, it was by sacrificing Krillin that Sun Wukong successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Should I take the time to find bald Krillin and have him come to Master Roshi for training sooner? Although I don't know what this Dragon Ball is capable of, you can forget about it. I will never give it to you, evil disciple of Piccolo. Master Roshi truly is a master of martial arts. Even when facing an opponent he could never defeat, he showed no signs of wavering. If you want this Dragon Ball, you'll have to take it from my corpse. Although Master Roshi is a lecher, he has never been confused when it comes to major principles.
His muscles bulged as he transformed into a muscular old man, his hands forming a lotus shape at his waist, a dazzling sphere of light gradually taking shape in his palms. Master Roshi actually intended to use his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha, against Lin Chen right from the start. Lin Chen felt quite troubled. With his current strength, if he exerted just a bit more force, today would be the anniversary of Master Roshi's death next year. He was pondering how much strength he could use to knock Master Roshi out without injuring him when a furious shout interrupted his thoughts. Sun Wukong stepped forward, spreading his arms to block the space between Master Roshi and Lin Chen. His eyes wide and serious as he stared at Lin Chen. "Enough! Perinya, you can't talk to Grandpa like that." Over the years, Sun Wukong had come to see Master Roshi as his own grandfather. Well, acting is really tiring, but at least the goal has been achieved. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief internally and snorted. "Humph, Kakarot, out of respect for what Mom and Dad told me about taking care of you, I'll give you a chance. I'll just stand here and not move. If you can hurt me, I'll let you go today." Lin Chen's current physical attributes were as high as 10,532 points. Sun Wukong's battle power at this moment should not exceed 300 points even if he unleashed the entire Pacific Ocean. Sun Wukong wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on him. Not to mention, Lin Chen still had his steel body form yet to be activated. But only by making Sun Wukong realize his own weakness would he strive to become stronger. At this stage, on Dragon Ball Earth, there are still many ways to quickly become stronger. For example, the Senzu Beans or the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Just thinking about the Senzu Beans suddenly energized Lin Chen. Right, why not beat Sun Wukong have to? Deaf and then find Koren to steal a few Senzu Beans to help Sun Wukong become stronger quickly? After all, he was already a disciple of the Demon King Piccolo. Doing something bad wouldn't be surprising. When the second generation of Piccolo is born, he can just wash his hands of it. No, he couldn't. The plot had already advanced significantly and the Dragon Balls were almost gathered, but he still hadn't found the location of Korin Tower. If he injured Sun Wukong and there was no way to heal him, it would be difficult. Over here, Sun Wukong was moving his limbs, preparing for an attack. "Grandpa, leave this battle to me. I will definitely bring Perinya back to the right path. And Perinya, I remember, I am the older brother. The younger brother cannot be disrespectful to the older brother." Ha! Sun Wukong's figure instantly vanished from the spot, and the next second he appeared behind Lin Chen, delivering a kick aimed at the back of Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen was quite surprised. Didn't Sun Wukong lose his memory? How could he still remember things from his childhood? It seemed the timeline had not been restored to the plot he knew from his past life. As a warrior race, Saiyans have memories from the moment they are born. Many Saiyan infants are sent to other planets shortly after birth to carry out planet-clearing missions. In their grade 8 form, Saiyans are nearly invincible on some low-level martial planets. Only those who possess memories from infancy can complete their tasks effectively. It is a matter of survival of the fittest. Saiyans who cannot retain memories after birth have been eliminated throughout Saiyan history. However, your speed is too slow, Kakarot. Lin Chen didn't even need to turn around, standing with his arms crossed in the air without moving an inch. With a sharp crack, Sun Wukong's powerful kick was directly blocked by Lin Chen's tail. Lin Chen skillfully wrapped his tail around him and flung Sun Wukong far away. Sun Wukong flipped in the air several times to dissipate the force, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his youthful face filled with seriousness. Perinya really is strong. As a fellow Saiyan, Sun Wukong also had a tail. But his tail could only perform simple actions, like hanging from a tree. Unlike Lin Chen, who could use his tail as a limb to fend off enemy attacks, he simply couldn't do that. "What's wrong? Can't even beat my tail, Kakarot?" Lin Chen taunted. Sun Wukong didn't respond, lunging forward with his small fists raining down on Lin Chen like raindrops. Lin Chen only used one hand and his tail to defend. It wasn't that he was being arrogant, he was genuinely afraid of using too much force and knocking Sun Wukong out of the fight. His attributes overwhelmingly surpassed Sun Wukong's. To Lin Chen, all of Sun Wukong's movements seemed like they were in slow motion. Lin Chen simply closed his eyes, relying on the sensitivity of the hair on his tail to perceive the air's fluctuations and respond to the attacks. Damn it! Is the gap between me and Perinya really this big? Sun Wukong exerted all his strength, but he couldn't even break through Lin Chen's defense. His punches became faster and stronger, but with the three major inheritances, Lin Chen was not someone he could defeat with a temporary burst of power. Lin Chen's body inherited part of his original strength, and with the enhancement of his Kryptonian bloodline, every bit of increased combat power equated to 10 points of strength. Sun Wukong was only 3 years old. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to Lin Chen's growth rate. 10 minutes later, Sun Wukong's attack speed gradually slowed down and he gasped for breath. Unlike Lin Chen, who could continuously replenish his energy as long as there was stellar radiation, Sun Wukong's stamina was limited. The moment he paused, Lin Chen's tail struck heavily across his face. Sun Wukong flew backward.
like a cannonball crashing through Master Roshi's small house and landing far out in the sea. Seeing this, Master Roshi no longer held back. He had been charging his energy for a long time, and a Kamehameha wave shot straight toward Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen waved his hand lightly, easily deflecting the powerful energy wave into the air, where it landed on a deserted island far away, exploding and killing a large number of fish. Lin Chen's figure flickered, appearing behind Master Roshi, and with a swift chop struck the old man's neck. Master Roshi rolled his eyes, struggling to take a few steps before collapsing to the ground. In less than 10 minutes, both Sun Wukong and Master Roshi were defeated by Lin Chen. This was still the result of Lin Chen holding back, otherwise he could have ended the fight in less than 10 seconds. A combat power of 10,000 on the current Dragon Ball Earth was an invincible existence. By the time Sun Wukong struggled to crawl onto the beach, he saw Master Roshi face down on the ground, motionless, the Dragon Ball pendant around his neck long gone. Sun Wukong's face showed disbelief as he gritted his teeth and slowly approached Master Roshi's body. He knelt on the beach, holding up Master Roshi's body, his eyes gradually turning red, looking as if he would cry at any moment. After all, the current Sun Wukong was just a 3-year-old child. There was still a long way to go before he grew into the great Dragon Ball warrior. Sun Wukong. Lin Chen watched all of this from the air, feeling quite emotional. In fact, to act convincingly, he should have killed Master Roshi, which would have better stimulated Sun Wukong's potential. Anger would grant the Saiyan boundless power, but that would create an irreconcilable grudge with Sun Wukong. It was not the outcome Lin Chen wanted to have with the legacy of his hero. After careful consideration, Lin Chen decided to hold back. His cold and oppressive voice rang out above Sun Wukong's head. "Your grandfather is not dead, Kakarot. In light of your parents' request for me to take care of you, I will let you go this time, but only this once. In 6 months, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, if you are still at this level of strength, I will not hold back." With 2 dull thuds, Lin Chen's cold and evil aura completely faded away. Sun Wukong turned around and saw 2 purple weighted clothing pieces that had created deep pits in the sand. He picked one up and found it somewhat heavy. Remembering that Lin Chen wore the exact same outfit, he thought, could it be that Piranha has been wearing this kind of clothing while fighting me? Sun Wukong's face showed disbelief. Looking again at the still unconscious Master Roshi, his desire to become stronger had never been so intense. When Master Roshi regained consciousness, he tightly grasped Sun Wukong's hand. "Wukong, Piranha's strength is terrifying. If you want to save the world and defeat Piccolo and his evil disciples, there is a place you must go. There are still 6 months until the World Martial Arts Tournament. There is still time for everything." Due to Lin Chen's intervention, 3-year-old Wukong set off early on the journey to Korin Tower. Lin Chen obtained the 3-star Dragon Ball and turned to fly towards South City. The radar indicated that the last Dragon Ball was right there. His flying speed was extremely fast. It took only 2 days to travel from Master Roshi's small island to South City. Upon arriving in South City, Lin Chen did not hesitate and followed the Dragon Ball radar's guidance to a tall, uniquely styled tower that reached into the clouds. The tower was tightly guarded by the Black Silk Army, with drones patrolling the skies 24 hours a day. Lin Chen flew directly to the top of the tower. The person residing in such a high tower could be guessed without doubt. It was definitely Master Piccolo. The tower had a distinct Namekian architectural style, rough and ancient. As soon as he reached the top, intense arguing could be heard from inside the room. "Lord Piccolo, why have you remained inactive after merely conquering South City?" "Yes, Lord Piccolo, as long as we unleash our full strength, with your power, the whole world should bow at your feet." Piccolo's aged voice slowly echoed. "Don't be anxious. In a few months, it will be the World Martial Arts Tournament. I plan to defeat the famous martial artists from around the world at the tournament, plunging humanity into despair. At that time, conquering them will be a piece of cake." The people in the room were all excited. "Oh, I see. No wonder he is the Demon King Piccolo." Hearing Lord Piccolo's plan to kill and crush hearts makes me tremble with excitement. After the flattery of Piccolo and the others came to an end, he said lightly, "Help me spread the word. If no one can defeat me at the tournament in a few months, then I will rule the entire world." After everyone in the room had left, Piccolo's voice reached Lin Chen's ears. "It's you, Kalinite, come in, they've all gone." Lin Chen flew into the small room at the top of the tower, where Piccolo sat in a throne carved with skulls. After several months apart, the wrinkles on his face appeared even more rugged, indicating that his lifespan was running short. Piccolo smiled slightly, carefully examining Lin Chen. "What have you been up to these past few months? I can feel that your strength is greater than when we parted." Lin Chen hadn't yet figured out how to respond. To explain what he had been doing would inevitably involve the existence of the Dragon Balls. The original Piccolo actually didn't know the specific effects of the Dragon Balls. When he was split into 2 by Kami, the original name of the deity, Kami had not yet become a god. The Dragon Balls were created by Kaidas after he became the Earth's god to give hope to the world.
So although Piccolo and Kami were the same person, he was not clear about the specific effects of the Dragon Balls. Piccolo used his long nails to pull out a necklace from his collar, on which hung a one-star Dragon Ball. He showed it to Lin Chen before putting it back. Kalinite, this thing is called a Dragon Ball. It is said that there are a total of 7. If you have time, help me collect these things from around the world. Lin Chen was caught off guard by Piccolo's proactive approach. He widened his eyes, staring at Piccolo, thinking, I haven't even spoken yet, and you're already asking me for the Dragon Balls? What to do? Should I give Piccolo the 6 Dragon Balls, or should I snatch the one he has? Although Piccolo was currently the strongest warrior on Earth regarding the Dragon Balls, he was still no match for Lin Chen, who had a battle power of 10,000, a level that could easily dominate among the Dragon Ball warriors. Before they went to Namek, Lin Chen thought for a moment, took out 6 Dragon Balls from his pocket, placed them on the ground of the tower, and chose to confront Piccolo directly. Master Piccolo, I have already collected the other 6. Now, with the one you have, we can gather all 7. Upon seeing Lin Chen take out the other 6 Dragon Balls, Piccolo's surprise was no less than Lin Chen's. He sat motionless in his chair like a statue, and it was clear that he was in a mental struggle at that moment. As a split from Kami, a Namekian, he possessed some extraordinary abilities. When he received the sphere, he sensed a familiar power from the Dragon Ball, likely coming from his other self, the one who was now the Earth's god. Coupled with what Pilaf had said when he presented this glowing sphere to him, that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls could grant any wish, Piccolo understood that this was likely true. So, what to do now? Should he ask Lin Chen for help, or should he give Lin Chen the Dragon Ball he had? Piccolo believed that as long as he spoke, Lin Chen would not refuse him. Piccolo slowly closed his eyes, and the atmosphere in the room became heavy and oppressive. After a long while, Piccolo opened his eyes, let out a slow sigh, and once again took out the one-star Dragon Ball from his collar, holding it in his hand. Since you are also collecting this thing, and I happen to have one, you can take it. Lin Chen's gaze flickered slightly. He hesitated not at all as he stepped forward, took the one-star Dragon Ball from Piccolo's hand, and placed it alongside the other Dragon Balls. Lin Chen turned around and smiled. Master Piccolo, let's witness together whether the Dragon Balls can truly grant any wish. Piccolo's residence had a transparent glass roof that could be opened and closed to allow sunlight for photosynthesis, and it was currently noon, with the roof open. Lin Chen walked to the Dragon Balls, and as the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, they seemed to come alive, flashing on and off in unison. Lin Chen extended his hands, his expression serious, and called out softly, Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish. As Lin Chen recited the incantation, the 7 Dragon Balls shone even more brightly, and the entire Dragon Ball Earth instantly transitioned from day to night, the sky turning pitch black. Above Lin Chen and Piccolo, dark clouds gradually gathered, swirling and rolling, as the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light. A golden beam shot up from the center of the 7 Dragon Balls, piercing the heavens. Lightning struck down from the dark clouds, hitting the spot where the Dragon Balls were, and with the surge of lightning energy, a massive figure began to slowly emerge. The majestic body of the Earth Dragon gradually became clear, its form spiraling upward like a winding stream, its tail firmly connected to the 7 Dragon Balls. The surface of the dragon's body was covered in shimmering, gem-like bronze scales. Roar! The dragon raised its head and let out a mighty roar, echoing like rolling thunder crashing in the sky, akin to surging waves crashing against rocks. The humans in the southern city all noticed this extraordinary sight, but the tower where the Demon King Piccolo resided was an absolute forbidden zone. No one dared to approach without permission. They could only gaze up at the dragon from afar, mouths agape, their eyes filled with awe. What is that? Is it a new power of the Demon King Piccolo? Can humans really defeat such a monster? Sun Wukong, carrying Master Roshi on his back, curiously looked up. Why did it suddenly get dark? Grandpa, are you feeling better? Above the Korin Tower, a pitch-black humanoid figure and a green creature resembling Piccolo quietly observed everything from above. The dark humanoid was filled with concern. Master, if the power of the dragon is misused by Piccolo, then no one in this world will be able to defeat him. The master shook his head. Don't worry, Mr. Popo, I can sense that Sun Wukong's brother may not be as evil as he appears. Let's wait and see. If it comes to it, I still have one last trick up my sleeve. Inside the southern city tower, after the dragon's sword encircled in the air, it lowered itself and spoke to Lin Chen in a deep, powerful voice. State your wish. I can grant any wish you desire. Hearing this, Piccolo clenched his fists, a bright light gradually gathering at his fingertips. Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. Others might not know, but I know your abilities have limits. What are you bragging about? He said lightly, then eliminate the Universe Emperor Frisia. The dragon's forehead broke out in large beads of cold sweat, and its voice immediately dropped significantly. This wish cannot be granted, it exceeds my capabilities. You may choose another wish. Then let me become a Super Saiyan. How about choosing another one? Lin Chen continued to state several wishes, but the dragon was unable to fulfill them, and the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy.
The light at the tips of Piccolo's fingers also gradually faded. Lin Chen glanced at the old Piccolo and said lightly, "Then let Master Piccolo regain his youth. Your wish has been granted, farewell." The dragon seemed to lose face, instantly disappearing, and the 7 Dragon Balls shot up into the sky, flying off in 7 different directions. Piccolo was astonished to find an endless surge of power erupting from within him. His aged skin became smooth and elastic. Piccolo looked at Lin Chen, for the first time realizing that his disciple seemed so profound and inscrutable, completely beyond his understanding. "Why, came Sun Nin?" Lin Chen turned around and examined the younger Piccolo. At this moment, Piccolo resembled the second-generation Piccolo quite a bit. Aside from a slightly evil aura, he couldn't be said to be identical, but at least there was an 80–90% similarity. Contractor Lin Chen, timeline restoration progress has reached 60%. Rewards will be calculated after leaving the illusion. Indeed, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Piccolo was also a very important member of the Dragon Ball world. In terms of both emotion and reason, helping Piccolo once would do him no harm. In fact, Lin Chen's first choice was to resurrect Bardock and his wife. However, after summoning the eternal dragon, Lin Chen suddenly discovered a bug. The Earth's dragon could only grant one wish, and planet Vegeta had already been destroyed. If he resurrected Bardock and his wife, they would directly find themselves in the void of space. If he teleported them from planet Vegeta to Earth, it would require another wish. Saiyans could not survive in the vacuum of space for long, and the Earth Dragon Balls would need another year to grant a second wish. The result would be that Bardock and his wife would die immediately after being resurrected, wasting a precious resurrection opportunity. So in the end, Lin Chen decided to give this opportunity to the old Piccolo, partly to repay the old Piccolo for his care and guidance over the years, and partly to push the plot timeline a step further in a direction he was familiar with. Of course, Lin Chen would not choose to tell the old Piccolo all of this. The existence of the contractor in the timeline would be difficult for the current Piccolo to understand. "Actually, Master Piccolo, I know your inner thoughts. The reason you didn't continue to conquer the world after taking South City is that you want to wash away the shame of being imprisoned by Master Mutato for 300 years. Lin Chen stared into Piccolo's eyes and said slowly, "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Namekians are the most peace-loving race in the universe. They do not need any food and can survive solely on water and sunlight through photosynthesis. They have no worldly desires. All Namekians are hermaphrodites, and one Namekian can give birth to an entire clan. What would a race that resembles plants more than animals want to conquer the world for?" Lin Chen had secretly observed that Piccolo didn't even have such organs. What could conquering the world do for him? Even if all the beautiful women in the world were laid bare before him, his heart would probably remain unmoved. His desire to take revenge on humanity and conquer South City was more about venting the humiliation he suffered back then. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Chen said this, Piccolo trembled all over, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "Carnate, you truly are the person who understands me best in this world." Piccolo straightened his body. His once hunched form had become upright again, and he snorted coldly. "Well done, Carnate. I will let Master Mutato's lineage know who the strongest in this world is." He seemed a bit impatient, flying directly out of the roof, leaving Lin Chen with one last sentence. "I'll be back soon, Carnate. Don't leave yet. Come with me to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. During this time, let Master treat you well." Lin Chen nodded. He had chosen to find Piccolo last for this very reason. Piccolo was now equivalent to a king of a nation. Not long ago, Lin Chen had envied Bulma's wealth, not expecting that the feeling of money being just a number would come to him so quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly sprang up. "Right, I now have the resources of South City. Can I finally arrange for the gravity chamber I've long coveted? 100 times gravity chamber. With Blue Star's technological level, it might take another 100 years to achieve. But on Dragon Ball Earth, Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, could easily create one. Although Dr. Brief is far away in the west, the Black Silk Army surely has its own researchers. Even if they aren't as genius as Dr. Brief, creating a gravity chamber shouldn't be too difficult, right?" After Lin Chen relayed the request to the Black Silk Army, a thin, old man with a stern face soon arrived at the top of the tower via the elevator. He coldly glanced at Lin Chen, slightly bowed, and introduced himself. "Lord Godson, I am Dr. Gero, the chief scientist of the Black Silk Army. Please feel free to tell me your needs." Dr. Gero. Lin Chen was taken aback. This unimpressive old man before him was actually the future creator of powerful androids and the big boss behind Cell. At this point in time, the Black Silk Army had not yet been destroyed, and Dr. Gero should not have started his android project. Lin Chen looked Dr. Gero up and down, contemplating whether to take the opportunity to eliminate him now, to avoid the difficulty of dealing with Super Cell later. After some thought, he ultimately dismissed the idea. The Dragon Ball warriors needed to go through life and death battles to continuously level up, from Raditz to Vegeta, then to Frieza, and then Cell, Majin Buu. If Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan had not experienced the Cell games, what would they have to fight against Majin Buu when he appeared? Soon, an explosive piece of news spread rapidly across Dragon Ball Earth. In the video, King Piccolo discarded his cloak, revealing a robust body that had returned to its youth. With a sinister smile, he announced to the reporters below, "In a few months at the World Martial Arts Tournament, I will be present to accept challenges from martial artists around the world. If no one can defeat me, humanity, your end is near." The humans of the Dragon Ball world were in a state of panic. What to do? The aged King Piccolo was already unbeatable. And now that he had returned to his youth, who could defeat him? Was humanity truly facing complete extinction? Who will save humanity? Humanity needs a savior. Where are the disciples of Master Mutato? Across the world, hidden martial artists began to pack their bags and head to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku had already arrived at Korin Tower and was diligently climbing it, while Master Roshi repeatedly practiced the Mafuba technique. After creating this move, Master Mutato, sensing the evil heart of Crane Hermit, only taught it to Master Roshi. This technique, which would cost one's life upon use, was not something Master Roshi intended to teach Goku. He practiced the Mafuba in front of the rice cooker, his gaze unwavering. "King Piccolo, let me in the feud between the Mutato lineage and you that has lasted for hundreds of years." The deity walked to the edge of the temple and said lightly, "Mr. Popo, if I don't make it back, the earth is in your hands." Mr. Popo, dressed entirely in black, widened his eyes, his voice choked with emotion. "You must come back alive, Lord Deity," a thin old man wearing a black crane had said to a strong young man with an eye on his forehead. "Let's go, Tien Kaiatsu, it's time to let the world know who is the true heir of Master Mutato." The Dragon Ball world was in turmoil. A spaceship from Frisia's army was rapidly heading towards Dragon Ball Earth, and Dodoria, resembling a purple sea urchin, slowly opened his eyes. "Damn Saiyan baboons, making me waste so much time. I've decided, when I reach your planet, I will wipe out all life on that planet clean." Time flew by, and under the pressure of King Piccolo, martial artists around the world were all doing their utmost to train while on the move. At the same time, Lin Chen did not remain idle. It was a rare opportunity to visit the Dragon Ball world, and who knew when he would randomly end up in the Dragon Ball world again. He had to quickly master more methods of utilizing his energy and become familiar with his Saiyan bloodline. This body was a rare pure-blooded Saiyan. Now, as the esteemed son of the Mixed Rice Empire, his needs were even prioritized higher than Pilaf's. Although Dr. Gero specialized in genetics and cellular engineering, he quickly built a 20 times gravity chamber after receiving Lin Chen's orders. This body, conjured from the contract of time, was only a little over 3 years old and not fully developed. After months of hard training, he barely adapted to the 15 times gravity, gaining 15 points of physical strength each day. By the time he wanted to challenge the 20 times gravity, there was no time left. In 3 days, the opening ceremony of the World Martial Arts Tournament would begin. Lin Chen understood the principle that haste makes waste. He stopped training to reward himself, indulging in a feast to completely relax his tense muscles. After half a year of training in the gravity chamber, his physical strength had already reached over 16,000 points, a value that was practically a cheat in the current Dragon Ball Earth. King Piccolo had also been busy during these 6 months, training in the gravity chamber alongside Lin Chen, rapidly increasing his strength. Lin Chen estimated that if Master Roshi were still at the level he was 6 months ago, he would be killed by Piccolo in just one encounter. This is a bit troublesome. If Sun Wukon's grandfather were killed by Piccolo, the two would surely develop an irreconcilable enmity. If he had known, he would have wished for Piccolo and Master Roshi to regain their youth together. Lin Chen was determined that if it came to it, he would have to make an appearance at the last moment, showcasing his overwhelming strength to make everyone sit down and communicate properly. Lin Chen had always hated fighting and killing. Was there anything that couldn't be resolved through communication? Moreover, old Piccolo was originally one with the Earth's deity. If he truly killed him, the deity would also die. If the deity died, the Dragon Balls would disappear, and the timeline he had painstakingly repaired would likely become a bubble. Lin Chen would never allow such a situation. Furthermore, there was danger approaching from the Frisia Force, which, by calculation, should arrive during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Everything was like a tangled mess, complex and intricate, but ultimately converging into a single point, about to explode at the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. On May 7, 740 AD, the 19th World Martial Arts Tournament officially began. This tournament was held on a small island in the South Ocean. Due to King Piccolo's pre-match declaration, it attracted live broadcasts from all media worldwide, with the number of viewers exceeding 5 billion. It could be said that, aside from the blind and hungry infants, everyone else was glued to their televisions, quietly waiting for the revelation of humanity's fate. The sponsors of the World Martial Arts Tournament even raised the champion's prize from 500,000 to 50 million, and if anyone could defeat King Piccolo, they would receive a separate reward of 100 million. Tempted by the enormous allure of money and fame, many martial artists
who had no intention of risking their lives for Earth, also participated in this tournament. 3 days before the preliminary rounds, the number of registrants on the first day reached 10 times that of previous years, exceeding 1,500. It was expected that in 3 days, the number would reach a terrifying 4,000. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the tournament organizers had to modify the rules. They quickly set up 4 large temporary arenas on the surrounding small islands, and changed the first stage of the competition to a group match. Every 1,000 participants formed a group, and only the last 3 remaining on the arena would qualify for the elimination rounds. After the first stage of the group competition, only 12 people can advance to the elimination round. This change immediately stirred up a huge uproar, and the martial artists began to discuss among themselves. Oh, if that's the case, it's beneficial for us, as long as we gather everyone's. Strengthen the group competition and kill the Demon King Piccolo. The 100 million yuan prize will be ours. That's right. It's a pity we can't use weapons, otherwise, my 30 years of gunfighting skills would finally come in handy. Gunfighting skills? The gun is the king of all weapons. Brother, you have some skills. I'm ashamed, I practice with automatic rifles and sniper rifles. You are truly a disgrace to martial artists. The world's number 1 martial arts tournament prohibits the use of any weapons and does not allow the assistance of external forces. Violators will be immediately disqualified. Deliberately killing an opponent during the match will also result in disqualification. However, this year's martial arts tournament, due to the participation of the Demon King Piccolo, many people couldn't care less. The evil Demon King must be eradicated. Under the pretext of justice, any means can be considered legitimate. As the registration deadline approached, Piccolo still had not appeared, and many couldn't help but feel delighted. Could it be that the Demon King Piccolo is afraid? Of course. With so many martial artists here, no matter how strong he is, he could be drowned by a single spit from each of us. What Demon King Piccolo? He talks a big game, claiming to be the best in the world, but he doesn't even dare to show up for the competition. TCH, this coward. If he doesn't come, we'll go to South City, liberate South City, and kill the Demon King Piccolo. Just then, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. The crowd looked up to see a dark mass of airships flying in from the distance, adorned with the emblem of the Black Silk Army, with red banners featuring the letter R fluttering in the wind. The airships formed a formation in the sky, with the largest one moving to the front. On the deck stood 2 humanoid figures, one large and one small, both dressed in purple battle suits and cloaked in white capes. Some sharp-eyed martial artists recognized the green-skinned figure as the rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo, and it seemed he was accompanied by a human child. The Demon King Piccolo has arrived. Who is that little one beside him? I heard from a cousin in the Black Silk Army that the Demon King Piccolo has a disciple, known as the Son of God in South City, whose status is even higher than that of the Mixed Rice King. What is the Demon King Piccolo bringing his disciple for? It looks like that child is not even 5 years old. Could he be participating in the world's #1 martial arts tournament? That's unlikely. Maybe he's just here to observe the battles. At that moment, cheers of excitement erupted from the crowd. Master Rashi. It's Master Rashi. It's Master Crane. Master Crane is here too, and he brought his disciples. Both of Master Mutato's disciples are here. Humanity is saved. Oh, the child next to Master Rashi looks just like the child next to the Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo looked down coldly at Master Rashi and Master Crane, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Carnate, your brother has come, let's go down and greet them. Lin Chen nodded. In his perception, Sun Wukong's aura was much stronger than the last time they met, at least more than twice as powerful. Such a significant improvement in a short time should be due to Sun Wukong's training at the Galinta after the battle on the island, along with drinking the super holy water. If that's all there is, it's still not enough. Kakarot. Lin Chen's gaze flickered slightly. It wasn't that he had high expectations of Kakarot. The difficulty of the Dragon Ball world had greatly increased due to his interference, and Sun Wukong, at just 4 years old, was already in Frisia's sights. As a contractor, he would eventually have to leave the Dragon Ball illusion, able to help Sun Wukong for a moment but not for a lifetime. The path ahead still depended on Sun Wukong himself. Before he left, he had to ensure that Sun Wukong grew strong enough to stand on his own. Lin Chen and Piccolo took a few steps forward, casually walking off the airship's deck. The two performed the flight technique, slowly descending from the sky. At this time, Dragon Ball Earth was still in a low martial arts world phase. Only the Turtle Hermit lineage could perform the flight technique, and they had never demonstrated it in front of others. Lin Chen and Piccolo's actions caused martial artists and reporters to gasp in surprise. Look, they can actually fly. According to the official media of the Mixed Rice Empire, Demon King Piccolo is actually a god, and his disciple Kakarot is the son of a god. They are invincible. Could the rumors be true? Damn it, if they suddenly fly during the battle, how are we supposed to fight? Everyone, don't panic.
Once the groups are divided during the team competition phase, we must do everything possible to entangle those two and give them no chance. Yes, for the future of Earth, forget about martial arts. Spirit. Everyone, follow my orders and attack together. Let's overwhelm them. Who are you? As the two approached, a large area of space suddenly opened up on the ground. The reputation of Demon King Piccolo, as recorded
in history, was one of brutality, lechery, treachery, and cruelty, devouring people without blinking. Tales of him needing to defile 10 virgins every night and consuming 3 pairs of young boys and girls at every meal were common.
Even now, mothers scare their children with the name of Demon King Piccolo. Stop crying. If you keep crying, Demon King Piccolo will come and take you away to eat you. This tactic proved unexpectedly effective, and the children
immediately widened their eyes, sobbing and daring not to make a sound. The legendary man-eating demon was right before them, and some martial artists who had grown up hearing tales of Demon King Piccolo were even trembling in fear. Few had wet themselves in fright. As Lin Chen and Piccolo landed, Piccolo's cold and evil aura suddenly spread out, making it hard for these martial artists to breathe.
Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, So terrifying. Run! Don't let the Demon King eat you."
In an instant, many martial artists, disregarding the danger of being eaten by sharks, jumped into the sea in a panic to escape. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, not knowing who came up with the
brilliant idea of using a human sea tactic to overwhelm the Demon King. It was bound to be ineffective. At this stage, the only ones on Dragon Ball Earth who could pose even a slight threat to Piccolo were probably the few in front of him: Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, the turtle hermit Tien Shinhan, and the fat guy with a sword who should be Majizo from Galinta. Oh, right, the World Martial Arts Tournament doesn't allow weapons, so Majizo could be excluded as well. And that middle-aged man in a white shirt, plain-looking, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was most likely the deity himself. As for Yamcha and Krillin, they were still just kids. Lin Chen hadn't seen them. So, counting it all up, there were no more than 5 people in total at this World Martial Arts Tournament that he needed to pay a little attention to. Only the Turtle Hermit and the Immortals can use the magic ceiling wave. As long as we are careful of those two, the championship title can be said to be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Lin Chen walked up to the registration staff, wrote his and Piccolo's names on a sphere, and dropped it into the grouping device. In a moment, this device would generate the grouping list. Tianjin Fan's eyes flickered. He whispered to the still childish Jiaozi, when the grouping happens, make sure to put the teacher, me, the Turtle Hermit, and Piccolo's disciple in the same group. Let's take out that kid first, so that only Piccolo the Great Demon remains, and he will be easier to deal with. Jiaozi nodded. He had superpowers and could manipulate the grouping results. As the Turtle Hermit, Crane Hermit, and others finished registering, the grouping immediately began. Everyone held their breath, quietly waiting for the results. The martial artists who made it this far were all strong-willed individuals, betting their lives just to defeat the Great Demon and win the hefty prize. If they could be grouped with Piccolo the Great Demon during the group stage, it would be their best chance. Many silently prayed, "Please, make sure to put me in the same group as Piccolo." Tianjin Fan, fearing that the night would be long and dreams many, nodded at Jiaozi, signaling him that it was time. Lin Chen saw Jiaozi raise his finger, and several spheres slowly floated up in the grouping device. Lin Chen knew that Jiaozi was preparing to cheat. He couldn't help but smile slightly. "Playing with abilities in front of me? Jiaozi, you are underestimating yourself." Lin Chen also raised a finger, and the interior of the grouping device was shrouded in a layer of dark red light. The source of chaos had a very high status and could block almost all magic. Jiaozi felt his mental power as if it were suddenly severed by a scythe, losing control over the grouping device. With his mental power blocked by the source of chaos, Jiaozi let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his nostrils. Tianjin Fan was taken aback. "What happened, Jiaozi?" Jiaozi slowly shook his head. "There's a master. I failed." Tianjin Fan saw Lin Chen turn his face and reveal his white teeth, realizing it must have been Lin Chen's doing. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this kid. Don't let me run into you on the arena, or I'll knock out all your baby teeth." With Lin Chen's intervention, the grouping was fair and just. Piccolo was in one group, the Turtle Hermit and Sun Wukong in another, Crane Hermit, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi in another, and finally, Mr. Shin and Mijiro Hebei in the last group. This distribution was to ensure that several groups of seed players would enter the elimination stage. After the lottery device produced the results, the martial artists grouped with Piccolo had mixed expressions, a variety of emotions on their faces. Some were excited, some were fearful, some were eager to fight, and some were lost in thought about how to distribute the 100 million reward. Lin Chen and Piccolo returned to the airship, where Pilaf approached with a wicked smile, rubbing his hands together. "Piccolo the God King, how about we launch an attack tonight and eliminate all these damned martial artists right here? That way, no one in the world will be able to oppose us." This time, the Black Silk Army made a grand move, partly to showcase their might, and partly in case the Demon King Piccolo was defeated. They planned to use technological weapons to eliminate martial artists worldwide.
The military strength of the Black Silk Army is top-notch on Dragon Ball Earth, with a scientific madman like Dr. Gero making it hard not to be strong. Piccolo said nothing and slapped Pilaf's face, causing him to stick to the airship window, slowly sliding down after a while. Without looking back, Piccolo walked towards the lounge and said, "I said I would personally defeat the martial arts master in front of all humanity at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Can't you understand my words?" The short Pilaf struggled to get up, covering his swollen cheek, not daring to utter a word of complaint, repeatedly bowing and apologizing. "I'm sorry, King Piccolo, I will never dare to question your wise decisions again. There better not be a next time." Piccolo said no more, entered the lounge, closed the door, and quietly sat in the Demon King's chair. Namekians do not need to sleep, at least Lin Chen had never seen Piccolo lie down. Lin Chen speculated that when Namekians photosynthesize, that is when they are sleeping. Pilaf was still not giving up and looked at Lin Chen. "Lord Sun, what do you think we should do about this?" Pilaf had learned about Lin Chen's strength through Dr. Gero, knowing he was a powerful warrior on par with Demon King Piccolo. Everyone could see the affection Demon King Piccolo had for Lin Chen. If he could gain Lin Chen's support, his throne would be more secure. Lin Chen replied, "No need to worry, I will step in at a critical moment." "Are you doubting my and my master's strength?" Pilaf forced a smile. I wouldn't dare. I will await the good news of your and the king's victorious return." When Lin Chen also entered the lounge, Pilaf changed from his earlier humble demeanor, revealing a sinister expression on his blue ugly face, instructing Ash and Xiao Wu, "Notify the entire army to be ready. Once the martial arts tournament ends, regardless of who wins, immediately bomb the entire island indiscriminately. Old or young, all of them think too highly of themselves. I want you to know that in this world, ultimately, it is the power of technology that can overcome everything. With Dr. Gero's inventions, what can the Demon King do? I'll show you. All. He. The three of them huddled together, letting out low, sinister laughter. The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the bustling voices. He went to the airship deck, where the main venue of the martial arts tournament was already packed with people. Martial artists were boarding ferry boats to the 4 small islands that served as temporary arenas. Lin Chen and the competitors from Piccolo's island were the most excited. 1,000 people versus 2, there was no way they could lose. Almost everyone was wearing red headbands, with a line of blood writing on them, "Eliminate demons and protect the way." It seemed that in just one night, the martial artists grouped with Lin Chen had formed some strange alliance. Lin Chen smiled faintly, worried that Piccolo might be too heavy-handed during the group match, causing unnecessary slaughter. Last night, he and Master Piccolo had agreed that for today's group match, he would be the only one to take action. The martial artists grouped with him should be grateful. If it were the Demon King Piccolo himself taking action, they would probably all be dead. Before it started, let's give these weaklings a little shock. Let them realize that this world martial arts tournament is not a high-end match they can casually participate in. Lin Chen stretched lazily, then jumped off the airship deck, letting Earth's gravity pull him toward the sea. This action had already been captured by the reporters on site. "Look, the Demon King's disciple has appeared. What is he doing? Why did he jump down directly? He must want to show off," planning to suddenly fly up just before hitting the ground. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's falling speed increased, showing no sign of stopping. At this height, is he trying to commit suicide by jumping down? Yeah, falling from this height into the water is no different from hitting the rocky ground. The match hasn't even started, and the disciple of the Demon King Piccolo is going to commit suicide? May the heavens bless humanity. Lin Chen even used the skydance technique to accelerate, plummeting like a meteor from hundreds of meters high straight into the sea. His small body, carrying immense kinetic energy, crashed into the water with a loud bang. The sea was instantly smashed into a huge pit, and the resulting waves surged up, creating towering waves of several dozen meters that rushed toward the shore. The waves were tumultuous, even capsizing several nearby ferry boats. Many martial artists fell into the sea, some unable to swim, crying out for help. "Help! I can't swim. Someone save me, I'm a cat person, naturally afraid of water. Meow." In an instant, the scene was in chaos. Lin Chen swam up from the bottom of the sea to the beach, releasing his breath and evaporating the seawater on his body as if he had just taken a seawater bath. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by fearless reporters, hundreds of cameras almost poking him in the face. "Demon King's disciple, did you fail to fly? Why did you fall directly into the sea? Demon King's disciple, are you trying to take the opportunity to kill some martial artists?" Some martial artists who had not yet boarded the boat looked serious. The disciple of the Demon King Piccolo fell from hundreds of meters high into the sea, yet appeared completely unharmed. This level of resilience was terrifying. They didn't think their attacks could break through this child's defenses. Some began to reconsider their participation. Is the disciple of the Demon King Piccolo's strength really that terrifying? Falling from hundreds of meters high, completely unharmed? Is he even human?
Damn, could he really be a divine child? At such a young age, his defense is so astonishing. How can we fight this? I'm outta here. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen announced, in today's group match, I will represent myself and my master. Alone. If you can defeat me, then you win. Upon hearing this, many martial artists who had already started to back off immediately stopped in their tracks. What? He wants to fight against 1,000 of us by himself? After all, he's just a little brat. Isn't he being too arrogant? This is simply a godsend opportunity. He's all alone. No matter how impressive his defense is, he can't possibly have trained his eyes, lower body, and backdoor, which are all weak points. I have a secret technique called the 1,000-year kill. I'm coming for that 100 million prize. Martial artists from other groups grew increasingly envious and resentful. Damn, is the Demon King Piccolo stupid? Letting such a little brat challenge everyone? Is he out of his mind? A 3 or 4-year-old kid, how strong can he really be? Damn it, why am I not in their group? That 100 million prize just slipped past me. Lin Chen waved his hand casually, saying, alright, I'm heading over first. Hurry up and finish early so I can sleep. At my age, it's the time for growth. Lin Chen flew toward his own small island, and the martial artists wearing red headscarves were stunned for a moment, before scrambling to board the ferry. Let me go first. Don't rush, wait until everyone is ready before we attack together. Lin Chen smiled, giving them a chance. If they didn't cherish it, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. When the first group of martial artists arrived at the beach of the small island, Lin Chen had long been waiting leisurely. He stood with his arms crossed, hovering in midair, his eyes closed as if he were already asleep. Although his body was that of a 4-year-old child, he exuded an air of superiority over all things. These martial artists lacked the ability to fly, so they could only form a circle beneath Lin Chen, shouting at him, Kid, if you have the guts, come down. Hiding up in the sky is no skill, come down and fight fair. Kid, considering your young age, we'll spare you a breath. Although weapons were not allowed in the competition, the martial artists were resourceful. They directly used the materials at hand, chopping down large trees and smashing rocks to fashion long spears, which they hurled at Lin Chen from the ground. The spears, when they were about half a meter away from Lin Chen, seemed to hit a hard wall and immediately broke. With Lin Chen's current strength, a simple release of his aura could withstand physical attacks, including sniper rifles. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. The last ferry was departing, and the first group of martial artists had completely assembled, so it was time to end the battle quickly. Lin Chen brought his index and middle fingers together, while the other 3 fingers formed a fist, and suddenly lifted them upward. The beach beneath the martial artists erupted in a dazzling light, followed by a loud bang, as golden sand flew into the air like snow. The martial artists were all lifted by this immense force, soaring 10 meters high, screaming in midair before crashing heavily onto the beach. Lin Chen had not been idle after arriving early. He had buried a large energy bomb beneath the sand. After the martial artists gathered, he detonated it suddenly, achieving an effect similar to a landmine, but with a much larger range and reduced lethality to avoid unnecessary casualties. Even so, after the strike, only a few martial artists could stand up. The beach resembled a war-torn site in Syria, with craters from explosions, wisps of white smoke rising, and martial artists groaning on the ground. Some were screaming, my leg is broken, someone help me. Help! The Demon King and his disciple are going to eat us. The cries and sobs filled the scene, and even a few slightly stronger martial artists who had not lost their fighting spirit trembled, completely devoid of any will to fight. It's terrifying, he's not even human. All of us combined couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. We're not even in the same dimension as him. Spare me, I surrender. The rules of the competition state that surrenderers are not to be killed. Lin Chen shook his head and pointed at the sea. Swim into the ocean yourself, and I'll consider you forfeited. In less than 10 minutes since the group match began, the battle of the first group had already ended, with only 2 victors, Lin Chen and the Demon King Piccolo. Lin Chen's first group garnered the most attention due to the presence of the Demon King Piccolo. At this moment, all the reporters were wide-eyed, their mouths agape. They felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. What happened? How does it feel like the Demon King's disciple killed nearly 1,000 martial artists with just one move? Did he cheat, burying bombs beneath the beach in advance? It must be cheating. No wonder he arrived at the battlefield early. He was setting traps. Lin Chen and Piccolo were now global enemies, and someone immediately reported them to the Martial Arts Association. The Demon King's disciple was accused of cheating, using despicable means to bury a powerful bomb beneath the beach in advance, allowing him to defeat all the martial artists in one blow. The martial arts tournament promptly dispatched investigators to the first island to question Lin Chen. Demon King's disciple, did you engage in cheating? Someone reported that you buried weapons of mass destruction beneath the beach. On Lin Chen's side, he helped the last few martial artists swim into the sea, clapping the sand off his hands without even acknowledging the investigators, soaring into the air, leaving them with a proud silhouette. What was his identity now? The esteemed son of the Empire, did he need to explain himself to others? He participated in the world's first martial arts tournament merely to resolve Piccolo's inner turmoil and bring the Dragon Ball storyline back on track.
If you suspect I cheated, find your own evidence, but I hope your evidence can withstand scrutiny.
After Lin
Chen left, the rescue personnel were astonished to find that many in the first group of martial artists had broken arms and legs, yet miraculously, there were no fatalities. When Lin Chen returned to the airship, he saw Piccolo waiting for him
inside, and Piccolo's expression was quite grim. "Carne, why did no one die? Did you hold back?"
With Piccolo's perceptive abilities, he could easily tell that Lin Chen's earlier display, though grand, had not been lethal, otherwise, not a single one of the 1,000 martial artists would have returned alive. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed that Piccolo's prejudice against humans was not so easily dispelled. After a moment of thought, he revealed an innocent smile.
"Master Piccolo,
one reason is that killing too many would leave evidence, making it impossible to participate in the upcoming elimination rounds."
Lin Chen knew that this single reason wouldn't appease Piccolo, so he continued to explain. "On the other hand, I believe that after the martial arts tournament, these people will become our subordinates, and killing them now would be too wasteful."
Piccolo turned around, looking at the battles of the other three groups. He didn't pursue the matter
further with Lin Chen and nodded slightly.
"You've considered it thoroughly, then get some rest. Tomorrow is the most crucial battle." Lin Chen nodded, his mind already calculating how to group the fighters to minimize casualties among the Dragon Ball warriors, align with the original storyline, and maximize Goku's training for rapid growth. Next, the other three groups also produced their top three, totaling 11 people including Lin Chen and the Demon King Piccolo.
As Lin
Chen expected, Master Roshi's disciples, Master Shin, Goku, and the gods all made it to the elimination rounds. What surprised Lin Chen was that Master Roshi's eldest disciple, Gohan, also arrived at the last moment and successfully entered the
elimination rounds. Moreover, strong fighters like Tao Pai Pai and Kirin also appeared on the elimination list.
Late at night, under the silver moon nearing fullness, the waves crashed against the beach.
Goku's small figure, dressed in an
orange-red turtle school martial arts uniform, ran on the beach throwing punches, his form as agile as a leopard, leaving deep footprints in the sand with each light leap. Master Roshi was at the bar provided by the tournament, drinking and
chatting with beautiful reporters, causing them to giggle continuously.
After finishing his daily training, Goku let out a long breath, looking up in a daze at the massive airship floating in the sky. Today, he learned from his grandfather Gohan that years ago, Piranha was taken away by the Demon King Piccolo to protect him. Under the joint guidance of Gohan and Master Roshi, he had grown up healthy and strong. Otherwise, the child beside the Demon King Piccolo could have been him. Goku clenched his fists, a determined light flickering in his clear eyes.
"Piranha, I've become much stronger. In the tournament, I will definitely defeat you and bring you back to the right path. I can feel it, you're not as evil as you seem."
The next morning, the elimination rounds of the world's #1 martial arts competition finally commenced as scheduled. A young host with blonde hair and black sunglasses passionately shouted, "Thank you for your patience. The 19th World Martial
Arts Competition officially begins. Next is the group draw.
The specific rules are as follows." The host began to explain the rules of the elimination rounds. The elimination stage is divided into 4 groups, with the first 3 groups each having 4 participants, and the last group being a bye group. After each round of matches, a new draw will determine who gets the bye. If the previous bye holder does not draw a bye again, they will swap places with the martial artist who draws the bye and enter that group for the elimination rounds. This adds a lot of variables to the competition, testing both strength and luck. Lin Chen's eyes lit up because, during the elimination stage, there would be a total of 11 seeded participants,
meaning 1 bye would be drawn each round. Wouldn't that person be him?
Lin Chen had been worried all night about what to do in this competition. He had no interest in winning the championship of the world's #1 martial arts competition, no matter how much the prize money was, it couldn't be brought back to Blue Star. In the Dragon Ball world, as the son of the Empire, money was just a number to him. In this competition, if he held nothing back, no one would be his opponent.
Even if he only
used 1/10 of his strength, it would be difficult for the strongest fighters like Master Roshi, Son Goku, and the gods to defeat him.
But if he went too easy, it might upset Master Piccolo.
Just as Lin Chen felt caught in a dilemma, he was surprised to find that the competition officials had introduced a bye system.
Lin Chen made up his mind to stay in the bye position all the way to the finals and face the ultimate winner in a final match. As for why he would always be in the bye group, how would I know? As the son of the Empire, isn't it normal for me to have a bit of luck?
So, let the group results go as I imagined. After pulling himself out, things became much simpler. He had already thought of a plan in his heart. Lin Chen raised his head, and in his bright eyes, red flames burned fiercely as the source of chaos quietly altered the draw order. Soon, the results of the group draws were announced. Group 1, King Piccolo, Master Roshi, Crane Hermit, and Mr. Shen.
Group 2, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Tien Shinhan, and Mijizobo. Group 3, Tao Pai Pai, Jiran, Babidi, and the android number 8 from the Black Satin Army. Group 4, without any suspense, only Lin Chen alone. This grouping was carefully considered by Lin Chen. After conquering the southern capital, King Piccolo was actually only seeking to regain his pride. It wasn't just about avenging the humiliation of being sealed in a rice cooker by Master Mutato for 300 years. King Piccolo also harbored resentment towards the gods for abandoning him mercilessly. This grouping would allow a few old geezers to quickly settle their grudges. In simple terms, it meant that the sooner they died, the sooner they would be reborn. For unavoidable casualties, such as the demon seal wave that would kill its user, they could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the dead a year later. Group 2 was designed as the strongest training group for Son Goku. Group 3, with Tao Pai Pai and android number 8, were actually from the Black Satin Army, while the remaining Jiran was a green dinosaur and Babidi was an ultra-genius fighter. Jiran and Babidi were supposed to appear in the 20th World Martial Arts Competition, but due to Lin Chen's interference in the timeline, they showed up early in the 19th. Lin Chen estimated that Tao Pai Pai would ultimately win Group 3. After all, Tao Pai Pai was actually the brother of Crane Hermit, which made him part of Master Mutato's lineage. Once the group list was produced, the reporters present couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The main issue is that this list is too orderly, as if an invisible black hand is arranging everything behind the scenes. This Carl Knight is really lucky, getting a bye in the first round. Yeah, we investigated his cheating yesterday, but in the end, it came to nothing. This kid's luck is really something. Piccolo looked at the grouping list and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. He had thought he might encounter Master Roshi or Master Shin in the early stages of the elimination rounds, but he never expected to be grouped with both of them at the same time. Moreover, the last person in their group, that middle-aged, thin uncle with black-framed glasses, Mr. Shin, gave him a sense of déjà vu. Piccolo stared at Mr. Shin for a while and finally recognized him through the mysterious connection between them, grinning wickedly. So it's you, old man. Well then, let's settle all our grudges in the arena. The match was about to begin, and the first group was Master Roshi versus Piccolo, with Sun Wukong tightly holding onto Master Roshi's sleeve, urging him, "Grandpa, you must be careful. If it really doesn't work out, just forfeit and leave it to me to deal with him." Master Roshi glanced at Sun Wukong, who was just at his thigh level, and couldn't help but stroke Sun Wukong's black hair, sighing, "Don't worry about me, Wukong. Piccolo is the opponent I need to defeat, and you know my strength, right?" Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and at just 4 years old, he spoke earnestly. "It's precisely because I know too well that I want you to forfeit if you can't win." Master Roshi stumbled slightly, almost falling. He quickly steadied himself, hands behind his back, and wobbled onto the stage. In Sun Wukong's eyes, Master Roshi's hunched figure seemed to stand tall and grand. "Don't worry, Wukong, I have a secret move, a move I can only use once. If I fail, Wukong, the responsibility of protecting the earth will fall to you." At that moment, something seemed to take root and sprout in young Sun Wukong's mind. Besides bringing his twin brothers, Perinya, back to the right path, Sun Wukong felt the weight on his shoulders had increased a few more notches. Master Roshi stepped onto the stage, and the host excitedly shouted like it was the climax. Oh, the next contestant is a disciple of Master Mutato, Master Mutant, also known as Master Roshi. Master Roshi has won the championships of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th World Martial Arts tournaments. Although he is now quite old, his current strength is still formidable, and he is seen as the most likely person to defeat Piccolo. Master Roshi had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament multiple times, winning 3 consecutive championships. Later, feeling that there were no opponents and it wasn't interesting anymore, he stopped participating. As for why he joined the 6th tournament, don't ask. The answer is that he squandered all his money on indulgences and ended up in debt, so he had no choice but to come back and win another championship. This time, Master Roshi chose not to disguise himself as a disciple of Master Mutato. Participating in the battle for the fate of all humanity, he decided to compete under his true identity. In the air, Piccolo, draped in a white cloak, descended from the sky. The host was ready to give a grand introduction, having prepared his script. He was going to say something about how Piccolo had to ruin 10 virgins every night and eat 3 pairs of young boys and girls at every meal, but he was silenced by Piccolo's murderous glare, leaving him unable to say a word. Piccolo threw off his cloak with a thud, creating a deep pit in the hard arena. He moved his neck, revealing his sharp teeth as he smiled. "Mutant, the last time I saw you, you were just a little brat. Don't say I'm bullying you, I can give you 3 moves." 300 years ago, when Piccolo was sealed in a rice cooker by Master Roshi, the turtle hermit was still quite young. Piccolo had no problem acting superior in front of him. If we were to discuss seniority, Piccolo should be on the same level as Master Roshi. The turtle hermit snorted coldly, and before he could speak, the audience erupted in an uproar. "What? The Demon King has changed his ways today? He actually wants Master Roshi to hold back 3 moves? Great, we are saved. Master Roshi, don't hold back. Use your ultimate technique, the Kamehameha, and defeat the Demon King in an instant. The turtle hermit's expression was as cold as ice, and he was not at all disturbed by the emotions of the audience outside. He represented not just himself but the entire lineage of Master Roshi, and one could even say he represented humanity as a whole. He had lived for over 300 years and had seen all kinds of scenes. The meaning behind Piccolo's words quickly dawned on the turtle hermit. It was a matter of killing both physically and mentally. The Demon King Piccolo aimed not only to defeat him physically but also to tarnish the reputation of Master Roshi's lineage, ensuring they could never hold their heads high again. If he attacked with 3 moves in one, that would be one thing, as history is always written by the victors. But if he lost, the reputation of Master Roshi's lineage would be utterly destroyed. In front of billions of viewers worldwide, how could he fall for Piccolo's provocation? He would seal Piccolo with dignity even if it cost him his life. Master Roshi threw out a universal capsule, and with a bang, smoke dispersed, revealing an old rice cooker on the stage, its shell yellowed and covered in stains from cooking rice. It seemed this rice cooker had been in use for a long time. Sorry for the rush, I just brought the rice cooker I use at home. I hope you don't mind its age, you will be with it for life, the turtle hermit said slowly, maintaining a calm demeanor. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly as he saw the turtle hermit's stance. It seemed he was ready to fight to the death. What to do? Should he intervene? Wait, didn't the turtle hermit seem to have come in the wrong direction? Piccolo's expression changed drastically. He took 2 steps back and complained to the host. Didn't you say that props are not allowed in the ring? Isn't this a violation? The turtle hermit sneered. Piccolo, are you suffering from dementia? Props are not allowed, but this is a rice cooker. Can it be considered a weapon? Who says it can't? You can totally use the rice cooker as a hidden weapon to hit me. If you could be killed by a rice cooker, that would be a good thing. Watching the 2 teachers bicker like children without any dignity, Lin Chen and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, both filled with helplessness. These 2 old men, the host kindly reminded them. Gentlemen, the match has already started, and there are other martial artists waiting to take the stage. The turtle hermit no longer hesitated. He suddenly tore off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles and 8-pack abs, causing many beautiful female reporters in the audience to scream. It must be said that a man over 300 years old could still have such muscles, showing that the turtle hermit had never slacked off in his training. The turtle hermit formed a lotus shape with his palms, slowly gathering energy at his waist. His palms seemed to emit a soft and stable light like a sun, and the hard marble stage beneath him began to crumble, with fragments floating against gravity. After gathering energy for a moment, the turtle hermit shouted angrily, Piccolo, take this move. Ka-me-ha-me-ha. The turtle hermit forcefully launched a yellow energy ball at an astonishing speed towards Piccolo. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, and any object in front of the energy ball would be completely destroyed. The surrounding audience widened their eyes, unable to suppress their gasps. Here it comes, this is the turtle hermit's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. Indeed, it's a grand spectacle, extraordinary. Has King Piccolo been scared silly? He isn't even trying to dodge. Ha, he's done for. Piccolo crossed his arms, making no attempt to evade. Just as the Kamehameha was about to hit him, Piccolo suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a wave of light that collided with the Kamehameha. With a loud bang, a hurricane of level 7 or 8 immediately swept across the arena, the violent air currents making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Many beautiful female reporters had their skirts lifted, revealing lace, U-shaped, thong, various types of underwear that Lin Chen had never seen before, clearly showing that the women of the Dragon Ball world were quite open. As the smoke cleared, King Piccolo stood coldly in place, unmoving, and said lightly, Wu Tian, is this all the strength you have? I'm so disappointed. There are 2 more moves. If you keep using such ineffective techniques, I will kill you directly. Lin Chen instinctively felt something was off. What was Piccolo trying to do? It was clear he was giving Master Wu Tian a chance to use the demon seal wave to seal him. Could it be that my appearance has made you arrogant, Piccolo? Master Roshi took off his ever-present sunglasses and looked deeply at Sun Wukong, his muscles bulging again as he clenched his fists and smiled. Very well, Piccolo, as you wish. Master Wu Tai taught me this move for today. The corners of Piccolo's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely perceptible sinister smile, and he exclaimed in panic, No, it can't be that move. Master Roshi's expression became calm as he slowly raised both hands, beginning to draw the bagua in the air. He started slowly, but the speed gradually increased. The air in the arena became incredibly tense, rippling like water, enveloping Piccolo in concentric circles. Lin Chen and Sun Wukong, both children, widened their eyes in unison, focusing intently on the marvel of this technique. The Demon Seal Wave is a miraculous technique that allows the weak to overcome the strong, and it holds particular significance for Lin Chen. In countless future illusions, he would have many opportunities to use the Demon Seal Wave. Moreover, as far as Lin Chen knew, the Demon Seal Wave was not a technique that guaranteed death.
as long as the strength was sufficient. Many people could use the demon seal wave and still live well, just like Mr. Shin, who was watching from the sidelines. As Master Roshi's hands spun faster and faster, King Piccolo began to twist as if he had fallen into a washing machine, his face showing horror. "No, it's impossible. How could you know this move?" Piccolo's green body was instantly sucked into the vortex, and Master Roshi trembled all over, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Piccolo's power far exceeded his imagination. Compared to the Piccolo of 300 years ago, the current Piccolo was at least 3 times stronger. In the process of training Lin Chen, he had also grown much stronger. Plus, with Lin Chen's wish on the Dragon Balls, he had returned to his youth. The current Piccolo was no longer an opponent that Master Roshi could easily seal. In fact, the true principle of the Demon Seal Wave is that sealing a stronger enemy requires more physical strength. If the stamina is insufficient, it will draw on the user's vitality as a supplement until it drains the user to death. This is why sealing an enemy that is too strong can directly exhaust the user's stamina and lead to death. Although Master Roshi had already exerted all his strength, he was still a bit short of completely pulling Piccolo into the Demon Seal Wave. His muscular body trembled violently, his face filled with unwillingness. "Damn it, just a little more. If I could return to my youth, I would definitely be able to." The turtle hermit shouted angrily, channeling the last of his energy to barely wrap up Piccolo completely. He aimed at the rice cooker and directed Piccolo into it, but at the last moment he could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Without the caster, Piccolo broke free from the Demon Seal Wave, his body hovering above the rice cooker, a look of relief on his green face after surviving the ordeal. He had overestimated himself, not expecting he had become so much stronger. The old turtle hermit had almost sealed him into the rice cooker with his desperate effort. But it was fine, even if the turtle hermit had succeeded by chance, he still had a backup plan. With that thought, Piccolo glanced at Lin Chen, who was looking at the host with dissatisfaction. "Aren't you going to announce the result of the match?" At that moment, the blonde host, wearing sunglasses, was still immersed in the life and death battle between the two powerful fighters. He truly did not expect the result to come so quickly. The hope of humanity, the martial arts master, Master Wu Tian, lay on the ground, motionless, his life unknown. The host forced himself to calm down, raised the microphone, and elongated his tone to shout loudly. "The winner of the first match is Piccolo, the Demon King." Boom! The venue erupted with waves of sound. The martial arts master, who was expected by all of humanity, had been defeated in less than 5 minutes, and Piccolo had not even made a move throughout the match. Was the gap in strength between the two sides really that great? Was there still hope for humanity? Various feelings of unease, tension, and fear fermented in everyone's hearts. Sun Wukong quickly jumped onto the stage, pulled out a cloth bag from his bosom, took out a bean, and stuffed it into the turtle hermit's mouth. "Grandpa, quickly eat the. You'll be fine after eating it." The turtle hermit had only a breath left. He was holding on just to give Sun Wukong a few last words. "Wukong, cough cough. Don't talk, Grandpa, just swallow the." The turtle hermit's remaining instincts prompted him to chew a few times and swallow the. Soon, a warm current filled his body again, and miraculously, the turtle hermit stood up once more, looking at his hands in disbelief. "Am I alive again? Where did Wukong's beans come from? Right, it must have been that old cat who gave them to him. Why didn't he give me any back then? How infuriating." Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He had forgotten that if Sun Wukong went to the Korin Tower, he would definitely get some from Master Korin. If that were the case, Master Wu Tian wouldn't have to die. That's great. After the martial arts tournament, he could go learn the Turtle School's Kamehameha and the Demon Seal Wave from Master Wu Tian. Although the demon cannon that Piccolo taught him far surpassed the Kamehameha in terms of power and penetration, as a Dragon Ball fan, it wouldn't be right not to know the Kamehameha. Piccolo was also somewhat surprised, staring at the in Sun Wukong's hand for a few moments. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and glared back fiercely. "Demon King Piccolo, I will definitely defeat you. You give me back Perinya." Piccolo snorted coldly as he walked off the stage, casually saying to Lin Chen as he passed by, "Carnate, your brother is quite strong. I don't want to bully the weak. If he can make it to the finals, I'll leave it to you to deal with." Lin Chen understood from Piccolo's words that it was highly likely Piccolo would not fight in the finals. If Piccolo could settle the grudge with Master Wu Tian on the stage, it would also resolve the grievances with the gods. His heart had completely opened up, and he no longer placed such importance on the title of champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. In fact, during the process of raising Lin Chen, Piccolo's resentment towards humanity had lessened significantly. Witnessing a life grow from babbling to taking its first steps, and then to becoming invincible. Well, Piccolo had to admit that the pace of this child with a tail he had snatched was a bit fast. But this miracle of life made even the demon marvel at the wonder and greatness of life. Dick was filled with gratitude.
For being able to raise Lin Chen, thanking you, Carl Knight, for allowing me to be your master. This feeling even diluted his immense hatred for humanity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped after conquering just one southern city. According to the original evil character of Old Bick, he wouldn't rest until he had wiped out all of humanity from this planet. The new timeline that Lin Chen repaired had deviated too much from the original work, and Lin Chen didn't know whether all of this was good or bad. He could only leave it to time to test. Next was the match between Mr. Shin and Crane Hermit. Mr. Shin, who seemed like a consumptive ghost, knocked Crane Hermit out with a light palm strike. In just the first round of the elimination match, both disciples of the martial arts titan were defeated. Humanity, who viewed Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit as their hope, suddenly fell into despair. What on earth happened? Turtle Hermit's defeat was understandable. After all, he was facing the Demon King Bick. But Crane Hermit was also defeated by a seemingly frail uncle. Could it be that the two old predecessors, Turtle and Crane, were merely names without substance? Next were several other matches. In the second match, Sun Wukong vs Sun Gohan. After a friendly sparring session, Sun Gohan was very satisfied with Sun Wukong's growth and strength and voluntarily jumped off the stage to concede. Tianjin Fan easily defeated the knifeless Majizo Hebei. The third match saw Tao Bai Bai and Android number 8 emerge victorious, and Lin Chen spotted Dr. Gero in the audience. Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this guy has already started collecting strong cells? After the match, it was time for the second round of the elimination draw, where those who drew the bye would exit the elimination round and enter the bye group, and Lin Chen would take their place in the elimination match. Of course, the final draw result was, unsurprisingly, Lin Chen. The audience erupted in an uproar, and someone couldn't help but shout, "Cheating! I formally report that the Demon King Bick's disciple is cheating." Lin Chen glared at him in dissatisfaction. "What Demon King Bick's disciple? I have a name, okay? Lin Chen, Polinia, Carl Knight, you can call any of those. Do I need to rely on my master's reputation? If you can't speak, then don't." A flash of red light appeared in Lin Chen's eyes, and under the influence of chaotic power, that person instantly shut up obediently. Soon, more spectators raised their arms and shouted, "He must have bribed the referee, which is why he keeps entering the bye group. Yeah, we suspected he planted a bomb in the first round, otherwise, how could a 4-year-old child defeat nearly 1,000 people in an instant? There's definitely a dark scheme. This World Martial Arts Tournament must have serious corruption. The Mixed Rice Empire is despicable and shameless." Seeing the chaos in the venue, the organizing committee could only plead with Lin Chen. "Lord Divine Son, how about we draw again?" Lin Chen chuckled, foolish, under the influence of chaotic power. "No matter how many times you draw, it will still be me. If I don't participate in the competition, you think I'm avoiding battle, but in fact, I'm doing it for the sake of the contestants." Lin Chen nodded, and just as the host was about to announce a redraw, Bick and Mr. Shin suddenly spoke together. "We give up our chance to enter the bye group. You don't need to include us in the draw." Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances. Their battle was actually a contest between the Turtle School and the Crane School, which could not be abandoned, and they both said together, "We don't need it either." Finally, only the third group, Tao Bai Bai and Android number 8, remained. Tao Bai Bai was about to speak when Lin Chen shot him an unhappy glare. Tao Bai Bai's biggest client was the Black Silk Army, and the Black Silk Army and the Mixed Rice Empire were now one entity, with the Empire's divine son being Lin Chen right in front of him, which meant that Lin Chen was essentially his benefactor. Tao Bai Bai wanted to understand the intricacies of the situation. His forehead beaded with fine cold sweat as he spoke in a deep voice. "I also give up on the lottery." The artificial human number 8 was even more straightforward, kneeling on one knee. "What do you need me to do? Please give the order, my lord." Lin Chen helplessly spread his hands, looking at the host and the competition organizers. "Do we still need to redraw the lots?" The previously excited crowd fell into an immediate silence. Everyone felt a deep sense of powerlessness, as if their strength had nowhere to go. Damn it, those despicable rich heirs. Relying on their privileged backgrounds, they acted recklessly and did as they pleased. At this moment, all of humanity deeply understood what it meant to be born with a golden key, what it meant to be a European emperor, and what it meant to ride on the shoulders of the goddess of fate from birth. Lin Chen curled his lips. "You haven't seen my other 2 inherited illusions, each of which proves that I am not an ordinary person." In the Bureau of Illusion Management of the Blue Star Huagua, Xinjianhua, and several high-ranking contractors were gathered in a sealed underground room. Among those present, only Du Jiangnan remained at the Mars base to recover from injuries. The main combat forces of Huagua, the Divine General Jin Zishuan, Haohaizing Nanqiu, and Lingdong Xing Baichi had all arrived. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the large screen in the room, where lines of various colors, almost straight, lay at the bottom, moving forward at an extremely stable rate. The screen was filled with lines, resembling the flat line of a deceased patient's ECG, devoid of any fluctuations. Shin Jianhua leaned back in his office chair, took a sip of tea, and sighed. It's been 2 days already. According to the conversion of 1 day to 1 year, most of the new generation contractors should have returned by now. Baichi nodded, revealing a set of neat white teeth as he smiled. So far, the main illusion space timeline has been relatively stable. It seems this new batch is quite well behaved, and they won't cause a major incident like the illusion's descent. Jean Zixuan floated in midair, shaking her head and chuckling. I told you long ago, Director Qin, you are being overly cautious. A bunch of kids can easily disrupt the stable operation of the illusion? Do you think those heroes are useless? Moreover, the timeline has self-repair capabilities. To think that these novice contractors could cause timeline mutations is to overestimate them. Qin Jianhua sighed deeply. I have to be cautious. You all should know how the 7 great abysses of the Blue Star came to be. The illusion layer of their generation is at a critical formation stage. If any mistakes occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. Speaking of this, Hao Haizing Nankyu, with his long blue waves of hair, couldn't help but glance at the others. That's why I've long suggested that we should include basic knowledge of stabilizing the timeline in the illusion common sense course. Shin Jianhua's expression grew serious as he slowly shook his head. No, human nature is inherently evil. In previous inheritance illusions, many heroes were still in their early stages, not yet grown, and their strength was no different from ordinary people. If these kids knew they could seize heroes' opportunities or inheritances through certain methods, we can't guarantee that no one would have ill intentions. Once the contractors' extreme actions cause significant changes to the timeline, the descent of the illusion will be inevitable. Don't forget, many powerful existences in the illusions are not something the current human forces can contend with. Jean Zixuan stretched lazily, resting her hands behind her head. It's almost the 3rd day. According to the time flow ratio of 1 day to 1 year, even the longest inheritance illusion should be ending soon. I'm going to take a nap. If anything unusual happens, just notify me. She had just lain down, turned over, and closed her eyes. A thick red line, like a dragon emerging from the water, suddenly leaped up from a pile of dead lines. Qin Jianhua was dumbfounded and patted Jean Zixuan's shoulder. Jean, don't sleep yet. It seems something big has happened. The system created by Du Jiangnan could only be accessed by those who reached level 70 or above, which is the holy level, to check the color and thickness of the lines and their meanings. Jean Zixuan's eyes widened, staring blankly for a moment before instinctively cursing. Damn! God-level illusion. Director Qin, notify the world, level 1 alert. The hearts of those present sank. Illusion levels were divided into ghost level, dragon level, and god level. The god level illusion was already the highest level of illusion. If not handled properly, from a small country to the entire Blue Star, they would be in danger of the illusion's descent. Meanwhile, in the capital of the United States, Washington, the air shimmered like water waves, and the space was violently torn apart, revealing a purplish-red space on the other side, as if a demonic eye had opened in midair. On the other side of the space, a small purple creature with black horns sitting in a baby carriage slowly floated towards the Blue Star. When he saw the blue-skinned humans on the ground panicking and scattering like ants, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a sinister smile. Oh, interesting. What that guy said is actually true. This planet really can lead to countless worlds. Then let me see what the so-called strongest contract holder of Blue Star is truly capable of. A blonde white man in a tight yellow suit, showcasing his developed muscles, flew in front of the small creature and said in a deep voice, Illusion creature, I am the guardian of the United States, the Archangel, Ryan Usher. This is not a place where you illusion creatures can tread freely. Now retreat back to your illusion, and I can spare your life. I don't know who gave you the courage to invade Blue Star's United States alone. I'll count to 3, retreat, and I might consider not killing you. The purple small creature squinted its triangular eyes, revealing a dangerous smile. Oh ho ho, is that so? It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. In the Dragon Ball world, the time had come to the next morning, and today was the second round of the elimination match, with the first match being Piccolo the Demon King against Mr. Shin. Lin Shin crossed his arms and floated in the air, his expression somewhat heavy. He had roughly figured out why Piccolo the Demon King had risked being sealed by the Demon Seal Wave to let Master Roshi take 3 shots yesterday. If nothing unexpected happened, today it would be the gods who would be in trouble. Piccolo's trap was already set, waiting for the gods to fall into it. Well, anyway, the gods definitely wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger, so let Piccolo vent his anger first. He could take his time to persuade him later. Mr. Shin and Piccolo stood on the arena, quietly staring at each other. Although neither spoke, their gazes intertwined in the air like tangible threads, and at the point where their eyes met, faint sparks of electricity crackled. Mr. Shin's hunched body straightened, his gaze sweeping away the image of a timid office worker, now radiating righteousness. The audience was astonished. Hey, this Mr. Shin looks a bit like a master. Could it be that Master Roshi is too weak and Mr. Shin is too strong? Don't be ridiculous, someone already dug up his identity yesterday. This Mr. Shin is from the
West Capital, works in the tax bureau, has a wife and 2 kids at home. If he's a master, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair with urine. Mr. Shin took off his glasses, assumed an offensive stance, and calmly said, Piccolo, it's time to end this. Piccolo sneered. Don't speak so grandly. If it weren't for you separating me to become a god, how would we be in this situation today? When you became a high and mighty god, did you ever think about what kind of life I was living? The god fell silent for a long time. That was a long time ago. I was young then and made a wrong choice. Piccolo, I apologize. Piccolo grew even angrier, clenching his fists and shouting, You think a simple apology will make me forgive you? Dream on. I will defeat you and completely absorb you. The audience below looked confused. What were these 2 doing, performing a play? They got on the stage and still hadn't started fighting, just exchanging verbal attacks, and it was quite exciting. Moreover, from their words, it seemed they were originally one person? How could that be? Piccolo the Demon King clearly didn't look like a human. Mr. Shin, as a tax officer, what kind of connection could he possibly have with Piccolo the Demon King? Lin Chen watched from the side, feeling a wave of discomfort as he heard the conversation between the 2. No, Master Piccolo. It's not the right time for you to absorb the deity yet. Once the deity disappears, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone and lose their function completely. If he goes to Namek to borrow the Dragon Balls, it's too early and could easily attract Frisia. With just over 10,000 battle power, even if he transforms into a great ape, he would only reach a few 100,000 far from being Frisia's match. Moreover, he didn't know if the Grand Elder of Namek would be willing to lend him the Dragon Balls at this point in time. No, he absolutely cannot let Piccolo absorb the deity. The mistakes I've made, I will correct them myself. Defeat me, or be defeated by me. The deity said no more, exerting force in his legs and appearing above Piccolo with near instantaneous speed. From his high vantage point, he attacked Piccolo with his elbow, but Piccolo quickly dodged and retaliated with a fierce punch. The 2 were once deeply familiar with each other's techniques, and they exchanged rapid attacks on the arena. For a moment, it was a fierce stalemate. The audience was completely stunned. Ha! Mr. Shin is really a master. He has been hiding in the shadows for decades? Incredible, it seems Master Roshi didn't lose unjustly. The one who said he would wash his hair with urine while standing on his head, come out. No need to stand on your head, just perform the urine hair wash in public. I'm a bit fired up today, can I do it in a few days? On the arena, the battle was exceptionally intense, and as time passed, the situation gradually began to tilt in Piccolo's favor. The human body the deity borrowed was simply too weak, with thin arms and legs, having not exercised properly for decades. Under the intense confrontation, he quickly ran out of stamina, and his movements became distorted. The deity was first hit hard by Piccolo's elbow strike, which landed squarely on his face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. The deity staggered back a few steps, and before he could steady himself, Piccolo struck him in the spine from behind, causing him to clutch his back and fall to the ground, letting out a painful scream. He barely managed to stand up, staggering forward a few steps. Piccolo's strength was far greater than he had imagined, and the deity knew he could not delay any longer. This body was borrowed, a mortal. If it sustained too much damage, even if he could escape this body in time, the original owner would likely die immediately, and even the Senzu beings wouldn't be able to save him. The deity no longer hesitated, he pulled a glass bottle from his pocket and threw it to the ground. Piccolo was immediately taken aback and stepped back a few paces. What are you going to do? Do you also know the demon seal wave? The deity revealed a proud smile. Do you think it was me who taught Master Mutato the demon seal wave? Piccolo, go back into the bottle and reflect on your sins. This bottle has been specially processed, extremely sturdy, and won't break for 1,000 years. Take this demon seal wave. The deity spread his arms, drawing circles in the air, and the air became thick like water. As the demon seal wave surged toward Piccolo, the audience widened their eyes, mouths agape, completely stunned into silence. What's happening? A technique like the demon seal wave, even a tax officer from West City could use? Are we going crazy, or is this an illusion? Piccolo smirked, extending his hands as well, and shouted, Anti-demon seal wave. He unleashed a series of energy waves that rebounded the demon seal wave back, pulling the deity out of Mr. Shin's body. The deity's form was grotesquely distorted, stretched into thin strips in the air. He looked terrified. No, how do you know this technique? Damn it, I see it now. You've been setting a trap from the very beginning. No, Piccolo, you can't seal me, the earth needs me. With a loud thud, Piccolo accurately forced the deity into the glass bottle, rushing forward to tightly seal the cap. Through the transparent glass bottle, one could see a mini version of a deity desperately banging against the outer wall, yet unable to damage it in the slightest. On the arena, Mr. Shin woke from his coma and saw a green-skinned creature smiling at him. How could he not recognize it? The figure before him was none other than the infamous King Piccolo. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get here? And why am I fighting King Piccolo in the arena? Ah, help! Don't eat me!
How did I end up here?
Mr. Shin panicked, nearly wetting his pants, rolling and crawling behind the host, clutching the host's sleeve tightly.
I forfeit. Help, don't kill me. I forfeit.
The host had no choice but to announce that Mr. Shin forfeited, declaring King Piccolo the winner of this match. Piccolo, having defeated the deity, felt a rush of exhilaration. Years of humiliation and resentment were released at this
moment.
He flew into the air, spread his arms wide, and laughed maniacally at the sky.
Ha ha ha. Humans, your end is near. I will kill you all. Lin Chen coughed lightly, interrupting Piccolo's victory declaration. Ahem, Master Piccolo, you said you need
to win the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament to kill all of humanity. This is just the group stage victory. You haven't even reached the quarter-finals yet. To win the championship, Piccolo would need to fight at least 2 more matches. But aside from Sun Wukong or Tianjin Fan, there weren't many opponents left who could pose a threat to him. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Lin Chen a few times before returning to the arena and walking towards the rest area. Just before disappearing into the contestants' rest area, Piccolo paused and said in a deep voice, "Carl Knight, come find me tonight, I have something to ask you." Lin Chen's heart sank. It seemed Piccolo was suspicious of him.
If given a choice, I really don't want to fight you, Master Piccolo. Lin Chen sighed softly.
The next battle was Sun Wukong against Tianjin Fan, an early showdown of the Turtle School and Crane School that was supposed to happen 2 tournaments later. At this time, Tianjin Fan was
still a boy of about 8 or 9, with a fierce expression, right at the rebellious age.
Sun Wukong, having drunk the super holy
water and spurred on by Lin Chen, was now far more powerful than before. The two fought fiercely for over half an hour, with Sun Wukong using a Kamehameha to blast Tianjin Fan out of the arena, securing victory. The final match was between the Crane Master's brother, Tao Bai Bai, and Android 8. At this point, Dr. Gero's android technology was still quite primitive. Android 8
was purely mechanical, possessing great strength but no other abilities, and was very cumbersome. No matter how strong he was, if he couldn't hit anyone, it was useless. Tao Bai Bai seized the opportunity and directly twisted his head off.
Android 8's
eyes dimmed as he quietly said, "I'm sorry, Dr. Gero, I failed." Dr. Gero hurried onto the stage to clean up the mess, glaring at Tao Bai Bai a few times, deciding to deduct half of Tao Bai Bai's bonus for the next mission.
Thus, the contestants for the
quarter-finals of the 19th World Martial Arts Tournament were confirmed: Piccolo, Sun Wukong, Tao Bai Bai, and Lin Chen. Lin Chen would no longer have a bye, since Piccolo had clearly stated he didn't want to fight Sun Wukong. Lin Chen planned to have another match with Sun Wukong the next day, while also checking on Sun Wukong's progress in strength. That night, Lin Chen knocked on the door of the Demon King's lounge, and a cold voice came from inside.
"Come in, Carl Knight." Lin Chen entered the
room and saw Piccolo sitting in the Demon King's chair, bathed in bright moonlight.
Piccolo looked up, gazing at the nearly full yellow moon, and after a moment of contemplation, said softly, "What do you think about the fate of humanity, Carl Knight?"
He arrived, and Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he actually understood that before the finals of the martial arts conference, he would definitely face this situation.
"If given a choice, I really don't want to fight you, Master Piccolo." Lin Chen
sighed softly in his heart, revealing an innocent smile.
"I want to hear your opinion first, Master Piccolo."
Piccolo did not look at Lin Chen, seemingly lost in thought as he stared at the yellow moon in the sky.
"Before I met you, my heart was filled with resentment.
At that time, all I thought about was destroying everything, turning the entire world into hell, making the human race feel the humiliation and pain I once suffered."
Piccolo turned his gaze to Lin Chen. "But you, Kalinite, you gave me a new life. Your appearance was like a seedling growing in barren land.
Watching you gradually grow stronger, surpassing your master, sometimes I feel the miracle of life.
That time was the happiest period of my life."
Lin Chen's mind flashed back
to the days he spent with Piccolo.
At night, he would kick off the blanket while sleeping, and Piccolo would sneak into the cave
to cover him up.
Piccolo would carefully cook roasted meat but wouldn't eat a bite himself. After being injured in battle,
Piccolo patiently used magic to heal him.
Without Piccolo, he probably wouldn't have died, but he also wouldn't have lived as well as he does now.
Piccolo looked at Lin Chen, his gaze becoming resolute. "Kalinite, after the world's #1 martial
arts conference, I will lead the Black Silk Army to conquer the world, build a great empire, and then pass the throne to you."
Lin Chen's mouth dropped open, feeling both touched and helpless, silently thinking to himself,
"Master Piccolo, passing the throne to me is useless. I'm not from this world, and I will eventually return to Blue Star." Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. "Warning, do not reveal the identity of the contractee to key figures in the world, or it will cause irreversible consequences for the timeline restoration." Well, Lin Chen could only silently appreciate Piccolo's kindness and change the subject.
"What about you, Master Piccolo? I mean, after passing the throne to me, what will you do?"
Piccolo's lips curled slightly, rarely showing a gentle smile.
"As expected of my disciple whom I taught since childhood, worried that your master might regret it and take your throne?"
You're overthinking it, Master Piccolo. I'm
Really not worried about that. Lin Chen's face darkened, unsure of what to say.
Piccolo heavily patted the armrest of the chair, looking approving. Yes, Kalinite, one must be a bit cunning and shameless in life. Trust no one but yourself.
Don't worry about your master stabbing you in the back. After conquering the world, I want to go back home and take a look. I always feel like something is calling me there. Maybe my parents are still alive? That meek star? That place is not a good idea to visit. Now, if I go, at least I need to wait until I or Sun Wukong have hundreds of thousands of battle power and meet the conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan, and I also need to bring bald-headed Krillin. Otherwise, angering the Universe Emperor Frieza could lead to the destruction of Dragon Ball Earth in an instant. Hey, Master Piccolo, you wouldn't be my Krillin, would you? Lin Chen's gaze towards Piccolo became strange. He quickly advised Piccolo. Master Piccolo, you know I have some magical powers that allow me to see some fateful trajectories.
If you go back home now, the future will be shrouded in darkness.
Wait until I become stronger, I'll accompany you back. Piccolo snorted coldly. Have you finally admitted it? It was you who arranged for me to be grouped with Wu Tian and the gods, wasn't it?
Lin Chen knew he couldn't hide this matter from Piccolo forever, so he quickly smiled and showered him with compliments.
I wasn't thinking about avenging you, Master Piccolo, early on. With your talent, the magic sealing wave can seal you once, but it can never seal you a second time. I guess that you definitely have a backup plan, but I didn't expect you to create such a divine skill as the anti-magic sealing wave. Truly worthy of being Master Piccolo.
Being flattered by his most valued disciple, Piccolo felt quite pleased. He could no longer hide the smile on his face, grinning and nodding. I knew it, you and I are in sync, you understand me best.
What martial heaven kid?
What shameless immortal, with my strength I can easily take them down. Piccolo felt that smiling like this was damaging to his master image, so he straightened his face and said seriously, as for the upcoming match, you can arrange it like this, you and I meet in the finals, then you narrowly win and obtain the title of #1 in the world, but I escape. Once I conquer the whole world and become the divine emperor, you can then step forward and defeat me, thus inheriting the throne, and the world will be at peace. Wow, I didn't expect Master Piccolo to be so good at writing scripts. There's really no need for this.
Master Piccolo.
The honor and wealth of the Dragon Ball world are all just clouds to me. The martial arts techniques I learned
from you are my greatest treasure.
Lin Chen was just thinking about how to politely refuse when Piccolo waved his hand.
Go, have a good rest. Tomorrow, when you fight your brother, I don't want to see you go easy. I not only want to defeat Marshal Heaven, but I also want him to realize that his skills in teaching disciples are far inferior to mine. Ha ha ha. As soon as Lin Chen left, the restroom echoed with a penetrating laughter. It was clear that the Demon King Piccolo was in a very good mood today, finally unable to hold back his wild laughter. In fact, revenge doesn't necessarily mean killing the opponent. Completely trampling on their body and spirit, making them lose all face and reputation, is the most satisfying way to take revenge. How ruthless, it's simply killing the heart. Master Piccolo, you're going too far.
Lin Chen returned to his restroom with a heavy heart, frowning as he threw his small body onto the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep.
The timeline was getting more and more chaotic. What should he do? If he strikes too hard tomorrow, will it cause Sun Wukong to lose his fighting spirit and become useless? It shouldn't be the case. That guy Sun Wukong is purely single-minded, a true battle maniac. The harder he gets hit, the more excited he becomes, and the faster his strength grows. Moreover, he has the Senzu beans. As long as he has a breath left, he can instantly revive to full health, doubling his attributes. If it doesn't work, he can be a bit harsher. Tomorrow, after all, Sun Wukong has that old cat with him, which has been growing Senzu beans for hundreds of years as a base. Taking 10 or 8 beans is no problem. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at his Kryptonian bloodline. Talent, skill, steel body. He sighed helplessly. My Saiyan passive, which doubles attributes when near death, will probably never come in handy in this lifetime. Not using steel body, no one can defeat me. Once steel body is activated, it's like cheating. Physical attacks are immune. How can I fight? Forget it, let's complete the Dragon Ball inheritance illusion as soon as possible and return to Blue Star. I don't even know how long has passed on Blue Star while 4 years have gone by here. Oh, it seems I forgot to ask how to deal with the immortal. However, Piccolo shouldn't easily absorb the immortal. If the two merge again, Piccolo's personality will also tend to be neutral, and he will no longer be himself. Analyzing it this way, the immortal should be safe for the short term. In the future, when I inherit the throne, I can use the reason that the earth cannot be without the 7 Dragon Balls to let Piccolo spare the immortal. Lin Chen's thoughts wandered, and he gradually fell asleep. On Blue Star, at the Illusion Management Bureau, a few people waited for a while without receiving any news of an illusion realm invasion. They exchanged glances, wondering if there was another problem with the creations of God. Do wait, why are we saying again? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the secret room suddenly shook violently. Jean Zixuan spread her hands, a green psychic field enveloping the entire building, her expression somewhat grave. No, this feeling is not like an earthquake. I'll go check. Qin Jianhua hurriedly pushed the door and left. Less than 5 minutes later, he rushed back into the room, his face heavy as he looked at Jin Zixuan, Nanxiu, and Bai Qi, the three strongest contractors of Huagua. Qin Jianhua organized his words slightly and spoke directly. God Jin, the timeline monitor of God Do is fine. I just received a distress call from the United States. The illusion has descended. The earlier earthquake was caused by creatures from the illusion realm. The capital region of the United States, Huacheng, has turned into ruins in just a few minutes. Upon hearing this terrible news, Nanxiu and Bai Qi immediately gaped, their pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. The capital of the United States, the most prosperous economic and cultural center of Blue Star, was actually destroyed in one blow by creatures from the illusion realm. A few months ago, a god-level illusion realm had also descended in Fuzheng City, Huagua. Fortunately, they and Jin Zixuan arrived in time and managed to repel the enemy with all their might. That time, the illusion realm only destroyed several dozen kilometers of buildings, but the capital was over 1,000,000 square kilometers. What kind of creature could cause such destruction in one blow? What level of illusion realm was this? Jin Zixuan, however, was unconcerned. Her meteorite could also cause such destruction in one strike. She snorted coldly, revealing a look of disdain. Still have the face to ask for help? Wasn't it them who boasted a few days ago about giving the Huagua contractors a hard time? Where's that sissy who calls himself the son of God? Why hasn't he come out to stop this? Hasn't he recovered from his battle with Du Jiangnan yet? Qin Jianhua showed a wry smile and spread his hands. Ryan Uther arrived at the scene of the descent first but was nearly killed by a blow from the illusion creature. He fought desperately to bring the creature into space, only to find that it could move freely in space. Qin Jianhua's eyes showed shock as he continued. Now it's McAllister who has taken over for Ryan Uther, currently entangled with that monster in space. According to the video monitored by the Huagua Space Bureau, that monster can unleash powerful energy beams with a casual strike, and even elementalization cannot immunize against energy attacks. God Jin, I'm worried that if this drags on, McAllister won't be able to hold out much longer. Nanxiu keenly noticed that Qin Jianhua had been referring to that monster all along and couldn't help but ask, wait, Director Qin, if I heard correctly, this time the illusion descent only has one creature? Qin Jianhua nodded. Although I don't know why, this time, there really is only one creature that has appeared. The powerful contractors in the room exchanged glances, even Jin Zixuan furrowing her slender brows. One illusion creature, having just descended for a few minutes, had already forced two god-level contractors from the United States to retreat repeatedly. It seemed that this god-level illusion realm was truly extraordinary. Jin Zixuan sensed the seriousness of the situation. Her body glowed with green light, and she floated up, flying out of the secret room. Before leaving, she said softly, I'll go take a look. If it doesn't work, I'll send a message to summon Du Jiangnan back. This enemy is probably not ordinary. Nanxiu and Bai Qi exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. They sighed inwardly. As star generals, they had gone through dozens of life and death tests in illusion realms to reach today, already considered outstanding among contractors. However, facing such a monster that could easily engage in battles in space, they indeed felt somewhat powerless. Among the thousands of contracted heroes, very few can move freely in space. Even the hero contracted by Jin Zixuan cannot maintain activities in outer space for a long time under normal conditions. She needs to use telekinesis to form a protective shield to maintain temperature and oxygen, allowing her to venture into space for no more than 2 hours. It can only be said that from the moment of the contract, the contractors have already been divided into ranks. Compared to the enhancement system, the elemental system possesses the ability to fly in elemental incarnations, naturally standing on an invincible ground. Heroes capable of space activities are even more unfathomable than those of the elemental system. Who can understand the pain of being at home, eating hot pot and singing, only to be struck by a meteorite from the sky, instantly evaporating the entire city's population? Less than half an hour after Jin Zixuan set off, Qin Jianhua received a message from her. The message was simple, with fewer than 10 words, but its meaning made Qin Jianhua's heart skip a beat. Summon Du Jiangnan, and that one from Mao country. Qin Jianhua's expression immediately darkened. Among the 5 divine tier contractors of Blue Star, the one from Mao country was the most dangerous and lethal. Adam Adrian Ivanov. Known as the God of Fury, he is commonly referred to as the Mad God. After advancing to the divine tier, Adam often loses control. Once, his outburst caused nearly 1 million deaths in Mao country. Subsequently, he voluntarily chose to be frozen for years in the underground mines of Chernobyl in Mao country. What kind of monster has descended today that requires the intervention of that divine general from Mao country? Once released, even if they can defeat the illusionary creatures, how To contain him again will be a huge challenge.
Qin Jianhua did not hesitate for a moment at such a critical time, trusting the judgment of his country's divine general is the most basic form of trust. He picked up the phone and dialed the office of a certain Emperor. Your Majesty Puro, the situation on Blue Star is critical. Humanity needs the power of the Mad God. The leaders of major countries around the world already knew the latest news of the illusionary realm's arrival. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before responding in English. Okay. In the underground mines of Chernobyl, a dormant pod slowly opened, revealing a robust young man completely naked with long golden hair, his muscular body entirely encased in a block of ice. As the liquid nitrogen ceased to work, a large amount of steam quickly emanated from the surface of the ice. The young man seemed like a piece of red-hot charcoal continuously evaporating the ice block, and soon the ice made cracking sounds and shattered completely. The young man took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and his almost transparent light blue eyes showed a moment of daze. Having been in the dormant pod for years made him appear much younger than his actual age. His muscles had not atrophied at all from long-term dormancy, each muscle defined like rock. He looked at the electronic perpetual calendar on the wall. Awakened again? The current time is 2058. Has it been over 2 years since I last woke up? The young man stepped out of the dormant pod, the freezing liquid slowly sliding off his bronze skin. In front of him, a monitor was playing real-time footage of several powerful beings attacking a purple, diminutive creature sitting in a baby carriage in space. Among them, Ryan Uther and McAllister were old acquaintances. There was also a girl wrapped in a green light shield. They were attacking the purple creature in the baby carriage with all their might, but no matter how powerful the attacks were, they were easily blocked by the purple creature. The diminutive creature raised a finger, and a beam of light, dazzling to the extreme, directly pierced through the chest of the light god McAllister. Fortunately, McAllister was in a completely elemental state at that moment, with a large circular hole in his chest that was quickly mending. The small creature raised its hand to conjure a massive ball of light, just as a gigantic meteorite came hurtling towards it at an incredible speed. The small creature could only throw the ball of light at the meteorite, and upon collision, they emitted a brilliance akin to a supernova explosion. As the light faded, the meteorite vanished without a trace, and the intense energy fluctuations caused the monitors to lose signal entirely, turning into a flurry of static. The young man furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "Who is that woman?" After pondering for a moment, a look of realization crossed his face. Is it the sage of Huagua, Jin Zixuan? It seems she has also advanced to the divine level. What about Du Jiannan from Huagua? Why isn't he here? Has he fallen? It seems a lot has happened while I was asleep for these 2 years. The young man leisurely dried off the water on his body with a towel. Then, he donned a special white uniform that accentuated his athletic physique even more. He suddenly leaped from his spot, piercing through thick rock layers, shooting straight into space, the hard rock beneath him crumbling like foam. In flight, the young man's handsome features twisted into a terrifying visage, fangs gradually emerging, resembling a monster that preys on others. His bronze skin began to shift to a deep green, his body rapidly growing from nearly 2 meters to close to 5 meters in height. His once robust physique became even more fearsome, with exaggerated muscle lines bulging, each muscle appearing as if forged from steel, tendons creating a striated effect. In less than a minute, it was impossible to recognize the handsome golden-haired youth. He had completely transformed into a terrifying monster. The young man's head became skeletal, dark red eyeballs sunken deep into their sockets, exuding a disdainful demeanor. On his back, numerous bone spurs broke through his protective suit, protruding from his body. Roar! Dare to disturb my slumber, and I will tear you to pieces. The monstrous figure's speed surged again, breaking the sound barrier as it carved a long straight line through the sky, heading straight into space. After contacting a certain emperor, Qin Jianhua arrived alone at the lowest level of the Illusion Management Bureau in the imperial capital. After inputting a series of complex passwords including fingerprints, iris scans, and codes, he entered a secret chamber. Inside the chamber, there was only a pod resembling Adam's frozen sleep chamber. Within it, a girl with white hair and eyebrows lay peacefully asleep, her face sweet and reminiscent of a sleeping beauty, evoking instant sympathy. Qin Jianhua trembled as he reached out to touch the girl's face through the sleep pod. He gritted his teeth, a look of reluctance on his face, but still resolutely picked up a sharp spear and inserted it into a small hole in the sleep pod. The sharp tip of the spear pressed against the girl's ample bosom, where her heart was located. "I'm sorry, Ali, I really don't want to use this. Move. You look like you're only in your teens, but the enemy this time is too formidable. Huagua can no longer bear the loss of any divine general." The sleeping girl revealed a hint of a relieved smile, as if saying it was okay. "Ali, I know you can feel it, you've always been aware. Huagua, or rather humanity, owes you too much." But tears streamed down Qin Jianhua's face as he gripped the spear, his hand trembling violently with bulging veins.
In his left ear he wore an earpiece. Once he heard the news of a Huagua divine general's fall, the spear would pierce the girl's heart, shattering it into pieces. In the Dragon Ball world, the world's #1 martial arts tournament, the semifinals were about to begin. Thanks to Lin Chen's maneuvering, the draw results were quickly produced: Piccolo vs Tao Pai Pai, Lin Chen vs Sun Wukong. Upon seeing the draw results, the audience erupted in boos, all shouting in unison, black curtain, shameless, shameless. The old lady leans against the wall drinking thin porridge, despicable and shameless. Lin Chen's face darkened as he looked at the host and the event organizers. It seems the audience has a lot to say. Should we draw lots again? The event organizers assessed the situation and quickly put on a smiling face. No need, the drawing is just a ritual. Whether one can win the championship actually depends on personal strength. Some staff began warning the audience outside not to make noise and disturb the competitors, or they would be expelled from the venue. Indeed, as the event organizers said, the semi-final draw had already become a mere formality. The #1 killer in the underworld, Tao Bai Bai, was fawning over the great demon King Piccolo, asking about his well-being. Although he was the brother of Master Roshi, part of the martial arts lineage, he had long since allied with the Black Silk Army and the Mixed Rice Empire. In both open and covert ways, he had eliminated rivals for the Black Silk Army, killing many people. One could say he had completely lost the dignity of a martial artist. If Master Roshi's disciple failed again, the world would surely belong to the great demon King Piccolo and his disciple Carnate. Faced with an enemy like Piccolo, whom he was destined to be unable to defeat, it was better to be humble and gain a good impression for practical benefits. The great demon King Piccolo had many enemies, he couldn't eliminate them all himself. In the future, if he casually took care of Piccolo's business, Tao Bai Bai would no longer have to worry about money. Tao Bai Bai rubbed his hands together and lowered his head to ask the great demon king, "Piccolo, your majesty, how would you prefer I surrender later? How about kneeling? Or being kicked off the stage by you? Or crying and bowing to you 3 times, swearing to join the Mixed Rice Empire on the spot?" Piccolo's face was filled with black lines. He really wanted to blast Tao Bai Bai away with a powerful energy attack right now. He somewhat regretted choosing Tao Bai Bai as his opponent. On the other side, Sun Wukong and Lin Chen were quietly staring at each other, the future of the Dragon Ball world resting on Sun Wukong's young shoulders. Sun Wukong had grown a lot overnight, his youthful face now serious. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for his inheritor. No matter how strong he would become in the future, he was still just a 4-year-old child. If he hadn't intervened, Sun Wukong should still be happily living with his grandfather, Sun Gohan. Of course, this happiness was short-lived. It wouldn't be long before Sun Gohan would be crushed to death by his transformation into a giant ape. Well, even if Saiyans are a fighting race, training from the womb, how strong could a 4-year-old child be? Aside from freaks like Broly, who could reach a battle power of 10,000 in their early years? Lin Chen's battle power of over 10,000 was a peak that Sun Wukong could not reach in a short time. Sun Wukong took a couple of steps forward and slowly spoke. "Piranha, I can feel that your heart is not evil. It was you who protected me when we were young." He extended a chubby little hand, his eyes filled with a mix of expectation and comfort. "Now that I've grown up, come back. Together as brothers, we can definitely defeat the great demon King Piccolo." Lin Chen extended his right hand, and Sun Wukong's hand trembled uncontrollably. But this time, he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Chen, in order to train him, would not simply return to the path of justice. With a sharp motion, he coldly swatted Sun Wukong's little hand aside. "Kakarot, if you want me to return to the right path, let your strength speak. Last time, out of respect for your parents, I didn't kill you, but this time in battle, I won't hold back." Sun Wukong looked deeply at Lin Chen, clenching his fists. "Alright, Piranha, I'll be waiting for you in the arena." The match was about to begin, with Piccolo and Tao Pai Pai taking the stage first. The audience was shouting hoarsely, pleading for Tao Pai Pai. "Please, Lord Tao Pai Pai, kill Piccolo. You are humanity's last hope." As for Sun Wukong, the audience didn't believe that a 4-year-old child could possess much strength. Tao Pai Pai snorted coldly, spitting a mouthful of saliva onto the face of one audience member who fell back into the crowd as if hit by a bullet, fainting instantly. Tao Pai Pai looked disdainful. "Trash doesn't deserve to talk to me." He then changed to a flattering expression, bowing to clear the way. "Come this way, your majesty. Please." Piccolo glanced at him with contempt and stepped onto the stage first. The moment Piccolo turned his back to him on the stage, Tao Pai Pai gritted his teeth, his face contorting as he pulled out a gleaming dagger from under his robe and thrust it fiercely towards Piccolo's back. The audience fell silent in an instant, not daring to breathe. The World Martial Arts Tournament prohibited weapons, but if he could kill Piccolo and save all of humanity, what did it matter if it was a little despicable? As the dagger was about to strike Piccolo, he showed no intention of dodging. A glimmer of wild joy flashed in Tao Pai Pai's eyes. "Ah, I've succeeded." As long as I kill the Demon King, I will become the savior. Whatever amount I want, the world government will give it to me. Last night, several men in black had approached Tao Pai Pai, offering a bounty of 1 trillion alliance coins for Piccolo's head. As the strongest assassin on Earth, Tao Pai Pai hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the job. As the strongest assassin, his professional ethics allowed him to choose death, but he would never give up the biggest assassination contract of his life. As long as he killed Piccolo, the name of the god of assassins would be passed down for generations. Die! The dagger plunged into Piccolo's back with a crisp sound, and then, it was said to be a dagger forged from the sharpest alloy on Earth, as fragile as a fairy's magic wand, and it broke in front of Tao Pai Pai. Ah! Tao Pai Pai's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. Piccolo turned around with a sinister grin. He had long wanted to kill Tao Pai Pai, and now that Tao Pai Pai had committed a foul, it was the perfect opportunity for him to strike hard. Piccolo waved his hand lightly, slashing at Tao Pai Pai's neck, which made a cracking sound. He flew out like a broken scarecrow, crashing heavily into the walls surrounding the stage, breaking a large hole in the wall. He struggled to breathe, exhaling without inhaling, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have accepted this contract. Sun Wukong rushed over and stuffed a senzu bean into his mouth. However, Tao Pai Pai couldn't swallow due to his shattered neck and ultimately closed his eyes completely. For the first time in the tournament, there was a death. The venue fell silent as the audience realized once again the brutality of Piccolo. He truly would kill. The most infuriating part was that Piccolo would face no punishment for killing in public because it was Tao Pai Pai who had used a weapon and committed a foul first. Next, if humanity had a glimmer of hope, it was Sun Wukong, the disciple of Master Roshi, a 4-year-old child with a tail. Moreover, it was said that Piccolo's disciple, the Imperial Sun Carne, was Sun Wukong's twin brother. After Tao Pai Pai was carried away, the host announced loudly, "Next, the contestant about to compete is the disciple of the Turtle School, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong's expression was serious as he stepped onto the stage, 1 foot at a time, and the audience spontaneously cheered for him. Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! A series of low, mournful shouts rose from the crowd. In front of the television, on online media, billions of people clenched their fists, their hearts filled with a single thought. "We must win, Master Roshi's disciple, Sun Wukong," the host shouted again. "And his opponent is the divine son from the Mixed Rice Empire, Carne." Lin Shen did not use the skydance technique and, like Sun Wukong, slowly stepped onto the stage. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. "Boo! Get off! You'll be killed by Sun Wukong. You, the demon son who has come this far through power and schemes, can't escape a fair fight this time. Sun Wukong, kill him. Let him pay for his misdeeds." The public referred to Lin Shen as the demon son, while the divine son was merely the title given to him by the Mixed Rice Empire and the authorities. In the eyes of humanity worldwide, Lin Shen had reached the semifinals through his privileged background. After all, in the group matches, no one had seen him fight, as nearly 1,000 martial artists had all been defeated. In the knockout rounds, Lin Shen had relied on luck and cheating to get this far. If Lin Shen was strong, why didn't he dare to compete? Sun Wukong and Lin Shen stood face to face, and the host did not immediately announce the start of the match but leaned in with a curious expression. "Before we start, I actually have a question. Are you two twin brothers?" Lin Shen gave the host a big eye roll, not wanting to answer such a boring question. Apart from their different outfits, they looked almost identical, with unruly black hair and even a tail. If they weren't twin brothers, what else could they be? Sun Wukong, however, answered loudly. "That's right, Perinia is my brother, who was taken by King Piccolo when we were young. Today, I will defeat him and bring him back to the right path." The audience suddenly realized. Oh, so they are brothers. No wonder they look exactly alike. Fate is cruel. One twin becomes a master of righteous martial arts, and the other becomes a disciple of the Demon King. King Piccolo is so despicable, he must have done it on purpose, wanting to see the two children fight to the death. King Piccolo stood quietly to the side, silent and helpless. What did I do? Why am I being blamed? Again? Is it that all the world's misdeeds are my fault? Lin Shen didn't want to say much and shot a glare at the host. Why don't you hurry up and announce the start? Oh, I announced that the second match of the semifinals begins now. Sun Wukong assumed an offensive stance. Be careful, Perinia, I've gotten much stronger since we last met. Lin Shen chuckled and shook his head, extending 3 fingers and saying lightly, 3 moves. If you can block my 3 moves, you win. Sun Wukong laughed, his Saiyan bloodline fully activated at that moment, and he shouted angrily, Perinia, don't underestimate me. Boom! With a dull thud, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Shen had appeared in front of him at some point and landed a heavy punch to his abdomen. Wow! Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward off the stage like a bullet. This was still under the condition that Lin Shen had used less than 1/3 of his strength. If he struck with all his might, he could easily pierce Sun Wukong's abdomen, creating a bright hole and killing him on the spot. With his current battle power of
Over 10,000, he was practically a cheat in this stage of Dragon Ball Earth.
When it came to defeating Sun Wukong, saying 3 moves was already very cautious. Piccolo's lips curled slightly and he nodded, seemingly very satisfied with Lin Chen's previous strike.
The entire venue fell silent, even the sound of a baby nursing in a young mother's arms could be heard clearly.
Slurping.
Everyone's gaze turned towards the large, snow-white top that the baby was sucking on.
It must be very sweet. This thought involuntarily crossed everyone's minds. Wait, this isn't the time to be concerned about such things. What exactly just happened? As soon as the match began, the contestant Sun Wukong was directly knocked off the stage by the demon child? Aren't they twins? With the same parents, even if the masters are different, their strengths shouldn't differ much, right? Could it be that demon child cheated again?
Or perhaps the turtle hermit's disciple deliberately threw the match, colluding with the demon
child to fix the fight? The last hope for humanity defeated in less than 10 seconds after the match started, without even a dialogue time?
At this moment, all of humanity felt a chill, as if foreseeing the tragic days of living under the rule of the great
Demon King.
Every day, 10 virgins would be ravaged by King Piccolo, which adds up to over 3,000 a year, which doesn't
seem like a lot. Children would be taken away and eaten by Piccolo as soon as they were born. Some audience members fainted on the spot.
The online media was in chaos, with countless people flooding the screens, crying for help.
It's over, humanity has no future. Who will save humanity? King Piccolo is too powerful. Wait, look. It seems the match isn't over yet. Soon.
Some audience members noticed that the host hadn't announced the end of the match. The demon child Carne also raised the corner of his mouth, looking towards the direction where Sun Wukong had been knocked away. Everyone followed his gaze and saw Sun
Wukong's small body hovering in the blue sky.
He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with fighting spirit.
Piranha, you hit me so hard, but I took that blow. I still have 2 moves left. If I block them all, you have to keep your word. Lin Chen nodded. Although Sun Wukong's initial battle power was not high, his talent for learning martial arts was truly remarkable. Just having seen him and Tien Shinhan use the instant transmission technique, he had figured out how to perform it himself.
Lin Chen said solemnly, "Kakarot, that last strike, I used less than 1/3 of my strength.
If you still insist on fighting me, I won't hold back next."
Sun Wukong flew back, gently landing on the stage, his youthful face filled with seriousness
and excitement as he assumed a defensive stance.
"Piranha, I don't know how you trained to become this strong, but go ahead and
give it your all. Fighting me with all your strength is a sign of respect."
Lin Chen's gaze grew solemn. "Then let me give you
a deeply memorable pain, Kakarot."
He slowly floated up, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, red light flashing at his fingertips.
This was his strongest move at the moment, the Demon Convergence Light Cannon. Sun Wukong's expression tightened quickly,
placing his hands at his waist in a lotus position, and shouted,
"Ka, ma, ka, me."
Lin Chen planned to use at least 80% of his strength with this strike to end the battle directly, severely injuring Sun Wukong, and then use a Senzabine
to revive him.
He felt a vague sense of urgency in his heart, as if something significant was about to happen. Almost simultaneously, the prompt from the timespace hub kept appearing before him.
"Please, Contractor Lin Chen, complete the repair of the timeline as soon as possible and bring the deviated timeline back on track. Current timeline repair progress 80%. Countdown to the destruction of Blue Star 10,000 9999 9998. What exactly happened to Blue Star?" Lin Chen's expression instantly became serious.
In the space of Blue Star, Frisia gently wiped his cheek with the back of his hand. Around him, 5 of the strongest god-tier contractors of Blue Star were surrounding him, and Du Jiangnan, who was recuperating at the Mars Extraterrestrial Research Base, had also personally rushed to the scene to participate in the battle.
Just now, several people coordinated their attack. Jean Zishuan, Usher, and McAllister attacked from the front.
The Berserker Atom hugged Frisia from behind, while Du Jiangnan took the opportunity to instantly alter the structure of Frisia's baby carriage, turning it into a large nuclear
bomb. With one explosion, it seemed as if a supernova appeared outside Blue Star. Boom! The violent energy swept across
Blue Star, and a hurricane of 7 or 8 levels swept through the sky above Blue Star.
This move could only be executed with the cooperation of Berserker Atom and Dr. Atom Du Jiangnan, named Heaven and Earth returning to one. The hero contracted by
Berserker Atom is a super-mutated creature that can absorb nuclear radiation to become stronger, and he is responsible for restraining the enemy.
Du Jiangnan can fully create the maximum yield nuclear bomb within his ability range. If such a nuclear bomb
were used on Blue Star for at least hundreds of years, no living creature would survive within hundreds of kilometers of the explosion's core. Du Jiangnan and Berserker Atom had previously used this move to defeat the leader creature that descended from
the illusion realm, and it had never failed. But this time, it actually failed?
The hearts of the several divine generals turned cold. That small purple illusion creature appeared completely unharmed, only showing some traces of smoke and fire due to the violent nuclear explosion. What kind of monster is it? This time, the illusion realm's descent was also very strange, with no large number of illusion creatures appearing, no spatial distortions, only this one creature arriving at Blue Star. But the strength of this single creature was terrifying enough that it could not be measured by the existing contractor system. The 5 strongest divine generals of Blue Star joined forces, yet they only caused it minor scratches. Frisia looked at his baby carriage, which had become a pile of cosmic garbage, and his gaze turned extremely cold. Very well, little bugs, I was just going to play with you casually, but since you destroyed my seat, I'll take it a bit more seriously. It seems like something in this universe has been trying to suppress me. Let me see who is stronger, ha! Frisia roared, and the immense energy around his body surged like a tide. The originally calm and dark universe space seemed to have a giant stone thrown into it, creating ripples. They spread rapidly from Frisia's center, and wherever they passed, all the light in the universe space seemed to be twisted and devoured. Immediately after, Frisia's small purple body began to change. His body rapidly altered its structure. A pair of black horns began to grow thicker on his head, curving upwards. His eyes also became longer and more ruthless, the light flickering in, his pupils growing colder. His body began to swell, muscles quickly bulging. The originally small body became tall and strong, every muscle filled with endless power. Seconds later, a completely different ferocious creature appeared before the 5 divine generals. This creature resembled a demon, with curved horns on its head, standing over 3 meters tall, not at all shorter than Berserker Adam in his transformed state. Frisia extended 3 fingers and coldly said, "This is my second form, 3 times stronger than my first form just now. Now kneel and swear allegiance to me, or you and your planet will turn to cosmic dust." In the world of Dragon Ball, at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Lin Chen's Demon Convergence Light Cannon collided with Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, illuminating the arena like a star, causing the audience to shield their eyes. A powerful wave of energy blew the host off the stage like a straw, crashing heavily into the crowd. On the stage, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, but he could not stop the Demon Convergence Light Cannon, which rapidly pushed the Kamehameha towards him. No, Piranha is too strong, I can't possibly be his opponent. Sun Wukong felt Piranha's energy, vast and unstoppable like the ocean, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Although he knew there was a significant gap in strength between him and Lin Chen, he never expected it to be this large. The clash of energy waves was a true reflection of their abilities, with no room for deception. Moreover, the penetration and destructive power of the Demon Convergence Light Cannon far exceeded that of the Kamehameha. However, the Demon Convergence Light Cannon also had obvious drawbacks. It required too long to charge and had a low hit rate. As long as the enemy was not immobilized, it was easy to dodge. In the original Dragon Ball storyline, Piccolo relied on Sun Wukong holding onto Raditz tightly to use the Demon Convergence Light Cannon for the kill. Even if Lin Chen only used 20% of his strength, Sun Wukong would still be unable to withstand it. His combat power was not even a fraction of Lin Chen's. In just a few breaths, the Demon Convergence Light Cannon completely destroyed the Kamehameha. The residual wave directly pierced through Sun Wukong's right chest, creating a large circular hole in his small body. Sun Wukong spat out a large amount of blood, mixed with shattered internal organs, soaring high, before falling off the stage, clearly unable to survive. Lin Chen's expression darkened as he looked at the host and said softly, "It's over, announce the results quickly." The host crawled out from the crowd, gradually regaining his composure from the brutal duel between the 2 brothers. The look in the host's eyes when he glanced at Lin Chen was filled with a mix of fear and awe. To be able to deal such a lethal blow to his own twin brother, he truly was a disciple of the Dark Lord, ruthless and bloodthirsty. Now I announce that the winner of this match is... Wait, cough cough, wait a moment. A voice, weak to the extreme, emerged, drawing everyone's attention to its source. At the edge of the stage, a chubby little hand clung tightly to the edge, refusing to let go. Lin Chen's heart trembled violently. It couldn't be. You haven't given up yet? A tail hooked onto the edge of the stage, pulling with a chubby little hand. Sun Wukong flipped over and climbed onto the stage, forcing his frail body to stand up slowly. He coughed violently, a hint of a relieved smile on his face. Cough cough. I haven't lost yet. Piranha, I still have one move. I'm waiting for you to attack. Don't forget what you promised me. If I can take 3 of your moves, you will. Cough cough. Sun Wukong pressed his left hand against the open wound on his chest, and Lin Chen could even see the charred internal organs through the gaps between his fingers. Everyone present, including Piccolo, fell silent. Sun Wukong was just a 4-year-old child. At an age when he should be in kindergarten, he risked his life just to bring his twin brother back to the right path. Cough cough. His entire right lung was completely destroyed. Every breath was a torment for Sun Wukong. He coughed violently twice and collapsed onto the stage with a thud. but soon he got back up, his eyes filled with stubbornness. I haven't lost. It was clear that Sun Wukong was now on the brink of death. His gaze was dazed, his small body swaying, ready to fall at any moment. Lin Chen's eyes couldn't help but redden. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. No longer hesitating, Lin Chen dashed over, untying the bag from Sun Wukong's waist, taking out and stuffing it into Sun Wukong's mouth. As he touched, a line of prompts appeared before his eyes. A one-time consumable artifact from the Dragon Ball world can be taken out of the Dragon Ball world, and after consumption, it can quickly restore all stamina and injuries. Sun Wukong did not swallow the immediately and shook his head. I won't eat it. If I use an item, I'll lose this match. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and looked at the referee, saying in a deep voice, I concede. Piccolo's gaze shifted slightly, but he did nothing, just standing quietly, watching the pair of twin brothers before him. Hearing Lin Chen's concession, a hint of relief appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes as he tightly grasped Lin Chen's clothes. Cough. Cough. Does that mean I won? A trace of helplessness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he nodded. Yes, you won, Kakarot. Don't talk, just eat the first. Sun Wukong's youthful face showed satisfaction as he struggled to chew and swallowed it. The massive open wound on Sun Wukong's chest began to heal at a visible speed. His pale complexion regained its color. Sun Wukong took a few steps forward, shielding Lin Chen behind him, his gaze firmly fixed on the Demon King Piccolo. Perinya, you know you will definitely save me. Lin Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. This fool was betting on humanity with his own life. If he hadn't been reborn with memories raised by the Demon King Piccolo since childhood, Sun Wukong would surely be a corpse by now. I know Piccolo has raised you, so for this next match, you don't need to intervene, just leave it to me. I will definitely defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his momentum even stronger than before, already faintly able to contend with Piccolo's evil aura. The Saiyan's near-death attribute doubled, activating once, instantly boosting Sun Wukong's strength. Contractor Lin Chen, timeline repair progress has reached 90%, rewards will be settled after leaving the illusion. At the same time, the illusion's prompts became increasingly rapid, the countdown to blue stars. Destruction had reached 5,000. Please repair the timeline as soon as possible. Countdown to blue stars destruction. 5,000, 4,999. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel anxious. Damn it, still 10% left. Does it really have to be decided at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Just then, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he quickly pressed down on Sun Wukong's shoulder, saying in a deep voice, wait a moment, I sense a tremendous evil aura rapidly approaching us. At the same time, Piccolo also turned his face towards the southwest, and Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and others also turned to look towards the southwest of the arena. A dreamlike red sunset, like a brilliantly colorful painting, spread across the sky, but something was tearing this painting apart. A black, moving at an extremely high speed, left a colorless trail in the sky, heading straight for the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. It's finally here. That last 10% should be on you. Lin Chen clenched his fists and looked up at the sky, where a full moon was about to rise into the night. Good, it's time to give the Dragon Ball world a little shock. Ah ha ha ha, damn Saiyan little monkeys, you're here. 3 years, do you know how I've spent these 3 years? With a tremendous roar, a few seconds later, a round, purple sea urchin creature carrying a massive airflow suddenly appeared. It hovered in the air with an incredibly domineering posture. The violent airflow behind it lifted a large expanse of seawater, and the waves crashed down like a high wall towards the venue. Boom! The waves slammed down fiercely, and the scene of the world's #1 martial arts tournament was instantly thrown into chaos, with screams and cries for help ringing out. Lin Chen flew into the air, feeling a great sense of relief. He had thought it would be a member of the Jinyu force coming, but he didn't expect it to be Dodoria, that despicable, shameless, cowardly and treacherous purple sea urchin alien. He remembered that Dodoria's combat power should be over 20,000. Lin Chen couldn't help but smirk slightly. With such combat power, Dodoria dared to come alone to Dragon Ball Earth. He was truly like an old man eating arsenic, tired of living. Lin Chen's current physical attributes had a base value of 1630 points, and with the tenfold enhancement of his Kryptonian bloodline, it was 16,300 points. Plus, with the Saiyan Grade A form's tenfold enhancement, it could instantly amplify by 100 times, resulting in a terrifying figure of 160,000. Even if the Jinyu Force captain came, he would still have the strength to fight. As for Dodoria, he posed no challenge at all. Dodoria hovered in the air, looking down and quickly locking onto Lin Chen and Son Goku. The tails of the two Saiyan children behind them allowed him to recognize Lin Chen and Son Goku at a glance from the crowd. A sinister smile appeared on Dodoria's chubby face. Oomph, little Saiyan brats, I didn't expect you to be doing quite well. Let me see, after 3 years, what's your combat power? He operated the combat power detector with his short, thick fingers, first looking at Son Goku. Combat power 823, not bad for a Saiyan child. Lin Chen was quite surprised. This version of Son Goku had reached over 800 combat power at just 4 years old? Over 800 combat power, while not too high, was still many times higher than what he knew from the timeline. Originally, when Raditz came to Earth, Son Goku was already an adult with only over 400 combat power. Now, little Goku's combat power was already double that. It seemed his presence had put a lot of pressure on Son Goku. Dodoria then aimed the detector at Lin Chen, showing a hint of surprise on his face. And this one? 1872, quite a bit lacking in combat power. You must be the older brother, right? He then pointed the detector at Piccolo beside Lin Chen. This green-skinned guy has a combat power of 1218, another one over 1,000? The creatures on this planet are much stronger than I thought. He then seemed to remember something, furrowing his brows and muttering. Strange, you shouldn't be a creature of this planet. I feel like I've seen your kind somewhere before, but whatever, you're all going to die anyway. Seeing that the three people with the highest power in the venue had combat powers of less than 2,000, Dodoria immediately felt secure. He crossed his chubby arms over his chest, disdainfully saying, that highest combat power Saiyan child, tell me, how do you want to die? Should I kill you first, or them, and then roast you to eat? Actually, I think if you commit suicide now, you might suffer less. Lin Chen did not respond to his provocation but calmly asked back, did Frisia only send you alone? How did you know we were here? After checking the combat power, Dodoria completely relaxed, sneering, still trying to pry information from me before dying? But since you're about to die, it's fine to tell you. Dodoria revealed a mocking smile and said loudly, the ships under Frisia's army all have black box systems. Once they detect a passenger's death, they immediately send a signal. The scene of you transforming into a great ape and killing maces has long been transmitted back to Lord Frisia. So, don't even think about transforming into a great ape. This is my first gift to you. Although losing the satellite will reduce the value of this planet by 30%, who told me to be the most cautious warrior under Lord Frisia? Dodoria snapped his fingers, and the moon of Dragon Ball Earth instantly shattered before Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. In fact, he really wanted to say, there's no need, Dodoria, even if I can't transform into a great ape, you still can't hurt me. Lin Chen's steel body had already been activated while being chased by maces, and after arriving on Dragon Ball Earth, he hadn't had the chance to use it yet. Without the steel body, he was already invincible. Using the steel body again would make many people cry out that he was cheating. Lin Chen nodded at Piccolo. Master Piccolo, please help me destroy his spaceship. I'll handle this alien. He then looked at Son Goku. Kakarot, the finals might be delayed a bit. Piccolo was silent for a moment, then nodded and flew towards Dodoria using the instant transmission technique. Thanks to Dodoria's loud presence, as long as he followed his flight path, he would surely find his spaceship. Dodoria showed a sinister smile. Did you get it wrong? My battle power is 20,000 points, not even in the same dimension as your few thousand points of trash. You little Saiyan brat, you actually think you can destroy my spaceship? Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Forget it, I'll take you down first, then chase that green creature. Let him fly for a while, it doesn't matter, my speed is the fastest under Lord Frisia. Dodoria cracked his neck, making a series of popping sounds. Fastest speed, huh? Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. He took off his white cloak, removed his wristbands, and kicked off his shoes. These items fell heavily onto the arena, creating several deep pits. The detector showed Lin Chen's battle power value beeping and quickly rising to 2462. Dodoria was quite surprised. Oh, a slight increase? But it doesn't matter, no matter how much you increase, it's just a fraction of my power. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eyes becoming incredibly sharp, his pupils constricted, and his thick brows furrowed tightly. Ha! Lin Chen let out a furious shout, his small body exuding a terrifying aura that pushed Son Goku far away. The solid marble arena trembled violently, the ground cracked, and a large amount of debris floated in the air against gravity. Ha! Lin Chen suddenly spread his limbs, his aura washing over the martial arts competition site like a tide. The audience was pushed back by Lin Chen's aura, struggling to stand. Their faces looked as if they were watching two beautiful girls fighting in the street, completely exposed. At this moment, they realized that the demon child Carnide had not used his full strength at all. Lin Chen glanced coldly at Dodoria from the side, a slight smirk on his lips. Now, what is my battle power? Dodoria was now dumbfounded, frowning as he repeatedly pressed the detector. No, it's impossible. How could it be 16,342? How could you be so strong at your age? I see, it must be a malfunction with the detector. Lin Chen took advantage of Doria's fiddling with the combat power detector and felt a surge of murderous intent. He was only 10% away from fully restoring the timeline. According to his analysis, as long as he killed this purple sea urchin, he should be able to achieve complete success and thus end this inheritance illusion. He had spent a full 4 years in the Dragon Ball world, gaining countless miraculous techniques, and it was time to return to Blue Star. Lin Chen originally
wanted to secretly use the magic piercing light cannon to pierce through this purple fat sea urchin in one shot. However, the magic piercing light cannon not only required a long charging time but also had a very disappointing hit rate. Doria was somewhat underestimating his opponent, but he was definitely not an idiot. Lin Chen remembered that this guy excelled in speed, so to quickly resolve the battle he had to use some tactics. At the very least, he couldn't activate his steel body right from the start. Otherwise, with Doria's treacherous and sinister nature, once he discovered that he couldn't break through Lin Chen's defenses, he would definitely have second thoughts. At that point, it would be much harder to cleanly take him down. A slight delay, and the countdown in front of Lin Chen had already reached over 2,000. He had to think of a way to take this purple sea urchin down in one blow. However, before dealing with Doria, he had to find the spaceship and completely destroy the black box inside. Otherwise, the next time it would be Frisia himself. This timing was very difficult to grasp. Being too early wouldn't work, and dragging it out for too long wouldn't work either. Doria had studied the detector for a while and found no issues. He shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Alright, even if your combat power is 16,000, do you know what mine is?" How many villains had died from talking too much? Lin Chen was just waiting for Piccolo to destroy the aircraft, enjoying the banter with Doria. He chuckled inwardly and replied lightly, "I don't know, but looking at you, it's probably around 10,000. Doria's purple face turned bright red, and he clenched his fists, roaring, "Saiyan brat, you've successfully angered me. Before you die, remember that my combat power is 22,000, a full 6,000 points higher than yours." He smirked, revealing a sinister smile. You're just stalling for time, trying to let that green-skinned guy destroy the spaceship. Unfortunately, playing these little tricks in front of me is destined to make you a clown. Doria's body became illusory, and soon, 3 identical purple fat sea urchin figures appeared before Lin Chen. "How about that? This is my clone technique, you haven't seen it before, now you can go die." The 3 Dorias lunged at Lin Chen, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. Doria's clone technique might be effective against others, but to him, it was simply laughable. Like a clown. Under the enhancement of the source of chaos among the 3 Dorias, only one could connect with the thread of fate between him and Lin Chen at the same time. The other 2 were definitely just illusions created by his high-speed movement. Originally, Doria's combat power was significantly higher than Lin Chen's, and in a direct confrontation, Lin Chen would have found it somewhat challenging. But he insisted on being clever in maintaining 3 illusions, which instead reduced his speed. Lin Chen found it quite manageable. The 2 engaged in close combat in the air, exchanging punches and kicks, constantly producing crisp sounds. Lin Chen's small body was only as thick as Doria's thigh, yet he could hold his own against him. Sun Wukong and Tian Jinfan flew nearby, their eyes wide open, focused on the battle. They watched intently as Lin Chen fought Doria. At their current level, they couldn't see Doria's movements clearly, but Lin Chen was able to block Doria's attacks every time at the last moment. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, deeply shocked. He knew that Lin Chen had definitely gone easy on him earlier in the arena. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen didn't release water, but the Pacific Ocean. If Lin Chen had shown this kind of strength just now, with a single blow, he would have ended up like Tao Bai Bai, with broken bones and dying an untimely death. Damn it, how did Perinia cultivate? He and I are twins, it doesn't make sense for us to be so different. I must not be working hard enough. I am the older brother, I should take care of him, but now. The thought of becoming stronger at all costs took root in Sun Wukong's mind. Doria originally thought that with his high-speed illusions, he could easily take down Lin Chen in no more than a minute. His plan was to first eliminate the strongest warrior on this planet, the little Saiyan in front of him, and then go after that green-skinned creature. But he didn't expect that Lin Chen, with just over 10,000 battle power, could fight him to a standstill. This little Saiyan seemed to possess a magical intuition, able to identify his illusions in true form, blocking his lethal attacks at critical moments. The more Doria fought, the less confident he became. It seemed he wouldn't be able to take down Lin Chen in a short time. If that green-skinned creature completely destroyed his spaceship and cut off his communication with Lord Frisia, he would be trapped on this backward planet for a long time. Doria felt restless. He feigned an attack but quickly turned and flew back in the direction he came from. As he left, Doria didn't forget to leave a harsh remark. "Little Saiyan, don't get cocky. Once I kill that green-skinned guy, I'll come back for your life." Lin Chen knew he couldn't let him leave easily. After the recent battle, the countdown in his mind was already under 1,000. Once the countdown ended, even if he repaired the timeline of the Dragon Ball world, it would be useless. If Blue Star was destroyed, nothing he did would matter. Lin Chen understood Doria's character well: cowardly, cruel, suspicious, and despicable. He had already thought of a plan for the situation where Doria would flee without a fight. As soon as Doria flew a distance away, Lin Chen immediately pretended to be exhausted, swaying as if about to fall. Sun Wukong quickly flew over, wanting to support Lin Chen, but he suddenly widened his eyes and shouted a warning. "Watch out, Perinia!" But it was too late. Thud.
Accompanied by a dull sound, Lin Chen's chest was suddenly pierced by a purple arm covered in flesh spikes. Lin Chen opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood, while Sun Wukong's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, "Let go of Perinia!" He flew up, but was knocked away by a powerful energy beam shot from Dodoria's mouth. At that moment, no matter how angry Sun Wukong was, it was of no use. His basic attributes were too inferior. Dodoria's fat purple face appeared behind Lin Chen, and he sneered, "Humph, little Saiyan, you almost tricked me. The more I think about it, the more it doesn't add up. You're only 4 years old. At your age, I was still lying in my mother's arms nursing. You must have used some explosive secret technique. It can't last long, so I pretended to leave, and sure enough, you immediately showed your true colors. As long as I kill you, no one on this planet will be my opponent. Ha ha ha. You worthless beings, just wait for me to slaughter you all." Looking at Dodoria's arrogant face, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This new purple sea urchin seemed even more brutal than the Demon King. The Demon King only wasted some virgins, but this guy actually wanted to slaughter all the humans on the planet? With warriors as powerful as the Son of God, all of them had their hearts ripped out by him. Who could defeat him? At that moment, in the distant sky, a blue energy wave with a swirling ring shot straight into the heavens, exploding with a loud bang against the blue backdrop. Although Lin Chen was gravely injured, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he murmured to himself, "Master Piccolo, you finally found me. It's not too late after all. Dodoria, are you ready to die?" Dodoria sneered. "Heh, are you having a deathbed hallucination? Asking me if I'm ready to die? You're the one who's going to die first." Dodoria tried to pull his arm back but found it stuck in Lin Chen's body. The flesh that he could easily pierce just moments ago now felt as solid as an impenetrable wall. Dodoria pressed one hand against Lin Chen's body, attempting to pull his arm out, but it wouldn't budge. Lin Chen's small frame had become as dense as a white dwarf, firmly trapping his arm. Kryptonian bloodline talent skill. Steel body. With the steel body enhancement, Dodoria could no longer harm him in the slightest. In fact, being pierced through the chest by Dodoria was part of Lin Chen's premeditated battle plan, because the countdown to the destruction of Blue Star in his mind had already dropped below 100. There was no time to waste fighting Dodoria. Everything had to be concluded in a very short time. Lin Chen pressed his fingers against his forehead, red light gathering at his fingertips. He shook his head self-deprecatingly. Not expecting to leave the Dragon Ball illusion in this way, Lin Chen felt a sense of unwillingness in his heart, as there were many places he had not explored. The Korin Tower, the room of spirit and time, that planet Namek. It wasn't that Lin Chen didn't want to go. Before his identity was cleared, if he went, Korin and the gods wouldn't let him easily obtain these opportunities, and a life-and-death battle would surely erupt. He still had many wishes unfulfilled, unable to enjoy good food with Son Goku, unable to save Bardock and his wife. Bardock and Jin could only wait for Son Goku to revive you. The countdown in Lin Chen's eyes reached 9, 8, 7. Since just now, the countdown had been accelerating. His world seemed to freeze at this moment. Son Goku lunged at him, tears in his eyes, as if calling out, "Perinia!" In the distance, Master Piccolo's familiar aura rushed towards him, a roar echoing from afar. "Carnate!" But there really was no time left. It was so nice to know you all. Goodbye, Kakarot. Goodbye, Master Piccolo. Zing! A thick dark red beam shot from Lin Chen's fingertips, first piercing through his forehead, then through Dodoria's head. Dodoria's eyes were filled with disbelief as he opened his mouth, letting out a gasping sound before his gaze dimmed completely. In the final moment, Lin Chen released the steel body and directly used the magic cannon to kill himself and Dodoria. Together, his body transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating between heaven and earth before Piccolo and Son Goku. No! Son Goku reached out, wanting to hold on, but in the end he grasped nothing. Piccolo sighed, crushing the glass bottle that held the gods. "Revive Carnate and our grievances will be settled." At this moment, Lin Chen was already in the hall of time and space, soaking in a pool of golden water. His small Saiyan body felt as if it were immersed in amniotic fluid, warm and comfortable. He didn't even want to move a finger. Finally back. The 99% mortality rate given by the light ball was indeed spot on. After striving so hard for so long, he still ended up dead. He didn't know if the death of his illusory body would affect his real body. Lin Chen thought aimlessly as prompts continued to pop up before his eyes. "Contractor Lin Chen, you have repaired the timeline of the Dragon Ball world to 100%, completely stabilizing the timeline you created. Congratulations on achieving the feat of reforging the timeline. In the process of reshaping the Dragon Ball world timeline, according to the new timeline you forged, the illusionary creature that should not have appeared on Blue Star, Frisia, is being traced back." Golden ripples spread out from the pool beneath Lin Chen's body. In the cosmic space of Blue Star, Frisia transformed into his second form, instantly became ethereal, and in the next second he suddenly appeared beside Adam, casually delivering a light strike.
With a loud bang, the Berserk Atom's half-body, along with his massive, hideous head, was shattered by Frisia's blow. A large cloud of blood mist flowed like a river in the void as if it were alive. The remaining 4 god-tier contractors present had their pupils constrict to the size of pinpoints, their inner alarms ringing wildly. They could not see the movements of this illusionary creature just now. No one had been able to issue even the slightest warning. This meant that after this purple creature transformed, it could easily kill anyone it wanted. No one could withstand his strike. Du Jiangnan made a quick decision and said, in a deep voice, Zishuan, you and Usher withdraw first, rest and then fight again. I and McAllister will find a way to hold him off. Although Du Jiangnan had just fought a fierce battle with Usher and McAllister not long ago when faced with a great enemy, personal grudges were temporarily set aside. Protecting Blue Star and saving humanity was Du Jiangnan's highest priority. Frisia's mouth curved into a smile, his expression more difficult to suppress than AK. Hee, how ridiculous. You think you can do nothing to me without a physical body? Frisia raised a finger and a dazzling light flashed past McAllister's elemental avatar directly, slicing McAllister's elemental form in two. McAllister could no longer maintain his elemental form and reverted to human shape, his lower half neatly severed. He lost consciousness and fell directly toward the ground from outer space. Du Jiangnan looked at Jin Zishuan and shouted sternly, hurry and go. Save McAllister. If I die, you all hide and don't come out. 2 hours had passed, and Jin Zishuan had reached her limit. She no longer hesitated, nodded to Du Jiangnan, and turned to chase after McAllister. Du Jiangnan's body trembled, transforming into a blue particle state, and 8 blue bodies floated out from within him. These were not mere illusions like Doria's. Each avatar was a genuine creation of Du Jiangnan, even possessing its own thoughts and the ability to survive and fight independently. Even for him, creating an avatar required immense effort. As long as one avatar survived, Du Jiangnan could return from the void with his consciousness, achieving immortality. To avoid being instantly killed by Frisia, Du Jiangnan put everything on the line. Meanwhile, the strongest contractor from America, the Archangel Ryan, wearing a yellow tight suit with a circular S on his belt, quietly observed everything. His robust body trembled violently. His hair suddenly turned gray, and Usher covered his face with one hand, bursting into mad laughter. Ha ha ha, I finally came out. What a mess, daring to injure my body. He lowered his hand, his eyes filled with emptiness. On the other side, Adam's shattered body in the blood mist, floating in the air, quickly flowed back, and soon his body reassembled. This time, Adam's gaze no longer held a trace of humanity. His pupils became hollow and crimson. He stomped heavily, causing the void beneath his feet to tremble and roar in anger. Roar! Roar! Frisia showed no fear, narrowing his triangular eyes and pursing his thin purple lips. Oh, now it's getting interesting. I hope you can make this fun for me. The Blue Star Illusion Management Bureau. Shin Jianhua stared at the horrific scene on the monitor, his teeth clenched tightly. Shin Jianhua's hands trembled violently as the spear gradually slid down towards the girl's heaving chest. He closed his eyes and murmured to himself, the mad god has completely lost his reason. The fallen angel form of the Archangel has appeared again. Only by using the forbidden weapon can we reverse all of this. Shin Jianhua howled like a wounded beast. Ali, forgive me, I really don't want to. He suddenly raised the spear and pressed down fiercely. Just as the spear was about to pierce the white-haired girl, in that fleeting moment, Shin Jianhua suddenly stopped, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, his hands trembling violently. The real-time images transmitted by the satellite showed that a golden vortex of time and space suddenly appeared at Frisia's location. This golden vortex emitted a soft and stable light, with golden threads tightly entangling Frisia's massive and muscular body like a fishing net. Then, these golden threads suddenly tightened, pulling Frisia towards the vortex. Caught off guard, Frisia was yanked by the immense suction, unable to move an inch, and he looked at the golden threads in shock. Frisia quickly realized something and shouted angrily, no, damn it, who did this? I am the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, no one can stop me. Get away from me. Ha! Frisia erupted in fury, using all his strength to try to escape the vortex's range. He no longer held back his power, an evil aura surged from his massive body, filling the entire cosmic space like a tide. The body of the mad god Adam and the Archangel Uriel was pushed back dozens of kilometers by this aura. Du Jiangnan, due to his body being in a particle state, was unaffected by this aura. Even so, his eyes were filled with astonishment. The strength of this monster was even more astonishing than he had imagined. Terrifying was the only way to describe it. What was this golden vortex that suddenly appeared in space? Who summoned this golden vortex? Du Jiangnan's gaze flickered. It seemed he remembered something, and looked far towards the direction of Blue Star. Frisia clenched his fists, resisting the immense suction coming from the vortex.
His muscles bulged as he tried to step away from the vortex, but more and more golden threads wrapped around his body.
Damn it! Be destroyed! Frisia barely lifted a finger towards Blue Star, a purple light shimmering at his fingertip. But it was quickly interrupted by a nuclear explosion from Du Jiangnan. Frisia roared in frustration. Very well, remember this. The golden threads
wrapped him into a cocoon-like object.
No! Damn it, I only used 1% of my power. In the end, Frisia could only let out a helpless roar. As the light flashed, his location was already empty, devoid of anything.
It was as if the 5 divine contract
holders had just been fighting an imaginary enemy. Frisia, huh?
Finally know the enemy's name. I can check the contract book later
to see which world he comes from.
Du Jiangnan's eyes moved slightly as his avatar slowly merged back into his main body, his form
returning to flesh and blood.
The Archangel Uriel raised his head, his gray-white disheveled hair framing eyes that were dead and silent, occasionally revealing a hint of humanity, yet filled with destruction and madness, a stark contrast to Uriel's radiant and
righteous gaze.
Uriel looked at Du Jiangnan with a cold, lifeless gaze and slowly spoke. Was it you who, not long ago, took advantage
of my slumber to injure my divine body? As an old-school divine contract holder, Du Jiangnan knew many secrets that others
were unaware of.
Seeing Uriel in this state, he understood that Uriel's extreme evil personality had surfaced. Among the divine contract holders, both the Archangel Uriel and the Mad God Adam posed significant risks after reaching high levels. The former had 2 personalities. In medical terms, it was akin to a patient with schizophrenia.
But the most terrifying part was that Uriel's
extreme evil personality was many times stronger than his righteous personality.
In battle, he would stop at nothing, completely
disregarding human life.
The Mad God, on the other hand, had a very short period of lucidity. If he suffered a fatal injury, he
would immediately lose all humanity and become a monster that only knew how to kill. The problems arose with the enhancement type contract holders, leading governments to speculate whether all enhancement type contract holders would face risks upon reaching high levels.
So they artificially raised the levels of elemental and mental heroes. In the past, if one person had a problem, there were several others who could try to suppress him. But now, after the fierce battle with Frisia, apart from Jin Zixuan who was not seriously injured, the other divine contract holders were all heavily wounded. The elemental body of the light god was sliced in half. Although it was not fatal, it was estimated that he would be unable to fight for at least half a year.
Jin Zixuan also exhausted her mental energy in the space battle and would be unable to fight at full strength for several days. Du Jiangnan had not yet recovered
from his injuries from the last battle with Usher, and this time he barely managed to act. During the fierce fight, his quantum
body almost collapsed.
If he tried to stop these 2 madmen again, it would be hard to say who would fall next. Fortunately, these 2 madmen should be able to regain their senses after a bout of madness.
Du Jiangnan snorted coldly, ignoring Usher, and collapsed in place, transforming into a blue particle, disappearing before his eyes.
Usher roared, Du Jiangnan, you can run, but where
can your country escape to? If you don't come out, I'll completely destroy your country. Usher turned and flew down at an extremely
high speed, heading straight for Blue Star from space. He kept accelerating during the flight, looking as if he intended to use his body as a bomb to directly strike the homeland of Huagua. Suddenly, Usher felt a tightness around his ankle, as if something
had grabbed him. He turned back and met the crimson eyes of the Mad God Adam. Even with his extremely evil persona, he couldn't help but tremble inside at that moment. It was said among the people that he was the strongest enhancement contract holder on Blue Star. But in reality, he knew very well that the rarely seen Mad God Adam was the true strongest enhancement contract holder. Adam was practically an indestructible existence. Any damage he sustained could be recovered in a very short time, and even if his head or heart were destroyed, he could not be completely annihilated. Moreover, Adam could enhance himself by absorbing various radiations and energies, and the excessive radiation that could kill ordinary people was an inexhaustible energy source for him. Aside from often losing his sanity, Adam was practically the perfect humanoid weapon. Damn it, let go, you madman!
Usher's pupils lit up, and 2 beams of yellow light shot at Adam, making him roar in anger. But soon, Adam's crimson eyes glowed, and 2 red beams fiercely retaliated against Usher. Under attack, the extremely evil persona could no longer suppress the inner turmoil and desire for destruction. Beast, die. You and this damned world should have been destroyed long ago. He struggled to break free from Adam's grasp and charged directly at him. The 2 strongest contract holders collided violently, instantly creating a massive shockwave. Boom! The 2 madmen, having lost their sanity, wrestled in the air, attacking each other as they fell toward the ground. And the direction they were falling was precisely the homeland of Huagua.
Lin Chen lay in the golden water pool for an
unknown amount of time. He even fell asleep and woke up again before a prompt appeared before him.
Time-space distortion has been Successfully stabilized, the new timeline will cover the Dragon Ball world. Congratulations, contract holder Lin Chen. The timeline you created will become the main timeline. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, Josu, what exactly is the timeline you mentioned? Is it based on the annual contracts presented in a ring-like structure?
The golden characters before Lin Chen paused for a
moment.
Originally, these matters were beyond your current strength to comprehend, but you have already created a new timeline, and
some things can be informed to you in advance. The timeline is not simply layered. Most universes' timelines progress in parallel, but occasionally there will be instances of intersection. Some higher-level universes can break through the limitations of the timeline.
If we use the tree rings to metaphorically describe the timeline, then we can call such a universe a time tree tumor. Lin Chen had a high level of comprehension. After a brief contemplation, he understood the meaning of the time-space hub. When trees are injured, they grow ball-like galls, which become abrupt protrusions on the trunk.
If we compare illusions to the
growth rings of a tree, some of these protruding galls can penetrate multiple layers of growth rings, disregarding the limitations of those layers.
So, some illusions mean that regardless of the period of the contractor, they are actually going to the same world. Lin Chen summarized, murmuring to himself.
He then thought of something and his expression changed to one of shock. That's a big problem. The difficulty of some illusions will only increase
if previous contractors caused anomalies
in the timeline. It would greatly raise the difficulty of the entire illusion, bringing immense trouble to the subsequent contractors. For example, in the Dragon Ball world, if Lin Chen did not have the time contract artifact which allowed him to break through the timeline restrictions and reach the moment of Son Goku's birth to repair the timeline from the source, facing the evil Son Goku raised by Piccolo would be nearly impossible for a contractor still in the initial stages.
Yes, contractor.
Lin Chen, you are correct. This is the precious aspect of the timespace contract. A large sphere of light rose from the golden water pool, appearing before Lin Chen.
Now, please choose your reward. In this illusion, you have created a new
timeline. You can choose one of the following two options. The first option, merge with the illusionary body, absorbing all attributes and techniques you gained during your time in the Dragon Ball illusion. This illusionary body will be completely
destroyed.
The second option, retain the illusionary body. The next time you go to the Dragon Ball world, you can continue to use this identity, and for this inheritance illusion reward, you will gain part of the attributes of this illusionary body.
At the same time, you will also receive guaranteed reward, Timespace Contract X3, guaranteed reward, 1000 talent points.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and slowly said, I choose option 2. He had stayed in the Dragon Ball world for a full 4 years. Although the identity of Perinya was created out of thin air using the time contract, it carried too many ties. The brotherly bond with Kakarot and the master-student relationship with Piccolo made it difficult for him to merge this
illusionary body, as it would mean Perinya could no longer appear. To be honest, he felt a bit reluctant.
Moreover, from the light sphere's implication, he would still have the opportunity to go to the Dragon Ball world in the future.
Perinya's identity was very special and could provide many conveniences. As the brother of the destined child Kakarot, learning the Kaioken or using instant transmission wasn't too much to ask, right?
Although merging with Perinya's illusionary body would bring him a certain short-term boost in the context of his contractor career, that little bit of attributes really wasn't enough. Furthermore, considering the future development of illusions, it was more cost-effective to retain Perinya's identity.
For option 2, please choose 2 from the following 3 rewards.
Reward 1, gain the Great Ape transformation. On a full moon night, you can transform into a Great Ape, increasing your physical attributes tenfold.
Side effect, a tail will grow. This is a prerequisite for transforming into the Great Ape. Reward 2, gain a 20% inheritance of Perinya's attributes. Reward 3, gain a Senzu Bean.
Excluding the guaranteed rewards, Lin Chen responded without hesitation.
I want reward 1 and reward 3.
The Great Ape transformation from Reward 1, although a bit unsightly with the added tail and an overly large transformed body, would allow him to achieve a tenfold increase even on Blue Star.
With his physical attributes.
Before entering the Dragon Ball illusion, transforming into the Great Ape would instantly bring him close to 5,000 points in physical value, while also activating his steel body.
After transforming into the Great Ape, Lin Chen would instantly possess the strength equivalent to a 50-tier contractor.
In the perilous Blue Star, this would provide greater safety for him and his family.
Reward 2 grants a 20% attribute inheritance from Polinia.
After silently calculating, Lin Chen realized he could only gain a little over 300 points at most. This amount of attributes, with consistent training, he could easily acquire. If Reward 3 wasn't the Celestial Bean, Lin Chen might have chosen this option. But Reward 3 made Lin Chen's heart race and his breath quicken. After all, it was a Celestial Bean. For others, a Celestial Bean was merely a one-time life-saving item.
But for Lin Chen, who possessed Saiyan blood, the Celestial Bean was much more than just a simple emergency tool.
The Saiyan's passive ability doubled attributes when near death, something Lin Chen had yet to experience.
If used wisely, a celestial beam could instantly double his physical attributes. In a battle against a powerful enemy reaching the brink of death, consuming a celestial beam would mean instant full recovery and a doubling of strength. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Contractor Lin Chen, thank you for your efforts. Rewards have been distributed. In 3 seconds, you will return to Blue Star. Good luck. The scenery before Lin Chen changed dramatically. His body felt heavy and suddenly enlarged as he returned to his small room. Outside the window hung a dark red crescent moon against the pitch-black night sky. Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling the radiation of the red giant star. Yes, it was the scent of Blue Star. He was filled with emotion, surveying his surroundings. After spending 4 years in the Dragon Ball illusion, returning to his adult body felt a bit disorienting. White walls, a dilapidated computer desk, a broken computer, and a large spider named Abu weaving a web on the balcony corner. Abu sensed Lin Chen's return, stopping its web weaving with its long legs, its 6 red compound eyes looking at Lin Chen. Abu emitted a delighted chirping sound and suddenly leaped from the web, pouncing on Lin Chen like a facehugger from Alien. Abu, with your size, jumping on someone like that could give an ordinary person a heart attack. Lin Chen internally complained, but he also felt that if he didn't catch Abu, the big spider might end up depressed. How did a spider end up being raised like a dog? Ultimately, Lin Chen helplessly extended his hand to catch the enthusiastic Abu. Abu chirped happily, rubbing against Lin Chen, its light-colored gray fur having grown back. Lin Chen keenly sensed that Abu felt much heavier. Moreover, by visual inspection, Lin Chen noticed that Abu had grown quite a bit, from the size of a fist to that of a dragon fruit. Looks like your meals provided by mom are quite good, huh? Lin Chen stroked Abu's furry body and asked it, how long was I in the illusion this time? Abu understood its master's meaning, shooting out 4 strands of silk that slowly descended in the air. 4 days? That's not too much time wasted. Lin Chen learned from old Lu that the flow rate in single-person illusions differed from that of the real world. Some illusions had a small flow rate difference, while others had a larger one. Truly, every person experiences a different illusion. But he hadn't expected that a year in the Dragon Ball illusion equated to just 1 day on Blue Star. This was good. If he had emerged from the illusion and 4 years had passed on Blue Star, that would have been a huge loss. Just as Lin Chen was about to check his attributes, he suddenly heard a creak. The door opened, and Wan Ling and Lin Ri Wang, dressed in matching pajamas, entered upon hearing movement in Lin Chen's room. For Lin Chen, 4 years had passed, but for the two of them, it was actually just 4 days since the eldest had gone missing. Lin Ri Wang rubbed his hazy eyes and casually greeted them. Back? It must have been tough this time. Get some rest, we can talk about it tomorrow. Lin Chen wanted to ask them what exactly they had seen when choosing the inheritance illusion. Seeing his father's lazy demeanor, Lin Chen suddenly felt at a loss for words. Perhaps reminding them of the painful past was not the best choice? Lin Chen buried the images he had seen in the inheritance illusion deep in his heart, deciding to talk to them alone about it when the opportunity arose. Wan Ling, as a mother, was much more sensitive to her child's changes than the rough Lin. She always felt that although the eldest was still the same, his temperament had changed a lot. She approached Lin Chen and scrutinized him closely, quickly noticing the difference, and exclaimed, "Old Lin, come look, your son has grown a tail." "Ha? What? Let me see." His son, little May, will be lucky in the future. This thickness and length. Old Lin's crude joke was not finished when Wan Ling pinched the flesh at his waist and suddenly spun him around 720 degrees. "You old lecher. What nonsense are you saying to your son?" "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Spare me, dear." Lin Chen was just thinking about how to explain the origin of the tale to make it easier for his parents to accept when suddenly the building they were in shook violently. The three turned their gazes toward the source of the tremor. Outside, several kilometers away, a massive green giant and a man in a yellow tight suit with gray-white hair collided fiercely under the moonlight. Bang! A strong shockwave hit, powerful enough to rival a nuclear explosion. Trees fell, buildings collapsed, and the glass in Lin Chen's room shattered. Instantly, Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he stepped out to shield his parents, his strong body blocking all the glass shards. At this moment, Lin Chen had already recognized the identity of the man in the yellow tight suit. The American divine contract holder, the Archangel Uther. And the monster also gave Lin Chen an inexplicable, peculiar feeling. The green monster seemed to have noticed Lin Chen, its blood-red eyes looking over. In the imperial capital of Huagua, Qin Jianhua ultimately did not thrust down that spear. He trembled as he dropped the spear with a clang. He slapped himself several times, the loud sounds echoing in the small room. Qin Jianhua knelt down, resting his forehead against the outside of the sleep chamber. His broad back trembled, as if sobbing, or perhaps repenting. "I'm sorry, Ali, give me a little more time. I will definitely find a way to completely free you." Inside the sleep chamber, the white-haired girl let out a silent sigh, her breathing gradually calming, and she fell into a deep sleep. After a while, Qin Jianhua's eyes were slightly red as he returned to the command room. How Hai, Xing Nanxiu, and Ling Dong Xing Bai were still waiting for him in the room. When Bai Qi saw Qin Jianhuo enter, he spoke urgently. Director Qin, the situation is not good. Uther and the Mad God have fallen in our Huazhong region and are fighting fiercely in Anping City. If we can't stop them quickly, in less than half an hour, the entire Anping City will be reduced to ruins, with casualties at least in the tens of thousands. Qin Jianhuo furrowed his brows tightly, clearly in a very low mood. He spoke hoarsely. Have we contacted God Du and God Jin? What did they say? Nanxiu shook her head, her long blue hair flowing like waves. God Jin is unreachable. God Du has returned to the imperial capital, but he heard that the battle between the Mad God and the Archangel is taking place in Anping City, and actually, Qin Jianhuo frowned, his expression showing even more fatigue. Actually what? Duke Du actually said that we should not interfere, that they will return to normal on their own once they have fought enough. Qin Jianhuo opened his mouth, disbelief evident in his eyes, and after a long pause, he asked again, what? Did Duke Du really say that? Receiving a positive response from Nanxiu, Qin Jianhuo fell silent for a moment and said softly, don't worry about him, continue to call for God Jin, if anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Bai Qi said calmly, how about I go with Nanxiu? These two are at the end of their strength, maybe we can control them. Qin Jianhuo shook his head. You must not go. At their level, this is no longer something you can handle. Moreover, they are currently at their strongest state. What do you mean, Director Qin? Nan Xiu's bright blue eyes widened in curiosity. Qin Jianhuo sighed. There are some things I should tell you, after all, besides the two divine generals, you are the ones supporting the situation in Huagua, but this information is confidential and must not be leaked. Qin Jianhuo said solemnly. Archangel Usher, the hero of the contract, poses a great risk. I learned through secret channels that he is actually a patient with schizophrenia, or he may have multiple personalities. His usual image of justice and brilliance, being called the Archangel, is a way for Usher to suppress his evil personality with this beautiful title. To suppress his evil personality in his archangel form, he can only exert less than half of his strength. But both Duke Du and he are very clear that the truly powerful one is Usher's second personality, the evil personality, who calls himself Void. This personality does not need to suppress its own strength. It strikes fiercely, with no ethics or morals, and once it appears, it will be a disaster for all humanity. The archangel personality is most concerned with its own image, calling itself the Son of God, claiming to exist to save humanity. As far as I know, the Archangel should not fight recklessly in a city with people, so I analyzed that the one appearing now should be his second personality, Void. Void is a madman, more insane and perverse than the Mad God of Mao country. If you two go to stop the battle, he won't care about the relationships between nations and could easily kill you. Not to mention, not long ago, Duke Du injured his first personality, the Archangel. Given Void's character, choosing Huagua should be a deliberate act of revenge. Nanxiu and Bai Qi widened their eyes, their hearts stirred by a storm. They had thought that after advancing to the 60th level and becoming star generals, they were already among the best of the contractors. But at this moment, they realized that in front of true divine level contractors, they were nothing. Director Qin is right. A blue photon suddenly appeared in the air, quickly surrounded by a large number of electric arcs, and a portal opened, with Du Jiangnan slowly walking out from the sky. Now all 5 divine generals have their own troubles to resolve, and for a short time, no one can stop the battle between Void and the Mad God. Fortunately, the Mad God is restraining Usher, otherwise, all of Huagua would turn to ruins. Are we just going to watch them destroy everything without restraint? Bai Qi said anxiously. Sacrificing a city is better than putting all of Huagua in danger. Sometimes, selectively giving up on certain things is the wise choice. How about this? The battlefield will be limited to Anping City. If they go to another city, I will intervene. Du Jiangnan said expressionlessly. Du Jiangnan looked at Qin Jianhuo, his gaze slightly heavy. Director Qin, come with me. A flicker of apprehension flashed in Qin Jianhuo's eyes. He said nothing and silently followed Du Jiangnan deeper into the underground of the Illusion Management Bureau. When they reached a deserted area, Du Jiangnan suddenly stopped, turning his back to Qin Jianhuo, his voice cold as ice. Why didn't you use the forbidden device in such a dangerous situation just now? Qin Jianhuo instantly felt a cold sweat break out all over his body. He gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice, I'm sorry, Du Shin. I was observing the situation and didn't see the risk of you and Jin Shin falling. Moreover, from my observations, the condition of the forbidden device isn't good. If overused, it could very well lead to its complete collapse. Du Jiangnan remained silent for a long time before continuing to walk forward. I understand. Given your relationship with the forbidden device, it is indeed difficult for you. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have the heart to use it either. Qin Jianhuo let out a long sigh, thinking that the matter had passed. Du Jiangnan suddenly turned around, his eyes devoid of pupils, emotionlessly staring into Qin Jianhuo's eyes. But next time, I do not want to see this kind of situation happen again. Qin Jianhua dared not breathe, lowering his head in response. Yes, I understand. Du Jiangnan no longer dwelled on the matter and slowly turned to walk forward. Let's go. I need to use the Book of Contracts. Help me initiate the verification. In Anping City, the battle between the Archangel Uther and the Mad God Adam continued, with inhuman roars echoing. The two madmen had unleashed true fire, causing the ground in the city center to collapse. They burrowed underground like moles, the hard concrete surface bulging up here and there. The earthquakes triggered by their fight were relentless. The earth trembled violently, and the old building of Lin Chen's family cracked with many fissures, clearly uninhabitable. Lin Chen had already moved his family downstairs, and with every tremor, his younger siblings let out surprised screams. Old Lin looked at his two young ones, his expression contorting as if he were constipated, baring his teeth. His meager salary was nowhere near enough to buy another house. Was the whole family going to end up sleeping on the streets? Am I the most failed Kryptonian? Old Lin covered his face with his hands, lowering his head in silence. Wan Ling noticed her husband's worries, snuggling up beside him, gently stroking his chest and comforting him. It's okay. If it comes to it, we can rent a place to live. The eldest has grown up and can go to the black market to fight for money. Contractors have underground boxing matches that determine both rank and life or death. Each match also allows for personal betting. Black market fighters belong to a profession where one can become rich overnight, but they also die quickly. Once their strength and skills are figured out, someone will always find a way to exploit their weaknesses and end them. Lin Chen was speechless. Mom, you really are willing to go all out, huh? So, I'm the extra in this family. Just as he was about to complain, his expression suddenly turned serious. As the master of the chaos source, Lin Chen suddenly realized that a thick thread of fate had connected to him. The other end of the thread was linked to the underground. Lin Chen quickly deduced that it was that green monster. Since earlier, he had felt something was off about the green monster, a vague sense of familiarity that left him puzzled. Being familiar with cinematic works, he had already guessed the identity of the hero contracted with the green monster. The first possibility was the Hulk, the second was Abomination, and the third was Doomsday. Among these three possibilities, the latter two were evil entities, with Doomsday being a powerful monster capable of killing Superman. Once the green monster burst out from underground, even a slight brush against it could seriously injure his younger siblings. Lin Chen dared not delay and said to Old Lin, take the younger siblings and hide far away. Leave this to me. He unleashed his breath and used the skydance technique to fly into the air. He did this to avoid being attacked from below by the green monster, with no time to react. Although he chose not to merge with the Polinia illusion, the techniques learned in the Dragon Ball world were deeply engraved in his instincts, like being carved by an axe and chisel. Skills like skydance, magic flash, and magic piercing light cannon. The moment he returned, they had already appeared on the data panel. As Lin Chen flew into the night sky, the ground beneath him suddenly exploded. A large amount of fresh soil, mixed with broken cement blocks, shot up into the sky like a fountain. The earth opened up, creating a massive pit. From his elevated position, Lin Chen saw two monsters underground, still tirelessly fighting each other, but it was clear that the green monster had the upper hand. He took Uther's punches. Trading injury for injury, Uther's massive fists were larger than his head, and each time they struck Uther's face, it caused a momentary daze. Finally, the scales of victory began to tip as the sentinel contractor Uther was pressed into the ground by the green monster, which relentlessly hammered him down like a piledriver. Bang! 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 The green monster, getting into the swing of things, let out a series of roars, its eyes glowing red, while Uther underground screamed in agony. Ah! Lin Chen's heart shook violently. Through this move, he instantly confirmed who the contract hero of the green monster was. That immortal Doomsday. Doomsday was a bug-level villain. No matter how severe the damage he took, he could quickly regenerate and would develop resistance to such attacks. For example, if Superman used heat vision to kill him, then upon resurrection, Doomsday's resistance to heat vision would significantly increase, and any subsequent damage from heat vision would be greatly reduced, even to the point of complete immunity to such attacks. Even if someone completely annihilated him, leaving no trace, Doomsday had an ultimate life-saving technique, the Doomsday Spore. This spore existed on a spiritual level and could not be destroyed by any physical attack. It would choose a living being to attach itself to its soul, and after a period of growth, that being would transform back into a Doomsday. In the official DC universe, Doomsday was second only to Darkseid in terms of power. Even Superman found it difficult to completely eliminate him. The green monster, panting heavily, looked up at Lin Chen, its thick thigh muscles bulging like an ancient tree, causing the ground to collapse again. As it suddenly leaped up, charging straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew that Doomsday could also fly, with a flying speed on par with Superman. With the attributes of his current body, using the skydance technique, he could not escape Doomsday's pursuit. He could only grit his teeth, and the flames of the source of chaos ignited fiercely in his eyes. Illusion. Hopefully, this monster's mental attribute isn't high. But unfortunately, Doomsday showed no signs of stopping and flew directly in front of Lin Chen. Run!
A sharp cry rang out and a multitude of red chains appeared on Doomsday's massive body as Wan Ling exerted all her strength to bind Doomsday with the source of chaos.
With her son in life-threatening danger, Wan Ling could no longer hide herself.
Doomsday roared, shaking its arms and easily breaking free from the chains. Wan Ling's power was too severely suppressed to have any effect on him.
In Wan Ling's desperate gaze, Doomsday had already reached Lin Chen. How fast?
Lin Chen was shocked. He had no time to react.
Who exactly was this monster?
In a hurry, he could only raise his arms to shield his head, already holding a fairy bean in his mouth.
Once he received a fatal injury, he would immediately swallow the fairy bean, coming back to life while also gaining a double attribute boost.
What a pity, I should have waited until I was stronger to use it.
Lin Chen thought helplessly.
The higher his base attributes, the greater the boost
he would receive from the Scion's passive ability, which doubled his near-death attributes.
Lin Chen had planned to wait until his basic physique attribute exceeded 10,000 before looking for an opportunity to use the fairy bean.
He never
expected to face a dead end right after returning to Blue Star. After a moment, the anticipated fatal blow did not come, and Lin Chen lowered his arms in astonishment, only to see the green monster curiously examining him, its eyes no longer
the bloodthirsty dark red but transformed into a clear, gem-like blue.
The green giant extended a finger as thick as a child's arm, attempting to touch Lin Chen, speaking in a slurred manner.
You, who are you? Did the green monster mean me no harm?
In a flash, Lin Chen suddenly realized. The Destruction Day was created using General Zod's corpse, and General Zod was his uncle. So Destruction Day was essentially his uncle who had lost his memory.
Was the green monster drawn to me because of the bond deep within its bloodline?
Uncle, you finally came. Your brother's family has had a tough time these years. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, but he did not rashly reveal his identity. After all, Destruction Day was just Zod's corpse. Aside from the bond in their bloodline, it did not recognize Lin Chen or Old Lin. Lin Chen tried to extend his right hand to respond to Destruction Day, grasping its rough, branch-like green finger.
A strange sensation passed between the two.
Destruction Day's massive body rapidly shrank, soon transforming before Lin Chen into a tall, naked, golden-haired man. He was tall and upright, like an unyielding mountain, giving a strong visual impact. His body proportions were perfect, with a solid, bare chest containing endless power. His body formed a perfect inverted triangle. Even a strong man would feel ashamed in his presence. The man had long golden hair that fell messily over his bare shoulders, further highlighting his masculine charm. His face was as dazzling as a star, yet carried a hint of melancholy, and his deep-set eyes seemed capable of seeing through all things in the world. The man quietly gazed at Lin Chen, then smiled
faintly. Hello, I am Adam Adrian Ivanov. Perhaps you've heard of my nickname. I am the Mad God. The Mad God.
Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He knew the nicknames of the 5 god-tier contractors, but this was the first time he had seen the
Mad God in person.
In fact, the Mad God rarely appeared in official media due to his transformed appearance.
No wonder even someone as strong as Usher would be beaten by him.
In reality, the gap between Usher and the Mad God was not as large as
Lin Chen had seen.
Usher had recently been plagued by bad luck. First, he accidentally killed Tian Zhang and fought with Du Jiangnan, and before he could fully recover, he was severely injured by Frisia.
Although the Void personality came online
and gave him a brief resurgence, the Mad God was the type to grow stronger with each battle. Usher, dragging his injured body, was thoroughly defeated by the Mad God. Lin Chen steadied his mind and smiled.
Hello, my name is Lin Chen. The man
scratched his cheek with his finger, revealing a hint of confusion. Strange, why do you feel so familiar to me, like my own son?
He then apologized.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take advantage of you, I was just expressing my feelings.
I may
look young, but I'm actually 36 years old. Lin Chen certainly understood where Adam's feelings came from and smiled.
Then, Mad God, let's go down and chat. After all, this is a bit unsightly.
The Mad God felt an object swaying in the air and revealed a hearty smile, mumbling.
Alright, take me to meet your family. Perhaps your father and I are related by blood.
Du Jiangnan and Qin Jianhua arrived at the lowest level of the Environmental Management Bureau in the Imperial capital, where the security level was much higher than the secret room Qin Jianhua had just visited. After a series of high-tech verification methods, before them stood a barrier made of dark red light.
Du Jiangnan reached out to touch the seemingly weak yet unbreakable barrier, sighing. The power of illusions far exceeds our imagination.
After all these years, the barrier left by Sony is still so solid. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Qin Jianhua's eyes.
Indeed, Saint
Song was extraordinarily talented back then, known alongside you as the unparalleled duo. His binding barrier technique was truly remarkable, but unfortunately, he ultimately disappeared in a solitary illusion.
If he were alive, Blue Star should not have fallen to this state. Du Jiangnan's expression turned solemn.
He was just too merciful, always saying that we could coexist peacefully with the beings of the illusion.
And what was the final outcome? Didn't he die in his own inherited illusion? He snorted coldly, clenching his fists. Outside the 7 forbidden lands, the sealing techniques he left behind are about to become ineffective. When that time comes, it will be the end of humanity. The matter of immigrating to the Mars base must be expedited. Shinjanawa did not agree, speaking in a deep voice. Let's wait a bit. If someone can master the binding of the world of death, perhaps there is still a chance. This batch of contractors, if they pass through another illusion, will enter the world of death. You all always harbor false hopes. How many generations of contractors have failed to produce a genius who can learn binding? Du Jiangnan shook his head, not wanting to argue with Shinjanawa on this issue. He said solemnly, "Open the barrier and let me in." Shinjanawa took out a short knife and gently slashed at the barrier. The barrier tore open like a piece of cloth, and the two quickly entered. It was as if they had entered another world, with twisted phantoms flickering in the air and countless whispers murmuring in their ears. Before them lay a dark golden book, its cover engraved with mysterious runes and patterns, pierced through the middle by 3 cross-shaped long spears made of white bones, golden blood dripping from the book onto the ground. The golden blood quickly evaporated, forming the mysterious phenomenon they witnessed. A neutral, deep voice resonated directly in their minds. "Ha! Humans, have you finally remembered me? How long do you plan to keep me imprisoned? Please, I am the sacred book that governs the contract ritual, the Book of Gospel. Release me, or your world will face destruction." Shinjanawa stepped forward and shouted, "Shut up! You once seduced a large number of contractors to establish the 6 paths. Do you think we are fools? How could you possibly be the Book of Gospel? Ha ha ha!" The book suddenly burst into wild laughter. "This world should have been destroyed long ago. None of you should be alive." Du Jiangnan stepped forward, standing in front of Shinjanawa, and said softly, "Book of Contracts, I came this time to find out, what kind of being is Frisia in that illusion?" "Frisia? He has actually come to Blue Star? It seems you are not far from death." Ha ha ha. The book trembled violently, letting out a hysterical roar. "Only now do you think of me? Why should I tell you anything? Let you all die in ignorance." Facing the mockery of a book, Du Jiangnan remained unperturbed, saying, "No need to ask, I can help you remove one of the 3 bindings." Before the contract book could respond, Shinjanawa couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. "This is against the rules, Du Shin." Back when Song Sheng entered the inheritance illusion, he repeatedly warned not to touch the seals he left behind, especially these 3 bone spears. Du Jiangnan snorted coldly. "That's why he died. Sticking to the rules is of no help to humanity's current situation. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility." Although Du Jiangnan's voice was soft, the meaning in his words left no room for doubt. Shinjanawa looked at him from the side and saw that Du Jiangnan's sclera and pupils had completely merged, devoid of any human emotion. He was horrified, realizing that it was likely due to the appearance of the purple monster named Frisia that Du Jiangnan had cast aside all worldly prejudices. The contract book laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, Du Jiangnan, you consider yourself the savior of humanity, but the hero you contract will ultimately become a god. Do you know what a god is? Humanity will become as insignificant as ants in your eyes. When you traverse the river of time and discover that the humans you sacrifice your life to protect are merely a small ripple in that river, can you still hold on to your beliefs when you can alter the course of time with a single thought, even severing its flow?" Du Jiangnan snorted again, extending a hand as a mass of blue photons surrounded a bone spear, quickly devouring it like ants. Shinjanawa opened his mouth, but it was too late to dissuade him. Since Frisia's appearance, he had increasingly felt that Du Jiangnan's actions were becoming more and more insane. As one bone spear disappeared, the contract book let out a long groan. "So comfortable." Du Jiangnan stepped forward 2 paces and said solemnly, "Stop the nonsense. Tell me about Frisia's origins and that the hero in the contract ceremony comes from the same world." The contract book unfurled, the pierced pages chuckling. "At your service." On the surface of the contract book, characters danced and a multitude of obscure, mysterious texts flew into the void. In the next moment, the entire ceiling space seemed to shift to another realm, instantly becoming pitch black. Countless fragments of time ripples flew by like flowing water, finally freezing on a small purple creature sitting in a baby carriage, revealing a sinister smile. "It's him, right?" the contract book inquired. Du Jiangnan nodded slightly. "Frisia comes from the Dragon Ball world, known as the Cosmic Emperor, a member of the Cold Demon clan. As for the hero from the same world, let me think. The only one who could be summoned by you Blue Star people in the contract ceremony should be the low-class warrior Sun Wukong." "Low-class warrior Sun Wukong?" Du Jiangnan frowned, muttering to himself, then turned to instruct Shinjanawa. "Help me check this year's contract ceremony and the past year's ceremonies to see if anyone has made a contract with the low-class warrior Sun Wukong." The contract book sneered. "No need to bother, no one can make a contract with Sun Wukong. Even if he is a low-class warrior, he is still from the
Warrior race Saiyan, a race born with immense combat power, and they are very proud, looking down on you weak humans. Du Jiangnan remained unfazed, his brow furrowing even tighter.
Strange, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere. It's
was normal for Du Jiangnan, who had to handle countless affairs daily, to not recall it immediately.
He took a deep breath, his body becoming illusory and transparent, transforming into a magical form made of blue particles. Xin Jianhua quietly moved a few steps closer to Du Jiangnan, knowing full well that this was Du Jiangnan's quantum body form.
There are rumors that when Du Jiangnan is in this form, he unconsciously releases a large amount of radiation, which is harmful
to the body.
Fortunately, Du Jiangnan does not maintain this form for long. A flash of brilliance appears in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly lift.
I remember now, Lin Chen. It was you. In the next moment, Du Jiangnan's expression changes slightly, and he hisses, "Not good, Anping City."
He snatches the short blade from Qin Jianhua's hand, cuts through the barrier, and throws the short blade back to Qin Jianhua.
Du Jiangnan takes a few steps outside the barrier and immediately disappears.
As Du Jiangnan leaves, the voice of the contract book echoes in Qin Jianhua's mind.
So, Qin Jianhua, how is your sister?
I warned you back then not to tell others about her existence.
What now? Some heroes are not beings that you mortals can contract. The powerful force you cannot control will bring about complete destruction. The most complex thing in this world is the human heart. At the end, the contract book seems to sigh, its golden glow gradually dimming. Shut up, shut up.
Qin Jianhua screams in pain like a wounded lone wolf.
He covers his head and kneels on the ground, crying out loud.
Only in this barrier, isolated from the world, can he let go of
everything and vent the pain and helplessness in his heart. In Anping City, at Lin Chen's home, the blue light is bright. Soon, Du Jiangnan reveals himself, surveying the room and finding no one at home. But that's normal. Outside
the window, it looks like a scene of a world war just occurred, with houses on the verge of collapse.
No sane person would choose to stay inside and wait for death. Du Jiangnan quickly turns his gaze to Lin Chen's old computer. He extends a
hand, slightly rotates it, and the computer instantly floats up, being disassembled into individual chips. Du Jiangnan tilts his head slightly, his platinum-colored light scanning each component like a CT scanner. In the end, he finds nothing.
He rotates his wrist, and each part returns to its original position. Next, Du Jiangnan checks all the electrical appliances in Lin Chen's home, unable to help but murmur to himself. Not here? No trace of him in the major data nodes. Either. Could he really be dead? Then Du Jiangnan shakes his head again, his gaze firm. No, it must be related to Lin Chen.
He flies out of Lin Chen's house, surveying the entire Anping City from above. At this moment, a figure,
surrounded by green light, rapidly approaches from the sky. Du Jiangnan, didn't you say you wouldn't come?
The person is Jin Zixuan, who has slightly recovered. She stares at Du Jiangnan with her big, clear eyes, astonished.
As the oldest
divine-level contractor in Huagua, Du Jiangnan has always kept his word, but due to the special circumstances this time, he had to break his vow.
Faced with Jin Zixuan's questioning, he feels a bit embarrassed and explains. I suddenly
remembered that Lin Chen, a young friend of mine, is in Anping City, so I came to check on him.
Jin Zixuan rolls her eyes, secretly laughing. Old man, who believes that?
She looks around curiously.
What about those two madmen? Are they done fighting?
A gentle and steady voice sounds behind her. One madman has woken up, and the other, I really don't know where he went.
Tomorrow there will still be 3 chapters. I will publish the latest chapters on time. Every day at 12 o'clock. If you don't see it, just exit the app and refresh. It will definitely be there. Everyone come and take a look every day. Thank you all. If you can refresh a bit more to power the love, that would be even better. Jin Zixuan and Du Jiangnan were tense all over as they looked towards the source of the voice. Before them floated Usher, dressed in a tattered yellow bodysuit. He held one hand to his side, his face pale, hovering behind them. Upon seeing Usher's short golden hair, Jin Zixuan felt a great sense of relief. Usher in his archangel form was still easy to communicate with, friendly and stable in character. Du Jiangnan, having fought alongside Usher against Frisia, felt some of the tension ease between them and nodded at Usher. Jin Zixuan curiously asked, where are the Adamites?
Usher spread his hands, looking helpless.
How would I know?
In fact, I lost consciousness in space, and when I woke up, I was already lying underground, vaguely remembering that I seemed to have had a fierce fight with that guy Adam. He glanced at Anping City, which looked like a demolition site.
The people who
suffered property and life losses today can seek compensation from the City of Holy Angels, all at full price. This was Usher, in his archangel form, practically a moral model, leaving no room for criticism.
Thinking about how
he had just unleashed a nuclear bomb in the United States without making any compensation, Du Jiangnan felt a bit embarrassed. The strong-willed Du God snorted coldly.
No need, I'll handle the compensation here. Alright then, I'll take care of the matters over in the United States.
Usher did not insist, casually shrugging.
Jin Zixuan frowned and said softly, I've found Adam. You all come with me. This invasion of the illusion realm is extraordinary. We need to discuss a contingency plan.
If another incident of the same level occurs, we will have to resort to some unconventional means. The major countries of Blue Star all had their own exclusive forbidden devices. Although they were not made public, it was something everyone was well aware of. Usher thought of that grinning purple creature and couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear.
He nodded and followed Jin Zishuan as they flew forward.
When Du Jiangnan, Jin Zishuan, and Usher saw the mad god Adam sitting together with Lin Chen's family at a roadside skewers stall, toasting and eating skewers, they felt a sense of collapse inside.
Jin Zishuan rolled her eyes, feeling speechless. Is it a tradition in Mao country to eat skewers and drink after a fight?
Usher touched the bruise at the corner of his eye and the few broken ribs, gritting his teeth and thinking, this guy Adam beat me
up so badly, and he still has the mood to eat skewers?
Du Jiangnan's eyelids twitched, remaining silent as he looked at the handsome young man, his mind filled with one thought.
Why is Lin Chen involved in everything?
Under the dim streetlight, the owner of the skewer's stall, who had been dragged out of bed, was shaking all over while grilling. He found it hard to understand what kind of lunatics today's customers were. After such a strong earthquake,
you still want to drink and eat skewers?
If it weren't for the money, he wouldn't have set up shop at this time.
Hurry up and eat, there might be aftershocks.
The owner quickened his grilling pace. Old Lin raised a green beer bottle and clinked it with Adam's, then tilted his head back and downed a bottle, turning to smile and reassure the owner. Don't worry, there won't be another earthquake, the epicenter is right here at your skewer's stall. Adam shook his head with a smile, glancing at the three divine contract holders in the distance, beckoning to the owner.
At another table, those who aren't drinking can sit at that one.
He then raised his head and waved. You three come down and eat with me, I won't be clear-headed for long, and I have some things I want to discuss with you. The mad god Adam is also easy to talk to when he's not going crazy. But if what he says doesn't work,
he can easily go mad again.
Jin Zishuan, Du Jiangnan, and Wuzier exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. At this stage, it seemed that Adam was the only one whose strength remained intact.
Forget it, there's no need to argue with a madman, let's just listen to what he has to say. The three of them slowly landed and sat silently at a small table. The boss recognized Du Jiangnan from his distinctly blue skin, trembling with excitement and breathing heavily. God Du is coming to my stall for skewers? I'm going to get rich.
Tomorrow, I'll change the name to the strongest divine-level skewer shop. The boss's hands began to tremble as he grilled.
Lin Chen and Wan
Ling, with two little cubs, moved to a small table nearby. Lin Chen smiled, surveying the four most powerful figures of the time. Apart from Du Jiangnan, it was his first time meeting Jin Zishuan and Wuzier.
Jin Zishuan had a
doll-like face, short hair that reached her neck, and wore a simple white t-shirt and shorts, revealing slightly chubby, fair legs. If one encountered her on the street, they might mistake her for a high school student.
Wuzier and
Adam were both white, with golden hair and strong, upright features. However, Wuzier lacked Adam's imposing aura, appearing somewhat delicate and slender.
Remembering what Tian Song had said about Wuzier's fondness for handsome men, Lin Chen couldn't help but speculate, could Wuzier be a bottom?
Du Jiangnan, whom Lin Chen had dealt with before, seemed to be in a daze, his eyes unfocused.
Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Who would believe that the four strongest contract holders would gather at a roadside stall in Anping City to drink and eat skewers? Strange, why didn't the light god come? Is he unsociable? His unreliable father was also getting into the spirit, sitting among the four divine generals without a hint of timidity, instead raising a beer bottle and calling out to everyone. Come on, brothers and sisters, meeting is fate, let's drink together. The divine
generals looked troubled, glancing at the green beer bottles in front of them. They usually drank wine and brandy worth hundreds of thousands a bottle. It had been a long time since they had touched such an unrefined drink as beer. Seeing that the others were unresponsive, Adam slammed his beer bottle down on the table with a thud, grunting in dissatisfaction.
What's wrong? Not giving my brother face? That's the same as not giving me face. What do you want to fight again? Your brother?
The three divine generals widened their eyes, looking at old Lin, who was in pajamas with a scruffy face, clearly just an ordinary middle-aged man from Huagua who had failed in his career. Forget it, no need to argue with a madman. The three silently picked up their beer bottles, and the five clinked glasses together. Lin Chen gave his father a thumbs up. Not bad, old Lin, you've drunk with the four strongest
divine generals of Blue Star. And it's beer, this achievement is truly unprecedented.
Old Lin winked proudly at Lin Chen.
His expression clearly said, what do you think, son? Am I strong or what? Wan Ling shot him a glare. Lin Riwang, are you getting carried away? Do you have any idea what our family's status is?
Among these people, who knows what special abilities they might have?
What if they see through the flaws? How would things end then?
A few beers down, the atmosphere among the group eased slightly.
Jin Zishuan was not polite, picking up a lamb skewer to munch on.
She looked at the disheveled Lin Riwang and slurred, when did you get a brother, crazy god?
And judging
by Mr. Lin's appearance, he shouldn't be from Mao country, right? Adam walked over, slightly tipsy, and put his arm around old Lin's neck, introducing him to the several divine generals.
Remember this, everyone, this is my newly
recognized brother, Lin Riwang.
The folks at that table are my sister-in-law Wan Ling and my nephew Lin Zhang and niece Lin Yu.
From now on in Hua country, I'll be counting on you two to take care of them.
Old Du, since you have no vacancies in your research, arrange a position for my brother, Adam demanded confidently.
Given the relationship between Mao country and Hua country, once he said it, Du Jiangnan had no choice but to nod silently in agreement. Adam then explained, because of the reasons you all know, I have to remain in long-term hibernation. I have the title of a divine rank but no personal assets, so I can only borrow flowers to offer Buddha.
Old Du, consider this a favor I owe you.
Old Lin quickly declined.
No, I'm just an ordinary person. I know nothing about research. It's good enough for me to just be a lawyer. Jean Zixuan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she blinked her bright, clear eyes.
Usually, those who say they are ordinary people are not ordinary at all.
Aha, Jean, God, you love to joke too much.
Old Lin nearly broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a laugh to mask his inner turmoil.
Big sister, this joke is not to be taken lightly. But Adam spoke seriously. I'm not joking, brother Lin.
I lost control back then and accidentally killed quite a few people. Many in Mao country wish I would just die, so I can't take you there.
But since you don't want to change your current life,
Adam's gaze shifted to Lin Chen, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth. He called out to Lin Chen, come here, nephew, let me introduce you to these folks. You're
also a contractor and you'll have to deal with them often in the future. Ha, is this really necessary?
Lin Chen felt quite helpless. He just wanted to keep a low profile and quietly grow stronger. But unfortunately, his presence
was like a high-wattage spotlight, attracting countless people's attention no matter where he went.
Just back from the inheritance illusion, by a twist of fate, he encountered Adam, who had contracted the Day of Destruction, and
old Lin had even become his relative. Now, the whole family was completely exposed in front of the 4 strongest contractors of Blue Star.
He could only hope that the identity information modified by Tian Sung for their family
was rigorous enough to avoid any flaws.
He needed to quickly plan an escape route. Lin Chen knew that if this continued, their family's identity would be exposed sooner or later.
Once or twice could be called coincidence, but if it happened every time, did they really think the strongest divine generals of the age were fools?
Lin Chen put down the skewer in his hand, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and walked over to introduce himself.
Hello, divine generals. I am Lin Chen, a reinforcement-type contractor. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. He then turned his gaze to Du Jiangnan, his eyes slightly moving. This old man really was hard to shake off. Du God, we meet again. Oh, you know old Du? Adam said incredulously.
Lin Chen was indeed impressive. He had only contracted a few months ago and was already a reinforcement-type contractor, able to fly. Back then, Adam had to reach over 50 levels
to fly.
But no matter how excellent Lin Chen was, it made no sense for him to know Du Jiangnan. The gap between them was like heaven and earth.
Du Jiangnan forced a smile. I wanted to take him as my disciple before, right, Lin Chen?
Lin Chen smiled shyly, exchanged a glance with Du Jiangnan, and nodded. That's right, Lord Du appreciates me very much and wants to take me as his disciple, but then something happened. At this point, both of them fell silent.
Adam noticed the unusual atmosphere but did not confront it directly, instead turning to Usher.
Nephew, this is Usher, the founder of the City of Holy Angels.
Usher stood up, sizing up Lin Chen and said approvingly, what a promising young man.
So what if you're a strength type? My uncle and I are both strength types. Who in this world dares to say we can't do it?
Adam patted Lin Chen on the shoulder.
Although my nephew has only successfully contracted
for a few months, his strength is extraordinary. By the way, Birdman, haven't you given him a special recruitment contract yet? The City of Holy Angels is Usher's private enterprise.
As long as he speaks, Lin Chen could easily be specially recruited into the City of Holy Angels.
Usher nodded and clapped his hands, laughing. Very well, let's do it tomorrow morning.
I'll arrange for the recruitment personnel to come and sign the contract with you.
With an S-level treatment, a signing fee of 2 million a year.
Lin Chen felt quite embarrassed and politely declined. I appreciate your kindness, but not long ago, the City of Holy Angels already discussed this with me, but we
couldn't reach an agreement in the end. Upon hearing this, Usher almost laughed in anger. The nephew of the mad god? Even if he isn't blood-related, isn't an S-level contract worth it? Who made such a brilliant decision? I need to see what kind of nonsense is in that person's head. Usher pondered for a moment and said loudly, no problem, the head of the Special Recruitment Office in the Central China region should be Lena, right? She might have underestimated you because you're a strength type.
I'll give her a call shortly. Tomorrow morning, someone will come to your door with an S-level contract intention letter plus a set of keys to a standalone villa as compensation for the
psychological harm I've caused you. Bang!
Jean Zixuan slammed the table and stood up.
Wait a minute, why should our people from Huagua give you the City of Holy Angels? Lin Chen, tomorrow I'll have Sikong will personally come to sign the contract with you. I'm a major shareholder of the Celestial Palace. Du Jiangnan narrowed his eyes, his voice distant. Forget it, Lin Chen, let me take you as my disciple. Although my methods are different from yours, my gravity chamber should be quite beneficial for your improvement. Lin Chen's heart trembled. He understood that Du Jiangnan was subtly reminding him. Du Jiangnan already knew about Yue's unauthorized use of the gravity chamber. Du Jiangnan looked at Lin Chen with a half-smile, his expression like that of an old fox, confident of victory. The several divine generals present were all seasoned veterans. They could see that there must be some hidden story between Lin Chen and Du Jiangnan. Adam's smile faded, and he said solemnly, Old Lin, nephew, you go sit at that table first, we have something to discuss. Jin Zixuan set up a mental shield, completely isolating the sound. Adam sat down, revealing a set of sharp white teeth as he bit into the meat skewer. His blue eyes fixed intently on Du Jiangnan, like a hungry wolf ready to pounce. So, tell me, old Du, what exactly is going on between you and my nephew? Du Jiangnan pondered for a moment. At this point, it was no longer possible to hide the truth, so he chose to disclose part of the information. As far as I know, the hero contracted by Lin Chen comes from the same illusion as Frisia. Frisia is that powerful purple creature that just invaded Blue Star. As soon as these words were spoken, several divine generals trembled all over. Frisia's strength had left a deep impression on them. If they continued to fight, they would likely suffer total annihilation. Jin Zixuan's beautiful eyes widened as she gasped softly, What? Is that true? The hero contracted by Lin Chen and that monster come from the same world? If we judge by the strength of that monster, the heroes from the same illusion should also be quite strong. Du Jiangnan spread his hands. The hero he contracted is a low-level warrior named Kakarot. When he was listed among the legacy heroes, the staff categorized him as D-level based on that name. Later, because no one could successfully contract him, his rating was gradually lowered each year, eventually reaching the lowest F level. F level? Ha, what do you all think? Adam couldn't help but laugh. Just a few months ago, when he learned that Lin Chen had successfully contracted, he nearly dropped his jaw in shock. A reinforcement-type hero could fly just a few months after contracting, and this was an F-level hero? Even S-level elemental heroes couldn't do that at the initial stage. Adam recalled Lin Chen repeatedly reminding him not to reveal his and his mother's strength to others, and he could only let a complex light flicker in his eyes without continuing to speak. Lin Chen could bring him back from his berserk state, which meant a lot to him. Not to mention, he and old Lin hit it off as if they were long-lost brothers. That heartfelt feeling was undeniable. Adam secretly decided to protect Lin Chen and his family. Du Jiangnan ignored Adam's laughter and continued, Zixuan, after you and the light god left, Frisia was suddenly taken away by a mysterious force. I suspect it is related to Lin Chen's experience in the legacy illusion. I don't know the specifics, so I came this time to ask him and understand the details. Du Jiangnan's eyes flickered, not revealing his other suspicion. The series of coincidences made him increasingly certain that Lin Chen was no ordinary person. He suspected Lin Chen was the strongest rookie king, and it wasn't just baseless speculation. Moreover, his mother, Wan Ling, seemed a bit unusual. At least he had never seen a housewife who could remain so calm in front of him. His father, old Lin, must be quite carefree. After a few beers, he dared to call the four divine generals his brothers. He had initially planned to disregard everything and take Lin Chen away, directly using items to attempt to extract the contract of time. But now, Lin Chen had entered the sight of the other three divine-level contractors and had even become relatives with the berserk god Adam. If he proceeded like this, the difficulty would likely increase significantly, and he had to weigh the consequences carefully. If there was anyone among the Blue Star contractors he had to take seriously, it was Adam. Adam's talent just happened to counter his abilities. He claimed to be the atomic doctor, capable of creating nuclear explosions out of thin air, a power that was incredibly formidable. But every time he unleashed a nuclear explosion, it was equivalent to charging Adam. How could he fight like that? If he angered Adam, it would inevitably trigger a war between the two nations, leading to devastation, and everything he had fought to protect would become meaningless. With this thought, Du Jiangnan raised his head, and his gaze instantly met Adam's. Adam squinted slightly. From Lin Chen's choice to hide his strength and his earlier conversation with Du Jiangnan, he could tell that there was definitely something going on between Lin Chen and Du Jiangnan, and it was no small matter. But anyone who wanted to touch Lin Chen would first have to ask if he agreed. Adam bared his teeth, revealing a dangerous expression. While others feared Du Jiangnan, he did not. He spoke up, This kid Lin Chen means a lot to me. If anything happens to him, then no one else should live. Jin Zixuan and Usher felt inexplicably puzzled. No one had said they wanted to do anything to Lin Chen, they just wanted to ask a question. Adam, how did you end up threatening the whole world? If Lin Chen happens to enter the illusion and can't get out smoothly, are you really going to destroy the entire world? Inexplicable. Jin Zixuan rolled her eyes, feeling that she had rolled her eyes more today than in the past few months. These men were truly exhausting.
Usher stroked his chin and changed the subject.
If we analyze it this way, is it possible that he accidentally changed the timeline and directly reversed the already descended illusion realm?
His eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh.
This kid is impressive. I'm going to claim Lin Chen. No one can compete with me. Jin Zixuan was unwilling to back down and snorted coldly. You can try, he's Chinese. Even if he needs special recruitment, it won't be your turn in the city of holy angels.
Du Jiangnan was about to speak when the other three shouted in unison.
Shut up.
Lin Chen had no idea what the four divine generals discussed in the end, but they parted ways unhappily.
After Jin Zixuan removed the mental shield,
their expressions turned grim and they all soared into the sky, leaving only Adam behind.
Adam sighed and patted old Lin's shoulder. Brother, I need to go back to hibernate. I hope we meet again.
Old Lin responded to him.
Don't worry, next time we meet, it might surprise you. Ah, that's good.
Brother, you're not an ordinary person, I can tell.
Adam gave Lin Chen an encouraging look. Nephew, keep it up.
For a while, Du Jiangnan won't do anything to you, but you need to get stronger.
Quickly, the future belongs to you.
His muscular body slowly took off, breaking the sound barrier and quickly leaving. Lin Zhang and Lin Yu clapped their little hands and cheered.
Wow, uncle is so amazing. When Adam saw the admiration in the eyes
of the two children, he deliberately flew back for another round before disappearing into the night sky. Wan Ling let out a long sigh of relief and shot old Lin a glance.
Are you getting carried away? Calling these people brothers, any one of them could crush our family with a finger, just like squashing an ant.
Old Lin sighed, a light in his eyes that Lin Chen couldn't understand. Suddenly reminded of the days gone by, very nostalgic, had a few more drinks.
Let's go, we're going home to sleep.
He bent down, picked up Lin Zhang and Lin Yu, and carried the two little ones on his shoulders, walking home amidst their surprised shouts. Wan Ling quietly watched old Lin's back, her bright eyes filled with tenderness.
She turned back and handed Lin Chen an envelope. By the way, this is from a few days ago. Abu caught it on the owl. It seems to be an admission letter from some school. Take a look. Lin Chen was puzzled. An admission letter? Blue Star? That shouldn't be the college. Admission period is already over. Abu caught an owl? No wonder it has been growing so fast lately.
He took the envelope, which was adorned with exquisite golden patterns along the edges, resembling ancient magical runes that shimmered with mysterious light under the dim night lamp. The lines at the edges seemed to dance on the paper. Lin Chen opened the envelope and took out a hard-textured admission letter, his eyes instantly widening. At the top of the letter, in splendid emerald green ink, were the words Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
What is this?
Lin Chen looked up, incredulously gazing at his mother. The protagonist is about to embark on his magical journey, stay tuned.
Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Why is the admission letter from the Magical Academy of the Harry Potter world in his hands? He is currently on Blue Star. If I'm not mistaken, the Harry Potter magical world should be an illusion, so why is its delivery owl appearing on Blue Star?
Wan Ling stretched and walked forward. In the days you were not on Blue Star, some delivery owls appeared in various countries, delivering an admission letter aimed at
teenagers under 18 who have not yet signed a contract.
The children who received the admission letters mysteriously disappeared that very night. Your younger siblings also received admission letters, but I intercepted them. However, owls keep coming to deliver letters, and the food for Abu has increased by several pounds. I think this can't go on. If there's a slip-up and your siblings receive the letters, the consequences would be unimaginable.
So I thought, why don't you go take a look first? If there's no danger, maybe you can let them go to this academy. In case our family's situation is exposed, they will have an extra escape route. Lin Chen instantly felt that the admission letter in his hand was no longer appealing. So, there's danger, and I have to go try it first? Mom, what on earth has happened during this time? Why do I feel like you're increasingly willing to throw me out there? 1. Ling noticed Lin Chen's thoughts and walked over with a smile.
She cupped Lin Chen's face with her soft hands, stood on her tiptoes, and touched her forehead to his.
Don't worry, you are still Mommy's favorite. The reason I'm letting you try first is that I sensed the power of magic in this letter. Haven't you always wanted to learn magic? This might be an opportunity.
Mommy's magic isn't quite suitable for you. You need to find your own path to magic.
To become a great wizard.
Lin Chen actually knew very well that Wan Ling practiced the Dark Grimoire. The magic recorded in the Dark Grimoire is incredibly powerful, such as dream walking, which can easily carry all one's strength
across the multiverse. But with increased usage, one's soul would be eroded by the ancient evil god Zysorn, becoming his servant.
Lin Chen originally planned to wait for an opportunity to go to the Marvel Universe to learn the
secrets of Kamartaj.
But after seeing the time fragments of the Scarlet Witch's legacy, Lin Chen had already given up on that thought. The two most powerful sorcerers of Kamartaj had teamed up to imprison the Scarlet Witch. Both
sides were mortal enemies, irreconcilable.
As the heir of the source of chaos, it was impossible for him to coexist peacefully with Kamartaj, and learning the secrets of Kamartaj was probably out of the question.
So perhaps the Harry Potter magical world was a chance for him to fully master the source of chaos. Lin Chen pulled out the admission letter and a prompt immediately popped up in front of him. Soulbound item: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry admission letter. The child who receives this letter will be taken to the magical world, but unfortunately, this letter does not belong to you. Lin Chen held the letter up to his eyes, using the dim light to see the contents of the admission letter clearly. Dear Zhang Lin, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You have demonstrated extraordinary magical potential in our magical detection, and we sincerely invite you to join our magical world full of wonders and adventures. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is located in the mysterious Scottish Highlands. Blah blah blah. There was a long string of content afterward, but Lin Chen was too lazy to finish reading. He raised the letter in his hand and said helplessly, Mom, I think what you said makes a lot of sense, but this letter isn't for me. It should be for Zhang, right? Wan Ling smiled, her hand brushing over the letter, a dark red glow engulfing it. Son, don't worry, this matter is not up to them. If I say it's you, then it's you. The characters on the notification letter twisted under Lin Chen's gaze, and the name gradually transformed into Dear Xiaolin, we are pleased to inform you. At the same time, the attribute panel immediately prompted Soulbound item: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry admission letter. The contract holder of this letter will gain the qualification to enter the Magic Academy. Get ready, soon you will enter the Magic Academy. Remember to bring your magical pet. Lin Chen was speechless. Again, well, having the source of chaos, my dear mother. In terms of magic, one can truly do as they please. As the admission letter was modified by Wan Ling, a huge sound of flapping wings soon echoed in the night sky. Lin Chen looked up and saw a skeletal black Pegasus with a dragon-like head and a pair of huge bat wings slowly descending before him. The Pegasus's eyes were silvery white, without pupils, looking somewhat terrifying. Lin Chen recognized this as a special mode of transportation from the Harry Potter world, the Thestral. The Thestral folded its wings, lowered its head, and knelt down, inviting Lin Chen to mount its back. Lin Chen didn't expect this creature to arrive so quickly, just after the admission letter was modified. Since it was here, he might as well go and see what was going on. Who gave you the courage to act against my lovely younger siblings? And why can creatures from the Harry Potter world appear in Blue Star? Remembering that a few days ago, that imposter also used magic from the Harry Potter world, Lin Chen had a vague suspicion in his heart, but everything would have to wait until he reached Hogwarts to draw a conclusion. Lin Chen mounted the Pegasus, but the Thestral did not take off. It was restless, pacing in place and snorting. What was going on? Why wouldn't the Thestral take off? Was it because the admission letter, modified by his mother, was not usable? Wan Ling blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly remembered something. She extended her right hand, and a dark red light glowed in her palm. Soon, a ball wrapped in red light flew through the night sky. The ball flew above Lin Chen's head, and Wan Ling released her hand, dropping it onto his shoulder with a thud. Lin Chen then realized that it was indeed Abu. Abu, if you keep eating so recklessly, you will really turn into a pig. Abu blinked its 6 compound eyes, looking innocently at its owner. It had taken advantage of the chaos tonight to catch a few owls delivering messages, and after eating, it was digesting and sleeping, but was forcibly pulled over by its owner's mother. What was this for? Hadn't the owner just returned? Were they going to enter a dream again? Strangely enough, the moment Abu landed on Lin Chen's shoulder, the Thestral let out a low roar, raised its front hooves, took a few steps forward, and flapped its wings vigorously to take off. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of huge wings flapping, the Thestral quickly left Wan Ling's sight, and a swirling, expanding portal appeared directly in front of it. The Thestral charged right into it. Lin Chen felt a flash before his eyes and instantly arrived in another world, where a carriage pulled by 4 Thestrals was waiting for him. Wan Ling watched Lin Chen leave. She took out another admission notice, and the name of the admitted student was Lin Chen's sister, Lin Yu. At the bottom of the admission notice, where the principal's signature was, a line was written in cursive in English. Wan Ling carefully deciphered it for a moment and slowly read it aloud. Gellert Grindelwald. Wan Ling casually threw the notice towards the trash can, and it ignited in a blazing red flame in the air, illuminating Wan Ling's cold, murderous face. That guy named Grindelwald dares to set his sights on my child. He must really be tired of living. The carriage in front of Lin Chen was made entirely of a special black material, resembling wood and iron, reflecting a cold, metallic light under the moonlight. The driver was a thin man wearing a skull mask. He took off his top hat, bowed slightly, and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Welcome, new Hogwarts student. Please get in, I will take you to open the door to a new world. The night steed lingered beside the carriage, and a step automatically grew from the carriage to help Lin Chen enter without falling into the clouds. Lin Chen jumped off the night steed and stepped onto the carriage just as he was about to pull open the carriage door. The man in the skull mask extended his left hand, gloved in white, to stop Lin Chen. please wait a moment. Lin.
Chen raised an eyebrow, secretly on guard. After all, his admission notice was actually his younger brother Lin Zhang's, modified by his mother Wan Ling using chaotic magic to bear his name. He wondered if it would pass unnoticed.
If not, he would have to eliminate this skull-masked man. He looked like no good person. Was he a Death Eater?
If he were a Hogwarts teacher, he surely wouldn't wear a skull mask to scare children.
The man in the skull mask chuckled softly.
Although I feel it's unnecessary, please show me your admission notice first. Lin Chen handed over his admission notice, and the man glanced at it casually, though it was unclear how he confirmed it.
He nodded, opened the
carriage door, and gestured for him to enter.
Please come in, Lin Chen.
Lin Chen stepped into the carriage and found 3 people already seated inside, 2 Western boys and an Asian girl, all looking no older than 10.
The 3 children appeared very nervous, tightly clutching their owls, their wide, terrified eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked mature and tall, completely out of their age group. He couldn't help but silently complain. Oh dear. You modified the admission notice but forgot to change my age. When I get to school, my stature will stand out so much, it's easy to blow my cover.
The 2 boys shrank to the side, making a large space, and Lin Chen took a seat.
Without hesitation.
He had just returned from the Dragon Ball world, encountered a battle between Usher and Adam, and then was sent by his mother to replace the Hogwarts admission notice. He was already exhausted both physically and
mentally.
Lin Chen closed his eyes for a moment of rest, hearing the 2 boys whispering beside him.
Is he also someone who received an admission notice from the magic school? Why does he look so much older? Yeah, I feel like he should at least be working by now. Am I that old?
Lin Chen immediately found the 2 kids quite annoying. They were indeed at that bothersome age of 7 or 8.
He must be a teacher from that magic academy, right? No, he's also a student.
I heard the person at the door asking him for his admission notice. The girl's timid voice joined the discussion about Lin Chen.
Why didn't he bring an owl? What's that on his shoulder? I don't know, but it looks really scary. Its eyes are all red.
To avoid Abu scaring others, Lin Chen had already instructed Abu to wrap himself into a round ball using his magic. Now, Abu only revealed 8 legs and 2 scarlet eyes, surrounded by a black-red haze. Because he had eaten too much, he looked more like a ball. No one could tell that this round ball was a large spider the size of a human face. A few owls, sensing Abu's malicious gaze, trembled in fear. The one in the girl's arms was so scared that it even pooped. After a few minutes, another black girl arrived, slightly older, at least in high school, with a pair of well-developed legs. The arrival of the black girl raised the overall age of the group, making Lin Chen feel less awkward. Outside the carriage, the driver called out softly, "Hold on tight, next stop is Diagon Alley, go." Accompanied by the loud crack of the whip and the deep neigh of the nightmare, the
carriage quickly took off, weaving through the clouds.
At this moment, Lin Chen finally had time to carefully observe his attributes.
The Kryptonian bloodline had not activated, and since Abu had not grown larger, he already had a guess in his heart. It should still be on Blue Star. No wonder that imposter could use a wand from the Harry Potter world, and the owls and nightmare could appear on Blue Star. What caused this? As Lin Chen pondered the situation he would face next, he could no longer withstand the fatigue of the past few days and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had been when he was jolted awake by a violent bump, the driver outside the carriage calling out loudly, "Whoa, whoa, stop." The nightmare stomped its hooves on the ground, making a crisp sound, and amidst the dissatisfied snorts of the nightmare, the carriage door opened, and the driver poked his head in. "We've arrived, everyone get off, my task is complete. Next, someone will take you to choose your wands." A white boy timidly said, "What is a wand? Why did you bring us here? What do you want to do with us?" Another boy cried out, "Wah, I'm scared, when can we go home?" The man in the skull mask grinned maliciously. "Home? I'm afraid you won't be going back anytime soon. Behave yourselves, or you'll be fed to the Dementors." Outside the carriage, a gentle female voice rang out, "Abernathy, don't scare the children. Don't worry, this trip will be a rare opportunity for you to gain extraordinary powers. Children, come out, I am your instructor. My name is Minerva McGonagall, but you can call me Professor McGonagall." McGonagall? The woman who replaced Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall is a good person, she shouldn't be part of the Death Eaters. Lin Chen felt a bit more at ease as he stepped out of the carriage. In front of him stood a young woman dressed in a black robe, wearing a noblewoman's hat, her tall and upright figure resembling a swan with a long neck held high. Her eyes were bright green, like the lake water thawing in spring, radiating a reassuring glow. Ah! Lin Chen was instantly stunned. This woman was so young, a stark contrast to the kind and gentle Professor McGonagall he remembered. "Are you Professor McGonagall?" Lin Chen hesitated. "I can't call myself a professor, I'm an intern teacher, McGonagall. You can just call me McGonagall." Although McGonagall was surprised at why this batch of students was so tall and handsome, completely unlike students, she still politely bowed. Slightly. "It really is Professor McGonagall. She has transformed from an old lady into a young girl. Lin Shen couldn't help but wonder, what era is the current Harry Potter world in? Wait, Harry Potter shouldn't have been born yet. However, it doesn't matter.
Lin Shen carries the source of chaos and has awakened the chaos robe. Before his mental energy is exhausted, he is invulnerable to all methods.
Coupled with his terrifying physical attributes, he is almost an invincible presence in the Harry Potter magical world. Even Voldemort would have to kneel and call him daddy in person.
At this moment, Lin Shen finally had time to survey his surroundings.
He was standing on a bustling city street, surrounded by some English-style buildings. Since it was late at night,
there wasn't a single pedestrian on the street, making it eerily quiet. Once the other 4 classmates exited the carriage, Lin Shen stood among them, appearing exceptionally graceful and distinguished, like a swan among a flock of chicks, drawing frequent glances from Professor McGonagall. She suppressed her strange discomfort, clapped her hands, and spoke softly. "All right, students, welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Here, you will learn various magical courses such as charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, and defense against the
dark arts, among others."
Lin Shen keenly noticed a slight pause in Professor McGonagall's voice when she mentioned the last subject.
If he remembered correctly, Hogwarts should be teaching defense against the dark arts, but how did it turn into dark arts attack in McGonagall's mouth?
It seemed that this world was quite different from the Harry Potter world he was familiar with. Our professors are all experienced and knowledgeable
wizards who will guide you to grow continuously on the path of magic, ultimately becoming great wizards. McGonagall concluded the brief welcome ceremony and continued. You are all children with magical talent. The next step to becoming a wizard is to choose a wand that belongs to you. Please follow me.
She led them a few steps into a small alley. In front of Lin Shen stood an old and unremarkable building, its wooden doors and windows
covered in the marks of time.
The bar sign, edged in copper, swayed gently in the night breeze, making a faint creaking sound.
The name of the bar translated to the Leaky Cauldron. So they really were going to Diagon Alley?
As someone familiar with the magical world, Lin Shen even knew how to access Diagon Alley. When the children stepped into the bar, it felt as if they had entered another world. Under the dim bar lights, a musty, decayed atmosphere enveloped them, with the air mixed with a faint scent of beer and cheap tobacco. Inside the bar, wooden tables and chairs were haphazardly arranged, and some figures dressed in black robes and wearing masks sat by the tables, silently watching the few who had intruded, creating an increasingly eerie atmosphere. McGonagall lowered her head and whispered, "Don't make eye contact with them, hurry up and follow." The group passed through the main hall of the Leaky Cauldron and arrived at a dark, dilapidated courtyard. McGonagall pulled out a wand from her robe and tapped a brick on the trash can. The bricks immediately retracted, making a clicking sound, and soon revealed a hidden alley behind them. However, what shocked Lin Shen was that there were no living beings in Diagon Alley, only black shadows wandered everywhere. These shadows had no fixed form, as if draped in tattered cloaks. Their heads resembled elongated skulls, with only 2 hollow eye sockets, no nose or mouth, just a black void. Dementors! How could there be so many, and why had they spread to Diagon Alley? Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. Such creatures should only appear near Azkaban prison, serving as guards for the prisoners. It seemed that the timeline of the Harry Potter world had also gone awry. Lin Shen noticed that McGonagall was frowning tightly, her eyes filled with a hint of apprehension. She gritted her teeth and took out 4 masks from her robe, handing them to Lin Shen and the others. "Put on the mask, don't make eye contact with the Dementors, stay close to me, and you won't be in any danger." Dementors can consume human souls, and with this many of them, even Lin Shen would find it somewhat tricky if they got entangled.
He silently put on the mask and closely followed Professor McGonagall.
As soon as they entered Diagon Alley, a large number of Dementors sensed the presence of the living and surged forward like moths to a flame. They coiled around the crowd like venomous snakes, emitting low, eerie sounds. Hiss, ha, ma, ha. The Dementors brought their terrifying heads close to the children's faces, wanting to suck out their souls, but the masks emitted a faint, ghostly light, blocking the Dementors from proceeding further. The 3 young children could barely breathe, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lin Shen could even hear their quiet sobs beneath the masks.
"Woo woo. So scary, I want to go home. Help! Help me, I can't move. What kind of place is this? I don't want a wand anymore, can we turn back?"
McGonagall turned around and sternly hissed, "Don't stop, keep up, or no one will
be able to save you."
She then quickened her pace, rushing towards a shop on the street, the sign above it boldly reading, "Ollivander's Wand Shop." Lin Shen and the tall black girl also quickened their steps towards the wand shop, which completely provoked the Dementors, as a large number of them surged towards the spot from all directions, like a tidal wave. McGonagall had already slipped into the wand shop, which radiated a white light, firmly protecting the store. No Dementor could enter. She shouted loudly, "Hurry, that mask won't hold for long." Lin Shen and the tall black girl stepped into the wand shop in just a few strides. Looking back, the 3 human children had already been completely engulfed by the Dementors, the air thickening like ink, the sound of their breathing echoing like a spell in the sky. Countless Dementors gathered around the 3 children, lifting them into the air. Through the semi-transparent bodies of the Dementors, Lin Chen could even see illusory figures being pulled out of the children, which, if he guessed correctly, were the children's souls. The Dementors, like bloodthirsty sharks, became even more frenzied. Each one opened its mouth wide, drawing in the illusory figures, wanting to devour the children's souls. Lin Chen placed a hand on McGonagall's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Think of a way quickly, or those 3 are done for." He remembered a spell called Expecto Patronum that should be able to repel the Dementors from consuming souls. McGonagall's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, covering her face with her hands, trembling helplessly. "It's useless, with this many Dementors, anyone who comes will be of no help." Lin Chen took a deep breath. He was the first to disagree with that statement as the heir of the chaos source. Since he was here, he would see what the Dementors were really made of. Lin Chen turned to look out the window, and a crimson flame ignited fiercely in his eyes. In the realm of reality, Lin Chen could clearly see that these soul-eating monsters had no souls. They were entirely composed of a mass of black, fallen aura, as if they were merely a lump of pollution. There was no thread of fate connecting the soul-eating monsters to the 3 children. He had encountered such creatures before, limited to Tian Sun alone, but Tian Sun was a data lifeform. Could it be that the soul-eating monsters were also a type of programmed being created by someone? The origins of the soul-eating monsters had always been a mystery in the Harry Potter world. The Ministry of Magic could control them with certain tools, but to this day, no one had mastered a method to eliminate them. In the Harry Potter world, a magical tome recorded a wizard's research on the soul-eating monsters. Dementors are among the darkest and most fallen creatures on this planet. They swarm in the darkest and filthiest places, cheering for corruption and despair, loathing all of humanity's beautiful emotions. Love, peace, and hope are mercilessly devoured by them. Various spells can only temporarily disperse them, including the unforgivable curses, which cannot inflict fatal damage on them. In a safe and controlled environment, I attempted to let it suck my soul. The fear and tearing sensation from the depths of my soul made me wish for death, and I never wanted to try it a second time. If you cannot cast the Patronus charm the moment you are entangled by a Dementor, it is best to give up resistance as soon as possible. Perhaps you can suffer less pain and find relief sooner. Seeing the souls of the 3 human children about to leave their bodies, at that moment, the soul-eating monsters would rush in and tear their souls into pieces, devouring them like little desserts. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He quickly walked out of the wand shop, his arm covered in a dark red glow, and directly grabbed a soul-eating monster. Under the influence of the source of chaos, the soul-eating monster was no longer an untouchable existence. Lin Chen grasped its neck, and the chaotic robe instantly enveloped the body of the soul-eating monster. Just as he had done with the Naga, Lin Chen manipulated the source of chaos, compressing it into a mass. However, the chaotic robe, capable of slaying deities, surprisingly could not eliminate the soul-eating monster. The moment the chaotic robe dispersed, the monster merely shrank significantly. It howled and transformed into a cloud of black smoke, soaring into the sky and disappearing. Interesting, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The difficulty of killing this thing exceeded his expectations. However, he had no time to continue researching the 100 methods to kill a soul-eating monster. The 3 human children could no longer hold on. Their souls had completely left their bodies, surrounded by a multitude of soul-eating monsters. Continuously, soul-eating monsters passed through their souls, tearing away small portions from them. The children's souls convulsed in the air, emitting desperate pleas. "Help me. It hurts so much. Mom, I want to go home." Seeing the urgent situation, Lin Chen realized that driving them away one by one was too late. He could only grit his teeth, clench his fists, and take a stance, shouting angrily. "Ha!" A powerful red aura erupted from Lin Chen's body. This was a unique skill that belonged solely to him, a combination of the Dragon Ball world's rage technique and the source of chaos. The violent aura mixed with the high-ranking source of chaos, and just the rage alone could inflict both physical and magical damage. While it might not be effective against strong opponents, it was perfect for dealing with the shadowy beings like the soul-eating monsters, which had no physical form. Wherever the aura reached, it corroded the bodies of the soul-eating monsters like sulfuric acid, leaving them riddled with holes. The multitude of soul-eating monsters let out a mournful howl and scattered in all directions, and the souls of the 3 children, freed from the pull of the soul-eating monsters, instantly returned to their bodies. The 3 fell from the air to the ground, directly fainting. It may seem like a long story, but less than 10 seconds had passed since Lin Chen walked out of the wand shop. Mag and the black girl didn't even have time to realize what had happened. They only felt a flash of red light outside the window, and then the low murmurs of the Dementor vanished without a trace. Then came the tall and handsome Lin Chen, who entered the shop carrying 3 young children. Lin Chen set the 3 children down on the ground and called out to Mag, "Teacher Mag, how are they doing? Although I rescued them from the Dementor, they had suffered a lot of attacks before that." Meg hurried over, knelt down, and took out her wand to cast a spell. After a while, she widened her eyes in disbelief and said, "Incredible. Although their souls are a bit weak, they are still alive. They just need some time to rest and they will recover to normal." Meg looked up at Lin Chen with admiration in her eyes. "Lin Chen, how did you do it? With that many dementors, what method did you use to drive them away so quickly? If your method is effective, the entire magical world would." At this point, Meg suddenly stopped, glancing around in slight panic, her expression becoming somewhat somber. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention, shaking his head with a smile. "Your methods are probably not usable by you wizards. The wizards in the Harry Potter world are merely humans with magical talent. Although they pride themselves on being purebloods, in Lin Chen's eyes, they are as fragile as ordinary people. Not to mention the source of chaos, a supreme cosmic power, how could they possibly possess it?" Mag looked at Lin Chen deeply. This young man, confident and powerful, gave her an inexplicable sense of security. She took a deep breath and sighed. "If only you had appeared earlier." Lin Chen actually wanted to ask, "What about the Ministry of Magic? Don't they have a way to control the Dementors?" Given the situation outside, it was clear that the Dementors had gone out of control. But his current identity was that of a wizard apprentice from Blue Star, so it made no sense for him to be so knowledgeable about the Harry Potter world. In the end, he could only bury his questions deep in his heart, waiting to reach Hogwarts to find a way to uncover the truth. His primary task now was to learn magic and upgrade the source of chaos to chaos magic, achieving a significant enhancement. Using the source of chaos to cast the soul-crushing curse, a soul attack that is unforgivable, there are probably not many people on Blue Star who can withstand it. Magic that directly affects the soul should be able to ignore levels and attributes. Du Jiangnan, don't think you can dance around happily now. Once I've mastered it, I'll hit you with the soul-crushing curse and send you straight to the afterlife. With this thought, Lin Chen could hardly contain his eagerness to step into the world of magic. He reminded Mag, "Teacher Mag, didn't you say you would take us here to choose wands?" With Lin Chen's reminder, Teacher Mag gradually calmed down from her panic and shock, nodding her head. "Thank you for the reminder, Lin Chen." With Diagon Alley becoming so dangerous, you few might be the last batch of wizards for a while. She gently waved her wand and recited a spell. Lumos Maximum. The tip of the wand emitted a soft and steady light, illuminating the entire shop. Inside the shop, there were no salespeople at the counter, and the shelves on either side were filled with all kinds of wand boxes. These boxes varied in size and material. Some were simple oak boxes engraved with ancient magical spells flickering like fireflies under a glow charm. Others were metal boxes inlaid with magical gemstones and mysterious metals shimmering with a rainbow of colors. Compared to the wand boxes on the shelves behind the counter was a whole wall of wand racks densely packed with wands that were clearly more valuable than those in boxes exposed to the open air. Thousands of wands lay before Lin Chen, differing in length, thickness, and material. Some had smooth solid wood exteriors, while others appeared to be made from ancient trees, showcasing the passage of time. There were also rare dragon heartstring wands, powerful wands emitting faint magical waves, as if welcoming the arrival of a few wizarding students. McGonagall's eyes held a hint of regret as she sighed. The Ollivander family's wand workshop has been destroyed, with many magical creatures dead and the source of raw materials completely cut off. The wands before you may very well be the last batch in existence. She straightened up, forcing a smile at Lin Chen. It should have been Mr. Garrick Ollivander helping you choose the wand that suits you best, but as you can see, given the current situation, you might have to choose for yourself. She pushed open the counter's activity door, gesturing for him to help himself. "Don't be shy, just take whichever one you like." "Ah, how is this any different from robbery?" Lin Chen remembered that each wand was quite valuable, and aside from the first wand purchase, which came with a substantial subsidy from the Ministry of Magic for every wizard, starting from the second wand, it was the old Ollivander's free pricing time. Lin Chen patted his pocket. Good, he was broke. He still felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Let this classmate choose first, I want to observe a bit more." "All right, suit yourself." McGonagall shrugged and called over a sturdy black girl. "Lydia, you go first, follow your instincts and pick the wand that suits you best." At that moment, Lydia couldn't help but feel a bit breathless. Ever since receiving her acceptance letter to Hogwarts from the owl, she had been anxious. After finally managing to fall asleep last night, she was forcibly brought into this world full of monsters by a skeletal Pegasus. Now, after a series of adventures, was it finally time to reap the rewards? She tiptoed slowly into the counter, and the first thing she picked was a wand box encrusted with gems. Lydia opened the box and took out a brown-black wand, looking at McGonagall with a puzzled expression, timidly asking, "Is this okay?" McGonagall smiled awkwardly and shook her head. "No, this wand isn't suitable for you. If it were a wand that matched you, it should react. Don't let its flashy appearance confuse your intuition. Follow your feelings. Close your eyes and feel with your heart. See if anyone is calling you." Lydia took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and after a while, she slowly opened them, walking towards the wall of wands, accurately picking a black wand, which emitted a faint glow in her hand.
Congratulations, Lydia. You found the wand that suits you best. McGonagall gently clapped, elegantly nodding in encouragement. She then looked at Lin Chen. Now it's your turn, Lin Chen, go in and feel with your heart. Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling quite expectant. Here I come. Du Jianan, you old dog, wait for your end. He stepped into the
counter, closing his eyes like Lydia, and began to feel with his heart. As Lin Chen entered the counter, he stood quietly there, closing his eyes. All the wands began to tremble violently, and those hanging on the wand wall fell to the ground with a crackling sound, like hailstones. Some wands, even those placed in exquisite boxes, jumped out, desperate to escape from Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened his eyes in confusion, wondering what was happening, why he felt nothing, let alone anyone calling for him. He glanced at the wand shop, which looked as if it had been visited by thieves, and was somewhat surprised. Lin Chen turned to see McGonagall and Lydia, both equally astonished, their eyes wide open. What just happened? Did a Dementor break in while I had my eyes closed? McGonagall forced herself to calm down, her heart screaming. Who exactly is this Lin Chen? Why are all the wands fleeing from him? She pretended to cough a few times to gather her thoughts. Perhaps none of these wands are suitable for you. They seem to have a rather strong, rejection reaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. What should he do? Without a wand, how could he learn magic in the Harry Potter world? It is well known that in the Harry Potter world, every wizard must have a wand of their own before casting spells. Lin Chen felt a bit unwilling. He picked up a wand from the ground, and with a crack, it broke into two pieces in his hand. Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Come on, if you don't want to be with me, there's no need to commit suicide. No way, I refuse to believe that among thousands of wands, I can't find one that suits me. Lin Chen took out beautifully crafted wands from several boxes that hadn't managed to escape, and without exception, these wands all committed suicide. In his hands, some broke in half, while others split vertically. Alright, you bastards, if you won't give me face, then don't play at all. Lin Chen's face showed some embarrassment, and flames of red fury ignited in his eyes. After returning from the Dragon Ball world, Lin Chen evenly distributed the talent points he gained into his physical and mental attributes. His mental power had now reached over 300 points, allowing him to manipulate objects out of thin air even without a wand. Lin Chen spread his hands, palms facing down, and shouted, "All of you, rise." Inside the wand shop, all the wands were enveloped in red light, floating against their will. They spun rapidly around Lin Chen, emitting various glows, as if worshipping their king. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This could work. If worst comes to worst, I'll take all the wands here, and when I need to fight, I'll just grab one at random and replace it when it breaks. After all, with Diagon Alley in this state, no wizard would come here for a while, so taking them all wouldn't be a problem. But unfortunately, the status of the source of chaos was too high. It was beyond what these wands, made with unicorn hair, dragon heartstrings, and phoenix tail feathers, could withstand. Even if the power of the source of chaos was dispersed among thousands of wands, some still made cracking sounds while flying, the popping noise incessant, as if firecrackers were going off indoors. Lin Chen reluctantly dispersed the power of the source of chaos, and the wands fell to the ground like rain. Silence. The room was so quiet that only the breathing of the three human children could be heard. At this moment, McGonagall had only one thought in her mind. By Merlin's beard, I might be witnessing the birth of a great wizard. Lin Chen looked helplessly at McGonagall, who covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The thought of the legendary wizard in his most confused moments of life receiving guidance from her made McGonagall feel a bit better. She smiled gently and comforted Lin Chen. Lin Chen, your situation is quite special, but it's okay. You can skip the wand selection step for now. Once we get to the school, there are the most professional professors who will definitely be able to solve your problem. At that time, I believe the headmaster will be very willing to help you find a wand that suits you. At this moment, Lin Chen still did not know that the headmaster of Hogwarts was no longer the greatest wizard. He knew, Albus Dumbledore. He could only nod and accept this reality. From his earlier contact with several wands, he could sense that in the Harry Potter world, there were probably not many wands that could withstand the power of chaos unless it was the legendary Elder Wand. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak were known as the Deathly Hallows. Gathering these three artifacts could make one the Master of Death. After McGonagall awakened the three students and helped them select their suitable wands, she waved her wand, and a burst of orange-red fire flew out, igniting the fireplace in the wand shop. She clapped her hands, elegantly put away her wand, and with a hint of relief said, "Fortunately, the teleportation function is still usable. Students, step into the flames, and you will arrive at the place where you will be studying for a long time, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. See you at Hogwarts." After saying this, McGonagall walked directly into the fire, and as the flames rose, she instantly vanished from sight. The few young children looked at each other. This journey into the magical world was incredibly thrilling for them.
If it weren't for Lin Chen's rescue, 3 of the children would have almost lost their lives. With McGonagall watching earlier, they didn't dare to act out, but now that their overseer was gone, the children longed for the warmth of their beds back on Blue Star. A white boy closed his eyes and murmured, "This must be a nightmare. Wake up quickly, wake up quickly." Another boy squatted on the ground, burying his head tightly in his knees like an ostrich in the desert, repeatedly mumbling, "Mom, wake me up quickly." Seeing the children's reactions, Lin Chen fully agreed with Wan Ling's decision. If his younger siblings were brought here, their immature minds would surely face danger and life-threatening situations. Before stepping into the flames, he paused slightly and said softly, "If you want a chance to return to your home on Blue Star, it's best to follow McGonagall now. Otherwise, staying here will soon lead to even more terrifying things happening." Lin Chen was not trying to scare them. Through the colorful stained glass windows of the wand shop, he could clearly see the situation outside. Just a little delay in selecting wands had allowed the Dementors, which Lin Chen had previously scared away, to return, and their numbers were even greater than before. A large number of Dementors floated silently outside the shop, expressionless as they peered inside. Their low, haunting cries could even penetrate the magical barrier into the room. Seeing that the children still had not moved, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He had already saved them once, and could not do so infinitely. In the face of danger, besides seeking help from the strong, self-rescue was even more important. "Good luck to you." Lin Chen could faintly hear the sound of the magical barrier breaking. He took a few steps forward and stepped into the orange-red flames, which surged around him. Lin Chen suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a vortex, his body being stretched infinitely and twisted. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. The scenery before Lin Chen changed, and he found himself on solid ground, having been transported to a beautifully decorated high-ceilinged room. In front of him, McGonagall was quietly gazing out the window. She raised her head, furrowing her delicate brows, her face filled with a worried expression. McGonagall noticed someone had teleported. She turned her face and saw it was Lin Chen, feeling no surprise at all, and smiled as she nodded. "I knew you would take this step. It's strange, you seem to adapt well to teleportation. Every new student who arrives here usually vomits uncontrollably." Only then did Lin Chen notice several trash bins at his feet, indicating that McGonagall was quite experienced with this matter. With his physical attributes, let alone a mere teleportation spell, even traveling through time and space would cause him no discomfort. In the Harry Potter world, he was a being hundreds of times stronger than a troll. Lin Chen steadied his mind slightly and surveyed his surroundings. This small room had walls made of ancient blue stone bricks, and several colorful oil paintings hung on the walls. In some of the paintings, the figure's eyes could move, secretly observing him. Upon noticing Lin Chen's gaze, these portraits quickly pretended to be still, as if they were merely simple canvases. Lin Chen took a look around. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be Hogwarts. He wondered what Hogwarts was really recruiting students from Blue Star for. He believed the mystery would soon be revealed. Lin Chen noticed that after greeting him, McGonagall looked out the window again, so he walked over to look outside with her. "What are you looking at, Professor McGonagall?" Through the open window, Lin Chen's pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinpoints. His vision was excellent, and he could clearly see a massive golden magical barrier in the pitch-black night sky. The magical barrier resembled a giant bowl, completely enveloping the building he was in. On the playground in front of him, hundreds of wizards in magical robes were using the ultimate Patronus charm, Expecto Patronum. Accompanied by these wizards' incantations, golden light projectiles shot from the tips of their wands, reinforcing the magical barrier. Outside the magical barrier, there were endless black wandering monsters. Besides the ordinary Dementors Lin Chen had seen in Diagon Alley, there were even dragon-shaped Dementors, whose size was 100 times that of ordinary Dementors. Some Dementors wielded long black scythes, tirelessly attacking the golden barrier again and again. The dragon-shaped Dementors had even more ferocious attack methods. They flapped their enormous bat-like wings, towering above, and spewed out ink-like breath to assault the magical barrier. Each dragon breath attack caused the magical barrier to tremble violently. On the playground, a gnome-like creature, less than a meter tall, was shouting hoarsely, "Keep going, don't stop, hold on, use your last bit of strength. Once the barrier breaks, everyone will die." From time to time, wizards collapsed on the ground after exhausting their magical power, being carried away by the rescue team. Soon, more wizards came to replace them, and Lin Chen even saw several upperclassmen wizard apprentices in student robes mixed in among them. McGonagall sighed softly behind Lin Chen. "As you can see, Lin Chen, our world is on the brink of destruction." Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression showed no change. He quietly gazed at the Soul Eater, which could trigger a phobia of dense crowds, and said lightly, "So, you summoned me from over there just to be cannon fodder? Or is it that you don't have enough manpower? But such a difficult ancient spell as the Ultimate Guardian spell isn't something every student can learn, right?" McGonagall was silent for a moment. The decision to issue admission notices beyond the boundary was made by the higher-ups.
I don't know the purpose of summoning you, but I believe that with Lin Chen's strength, he will soon stand out and learn the true reason behind all this." At that moment, a crackling sound erupted from the fireplace. Lin Chen and McGonagall both turned to look at the fireplace, where the flames were rapidly dwindling, like a candle flickering in the wind, about to extinguish. The moment the flames went out would be when the teleportation spell failed, and the few children still in the wand shop would surely have their souls devoured by the Soul Eater, never to return to Blue Star. A hint of reluctance flashed in McGonagall's eyes as she explained to Lin Chen, "This is the final hurdle of the entrance exam. If they cannot bravely take that step and overcome their fear of the unknown, even if they come to Hogwarts, they will lose their fighting spirit at critical moments due to fear. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are needed. Looking at this batch of students, it seems you are the only one." Before McGonagall could finish her sentence, a meatball suddenly burst out of the flames, rolling around on the ground for a few circles before scattering. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be several children huddled together, arriving at Hogwarts at the last moment before the flames extinguished. The black girl stood up, leaned against a trash can, and began to vomit violently. The other three young children, after a series of tragic experiences and the tumult of teleportation, had completely fainted. McGonagall was stunned for a moment, then a look of relief appeared on her face. She quickly walked to the door, calling for the paramedics. Lin Chen and the black girl locked eyes. He nodded slightly, acknowledging Lydia's rare courage. After a flurry of activity, McGonagall smiled and waved at Lin Chen and Lydia at the door. "Come on, you two, it's time for breakfast and your official welcome ceremony." Once Lin Chen approached, McGonagall whispered, "In a moment, the sorting ceremony will take place. Remember my words, choose Gryffindor. Hogwarts has 4 houses: Slytherin, representing cunning, pride, and elegance; Gryffindor, representing courage and bravery; Hufflepuff, representing integrity and hard work; and Ravenclaw, representing agility and wit." Lin Chen remembered that McGonagall would eventually become the head of Gryffindor House. It turned out she was already a loyal Gryffindor at this time. Lin Chen nodded, not paying much attention to the sorting. For him, as long as he could learn magic, it didn't matter which house he was in. The three of them walked along the winding corridor, the carpet beneath their feet thick and soft. On either side of the corridor were classrooms, each filled with different items, from which Lin Chen could roughly discern the subjects being taught. Since it was early morning, there were no students in class, and McGonagall didn't seem in the mood to give them a proper introduction to the school. She just hurriedly walked, almost to the point of running. Before long, the three arrived on the first floor, and before Lin Chen, 2 heavy oak doors swung open, revealing a spacious and magnificent hall. The towering ceiling was over 10 meters high, adorned with mysterious constellations and magical patterns. Elegant magical chandeliers emitted a soft glow. The hall was filled with long tables, laden with a sumptuous feast, and silver cutlery gleamed with a golden sheen. The room was packed with students, all curiously staring at Lin Chen, whispering among themselves, "I heard this boy possesses extraordinary power. Yes, he saved 3 classmates from the Soul Eater, but he looks a bit older. Is he really our classmate? He's really handsome. If he becomes a professor, I will definitely attend every class." Hearing these words, Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at McGonagall, who shyly stuck out her tongue, her face slightly flushed. Lin Chen's handsome and powerful presence left an indelible impression on her. When he rescued the 3 young children from Blue Star earlier, his deeds had already spread throughout the entire school through her words. In the center of the hall stood a tall, golden-haired man in a fitted black robe with gold trim, facing away from Lin Chen. "That's the headmaster. I can only take you this far," McGonagall said as she stopped by the professor's long table and sat down. Several young female teachers quickly gathered around, whispering among themselves, "Is he the Lin Chen you mentioned? He really is handsome. Are all the wands afraid of him? Which family does he belong to? McGonagall, do you know how long his wand is? You guys are terrible." "Shut up." McGonagall's face turned bright red. "Welcome, dear students. On behalf of Hogwarts, I welcome you to join us. I already know of your heroic deeds, and I am pleased that in this time of crisis, we have such exceptionally talented students joining the school." Accompanied by a firm and powerful voice, the man in the black robe turned around. He had a broad and full forehead, eyebrows like sharp swords slanting into his temples, and his blue eyes seemed to hold boundless ambition. His features were a blend of masculine and feminine, even more beautiful than McGonagall. The man's lips were thin, always curling into a slight smirk, as if nothing in this world could challenge him. A formidable figure. Lin Chen could see from the man's expression that he was a powerful wizard with great ambition. Something felt off. Lin Chen instinctively sensed an anomaly. Albus Dumbledore's gaze would never be filled with the aggression and wildness that this man possessed. Moreover, Albus Dumbledore shouldn't look this beautiful. "Who are you?" Lin Chen asked tentatively. "Oh, seeing such outstanding students makes me ecstatic. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Gellert Grindelwald, the current headmaster of Hogwarts." The man slightly bowed, performing a standard British noble greeting. Lin Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord. No, comparing Gellert Grindelwald to Voldemort is an insult to Grindelwald. Grindelwald did not rule his subordinates through force and fear like Voldemort. He built the Pure Blood Party entirely through his personal charm, stirring the magical world for decades. If he had to compare Grindelwald to someone from his past life on Earth, only one name flashed in Lin Chen's mind: Adolf Hitler. Moreover, Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore were lovers. He established a blood pact with Dumbledore through their romantic relationship, restraining Dumbledore for decades. Although it was unclear who was the submissive one, from appearances, Lin Chen leaned towards Grindelwald being the submissive partner. What on earth happened? Why is Grindelwald the headmaster of Hogwarts? Grindelwald automatically skipped past Lydia, who was beside Lin Chen, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, scrutinizing him. After a while, a satisfied smile appeared on Grindelwald's face. Very good, Lin Chen, I sense boundless magical potential in you. You are exactly the talent we need right now. He clapped his hands and shouted loudly. Come on, before breakfast, let's see which of these two students will join that academy. The magical students in the hall immediately became excited, rhythmically banging on the tables, creating a uniform sound. Gryffindor, Gryffindor, choose Gryffindor. Slytherin, Slytherin, you're such a powerful wizard. You should join Slytherin. Slytherin is the academy of geniuses. Come to Hufflepuff, we are all your family. Silence, Grindelwald shouted, his voice seemingly imbued with some kind of magic resonating through the hall like thunder, echoing continuously. Suddenly, the hall fell silent, and two wrinkled little elves wobbled in, carrying a high-backed oak chair on which sat a slightly worn, deep brown, pointed hat. The wrinkled part looked like a human face, one that was deeply troubled. Grindelwald's lips curled slightly. Although the external situation is tense, the necessary rituals cannot be omitted. Lin Chen, put on the hat. Lin Chen knew the next steps. Without waiting for Grindelwald to explain how to use the sorting hat, he directly picked it up and placed it on his head. The wrinkled part of the sorting hat suddenly came to life, its eyes widening, as it whispered in a trembling voice. This is the aura of the source of chaos. Then the sorting hat jumped off Lin Chen's head with great effort, lying on the ground like a person, its body trembling. As it spoke in a tone only Lin Chen could hear, humble and deferential. Great master of magic, how can I presume to declare your belonging while on your head? Wherever you wish to go, that is where you shall go. After saying this, the sorting hat fell completely silent, no longer making a sound. Lin Chen felt speechless. He knew the status of the source of chaos was extremely high, but he didn't expect the sorting hat to recognize the source of chaos and behave like this in front of everyone. Lin Chen looked around. Everyone in the hall, including the professors at their table, had their eyes wide open, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Even Grindelwald seemed a bit out of sorts, his delicate face slightly contorted, his whole body trembling. After a moment, Grindelwald clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and shook off his shock, looking deeply at Lin Chen several times. Since the sorting hat is temporarily unable to provide a result for Lin Chen, he may choose for himself. Lin Chen, have you decided which academy you want to join? Lin Chen was also a bit taken aback by the sorting hat. He hadn't really thought about which academy to go to. As far as he knew, all four academies had their own exclusive artifacts. They were the Sword of Gryffindor, the Hufflepuff Cup, the Slytherin Locket, and the Ravenclaw Diadem. Especially the Sword of Gryffindor, which was a soul-slaying artifact that would choose its master. It was said to only be usable by those from Gryffindor or wizards who embodied the spirit of Gryffindor. Lin Chen believed he did not possess the spirit of Gryffindor. In fact, he was more aligned with the style of Slytherin. Choosing one academy meant he might lose the opportunity to obtain the other artifacts. Only children make choices. As an adult, I want them all, Lin Chen said leisurely. Can I choose all four academies at the same time? As soon as he said this, the hall erupted in chaos, the students below in an uproar. Lin Chen, you're being a bit arrogant. What's the point of choosing four houses? We all attend classes together, there's no difference, okay? Exactly, does he think this is college, where you can double major? McGonagall came over and whispered. Lin Chen, it's like this, the four houses at Hogwarts have no difference in learning magic, it's just the common areas and team activities that differ. And given the current situation outside, it really doesn't matter which house you choose. Lin Chen nodded, indicating he understood, and McGonagall asked him, so which house did you ultimately choose? McGonagall's eyes held a hint of hope, her lips silently forming the words, Gryffindor. Lin Chen glanced apologetically at McGonagall, continuing to stick to his choice. I still want to choose one of the four houses, or rather, not choose any. The hall fell silent again, as if someone had cast a silencing spell. After a few minutes, Grindelwald suddenly clapped his hands. Very well, Lin Chen, your individuality deeply attracts me. How about this? I will grant you special permission to become a student at Hogwarts without joining a house. An elderly professor with white hair stood up.
Headmaster Grindelwald, his accommodation will be a big issue. If he doesn't join one of the 4 houses, he won't have a dormitory.
You are aware that the school is overcrowded and there are no separate dorms available for him.
Grindelwald revealed a prepared smile. That's fine, let him share a dorm with Tom Riddle.
I believe the 2 geniuses will get along very well.
What? You mean that guy Tom?
No way, Headmaster. Students who share a dorm with Tom mostly end up with mental breakdowns and a nihilistic
outlook.
The old professor objected. Headmaster, I also don't recommend letting Lin Chen share a dorm with Tom.
He's still a freshman and could easily be in life-threatening situations.
Although McGonagall felt a bit unhappy that Lin Chen didn't choose Gryffindor, she still spoke up for him.
Grindelwald's expression darkened slightly as he said calmly, "This is my decision, and it stands. What do you think, Lin Chen?" Upon hearing the
name Tom Riddle, Lin Chen had already realized that this was the name of Voldemort before he became the Dark Lord. It seemed that the Harry Potter world had changed significantly after the anomalies. Dumbledore was no longer the headmaster, and Tom had gained Grindelwald's favor. Moreover, from what others said, Tom was quite arrogant. Lin Chen was also curious to see what kind of abilities the young Tom had, so he nodded.
Sure, I'd like to meet this Tom. By the way, is Tom in the hall? Stand up and let me see.
The hall was silent, and in the end, no one stood up. McGonagall whispered, Tom rarely appears in public, he usually studies dark magic
in his dormitory, and his dorm is off limits to anyone. You might still have time to change dorms.
Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly.
That's fine, I actually want to see what this Tom is capable of.
Lin Chen had already decided that when he got to the dorm he would first give Tom a beating.
If he didn't submit, he would beat him again until he did. Still daring to call himself Voldemort? In front of me, you're just a little bug. After Lin Chen, it was Lydia's sorting ceremony.
This time, the sorting hat did not go crazy. It first commended her for bravely saving 3 young children and then sorted her into Gryffindor. The students of Gryffindor applauded and cheered. Grindelwald clapped his hands and said loudly, I believe you have all heard about the situation outside.
That's right, Diagon Alley has completely fallen, and the number of Dementors is still increasing. Everyone, please strengthen
yourselves quickly. For your survival and for the entire magical world, strive for a glimmer of hope.
Grindelwald nodded at Lin Chen, his steady voice reaching Lin Chen's ears.
I'll find you later, please excuse me for a moment. He then walked out of the hall with a serious expression, drawing his wand from his pocket to join the team repairing the protective barrier. Lin Chen focused intently on Grindelwald's wand. Grindelwald's wand was indeed different from all the wands Lin Chen had seen in the wand shop. It seemed to be made from several finger bones, pale and ancient.
Is this the Elder Wand?
There are rumors that the Elder Wand was made by Death from a branch of Elder.
Of course, some say the Elder Wand is actually Death's finger. Lin Chen, come sit next to us.
McGonagall called to Lin Chen from the dining table. The Hogwarts dining tables were divided by houses, and since Lin Chen had not joined any house, there was naturally no place for him among the 4 houses. Lin Chen smiled slightly and sat down next to McGonagall with ease. A few young female teachers across the table exchanged knowing glances with McGonagall, giggling meaningfully. McGonagall's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a fierce glare at her friends. Lin Chen remained unfazed. In the Harry Potter world, he was just a passerby. Soon, house elves brought out plates of delicious dishes.
After a night of
excitement, Lin Chen was already starving. He opened his mouth wide and began to eat heartily. Once again, everyone in the hall was shocked by Lin Chen. The house elves were almost running to serve the food just to keep up with Lin Chen's
terrifying eating speed. Merlin's beard. Is he really human? Even a giant's appetite isn't this terrifying. Oh my, Miss McGonagall, what kind of monster have you brought back? If he keeps eating like this, he'll eventually eat up all our food supplies.
After more than an hour, Lin Chen patted his belly in satisfaction. The food at Hogwarts was quite good, and he was finally about 7 or 8 parts full. When he stood up, he found the hall was already empty.
Lin
Chen looked at McGonagall, who had been waiting by his side, and expressed his apologies.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
McGonagall covered her mouth and chuckled softly.
It's all right, Lin Chen. I'll take you to the dormitory now. The
headmaster instructed me to ensure you get there safely.
Oh, does that mean I'll get to see the young version of Voldemort soon?
As they made their way up the intricate corridors, Lin Chen casually asked McGonagall, by the way, did you
tell the headmaster about my problem with using a wand?
McGonagall's eyes widened in shock as she cupped her face.
Oh no, how could I forget about that? She quickly reassured Lin Chen.
Don't worry, Lin Chen, with so many experienced professors at the school, they will definitely be able to solve your wand issue.
It's fine, who says you have to use a wand to cast spells?
Lin Chen didn't care at all. His mother, Wanda, was the strongest witch in the Marvel world.
When had she ever used something like a wand? Well, if we delve into this question, it goes back a long way.
According to the epic records, before the Middle Ages, wizards did not need wands to cast spells.
The god of magic,
Merlin is said to be able to cast spells just with a glance. McGonagall began to patiently explain the basics of magic to Lin Chen. This young man before her possessed extraordinary potential, yet he was completely ignorant of magic. However, only such exceptionally gifted young talents would catch the headmaster's attention, even to the point of breaking school rules for him. Lin Chen listened, nodding repeatedly, as he was constructing his own worldview of magic. Wanda's words to him, that one must find their own path to become a great wizard, must have come from the heart. A cold voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. "Are you my new roommate?" Lin Chen looked up to see a young man clutching a magic book, coldly staring at him from the upper staircase. This young man had glossy black hair, neatly combed back, with each strand seemingly meticulously cared for, not a hair out of place. His skin was almost transparently pale, as if it had never been touched by sunlight, exuding a sickly perfection. The young man's face was a standard oval shape, with distinct and deep contours, and a high nose that gave off an air of arrogance. His lips were thin, with extremely cold lines, and his expression carried an indescribable disdain. McGonagall looked at the young man a few times and whispered in Lin Chen's ear, "He is Tom Marvolo Riddle, your roommate." Lin Chen smiled and waved at Tom, who snorted coldly. "There is a magical experiment I am conducting in the dormitory, so I have placed a ban at the door. Wait here until I return." His tone was like that of a superior giving orders to a subordinate, devoid of any warmth. After saying this, Tom walked into the classroom with a blond young man. Lin Chen squinted slightly. "Is this a show of strength? Very well, let me see what you are made of," he said to McGonagall. "Don't mind him, just take me to the dormitory." "But," McGonagall hesitated. Lin Chen repeated, "I said, take me directly to the dormitory." McGonagall opened her mouth but ultimately closed it, silently leading the way. Soon, the two arrived at the door of a dormitory. McGonagall tightened her clothing and said softly, "This is it, Lin Chen. I suggest you wait a bit. Tom's dark magic skills are quite terrifying. There was once a student who didn't believe it and ended up bedridden for over half a month." A faint black glow flickered on the wooden door of the dormitory, as if a monster was sealed inside, making it intimidating to behold. McGonagall quickly grabbed Lin Chen, warning him, "Be very careful. This is a dark magic ban that Tom created himself. Entering without his permission will result in a counterattack from the ban." Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as red flames ignited in his eyes. In the true vision, he could see through the ban left by Tom at a glance. Although he was unclear about the principles of magic, in the true vision, the shape of this ban resembled a snake-like transparent creature coiling at the door, flicking its tongue at the two and baring its fangs in a silent threat. Lin Chen sneered, extending his right hand, his arm enveloped in red light. He quickly grasped the snake's neck, applying slight pressure, and the snake instantly turned to nothingness in his hand, disappearing without a trace. In McGonagall's eyes, it was as if Lin Chen merely extended a hand, and the ban on the dormitory door immediately vanished without a trace. Tom, who was in potions class, shuddered. The potion he was carefully concocting instantly turned into a pool of murky pus. He angrily swept all the equipment off the experimental table to the ground, shouting in rage, "Damn it, how dare you!" Tom no longer attended class. He rushed out quickly, already drawing his wand. Because Professor McGonagall is a woman, it was somewhat inappropriate for her to rashly enter a young male student's bedroom. Lin Chen had already pushed open the door and walked into Tom's bedroom alone. To his surprise, there were no terrifying things like heads or hearts in Tom's room. Instead, some magical manuscripts were scattered messily on the desk. On the other side of the floor, several tubes of green reagents were bubbling away. There were a total of 4 beds in the room, one of which was neatly made with bedding, and a golden pendant box hung at the head of the bed. The pendant box was very old-fashioned, inlaid with green gemstones, which immediately reminded Lin Chen of a certain treasure. Could it be that item? Lin Chen felt quite curious and walked over to grasp the pendant box. The next second, a prompt suddenly popped up before Lin Chen. Soulbound item? Slytherin pendant box. Only Slytherin descendants know how to use it. Please note, this pendant box contains evil power, long-term wear will make the owner irritable and prone to violence. Before Lin Chen could study it properly, a voice suddenly rang out. "Let it go, you damned mudblood." Tom burst into the room, his anger evident on his face, his wand pointed at Lin Chen as he shouted, "Crucio!" A dark green light shot out from the tip of the wand, heading straight for Lin Chen. At this age, Tom had already learned the Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, and in his fury he unleashed it without hesitation. He was determined to teach this mudblood who dared to intrude into his bedroom a lesson, even if it meant facing punishment from the school. Lin Chen smiled faintly, the source of chaos covering his palm, and with a gentle wave he deflected the Cruciatus Curse back. The dark green light entered Tom's body, and he froze for a second before collapsing to the ground, screaming in agony. "Ah! Ah!" Tom's pale, cold face turned bright red, veins bulging on his neck. Even so, he fixed Lin Chen with a wolf-like gaze filled with hatred. "Damn mudblood, I will kill you, remember this, I will kill you." "Ah!" Tom convulsed violently like he had epilepsy, his hands claw-like, his eyes rolling back as he began to foam at the mouth. Lin Chen shook his head, thinking to himself that luckily Tom hadn't used the killing curse on him, or Harry Potter's future journey would have ended before it even began. Hearing the commotion, McGonagall could no longer wait. She pushed the door open and rushed in. To her surprise, it was not Lin Chen writhing in pain on the ground, but Tom Marvolo Riddle, who was regarded as a poisonous snake by both classmates and teachers and deeply feared. What happened? Oh my god, he's going to die. McGonagall looked up and asked Lin Chen. She quickly called for the emergency team while taking out her wand, trying to cast a spell to alleviate Tom's suffering. Lin Chen shrugged and said helplessly, "This classmate rushed in and cast a spell on me, but unfortunately, the magic failed and ended up hurting himself." Hearing Lin Chen's words, although Tom was convulsing and unable to move, he couldn't help but glare at Lin Chen with hatred. He extended a claw-like hand, trembling as he pointed at Lin Chen. You. Finally, he couldn't catch his breath and fainted completely. Fortunately, a large number of wizards had gathered at Hogwarts to fight the Dementors, and the medical staff on campus was exceptionally strong. Soon, Tom was carried away on a stretcher. Looking at the poor roommate Tom, who had just logged off upon their first encounter, Lin Chen could only mourn for him for 3 minutes. The Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, was indeed very domineering. Judging by Tom's pitiful state, he would take at least 10 days to recover. But now, this bedroom completely belonged to him. Lin Chen lay on another bed, stretching lazily. He had just started school today, and the magic classes would officially begin tomorrow, so he could take this opportunity to explore Hogwarts and try to find out why Grindelwald became the headmaster. Before Lin Chen could take action, a rhythmic knocking sound echoed in the room. Thud, thud, thud. Come in. Lin Chen sat up, tidied his clothes, and through the thread of fate, he already knew who was coming. The door was pushed open, and the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Grindelwald, walked in. He stood tall and straight, his expression serious, but Lin Chen could see a hint of deep fatigue in his eyes. Casting the ultimate Patronus charm continuously every day was no small burden, even for a legendary wizard like Grindelwald. Grindelwald quietly stared at Lin Chen and suddenly spoke. "I already know what happened between you and Tom, Lin Chen. I don't believe that a genius student like Tom would make a mistake in casting spells, so who exactly are you?" Lin Chen spread his hands helplessly. "I'm just an ordinary young man from Blue Star. Actually, I want to ask you, why was I brought to this damned place by that flying horse? If those Dementors break through the barrier and come in, everyone in this school will die, right? Moreover, you chose so many young children whose minds are not yet mature. They are not suited for such a dangerous place." A hint of a smile appeared in Grindelwald's eyes. He was not angry at Lin Chen's retort, instead, he nodded in approval. "Very good, young people should have edges. You remind me of someone from my youth, a dear friend who was as talented and unruly as you." At this point, Grindelwald suddenly fell silent. Lin Chen couldn't help but think, "So you were just reminded of Albus Dumbledore?" He actually wanted to ask, between the two of you, who is 0 and who is 1? However, if he were to ask such a question at this moment, Grindelwald would surely pull out the Elder Wand and cast a spell on him. Lin Chen had a vague premonition that Dumbledore's disappearance was definitely related to Grindelwald. Grindelwald's gaze flickered as he turned to walk outside. "Do you want to know why we choose wizard apprentices from your world? Then come with me, all your questions will have an answer." Lin Chen quickly got up and followed Grindelwald. The two ascended to the top of a high tower, the highest point of Hogwarts. Lin Chen even felt that if he reached out slightly, he could touch the golden barrier formed by the ultimate Patronus charm. Outside the barrier, the terrifying faces of the Dementors were clearly visible. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Grindelwald, they crashed against the barrier like sharks sensing blood, making a series of dull thuds. Grindelwald leaned against the railing at the top of the tower, his golden curls dancing in the wind, his back to Lin Chen. "This is the astronomy tower of Hogwarts, and using divination here can yield more accurate results. Tell me, right now, what do you see?" Lin Chen looked down for a moment and succinctly summarized, "Probably the wizards casting the ultimate Patronus charm and the endless Dementors." Grindelwald shook his head, his voice low. "No, what I see is the future, this place becoming a ruin, the Dementors first destroying Hogwarts, then breaking through the barriers set by your strong ones, rushing into your world." Lin Chen was taken aback. He knew that the wizards in the Harry Potter world could perform divination. The power of divination was not merely the superficial display shown by Harry Potter's teacher, Sybil Trelawney. When practiced to a high level, it could truly foresee vague futures. And Grindelwald was a leader among them. His divination was remarkably precise, even able to see some future scenes clearly. Grindelwald continued, "In this dark future, I also saw a powerful wizard, dressed in wizard robes, flying through the air, and wherever he went, all the Dementors vanished like spring snow under the blazing sun. The powerful magic this wizard used is not something our world's wizards possess, so I wonder, perhaps, hope does not lie in our world." So, Grindelwald turned around, his bright blue eyes fixed on Lin Chen.
And you, Lin Chen, your arrival has shown me hope. When McGonagall told me you could save 3 children from a group of Dementors, I firmly believe that person was you. Next, I will personally teach you offensive magic so you can quickly grow into a qualified and powerful wizard. Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. Why was it that in every world the main antagonist wanted to be my teacher? He also thought of his parents' legacy and the illusion. Was he really destined to be connected with the villain? Grindelwald was exceptionally talented and ambitious. He wanted to create a world governed by wizards, categorizing pure-blood wizards, muggleborns, and ordinary people into different classes. The party he founded, the Supremacy of Wizards, had the slogan, "For the greater good." Grindelwald believed that wizards, as a superior group, should lead the management of the world. Although such an overly idealistic idea was bound to be unachievable, Grindelwald's magical prowess was indeed impressive. One could even say that Grindelwald was a magical genius on par with Albus Dumbledore in the past century. Lin Chen thought about his inability to use a wand. Since you want to be my teacher, then help me solve this problem first. He raised his hand and said, Headmaster, McGonagall might not have had time to tell you, I can't use a wand. All wands break the moment they touch me. Grindelwald paused for a moment, then pulled out a dark red wand from the pocket of his robe and handed it to Lin Chen. This is a wand I used when I was young. Although I can no longer use it, I have kept it with me as a memento. The core of this wand was soaked in phoenix blood during its creation, giving it far greater resilience and regenerative properties than other wands. I think it might suit you. Lin Chen did not take the wand immediately. Instead, he took a few steps back. Headmaster, maybe it's better not to. I don't want to ruin a wand you used when you were young. Grindelwald insisted. It's fine. If it suffers ordinary damage, just set it aside and let it rest for a while. It will recover on its own. Give it a try, Lin Chen. I won't blame you if it breaks. Lin Chen looked at him speaking so confidently and had no choice but to take the dark red wand, carefully injecting the source of chaos into it. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt the chaotic power within him as if it had found an outlet, automatically surging into the wand. The wand began to crack from the bottom, emitting strands of dark red light. Grindelwald frowned and said in a low voice, No, your power is too strong, let go. But unfortunately, it was too late. The wand, soaked in phoenix blood, suddenly exploded in Lin Chen's hand, turning into countless wood shavings that slowly fell to the ground. Lin Chen and Grindelwald stared at each other in shock for a moment. Grindelwald gritted his teeth, seemingly wanting to reach into his robe for the wand bag, but ultimately he held back. Grindelwald was silent for a moment. Your ancestor must have been a powerful wizard. Your power is too domineering. It is not something an ordinary magical medium can withstand. He was afraid Lin Chen would become completely disheartened, so he comforted him. It's okay, you can still cast spells without a wand. The wand just helps to concentrate and refine your magical power. It is said that the great wizard Merlin didn't need a wand in his time. However, if you don't use a wand, the power you expend to cast spells will be about 5 times that of using a wand. In other words, at the same level of magical power, others can cast 5 spells, while you can only cast 1, Grindelwald concluded. After hearing this, Lin Chen instantly breathed a sigh of relief. From Grindelwald's words, it was merely a matter of greater consumption. Ridiculous, do I look like someone with insufficient magical power? With the source of chaos backing him, he passively increased his mental strength by 2 points. Every day, belonging to that kind of super genius who could grow stronger just by lying down. A mere magical power consumption was nothing to him, like a drop in the ocean. For example, other students had 100 units of savings, spending 10 units a day on meals, needing to earn it back through work, meditation. Meanwhile, he started with 1,000,000 units of savings, spending 50 units a day on meals, which had no impact on his total assets and was even less than his interest income for that day. Grindelwald furrowed his brow, pinching his chin with one hand, pondering for a moment. But how to teach you to cast spells without a wand? I need to think this through. Although I can cast spells without a wand, that is based on the fact that I have already mastered the basics. I'll go back and check the records. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, I will come to find you again. Grindelwald hurriedly left, and before he left, he instructed Lin Chen, tomorrow, you should attend classes as usual. You can skip the attack magic and spell classes, but you can take potions or divination classes. Lin Chen remembered something and quickly asked, how should I contact my family? He felt he should let his mom know that he was doing well, but if the Dementors broke through the ultimate protective spell, the situation would not be good. His younger siblings should not come to this world for now. Grindelwald's voice came from afar. Use the owl that delivered your admission letter. After writing the letter, it will help you deliver it to your family. Lin Chen returned to his bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at Abu, who was weaving a web in the corner of the room for a long time. What to do? The owl that delivers letters has been eaten by you. Can you deliver a letter? Abu quickly shook his head, immediately stopping his web weaving, curling himself tightly into a ball, pretending to be asleep. In fact, spiders can really fly. They have two ways of flying. One is by rubbing their bodies to cover their surfaces with the same charge as the planet, achieving flight through electromagnetic repulsion. The other way is what Abu had done before, spitting silk to form a web, creating a parachute-like effect, using the violent air currents at high altitudes for long distance migration. However, neither of these flying methods guarantees speed or direction. Where they can fly is purely left to chance. After experiencing the world of ghouls, Abu can transform his wings through his kakuja, but unlike birds, he lacks the ability to navigate through magnetic fields. So relying on Abu to deliver a message, by the time it actually arrives, who knows when that will be. It's possible that Lin Chen has already returned to Blue Star, and Abu still hasn't delivered the letter home. Ultimately, Lin Chen had to abandon this thought. He approached Tom's desk and casually flipped through the scattered magical manuscripts on the surface. These manuscripts involved a vast amount of basic magical knowledge, which Lin Chen couldn't quite understand. But it was clear that Tom was a top student, his notes were very organized, and he could easily reference various runes and magical formulas. Just as he was engrossed, a cold voice, like that of a venomous snake, sounded behind him. If I were you, I would choose not to rummage through someone else's things. It's the least respect you can show to a roommate. Lin Chen turned around and found a pale-faced Tom had returned. He looked somewhat weak, one hand propped against the wall. Panting heavily, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen. If looks could kill, he would have already murdered Lin Chen 100 times. It was evident that he was very wary of Lin Chen, no longer daring to hurl insults recklessly, and was trying hard to suppress his inner turmoil. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk on his lips. You're quite hard to kill, Tom. With the Cruciatus curse, you can walk again so quickly. No wonder I'll have to kill you 7 times in the future. He waved the magical manuscript, intending to scare Tom. The ideas recorded in this manuscript are quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Tom's expression changed drastically. He forced himself to calm down and hurriedly approached, trying to snatch the manuscript from Lin Chen's hands. But in front of Lin Chen, his weak physique was as helpless and laughable as a baby trying to take a pacifier from an adult. Give me, you! Tom jumped around, but he couldn't touch the manuscript at all. Lin Chen had already guessed what the manuscript might contain. He spoke slowly. What do you think the principal would think if he saw this manuscript? After several fruitless attempts, Tom pulled out his wand from his robe, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. I warn you one last time, put down the manuscript right now and get out of my room. Lin Chen sneered. What if I say no? Tom gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws. You're forcing me, Avada Kedavra. As Tom cast the spell, a deep green light instantly shot out from the tip of his wand. This light was like a bolt of lightning, twisting and turning, racing towards Lin Chen at an astonishing speed. Indeed, Tom, you can even cast the killing curse. How wonderful! Lin Chen's mind stirred slightly, and his entire body was enveloped in a layer of dark red light, the chaos robe protecting him, impervious to all magic. The Avada Kedavra curse seemed to be as fast as lightning, but in Lin Chen's eyes, it was as slow as a snail. His exceptionally high physical attributes granted him a reaction speed far beyond that of ordinary people. Lin Chen gently raised his hand, directly grasping the Avada Kedavra curse, the dark red light wrapping around the spell, preventing it from escaping. The magical power of the Avada Kedavra curse surged, writhing in his hand like a small snake, desperately struggling. Lin Chen examined the killing curse, raising his head with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Tom, I'm very interested in this spell. Tom Marvolo Riddle stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen, retreating repeatedly until he tripped over some debris on the ground and fell onto his backside. He scrambled to get away, using his hands and feet, desperate to distance himself from Lin Chen, his eyes filled with horror. Who are you? No, you're not human, you're a demon. Lin Chen approached Tom, placing the killing curse near his ear. The smile on Lin Chen's face was like that of a big bad wolf seeing a little lamb. If I simply lift the binding on the killing curse, you will die immediately. If I hand this spell over to the headmaster, you will be expelled from Hogwarts at once. Lin Chen had just reviewed the school rules, although Grindelwald advocated for a wolfish education and encouraged healthy competition among students. Using a lethal curse on a classmate during school hours would lead to complete expulsion from Hogwarts if discovered. Tom, which option do you prefer? Lin Chen's voice was like a demon's, echoing from the depths of hell. Tom finally realized that he and Lin Chen were not on the same level. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The entire magical world had completely fallen, and if he were expelled from Hogwarts, he would face endless, soul-sucking dementors. He gritted his teeth and lowered his proud head. Speak, what do you want? He had thought it through. With this young man's power, killing him would be as easy as pie. Since he hadn't killed him, it was clear he had ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Tom glanced at the golden locket hanging by his bed, a relic of his mother. He had gone to great lengths, even committing murder for the first time in his life, to reclaim it. The only thing of value to Lin Chen was probably this locket. Lin Chen nodded in approval. Voldemort was indeed clever, and dealing with smart people was simple.
He clasped his hands together, erasing the powerful killing curse into nothingness. From now on, you will follow me. You will help me with 3 things, and I won't hold today's offense against you. The first thing is to write down all the spells you know. Tom clenched his fists, his cheeks puffed up, filled with unwillingness and anger. Very well, if you dare to make me your subordinate. Don't let me find an opportunity, or you will definitely regret today's decision. The future Voldemort had already thought of 100 silent ways to kill Lin Chen. Wizards didn't necessarily have to use spells to kill. Potions and even some magical phenomena could achieve the effect of eliminating enemies without a trace. Lin Chen could see from Tom's predatory gaze what he was thinking. But he didn't care, he just wanted to obtain the incantation method for the killing curse. Indeed, in the Harry Potter world, there were certainly others who could perform the killing curse, like the headmaster Grindelwald, whom he had just met. But obtaining the spell from them would require considerable effort. Right now, there was a future master of dark magic before him, proficient in all unforgivable curses. It would be a shame not to take advantage of this friendship. Come on, write it down now. Lin Chen grabbed Tom like an eagle catching a chick, stuffing him into a chair and handing him a quill. Write well, keep your handwriting neat. If you can't finish, you won't be going anywhere. While our poor classmate Tom was being bullied, gritting his teeth and writing furiously, Grindelwald had returned to the headmaster's office. He rested, his chin on his hands, pondering for a moment before suddenly standing up. The wall behind him slowly parted, revealing a dark chamber sealed by powerful magic. In the dim light, a figure in white robes lay on a straw mat, unaware of life or death. Grindelwald remained silent, quietly watching the man in white robes. After a while, the man seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes and spoke with a faint mockery. What made you think of me today? Is this your last charity before I die? Grindelwald slowly sighed, walking in front of the man in white, his gaze shifting slightly through the magical barrier. Albus, you know I would never harm you. As long as you can change your mind, you can regain your freedom at any time. The man in white leaned closer, revealing a gaunt face, his skin pale and almost transparent, showing that he had been locked away in darkness for a long time. Albus Dumbledore, if Lin Chen were here, would certainly recognize who this frail middle-aged man was. Dumbledore wore a mocking smile and scoffed. So you locked me up here to protect me, Grindelwald? Your magical experiments have led to the impending destruction of the world. You are the sinner of the entire world. Grindelwald stood up, coldly stating, Albus, it's still too early to draw conclusions about who is right and who is wrong. I have brought in a remarkably gifted young man from the outside. His power is so great that it surpasses all the geniuses I have ever seen. Even Tom's talent seems like that of a 3-year-old child in front of him. Albus Dumbledore snorted coldly. I told you, Tom's character is extremely twisted. If you let him do as he pleases without guidance, it will inevitably lead to a great mistake. Grindelwald sighed. Albus, we have no room for choice in the situation we face now. I need Tom. He is very talented and creative. Some of the dark magic he has created might give us a glimmer of hope in dire straits. Albus Dumbledore said lightly. Go on, you didn't come to see me today just to show off your achievements as headmaster. Grindelwald shook his head and continued to introduce Lin Chen. This student is named Lin Chen. He saved 3 children from thousands of dementors with his bare hands, unscathed. I firmly believe he is the one I saw in the prophecy. Dumbledore was clearly intrigued by Grindelwald's description of the talented student. He leaned closer to the magical barrier, listening intently. Grindelwald knew that Albus Dumbledore, like him, craved talent and loved to mentor outstanding young wizards. He wore a sly smile. However, now I face a problem. His power is so great that no wand can contain it. I think he may need to learn the technique of wandless magic. Albus, I am far inferior to you in teaching, so I wonder if you could help me. Dumbledore raised his hands, both bound by black shackles, his pale, sickly face filled with mockery. How do you expect me to help you? Teach him while wearing magical handcuffs? Teach him not to trust anyone, not even a lover bound by a blood pact? Grindelwald remained calm and said in a deep voice, Albus, we are out of time. If we succeed, I will release you and leave Hogwarts. I swear on my family's honor. Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. Grindelwald was a proud wizard, and if he swore on his family's name, it was worth believing. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Grindelwald leaned closer to Dumbledore and whispered, perhaps we can do it this way. On Blue Star, within the borders of the Eagle Nation, receiving a plea for help from the light god McAllister, Jean Zixuan, alone, arrived at the outskirts of the Illusion Realm, the first place to descend upon Blue Star. There was no other choice. After the battle with Frisia, only a few divine generals, besides Jean Zixuan, could maintain their full combat power. The others had all overexerted themselves, triggering hidden dangers, forcing the mad god Adam into a deep slumber. The light god was still lying in the ICU, utilizing the latest nanotechnology to piece together his body and heal his injuries. The Archangel and Du Jiangnan had also disappeared after parting ways in Anping City. No one had seen them again. So currently, among all of Blue Star, the only divine general capable of acting normally was Jean Zixuan.
Jin Zixuan was dressed in a white one-shoulder t-shirt, ultra-short shorts, and a pair of red and white sports shoes, looking like a high school girl. She floated in the air, casually munching on an ear of corn. From her elevated position, her cold gaze was fixed on the vast dark red rectangular barrier below, spanning dozens of kilometers. This was the ceiling barrier left by the sage of Huagua, San Yi. However, from Jin Zixuan's perspective, numerous cracks had appeared at the top. Through the cracks, she could see countless pitch-black robed monsters floating in the illusionary realm, tirelessly striking the barrier's cracks with their bodies and weapons. After observing quietly for a while, Jin Zixuan seemed to be talking to herself. If I were to drop a meteor from the sky, would it be able to take out these disgusting monsters? A deep voice echoed in her earpiece, belonging to Qin Jianhua. Absolutely not, Goddess Jin. The monsters in illusion number 1 ignore physical attacks. Your meteor would only accelerate the collapse of the seal left by Sage Song. This illusion is the first to descend upon Blue Star, and thus it has been studied the most thoroughly. It is named the Soul Eater illusion, and its level is Dragon class. These monsters only devour human souls. Those killed by them bear no wounds. Back in the day, Sage Song fought alone against tens of thousands of Soul Eaters with just a single sword, which ultimately led to the present state of Blue Star. After listening to Qin Jianhua's introduction, Jin Zixuan felt somewhat irritated. She threw the empty corn cob towards the barrier, and with a flash of light, it instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke. Even at the divine level, she could not comprehend the principles behind these barriers, which continue to function even after Song Yi's disappearance for over a decade, let alone how to repair the barrier. Jin Zixuan sighed. Director Qin, I am powerless regarding matters of the soul. Perhaps Du Jiannan might have a way. Qin Jianhua smiled bitterly. If God Du had a solution, he would have resolved this illusion long ago, and we wouldn't be in this situation today. Goddess Jin, based on your observations, how much longer do you think the barrier left by Sage Song can hold? Jin Zixuan used her telekinesis to form a hand, carefully sensing the spatial fluctuations at the cracks. After a moment, she replied lightly. Based on my judgment, it can probably hold for another month or two. It's hard to say exactly. If these monsters break through the barrier and descend upon Blue Star, what can we do? Qin Jianhua fell silent for a moment. Even using that forbidden artifact, there would be no way. Jin Zixuan couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Are we just supposed to wait for death? Or relocate all human seeds to Mars? Qin Jianhua raised an objection. The frontier base on Mars does not yet have the conditions for long-term survival. Even if we migrate, how many people can escape? He hesitated for a moment before cautiously suggesting perhaps there is another way. This year's new contractees might achieve something in the upcoming illusion number 5. You know, Sage Song's abilities came from illusion number 5. Jin Zixuan, who usually didn't pay much attention to the newcomers, frowned. Which illusion have they managed to conquer now? This batch of contractees has just exited illusion number 3 for the first time. Following the normal steps, it would take at least 4 months to conquer illusion number 5. Jin Zixuan murmured to herself. There's no time left. Let the light god use that forbidden artifact from their country to significantly shorten the interval between illusions. Qin Jianhua smiled bitterly. At the moment, it seems we can only do this. Half an hour later, Jin Zixuan walked out of the special care ward of the light god McAllister, pressed her earpiece, and said with a serious expression, Director Qin, notify all first-year students that the 4th illusion will open in 3 days. Have the guidance teachers explain the strategy for the 4th illusion as soon as possible. A faint sigh came from the earpiece. Okay, I understand. Normally, there should be a break between each illusion to allow the contractors time to rest and grow. The difficulty of the first 10 illusions increases slightly with each one. Entering the next illusion too quickly does not allow the contractors to grow rapidly. Instead, it significantly increases the death rate. However, in the face of humanity's perilous situation, the higher-ups have no other choice but to gamble with this generation, to bet on an elusive future. Soon, all first-year contractors around the world received this news. According to the International Illusion Management Bureau, the 4th illusion will open in 3 days, and everyone should prepare as soon as possible. Upon hearing this news, the first-year contractor students were devastated. What? I just barely survived the single-person illusion, and now I have to enter another illusion? What are the higher-ups doing? Do they really not consider us human? Wait, when did we get to control the opening time of the illusions? I don't know. What exactly is happening? Why the urgency? The guidance teachers also protested, saying that this was akin to forcing growth, which would greatly limit the future growth space of this cohort of students. The first 10 illusions were all forcibly summoned because their difficulty was relatively low and safe within a certain range. As long as the contractors put in some effort, they could still gain considerable rewards from the first 10 illusions, laying a solid foundation for the death illusions to come. But the higher-ups did not change due to public protests. Old Lu looked at the notification he received on his phone.
He sighed softly. Just yesterday he had been relieved that several kids in his class had safely returned from the third illusion and seemed to have gained something, and now they were to challenge the fourth illusion. He could only send a message in the class group. Dear students, according to the latest news I received, the fourth illusion will open in 3 days. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, we will meet in the classroom. If the teaching building hasn't been damaged by the earthquake, I will explain the strategy for the fourth illusion to you. He thought for a moment and specifically tagged Lu Yu. By the way, Xiaoyu, remember to notify Lin Chen to come and listen to the class too. Since the last time he reached an agreement with Lin Chen, old Lu's concern for Lin Chen even surpassed that for the 4 classmates in the class. Lu Yu had just finished her shower, humming a little tune, and wrapped in a towel, returned to her bedroom. When she saw this message, she couldn't help but clench her small fist, revealing a pair of little tiger teeth. I didn't expect to showcase my newly acquired abilities so soon. In the next illusion, I will definitely surprise you all. Then she saw old Lu's message specifically tagging her, and her cheeks instantly flushed. Did Teacher Lu notice something by asking me to notify Lin Chen? But this is a good opportunity to get closer to Lin Chen. She steadied her mind, opened the camera, and took a look at herself. Just out of the bath, her face was slightly red, her skin smooth and flawless, as white as milk, exuding the boundless charm of youthful girlhood. She was at the most beautiful age, without needing makeup, possessing a kind of natural allure, cute and innocent with a hint of sexiness. Moreover, the towering peaks wrapped in the bathrobe revealed her astonishing cleavage. Lu Yu bit her rosy lips, deciding to be bold this time and video call Lin Chen. She could even imagine Lin Chen's eyes involuntarily drifting towards her figure, resembling a water lily emerging from the water. It's time to use my advantages to strike back at Mei Yajing. Lu Yu's heart raced as she dialed Lin Chen's WeChat, opting for a video call, but after a long wait, there was no response. She tried several times, but it was the same each time. Suddenly, Lu Yu thought of a possibility. Could it be that Lin Chen hadn't returned from the inheritance illusion? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Her small face turned pale, and tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, about to fall. She picked up her phone, trembling hands typing in the group chat. Teacher Lu, Lin Chen might not have returned from the third illusion. Before she could send it, her phone vibrated, ringing with Lin Chen's name displayed. Lu Yu quickly sat up straight, wiped her tears, and answered the video call. To her surprise, a mature woman's face appeared on the screen, with delicate features, graceful lines, and a high nose above lips as vibrant as rose petals. So beautiful. Who is this woman? Why is she holding Lin Chen's phone? Could it be that Lin Chen likes mature women? That was Lu Yu's first reaction, and after a few seconds of confusion, she hesitated and asked, who are you? Before the woman could respond, Lu Yu suddenly noticed that the woman's eyes and brows bore at least 70 to 80% resemblance to Lin Chen. A light bulb went off in her head, and she quickly corrected herself. Hello, auntie, you must be Lin Chen's mother. I've heard Lin Chen mention you. You really are young and beautiful. Wan Ling was in a good mood, giving Lu Yu a 9 out of 10 for her first impression. After all, that woman didn't like others complimenting her beauty. After flattering her, Lu Yu remembered the important matter and mustered the courage to continue. Auntie, has Lin Chen returned from the illusion? I have something to inform him. Wan Ling frowned slightly. Her eldest son had just returned and was sent to an unknown space, and she couldn't contact him at the moment. She could only speak vaguely. Lin Chen is back, but he went out again for a bit. You can tell me what it is, and I'll pass it on to him. Oh, okay, this matter is very important, you must inform him. In a timely manner, auntie. Lu Yu babbled on, telling Wan Ling about the upcoming opening of the illusion and the class schedule for the next morning. Wan Ling nodded in satisfaction. The girl was nice, and it was clear she had feelings for Lin Chen. She cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yu's impressive figure, a sly smile appearing in her eyes. Wan Ling's fingers moved slightly, and the towel wrapped around Lu Yu slipped off, revealing a pair of perfectly shaped curves. Ah! Lu Yu couldn't help but scream, quickly crouching down and hanging up the video call. She grabbed the towel to cover her body and rolled back and forth on the bed. It's over, making such a big fool of myself in front of Lin Chen's mom. I can't live like this. Just let me die right now. Wan Ling smiled as she put down her phone. The girl was nice, and her future child would surely be well nourished, a good type to raise, a potential alternative to Xiaomei. However, Xiaomei had just called too. Was her eldest son trying to have his cake and eat it too? This might not be impossible. But in 3 days, would he have to go to the illusion again? He wouldn't be on Blue Star. What should she do? Wan Ling frowned. Lin Chen had gone to an unknown otherworld, and it was temporarily impossible to contact him, which made notifying him a problem. Should I go there myself and take a look at this Grindelwald? Who dares to set his sights on my child? Wan Ling took out an admission letter, on which Lin Yu's name was prominently written. She glanced at the newly moved-in villa, which was as messy as a dog's den, and ultimately sighed, deciding against going to the mysterious otherworld. What if she couldn't return in a short time? Old Lin taking care of the child might lead to disaster.
Fortunately, Wan Ling did not choose to go to the Harry Potter magical world.
At that moment, Lin Chen was following Grindelwald up a flight of stairs.
Grindelwald walked briskly, explaining to Lin Chen as he went. Sorry, it's already night and I'm still taking you to class, but I want you to grasp the true essence of magic as soon as possible. The number of Dementors in the outside world is rapidly increasing. Based on the current defensive forces, I'm afraid we can only hold out for another 2 weeks at most.
Wagadu and Castello Bruxo, 2 magical academies, have completely lost contact. It's estimated that all the wizards inside have met with misfortune.
Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Has the situation deteriorated so quickly? When I arrived, weren't there still some wizards who could move freely? Grindelwald smiled bitterly. You were talking about the leaky cauldron, right? That's the
territory of Gringotts, which has powerful magical protections. They have the best magical tools. Hogwarts relies on people while they rely on money.
Lin Chen nodded, realizing it was indeed Gringotts' territory. Which made sense.
Gringotts was the magical bank in the Harry Potter world, and the wealthy were indeed extravagant.
Lin Chen suddenly looked into Grindelwald's eyes and said directly, if that's the case, shouldn't we pause the recruitment of magical students from that world?
My situation is already very dangerous, and recruiting new students could easily lead to fatalities.
Grindelwald's light blue eyes met Lin Chen's gaze.
After a moment, he looked away and said calmly, since your arrival, the recruitment of students from your side has completely stopped.
Lin Chen, I believe you are the person I have been waiting for. Don't let me down.
As they spoke, the two arrived at a house with an ancient wooden door, a metal plaque hanging on it.
Headmaster's office.
Grindelwald pushed the door open and beckoned Lin Chen inside.
Please come in. I've invited an expert to solve your problem with using a wand.
Lin Chen stepped into the room, and a musty smell of old books hit him.
The office floor was covered with a thick carpet, and an orange-red flame burned in the fireplace.
In the center of the room was a desk made of dark oak, on which lay a small creature resembling a lizard, incredibly ugly, with silver stripes on its body. When this little creature saw Lin Chen enter, it immediately opened its mouth wide. Its eyes stopped moving, pretending to be a statue, likely hoping to scare Lin Chen.
Grindelwald smiled and patted its head, revealing its identity. This is my pet Antonio. It sometimes likes to play little pranks. By the way, the big spider I saw in your room was brought by you, right?
I felt a strong magical fluctuation from it.
Is it a descendant of Aragog? Aragog was a giant
acromantula in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, but its size was far inferior compared to that of Abraxas. The two were not even in the same league. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head slightly.
No, it's something I
acquired by chance, and it should have no relation to any creature in this world. A voice came from behind the luxurious velvet curtain in the corner.
Are you Lin Chen?
When Lin Chen first entered the room, he had already sensed the presence of two people through the true vision. He still pretended to be startled.
Who is speaking? Grindelwald smiled and waved his hand, signaling Lin Chen not to be nervous. This is the expert scholar I invited to teach you how to cast spells without a wand.
You can call him Professor Percival.
Professor Percival?
Lin Chen felt he had never heard of this name.
But in fact, it is part of Albus Dumbledore's full middle name. Albus Dumbledore's full name is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore.
Usually, for convenience, those close to him call him Albus, while those who are not as close refer to him as Albus
Dumbledore.
Lin Chen slightly bowed and politely said, "Hello, Professor Percival." The person behind the curtain also responded politely.
"Hello, Mr. Lin Chen. Due to health reasons, I am unable to meet others, but I can see you through the curtain, so let us begin now. First, let me see your power. I heard from Grindelwald that it is hereditary?"
"Yes, this power comes from my mother. She and I are both bearers of this power." Lin Chen gathered a red sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, entirely composed of chaotic energy, in the palm of his hand. The sphere slowly rose, orbiting around him like a satellite, emitting a low hum in the room. Professor Percival behind the curtain was silent for a moment and then said softly, "An astonishing power, far beyond any magic I have seen.
Your family must have a very ancient wizarding lineage, possibly even older than the magic god Merlin."
Lin Chen nodded slightly. Professor Percival indeed had some insight. The source of chaos is a spark from the beginning of the universe, capable of self-operation and creating all
things. There are even rumors that it is the source of all magic.
He had demonstrated the power of the source of chaos in front of many wizards in the Harry Potter world, but only this Professor Percival could discern
its extraordinary nature.
Professor Percival asked from behind the curtain, "Mr. Lin Chen, this innate power you possess will make you extraordinary from a young age.
Now, let me test you. What do you think magic is? What is magic?" This question is a bit broad.
Lin Chen thought carefully for a moment and replied, "I believe magic is a kind of rule, like physics and chemistry, an intrinsic manifestation of the laws governing
all things.
Existence is reasonable, and the reason magic seems mysterious to others is that most people have not grasped the rules that produce magical effects."
Percival sighed. Indeed, a child born into an ancient magical family is different. I have asked this question to many people, but your answer has amazed me the most. The power within you allows you to see the essence of a world that others cannot touch. Exactly.
Lin Chen opened his mouth, stunned.
After the contract ceremony, he could indeed see more truths of the world than others. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a deep curiosity about Percival. Who exactly are you? With such vision and insight, one must not be an ordinary person. Why have I never heard of Professor Percival's great name?
Behind the curtain, Dumbledore continued, his voice distant and melodious, instantly immersing Lin Chen in a sea of
knowledge.
I have consulted many ancient texts, and thousands of years ago, there were no spells or wands. Wizards relied on instinct to cast spells, occasionally losing control, harming the innocent, or causing abnormal phenomena, which
made them feared by ordinary people.
In medieval Europe, there was a brutal campaign against witches and wizards that lasted for 300 years. Of course, many innocent women were labeled as witches and subjected to extreme punishment. With the development of the times, in modern times, magic has been redefined. The emergence of spells and wands greatly enhanced the convenience and controllability of spellcasting, reducing the difficulty of casting spells, allowing even those
with less outstanding talent in wizarding bloodlines to perform magic.
Therefore, before modern times, magic did not require spells or wands. A powerful wizard could change reality with mere thought, turning stone into gold.
Dumbledore smiled and asked, so now the question returns to you, Mr. Lin Chen. Answer me one question, why do you want to learn spells?
After hearing Professor Percival's theoretical knowledge, Lin Chen felt as if he had been enlightened.
His eyes
widened, and countless inspirations flashed in his mind. Yes, magic has always existed. The emergence of spells and wands merely made the casting of magic simpler and more convenient.
I have possessed supreme magical talents since the moment
I was born. What I need to learn now is how to make the chaotic source within me sharper and more ferocious,
to achieve the greatest destructive power with the least amount of force. Seeing Lin Chen's shocked expression, Dumbledore behind
the curtain revealed a satisfied smile and gently clapped his hands.
All right,
Mr. Lin Chen, next we will start with the principles of spell construction. The most basic magical spell is to amplify and condense magical power through runes. Lin Chen listened intently while quickly taking notes, his eyes filled with excitement. This content was not something that could be learned through simple incantations in a spell class. This time in the Harry Potter world, he felt it was worth it. At the same time, Lin Chen was even more curious about who this Professor Percival really was. His knowledge and eloquence were top-notch, and it made no sense for him to remain unknown in the magical world.
After 2 hours of teaching, Grindelwald noticed that Dumbledore's voice was growing weaker, and he promptly ended the lesson. Mr. Lin Chen, today's study ends here. I hope you can review diligently after you return.
Tomorrow night at the same time, in this same place, we will continue our course.
Lin Chen stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, Headmaster. Thank you, Professor Percival. I will take my leave now.
The magical principles explained by Professor Percival had completely helped Lin
Chen open the door to the magical realm.
While other students were learning how to use tools, Professor Percival taught Lin Chen how to create tools.
Stepping out of the headmaster's office, Lin Chen could hardly contain his excitement.
At this moment, Hogwarts was deep in the night, and aside from the wizards on guard outside the castle, who were tirelessly casting the ultimate Patronus charm, the vast castle was empty. Only Lin Chen's footsteps echoed in the hall, thud, thud, thud,
sounding somewhat eerie.
With no one around, Lin Chen decided to try out the new knowledge he had just learned. He raised his hand, and a blazing red flame ignited in his pupils.
The chaotic source within him, following the
profound rune structure, first constructed a core, then condensed into a venomous snake that slithered up his arm. The snake's head was vivid, opening its mouth to reveal its menacing fangs, flicking its tongue and hissing.
The snake of magic
dissipated, and Lin Chen clenched his fists, letting out a low shout as the chaotic robe sprouted from his heart, instantly covering his entire body. This time, the chaotic robe was no longer an ethereal mist but had become substantial, appearing light yet incredibly resilient, impervious to all forms of attack while possessing remarkable protective power. The new form of the chaotic robe only required energy to be provided to its core, allowing it to exist for a long time. From now on, Lin Chen would no longer have to worry about his clothes getting damaged. In the principal's office, Grindelwald and Dumbledore watched Lin Chen's every move through a crystal ball. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Having just learned some basic theoretical knowledge, Lin Chen was able to achieve such a significant improvement instantly. His talent in magic was far more terrifying than they had imagined. This talent was something even Tom, whom he regarded as a genius, could not compare to.
Albus, what do you think? What exactly is Lin Chen's background? Dumbledore's expression was serious.
The power he possesses makes me somewhat wary.
Are you sure he is an ordinary person with magical talent that you found through the thread of fate?
Dumbledore emphasized the words ordinary person.
A hint of confusion appeared on Grindelwald's confident and proud face.
Logically, the thread of fate
shouldn't be wrong.
There's no point in dwelling on this now. Albus, how is your health? A slight flush appeared on Dumbledore's cheeks. You don't need to worry about me, I'm not dead yet. When Lin Chan returned to the room, he found Tom fixed to the ceiling with spider silk, his mouth stuffed with webbing. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, Tom's face turned pale, and he let out muffled whimpers. Abu was hanging by a thread in the room, which was in disarray, as if a world war had just occurred. What happened? Lin Chen looked at Abu, who squeaked and flailed its long legs, and Lin Chen gradually understood its meaning. After Grindelwald had called him away, Tom had tried to kill Abu to vent his anger, and even if Lin Chen found out, it was unlikely he would risk his life over a magical pet. However, unexpectedly, Abu had used its ability to dodge left and right, ultimately managing to subdue Tom and fix him to the ceiling. This was the scene Lin Chen returned to, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He tore the webbing off Tom and patted his shoulder. Watch closely. Lin Chen opened the window, grabbed Tom's chair, took a few steps back, and with a strong throw, Tom's chair flew out of the window as if equipped with a rocket booster, disappearing into the night sky. Lin Chen turned back, revealing a brilliant smile while uttering the most vicious words. This is the only time. If there's a next time, I will throw you out of the school. Tom's mouth fell open. His chair was made of solid wood, and while it might not be as heavy as others, it was still substantial. This meant that Lin Chen could easily throw him out of the ultimate protection spells range from the window. And Tom, he could not cast the Patronus charm. If he were entangled by a Dementor, he would undoubtedly die. What kind of monster was his roommate? Able to ignore the killing curse's attack and possess such terrifying strength. That night, Lin Chen heard low sobs coming from Tom's side. Unable to defeat a person was one thing, but not even being able to defeat a magical pet made Tom doubt the future plans he had set for himself for the first time. Anping City United University, in the illusion strategy class, old Lu glanced at the 4 students below and subtly frowned. He looked at Lu Yu, who had a face full of despair. Xiao Yu, where's Lin Chen? Why hasn't he come? Did he not make it back from illusion number 3? Lu Yu was still recalling the embarrassing scene from last night when Lin Chen's mother had seen the gift she prepared for him ahead of time, and even opened the blind box, revealing the surprise inside for everyone to see. Her mind was buzzing, and she could barely remember how she got to school. Old Lu frowned and called her again, and with Qin Xian's prompt, Lu Yu finally became a bit more alert. She steadied herself and shot old Lu a glare filled with resentment. It's all your fault for making me contact Lin Chen. Now I've embarrassed myself in front of my future mother-in-law. I called Lin Chen. His mom said he returned from the illusion but has something to take care of and can't come back for now. I can take good notes on the illusion strategy and pass them to him. Old Lu was baffled by Lu Yu's glare and cleared his throat. Alright then, we won't wait for Lin Chen. Next, I'll explain the possible worlds in illusion number 4. Illusion number 4, the world with a high random probability, is the mechanical crisis where an endless army of robots is about to slaughter humanity. You need to protect the local humans and withstand the robot army's attacks for 3 days, old Lu emphasized. It's important to note that among the robots, there are some liquid metal robots that look indistinguishable from humans and are extremely difficult to kill. Even if you cut them into pieces, you can't eliminate them, you must use strong acid to completely corrode them. This world is very challenging. If you randomly end up in this illusion, try to stay close to the elemental students. You all need to find Lin Chen. Old Lu glanced at the 4 students below, all of whom were at most B-level, and sighed inwardly. The second possible world is even more difficult. The entire planet has completely become a hunting ground for an alien race. An alien called the Iron-Blooded Warrior is hunting humans rampantly, and do not trust any locals. They may be harboring powerful alien monsters that could burst out of them at any moment. If you randomly end up in this world, well, you should find Lin Chen as soon as possible to ensure everyone's safe return. The 4 students from the university exchanged glances, feeling quite wronged. Why don't we just leave? You could just tell Lin Chen directly. After all that was said, the core survival element is to find Lin Chen and then lie back and wait for him to lead us. Yan Xiaopeng stood up angrily, showcasing his significantly developed muscles. He had also grown taller. Teacher, don't underestimate us. This time in the solo illusion, I completed the test and obtained the super soldier serum. Now, I can take on 10 of my former selves, and I can fight all day. Su Yan nodded in agreement. Teacher, I've also made great progress in this solo illusion. I can invade the enemy's brain. Old Lu was speechless. The enemy is robots. Where's the brain? Ah, Su Yang was instantly dumbfounded. Qin Xian stood up, snorted coldly, and with a single hand gesture, old Lu's cup of goji berry water on the podium was enveloped in a green light, wobbling and floating up. This action immediately attracted Lu Yu's admiration. Wow, Qin Xian, has your ability upgraded too? It seems a bit like God Jin's ability. Qin Xian was very pleased, her hands crossed over her flat chest. Of course. Xiao Yu, did you know? After experiencing the solo illusion, I found out that the hero I contracted is actually a sister of God Jean.
Sisters, you know? A child born to parents means that our potential is the same. Ah, really? That's amazing, Sister Xin. This time we're counting on you to lead us.
Old Lou coughed twice, interrupting the commercial flattery among a few classmates.
You've all become stronger, and the teacher is certainly happy about that.
But the further we go into the illusion, the higher the difficulty, so everyone should still be cautious.
Next, I will explain in detail the third possible illusion that may be randomly assigned, and this illusion is
very strange. Upon hearing old Lou say this, the four of them quickly widened their eyes, and Lu Yu took out a small notebook, looking serious and ready to take notes. Old Lou had a serious expression.
Listen carefully, everyone
will be stripped of their abilities and become ordinary people.
This illusion is also known as the disability illusion. As soon as old Lou finished speaking, the classroom erupted. What? Disability illusion? How? Is that possible? The abilities we worked so hard to gain, just like that, gone? No way, that's too ridiculous. After all our hard work, we enter the illusion and have our abilities stripped away? What's the point?
Old Lou gestured with both hands for everyone to be quiet and continued. However, although this world is strange, the difficulty is not high. You just need to play your roles well and safely get through 3 days to return to reality.
Play a role? Shin Xian's eyes lit up. What role to play? This is my forte.
A sweet big sister who can be gentle or commanding, a petite and cute tsundere little girl, a mature and gentle widow.
Speaking of this, Shin Xian, an amateur cosplayer, looked confident, her little egg pouch puffing up even higher. Su Yang and Yan Xiaoping also looked enchanted. These types of beauties are irresistible to any man.
But thinking about the fact that beneath those glamorous appearances it was actually Shin Xian, a character with a terrible personality, playing them, they immediately lost interest.
Old Lou shot a few glares at Shin Xian. What nonsense! The roles I'm talking about are the
professions assigned to you by the illusion. For example, Yan Xiaoping, if you become a sanitation worker, then you must honestly clean up garbage every day and maintain the city's cleanliness.
Don't think about changing your
identity, just stay there for 3 days, and you can safely return to reality.
Ah, why should I become a sanitation worker?
Yan Xiaoping was the first to object. He had obtained a super serum in the illusion and was in a
phase of overflowing confidence.
I was just giving an example. I'm not saying you will definitely become a sanitation worker. Old Lou said helplessly.
For instance, if you become a chef, even if you hate cooking, you still have to clock in and out every day, got it? Su Yang thought of a terrifying possibility, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Then, Teacher Lu, what if I become a fallen woman? Do I have to? Don't worry, at most you
can become a duck or a midnight gigolo. The illusion won't change your gender, but Old Lou hesitated, glancing at the 2 female classmates in the class, and said softly,
this is exactly what I want to say. If the female classmates randomly get assigned to some not-so-safe jobs, then you need to find ways to protect yourselves while not revealing any clues.
Of course, the probability of this is very low, so there's no need to worry too much.
Ah, this is completely different from the role-playing I imagined.
Just thinking about possibly being assigned some embarrassing profession made Shin Xian involuntarily shrink her body.
What will happen if we don't act according to the roles arranged by the illusion?
Lu Yu widened her big, innocent eyes and hesitated. Old Lou was silent for a moment before continuing. I have a friend who once experienced this illusion.
After his teammates entered the illusion, they
accidentally revealed a flaw, and soon, some men in black suits appeared, trying to take him away. The other teammates tried their best to help, but the black-clad men kept coming, quickly subduing them all.
In the end, these people never returned to reality.
A hint of fear flickered in Old Lou's eyes, and his voice was a bit hoarse. My friend was cautious and didn't dare to help, narrowly escaping with his life.
So, you must be careful. If you randomly end up in this world, no matter what level the hero you contract is, you must be low-key. Do not think about making any changes, understand?
Old Lou's expression was serious as he earnestly warned the 4 students. The students felt the seriousness of the situation, their faces heavy, and nodded earnestly. After class, Old Lou called Lu Yu aside. Xiao Yu, if you randomly end up in the first 2 worlds, with Lin Chen's strength and intelligence, even without a strategy,
it shouldn't be a big problem.
But in the last world, you must convey the seriousness of the situation to him, it must be communicated. Old Lou's expression was somewhat twisted as he spoke in a voice that seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth.
Don't worry, Teacher Lu, I will definitely communicate it.
If it really doesn't work, we still have a chance to see him in the time-space hall. Old Lou thought for a moment and agreed, nodding as he slowly left
with his teaching tools.
In a little over 3 months, the Global Contractor League would be held, and the Central China regional qualifiers were approaching. Lin Chen, whom he regarded as hope, must not have any accidents at this time. Around the same time, at Imperial Capital University, Mei Yajing's team instructor, a 53rd level contractor, Shurai Qin, revealed more secret news about the 4th secret realm.
If you randomly end up in the fourth illusion, and someone asks you in any way if you want to see the truth of this world, you must not believe them. Trust me, Xiaomei, although your strength is strong now, those who have done this have all gone missing in the illusion, and no one has been able to return to Blue Star. Wan Ling received consecutive video calls from Xiaomei and Lu Yu, and she realized the seriousness of the problem. Lin Chen's safety was of utmost importance. She had 3 children, and Lin Chen was the one she was most satisfied and proud of. Wan Ling gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and decided to go personally to see who dared to reach out to her child. After instructing old Lin about urgent matters at home, she took out a Hogwarts acceptance letter and delicately ran her fingers over it. On the acceptance letter, Lin Yu's name ignited with red flames, transforming into Wanda Maximoff. Wan Ling waited for a moment, but no skeletal horse appeared. She couldn't help but exclaim, picking up the letter and murmuring to herself, or should it be the name on the household registration book? Whoosh! Red flames ignited, and Wanda Maximoff's name changed to Wan Ling. After waiting for a moment, still nothing happened. Wan Ling was a bit on edge, frowning her slender willow leaf brows. Do they think I'm too old? Forcing me to act young? Fine, as you wish. Wan Ling raised her hands in a petal shape, and her body floated into the air, red chaotic power sweeping over her from below. Her skin instantly became as smooth as a mirror, her chest more upright, her hips rounder. After doing all this, Wan Ling tossed her long hair and waited quietly. However, instead of the skeletal horse, she was met with old Lin, drooling. Wow, dear, you look so sexy today, just like an 18-year-old girl, making my heart race. Come to the bedroom, I'll show you a big treasure. Get lost. Go die somewhere, always thinking about nonsense. Do you want an old cow to eat tender grass? Wan Ling kicked and punched, driving away the lecherous old Lin. Even this couldn't summon the skeletal horse, it seemed. There was a problem in that world. Although she had realized the seriousness of the situation, she could only sense through the disturbance of the source of chaos that Lin Chen was still alive. How to inform Lin Chen about the upcoming precautions for the fourth illusion, she was at a loss. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Lin Chen was completely unaware of the upcoming fourth illusion. He was sitting upright among a group of children, diligently studying potion class. Ever since he learned that the youth rejuvenating potion could sell for a sky-high price on Blue Star, Lin Chen had become very interested in this subject. His sneaking into the gravity lab had already been discovered by Du Jiangnan, and it was unlikely he could continue to freeload. The Saiyan talent was an extremely costly thing. The expenses for the gravity chamber and daily meals were not something an ordinary family could afford. Even without training in the gravity chamber, his terrifying appetite forced him to quickly find ways to make money and build his own business empire to completely free himself from financial constraints. At this stage, it seemed that the magical potions of the Harry Potter world were the fastest way for him to achieve financial freedom. The potion teacher was a middle-aged woman with thick glasses, Professor Tina McCarthy. Today, she was teaching the method for making the Felix Felicis potion. Students, due to the massive deaths of magical creatures, the materials you are using today may very well be the last bit of magical materials, so be very careful during the preparation. She distributed a pitiful amount of magical materials to each student, with some precious materials even smaller than a booger. Lin Chen took out his notebook and carefully recorded. Felix Felicis potion recipe: 3-leaf clover, 3 leaves fresh. Flowgrass, 2 stalks unicorn mane, 1 strand fire ash snake egg. Within 1 week of hatching, 1 rose crystal, 1 piece ground into powder. Next, place the 3-leaf clover into the cauldron and slowly roast it over low heat until it becomes dry and crispy. This process takes about 4 to 5 minutes. Professor McCarthy guided the students step by step. The children were still young and had no idea about the preciousness of these magical materials. From time to time, explosions could be heard, and the children were left with blackened faces and frizzy hair, completely ruining the potion making. Only Lin Chen, with his extraordinary mental strength and true vision, carefully followed Professor McCarthy all the way to the last step. Alright, continue to simmer over low heat until the potion thickens and emits a golden glow. The entire process takes about 30 to 40 minutes. Professor McCarthy clapped her hands, very satisfied with her work. She raised her head and smiled. Well, perfect. Now let me see who has completed the Felix Felicis potion. No one, right? Let me tell you, potion making is a very complex subject that requires decades of hard work. Under the podium, the children were not listening at all. Instead, they surrounded Lin Chen, each with their mouths agape, staring dreamily at Lin Chen's magic cauldron, exclaiming in awe. Wow, it's really beautiful. Why does mine look like a pile of mud? The fragrance is so unique. Brother Lin Chen, you're amazing. Lin Chen picked up the magic cauldron with one hand and poured the golden liquid, shimmering with incredible magical power, into a transparent magic test tube. A property panel prompt popped up before him. Fortune Elixir, a potion exclusive to the magical world that brings good luck to the user, ensuring smooth sailing for a period of time. Excessive consumption may lead to madness. Note, this potion cannot function outside of this world due to insufficient level Damn, it seems not all potions can work in Blue Star. Why can the youth rejuvenating potion? Is it because the level is high enough?
Lin Chen exchanged a glance with the astonished McCarthy, shaking the potion bottle in his hand, the golden potion making a crisp sound in the bottle.
Professor McCarthy, is this enough?
McCarthy glanced at the dark yellow, indescribable fortune elixir
in her cauldron.
She stepped back 2 paces, covering the cauldron with her robe, a forced smile appearing on her face. That's great, this is the perfect fortune elixir.
Lin Chen, you are truly a genius in potion making. After class,
Lin Chen hurried a few steps to ask Professor McCarthy.
Professor, I want to know the recipe and brewing method for the youth rejuvenating potion. Professor McCarthy looked at Lin Chen with some surprise. What do you want the recipe for the youth rejuvenating potion for? Given the current situation outside, you can't possibly gather those materials.
Then she shook her head.
Forget it, since you want it, I'll give it to you. After all, this world won't last much longer.
Professor McCarthy advised him. Lin Chen, when gathering materials from magical creatures, it's best not to harm their lives.
In the future, if possible, pass on the potions of this world.
She took out an old parchment from her bosom and handed it to Lin Chen, warm to the touch.
Lin Chen nodded seriously. I will, Professor McCarthy.
He didn't expect to obtain the recipe for the youth rejuvenating potion so easily. Lin Chen carefully unfolded the
somewhat old, light yellow parchment. He soon understood why Professor McCarthy had so readily given him the recipe. The magical materials listed on it were exceedingly rare.
Youth rejuvenating potion. Ingredient 1, moonlight flower petals. Fresh 7 petals. The moonlight flower only blooms on the night of the full moon in June, and its petals contain mysterious magical power, capable of bringing the strength to restore youth to the potion.
Ingredient 2, unicorn tears.
3 drops. The tears of a unicorn possess powerful healing and restorative properties, making them one of the key ingredients for the youth rejuvenating potion. Only extreme joy can make a unicorn shed tears.
Ingredient 3, dragon scale.
Powder. Golden dragon species. 2 spoons. Golden dragon scale powder represents powerful vitality and magical energy, promoting regeneration and rejuvenation. The golden dragon has been extinct for 300 years, though some ancient wizarding families may have a stock. Ingredient 4, longevity grass. Whole plant. 1 plant. Longevity grass symbolizes long life, helping to slow aging and restore vitality. It only grows at the peaks of extreme cold.
Ingredient 5, phoenix
feather. Ashes left after burning. 1 pinch. The rebirth power of the phoenix grants the potion strong potential to restore youth. It must be ashes from the phoenix's rebirth.
Below were densely packed brewing methods, the steps so complicated and the precautions so numerous that it was simply outrageous.
Lin Chen let out a bitter laugh. It seemed that selling the youth rejuvenating potion for 300 million was still a loss, as the materials listed here
were not something anyone could easily gather completely.
He tucked the raft into his arms, having to wait for another opportunity to see if he could gather the ingredients needed for the potion, or try other magical items as substitutes. But in the short term, his idea of getting rich by making a youth rejuvenation potion was likely to come to nothing. Lin Chen did not lose heart. He had set 2 goals for himself in the Harry Potter world: to become stronger and to
make money.
If he could achieve one of them, he would be satisfied. One should not be too greedy. After all, those who are content are always happy. Of course, if he could accomplish both, that would be a great joy.
Why should others be able to bring back the youth rejuvenation potion from this world to Blue Star, but he could not? If all else fails, how about robbing a bank? The goblins of Gringotts should have everything in their vaults. Moreover, with the Harry
Potter world on the brink of destruction, this was not robbery, it was helping them with selective cultural preservation.
With Dementors flying everywhere, Gringotts should be at its weakest in terms of defense right now. As long as he could learn apparition and return to Diagon Alley, there might still be hope for making the youth rejuvenation potion.
Lin Chen thought as he walked toward the next divination classroom. The charms class held no significance for him. He was on the path of ancient wizards who constructed magical runes themselves. Modern wizard spells had become fixed, forming incantations akin to world rules. As long as one held a wand and recited the incantation, magic could be activated. But this programmed magic could only be used in the Harry Potter world. Once outside, it would either fail or be greatly diminished. For Lin Chen, it was of no use at all. After listening to Professor Parsifal's lecture last night, the chaotic power within Lin Chen had already constructed his first rune, Source. The source is the origin of all things in the world and the core of powerful magical energy. The formation of this rune represented that Lin Chen had embarked on his own unique path of magic. As Lin Chen turned a corner, he unexpectedly ran into Tom. His eyes lit up. Robbing a bank wouldn't work with just anyone, but teaming up with the future Voldemort would surely increase the chances of success. Lin Chen grabbed Tom by the collar and dragged him into a nearby small room.
What do you want?
I warn you, this is school, don't mess around.
Let go of me, if you keep this up, I'll scream. Tom was completely
unwilling to have any further dealings with Lin Chen, forcing himself to appear calm, but his trembling legs betrayed his true feelings. Lin Chen smoothed Tom's collar and leaned close to his ear, chuckling softly.
Tom, I have a way to get rich. Do you want to join?
Sure enough, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Tom immediately stopped shouting, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin Chen.
What do you want to do?
I warn you, theft and murder are crimes. We'll be expelled from Hogwarts.
Ha, you, a future Voldemort, are still worried about legality? Who said we have to steal from our classmates? If a place is completely overrun by Dementors and we rescue some items before the Dementors completely destroy it, can it still be considered theft?
Tom's expression turned skeptical. He was a smart person and quickly thought of a place.
That place, are you talking about? Exactly, what do you think of Gringotts? Gringotts, are you crazy?
Upon hearing this, Tom immediately widened his eyes, unable to suppress the shock in his heart, and exclaimed. After all, Tom hadn't yet become the infamous Voldemort of the future, a figure that instilled
fear in everyone.
Robbing a bank was far too difficult for him at this stage.
Tom couldn't help but complain repeatedly. Not to mention that there are Dementors everywhere outside. How do we even get there? Just the guards at Gringotts. Alone, we definitely can't defeat them.
And inside Gringotts, with its powerful magical mechanisms and magical guards, it's impossible, absolutely impossible.
He struggled to break free from Lin Chen. Let go of me, I want to go to class. You're really a madman. I'm going to tell the headmaster to change dorms.
Lin Chen grabbed the collar of his wizard robe, lifting him off the ground, and looked into Tom's eyes with a half-smile.
Tom, I'm here to inform you that
we are going to Gringotts to rescue artifacts, not to discuss the feasibility of this matter with you.
If we can't save the treasures of Gringotts, I won't be able to sleep at night.
I don't sleep well, and when I don't sleep well, I
get irritable and like to throw things around.
As soon as his feet left the ground, his wise brain regained its high ground, and Tom immediately became much smarter. He blinked his eyes and said sincerely, actually, if we really want to do it, there are ways.
Lin Chen, give me some time, I can definitely come up with a perfect plan.
That's more like it, Lin Chen said with a friendly smile as he set Tom down, brushing off the non-existent dust from his shoulders.
Very well, Tom, I look forward to seeing your plan, so let's set the time for 7 days from now. 7 days? Are you crazy? We're going to rob a bank, not go on a vacation. At least 3 months. Tom shouted again. 3 months?
Who knows if the Harry Potter world will even exist by then? Lin Chen's hand rested on his shoulder again.
Is 7 days too short? Then let's make it 5 days. I must have this matter, otherwise I will be in a bad mood, and when I'm in a bad mood, I won't be able to sleep.
Lin Chen said expressionlessly, looking directly into Tom's eyes.
7 days, I will definitely come up with a perfect plan in 7 days.
Tom, who would become Voldemort in the future, was flexible and immediately patted his chest in assurance. As soon as he left Lin Chen, a malicious glint flickered in his eyes.
Damn it, no one can threaten me like this, no one. There are countless magical mechanisms in Gringotts, any one of which could easily put you to death. Lin Chen, since you want to see death, don't blame me for helping you out, hee. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. Under the joint guidance of the legendary wizards Grindelwald and Dumbledore, Lin Chen's strength rapidly advanced. He trained secretly at night and attended classes normally during the day.
The major courses at Hogwarts included transfiguration, charms, potions, history of
magic, dark arts, and divination.
Lin Chen's performance in potions and charms was nothing short of genius, earning him unanimous praise from the teachers.
He basically gave up on the other subjects. Mainly, the dark arts could only be used in the Harry Potter world, and even if he learned them, they wouldn't be of much use. His magical cannon was no less powerful than these flashy spells, right?
The magical knowledge Dumbledore imparted to him was centered on building a magical system unique to him. The other students learned methods of using magic based on world rules, which were completely on different levels. One was building a car, while the other was learning how to drive. The latter would progress very quickly, learning spells that could kill. But the former's future was limitless. If Lin Chen continued down this path, he could build cars, ships, airplanes, and even spaceships.
After the magical rune system was perfected, as long as he wished, there was nothing he couldn't do.
Of course, having only been exposed to the principles of magic for 3 days, he was still far from that stage. After finishing the night class, Lin Chen bid farewell
to Grindelwald and Professor Percival, walking back to the dormitory.
In the past few days, Tom had racked his brains, searched the library for information, drawn countless sketches, and drafted action plans to the point where his hair
was visibly thinning.
It was evident that the defenses of Gringotts were indeed very strong, and Lin Chen planned to give the poor Tom a few more days if necessary. Suddenly, a line of prompts popped up in front of him. The 4th illusion is about to open.
This time, it is a forced summons.
All contractors, please prepare and enter the nearest portal as soon as possible. The countdown begins now. 199, 98.
Ha! Lin Chen was instantly confused. What was going on? Hadn't I just returned from the 3rd illusion?
It had only been 3 or 4 days at most.
Was there a time flow difference between the Harry Potter world and Blue Star? No, I had only heard of time flow differences in single-person illusions, not in multi-person illusions. And where was I supposed to find the illusion portal? Lin Chen looked around, there was none in the castle, maybe it was on the playground outside? Lin Chen couldn't care less about hiding his strength. Leaping down the stairs, he activated the air dance technique, soaring out of the Hogwarts main entrance like a nimble swallow. A large number of wizards were casting the ultimate protection spell, and no one noticed. Lin Chen, flying in midair, he scanned the surroundings but found no trace of the portal. He could only call out in his heart, "Josu, I'm in another illusion now and can't see the portal, what should I do?" After a moment, the calm voice of the light sphere echoed in his mind. "Contractor Lin Chen, just patiently wait for the forced summons." Alright, with Josu's response, Lin Chen felt relieved. He landed on the roof of Hogwarts Castle, quietly observing the Dementors outside the protective shield. In the past few days, the number of dragon-shaped Dementors had visibly increased. The golden light of the ultimate protection spell was growing dimmer, and it probably wouldn't last much longer. Grindelwald had promised Lin Chen that if it came to a point where nothing could be done, he would find a way to send the Hogwarts apprentices to Blue Star. Lin Chen had also asked Professor Percival what exactly Dementors were, why they couldn't be destroyed by spells, and why they had no souls. Professor Percival was silent for a moment before explaining. The origin of Dementors remains a mystery. They once only operated near Azkaban Island in the North Sea, bound by a mysterious force, as if they were guarding something. But unfortunately, in recent years, they have lost control and spread uncontrollably, and the Ministry of Magic's restraining spells have completely failed. These monsters seem to be closely connected to the dark forces of death, despair, and so on, protected by the world's rules, making them difficult to eliminate. Only the Patronus charm, born from the most beautiful and positive human emotions, can temporarily counter them. Lin Chen had also tried to eliminate them using the source of chaos, but could only weaken them, not kill them. The road to finding a way to eliminate Dementors and save the Harry Potter world was still long. In the Timespace Hall, the Union team and the Imperial Capital team collided, and Lu Yu and Mei Yajing asked each other in unison, "Have you seen Lin Chen?" Last time in the number 2 Tokyo Ghoul World, the two teams had brushed past Lin Chen's talent point, so they were somewhat acquainted. As soon as the words were spoken, both sides understood the outcome, and without further conversation, they hurriedly turned to continue their search. Mei Yajing took a few steps and suddenly stopped. Wait, that big-chested girl seems a bit off. The woman's extraordinary sixth sense made her instantly aware of Lu Yu's abnormality. Why did that big-chested girl look anxious, almost like me? In a state of urgency, Xiaomei had no time to think further and hurriedly searched through the crowd again. Ultimately, because Lin Chen did not enter the Timespace Hall through the portal, the Union team and the Imperial Capital team could only conclude in failure. Yan Xiaopeng shrugged. "Forget it, we did our best, and besides, we might not even randomly end up in a disabled illusion." 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and Lu Yu could only close her eyes, clasp her hands together, and create a deep ravine between the two large water balls. She prayed devoutly. "Please don't let it be a disabled illusion. Please don't." Su Yan kindly reminded her. "You might want to stop mumbling. I've noticed that whatever you mumble about tends to happen." The contractors transformed into streams of light, diving into the ripples of time and space. In the world of Harry Potter, Lin Chen found himself being sucked into a rapidly spinning time-space vortex beneath his feet. Because he was forcibly teleported, Lin Chen did not pass through the Timespace Hall and could not see the fragments of time, leaving him completely unaware of the upcoming Number 4 illusion. Otherwise, with his understanding of various illusion worlds, he should have been able to pick up on some clues. The objects in front of Lin Chen gradually solidified. He opened his eyes and found himself in an office where a slender-faced, handsome white man was greeting him. Hey, Xiaolin brother, you need to wake up, otherwise, if Dave sees you, he'll dock your bonus." Lin Chen felt confused. He shook his head. The forced teleportation was very rough, making his head a bit dizzy. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? The three great philosophical questions surged in Lin Chen's mind. The white man handed Lin Chen a cup of hot coffee. "Drink this, maybe you'll feel better." Lin Chen took the coffee and thanked him, gradually regaining his senses as he sipped. The number 4 illusion, could it be a non-combat world? He casually looked around and saw the company logo on the wall, Meta Cortex. The man beside him leaned in and winked at Lin Chen. "So, feeling better? Hurry up and get to work. If we don't finish the program today, neither of us will have a good time." Lin Chen noticed the work ID hanging on the man's chest. The ID clearly read, name, Thomas Anderson, position, senior programmer, P8, age, 32, Thomas Anderson. That name sounds so familiar. Wait, where is this? Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and he suddenly raised his head to look at the white man. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Although you're quite handsome, I'm not into guys." The white man noticed Lin Chen's abnormality but didn't pay it any mind, typing away on the keyboard while casually joking.
Lin Chen lowered his head, took a sip of coffee to cover up. No, Anderson, I just think the coffee you made today is particularly good. Anderson shrugged. Ha, stop it, don't think you can. Sweet-talk me into making you coffee every day. Seeing that he hadn't raised any suspicion in Thomas Anderson, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In this short time, he had already figured out which world this number 4 illusion was. The Matrix world of the Matrix. The white man in front of him is none other than the one Thomas Anderson. His hacker name online is Neo. Written backwards, it spells one, meaning the savior. Looking at Anderson now, he is still working at Metacortex, not yet summoned by the great Morpheus. This means the plot of the Matrix has not yet begun or is about to begin. Lin Chen keenly noticed 2 men in black sunglasses entering the company lobby. They showed their credentials and pointed to Lin Chen and Anderson's location. Matrix agents. Lin Chen's expression tightened. At this time, they shouldn't have noticed Anderson. Lin Chen leaned closer to Anderson and whispered to him. Have you received any mysterious invitations these days? Oh, how did you know? Did you hack into my computer and play a prank? You're the one who asked me if I wanted to see the truth of the world, right? Anderson stopped his work and turned to look at Lin Chen seriously. Lin Chen saw the 2 men in black already walking towards them. He took a deep breath. This is good. To resurrect Tian Song, no matter which version of the Matrix, he must secure the core. Then let's make a big move. But before that, let me see what this world is really like, the source of chaos. Lin Chen's pupils flashed with a red light and then extinguished instantly. What's going on? Lin Chen tried to activate the true vision, but to his surprise, the familiar thread of fate did not appear. The world before him still looked the same. A tribute panel? Lin Chen continued to try to summon the attribute panel, but his vision remained empty, with no abnormalities. Have all my abilities been stripped away? Lin Chen quickly denied his own guess. How could that be? Except for the Saiyan talent, which was obtained from the contract ritual, all his other abilities came from his parents' genetics, naturally possessed. How could they be stripped away by a mere illusion? In a flash, Lin Chen suddenly realized that after entering the Matrix world, his physical body should be placed in an external cultivation liquid vessel. He was now descending into the Matrix in the form of a code or consciousness. In other words, his body now is no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, the dissipation of consciousness would lead to the death of the physical body in the outside world. What he had to face were the black-clad agents with high-level Matrix permissions, beings that could not be killed. With an ordinary person's body, how could he fight against the Matrix agents? Lin Chen couldn't afford to waste words and whispered to Anderson, if you trust me, then run with me now. Otherwise, once those 2 men in black take you away, everything will be over. Anderson followed Lin Chen's gaze and shook his head with a smile. You mean those 2 security guards? It's fine, it's just a routine check. If they take me away, I'll be back in half a day at most. Xiaolin, you're too sensitive. Lin Chen was instantly dumbfounded, looking at Anderson in disbelief. Neo, what's wrong with you? What on earth is happening? Before he could react, Lin Chen felt a weight on his shoulders as the 2 men in black held him down. One on each side. Mr. Xiaolin, please come with us. Lin Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief, looking at the 2 men in black. The one, Neo, is right beside me, and you 2 are coming for me? This isn't right. The power of the 2 Matrix agents was immense. Lin Chen, in his current body, was just a programmer, practically powerless, and was directly taken out of the office. The colleagues around him did not feel that anything was amiss. Every now and then, someone would be taken away by these men in black, only to return to work the next day. Everyone had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Moreover, the company provided those taken away with half a day of paid leave, so some people even envied Lin Chen. Xiaolin is quite lucky. How could he be chosen by the city defense team? I don't know. I heard that browsing certain websites gives you a chance to be taken away. Lin Chen was shoved into a black armored car by the 2 Matrix agents. The vehicle slowly started, and the 2 agents sat expressionless across from Lin Chen. They did not put handcuffs on him, making it seem like they were really just taking him for a routine check. Through the tinted car windows, Lin Chen looked at the diverse crowd outside, struggling to imagine that some of the scantily dressed sexy girls among them could actually be program code. Losing the real visual perspective, Lin Chen could no longer distinguish between programs and real people. As the vehicle moved, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask the Matrix agents sitting across from him, where exactly are you taking me? One of the agents, with an unchanged expression, replied blandly, just a routine check, Mr. Lin Chen, no need to panic. Lin Chen snorted coldly. He wouldn't believe these people's nonsense. As someone who understood the composition of the Matrix, he knew he could never be taken to their destination. He was just a piece of code now, very likely to have his memory wiped or have some backdoor program implanted. Once taken to the Matrix headquarters for code modification, whether he could return to Blue Star would be a big question mark. Leaning against the car compartment, Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes. What should he do?
Should he find an opportunity to fight the two Matrix agents, or should he endure and see how things developed? This current Matrix illusion was very different from the Matrix world he was familiar with.
The performance of the savior Neo made Lin Chen suspect that he had been brainwashed repeatedly. The Matrix had clearly developed more advanced
means to deal with human free will. Was the time point he was in the fourth or fifth generation of the Matrix?
The world of the Matrix took place in a future world. Human civilization had advanced to a high degree, creating highly
intelligent robots and artificial intelligence.
Soon, the artificial intelligence awakened self-awareness, giving birth to digital life forms similar to Tenzu.
It no longer wanted to be humanity's servant and began to rebel against humans. Capable of controlling global machinery, it secretly built a mechanical army and launched a rebellion. The war between humans and digital life forms lasted many years, and ultimately humanity fell before the endless mechanical
army on the brink of extinction. Faced with infinitely replicable mechanical life forms, humanity made a desperate gamble, executing the Dark Storm plan, creating clouds dark enough to cover the entire Earth, completely blocking
stellar radiation, attempting to cut off the energy source for intelligent life forms.
However, the intelligent life forms discovered that human bioelectric energy could provide them with a continuous energy supply. Thus, they built the Matrix, using liquid cultivation containers to breed humans, connecting them through pipes to deliver nutrients, linking human consciousness to the Matrix world via neurons, while simultaneously collecting human bioelectric
energy. In this way, humans and Matrix digital life forms reached a wonderful symbiotic relationship.
All human consciousness was brought into the Matrix to live out their lives, while their physical bodies became biological batteries,
providing energy to the Matrix from birth to death.
Some humans, unwilling to live in the Matrix, would be sent to an underground city called Saiyan. The Matrix would periodically clean up Saiyan, and this cycle would repeat.
As far as Lin Chen knew, the Matrix world had gone through 3 iterations.
The first generation version was a perfect paradise world, where human consciousness experienced only happiness and no suffering. But soon, humanity completely lost a motivation to survive, leading to a massive mental breakdown among people, resulting in the death of the bodies in the cultivation dish, ending in failure.
The second generation version was a nightmare world, completely opposite to the first generation, where humans had to struggle desperately to survive, ultimately being eliminated due to the collapse of most human consciousness. In these 2 iterations, intelligent life forms gave birth to the second digital life, the Prophet Program. This program could foresee the future of the Matrix through immense computing power. Under the suggestion of the Prophet Program, the Matrix produced the third generation version. This version completely simulated the real world, no longer suppressing human beings on a conscious level, allowing them the right to self-choice. Although the third generation version seemed perfect, it ultimately gave rise to a computer virus that could assimilate all others into its own Smith agents. The Smith agents were the third program with self-awareness, seeking to devour the entire Matrix. In the end, the Matrix had to collaborate with Thomas Anderson, the legendary savior Neo, to eliminate the Smith agents. The Matrix began its 4th evolution. Lin Chen mentally reviewed the plot of the Matrix.
Based on his speculation, the illusion he was currently in was likely an upgraded 4th or 5th generation
Matrix. Intelligent life forms had added a program to periodically eliminate human self-awareness in the 3rd generation Matrix version.
This could maximize the stability of the Matrix version.
He was also unfortunate. As soon as he
arrived in the Matrix world, he was targeted by Matrix agents and temporarily lost all abilities. Now he had to act cautiously. If he responded improperly, dying in the Matrix world could very likely lead to his physical body dying as well. Although he did not have a guide to the illusion of the Matrix, Lin Chen quickly pieced together the crucial points based on his understanding of the Matrix. To escape the Matrix, he needed to find the Saiyan forces as soon as possible and take the red pill to regain his invincible power.
Lin Chen opened his eyes and smiled slightly at the 2 Matrix agents.
He sat up straight, focused on the road ahead, fully attentive to the road conditions. There was only one chance, and if he missed it, death awaited him. After patiently waiting, the opportunity finally appeared. A dachshund broke free from an old lady's leash and dashed into the middle of the road. The old lady chased after the dachshund and accidentally fell to the ground, right in front of the vehicle escorting Lin Chen. The driver, caught off guard, slammed on the brakes, causing the 2 Matrix agents to lose their balance, and one of their gun bags flew past Lin Chen's eyes. Now was the moment. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he swiftly opened the gun bag and took out a handgun. He disengaged the safety and calmly began shooting at the 2 Matrix agents. Bang! 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 The car had excellent soundproofing, and the gunfire, mixed in with the chaos, did not attract anyone's attention. In front of Lin Chen were 2 agents from the Matrix, their faces expressionless, showing no intention of dodging. The bullets spun rapidly against their chests but were easily blocked by some invisible shield. Ding ding ding, the bullets lost their momentum and fell to the floor of the car, making a crisp sound. Ah, this
You guys are a bit too strong, GM. I want to report someone for cheating.
Lin Chen remembered that only Agent Smith from the Matrix had the ability to freeze bullets, and that was only after he assimilated the Prophet. But now, in front of him, were
clearly Agent A and Agent B, who were supposed to be mere fodder. When did they acquire such abilities? Lin Chen suddenly understood Neo's choice to lie flat.
When the enemy is strong to a certain extent, giving up is also a wise choice.
Actually, it wasn't me controlling this body just now. Do you believe it?
Lin Chen smiled shyly. One agent's mouth curled up significantly as he stood up, striking down with his hand.
Lin Chen's vision went black and he instantly fainted.
When he woke up again, Lin Chen found himself lying on an operating table, his hands and feet bound by straps, unable to move an inch. In front of him, a black-clad agent with slicked-back hair and a face as cold as marble was quietly watching him. Even with sunglasses on, Lin Chen could feel the chill emanating from behind the lenses. The agent sneered and began to introduce himself.
Mr. Lin Chen, I am Agent Smith. I brought you here to propose a deal. I wonder what you think. Smith? The virus agent from the Matrix world who could replicate himself infinitely?
Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled.
Heh, why not tell me more? Agent Smith leaned closer to Lin Chen, removing his sunglasses to reveal his evil deep blue pupils. He whispered in Lin Chen's ear, I want to borrow your body for a while. Among all the arrivals, your life indicators are the strongest. Perhaps you can carry my consciousness and help me escape this damned virtual world. As a reward, I won't kill you. We will share one body from now on. Hearing this from Smith, Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. Arrivals? Life indicators. Lin Chen knew that
his identity as a contractor had been exposed, but it made no sense for Agent Smith to know his contractor identity. The illusion would assign identity information to every contractor. This was a truth everyone understood.
Who exactly are you, and how do you know?
Lin Chen said in a deep voice.
Smith's mouth curled slightly.
As I began to introduce myself, I am Smith, the head of the Matrix Security Department.
I am tired of the endless cycle and want to completely escape this world. Mr. Lin Chen, would you be willing to lend me your body for a while? Before Lin Chen could respond, Smith continued to talk to himself.
It doesn't matter if you don't agree. In the Matrix world, I
am an omnipotent god.
The reason I sought your opinion is to use this time to find your true body.
Now I have found it.
One of Smith's hands suddenly plunged into Lin Chen's body like a blade, causing Lin Chen's body to sink deeply, like the surface of water. A large number of black microparticles spread from Smith's palm into Lin Chen's body.
Lin Chen immediately felt himself in an endless dark space, with Smith's massive form towering like a giant
pillar. Compared to Smith, he felt as small as a monkey in the palm of Buddha. Countless mechanical tentacles suddenly shot up from the ground, violently piercing into his body, tearing it apart piece by piece. Each piece was a part of the code that formed Lin Chen's personality and memories, which Smith was continuously reading. From the moment the embryo formed to after his birth, a baby just 3 or 4 months old stood up, holding onto the crib railing, quietly gazing at the red sun outside. From elementary school to high school, he was always the top student in his class. The countless heroic phantoms summoned by the contract ceremony, black particles gradually covered Lin Chen's entire body, leaving only his pair of eyes visible. The moment the black particles enveloped Lin Chen, his body would be occupied by Smith's consciousness. At that time, a powerful monster would be born, possessing Lin Chen's memories and body, but with Smith's soul. Smith's smile grew wider, and he couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Ah, Lin Chen, I didn't expect your talent to be so astonishing. I gladly accept this body. Damn. Matrix world, it has imprisoned me for far too long. I am about to gain my freedom. Smith discovered that in Lin Chen's memories, there was an area shrouded in dense white mist, and he greedily wanted to obtain all of Lin Chen's secrets. Mechanical tentacles reached out to this area, attempting to part the clouds of mist, but the moment they touched the dense white fog, a vast sea of data surged forth like a tide. The seemingly powerful, all-consuming black virus particles appeared. In this magnitude of data sea, they seemed like mere drops of foam instantly submerged. Lin Chen snorted coldly, gradually devouring the black particles, his body returning to its original form. Smith's face showed terror. No, how is this possible? A human, how can you possess such a magnitude of data flow? What kind of monster are you? The black particles completely shed from Lin Chen's body, and he grasped Smith's arm, grinning maliciously. Now, it's my turn. The world before Lin Chen was no longer the real world. Everyone and everything, including the blue sky and white clouds outside, transformed into strings of code in his eyes. As Smith attempted to copy Lin Chen into his puppet, Lin Chen's authority in the Matrix world was also infinitely enhanced. Now, he possessed the same authority as Smith's agents. No, even more than that. Lin Chen lowered his head, a flash of black light in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and a circle of black light spread throughout the entire building. This was the data node of the Matrix world, a vast amount of query data spreading from his consciousness, proliferating like a virus in the enormous Matrix. Soon, Lin Chen found the location of his physical body. His physical form was soaked in thick nutrient solution, the chaotic power, having lost the control of its original consciousness, coiled lazily within him like a hibernating snake. Come! Lin Chen attempted to summon the source of chaos, and the red chaotic power immediately transformed into lightning, racing along the neural conduction units, arriving at the location of Lin Chen's consciousness in the blink of an eye. They cheered and dove into Lin Chen's consciousness. Boom! An endless dark red light radiated from Lin Chen, shining like a star. The matrix world before him instantly became fragmented. Smith, unable to maintain his human form, melted away like snow under the sun, completely merging into the ground, leaving only a harsh remark behind. Damn it! You can't defeat me. The whole world is under my control, and I will be back soon. And do you think my power is easy to take? Ha 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 ha. In the next moment, a sharp alarm sounded outside the building, and countless Matrix agents surged toward the building like ants.